When a strong Golden Core realm expert faces human machine guns, they may still be able to deal with it calmly, but if facing individual missiles, they can only meet their end, not to mention the tens of thousands of fighter jets and tanks. Knowing the terror of human technology, when I discovered the ability to open a portal to the cultivation world, I immediately handed myself over to the country. From then on, I was only responsible for opening and closing the portal, leaving tasks like killing the Yuan-ing old monsters to the country's atomic bombs. I had thought about secretly developing myself, staying hidden, but when I peeked through the portal to the cultivation world, I was immediately scared back. The centipede that should have been palm-sized turned out to be 5 to 6 meters long in the other world, and it was right next to the portal. Encountering a fierce beast right at the beginning is difficult. I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter the portal on my own. Suddenly, I had an idea. If I offer the system to the country and use the power of the Great Xia Empire to develop the other world, there would be no problem. It would be a win-win situation. The Great Xia Empire would gain resources from the other world, and I would easily complete system tasks to gain various abilities. Thinking of this, I decisively picked up the phone and called my uncle, who was the director of the National Academy of Sciences. Obviously, if I told him directly that I activated a portal, he would have me sent to a mental hospital. So, I invited my uncle to dinner at home and decided to shock him the moment he entered the house. Sure enough, when he saw the glaring portal, he was completely stunned. As an experienced elder, he understood what having access to another world meant. It not only represented abundant energy but also various elements that could trigger a technological explosion, perhaps leading to the rise of the Great Xia Empire. After instructing me not to leave the house or disclose the information to anyone else, he left in a hurry without even eating. That night, several unfamiliar men came to my house. Judging by their professional appearance, they were probably all military personnel. Mr. Han, we are here to pick you up. Please come with us. Comrade Han Weigui is already waiting for you at the station. At the same time, my uncle sent a message, instructing me to leave with the man. Without any suspicion, I boarded the car that arrived and headed to the train station, then left the bustling city. Inside the car, I noticed that there were soldiers all around, armed and on high alert. Looking out the window, I saw soldiers stationed along the route, every 50 steps, with strict security measures. My uncle and I were in the same train carriage at this time. As the director of the Academy of Sciences, he would assist me throughout the development of the parallel world. At this moment, his heart was also filled with great ambition. After the train traveled for about a day and night, it entered the midst of towering mountains and then into a large mountain. The mountain was massive and lush with trees on the surface, but hollow inside. There was a station, a square, and even a small airport inside. Soldiers armed and on high alert surrounded the area. As soon as my uncle and I got off the train, we were taken to the command center's lowest level. There was a large square with various instruments and equipment set up all around, with plenty of vehicles and supplies ready, and experts and professors from various fields on standby. Indeed, with the power of the country, everything was well prepared. Looking around, I heard a system voice in my mind. Detection of readiness for parallel world development, rewarding the host with a construction blueprint. Immediately, an image appeared in my mind, showing a command center, a temporary power station, and a temporary laboratory. In the middle of these three buildings was a portal, surrounded by makeshift walls and some simple fortifications outside. Host, please go to the parallel world, construct these three buildings first, and achieve the initial goals to be rewarded with expertise in firearms. Firearms expertise will grant the host super shooting abilities, several times stronger than top-notch snipers. My eyes lit up. The system tasks came as soon as they were mentioned, and even provided a blueprint for construction, so that I could carry out the work step by step after arriving in the other world. I have to say, the system's assistance came at just the right time. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a general's uniform walked over not far away. Hello, Mr. Han, my name is Zhao Wuji. First of all, on behalf of the country, I thank you for your selfless dedication. Your teleportation gate holds great significance for our great Xia country. Secondly, there are a few words from above that I am to deliver to you. This time, in the development of the other world, we would like you to be the actual person in charge. We trust you and believe that you have the ability. We will mobilize the entire country to support you. Now, please summon the teleportation gate. I nodded. Han Chang nodded, relieved at the country's trust. Without any nonsense, Han Chang flashed his mind at an open space, and soon the portal appeared in front of everyone. Although they already knew that a portal existed, the people around them were still shocked beyond words when they saw the real thing. Especially those scientists who believe in materialistic philosophies can't figure out how the world can still be so mysterious. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Zhao Wuji's expression that was unchanged by the collapse of a mountain appeared similarly shocked, but he quickly returned to seriousness as he looked at Han Chang and asked, Mr. Han, I'd like to ask, do you have any preconceived plans for developing the otherworld? The corner of Han Chang's mouth hooked up slightly. He understood the meaning of Zhao Wuji's words, which was nothing more than wanting to test whether or not he had the ability to coordinate the big picture. After all, when the top put such a heavy burden on himself, he definitely needed to check if he was up to the task. It just so happens that the system gave the blueprints for the construction, so answer accordingly yourself. General Zhao, I had long thought on the way here that I would start construction work as soon as I arrived in the otherworld, and first establish a firm foothold in the otherworld. The first thing is to secure the portal and construct simple fortifications around it to prevent any enemies from appearing. Then the construction work begins, a command center, then a power station, and after a stable power supply can be provided, it's the construction of the laboratory, with which all the work that follows can be carried out. Han Chang's reply was calm and unhurried, appearing very old-fashioned and dignified, as if this plan had been carefully prepared by him. Zhao Wuji slowly nodded his head. Han Chang's answer was dripping with water and could be said to be very thorough, completely unlike the thinking a young man should have. He fits the bill perfectly for the job of being in charge of otherworldly development. Very well, Mr. Han has thought this through very thoughtfully and meticulously, and we have all the supplies you need. Han Chang also informed Zhao Wuji that he could only bring 5 people there. Zhao Wuji pondered slightly and rushed to the person beside him. Go get the coyote squad. Soon 5 heavily armed warriors came to Zhao Wuji, who introduced Han Chang. Mr. Han, these are the members of the Tsang Wolf Squad. All 5 of them are the best soldier kings selected from the entire army. Their duty is to protect your safety with all their might, and from now on you will be their captain. Then Zhao Wuji turned to the 5 men of the Tsang Wolf Squad. Listen, you guys, from now on you have to protect Mr. Han at all costs, even if it means sacrificing yourself. And Mr. Han's orders are everything and must be carried out unconditionally. Yes. The 5 of them spoke in unison, without hesitation, letting people feel the will of steel in them. Then the 5 men did a final check, armed with 97 assault rifles, night vision goggles, and the latest equipment on their bodies, exoskeletons, which allowed the soldiers to walk on mountainous terrain as if it were flat, and carry heavy loads with seeming ease. One of the 5 was a sniper with a Type 26 sniper rifle with a special scope. There was also a man who carried a shoulder-fired RPG, and he was a fireman. Han Chang was also asked to put on a battle suit and a gas mask. Zhao Wuji also gave Han Chang a 54 pistol and a saber dagger. The 5 of them, along with Han Chang, rode on the chariot with all kinds of construction materials and slowly drove into the portal. There are other people entering the portal, please ask the host to grant the right of passage. Grant them passage. Han Chang mumbled in his mind while a series of information appeared in his mind. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 1. Height, 2 meters. Width, 2 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 5/5. Special skills, none. Power, 10. Chapter 3, Driving a Chariot into the Otherworld. As the light flashed, the chariot passed through the portal smoothly, and a bright starry sky appeared in front of it. And underneath this starry sky were several giant centipedes. These guys actually hadn't left yet and had been coiled around the portal. Fire! The first time they saw the giant centipede, Kang Wolf Squad 1 gave an order, and the 20mm machine gun on the vehicle spewed out a ton of fire. This machine gun was meant for these stinkers, equipped with special armor-piercing rounds as well. First, a shuttle of white light shot out, even if the giant centipede had a thick shell was likewise smashed. One centipede was quickly eliminated, leaving a few centipedes still pouncing. Seeing that they were about to pounce in front of the chariot, the members of the Crow Wolf Squad opened fire, and a few tongues of fire failed to cause damage to the centipedes, but they forced them back. The 20mm machine guns continued to fire, and some heavy fighting ensued. The centipedes were wiped out as much as they could, and the broken limbs were scattered all around. Crisis averted for now. Quickly explore the surrounding area, check the air composition and gather information on the soil. The 5 were obviously pre-rehearsed and well-trained, and quickly took up their positions. Number 1 maneuvered a drone that hovered overhead, alerting the perimeter. He was focused, the terminal in his hand showing the terrain around him. No other ferocious beasts have been found around. Danger Index 2. Village spotted at 3 o'clock, distance 1 kilometer. Number 2 took an instrument and looked at the data on it. Air composition test complete, no toxins detected, you can breathe normally. Everyone removed their masks, and soon the fresh air lifted everyone's spirits. At that moment, Number 1 asked Han Chang for instructions. Captain, should we make contact with the villagers? Han Chang shook his head. His portal couldn't be stowed away or moved in the otherworld, so he shouldn't just move it around before he had a foothold. It was best to stay attached to the portal and enter, firstly, to protect the portal, and secondly, to evacuate in time if there was any danger. And he had the blueprints for the construction in his head and had planned it out. Construct the camp first and secure the area around the portal. Han Chang gave the order. Yes. Soon the car was unloaded of all its substance. Several fighters quickly assembled a simple wall of protection, stopping around the portal and concealing it. Then they dug trenches and built simple fortifications, so that if there were any giant centipedes or other ferocious beasts in the vicinity, everyone would be able to resist with the fortifications. Han Chang followed along and busied himself, and when the fortifications were completed a system sound rang in his head. Ding! The host has solved the giant centipede, constructed a simple fortification, and taken a solid step forward in developing the otherworld, receive a favorable review, gain 10 experience, and the portal has been upgraded to level 2. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 2. Height, 3 meters. Width, 3 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 5/30. Special skills, none. Power, 10. The white light flickered and the portal grew larger, now large enough to pass normal vehicles. Not bad, this upgrade brings over another 25 people to speed up construction. And being able to pass normal traffic also means that construction trucks can come over as well, and it's much quicker to build in with them. I'll go back once and bring some more people along. As he walked away, Han Chang looked at the giant centipede corpse on the ground and thought about how this thing should be brought back for the techies to study. There must be a reason why centipedes in other worlds can grow so big, and there might be other discoveries. Immediately, Han Chang brought a storage bag and filled it with the fragmented centipede corpse. A storage bag was quickly propped up, full, weighing over 400 pounds. A team member walked over to try to help. Han Chang waved his hand and refused. "No, that weight is nothing to me," said Han. Achievement back on the shoulder, step on the way, do not see the appearance of strain at all. The 5 members of the Crow Wolf squad froze, not to mention that this captain's strength could be really big. If they were to let one of them carry it, it would weigh at most 200 pounds, any more would not work. Inexplicably the 5 looked at Han Chang with more than a heartfelt respect. The system had given Han Chang 10 points of power before, and now it came in handy. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to move even 100 pounds, not to mention 400 pounds. Taking big steps, Han Chang returned inside the Blue Star command post. He threw the centipede corpse to the ground and rushed Han Weigua. "Uncle, this is the otherworldly giant centipede, and I think it's well worth studying." "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Han called out to a couple of biologists and had them brought down. Over here, Han Chang explained the situation to Zhao Wuji again, and that he could bring more people over himself. Zhao Wuji pondered for a moment before turning to Han Weigua. "Director Han, our troops will go over to 20 more engineers to speed up the construction. For the remaining 5 slots, why don't you let your researchers go over there? Technicians are most needed now in the early stages of development." Han Weigua didn't push back and immediately let the 5 researchers go over with Han Chang. Of the 5 researchers, 1 is a biology professor, 2 are in geology, and the other 2 are engineers. As the portal is enlarged, ordinary vehicles can pass through. So 25 men drove through the portal in 3 trucks and 2 construction vehicles, once again bringing supplies to the camp. Behind it is the goal of starting to build the camp and completing the initial scale. The first step, as envisioned by Han Chang, was to build a command center. The car carried a large quantity of building boards, which were built one by one at this time. With 2 engineers in command and cranes, the construction was fast. A 4-square temporary room is quickly built, and then the piping is arranged and all kinds of equipment are installed. Not to mention that these engineers are first-rate, and work very neatly and skillfully. After the completion of the command post is the construction of a temporary power station. The diesel generators were unloaded, the foundations were laid, and then it was time to lay the piping to connect the command center. All the work is moving forward almost simultaneously and at a rapid pace. Soon the diesel engine rumbled and lights came on around the camp. But for fear of attracting the surrounding ferocious beasts, Han Chang immediately ordered the closure and let everyone work with night vision goggles. With night vision goggles, everyone keeps working. Soundproof panels were also installed around the generator room, greatly reducing the noise and preventing the sound from attracting ferocious beasts. This was followed by setting up a makeshift lab and moving all kinds of equipment in. Soon all kinds of equipment handling is completed, connected to the power supply. Several technicians immediately launched the research work. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the initial goal, rewarding the host with a firearms specialization skill. A lot of information appeared in Han Chang's mind, all about firearms and a lot of experience. Immediately Han Chang turned from a layman to an expert on such things as firearms. "System, what other quests are behind us?" Han Chang asked immediately afterward in his head. "It's time to explore the otherworld once you've established yourself in it, and ask your hosts to capture an immortal cultivator to learn about the world of cultivation." Han Chang slightly stared at his eyebrows. What was the point of talking about capturing when he hadn't even seen a cultivator? But since you have a mission, just try to fulfill it yourself. Chapter 4, The Soup of the Immortals is delicious. The night passed and the next morning, the villagers of the village of Hope Immortal fearfully opened their doors and peered out, realizing that the giant centipedes hadn't come. It turns out that just 3 days ago these giant centipedes appeared out of nowhere, coiled up near the village, ate the livestock and injured the villagers. The villagers couldn't fight these ferocious beasts, so they had been closed for the past few days. Now that they suddenly realized that the ferocious beasts had not come, they suddenly gathered around curiously and talked about it. There was a loud crackling last night, and the ferocious beasts haven't come out today. There must be something odd. The mayor of Wangxian village stroked his goatee and pondered that this drying out was not a solution. If those centipedes don't show up, the big guys won't dare to work on the ground. It's hard to hang on to this heart. All the big fellows go out and look for centipedes together, and get your hose on, and you can deal with the ones you meet. Actually, a hoe or something can't hurt a giant centipede at all, but something is better than nothing. The villagers hesitated and felt there was nothing they could do but go out and look for them together. Soon a group of people went out of the village, stood on the high ground and raised their eyes, and suddenly realized that there were suddenly a few more houses in the clearing in the distance. Strange, that place was empty yesterday. How come a few houses popped up overnight? The house was still strange, 4 square, without even a roof. It was also strange to see a couple of cars parked by the house, although they had wheels but no horses on the side. How did this thing run? And they were all lumps of iron. Meanwhile several more figures were busy around the house, all dressed strangely. The villagers were full of curiosity and thought about going over to take a look. Suddenly a lump of iron was seen rolling along, dragging something like a chain, lifting its long neck and digging into the ground, lifting large chunks of dirt. What's that? It's still scary to look at. Some worried villagers asked in panic as their legs trembled. Village chief, what is that thing? Ferocious beasts. Where has the village headman seen this thing before? He held his tongue and spat out 2 words. Do not say that the excavator, that sudden diesel engine sound like a very ferocious beast in the roar. A group of villagers are scared face white, flabbergasted on the spot, do not dare to move. Just watching, but over there on the camp was busy as hell. Han Chang had long since discovered this group of villagers, and he told that Song Wolf Squad to ambush them, and as long as these villagers dared to attack, they would immediately open fire and never be soft. But the villagers seemed to be frightened by the machines in this camp and didn't dare to come over. Han Chang ignored them as well, minding his own business of construction. He's going to make time to expand the camp as quickly as possible. Only after the scale is large can all kinds of development be carried out, such as mining, farming and planting, and even allowing a large number of troops to be stationed. Right now they were building a cafeteria. The camp was sure to be full of people later, and a cafeteria was essential. And it has to be big enough to accommodate a lot of people at the same time. Dozens of tall panels were lifted high and installed within the freshly dug foundations. The work went well, and soon a cafeteria of more than 1,000 square feet was initially built and the interior installation began. The villagers in the distance are looking at the 2 eyes are staring straight. This is only after how long? A big house is so built. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, many people would not believe it to death. But the truth is right in front of us. That's how fast this house is being built. The village chief was also shocked, full of horror. He was young, at least also traveled far and wide. How to see this kind of construction speed? Even Immortal means aren't this fast. It was too shocking, and he also realized that someone was maneuvering inside the belly of the ferocious beast. Could it be that this wasn't a ferocious beast, it was an Immortal's magic weapon? Then this magic weapon is too powerful. This group of Immortals is definitely extraordinary. By this time the camp was open for dinner and a pot of hot soup was carried out. Since the cafeteria was not yet fully constructed, everyone ate in the open air, and the aroma of this food wafted out to the villagers. Wow, it smells so good. What are these people cooking? I've never smelled anything so good. If I were to take a bite, this life would be worth it. The villagers, many of them drooling, looked at the camp one by one and probed their heads. The village chief was gulping as much as he was thinking that the opposite side should be cultivators from far away, so the terroir was different from what this side had. Even the magic weapons were special. But no matter what, since they were immortal cultivators, they were not something that mortals like them could offend, and they had to say hello in the past in order to seek shelter. Thinking about this, the village chief mused. All put away your hose, the opposite side is an immortal, it's not for us to offend. Then the village chief rushed to the 2 old men in the village. Duke Lu, Duke Su, you 2 follow me over to meet the immortals. Who else could it be if not an immortal who could build a house so fast? The villagers nodded one by one. The village chief and the 2 old men walked towards the campsite, and as they got closer, they suddenly realized the giant centipede corpse hidden in the grass. The body was in pieces and severed limbs were everywhere. The 3 of them looked shocked. No wonder the giant centipede had disappeared, so it had been wiped out by these immortals. And being able to shatter the giant centipede, the strength of this group of immortals was definitely not to be underestimated. It's a good thing I didn't show any hostility just now, or else I'd be a dead man. Cold sweat was on the foreheads of all 3, and the closer they got to the camp, the more terrified they became. Are you villagers from the neighborhood? Han Chang's side had long noticed the village chief's trio and saw that they had no use for hostility, so he let them approach the camp. The village chief immediately said respectfully, exactly, a few of us are from the village of Hope Immortal. It's rare that a few immortals can come to our village and help us eradicate the ferocious beasts. We and the other little people can't thank you enough, said the village chief, and the 2 old men even bowed. Han Chang realized the words spoken by the people in this cultivation world could be understood by himself, and looking at the way they were dressed, weren't they the ancient people of the Great Summer Kingdom? It seems that although they are 2 worlds, they are culturally the same. Judging from what the other party said, these people shouldn't be immortal cultivators, just a group of ordinary people. Doesn't stop one from prying into things though, Han Cheng asked. We are also raising our hands. By the way, are there any other immortal cultivators in this neighborhood? Yes, there is a Yunhua sect just 500 miles to the east, and our Wangxian village is under the jurisdiction of this sect. The village chief replied. Han Cheng nodded. 500 miles was still a bit of a distance from here, and the immortal cultivators over there shouldn't have time to worry about this place yet. This is a good thing and gives the camp more time to build. It just seems that his own mission to capture the immortals will have to drag on. Immortals, this is a gift of thanks to you, and I hope you will accept it. At that moment the village chief came over respectfully and handed up a stone. The stone was gray, with a faint fluorescence emanating from it, as if there was some kind of energy contained within it. Ding! Spirit stones have been found to upgrade the portal. Han Cheng's heart rejoiced. This thing came at the right time. Han Cheng wasn't polite and took the spirit stone as soon as it was warm in his hand. Would you like to upgrade the portal now? Han Cheng didn't agree, and he planned to upgrade later. He put away the spirit stones and looked at the three village chiefs without moving. The heart said that these villagers might be useful later on, so they will buy people's hearts first. A faint smile appeared on Han Cheng's face as he said, "Don't be afraid, we won't hurt you. By the way, none of you have eaten, right? Just one piece." Then Han Cheng passed a wink to the cook, who immediately whipped up a few bowls of soup for the village chief's trio. The soup was simple seaweed and egg soup, but it had MSG in it, so it seemed extra flavorful. The three village chiefs were flattered to receive the soup, and took a sip with trepidation, immediately feeling that their mouths were full of fresh flavors, such a delicious taste they had never eaten before. So fresh, worthy of an immortal's delicacy is different. All three of them were freshly on the verge of tears, an extremely mesmerized look. Han Cheng looked in his eyes and pretended to be generous. Take the pot of soup if you like, it's yours. A pot of nori egg soup is just a pot of egg soup, and the campground is full of all kinds of ingredients that don't matter. But this thing in the eyes of these villagers that is simply the heavenly divine level of deliciousness, rejoicing ah. The village chief was even more grateful. In this world of immortal cultivation, it was already good enough for immortals not to bully mortals, and now they were even giving away such delicacies. These immortals were really great people. Pushing the nori egg soup, the three village chiefs left with 1,000 thanks. Han Cheng looked at them, smiled faintly, and turned around to go back to upgrading the system. On this side, the village headman returned among the villagers and distributed the soup to all of them. Where had everyone ever eaten such a delicacy? One by one, their eyes were mesmerized and excited. Many people ate it and wanted more, scrambling for it, and the village chief couldn't stop them. Soon the pot of soup was at the bottom. Chapter 5: The Miracle Cure for Cancer. Inside the otherworldly command post, Han Cheng took out the spirit stone and shouted in the air. System, it's time to upgrade. Ding! Absorbing spirit stone energy, the portal is upgraded by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Cheng, level 3. Height, 4 meters. Width, 4 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 30/80ths. Special skill, firearm specialization. Power, 10. The upgrade was complete, and the stone in Han Cheng's hand turned lusterless and dead gray. It seems that this spirit stone is useless. Han Cheng threw the spirit stone away, thinking that it was a pity that it was impossible to explore the spirit stone now that the camp had just been established, or else he could have upgraded the portal a few more levels. However, sometimes when a certain condition is reached, the portal will also be upgraded, just like when Han Cheng first came to the otherworld, but this situation can be encountered but not sought. Han Cheng didn't dwell on this issue much as he immediately went back to the Blue Star command post to bring some more people over. Zhao Wuji learned that the portal had been upgraded again, and the unsmiling man had the same hint of joy. Mr. Han, you've done a very good job. I've just reported back with the higher-ups and they've given you high praise for your first day's work. As for who you need back there, you choose yourself. We will definitely cooperate fully. Zhao Wuji had already expressed his approval of Han Cheng. To be able to establish a camp in the otherworld in a single night, the young man had done a very good job of coordinating. Han Cheng wasn't polite and made his request directly. General Zhao, I need a team of 30 engineers, and camp construction needs to be accelerated. At the same time I want a fighting force of 20 men. A glint of essence flashed through Zhao Wuji's gaze. Mr. Han, are you going to get into a fight with the otherworld? No, there won't be any fighting at this stage, but the camp is bigger and needs more protection. Han Cheng explained. The camp did need a capable fighting force to guard it now, but Han Cheng had other ideas. He wants to capture the immortals next, so a fighting force is vital. So Han Sung added. This unit must be equipped with chili water and have a catch net. Yes, I'll set you up. Although Zhao Wuji felt strange as to why he needed these soft lethal weapons, he didn't ask more questions. The young man in front of him must have his own ideas. Shortly afterward, everything was ready. A 30-man engineering team, a 20-man combat team, drove through the portal in 292 main station tanks, 4 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, and 5 engineering vehicles. With the addition of this force, the construction of the otherworldly camps has been taken up a few notches. After a week of construction, surrounded by barracks, radar stations, garages, fuel tanks, and other various facilities, an outpost with every function in place was completed. The distant villagers of Wangxian village were watching in horror, knowing that this group of immortals were powerful in building houses, but they were still shocked once again. It's so fast, building a town in a week, it's unbelievable. The villagers could not help but respect the immortals in the camp that much more. That day Han Shang returned within the Blue Star base. He had come to attend the weekly departmental meeting. At the meeting, Han Weigua made a report. Gentlemen, after a week of construction, we have achieved extremely significant results. First, we have an outpost in the otherworld, fully equipped and functional, laying a solid foundation for further expansion. Secondly, we conducted a thorough study of the centipede corpse that Han Shang brought back and found amazing results. Han Weigua's tone became agitated while taking out a bottle of potion and placing it on the table. This is a potion made from the venom of a giant centipede, which can cure all kinds of cancers, and we have experimented with it in the clinic, and the results are extremely astonishing, and it can achieve a complete cure. There were looks of surprise from the crowd in attendance, and everyone understood what it meant to be able to cure cancer. It's a huge business opportunity and it could save countless lives. But there are those who have found problems. Dean Han, what you said is certainly inspiring, but this kind of otherworldly centipede is hard for us to obtain, so isn't this one too early to be happy? When everyone heard this, they nodded their heads. After all, they had just gained a foothold in the otherworld. It was impossible to capture giant centipedes on a large scale, so it would be difficult to form an industrialization. Han Weigua had expected someone to ask this, and he smiled smugly. That's something we've thought of for a long time. Our Academy of Sciences has not only studied the venom of centipedes, but also the DNA samples of otherworldly centipedes and found them to be identical to the centipedes we have on the blue planet. The only difference between the two is the air you breathe. There is a special substance in the air of the otherworld that strengthens the body and bones. We call this substance aura. This aura is the key to the miracle, and we conducted experiments to bring back the otherworldly air and use it in centipede breeding, and found that the centipedes would grow rapidly in size and produce the same venom that cures cancer. It turns out that it can be bred on a large scale. After hearing this, the people all marveled that this otherworldly development was really promising, and that the cure of cancer alone could create untold wealth. In that case, I'll see about setting up an air compression station off-world to compress the air in tanks to bring back to Blue Star. Zhao Wuji made a suggestion. Han Shang looked at the potion on the table at this time, and suddenly the system's voice flashed in his mind. Ding! Toxin found, can be absorbed, host will gain special skill, toxicity resistance intermediate. Toxicity resistance intermediate allows the host to gain stronger toxicity resistance. Normal poisons will not be able to harm the host. Fan Shang's eyes lit up. This special skill is good. In the future, when he encounters a ferocious beast with a strong poison, he will not be afraid of it and can let go of it. Absorb. Without thinking much, Fan Shang said in his mind. Ding! Absorbing toxins, the host gains the special skill toxicity resistance. By the way, for the otherworldly camp, I think a name is in order. At this time, Zhao Wuji looked around and asked for everyone's opinions. It's called Great Wall Station, isn't it? I'll call it an otherworldly outpost. Simple. No, this name must be more domineering. How can it be so casual? Call it Regulus Station. We all have our own opinions, but not many of them are reliable. Zhao Wuji shook his head straight and his gaze went to Han Shang. Han Shang pondered for a moment and said, Dragon City. This name is the best, I think. We, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom, pride ourselves on being the heirs of the dragon, and the dragon is our totem, and even more so our symbol. Meanwhile, the camp is small now, but I'm sure it will become a city before long, called Dragon City as it deserves to be. Zhao Wuji nodded powerfully as he listened. Not bad, the dragon can represent our Daxia country, and there is the meaning of the dragon rushing to the sky. The development of the otherworldly world is the moment when our Daxia country rises up and flies to the sky. It's very apt. Let's call it Dragon City. The rest of the group nodded in approval. Yes, it's still a good name for Dragon City. Dragon City. It's called Bully. It sounds strong. Good name. It was unanimously approved, and the otherworldly camp had an official name, Dragon City. Chapter 6, Immortal cultivators are nothing more than that. 50 miles away from the village of hopeful immortals there was a small mountain with a cave house where an immortal cultivator lived. Zhu Heng is a cultivator with 2 levels of qi cultivation, and this cultivation level is even just stepping into the ranks of immortal cultivators. The hierarchies of otherworldly immortal cultivators are qi practicing, foundation building, jindan, and yuanying. Each level is further divided into 10 weights. He was a loose cultivator who had just arrived here a dozen days ago and wanted to cultivate hard behind closed doors. But look at the pocket, 2.5 spirit stones are gone. This bitter cultivation that is a joke. No, we have to go out and take our chances, otherwise how can this immortal journey be accomplished? Getting up helplessly, Zhu Heng went out of this immortal mansion. In fact, the so-called bumper sticker is actually going to grab it. However, his cultivation level was too low, only 2 levels of qi cultivation. He couldn't beat anyone who touched him, even if he sometimes met a qi practicing one that was lower than his realm. If they had a magic weapon or something, he would have to concede and go around. There is no way that the most bitter casual cultivator is his kind of appearance, there is nothing on his body, and he can only bully the mortals. Alas, I thought that I, Zhu Heng dual spirit root cultivator, had outstanding natural talent, but unfortunately I lost out on cultivation resources. Zhu Heng couldn't help but sigh, his spiritual root was a water and wood dual spiritual root that complemented each other, which was superior among cultivators. But it was because of the lack of resources that he had been stagnating at 2 levels of chi cultivation for several years. How could this not make him sigh long and hard? That's when a golden color ahead of him caught his attention. Oh, it was actually a spirit field. The spirit grain had already matured, and as the light wind brushed by, the full layers of the grain glowed with a faint spiritual light. Zhu Heng's heart was moved. Spirit rice was also a cultivation resource, and consuming it could also enhance one's cultivation. He couldn't wait to rush to the spirit field and arrived at the village of looking immortal, and found that all the people going in and out around him were mortals, and there was not a single immortal cultivator. Ha, it's really heaven's help. Today it's time for me, Zhu Heng, to make a fortune. Zhu Heng's eyes flashed with greed, not hiding the ecstasy in his heart. At the same time, he pinched a trick in his hand and threw it at a thatched cottage. A blast of fire sprang up, the hut instantly ignited, and in the blink of an eye the flames burned sky high. Listen to me, all of you, quickly go and collect the spiritual grains in the fields and give them all to me. Zhu Heng roared loudly. As an immortal cultivator, he simply looked down on the mortals around him. Even if they have hundreds of people, what can they do? A small spell could scare them half to death. Sure enough, upon seeing an immortal enter the village, the villagers of the Village of Hope for the Immortals ran around in panic, and the village was in chaos. The village chief hurriedly ran out and pleaded at Zhu Heng. Great Immortal, have mercy, these spirit valleys are all unisex, give it to you. Over there, ask for the crime down, we are also a death sentence, Still begged the great immortal to raise your hand. The village chief had no choice. In this world of immortal cultivation, it was difficult for ordinary mortals to fight against immortal cultivators. Their opponents could knock down a large number of mortals with just one spell. Moreover, he didn't dare to hand over the Spirit Valley. If the Spirit Valley was gone, the Unus sect would likewise not let them mortals go. Humph, I care about your deaths, quickly go and collect the Spirit Valley for me. If you dare to hesitate any longer, I will kill all of you mortals. Zhu Heng did not have the slightest pity in his eyes. In the world of immortal cultivation, it was the strong that reigned supreme. He was a casual cultivator who wanted to achieve the immortal path. How could he be merciful? With a boom, another spell was thrown, and the village headman's house turned into a sea of fire. The village chief was white with fear, horrified and distressed. He also knew that if he continued to be recalcitrant, this immortal would surely kill people, and by then his own life, along with the villagers, would be in jeopardy. Life first. As for no Spirit Valley, Unus zone descended, can only think of another way. With a clench of his teeth, the village chief shouted, Great Immortal, spare our lives. We're willing to offer up our Spirit Valley, so please forgive us, Great Immortal. Then go quickly, and I'll kill anyone who dares to take their time just the same. Another ball of flame rose from Zhu Heng's palm. Although he was a water and wood spirit root cultivator, it was still the fire attribute spells that were the most practical to deal with these mortals. Look at a few fireballs thrown and you're already scared less and obedient. He would leave as soon as the Spirit Valleys arrived later. These Spirit Valleys were enough for him to cultivate for a few months. Sure enough, it was a lucky day. Zhu Heng's heart had become complacent, unaware that a group of people in the distant Dragon City were watching him closely. Mr. Han, should I save the villagers of Wangxian village? Number 1 asked Han Chang for instructions, as he was controlling the drone terminal in his hand, and the display captured everything Zhu Heng did in Wangxian village. The corners of Han Chang's mouth curved up as a wave of delight surged through his heart. This guy who broke into the Village of Hope Immortal could use spells and was obviously an immortal cultivator. Wasn't he or she trying to capture the immortal cultivator? This was delivered to his own door. No argument, this one's done. Never let this guy go. The villagers have nothing to do with us, they are of little value. But this immortal cultivator is very important to us, make sure we capture him alive. Han Chang's gaze stared at number 1. Do you guys have any confidence in taking him down? No. One's gaze flickered with a refined aura, as a special operations soldier, born to die for the country and the people, where there is a retreat. Immediately, he chopped his head off. Definitely finish the job. Good, that's what I want, now get going. Han Chang was energized and ordered loudly. In order to be able to capture the immortals, he had asked for 20 combat-ready combatants a few days ago, as well as a batch of non-lethal weapons, which were coming in handy at the moment. 3 infantry fighting vehicles and a Type 90 tank drove out of Dragon City. Rushing towards Wangxian village, the 4 cars are going to be camouflage painted, and the surrounding green vegetation is so blended together that it is almost impossible to find out without looking closely. Getting closer, Han Chang told the tank to slow down. Zhu Heng over there hadn't even noticed the chariot's approach, and was still flaunting his might and bullying the villagers into harvesting the Spirit Valley. At this time, Han Chang ordered, load up and give that cultivator a shot first, remember to be 30 meters off target. Han Chang wanted to test whether immortal cultivators could withstand the attacks of modern weapons or not. It wouldn't be good if they couldn't resist a shot and got fragmented, so they were still 30 meters off target for insurance purposes. This distance should be just right, as long as the cultivator should be able to survive. Bang! The tank ran away from the fire. The 125mm caliber gun was very powerful, and a shell landed precisely 30 meters beside Zhu Heng's body. The explosion kicked up a wave of air that lifted Zhu Heng right over. Zhu Heng stumbled and climbed up with a dumbfounded look on his face. 9 Heavenly metaphysical thunder. Heavenly punishment? Think about it, it's impossible. I'm just robbing a small village, how can God still be angry? He was in a daze when he saw the chariots and tanks that were rapidly approaching, and at this moment, Zhu Heng's eyes simply fell out of his head. What is this thing? It's covered in iron. One in particular didn't have wheels yet, just a chain-like thing rolling around with a long tube on top. And it looks bulky, but it's not slow. So rumbled the drive over with such gusto. Zhu Heng was dumbfounded, or had he ever seen a tank? It simply brightened his eyes. Chapter 7 Mortals Catching Immortals. Immortals! The immortals over there are coming to save us! Suddenly the village chief exclaimed in surprise, and a look of delight could not help but appear on his face. In fact, the village chief is self-serving. People Han Chang simply do not want to care about the life and death of this group of mortals. His goal is to cultivate immortals. At this moment, Han Chang had already gauged the situation of the immortal cultivator, and this guy's physical qualities were just a few times stronger than an ordinary person's. Perhaps he was not afraid of mortal cold weapons, but he was definitely not resistant to guns. You know that modern weapons can kill even if the strength of the human body grows tenfold, just as well. The heart is in the right place, and there is no longer any panic. Han Chang ordered again. Fire the cannon, this time at a distance of 20 meters, think about shocking this guy. The tank fired again, and with a loud boom Zhu Heng's side exploded again. Zhu Heng's side was still wondering what the hell the long tube on that iron lump was when it suddenly sparked. Without waiting for him to react, that shell landed. Boom, this time the explosion was much closer, and the powerful airwave directly lifted Zhu Heng over, and then ate another mouthful of mud. Zhu Heng was in such a sorry state. How could he look like an immortal? The village chief almost laughed when he saw it. Good lord, it's still the alien immortals who are powerful. The magic weapon is so raw when it comes out. Beat this son of A to death and let you burn our village. Of course the village chief was cursing in his heart, his feet didn't stop, and he ran away with a group of villagers long ago. You have to stay away from fairy fights. If there is a mistake, won't you be in trouble? Zhu Heng climbed up from the ground, his face turning blue with anger. Wah 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 wah. One's own hallowed immortal was actually made such a mess. What kind of things were those iron lumps that dared to beat themselves up? They had to be burned to a cinder. Without saying anything, Zhu Heng directly cha a spell and a fireball flew over. With a boom, the fireball smashed into the Type 90 tank, but the tank didn't even shake a bit, and there was no reaction at all. Zhu Heng's face became even more ugly. He didn't believe it and threw out a few more fireballs. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions exploded on the tank, and after a lonely blast, there was still no response. Now Zhu Heng panicked. Was this iron lump that powerful? It was actually able to resist his own fireball. The Type 90 tank, famous as Type 92, was the first third-generation tank in Dacia, with 600mm of homogeneous armor, and was not at all afraid of a small fireball. Even a few people in the car didn't feel anything. Mr. Han, this immortal doesn't seem to be on top of things. I think our hot weapons can definitely put him down. Number 1 said excitedly. Han Chang nodded. This cultivator must not have a high level of cultivation, and the 2 shells already said it all. However, Han Chang didn't dare to fire any more cannons. In case the distance got any closer, the bastard would die. It was still convenient to injure him, and at that moment Han Chang grabbed the machine gun inside the tank and aimed a burst of point-blank fire at Zhu Heng outside. The 12.7mm machine gun on the tank opened fire, and a string of white light shot out from the bursting tongues of fire, sweeping a line in front of Zhu Heng's body. Zhu Heng panicked and stepped back, and in his haste he pinched a spell, first putting a protective shield, a water shield, on himself. A blue luminescence loomed around his side, but it was immediately followed by another barrage of bullets that flew and landed at Zhu Heng's feet. The water shield on Zhu Heng's body flashed a few times, obviously hit by the bullet. However, this water shield failed to block the bullet, and suddenly a sharp pain came from Zhu Heng's calf, and blood flowed out. He was hit, fell, and could not get up again. Mud! What the hell are these guys? Zhu Heng gritted his teeth and cursed. His mood at the moment was one of despair. Originally thought that today can have a big harvest, did not expect that he is going to die. God is simply joking with him. Inside the car, no. One and the other Special Forces soldiers were again impressed with Han Chang. Mr. Han, your shooting just now was so accurate. You've practiced, right? Anyone who can shoot that accurately with a machine gun at point-blank range is an expert, absolute marksman. Han Chang smiled and didn't answer, but ordered. Strike and catch him in a capture net. By the way, tell everyone to put on their gas masks. Yes. Soon several infantry fighting vehicles stopped, and 20 heavily armed warriors jumped out of the vehicles, and from a long distance away, one by one, they were aiming at Zhu Heng with their trap net launchers. Zhu Heng stared with wide, horrified eyes, seeing that the long, black tube was still aimed at him, and the strong feeling of oppression made him tremble. At the same time he saw people drilling out of the iron lumps and thought to himself, is this iron lump a golem? And how all these people are mortal? Zhu Heng didn't find any aura fluctuations on the warrior, not being immortal or something. All of a sudden he was unbalanced in his heart, letting a group of mortals make such a mess. How could he not swallow this breath? If you dare to hurt your immortal grandfather, all of you go to hell. From his arms, Zhu Heng threw it out at the distant warrior, and then his hands pinched with both hands, and he drank. Blast! With a bang, the porcelain vase exploded, and a cloud of purple powder splashed out from inside. Ha ha ha, all of you mortals have been hit by the poisonous powder of my giant centipede, and soon you will be bleeding to death from all 7 orifices. Zhu Heng suddenly laughed with excitement. This bit of poisonous powder was something he had taken a lot of effort to configure. For this reason he had caught several giant centipedes to extract the venom, not wanting them all to run away the other day. Originally this poisonous powder was used as a killer to fight for their lives at the end, but now they couldn't care less. Using it on these mortals must make them die. Zhu Heng was filled with anticipation. Such a poisonous powder could have a miraculous effect against a cultivator at the 3rd level of the chi practicing stage. Against these mortals it would surely make their deaths very ugly and painful. By then these mortals would be rolling on the ground in pain, wailing, and then begging themselves on their knees for an antidote. Ha ha ha, I'm going to flip this round for the old man. Zhu Heng went crazy inside, but reality poured cold water on him. After about half a minute interval, the group of fighters were still fine and pressed on. Simultaneously thumping. Catch fired. Like a dragnet covering down the sky, Zhu Heng's leg was injured, and he could not escape at all. Can only be arrested net inside and outside the set of a dozen layers. This time Zhu Heng is like a big dumpling, move a little bit of effort. Mud, let me go, don't you mortals want to live? Zhu Heng was still yelling, but several of the fighters had approached at a quick pace, and then sprayed him with a canister. Chilly water is hot on the eyes. Zhu Heng immediately let out a killing squeal, which was nigh on worse than killing him, and his eyes were tearing up. Stop spraying, I'm convinced. Zhu Heng was genuinely scared. What is this thing? It's even scarier than his poisonous powder. Can't stand it at all. Then Zhu Heng was savagely pressed down, and his hands and feet were cuffed with locking cuffs, cold and still hard. Zhu Heng tried to resist, but realized that the more he resisted, the tighter he tightened his grip. His heart was filled with horror. What kind of guys are these mortals? How come they are so powerful? Just any one thing can cure him. When he thought of this, Zhu Heng's heart lost all trace of resistance. Chapter 8, Breathing Makes You Stronger. Seeing Zhu Heng being grabbed onto the infantry fighting vehicle, Han Chang then emerged from the tank. It wasn't that he was timid, but he had to be careful in the otherworld, and once he hung up, the portal would close. Developing the otherworld would be bull ******, and maybe all these modern people in the otherworld might not make it back, so it's always good to be careful. Ding! There are toxins in the air, but the host has an intermediate level of toxicity resistance that can be safely breathed in. Han Chang heard the cue to take the gas mask off and sniff the air just a little bit slightly spicy, grateful for the lack of any discomfort. Thank you immortals for rescuing me. At this time, the village chief led a group of villagers to run over full of gratitude, and one of them was still shedding tears of excitement. Nice guy treats Han Chang and the others as saviors. Han Chang naturally didn't deny it. This kind of good thing fools would only say it. You're welcome, we were late and let the evil ones burn your village down, shame on us. Han Chang also hypocritically moved the villagers to be even more grateful. Immortals say nothing, it's already a great favor for you guys to make a move, we won't forget it in this life. The village chief led everyone to kneel and kowtow to Han Chang. Han Chang smiled and didn't say anything. Soon he also left. He had to hurry back to interrogate the cultivator. Looking at the 90 tanks in the distance, a group of villagers remained kneeling on the ground for a long time. This group of immortals is so marvelous, their magic weapons are strong and invincible, and they are so kind as people. Our village of Hope Immortal is blessed. The villagers' eyes were full of longing, gratitude, and devotion. It was as if Han Chang's group of people were like gods. Back inside the camp, Zhu Heng was quickly given a simple treatment and then put in a small dark room. Han Sung then went back inside his office. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the Immortal cultivator, rewarding the Immortal cultivation physique. Now the host can absorb aura just by breathing. Ding! Absorbed a strand of spiritual energy, converted into 1 point of attribute value. Please add points on the host's own. Han Chang was overjoyed. It was great that he could become stronger just by breathing. And this time the attributes gained can be added on their own. No word on picking defense. What's most important in the immortal world? A small life is most important. Standing is the only way to output, and living is the only way to hope. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with adding defense. However, the aura in the surrounding air was too thin, so Han Chang thought of compressed air. Have someone bring in dozens of cans and snort them into your nose. As expected, it worked, and Han Chang's attribute points increased all the way up to 50 and stopped. Attribute points have reached their limit and cannot be raised for the time being. And when will the limit be broken? Need to upgrade the portal to a certain level. So it is. Han Chang added all of his points to his defense. Regardless, being able to live well came first. A message then appeared in his mind. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 3. Height, 4 meters. Width, 4 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 80/80ths. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Power, 10. Defense, 50, commoner 5. At that moment, someone knocked on the door and brought Han Chang a test report. Mr. Han, the immortal cultivator, we have checked his injuries and found that his physique is 5 times that of our ordinary people, and his body recovers faster than ours. At the same time, we have checked that there is a trace of abnormality at the dantian on his body, and according to the immortal cultivator himself, that's a spiritual root. Han Chang's eyes lit up. This was interesting. He had to have the experts study it. Okay, I'll take another look at this report. Han Chang took the report and then rushed to the small dark room. He wanted to interrogate Zhu Heng himself. At this moment, Zhu Heng had long since lost a trace of resistance, and knew everything about Han Chang's questions and cooperated fully. It turned out that this cultivation world was called Penglai Immortal Realm, where there were numerous sects and countries. Most of the people in the world are ordinary people, and only a small portion of them possess spiritual roots in order to cultivate. The cultivation levels are chi practicing, foundation building, jindan, and yuaning. However, there were very few old monsters at the yuaning level, and they were all hidden from the world. As for jindan, there aren't many of them, they are all big clans, big forces of one side of the head. Wangxian village, on the other hand, is located in the southernmost part of the Penglai Immortal Realm, within the White Tiger Ridge, which is in a remote area, and further south is the sea. There were numerous clans within this White Tiger Ridge, as well as a few small mortal nations, most of which were very low in strength, with no great cultivators at the jindan stage. Han Chang couldn't help but sigh after hearing this information. He had to say that the location of this portal of his own was really great, a typical beginner's village to start with. At that moment a soldier walked into the interrogation room and gave Han Chang a military salute. Mr. Han, the villagers of Wangxian village are looking for you. They said that the cultivators of the Yunhua sect are coming to collect the Spirit Valley, and they can't deliver it, so they want to ask for your help. Han Chang's first reaction was to try to refuse, but a system voice rang in his head. Ding! Discovered Spirit Valley, stimulating the system mission breadbasket of the world. The host collects 500 kilograms of Spirit Valley, will gain 100 points of portal experience, and can be upgraded by 1 level. Han Chang's expression was stunned. This can be there. First go to the village and collect a wave of spirit grain before. But before he went over, Han Chang glanced at Zhu Heng and thought slightly, although this cultivator's strength is low, the advantage is that it is easy to control. How about keeping him as an instructor to teach soldiers with spiritual roots to cultivate? We're just short of men here. Would you like to stay and work with us? Han Chang asked. Zhu Heng barely considered it and answered directly. Willing, but wherever I can be of use to someone, Zhu just command. Zhu Heng was originally just scared of this strange group of mortals, thinking that they just had a few powerful magic weapons. But after being brought back to Dragon City, they found that the mortals were too good to believe. A night pearl that lights up at the push of a button, a transparent door that opens and closes automatically, and an iron box that whistles with a cool breeze and makes you incredibly comfortable. All of this shocked Zhu Heng and greatly admired this group of mortals. They were so amazing, even if they weren't immortal cultivators, the things they made were so exquisite. Besides, Zhu Heng is a casual cultivator, the days are bitter then, can find a backer that is more than good. Maybe they'll even soar after following these strange mortals. So Zhu Heng immediately agreed. Han Chang nodded, satisfied with Zhu Heng's reply. If this guy had refused, Han Chang would have shot him without hesitation. After all, locking up an immortal cultivator in Dragon City can be very troublesome. Who knows if something will happen. Letting go is even more impossible. Letting Zhu Heng come for revenge later? It's silly. At that moment, Han Chang rushed at the military doctor beside him. Treat him and get him well as soon as possible. Then Han Chang took no one with him and rushed to Wangxian village. Chapter 9, I've got some magical elixir here, cola. The mayor of the village of Hope Immortal Village greeted Han Chang, and to this group of immortals from afar he was now 12 times more respectful. He saw the scene of defeating Zhu Heng before. The long tube can be on fire, launching, and what comes out is not known. The speed is so fast that you can't see it, and it explodes when it hits the ground, and that power is simply astounding. The mayor of the village was a man of honor. This group of distant immortals is too good. And since this group of immortals had helped the village twice, they must be kind-hearted, and this time they had to beg for their help. Immortal, please save us. That Yunhua sect's cultivators came to press for the Spirit Valley, but that Spirit Valley was burned a lot by the previous immortal. We can't pay it. The village chief pleaded. Han Chang didn't even try to help the villagers and just asked, how much do you have in Spirit Valley? I'll take 500 kilograms here. All of the village's spirit grains together are almost 500 kilograms. but this all has to be given to the Unus sect. The village chief was curious as to how this faraway immortal could also want the Spirit Valley. Han Chang frowned and said in a deep voice, "I'll take all of these Spirit Valleys, don't give them to anyone else, you won't be able to pay them anyway. I won't treat you poorly on my side, I'll send you all another pot of heavenly immortal soup later." Tian Shin soup is the last nori egg soup. The mayor's mouth watered as he heard the name and recalled the deliciousness of the pot of soup. But for him to give all the Spirit Valleys to Han Chang, this he was in a difficult position. At this time, several cultivators came over in the distance, they wore the same grey cloth clothes, and the leader of one of them looked at Han Chang in a condescending and nonchalant manner. "Who are you? Dare to collect Spirit Valleys? Don't you know that all the Spirit Valleys in this village belong to our Unus sect?" The village chief was startled and immediately introduced himself in a low voice beside Han Chang. "This is Unus sect's eldest disciple, Dong Wei. So these guys are here to collect the Spirit Valley." Han Chang smiled and said blandly, "I'm just a passing cultivator who wants to collect some spirit grain. Trade with you guys for something, look at me this," said Han Chang. Took out a bottle of coke, something he always carried a few bottles of to quench his thirst. "This is our special magical immortal water with a cloud of compressed immortal energy in it. Just drinking it will soothe the whole body, and the aura will wash the internal organs when it enters the body, and it will expel turbid chi." Dong Wei, full of suspicion, looked at the packaging of coke, above the flowers and greens to get very dazzling, completely unintelligible, and the water is black, will not be poisonous. Ah. Dong Wei didn't dare to drink, and a pair of unkind gazes looked straight at Han Chang, full of wariness. Han Chang grinned, "This one is quite guarded," he said towards the village chief. "Go on, get 2 clean bowls over here." The village chief brought the bowls, and Han Chang poured 2 bowls, then grabbed one and drank directly from it. With the coke in his belly, Han Chang burped with satisfaction, his face full of enjoyment. "Take a sip, this stuff will definitely leave you wanting more." Dong Wei took a look at the other party and drank it, so it seems that it is not poisonous. Then looking at the surface of the cola bubbling, could this be the compressed immortal energy? Curious, Dong Wei grabbed a bowl and drank it as well. Not to mention that the coke is soothing as soon as it hits your mouth with a rush of air that goes straight down your throat and then into your stomach. It's also sweet and savory on the tongue. It could be said that this stuff was the most delicious thing Dong Wei had ever drank. His stomach was bloated after drinking it and he burped shortly afterward. Dong Wei felt comfortable all over his body. Sure enough, this immortal water had washed his internal organs and expelled the turbid chi. The guy in front of me wasn't lying to himself. This magical fairy water must be worth a lot. Or rob the kid. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Dong Wei's gaze. The cultivation world is weak and strong, killing and taking treasures is a common occurrence, and Dong Wei has not done it too often. When he came across such a good immortal water he definitely wanted to take it for himself, but Dong Wei didn't dare to be reckless. The Han Chang in front of him had a calm face, and he even flashed such a good immortal water to trade with himself, so he must be emboldened. Carefully dispersing his divine sense, Dong Wei checked on Han Chang and found that this one was actually a cultivator at the 4th level of the Qi practicing stage. Dong Wei himself is also at the 4th level of the Qi practicing stage, so he has absolutely no advantage over Han Chang. Moreover, Han Chang's strange clothes give people a feeling of mystery. Dong Wei did not dare to make a move, afraid that this kid has any secret tricks. Putting away his mischievous thoughts, Dong Wei craned his neck and said, "Not bad, I'll take all the magical fairy water you have." Han Chang laughed. "Fellow Daoist, you probably misunderstood something. My magical immortal water configuration is not easy. It requires ingredients such as soda, caffeine, phosphoric acid, and thousands of mortals working in concert in order to practice this kind of immortal water. Just half a bottle just now is worth a lot." Dong Wei listened to a bewildered, said, "These ingredients, how I have not heard of one, is it some extremely rare materials? It also requires thousands of mortals to labor. Refining this immortal water turned out to be so laborious." Dong Wei, that is a big surprise, and then think of this immortal water can also wash the internal organs to discharge turbid gas, really called magical immortal water, this is the real name. In a word, this fairy water is valuable and precious. Dong Wei pondered that this one bottle of immortal water could be worth 3,000 kilograms of spirit grain. No, maybe it's worth 6,000 kilograms of spirit grain. This guy in front of me was still thinking of exchanging 500 spirit valleys, so I guess he didn't know the market for spirit valleys. Oh, and if I can get 3 bottles for myself, I'll be bloody rich. Dong Wei thought that he could take advantage of Han Chang, and his heart was so proud of himself. Unbeknownst to me, this coke is affordable even to beggars on the blue planet. Dong Wei's face didn't show any emotion, so he acted as if he didn't. Although this miraculous immortal water of yours is a good thing, but I'm in a difficult position as the clan's duties are concerned. Why don't you take 3 bottles of magical immortal water and trade them with me? Number 1 listened on the sidelines, his eyes glazed over. Mr. Han is really capable. 3 bottles of coke can be exchanged for 500 kilograms of spirit grain, this wave of blood money. But he still underestimated Han Chang's shamelessness, only to see Han Chang pull a long face and directly shake his head in rejection. No, at most a bottle of immortal water, such a good thing in exchange for some of your spirit valley, I'm already at a loss. One bottle won't do, at least two. Dong Wei won't let it either. Han Chang pretended to be difficult and looked at number one. Right, you still have half a bottle on you, don't you? Why don't you give it to this fellow Daoist Dong? A bottle and a half, what do you think? Deal. Dong Wei agreed in a single breath, as if he was afraid that Han Chang would back out. Han Chang was amused in his heart. Half a bottle of coke this group of guys can treat it as a treasure. It seems that the days of immortal cultivators are also very miserable. They have not even enjoyed such a delicacy as coke. But Han Chang didn't show it on his face, and took another unopened bottle from his body, combining the half bottle on no. one and giving it to Dong Wei. Dong Wei took the cola and rushed to the village headman. We won't accept the spirit grain, give it all to this Taoist friend. After saying that, Dong Wei left with his men. 500 kilograms of Spirit Valley could be exchanged for 1.5 bottles of miraculous immortal water. Today was a profitable day. This bottle to the master, the remaining half bottle of their own to be, anyway, they are the eldest brother, around a few fellow disciples still dare to say out? You don't want to hang around anymore, do you? Let's go, we'll go to Cloudwater Town first and return to the sect at a slow pace. Dong Wei was not only the Yunhua sect's eldest senior brother, he was also a hereditary disciple of the Dong family, which in turn was a large family in Yunhua Town. He's going back this time to hide the fairy water. Of course he was halfway there when his gaze tightened and he rushed at the senior brother beside him in a cold voice. You stay and keep an eye on the guys. Just kidding, how could he Dong Wei let go of something as good as magical fairy water? Those mysterious guys must still have more on them, and just because they can't grab it themselves now doesn't mean the Dong family can't grab it. Over here, Han Chang looked at the faraway Dong Wei, the corner of his mouth hooked into an imp-like smile. A bottle and a half of coke could be exchanged for 500 kilograms of spirit grain, wasn't he too ruthless? However, looking at this kid named Dong's face full of greed, he will definitely come back, but Han Chang is not afraid. For low-level cultivators, a 20mm machine gun can take care of everything. Even if a foundation establishment stage cultivator came, Han Chang was confident that a single RPG shot would ironically solve it. Han Chang turned his head to the village chief and said, collect all your spirit valleys and send them to me. Yes, immortals, thank you so much for today. The village chief was grateful again at this moment. The immortal from afar had saved them once again. They should know that they would be heavily punished if they couldn't deliver the spirit valley just now. Now Han Chang actually used such a precious thing to save the whole village. This benevolence all villagers of Wangxian village can't repay them even if they do it like an ox. Han Chang didn't say anything else and took number one back to Dragon City. Behind him was a group of villagers who knelt down in unison to give him thanks. As soon as he returned to his office, a system sound rang in Han Chang's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the world's granary, rewarding the system with 100 points of experience. Ding! Portal upgraded 1 level. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 4. Height, 5 meters. Width, 5 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 80/200. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Power, 10. Defense, 50. Chapter 10, Scrambling to go to the otherworld. The portal system had been upgraded again, which was great, and Han Chang immediately went back to the Blue Star command post to meet Zhao Wuji and inform him of the situation. Zhao Wuji said excitedly, good Mr. Han, this development progress of yours is far beyond our original expectations. By the way, as a reward, the higher-ups have decided to award you the rank of colonel, so congratulations on being one of us. Han Chang's heart rejoiced, can have a military rank shows the recognition of the above, did not say their own efforts to do is. General Zhao, thank you for the national recognition, I'll keep up the good work. That's right, this time I'm not just going to bring 120 people over, I want to have a meeting to study the spirit valleys of the otherworld, and the spirit roots, both of which will be of immense help to our great summer kingdom. Alright, I'll organize a meeting right away. Zhao Wuji agreed in one bite. Subsequently, the departmental leaders gathered in a meeting, where everyone listened to Han Chang's work report, one by one, all excited eyes. Researching spiritual roots and making a device that can discover them, this is something we at the Academy of Sciences have taken care of. Han Weigua unreservedly balked. If you plant spiritual grains, we will take care of it in the Ministry of Agriculture, we have the best experts who will surely make spiritual grains take root in our land. The leaders of the Ministry of Agriculture are excited, knowing that the population of the country of Dacia is more than 1 billion people, can only meet the basic rations, some coarse grains still need to be imported, like soybeans, corn and all that. The beautiful country therefore often uses this to blackmail the great summer country. Now with the spirit grain, once the introduction is successful and the mu yield is increased, there will be more land to grow those coarse grains and there will be no need to import them. Moreover, the spirit valley carries an otherworldly aura, and those who consume it can enhance their physique, making it simply the perfect staple food. As if seeing the bright prospects for the future, the participants were full of energy and excitement. But when it came to the quota to go to the otherworld, a few department heads got into an argument. No, the Ministry of Water Resources, will also send someone there this time. We can't just watch a few of your departments make achievements while we, the Ministry of Water Resources, watch from the sidelines. What can be the use of the Ministry of Water Resources going over there? At this stage it is the need to find oil, coal, and these minerals as soon as possible. I think we need to have more personnel from the Ministry of Geology going over there. The leadership of the Ministry of Geology is very anxious, looking at the Academy of Sciences in full swing. Even the Ministry of Agriculture are in the introduction of spiritual grain. Their own side of the scene is nothing, cannot be anxious. Gentlemen, I listened to Colonel Han's speech and learned that there is an ocean near Dragon City, and that we in the Marine Bureau should also send people there to explore the otherworldly oceans early, as I believe there are many mineral treasures there. The leadership of the Marine Board is also chipping away at the idea of sending someone. I say the Marine Bureau, what are you guys getting together for? The otherworld has not even seen the sea witch. Then there's no need for you guys at the Geological Bureau to be in a hurry. With all the ferocious beasts in the otherworld, you can still mine? A few of the leaders started tugging and arguing, and it was a bit of a chaotic scene. Zhao Wuji's brows sank at this time, and he aggravated his tone. Everyone stop arguing, Colonel Han is in charge of the development of this otherworld, let him decide what to bring there. Han Shang had a plan in mind for a long time, he said. The development of the otherworld is on track. I see that the next step is to look for ore veins, and I've decided to bring 20 experts from the Geology Bureau there. I need troops for the rest of the slots, and now that we know the otherworld is a world of the weak and the strong, we need to show our fangs. Zhao Wuji nodded heavily as he listened. Indeed, there were still a lot of dangers in the otherworld, and only a strong military force was all that was needed to keep things safe. Okay, everything is at Colonel Han's disposal, and we're sending over the best equipment we can find. The meeting ended with the final dispatch of a force of 100 men and 3 state-of-the-art Type 99 main battle tanks, 5 Defender rocket launchers, and 5 wheeled combat vehicles driving through the portal in great numbers. The portal was already 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, and all kinds of large vehicles could pass through it without any obstacles. Han Sheng sat inside the 99 tank at the front of the line and gave the crowd the order to pass. Permission to pass. Roger that. Permission for 120 personnel with extreme supplies to pass through the portal. Ding! Discovering that the development of the otherworld is on the right track, it is bound to clash with the immortal cultivators, triggering the system mission Slaughter of Immortals. Ask the host to kill 10 immortal cultivators, and will gain 500 points of system experience and be able to ascend another level. Ding! The system level has been raised one more level, and the host will also obtain the new skill Sword Skill Awakening Primary. Hint, the Sword Skill Awakening Primary enables the host to gain 50 years of experience in sword skills. Holding a 3-foot green blade sword in his hand, the host will be able to proudly look down on the crowd. The corner of Han Chang's mouth hooked. Sword Skill Awakening, this is a good reward, well worth having. Nothing was said to be sure to finish the job. On the other hand, in Cloudwater Town, inside the Dong family's secret room. Father, you see, this is the miraculous immortal water. The water contains immortal qi, it can wash the internal organs and refine the shins. Dong Wei put half a bottle of coke in front of his father, Dong Chang. Dong Chang squinted his old eyes, which has seen this thing the bottle is strange, the water is still black, if it is not the sun brought back, he thought it was poisonous. Father, why don't you try a bite? Dong Wei took a cup and poured a small glass. Dong Chang looked at his son, then at the coke, and finally drank it. The mouth is sweet and silky, then there is an infusion of air into the body that is inexplicably pleasant. Dong Chang's gaze lit up as he looked at his son excitedly. Where did you get this immortal water from? It's so good, if you sell it it'll be worth at least 100 spirit stones. 100 spirit stones is a large amount for a low-level immortal cultivator, think about it. Although Dong Wei is the Yunhua sect's eldest senior brother, the spirit stones he can share each month is only 3. So when he heard 100 spirit stones, Dong Wei's eyes were also glowing, but he was glowing ferociously. Father, this water was exchanged from the side of a passing immortal cultivator, and I reckon he still has a few bottles on his side. So leave one of the fellow disciples over there to keep an eye on them. We'll either do it or we'll just rob it. What is that man's cultivation level? It's only the 4th level of Qi practicing. Good. Wei, you've done a good job. I'll bring someone over right now. Dong Cheng's face showed a sinister look. He had the cultivation of the 5th level of Qi practicing, against a cultivator of the 4th level of Qi practicing that was a great advantage. Moreover, there are still more than a dozen cultivators up and down his Dong family, although they are all in the 1st or 2nd level of Qi cultivation, but they are also outnumbered, so this deal can definitely succeed. The thought of obtaining a few bottles of miraculous immortal water made both Dong Wei's father and son look excited. Soon the Dong family gathered 15 cultivators and rushed to Wang Xian village at breakneck speed. When they reached the vicinity of the village, the fellow disciple that Dong Wei had left behind came over to meet them. Eldest brother, those people live within the campsite in front of us, it's just where the houses and stuff are weird. So what if it's weird? Our Dong family's elites are all here, why should we be afraid of them? Follow me. Dong Wei didn't want to hear it at all, he brought so many people to be sure to get 9 out of 10, he waved his hand, striding in front. On the other hand, in the command post inside Dragon City. A cold smile slipped across Han Chang's face as he watched a group of immortal cultivators kill openly on the display. Good coming, kill them all, don't leave anyone behind, Han Chang said blandly. In fact, the fellow disciples left behind by Dong Wei were discovered by the drones a long time ago and have been monitored all along. Han Chang also counted on the fact that someone would surely come, which is not the case that the outside has long been waiting in a tight formation. It just so happened that Han Chang wanted to kill 10 cultivators, and these were the dishes that were served up. Very timely, very Ness. Chapter 11, the guards are here to make sure you don't come back. Tonight Han Chang had prepared a big gift, and had just brought a few carloads of Defender rockets from the Blue Star, just to show their power. The 5 launching vehicles had already been fully loaded and ready to go when they received the order to launch, and immediately dozens of rockets trailing long trailing flames shot up into the sky. On this side, Dong Wei walked in front, followed by a group of Dong clan cultivators. That's when he heard a whirring sound in his ears, as if it came from overhead. Dong Wei looked up suspiciously, but before he could see what was which, suddenly a black dot landed. There was a loud boom, fire shot out in all directions, and rocks flew. The powerful airwave even toppled the group of cultivators to the ground. Some of the less fortunate ones were simply blown up. The rest stood up to see a huge crater right next to them, horrified and confused. What's going on? What happened? Why is someone dead? Will, what's going on? Dong Chang was similarly blown over to the ground. Any of his 5 levels of chi cultivation, in front of the rocket is simply not enough to look at. Dong Wei was at a loss, he didn't know what was going on either. Why did the thunderbolt fall halfway? But another whirring sound rang in his ears, more violent this time, and when he looked up, dozens of black dots, like a giant net, fell. Rumbling, the whole flat land was overturned, fire was in the sky, and the earth trembled tremendously. Dong Chang was blown up on the spot, dead as a dud. In front of the rocket is simply the equality of all beings, high cultivation and low cultivation is no difference at all, are dead. Dong Wei was blown up into the sky, he felt the sky spinning, his body was not his own, wanting to luckily protect his body, he simply did not have that chance. He ended up flying out a long way and landing in the bushes, picking up a dog's life. Seconds later, the rocket attack ended, leaving dozens of craters on the ground. A dozen mutilated bodies lay in the black smoke. Almost all of the Dong family's cultivators were dead, and only one Dong Wei survived. At this moment, Dong Wei looked at the scene in front of him, his gaze filled with fear. What the hell is going on here? Why are things falling out of the sky and blowing up all over the place? It's almost as if the thunder of heaven is terrifying. He couldn't figure out what the hell was this falling? Where did it fly from? If someone was targeting him, but he hadn't even seen the other person. It's hard to believe it's that fairy water exchange cultivator. Suddenly Dong Wei associated with Han Chang clothing peculiar, hands and magical immortal water such as high-end goods, perhaps he used some unimaginable magic weapon against him. Yeah, that must be it. Gritting his teeth, Dong Wei's gaze was capable of spewing fire. He didn't dare to delay, he got up and ran, but he didn't want to fall just before he ran. That's when he realized his leg was injured and covered in blood. Dong Wei took out a healing elixir and put it on himself, then hid in a corner, waiting for his injuries to be lighter before leaving. Over here, Han Chang looked at the rocket-baptized Earth through the drone and nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Immortal Slaughter mission, rewarded with 500 points of system experience, and the portal upgraded by 1 level. Ding! The system has been upgraded to level 5, congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword technique awakening primary skill. Suddenly Han Chang felt his whole body heat up, and then a lot of experience with swords appeared in his mind. These experiences are mammoth and cumbersome, some of them even esoteric. But Han Chang could clearly sense that it had just appeared, but it felt very familiar. It's like a skill you've honed 1,000 times. At the same time a message flashed through his mind. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 5. Height, 5. 5 meters. Width, 5. 5 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 200/400. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Sword skill awakening beginner. Power, 10. Defense, 50, commoner 5, host sword technique awakening primary skill. Han Chang's eyes burned as he became stronger, but not balder. The number of people in the other world had also increased to 400, but Han Chang was in no hurry to bring people over. He ordered, go clean up the battlefield and see if there are any spirit stones. Spirit stones could raise the level of the portal, and it was impossible for those immortal cultivators to not have a single spirit stone. Soon dozens of fighters set off in wheeled chariots, arriving to search around the battlefield. Don't say that you really found 10 spirit stones, and some spirit swords and other magic weapons, all of which you brought back. Dong Wei had been watching from the corner, his heart was overwhelmed with horror. What kind of people were that group, each holding a strange burning stick and wearing a metal exoskeleton? What surprised Dong Wei the most was the iron lump that was more than 2 meters high and 2 meters wide. There were wheels, but no horse. How did this thing run? Dong Wei was looking at it and didn't even dare to utter a breath. This group of people was too strange. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that there was actually no spiritual power fluctuation in this group of guys, which meant that they were all a group of mortals. I can't believe I'm being ed by a mortal myself. Like Zhu Heng at the beginning, Dongwei likewise felt incomparably humiliated. Cultivation world immortal cultivator, that is a superior existence. Even if you kill a few mortals, no one said anything. Now there are actually mortals who can go against the sky, how can he not let him tremble? It was only after the night, when the leg injury was almost over, that Dongwei quietly got up and returned to the Yunhua sect. Yunhua sect was a small sect. The whole sect was just over 100 people. The sect leader was called Yun Haijinran, and his cultivation level was the 5th level of Qi cultivation. At this moment, he was sweating and hammering a magic weapon in his refining room. A short flying knife with a cold blade and a ferocious beast's head at the hilt. The sword emitted a faint spiritual light and buzzed with sound. It only needs to be nourished with spirit beast blood for another 7 days and quenched for 30,000 strokes. Real Cloudsea looked at the flying dagger and revealed a satisfied expression. At this time, the disciples' shout rang out from outside the door of the refining room. Master, eldest brother is back, he was injured. Get in here, all of you. The door opened and dozens of Yunhua sect disciples flanked Dongwei into the refining room. With his injuries, Dongwei just knelt down at the Cloudsea realist. Master, you have to do something for me. What happened? How come you were injured when I asked you to go to Wangxian village to collect the Spirit Valley? Real Cloudsea's gaze was gloomy and his face showed anger. Master, there's a group of unforgivable fellows coming from that hopeful immortal village. Not only have they robbed the Spirit Valley, but they also do whatever they want based on the fact that they have a powerful magic weapon. My disciple theorized with them and didn't want to be assassinated by them. My father was furious and brought a dozen or so cultivators from my Dong family to the door to demand a statement, but he didn't want to be ambushed by them. Now that my father's body has disappeared, and the Dong family has suffered even more, those guys are still clamoring that they will kill the Yunhua sect another day and exterminate our clan. Master, you must come out and make a decision, otherwise this hatred will be hard to dispel, and this clan will also be in great trouble. Dongwei spoke with gnashing teeth, human and divine indignation, and was full of falsehoods. When the surrounding Yunhua sect disciples heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation and rage. What kind of people are these guys, actually this arrogant, robbing the Spirit Valley and injuring people? Don't worry, eldest brother, we will definitely avenge you. The disciples of this sect will go to Wangxian village together to kill that group of dog days. Master, you quickly say something, eldest brother, and this sect are being bullied like this, you can't just sit back and do nothing. Everyone was talking, and the refining room was in an uproar. A murderous intent erupted from the gaze of the Cloudsea realist as he spoke sternly. Although my Yunhua sect is a small sect, it's not the turn of anyone to bully it. I'll take care of this. Then real Cloudsea turned to look at the flying dagger, and a touch of evil flashed in his eyes. Just in time, use the blood of those people to sacrifice my immortal chopper. Chapter 12:996 The Blessing Comes. On the other hand, inside the Dragon City command post, Han Chang looked at the 10 spirit stones and some spirit swords he had harvested from the battlefield, and his gaze revealed delight. System, hurry up and absorb all these spirit stones. Ding! Portal upgraded to level 5 has reached a limit and cannot be upgraded for the time being. There's still this kind of thing, so when can we break through the limit? Need to trigger a specific system mission. Han Chang was speechless for a while. This system was sometimes hard to figure out and didn't follow common sense. But as long as one continued to develop the otherworld, one should be able to trigger the system quest soon. Han Chang was not in a hurry, looking at the spirit swords, grabbed one with a better appearance and juggled it a few times, and then the sword turned with its body, pulling out a few sword blossoms around it, very splendid. The people around them were amazed as they watched. Colonel Han is great, not only is he strong, insightful, and a good shot, he's even a master at this sword dance. Now they understood why the portal had sought out Han Chang. This one's a powerhouse, a genius. Portals also pick people. Han Chang noticed the envious and reverent gazes cast by the people around him, and with a smile, he dropped his spirit sword. These spirit swords are all too bad for me to use. Number 1 handed up a short, snowy knife at this point. The short knife was only 30 centimeters long, reflecting a piercingly bright light. There are also 2 blood grooves on the blade that will bleed out once it is stabbed into the body. The edge of the blade was glowing with a gleam of cold, and at the very end there were serrated teeth, so it was obviously a good knife for sharpening iron. Colonel Han, why don't you try our sabers? This weapon is specially made for the special forces. It is made of special high-hardness steel, forged with 10,000 tons of hydraulic press, and the hardness and toughness are excellent. Han Chang took a look at this knife as not bad, worthy of being a product under high technology, stronger than those spirit swords by more than 1 grade. You have to realize that the forging technology in the other world is not very high, and there is no such awesome stuff as stainless steel and high-hardness steel. The spirit swords of the other world just had a few more auras, but these auras couldn't even compare to the products under high technology. Han Chang swung a few times, and a cold aura of sword light flew in all directions. Swinging the blade over at those spirit swords, there was a bang, and a few of the spirit swords were actually cut off at the waist. Good knife! Han Chang collected the stance and looked at the blade without hair curling. Sure enough, high-tech products are bull. This steel material is dozens of times stronger than the spirit sword. Colonel Han, this is the sheath. Number 1 handed over the sheath again. Han Shang took it and girded it around his waist, not to mention that it really is a bit of a sword cultivator's flavor. Not bad, not bad. I'll be able to dance with a sword from now on. Han Shang laughed at himself. This is like 3 days later, suddenly several experts from the Ministry of Geology came to find Han Shang, and they all looked excited. Colonel Han, we found gold. Gold! Right near Dragon City is a huge vein of gold. Han Shang's eyes also lit up. He knew very well what gold meant. It represented wealth. What about the reserves? Have they been identified? The reserves are estimated to be more than 100 tons, which is an extra large gold mine. The geologist was thrilled. The surrounding crowd was also very excited. The discovery of the gold mine would mean that the development of the otherworld would be able to reap quick economic benefits, which was a great thing. After all, developing the otherworld is expensive, and even the country would be stretched thin. But the discovery of a gold mine is a different story, and the economic benefits generated should far outweigh the costs. That is, it's profitable. Very well, then set up a project and start mining. Han Shang knocked it down in one gulp. Anyway, there is no need for any license to open a mine in the otherworld, just mine it when you find it. It just so happens that Han Shang has to go back and bring another batch of people over, or maybe this time bring a digging engineering team? But this idea was quickly dismissed by Han Shang. If you dig a pit, you can use the labor force of Wangxian village, where there are several hundred villagers, basically all young people, and only 3 of them are over 50. Moreover, these otherworldly natives are very fit and strong, rarely get sick, and make a very fine labor force. It probably has something to do with the aura around it. But Han Shang had also discovered that they didn't live long. Use the otherworldly natives if you can, and that will also leave a few hundred slots open for others to come over. When Han Shang had made up his mind, a system sound rang in his head. Ding! Discovering that the host will hire otherworldly people to start a mine triggers system task 996 blessing. As long as the host hires 300 otherworldly people to work, he will receive a system limit breakthrough. Han Shang grinned as this system mission appeared. Was it timely? Number 1, you and I will go to the village of Hope Ferry together once. Yes. Soon Han Shang and Number 1 drove to Wangxian village. After the last robbery by Zhu Heng, the current Wangxian village was in a state of disarray, with charred thatched huts everywhere. The villagers had no place to live and no extra food, so they all gathered in a clearing and drank wild vegetable soup, which made for a miserable life. At this time, when everyone saw that Han Shang had come again, each one of them hurriedly got up and saluted. In their eyes Han Shang was already a godlike figure. The village chief was even more respectful and went to Han Shang to greet him. Han Shang looked at them and looked at the food they were eating. The bottom of the pot could be seen in the clear vegetable soup. I said to myself that the beggars on the blue planet are better than this food. No wonder the people in the other world are so short-lived. This food is so bad. I say, village headman, your food is so bad. It can't go on like this, can it? Immortal, you are right. Our village is out of food. If we go on like this, we can only leave our homes to beg for food. But it's pretty much the same under the sky, and those who beg for food die 9 deaths a day. The village chief responded bitterly. Han Shang nodded and said after a moment of silence, then I'll show you a way to live. Work for us at Dragon City. Meals taken care of. 996 blessings. What do you think? Work for you guys? Yes. Let us do whatever we want as long as we have enough to eat. The village chief was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. Being able to eat a full meal was something he had never dreamed of. Just how can he not understand this 996 blessing? What the hell is this? Immortal, what do you mean by 996 blessings? A 996 blessing is to start at 9 a.m. and work until 9 p.m. every day, with 6 days on and 1 day off. Han Shang explained that he felt that this 996 was a bit excessive, but the gold mine had just been mined and definitely needed to work overtime, so he can only suffer this group of villagers first. But I don't want the village chief to cry out in gratitude this time, directly kneeling on the ground, and kowtowing to Han Shang. Thank you, immortals are really too good to us. 6 days of work and a day of rest. If we knew that we planted spirit grains for the Unus sect, we don't have a break all year round, and every day we have to get up in the morning and work hard to get enough to eat. Indeed, compared to Han Shang's 996, it was even more agonizing to grow spirit grains for the Unus sect. So the village chief felt that this was indeed a blessing, and he greeted the other villagers to give thanks to Han Shang. At one time, more than 300 villagers kowtowed to Han Shang, and the scene was a little shocking. Chapter 13 Aura Tracker. Han Shang nodded and said, then the matter is settled. Tomorrow you will report to Dragon City and I will have someone arrange for you to work. And I'll arrange this house for you, too, and make sure you're comfortable. The villagers were stunned, and even arranged for housing. This was too happy. Surely the immortals from afar were just kind-hearted enough to save them from the fire. The villagers were again grateful. Han Shang asked number 1 to leave some instant noodles for the villagers, then the 2 of them went back. The villagers ate instant noodles that day, and the taste refreshed their worldview. It turns out that there are still such delicious things in this world, and one by one, they looked at the distant Dragon City with tearful eyes, full of gratitude. The immortal from afar is truly a living god. After taking care of the villagers, Han Chang's side went back to Blue Star headquarters. Once back on Blue Star he was pulled by Han Weiwei. Han Chang, come over quickly to see our latest invention. Why uncle, what have you drummed up here? Han Chang was dragged into a laboratory, surrounded by precision instruments, with various indicator lights flashing nonstop, and techies in white coats busily shuttling through them. Look at this. Han Weiwei pointed at a square instrument and said, his face full of pride and excitement. What is this thing? Is it hard to believe that it's a spiritual root detector? Han Chang guessed. Ha ha ha, wrong guess, but the spirit root meter will be developed soon as well. This foursquare is an aura tracker. As long as it locks onto a certain source of aura generation, it can keep tracking, and unless the source disappears, it will always be able to lock onto the target. Han explained. Han Chang's gaze radiated a divine glow. There was no need to explain further, he already understood the usefulness of this four-sided box. Used in missile navigation, it was like a radar locking onto a target, and it could be locked on in the future in the face of cultivators, allowing for precision strikes. This thing was marvelous. Even if they encountered a Jindan stage cultivator in the future, perhaps light weapons would be ineffective against them, but Han Chang was absolutely confident that a single Dongfeng Express would solve everything. Conventional warheads only, of course. Uncle, you've got this thing going. Big time. Han Chang couldn't help but give Han Weiwei a nod. Han Weiwei was overjoyed and patted Han Chang's shoulder. You're half the credit here too. If it wasn't for that Zhu Heng you captured, we wouldn't have been able to develop this. We're just experimenting with him. Han Chang nodded. This Zhu Heng looks like he is going to be played by the Academy of Sciences. But it doesn't matter about Han Chang. Anyway, it's not a big deal to leave Zhu Heng a dog's life and let him do something. Alright, I have business to attend to with General Zhao, and my portal has been upgraded again. I won't keep you then. I was going to ask you to join me for dinner. Coming out of Han Weiwei's side, Han Chang went directly to Zhao Wuji's office. After explaining the situation, Zhao Wuji was equally excited and thrilled. The discovery of such a huge gold mine is too significant for us. Nothing more to say, my side is fully cooperative in support. Then Han Chang said some of his thoughts. I'd like to get regular people from the otherworld involved in the construction, which would cut down on the number of slots going to the otherworld and give the slots to combat troops. I think there will definitely be more friction as the otherworld is developed, and then a strong military will be everything. Zhao Wuji completely agreed. He and Han Chang were on the same page on this point. One more thing, I'm going to leave 5 slots open, and then grant the 5 the right to pass through the portal at any time, and let those 5 enter the otherworld to find me should anything happen. Han Chang added. Good, that's a thoughtful thought. Sometimes I really can't help it if I want to find you. Zhao Wuji laughed bitterly for a while. The teleportation portal could not arrange communication lines. This caused a headache for both sides, and Han Chang could not be notified of anything in the first place. Now there's a way to solve the barrier to contact. The two men then discussed some of the details of the troops to be sent, and finally finalized the idea of sending an entire company there, plus some technicians for mining. Talking about these technicians, Zhao Wuji introduced a few words. This time, in order to support the construction of the otherworldly world, the country has rehired a lot of old experts from the past, who should have been spending their days, but they all came over when they heard that the country had a trick up its sleeve. Despite their advanced age, they are all in good health and even better in terms of skill and experience. Han Chang laughed. That's exactly what I need on my end, and old people have their advantages. Han Chang didn't refuse, and then it was a few hours of preparation, and soon after a team of 195 people passed through the portal. Upon arriving in the otherworld, Han Chang assigns work, and the technician goes to the mine to explore the field and prepare to start mining. For their part, the troops were placed around Dragon City, and several lines of defense were also constructed. Since the last Immortal slaughter mission, Han Chang felt that a bigger conflict with the Immortal cultivators was surely coming, and it would be time to need more firepower and technology. That aura tracker of my uncle's is great. I hope it will be listed in the army soon. Early the next morning, more than 300 villagers from Wangxian village arrived at Dragon City. Someone received them. Gentlemen, please get in the car and we will take you to your place of work. The villagers were directed to a couple of buses and told to get on. The villagers were dumbfounded. One by one you looked at me and I looked at you. None of them dared to get on the car. It's this iron lump that can run without a horse. Will it be impossible to get down when you go up? This lump of iron will yell, and I'm scared to hear it. The mayor saw that he couldn't even get on the bus, so how could he do his job? Leader was the first to get on the bus and then exclaimed, anyone who doesn't want to go on will go back, and those who want to get their fill will follow me. The villagers have not eaten breakfast, one stomach is hungry, although looking at the bus scared, but cannot afford to hunger. Finally, after a little hesitation, he followed the village chief to the car. A total of 6 buses filled with villagers were launched to depart. The sound of the engine's motor gave the villagers another moment of trepidation, but after starting the car drove smoothly, and the car's air conditioner blew out a warm breeze that made it extraordinarily comfortable. Wow, it feels so cozy. What's with this wind? It's blowing out of this little hole. Here. A villager looked at the air conditioning vent, pondered. He felt so magical. This thing blowing out of the wind is not cold, not hot, especially cozy. Hey, have you guys ever sat in a chair that's soft? I think it's softer than my bed at home. Some villagers felt the comfort of this seat and exclaimed with excitement. He has never sat on a sofa. He usually sits on wooden benches and chairs, which are not hard. Can you not be excited to sit in a soft seat this time? This car vibrates much less than my family's carriage. Some villagers found that the bus drove in all directions, with very little shaking, and was simply as steady as an old dog. In fact, horse-drawn ox carts don't even have anti-vibration suspensions, so how can the smoothness possibly compare to a modern passenger car? The villagers were all smiling and happy. Just now everyone was afraid to take the car, but now they were all jubilant. I said to myself that this group of faraway immortals is awesome. How can this made magic weapon be so powerful? It's so marvelous. The mayor is even more excited. He was young and traveled around the world, is also considered to have seen the world. Where to ride such a comfortable and powerful car? With his old eyes, feeling the relaxing breeze and looking out the window, he felt that he had lived these 70 years for nothing. Chapter 14, Is This Work? It's a Pleasure. Soon arrived at the mine, the villagers one by one get off, faces still full of excitement. This car sitting too comfortable. Would like to do it again if I can go back. The receptionists laughed at this and said, these cars are just for you all, and you'll still be traveling in them on the way back. The villagers listened to each rejoicing, and then there was the touching. All can prepare such a good car for themselves. This group of immortals too much to look up to themselves. No, said work must be hard. Then they were taken to work and divided into sections, but the work they did was physical and less skilled. But the villagers feel not tired at all. They are usually used to doing farm work. This physical work is not at all. Several dasha technicians on the mine looked and nodded their heads. This group of natives work okay. At least the strength is great, and also obedient. Let do what you want, as if they are all gods in the eyes of these villagers, and do not dare to disobey. After almost 2 hours of work, the mine began to rest, and the receptionists brought the villagers barley tea to quench their thirst. Wow, this tea is so good, so much better than our earthy froth. The villagers were staggering away one by one. The village chief said with a disdainful smile at the sight, you world unseen fools, this is extremely good tea, and people's immortals from far away look up to us. All of you save it for me, don't drink it all in one gulp. This tea is expensive. The receptionist laughed and said, this is barley tea, so feel free to drink it, there's more when it's gone. What? Such good tea though. This can make the villagers happy. A bucket of barley tea quickly drank up. The reception of the people sent another bucket. About 2 more hours of work and it was time for lunch. Everyone ate a boxed lunch, which was delivered by a cooking truck from the army. The technicians of the Dasha kingdom ate the same as the villagers, and they all lined up together in an orderly fashion to get their boxed lunches. At this moment the villagers were agitated again. I say, old village chief, these distant immortals are really treating us like human beings. You see, the food is all the same, and they still let us line up in front of them. The village chief nodded his head vigorously and choked a little. Well, this group of immortals is definitely a living Buddha. The more than 300 mouths of our Wangxian village will follow them from now on, and the big guys can't forget this intention. The villagers nodded. Afterwards the villagers realized that they were drinking the heavenly immortal soup again today, a soup whose taste they would all remember for the rest of their lives. I was thrilled to be able to drink it again today. And the meal was also very tasty, with plenty of oil and unlimited additions. It was simply more enjoyable than the holidays. The villagers eat is full of oil, which is not to work, simply enjoy the blessing. Each face is full of happy smiles. Just like that for 3 days in a row, the villagers came to work on the site every day and went back to the makeshift cubicles where they slept. The boarding house was also air-conditioned, a comfort level that was a few dozen blocks away from their shabby straw huts. The villagers of Wangxian village now do not miss the past at all. What kind of spiritual grain is this? Doesn't it smell good to work for a distant immortal? Is 996 blessing bad? At the same time, a system sound rang in the head of Han Chang, who was sitting in his office. Ding! Employing otherworldly natives, completing the 996 blessing mission, opening the system ceiling, please continue to develop the host. On the other hand, the refining of the blood-cutting flying dagger of the Yunhai Makoto was completed, and on this day, he brought 80 disciples down the mountain, making a great noise to go and take revenge. Humph, daring to bully my Yunhua sect's head, these mortals simply don't want to live. So what if you have a powerful magic weapon? My blood-chopping flying dagger can take a person's head from 300 meters away, and then I'll let you all open your eyes and know what is called the means of an immortal. The Cloud Sea realist was full of confidence, thinking that he could definitely win this trip. But Dong Wei reminded desperately, Master, that group of mortals is very spooky. I think we should approach quietly and not let them realize. Yunhai real person agreed. 80 disciples quietly came to the village of Wangxian. At first glance the village was in a sorry state, with traces of burnt huts everywhere. The spirit field in the distance was similarly scorched and black, and it was all deserted, with even weeds sprouting up. When Dong Wei looked at it, he immediately pretended to be sad and angry. Master, look at these guys not only robbing the spirit valley, but also destroying the spirit field. Real Cloudsea's eyes widened in anger as he clenched his fists and said angrily, "If you dare to mess with our Yunhua sect, I will kill you." The surrounding disciples of the Yunhua sect were similarly filled with righteous indignation and anger, each one gritting their teeth to take revenge. Looking at the dragon city in the distance, realist Yun Hai ordered, "Let's go, follow Master over to kill the evil thieves." "Yes, Master." A group of Yunhua sect's disciples were about to kill Longcheng in an aggressive manner. But just then, the mine happened to be blasting the mountain, and the earth trembled with a loud boom. Yun Hai Jinran's entire complexion trembled. What was this mighty energy about? Could it be that a great power is here? No, this sound is not coming from the Dragon City side, it is coming from the northwest direction. There is a mountain range there. Could it be that there is some kind of spirit present? Real Cloudsea's gaze turned steeply, and he said in a deep voice, "Let the villains on this side of the river go their way for now, and go to the northwest to see what's going on." The spirit was present, and he was so close, so he couldn't miss it. Maybe after obtaining the spirit, his own cultivation level, which had been stagnant for more than 30 years, would be able to loosen up. What vengeance, what killing evil thieves, all take a back seat in front of the avenue of immortal cultivation. The Cloud Sea realist also looked at Dragon City. He was so close, but there was actually no movement over there at all. Oh, that group of mortals seems to be nothing more than that. What vigilance is not there? Later on, after taking the spirit and then kill back his. Just like that, a group of disciples from the Yunhua sect changed direction and ran to the northwest. On his way out, Dong Wei raised his head and also glanced at Long Chang, muttering grimly to himself, "Just pray to God that the guys don't find us that quickly and run early." In fact, Han Chang had long watched everything from within the Dragon City command post, and the group of cultivators was spotted by the drones as soon as they approached. It was just that Han Chang was curious as to what these guys wanted. He understood when he saw Dong Wei's slightly familiar face. It's a revenge-seeking thing. I did not expect that the last dozens of guards' rockets were not enough to hit. There was a leakage. This time we have to add some weight. Now there are dozens of various artillery pieces in the Dragon City base, and a round of firing is guaranteed to be able to dry out this group of cultivators. It'll take less than 3 minutes to wipe out the whole bunch. But just as the artillery was ready and Han Chang was about to give the order, these guys were suddenly attracted by the sound of blasting and rushed to the northwest. Wanting to go to the mine to cause trouble. This is more like looking for death. Han Chang's gaze was grave as he ordered, "It's time to show that group of cultivators our iron-armored mighty dragon. All armored units move out." Yes. Soon, the sound of motors shook the sky in Dragon City, and 3 Type 99 tanks, 2 Type 90 tanks, plus 8 wheeled combat vehicles, a flush mechanized force killed the mine in great numbers. Chapter 15, The Great Summer Kingdom kills a few immortal cultivators casually. The mechanized troops raced across the flat earth, far outpacing the Yunhua sect's group of cultivators in terms of speed. Soon they arrived near the mine and stood at a good vantage point. A few blackened cannons aimed ahead, just waiting for the group of immortals to throw themselves into the net. But looking at the information coming from the drones on the display, the group of immortals were only halfway there. "These cultivators are so slow, we're waiting with our pockets open." Number 1 scoffed. After 2 encounters with the immortal cultivators, he had also realized that these low-level immortal cultivators weren't very powerful at all. An ordinary gunshot can teach them to be human. Han Chang laughed. "There's no hurry, how about waiting patiently for them to come? By the way, you let the work in the mines continue, we will never disturb them with the war on our side." Han Chang was confident that there was no need to stop work at all to deal with this point of cultivators. Here the villagers start working after the mine has been blasted. They carry rocks and clear the road. But seeing the tanks that were deployed, these villagers were nonplussed. "Mayor, look at these sparking lumps of iron out in force again. I wonder who they're going to take on this time." Some of the villagers shouted excitedly, and they now understood that whenever they saw tanks out, they were more than likely going to fight. The village chief was also curious, but he knew the importance of the situation, and his gaze sank as he said, "Work, work, don't get involved. Remember, we're here to work, just do your job." The village chief said so on his lips, but in fact, he was curious in his heart. Who was the one who fought this time? Could it be another immortalist? That's exciting. You have to know that usually, the immortals are not bullied by immortal cultivators, not to mention planting spiritual grains for them for free. Sometimes an immortal cultivator would kill a mortal with his hand if he was not happy. In the eyes of the immortal cultivators, they, the villagers, were animals worse than pigs and dogs that could be slaughtered at any time. So as long as they were fighting immortal cultivators, there was nothing this group of villagers wouldn't be happy about. Lu Gong, the mine site commander, also saw the tanks, and he went to Han Chang's side. "Colonel Han, what are you doing?" Han Chang laughed. "Don't be afraid, we'll be done here in no time, you keep busy." Lu Gong seems to understand the nod, always feel that something is going to happen, but look at Han Chang so calm, he has nothing to be afraid of. At this time, a large group of silhouettes were seen in the distance. They were fast, and it was the group of cultivators from the Yunhua sect. "Master, look over there, where all the people from the village of Hope Fairy are." Dong Wei pointed to the distant mine, where those villagers were selling their labor. Yunhai real person's gaze was gloomy. That group of villagers were digging for something. Sure enough, there was a spiritual object coming out of this place. At that moment he snapped. Go up quickly and grab the spirit. Also, those villagers are our Yunhai sect's laborers, how can we give them work? All the same, snatch it back for me. Mortals were also a resource for cultivation. They could plant spiritual fields, use them as experiments for various pills, and even use them to test their swords. So when the Cloud Sea realist saw that the villagers of the village of Hope Immortal were selling hard labor for others, it was simply a feeling that his money was being spent. The village of Hope Immortal was the territory of the Yunhai sect, and the villagers were naturally the resources of the Yunhai sect. And these villagers are going to save them for their own spirit-digging witch. So it has to be snatched back. Immediately, 2 Yunhai sect disciples accelerated their speed and rushed out, shouting in their mouths. Villagers in the distance, we are disciples of the Yunhai sect. We have come to rescue you, come over quickly and we will protect you. Yeah, come on over here, we're here to get you out of the water. This group of immortal cultivators is so shameless. The villagers of Wangxian village wanted to curse, they usually had enough of their bullying. It was hard to have a peaceful day and enjoy the 996 blessings, but they still wanted to drag themselves back? The beauty of it is that it saves lives. Mad. There's not a single good thing in this group. The village chief was the first to get impatient, and he even grabbed a megaphone and opened his mouth to curse. Get lost, you sons of Es, return my son. What kind of good guy are you pretending to be? A bunch of man-eating. The village chief originally had an 8-year-old son, was Yunhai sect cultivator, looked at, said that the child body is an excellent sacrificial material, so pulled away to do the medicine. When the village chief opened his mouth, the other villagers couldn't take it anymore. The pent-up anger erupted and they grabbed the megaphone and cursed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My wife let you drag her away, give her back. My 2 daughters, you have made them into hearts, The group was excited. These villagers used to be coy when they saw immortal cultivators and didn't dare to resist. But today it's different, and they understand that someone will stand up for them. Just watch, the mother asterisk 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 heirs will be cleaned up today. The village chief wiped away his old tears, and when he reached Han Shang, he plopped down and knelt. Immortal, please kill those people, don't leave one alive. The other villagers all knelt down in unison and said in unison, beg the immortals to do it for us, kill those sons of Es. Han Shang grinned, he hadn't wanted to let go of this group of door-to-door provocative cultivators. Now take a look at this group of cultivators are all assholes, did not say is even more to hit harder. Grabbing the walkie-talkie, Han Shang gave the order. Listen to the whole army, the opposite side is full of scum, hit me as hard as you can, don't leave a single one alive. Understood. Hearing the order, the crowd of warriors each gaze can be fire, they are also human beings. Hear the villagers say those words, how not to move. These immortal cultivators disregarded human lives and treated mortals like grass, so let them feel what it's like to be reaped today as well. The disciples of the Yunhai sect in the distance were dumbfounded. These villagers were on the wrong medication, right? Daring to defy them. Humph. A bunch of evil thieves have taught this group of villagers to be bad. Quickly kill a few of them for me, so that they will know what it is to be immortal. Yunhai real person's eyes widened angrily. He cultivated immortality for decades for the first time to see mortals actually dared to resist. It's ing going against the grain. Kill. Absolutely kill. The Yunhai sect disciples were all angry as well, feeling like they had been insulted as noble immortal cultivators. How could this be tolerated? The 2 disciples who rushed at the front even sacrificed their spirit swords, their whole body slightly glowing with spirit light, and a 5-element barrier appeared in front of them. But only the tank opened fire. Boom boom. 2 cannons rang out, and these 2 Yunhai sect disciples were immediately blown to pieces, not even leaving a bit of dregs behind. At this time, the Yunhai real person looked dumbfounded. What was going on? A spark from a long tube can kill? And from such a distance. The blood-chopping flying dagger that he was proud of and had been practicing for many days was not even garbage when compared to this. Dongwei was likewise looking at him in a cold sweat, and this time he was sure of one thing. These guys must have been responsible for the last time something fell overhead. It was horrible. When he thought of that day when there were explosions all around him and the earth trembled as if the sky was falling apart, he cringed and his 2 legs began to shake. Dongwei now wants to run away. What revenge? It's a ing death wish. Chapter 16, no pressure, just here to expend ammunition. Just as the Yunhai sect's disciples were confused, Han Shang's side didn't stop. The tanks continued to fire, and several wheeled fighting vehicles with fast-loading mortars likewise joined in the shelling. In an instant the top of their heads whooshed, and before the group of cultivators could react, they were surrounded by explosions. Rumble! The earth trembles! Real Cloud Sea was blindsided by the blast, and as he was tipped over by the powerful airwave, he was busy choking and reciting incantations to put a few elemental shields on his body, trying to resist the shelling that followed. But just as he raised a head, there was another flash of fire beside him. With a boom, the Cloud Sea realist was directly lifted off the ground, and when he landed, he was scattered all over, his abdomen was in severe pain, and a mouthful of old blood was spat out. Nima! What kind of magic weapon is this too powerful? Right, even the elemental shield can't block it. He himself is at least a cultivator of the 5th level of chi cultivation. At this time, real Cloudsea felt that his 60 years of cultivation had been wasted. Not as good as those mortals. By the way, those guys are mortals after all. Just rely on the magic weapon is powerful, such as if close to the body as usual can kill them. Thinking of this, Yunhai Jinran's eyes lit up. He stood up with a breath of air and shouted, "All the disciples of the Yunhai sect follow me and charge forward to kill all these mortals." There were only a dozen or so disciples around who were still able to get up, carrying their swords and charging forward. Dongwei is still not dead. He is lying on the ground and poking his head, looking at the craters around him. He is covered with cold sweat, and his crotch is wet, and he is wet. Terrible, terrible. One never knows who will be blown up by a falling object overhead. It's scary as hell to be on edge. What's the point of fighting? Get out of here. Watching his master and a group of fellow disciples rush up, Dongwei quietly got up and ran backwards. But a tank gun had been aimed at him for a long time. "That's the boy, fire me." At Han Cheng's command, the tank gun spewed out tongues of fire. Dongwei in the distance hadn't run a few steps before he was directly blown into slag with a boom, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. On this side, facing the charge of the Yunhua sect's disciples, the machine guns on the tanks and battle tanks also opened fire. Suddenly, a dozen or so tongues of fire spewed their fury, and there was a series of screams beside the Cloudsea realist, and 8 disciples fell at once. The rest have long been scared out of their wits. It turns out that charging forward to die faster, this group of mortals not only have long-range magic weapons, even melee things. And this tongue of fire shot, do not know what it is. The speed of the fast cannot see, hit the body as a whole, even the elemental shield cannot block. Desperate. After so many years of cultivating immortality himself, it turned out that he was still inferior to a mortal's magic weapon. "Get down." At this point I don't know who temporarily got the hang of it and yelled, "Getting down can avoid gunfire." That's a second move. The remaining 5 Yunhua sect disciples couldn't care less about the dignity of the immortal cultivators, and immediately fell to the ground without daring to move. Even real Cloudsea got down, his face pressed tightly against the dirt. It's true that life is precious and everything can be thrown away. What face, what patriarch's pressure did not exist at this moment. As long as he could live his dog's life, he would be willing to let the Yunhai real person do anything right now. But these cultivators were still thinking too simply. Han Cheng over there grinned, "Want to lie down as a dead dog? Oh, don't you know that machine guns have parabolic hits? If you lie down on your backs, you'll be shot to pieces. Parry me and keep hitting." The machine gun adjusted its angle, no longer firing straight ahead, and all at once a dozen strings of fire were launched into the air. When the Cloudsea realist looked at it, how did this group of mortals not aim at themselves anymore? Although he couldn't figure it out, it meant that he had a chance. As long as 100 meters further on, one could offer the blood-slashing flying dagger and decapitate the leader over there. Real Cloudsea had long since seen Han Chang, and the man seemed to be in command of everything. Yeah, just kill him and there's a chance of flipping. A flash of fierceness flashed in the gaze of the Cloudsea realist, and he pulled out a talisman and pasted it onto his feet, and immediately his body became much lighter, as if a wind was trying to lift him up. This was the Spirit Wind Talisman, which could increase a cultivator's speed within an hour. With this talisman, Yun Haizhenjin immediately flew and scurried up, an arrow stepped straight forward to kill. The few remaining disciples saw that the master had killed out, and the tongues of fire in front of them were not hitting at them anymore, so one by one they raised their heads and wanted to follow suit. But the sky clattered with a rain of bullets, instantly sifting these cultivators. Only one person, Yun Haizhenran, had killed to a distance of less than 300 meters from Han Chang, and at this moment, he threw himself into a desperate battle, sacrificing his blood-shedding flying dagger and reciting words in his mouth. The flying dagger glowed with crimson bloodlight and shot straight at Han Chang with a whoosh. Han Chang stood unmoving as the automatic fire platform on the wheeled fighting vehicle beside him moved. This thing is guided by radar for quick response, and the 212 9mm machine guns are even more powerful firepower. Not only can it be used as direct fire as fire support, but it can also be used as a final threshold for close-range interdiction. At this moment, the automatic platform had long since locked onto the flying knives over there, and with a barrage of bullets swept out, the flying knives were immediately sent flying. What? The Cloudsea realist instantly froze. The magic weapon he had worked so hard to complete was actually solved so easily. How is this possible? Before he could get back to his senses, that's when a barrage of bullets hit him. Yun Haizhenran felt straight away that his body had lost its strength and fell headlong, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood and dying. The battle was over, and the only attack launched by the group of cultivators was the flying dagger, but it didn't cause any trouble at all. The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom all felt relaxed. The intensity of this was inferior to the usual high-intensity maneuvers against each other. It's simply here to consume ammunition. The villagers of Wangxian village were not much shocked this time. After all, they have seen many such famous scenes, and the immortals from afar are just cowhide. But they were excited, thrilled, and relieved. The Yunhua sect cultivators who had been pressing them down for years were wiped out. Han Chang over here waved his hand and shouted, clean up the battlefield and bring all the loot to the command post. After giving the order, Han Chang took the chariot and went back first. Soon, 30 spirit stones, more than 20 spirit swords, and a map were delivered to Han Chang. Han Chang took out the 10 spirit stones from last time as well, then focused on his mind. Ding! Spirit stones found for absorption. Gained 500 points of system experience, failed to upgrade, and still need 500 more experience for the next level. The upgrade was a cut short, but Han Chang didn't care. After all, when the level is high, the required experience will definitely increase. As long as they could absorb the spirit stones, it was just a matter of continuing to collect them later. Grabbing the map, Han Chang looked at it and realized that it was a map of the White Tiger Ridge, on which a lot of interesting information was marked. In one of the places, it was written that the Yunhua sect resided with black water. Black water. It's not oil, is it? Oil is an extremely important source of energy, and if it could be developed, it would be a big moneymaker. Han Chang's gaze flashed with a refined aura as he gave the map to number 1. See if we can send a small team over there to see what's going on. I think oil is very likely. Chapter 17, To kill the grass, kill the sect. Number 1 answered immediately. I'll make the arrangements immediately, just leave it to our Crow Wolf squad. We can guarantee that we can accomplish the mission. Han Chang nodded. He recognized the strength of the Crow Wolf squad. The combat ability was very strong, plus that armed to the teeth equipment, dealing with a few immortal cultivators should not be a problem. But at that moment, Han Chang's mind dinged. Ding! Detected about to venture into an unknown region, triggering a system mission to explore the otherworld. As long as the host completes the exploration of the Yunhua sect, he will gain 500 points of system experience. Hint, the host must go in person. Hint, the system will be able to open the upper limit of the host's attributes after it is upgraded to level 6. Han Cost originally did not want to do it himself. After all, his position decided that he could not easily take risks. But it's different with system missions. Reward 500 experience points. This is worth risking once. The key upgrade will also increase your own attribute points. Last time they all added defense points, this time they can beef up their strength a bit. A balance between offense and defense is the only way to win 100 battles. Immediately, Han Chang said, I have to be there for this operation. Colonel Han, this is not appropriate, right? After all, your situation is very special. The entire Dragon City without you would be. One cautioned. Han Chang waved his hand and said in an irrefutable tone. No, I have to go. It's worth risking it once even if it's dangerous. Number 1 saw Han Chang's firm tone and said no more. He was a soldier, and soldiers obey orders as their natural duty. Yes, I'll get ready right away. Soon preparations were made and a helicopter was parked in the Dragon City clearing. Han Chang and the 5 members of the Kangwolf squad boarded the airplane, and in a gust of wind the helicopter lifted off and flew off into the distance. On the other side of the Yunhua sect's gate, there was a person sitting in the upper eunuch chair on the auditorium, sitting cross-legged with a calm and steady breath. He is the second senior brother, Zhu Heng. With master and eldest brother out of the picture, he was now the biggest steward. At this time, a disciple entered the auditorium and rushed to report to Zhu Heng. Enlightened second senior brother, the third princess of the Chiji kingdom seeks an audience. She says she begs this sect to make sure to come to her aid. Zhu Heng opened his eyes. He knew that a group of ghost cultivators had recently appeared in Chiji country. These cultivators were going around Chiji country killing people and taking their souls to use for cultivation. This Chiji country is another small country. Although there are people in the royal family who cultivate immortality, their cultivation level is too low, only 1 or 2 levels of chi cultivation, so they can't fight against that group of aggressive ghost cultivators at all. So they wanted to beg the Yunhua sect to step in. Zhu Hai's gaze narrowed slightly. He couldn't make the call on this matter, but since the other party had begged his side to do something, there must be a gift sent. There's no point in fooling them into leaving their stuff behind first. As for whether to help or not, we'll wait for master and eldest brother to come back before deciding. When the time comes, even if they don't help, how dare they, Che Jigua, ask for the gift back. The thought faded around. Let them in. Yes. The disciple who had reported the news left, and he arrived at the entrance of the mountain. There were several cars full of gifts parked here and a group of people anxiously stopping to wait. One of them, a woman of 28 years of age, with a beautiful figure and face, dressed in brocade garments, was surrounded by people. She was the third princess of the Chiji kingdom, Shuaiyingyao, her pretty face locked up and her heart heavy. Ghost cultivators have appeared in Chiji country, killing countless people. The small Chiji country has long been put on edge, the country scattered in all directions. Father and brother-in-law are low in cultivation and weak, they can't resist at all. The only way to solve the problem today was to turn to the Yunhua sect for help. In previous years, Che Jigua would pay tribute to Yunhua sect every year. What spirit grain, all kinds of materials for alchemy sent a lot. This time, when she encountered a difficult situation, Shuaiyingyao was the first to think of the Yunhua sect. But she was still worried. Although Yunyu Zong had received countless benefits from Che Jigua, but after all, she was begging for it, and she was worried that this Yunyu Zong would spread his hands and disregard it. At this point an underling said, Princess, look at that Yunhua sect disciple who reported the incident has returned. Shuang lifted her head, her eyebrows loosening, revealing a hint of a smile as she greeted them. Well, what did your sect's master say? The master of this sect is not here, the second elder brother is in charge now, and he will let you in. Shuang was slightly stunned, so it turned out that the Cloud Sea realist was not in the clan, but at least he let himself in, so it seems that there is still a game. Drive the car in and you all wait outside while I go face to face alone, said Shuang as she followed the Yunhua sect disciples towards the auditorium. The auditorium is at the top of the hill and requires a long flight of stone steps to negotiate. Just as she was about to reach the top of the mountain, suddenly Shuang heard a loud clattering sound above her head. Following the sound, he saw an iron bird appear in the air. But this iron bird is very strange, no wings, just a thing on top of the head is whirling, that spinning wind is almost like tearing, cracking heaven and earth. The trees around them were dancing wildly, as if they were possessed. Shuang looked dumbfounded, this thing can fly too? It's unbelievable. But something even more unexpected was yet to come. The iron bird was seen whistling towards the ground, then dropping a rope, and a figure darted and slid down the rope. Then very nimbly he landed, and as soon as he did, the man in the strange costume set up a strange weapon and rushed around with a burst of fire. Bursting out, the strange weapon sprayed this tongue of fire, killing the several Yunhua sect cultivators on the side who were also looking dumbfounded directly. Shuang trembled violently as she saw several more bloody holes appear on the bodies of those Yunhua sect cultivators before they collapsed to the ground with no resistance whatsoever. Are they all dead? This killing is too fierce. Shuang was shocked to the point where her three views were ruptured, and the perceptions she had built up since childhood were instantly shattered into pieces. The scene in front of her couldn't even dare to dream about it, but it was truly unfolding before her eyes. How did that not shock her? Assassin! There's an assassin! Suddenly the Yunhua sect disciple beside Shuang shouted out, and then he was only seen drawing his spirit sword and rushing towards the strange soldier. The first one to land was number 1, who was on guard, and when he saw someone coming to kill him, he immediately went over with a pike. The cultivator with the spirit sword and shouting from his mouth was immediately swept away with 5 or 6 bloody holes, dead beyond repair. Number 1 felt something alien. Where was this fighting? It was like the civilized world conquering the savage one. What does it mean to have a technological generation gap? The battle at hand is. A generational difference means that the barbaric and stupid side cannot win. What was even more ridiculous was that the cultivators still couldn't realize this, they were still hissing and charging up, not the slightest bit of creeping forward, bending forward these ideas. It's true that people in the Cold War era can only be harvested. Suddenly, 4 more people came down from the helicopter, and one of them was Han Chang. He had a 97 submachine gun and was strafing as soon as he hit the ground. It was a cool fight. There was no need to hide at all, just stand and output, while the enemies were stupid enough to rush up themselves to die. Kill all who dare to come up. At that moment, Han Chang saw Shuang, and the muzzle of the submachine gun was pointed at the woman. Shuang face instantly turned pale and her whole body trembled in fear as she hurriedly shouted out, "Don't kill me, I'm the 3rd princess of the Chishi kingdom, I'm not a disciple of the Yunhua sect." Chapter 18, Are they heavenly soldiers and generals? If you're not, get the hell out of here. Han Chang roared, turning his gun around and sweeping down another cultivator who had killed him. At one time there were dozens of corpses lying around, blood flowing. Shuang was so scared that she turned around and walked away, and almost fell on the way, otherwise she would have really rolled down the hill. When they reached the mountain pass, Shuang shouted sharply, "Get out of here, quick! 3rd princess, what's going on up there?" The underlings were curious, they had seen the helicopter too. What the hell was such a monster? Curious. Shuang said angrily, "Don't ask too many questions, if you don't want to die, go." The subordinate didn't dare to ask and pulled the carriage to leave Yunhua sect in a hurry. Over here, Han Chang looked to see that no one was coming back up, and thought to himself that not all of these immortal cultivators are idiots. Once you see that rushing up there is death, you also start to become resourceful. Come on, let's go to the house. Han Chang pointed to an old mansion not far away, which was the auditorium. But before he could take a few steps, Han Chang stopped in his tracks. He wore night vision goggles and looked around him as if it were daytime, only the colors were black and white. There were a few cultivators who were hiding in the corners, poking their heads out and sneaking around. Oh, learned his lesson, trying to pull a sneak attack. Unfortunately the power of technology is beyond your comprehension. I have long since prejudged your prejudices. Racking his gun, Han made a burst of fire. Suddenly, a few miserable screams came from within the corner as 3 hiding cultivators were killed. One of them suddenly sprang up and threw out a piece of talisman paper in his hand, which rose up against the wind and hula formed a fireball. The fireball lunged straight at Han Chang, who stepped to the side, and a famous warrior met him as he set up a square shield. The fireball exploded on the shield with a boom, and the warrior's body shook. Nothing happened. There wasn't even a trace of burns on the shield. The shield is made of synthetic material with asbestos in it, fireproof. That cultivator was dumbfounded. His own fireball talisman was actually useless as, what kind of gods were these people? Were they so scary? Go to hell. Chugging, Han Chang fired another barrage of bullets. The cultivator who was still doubting his life was killed, and when he fell to the ground he still had a blank look on his face. What's going on? Why didn't my fireball charm work? Why did their weapons kill me? Of course he couldn't get an answer, and could only watch as Han Chang and the others stepped over his body and entered the auditorium. Inside the auditorium the second elder brother had long heard the gunshots outside, and he was taking his spirit sword to go out to see what had happened. But before he could get to the door, he met Han Chang face to face. That fast? What are they doing out there? What are they? How long has it taken for someone to kill us in the auditorium? The second elder brother was a bit confused and angry. Of course if he had known that the senior brothers outside were dead in pieces, he probably wouldn't have thought so. Who are you? The second senior brother pointed at Han Chang and shouted. Han Chang didn't rush to fire. This was a live one, had to ask a few questions. Where is Blackwater? You guys want Blackwater? Right? Where? How can that be? That Blackwater is dirty, and it burns with unpleasant black smoke, and you guys actually want Blackwater? The second elder brother was a bit dazed that someone in this world was actually interested in Blackwater. That Blackwater master but used to do experiments, neither can refine weapons nor alchemy. Even burning it as firewood was frowned upon because of the black smoke. The second brother can't understand. I'll just ask you where you are. Han Sung was getting a little impatient. The Blackwater is underneath this auditorium. Who the hell are you people? Why are you going up to our Yunhua sect? My family's master is. Before the second elder brother could finish his words, Han Chang had already burst a barrage of bullets up. Straight up, he had the second brother into a sieve. What a lot of crap from useless people. It's annoying to listen to. Han Chang looked inside the auditorium, which was empty, just one eunuch chair. Is it under the eunuch's chair? Going up and kicking away the eunuch's chair, there was actually a hole the size of a watermelon underneath. Taking a look with the flashlight, the blackness underneath was all crude oil, which made Han Chang overjoyed. He knew that this kind of earth surface oil extraction up the lowest cost, just for example, on the earth of a certain east those oil-producing countries can be rich bubble, is not because of the oil buried shallow, low cost of extraction. Now that the same shallow oil deposits have been discovered, how can Han Chang not be excited? Moreover, Han Chang estimated that this oil mine should have a large amount of reserves, and if it was fully exploited, the energy crisis of Daxia would be completely solved, and it could even become an oil-producing power on the blue planet. That would mean something. Han Chang could laugh just thinking about it. Take samples immediately. Han Chang ordered. Then number one and the others took containers for the oil. When it was done, the group left quickly. Coming outside to the clearing, number one shot a flare into the air. The helicopter hooted and hollered again, taking Han Sung and a few others away. At this time, the Yunhua sect was quiet. There were still a dozen or so disciples alive, but they looked at the distant helicopters without the slightest desire to fight. These guys were so scary that they could kill someone with a casual fling of a weapon in their hands. It doesn't matter how many levels of chi practice you are, going up is death. How else is this going to play? It's just inhuman. And that iron bird in the sky was even more terrifying. The roaring voice tore at his heart and shook heaven and earth, simply a legendary divine beast. In a word, these guys are not human. Hide as far away as you can. The remaining Yunhua sect disciples ran away, not daring to leave a single one behind. Shuangniao, who was on the way to escape, saw the flare in the sky, and Shuangniao's heart was once again shaken to the core. What is that thing? Bright as a star, dazzling as light. If that was the power emitted by a foundation stage cultivator, it could still be explained. But that group of people with strange weapons couldn't be foundation stage cultivators at all. One of them had aura fluctuations on his body. There was a fourth level chi practitioner. The rest are mortal. It's mind-boggling how they do it. And who the hell are they? Is the burning stick with fire in your hand a magic weapon? Why are those spells so powerful? One spark of fire can kill. The more Shuangniao thought about it, the more curious she became, with an equal amount of worry and fear. We, Che Jigua, should never clash with such a person. Otherwise they were dozens of times more powerful than that group of ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivator to kill but also move a hand, this group of people to kill is to fling burning stick, completely not a level. By the way, what would happen if we let them deal with ghost cultivators? This thought sprang up in Shuangniao's mind. If it's them, they'll definitely be able to clean up that group of ghost cultivators. They're much more powerful than ghost cultivators. Thinking that the group of people had spared themselves earlier, Shuangniao had a feeling. Those people were powerful, but they were by no means evil people who killed randomly. They should be able to negotiate. It's worth a try on its own. Shuangniao raised her head once again and looked into the air. She once again saw the strange bird that whistled and swirled a strong wind. It's heading east. That group is in the east. Chapter 19, we are also a major oil producer. Back at the base, Han Chang gave the crude oil to the technicians to analyze and returned to his office. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the exploration mission, rewarding the system with 500 points of system experience. System upgrade. Ding! After the system is upgraded, the upper limit of attributes opens, and the host can continue to acquire attribute points through breathing. Han sat up his horse and took a few deep breaths. Perhaps it was because it required more spiritual energy this time around, and it actually didn't improve his attributes. There was no way Han Shang personally went to the compressor station and asked for hundreds of bottles of compressed air, taking it and sucking it himself. A beep sounded in his head shortly afterward. Ding! The host absorbs spiritual energy and gains 1 point of attribute value. Ding! The host absorbs spiritual energy and gains 1 point of attribute value. All the way to the end of 50. Han Shang added all his points to strength this time. Power 60. Defense 50. Not bad, both offense and defense. Han Shang was happy with the numbers. Even the system is vocalizing. Ding! The host is found to have a very even allocation of points, triggering the condition of both offense and defense, rewarding the host with another 10 points of extra speed attribute. Speed 10, average person 5. It's actually a bonus, which is very nice. Han Shang was now complacent, and he revisited his system as a cloud of information crossed his mind. Portal system, host Han Shang, level 6. Height, 6 meters. Width, 6 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 400/800. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Sword skill awakening beginner. Power, 50. Defense, 60. Speed, 10. That's all for now. Han Shang sat for a while. He didn't rush back to Blue Star to bring people, but waited for the technician to deliver the inspection report. The samples brought back were indeed oil, but the amount of reserves needed to be surveyed on site. Han Shang contemplated and then personally took a technician over to survey. There was no one left in the current Unus sect, and even if there were a few alive, they had run away long ago. This Unus sect was considered to be completely exterminated. The group worked for several days in a row and finally discovered that the oil deposit was extremely large. It's bigger than those big oil fields somewhere east on the blue planet. This news is so uplifting. Han Shang was overjoyed, and he immediately thought of mining. But there are many problems. First of all, there is the issue of labor. It takes just as many people to extract the oil mines. How is this going to be solved? Next is the laying of the oil pipeline, which passes through a lot of areas along the way, which is a big problem when you realize that Dragon City doesn't have a lot of power right now. Han Shang unfolded the map and pondered. Soon his eyes lit up as he saw that there was a country between the oil mines and Dragon City called Chichi Country. Isn't that woman the princess of the Chechi Kingdom? Han Shang thought of that third princess, a woman worth getting in touch with. With a slight smile, Han Shang put away the map before returning to Blue Star. As soon as he returned, he attended a routine meeting on off-world development. Han Weigua was very excited at the meeting, and he said in a tone that contained enthusiasm, "This time our progress is even more exciting. First of all, our Ministry of Science and Technology has developed a device to detect spiritual roots as required. We conducted tests and found 30 warriors with spiritual roots. They will follow instructor Zhu Heng in their cultivation. Secondly, we have developed navigation devices that can track auras. This thing is in principle the same as the spiritual root detector, so as long as it's mounted on a weapon it can accurately target those cultivators. In the future, we can decapitate a powerful cultivator with just one missile." The people were delighted to hear it. This means that as long as you're a cultivator of immortality, the old man can hit you. At that time, it would only take one missile to solve everything, and even a Jindan stage cultivator would not be able to resist the power of the missile. Even the conventional warhead, the killing radius is more than 50 meters, this kind of power in the otherworld that belongs to the power of the firstborn level. So apart from a few reclusive old Yuaning monsters, the Great Summer Kingdom was already invincible in the otherworld. Han Shang was also excited and said immediately, "I demand to be set up in Dragon City immediately." Totally, and to navigate the missiles, we're also going to set up off-world drones with extra long lag times that can be used as makeshift satellites later. Zhao Wuji's words caused the crowd to be stunned again. The Great Summer Kingdom was worthy of being a big country, and this fast pace of developing the otherworldly world was no one's fault. Next up is a statement from the leader of the Department of Agriculture. "We have successfully combined Spirit Valley with our improved rice, and the new variety obtained can yield up to 2,000 pounds per acre after computer algorithms. Not only that, the new rice is resistant to all pests and diseases on the blue planet, and the growth cycle has been shortened to 60 days. It even has the ability to be hardy enough to be planted nationwide." As soon as the words fell, there was another burst of joy from the people in attendance. The solution to the food problem can set the path for the rise of the Great Summer Kingdom. Never again will I have to be held hostage by the beautiful country. It can also revolutionize the monopoly of the world's 4 major grain traders, which is of great significance. Finally, it was Han Shang's turn to speak, and as the chief leader of the otherworldly development, his words were the most valuable. "Gentlemen, I would like to say that our gold mine in the otherworld has been mined, and the daily output is so impressive that we can reach a small target. A small goal. Everyone has staggered. This gold mine has just started to have such a profit. If it is fully spread in the future, increase the mining efforts, will it not be several times?" But without waiting for the crowd to digest this news, Han Shang added, "There is also an even more exciting piece of news. and that is that we have found a crude oil mine in the otherworld, with huge reserves, comparable to the largest oil field on the blue planet, and with the crude oil being in the shallow layers of the Earth's surface, the cost of developing it will be very inexpensive. Oil. Still oil in the ground, and the reserves are staggering. The leaders of the geology department were ecstatic. Even Zhao Wuji's face showed joy. Oil is the blood of industry and has always been a resource that countries compete for. It would mean a lot to find a huge oil mine in the otherworld. In the future, the country will be able to save a large amount of foreign exchange for the purchase of crude oil. Manhwaedit said excitedly. Maybe in the future our oil prices will be cheaper than a couple of big oil-producing countries in a certain east. The crowd nodded their heads, that's for sure. Han Shang added at this time. The oil mine we need to develop as soon as possible. The first problem we encountered is the lack of labor. This time my portal upgrade can bring over another 400 people. But these people are simply not enough for mining, so the otherworldly natives must be used. Zhao Wuji nodded his head heavily. Han Shang's words were right on point. Otherworldly mining could only be done with otherworldly natives, otherwise it would be hard for the scale to unfold. The people who went over on the Blue Star side were technicians and troops at best. Regular laborers would be too much of a quota. Han Shang, then what should you do next? Have you thought about it? Han Shang naturally thought about it, and he took the map out and pointed at Che Jigua. Whether or not we can mine oil this country is key, and I propose to engage with this country. Alright, my side agrees. Feel free to ask for whatever supplies your Dragon City side needs, and our side will definitely fulfill it. Zhao Wuji immediately recognized Han Shang's intentions and even expressed his full support. The meeting broke up and Han Shang intended to go back, but was pulled back by Han Weigua. Han Shang, it's been a long time since you and Uncle had a meal together, so let's go after dinner. Okay. Han Shang agreed flatly that the base had some preparations to make before he left, and a meal wouldn't get in the way. The two then walked towards the cafeteria. Chapter 20 is searching for the Great Summer Kingdom, legendary Immortal Slayer Mortal. The cafeteria is well stocked with meals and a variety of fruits. Han Shang smiled. We have a cafeteria in the otherworld, but there's not as much variety. That's right, your side of the supplies are dependent on transportation over, after all, limited, if you can plant greenhouses, but you can eat a variety of fresh vegetables and fruits. Han Weigua's unintentional words had woken up Han Shang. Wouldn't it improve the food if you planted a shed in the otherworld? It's a good idea and not too hard to realize. Uncle, you have a good idea. I'm going to make a request to prepare some of the materials for the shed. I want to grow it in the otherworld. Okay, these things don't bother me. I'll get you set up right away. Han Weigua made a call to Zhao Wuji, and that bit of supplies was soon ready. And the leader of the Ministry of Agriculture was very pleased to learn about this, and he said that agriculture in the otherworld is also a kind of research. Han Shang finished his meal and returned to the portal, where 400 people had long been standing and various supplies had been loaded onto vehicles. Ready to go. With the leveling up of the portal, the group was now becoming bigger and bigger each time they went to the otherworld. Han Shang suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment as he sat in the chariot at the front of the group and spoke to the system. Grant everyone permission to pass. Roger, all approved. The caravan slowly drove through the portal and Han Shang returned to the otherworld. On the other hand, the Chizhi kingdom, inside the palace hall of the king's palace. Shuaingyao looked at her father, the two royal brothers, and a group of ministers. She told her everything about the road, but the crowd in front of her looked at her with blank faces. Simply don't believe it? What a bunch of mortals with strange weapons can just fling them around and kill immortals. How is this possible? It's total bull asterisk 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 asterisk. And then there are the strange birds whistling in the sky, without wings, but able to whip up monstrous winds. It's even more impossible. How can you fly without wings, and the thing is still made of iron? That's such bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Yower, are you in shock? What nonsense are you saying? King Che Jigua shook his head vigorously. He was pained. His daughter went out for a walk. This is what suffered. A group of mortals fell from the sky. When did you learn to brag too? Can mortals fly? Only those who have reached the foundation establishment stage can fly in the air. Wang brother Shui Kai was full of disdain. The other group of ministers each shook their heads, and although no hard words came out, that sneaky sneer had long since said it all. Shuaingyao was angry and anxious. She was telling the truth, but she was helpless. She had no proof. At this time someone outside the temple came in to report the military situation. Your Majesty, that group of ghost cultivators have appeared again. They attacked 10 villages, killed thousands of villagers, wrapped up tens of thousands of skeleton army. With yesterday has arrived at the Spirit Pass. If they break through the Spirit Pass they will be directly approaching the capital city. Many people are now gathering outside the royal palace to demand an audience with His Majesty and ask him to send an army to crush them. King Che Jigua's brows were furrowed and his face looked like he had eaten a bitter melon. It wasn't that he didn't want to send out troops to crusade, but he simply couldn't deal with those few ghost cultivators. This army going over is still not sending skeletons to others, and will only end up making their forces bigger and bigger. What's the use of blocking the entrance to the palace now? There's nothing I can do about it. The king was not the only one in the Great Hall who was at a loss. but the others were likewise frowning tightly and not saying a word. Who can deal with ghost cultivators? There is not a single person in the country at all. Originally thought of seeking help from a group of cultivators from Yunhua sect, but did not expect the three princesses who went to come back to Babel. This is even more of a no-brainer. All at once a depressing air of death hung over the great hall. Shui Yingyao gritted her teeth and stood up. Father, the ghost cultivators are already approaching the capital city. We have no other choice but to go and invite those powerful mortals. Yaoer, even if what you say is true, why should people help us? The king of Chechi Kingdom said bitterly. Let's find them first. I'll figure out how to get them to help us. Shui Yingyao thought it over. As long as she could get them out of the way, she would agree no matter what the price was. That day Shui Yingyao left the capital city again without stopping. This time she headed east. She wanted to find the invincible group of mortals. One of the older ministers in the caravan, Chechiwan, looked at the path and then said, Third princess, further on is an immortal cultivation market, Cloudwater Town. Should we poke around over there for some information? Okay, fix it up over there for now. Shui Yingyao agreed. The caravan soon entered Yunshui Town. Although this was a cultivation immortal workshop, there were also many mortals living here, and the town was bustling. Chechiwan arranged the caravan, and after exchanging a word with the third princess, he came to the town to spy on the news. If that group of immortal slayer mortals were nearby, then there must be news within this marketplace. Tea House is the place where the three religions and the 9 streams converge, and naturally, it is also the place where news is concentrated. Chechiwan came to the tea house at the first opportunity, and today the place was full of people and noisy voices. Especially since there was a fight today. Chechiwan curiously squeezed into the crowd to take a look. It was a slightly fat cloth-clad cultivator with a cultivation level of only 1 level of chi cultivation. He reddened his face and shouted, What I said is true. A group of mortals with strange burning sticks descended from the sky, and when they arrived at our Yunhua sect, they killed everyone they saw. Dozens of senior brothers up and down our sect all died, and only a dozen escaped. The slightly chubby cultivator's words had just finished when the surrounding people burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, your Yunhua sect is too much of a loser, actually letting mortals exterminate the sect. I don't believe a single fart. A bunch of pigs. Immortal cultivators are no better than mortals by a few times. Dozens of immortal cultivators were killed by a few mortals who were pissing their pants. Are all of you from the Yunhua sect pigs? The slightly chubby cultivator's face turned even redder, and he was filled with a nesting feeling. In fact, he wanted to go far away and leave this white tiger rage because that night's killing made his heart tremble and he would break out in a cold sweat every time he recalled it. It was too scary. Those strange burning sticks only had to burst into flames for a moment before bloody holes appeared on someone's body and they directly fell to the ground and died. There was not the slightest bit of time to react. He came here to look for the master and big brother. They should be in Wangxian village, but it is strange. Wangxian village is so close to this Yunshui town. How come there is no news at all? This slightly chubby cultivator still didn't know that in fact, his master and eldest brother had been killed cleanly and died many days ago. Over here, Chechiwan's eyebrows were raised in surprise. Others might not believe it, but he believed it because this one said the same thing as his own third princess. Sure enough, the third princess hadn't lied, and there really were mortals who killed immortals in existence. Great, if we can find them we can deal with that group of ghost cultivators. I, Shetsukuo, have saved the day. Chechiwan's heart lit up a ball of hope. At the same time there is a cultivator stood out, said a paragraph is even more delightful to him. Gentlemen, I am an underling of the Dong family, and I believe in this fellow Daoist's words that there really are ordinary mortals in this world who can kill immortals. Ha, I can't believe anyone still believes that. Chapter 21, Who are you? Everyone gazed at it. It was a middle-aged cultivator, and some people recognized him. It's Uncle Ma from the Dong family. He's a very decent person. With a slight forehead, Uncle Ma continued. As you all know, our Dong family had a big incident the other day. The family head took a group of people to the nearby Wangxian village and never came back afterward. After inquiring, I learned from the villagers of Wangxian village that they were all killed by a group of mortals. The words crashed to the ground and the audience was shocked. No one might believe a person who says that, but an honest person who is familiar with it says the same thing, and then you have to believe it. Are there really such mortals? How did they kill the immortals? It's too unbelievable. The surroundings exploded, and each one of them was shocked to the point of bursting. Uncle Ma was composed, and he waited for the crowd's voices to lighten before continuing. This is a true story, and the Dong family relocated overnight when they found out about it, for fear of being liquidated by their enemies. I'm an underling of the Dong family so I didn't follow along. Gentlemen, in the future perhaps the world will change and mortals will no longer be killable at will, said Uncle Ma. Looked at the slightly chubby cultivator and shook his head. Your Yunhua sect's patriarch, realist Yun Hai, as well as a cadre of more than 80 disciples are all dead as well. The same were killed by that group of mortals. I think you'd better run away. The slightly chubby cultivator gave Uncle Ma a bow as soon as he heard. Thanks for the reminder, fellow Daoist, I'll leave right away. After saying that, the slightly fat cultivator squeezed through the crowd and grabbed the door. The crowd was dumbfounded. This is true, and this group of mortals is actually in the village of Wangxian. We're so close, which makes people's hearts fear. Gentlemen, I'm suddenly traveling far away, so farewell and farewell. Someone else left with a hug as well. Che Chiwen, however, is not the same as everyone else. He is overjoyed. Originally thought that this group of immortalicide mortals is difficult to find. I did not expect to be in the village of Wangxian. This is great. Hurry back and report to the third princess. Seeing the third princess, Che Chiwen rejoiced. Princess, the group of mortals have been found, in the nearby Wangxian village. So soon. Shui Mingyao's beautiful little face was filled with fluttering joy. Let's set off right away to meet that group of mortals. Wait, princess, the old minister thought that the princess's body of 1,000 gold should not be in danger. It is better to let the old minister go to look at the situation first. If that group of people is worthwhile to interact with the princess before going, not too late. Chechuan advised. Shuangyao didn't even think about it and directly refused. Her pretty eyebrows sank as she said, no, how can I delay any longer when our Chechakuni citizens are underwater? I'll go myself, don't try to persuade me. A question mark welled up in Shuangyao heart after saying that. How do I get them to make a move? What would this group of mortals need? Money? Treasure? The caravan had brought many of them, and Shui Mangyao believed that no mortal would refuse them. But if those mortals had their eyes on something else, she wouldn't mind obliging. Can there be anything worse than the loss of a nation? Shui Hengyao understood that there was simply no room for maneuver at the moment. The caravan set off quickly and soon arrived at the village of Wangxian, except that the village had long since ceased to exist, a scorched black field and a mess everywhere. Where's the village? Shuangyao looked around where there were any silhouettes, and the farmland in the distance was deserted and full of weeds. Third princess, this village should have been deserted for some time, Chechuan said. Shuangyao was in a lost mood. It was so hard to have information about the immortal slayer mortal, but in the end, she still couldn't find it. It's so disappointing. She stood in the car and raised her eyes, suddenly seeing the town in the distance, with figures moving about over there. Everything is so strange over there. The four-square house had no eaves, and there was a high wire mesh swinging from side to side. The town was busy with many people, only they were even more peculiar, running on the ground in iron lumps, some of them digging. What are they doing here? Shuangyao was very curious, but at the same time there was also fear, a fear of the unknown. However, she felt that the group's clothing and attire resembled the immortal slayer mortals from that night. That should be them. Suddenly, someone raised a hand and pointed to the sky, exclaiming, in the sky, there's something in the sky that seems to have been following us. Shuangyao looked up into the sky. A small black dot was flying around herself and flew away soon after. Because she had seen a helicopter, Shuangyao was not so surprised by the drone in the sky. Instead, her face showed joy. Yeah, that's them. Who else but an immortal slayer mortal could make an iron lump fly into the sky? Come on, let's get over there. Che Chiwen wanted to advise, but he swallowed his words. The caravan traveled towards Dragon City, and Han Chang had already gained insight into everything within that Dragon City. Colonel Han, what are we going to do with this group coming? Good timing, that woman I recognize as the third princess of the Chishi kingdom. They'll find their way here for sure, we'll just wait and see what happens. Han Sung came in with a tactical backward lean, a smirk curling up at the corner of his mouth. Originally, Han Chang wanted to reach out to Chajigua, but he didn't expect this country to send someone over first. That's a good thing to do, let's hear what they have to say first, and then we'll make the request from our own side. This maximizes the benefits. Very nice. Chajigua's convoy traveled to a place more than 500 meters away from Dragon City when it was stopped by the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom. What do you guys do? Nothing is allowed near us here. How dare you, we are emissaries of the Chishi Kingdom, and you still won't let your generals come out to greet us. Chaki Wen shouted. However, the warrior of the Great Summer Kingdom didn't eat this at all, and he raised his blackened muzzle and aimed it at Che Chiwen, warning him sternly. Our Dragon City is a military restricted area, uninvolved people leave quickly or I'll shoot. Don't you dare, we are the noble Che Chigua. Mutu. Che Chiwen still wants to pretend to be high. The warriors of the Great Summer Country also do not nag. Directly a shuttle bullet swept in front of Che Chiwen. This old guy rode a horse, and at once the horse suffered, and dropped the car Chiwen, and scared him so much that he hid under the car, and shivered all over. That flaming fire stick just now must not be the Immortal Slayer divine weapon. So scary, even immortals can be killed. Just now if you hit yourself won't you die? Don't leave yet. Any more nagging and you're welcome. The warrior once again shouted harshly. Shuangyao's face is full of complaints. What time is it? What is this car? It's when still pretending. We're here to beg, and begging requires begging. Shuangyao got off the carriage and very politely saluted the warrior and said, I am the third princess of the Chishi kingdom, and I would like to request an audience with your general here. Please also inform us, our side would be grateful. After saying that, an underling took a jade pendant and brought it to the warrior. The warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom didn't even look at them, full of majesty, still carrying their guns. But this time there was a voice in time. Release them and let them in. Chapter 22, beg me to sign this unequal contract. Number 1 shouted. Release them and let them in. Shuangyao revealed a joyful expression, finally able to go in, and shouted a thank you at the distant number 1. The caravan slowly entered the Dragon City. Xuanyao was once again shocked as she looked around. All sorts of strange vehicles, no horses, but running exceptionally fast, and strange noises. The strange appearance of those engineering machines even surprised Xuanyao. Especially when he walked under that tall iron net, Xuanyao felt that this thing was so big that he couldn't help but ask, "May I ask what this is?" "Radar." "Radar? What's radar? Stirring up trouble for the city? You don't have to leak so much mesh if you're fanning the flames." Xuanyao could not understand what the radar was doing even if he thought about it. Everything in Dragon City is so amazing. I wonder what the general here would be like. Xuanyao's heart was filled with anticipation. Number 1 brought Xuanyao and his group inside the meeting room of the command post. "Sit down, gentlemen, and I will inform the colonel." "Colonel?" Xuanyao raised an eyebrow curiously. "A colonel is our highest officer, which you can understand as a general." One explained, then turned to leave. Turns out the general here is called a colonel. This Xuanyao understood. She sat down, but her body was soft, as if she fell into a pile of cotton. What's going on? So fluffy, so cozy. Looking at the sofa underneath her, Xuanyao touched it. It was fluffy and silky. These mortals really know how to enjoy themselves. To have such soft chairs, this must be very high class. Not only was Xuanyao shocked, but Chechuan on the side was equally astonished. "Princess, this chair is even more comfortable to sit in than the ones in our royal palace. I wonder what's stuffed inside." At that moment someone brought in a pot of grass, berries. Xuanyao was stunned again. Grass, berries are also found in the otherworld, but this thing is only found in the spring. It's late fall now. How can there still be grass, berries? Of course ice cellar storage is available, but the grass in front of me, the berries were moist and fresh. It should have just been taken off. It's amazing that you can actually get fresh spring fruit here. How do they store it for freshness, huh? The mortals here are so awesome. Xuanyao was curious and filled with respect for the mortals here. No wonder the people here were able to deal with the immortal cultivators. They were indeed strong. When I see that colonel later, I must think of a way to beg him to help Che Jigua. Xuanyao waited patiently. But more than an hour has passed. Grass, berries are on 3 pots. Han Cheng still did not show up. Cha Jigua's group of people had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Especially Che Chi when this old guy is about to fall asleep. The chair is too comfortable and people are bored, cannot be sleepy. But the heart really want to curse the mother. The guy here is too pretentious, right, so long and still do not show up, is not looking down on us. Che Jigua. Che Chuan was displeased, but he didn't dare to lose his temper at all. I've just had a taste of it outside. The mortals here are not to be messed with. Xuanyao was equally anxious, but she still understood that she was here to beg. You can't ask for too much if you ask for it, you just have to continue to be patient. In fact, Han Cheng had been in the inner room the whole time. He looked at the time, it was only an hour and a half. There was no rush. It's at least 3 hours or more. In 3 hours the patience of this group of people would run out, and then the other side would agree without hesitation to whatever he or she asked for. It's a ploy to wear them down. Moreover, Han Cheng had also calculated that since this group of people had come to Dragon City on their own initiative, it meant that they needed Dragon City's help even more urgently. That's all the more reason to be patient, and patience leads to more and higher prices. Laying down into the couch, Han Sung was going to take a nap, and there was still plenty of time. 3 hours later, Che Chuan, finally early impatient, stood up and paced all over the room, not a stop. Xuanyao is also waiting impatiently why this colonel is still not out. Busy? I didn't realize that it was so difficult to even meet them, so is it also difficult to beg them to make a move later? Xuanyao's heart began to fizzle, not realizing that this was exactly the effect Han Cheng needed. Can't really help it. Xuanyao suddenly got up and said to one of the guards, "We have been waiting a long time, could you report your colonel again? We have an urgent request for an audience." "I'm sorry, our colonel is busy, I'll see you guys when he's done." The guards didn't give face at all, making Xuanyao's face ugly. But ugly is ugly. What else can you do? After all, Che Jigua asked people. One can only continue to wait. Han Cheng in the inner room heard all of it, and he grinned. That's about as effective as it gets. Grabbing a long-prepared document, he rushed out of the house in mock haste. Oops, what a busy schedule. Sorry for slowing down a few of you. Looking at Han Cheng, Xuanyao immediately recognized him. Wasn't this the man from that night? The one who yelled at himself to get lost. Hello, I'm the third princess of the Chiji kingdom. Xuanyao bowed. Hello, third princess. Han Cheng greeted her graciously, waved his hand to indicate that she should sit down, and then asked without haste. I wonder what the third princess came to our Dragon City for. I want to beg you to help save our Che Jigua. Xuanyao had long been impatient and told the story of Che Jigua, finally pleading. I hope you won't refuse. If you can lend a helping hand, we, Che Jigong, will favor you accordingly. Han Cheng smiled slightly and said as he handed the document forward. Then let's ask Cha to fulfill the following conditions. Xuanyao glanced at Han Cheng in a rather thoughtful manner, then took the document and took a look at it, which almost didn't make her jump. First, all the mines in Chiji Kingdom will have Dragon City take over, and in the future, Dragon City will have the chief mining rights of Chiji Kingdom. Second, a piece of land in the south bordering Wangxian village must be ceded and the existence of Dragon City must be recognized. Thirdly, Longchang will lay oil pipelines and railroads within Chetsukuni, and all operating rights and rights of way will be owned by Longchang, and Chetsukuni will not be allowed to intervene. Fourth, open up the Chiji Kingdom to all industries and allow merchants from Dragon City to trade. Fifth, that's a harsh offer, it's like selling cha clean. Shueingyao was so angry that she wanted to explode. This colonel didn't come out for half a day, and as soon as he came out, he gave such harsh conditions. How can he agree to this? But really rebuffing Cha would be a total disaster. Shueingyao was torn for a while, not knowing what to do. Han Cheng on the other side had a smile on his face and was emboldened. Even if Che Jigua didn't agree, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. When the ghost cultivator wiped out the entire Chiji kingdom, his own side would then send out troops to exterminate the ghost cultivator, and he would be able to get these things just the same. It's just that this land would be a mess to manage without the state. Other than that, Han Cheng didn't care in the slightest. Colonel, these terms are too harsh, can we talk about it again? For example, the minerals here, we can't give you all the iron ore, how else would we establish a nation in Chechioku in that case? Shui Yingyao pleaded. In her perception, minerals were iron ore. Iron ore in the other world that is a strategic level material, can build all kinds of weapons and agricultural tools, is the cornerstone of the country's military and economy. Even immortal cultivators needed iron ore to build magic weapons. So taking away all of Che Jigua's iron ore wouldn't be killing Che Jigua. Chapter 23, The Wonders of Greenhouses. Han Cheng thought about it, this iron ore can be abandoned. There was already a lot of iron ore on the blue planet, there was no shortage at all, and Dacia was a big steel country. With 1 billion tons of steel production last year alone, there is no shortage of iron. Plus off-world mining costs are higher than on the blue planet and not cost-effective. Yes, we'll give up this iron mine, but all the other minerals will have to go to our great summer kingdom. Especially black water and gold, two things we need badly. Shueingyao was relieved. Han Cheng being able to give up the iron ore made her heart loose. As for anything else, it was negotiable. But she was also panicked. If she continued to struggle, the other party would simply refuse to help. Having just waited all of 3 hours, it's clear that people don't think very highly of themselves. They might not care about Che Jigua, but Che Jigua definitely needed this group of immortal slayer mortals. If they don't hurry up and send troops, the Chiji kingdom will die. Shueingyao couldn't understand what laying pipelines and building railroads were at the back. And I don't know what this right-of-way and right-to-operate thing is, and she doesn't think it's like a road is going to take a lot of land. This one can be promised. Little did you know that this right-of-way and right-of-way of operation is a big deal. If Longcheng laid the railroad in Cheshiguo, then all the land along the railroad would be owned by Longcheng, and there would be the right to station troops, which Cheshiguo could not interfere with. It's a great interest. That's how the Western powers played China 100 years ago. This side Han Cheng brought it to use in the other world. Of course, there was also something that made Shueingyao quite surprised. These immortal slayer mortals actually need gold and black water. Don't they know that both of those things are 100% useless garbage? In particular, black water is not only useless, but also burns with unpleasant black smoke, which is simply disgusting. Gold is also waste, no one picks it up when it is thrown on the ground in the other world. Because the other world has a universal currency like spirit stones, the monetary properties of gold disappeared. As for the industrial use of gold, the other world simply cannot reach this level of technology. There was also the cession of land, which Shueingyao could afford. After all, the country is going to be gone, so what's the point of dwelling on it? After thinking for a long time, Shueingyao really couldn't muster the courage to fight for anything else. Yes, as long as I can help our Chiji kingdom destroy the ghost cultivators and not take over our iron mines, I'll agree to anything else. Shueingyao said helplessly. Han Cheng's gaze was filled with the smugness of a successful plot as he took out a fountain pen and handed it over. Then please also ask the third princess to sign the contract. Shueingyao froze for half a day and didn't move. She looked at the pen and didn't understand what it was for. Han Sung demonstrated with a bitter smile and swiped and signed his name on the contract. So it's for writing. Shueingyao dawned on her. She took the pen and wrote her name as well. The fountain pen is so comfortable to use, and it's so convenient that you don't have to dip it in ink all the time. Seeing Shueingyao's expression of fondness, Han Cheng laughed as he put away the contract. You can have that pen as a souvenir. Thanks. Shueingyao looked at the fountain pen with delight. This thing is so finely crafted, smooth to the touch, with so many gorgeous patterns engraved on it, it's especially beautiful. This must be very expensive. I'm going to keep it safe. Shueingyao cherished the pen very much and hid it in her arms. Han Cheng looked at it and laughed. It was just an ordinary fountain pen. Shueingyao stood up and saw the pot of grass, berries again, and couldn't help but ask. Lord Colonel, may I ask one thing? How do you preserve such fresh grass, berry? Save? This was just taken off. Freshly picked? No way, it's late fall, grass, berries are for spring. Shueingyao's face was full of surprise. This group of mortals can still harvest grass and berries in the late fall. How did they do it? It's easy, we grow it in a shed where we can grow summer fruits and vegetables even in winter. What, a shed? And grow summer vegetables in winter? Shuangyao's 3 views were once again blitzed. What the hell is this shed? Is it so amazing? Cheichuan also full of unbelievable, he has never heard of what shed, here are 2 amazing things, are some unheard of things. Han Chang looked at the wonderful faces of these 2 and laughed. Let me show you around. The greenhouses within the Dragon City have actually just been constructed, and the fruits and vegetables have not been planted for long, and they simply haven't produced any output yet. The grass, berries were sent from the blue planet, but Han Chang didn't bother to explain. Anyway, it wouldn't be long before the shed could produce. Coming outside and seeing the shed built out of plastic film, Shuangyao's mouth couldn't close in surprise. This house is actually transparent and you can all see what's growing inside. So amazing, so awesome. Cheichuan similarly stared at the old eyes. The world actually have transparent house, if not see with their own eyes. Kilden cannot believe. Well, want to go in and take a look? Han Chang laughed. Think, this is amazing. Shuangyao said in surprise. After entering the shed, a soft warmth wrapped around her body. Shuangyao couldn't help but feel excited all over. So cozy. No wonder it's so warm here to be able to grow summer vegetables in the winter. If we can get a few greenhouses in Cheshiguo as well, then we can have delicious fruits all year round. How nice that would be. But isn't this too much to ask? After all, such a nice shed must be expensive to fake and very refined. Shuangyao felt that everything here was remarkable, and it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Han Chang looked at the 2 curious babies and looked at the time, already arriving at the restaurant. I say you two, it's noon, let's have a casual lunch together. Yes. Shuangyao happily agreed. The things of the Immortal Slayer mortals were all so interesting, their food should be pretty good as well. Well worth the wait. Princess, we better hurry back. Although this place is magical, the food is still exquisite from our palace, this place can't compare. Cheichuan think that regicide immortal mortals cannot be all terrific on the food he everyday mountain delicacies, but also then he ate well? No way. Han Chang didn't explain and said, come with me if you want to eat, we'll go to the cafeteria. Then turn away. Shuangyao followed closely like a little girl next door. Princess, princess. Cheichuan shouted, but no one paid attention to him, he had no choice but to follow. When we got to the cafeteria, it was crowded and everyone was lined up in an orderly fashion. Everyone is equal in our great summer kingdom, we have to line up for meals, you guys follow me. Han Sung introduced himself and then went to the back of the line. Shuangyao was quite surprised and asked, Colonel Sama, do you have to line up in person even though you are a general? Shouldn't someone be waiting? No one serves, we're just dividing the labor differently here, there's no difference between highland nobility and lowland nobility. Han Chang disdainfully asked back, how come the nobles of your Chuji kingdom still need to be served? Yes, the princess is a body of 1,000 gold, of course she needs to be well protected. Without waiting for Shuangyao to reply, Cheichuan answered loudly, then attentively addressed Shuangyao. Princess, rest for a while, the old minister will line up for you. Shuangyao glared at him fiercely and said unhappily, Lord Cha, will you shut up, I don't need any serving. Princess. Cheichuan froze, what was wrong with the princess? Chapter 24, is there a mortal who kills immortals under the sky? Shuangyao insisted on queuing up by herself, which was a bit tiring, but felt inexplicably peaceful. Have to admit this equality for all is really good. Shuangyao identified with certain cultures of the Great Summer Kingdom, and she stood behind Han Chang haughtily. When she was done with her meal, the ant in that window asked, what would the little girl like to eat? Shuangyao looked at the 30 to 40 dishes in the window, her eyes were spent, the original Immortal Slayer mortals to eat a meal to burn so many dishes, too sumptuous. Every time she ate in her own palace, there were only 7 or 8 dishes, and she still felt that it was extravagant, but today she took a look and realized that she was wrong. Turns out that's what people eat in abundance. Hey, little girl, don't think about your boyfriend, hurry up and order. The cafeteria ant joked. Oh, this one, and that one I'll take too. Shuangyao's small face turned red as she hurriedly ordered her food. I don't recognize so many dishes, so I just order whatever looks good. At the end of the day the fast food trays were piled high, and the cafeteria ants still looked up to the little girl. After that it was time for Cheichuan to hit the dishes, and his whole body was dumbfounded when he saw so many dishes. So sumptuous? This is more impressive than even in the royal palace. Instantly Cheichuan's old face turned red. What did he just say? It looks like you're punching yourself in the face. Hey, what are you gawking at, you old man? Hurry up with the dishes. Cafeteria ants this time to open scolding. This old man dressed oddly, must be an immoderate, cannot stand to see this, and that. After hitting the food cart it's one realized that it seems to be much worse than the princess. Why is that? Sitting together and starting to eat, Shuangyao felt that the flavors were so fresh, although they were all simple dishes, they were all top-notch delicacies that she had never tasted before. In one gulp, Shuangyao finished all the food and even burped, which made her shy and couldn't lift her head down. Han Chang smiled and didn't say anything. The quality of life of otherworldly people was very poor, these ordinary meals could make them feel incredibly happy. Turning his head to look at the side of the Cheichuan, good guy, this old thing is eating a wolf. Yummy, yummy, princess's food here is too delicious. The old minister has never eaten anything so delicious in all the time he has lived. Shui Niao's face was so embarrassed. This minister of his had just been saying that Long Chang's food was bad, and now he was slapping his own face. Don't face, Shui Niao ignored him, it was too embarrassing. After sending Shui Niao away, Han Chang returned to his office. Number 1 was there, too, and he had read the contract, exulting. This contract of the colonel's is too favorable to us. It takes almost all the mineral rights, the rights of way, and the rights of doing business in the country of Chechi, and from now on the country is ours to control. That's right, this kind of trick was played by the Western powers more than 100 years ago. I'm just using it to learn from it, and don't tell me, I like it. Han Chang laughed. He was bullying Shui Niao for not understanding this right of way, the right to operate. Take them all now, and this Che will be able to hold his nose from now on. Oh, it's the same truth in another world. Backwardness is to be bullied. Ding! Detected that the host has signed a contract with an otherworldly force, triggering the system task of plundering resources, requesting the host to plunder 3,000 tons of resources in the otherworld, and will open the portal fittings and conveyor pipeline upon completion. Hint, the pipeline can transport crude oil, gas, and will increase the efficiency of portal transportation. Han Chang raised his eyebrows slightly. This was exactly what he needed. Right now portal transportation relies on vehicles, and the conveyor pipeline can't move supplies through the portal. It would be great if the portal came with a conveyor pipe, so the crude oil could be sent back in a steady stream from now on. Han Chang looked at the map. This mission to be completed still has to be on Shajigua. With his gaze fixed, Han Chang immediately ordered, "Gather the troops for me, we'll rush to Chechakoku immediately." On the other hand, Shui Niao returned to the Chuzhi kingdom, and once she entered the capital city she realized that people were on edge and the streets were in a mess. The gates of the city's inhabitants were locked, and from time to time soldiers passed through, a situation of a large army. Hurry back to the palace. Shui Niao felt bad. Once he arrived at the palace and met his father and 2 king brothers, he realized that the skeleton army led by the ghost cultivator had already broken through the spirit pass, and was going to press against the capital city in a matter of days. Yaoer, you're back just in time, hurry up and get ready, let's get out of here. The king of Chechakuni no longer wanted to resist. He wanted to give up the country and leave this place of wrongdoing. Anyway, when they go elsewhere, they can get by on the wealth within the treasury. Father, how could you do this? What will happen to the people of the Chuzhi kingdom if you are gone? Shui Niao looked at her father with anger and rage. Sister Wang has reached this point. What are you still saying? We can't beat that group of ghost cultivators. If we don't leave we are waiting to die. Even the king's brother said so. It won't be. The ghost cultivators will be dealt with. I've already found the group of mortals who killed the immortals. You see, this is the contract I signed with them, and I'm sure they'll be coming to support us in Chechakoku soon. Shui Niao took out the contract she signed with Han Chang, which was in duplicate. Just then a soldier hurried in to report the news. Your Majesty, the skeleton army has arrived outside of the capital city, the vastness of which cannot be seen without vigor, and all the city gates except for the south gate have been blocked. What? Quick, let's go! King Che Jigua was as anxious as a hot pot. Shui Niao was stumped in place. What could be done now? The skeleton army was already at the city, but the Immortal Slayer Mortal's army hadn't arrived. Is it possible that Che Chi Chi Kook will still have to die for nothing? Sister Wang, where is the army you speak of? The skeleton army is already outside the city. Where is the Immortal Slayer Mortal you speak of? Humph, I think you've been tricked. There's no mortal under the sky that can fight an immortal. Wang brother Shuekai's gaze was cold. He didn't believe Shui Niao's words in the slightest. Father, let's get going. There's not much time at the moment. Okay, let's go. Yaoer, you hurry up too. King Che Jigua screamed and was about to leave with his men. But then suddenly there was a hoot and a holler in the sky that cracked the sky with a roar. What's going on here? Is there a change in heaven and earth? Shuekai looked up nervously, his face full of horror. Shui Niao similarly looked to the sky, but her pretty face was filled with joy. Father, the mortal slayer is here, and those are their iron birds. Shui Niao was thrilled. The last time she was in the Yunhua sect she only saw 1 iron bird, now she saw 3 iron birds in the sky. The sky. Number 1 calling, we have arrived above the capital city of the Chuzhi kingdom, surrounded by skeletons, requesting an attack. This is Han-sung, roger that, permission to attack, no worries. Roger 1, launch the attack immediately. Copy that, 2. Copy that on 3. 3 Wuji 10 whistled and flew to the outside of the city, and then whoosh. Countless rockets were like June raindrops, wrapped in a monstrous momentum blasted to the ground. Chapter 25, Modern Military Weapons vs. Skeleton Soldiers. The earth trembled and rumbled. The rushing smoke that was raised enveloped the earth and slowly dissipated, leaving behind a charred blackness. The skeleton army that had just roamed the mountains was missing a corner. The firepower of the 3 Wuji 10s was so powerful that they hovered and flew high into the air, adjusting their attitude to attack again. This time it was the airborne 20mm aerial guns that swept in. Like a falcon swooping, the sweep of the aerial guns tore a straight line across the land like the blade of torture. All the skeletons in the straight line went up in smoke and were instantly smashed into pieces. The citadel. Some of Che Jigua's warriors looked dumbfounded. and each of them couldn't believe the scene in front of them. These iron birds are too powerful, spewing out unknown things, and when they land, they are whistling and exploding, and instantly the earth is blazing with fire and steaming with smoke. What are these? It seems like the gods and goddesses are just like that. On the other side, on the high tower inside the royal palace, both the king and the crown prince of Chiji Kingdom also saw the scene of the iron bird battle in the party. The same surprised face full of horror. What were those things just now? Why can they fly? It obviously doesn't have wings. Shikai yelled, unable to comprehend the existence of helicopters, including their battles. It's awesome. It's awesome as hell. That was the iron bird of immortal mortality just now. Father, brother king, I mentioned it to you before. Shui Yingyao spoke out. She'd seen helicopters before and wasn't that surprised. Still, the rocket attack that had just whistled through the earth had surprised her. It turned out that he had still underestimated these immortal slayer mortals, and they were much more powerful than he had imagined. Yaoer, do you think they're here to save us? King Che Jigua asked excitedly. He was ecstatic to see his daughter nodding. Excellent. My country of Chiji has been saved, and I will not leave to live with the capital city. What's the point of running when you have such powerful reinforcements? Doesn't it smell good to sit and watch the show? King Chichikuni all but grinned. Meanwhile, an armored unit on the ground was marching rapidly. 5 Type 99 tanks, 3 Type 90 tanks, plus 12 wheeled fighting vehicles rumbled and crushed the earth, raging like a landslide toward the capital of the Chiji Kingdom. Colonel, we are 30 kilometers from our destination and expect to reach the battlefield in half an hour. Very well, keep going at full speed. By the way, did you bring that big killing weapon? We'll rely on it to deal with the skeletons when the time comes. Carry which, every car is equipped with it. Behind the skeleton army, in a hidden valley, 5 ghost cultivators gathered in one place. Big brother, ahead is the capital city of the Chiji Kingdom. There are more than 100,000 people in the city. Kill them all. These 100,000 living souls are enough for us to advance. Ha ha ha. Big brother, when your cultivation reaches the 8th level of chi practicing, our brothers will be able to run rampant in this White Tiger Ridge. That's right, that is, with Big brother's current cultivation level it's enough to make a name for himself in the White Tiger Ridge. A few ghost cultivators were blabbering, and in the middle of them clustered a middle-aged man, who was the big brother in the mouths of these several people. No one knows his name. He calls himself the Criminaline Fury. With 3 points of indifference and 7 points of gloom in his gaze, at this moment, the corner of the Criminaline Shah's mouth was slightly hooked up, and a touch of self-satisfaction flashed across his eyes. Oh, really? Come to this White Tiger Ridge, came to the right place. This place does not have a foundation stage cultivator, and no one can cure me. With my 7th level of Chi cultivation, if I advance and reach the 8th level of Chi cultivation, then I will still be able to show off my power in this White Tiger Ridge. When the time comes, those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish, stirring up this White Tiger Ridge, killing millions of living beings, and sacrificing my 9 spectral Xianin Ghost Chi. When my 9 spectral Xianin Ghost Chi becomes a great success and advances to the foundation establishment stage, then I will kill my way back to Fengdu City and see who can stop me. The Criminaline Fury could not help but feel a great deal of pride in his heart. At this time, a famous disciple hurriedly ran over. Several masters, something big is wrong. 3 iron birds appeared in the sky. That thing can spray strange things. When it landed it exploded with a boom. Half of our skeleton army was destroyed. How can it be? If you kid dares to talk nonsense, let's see if I don't swallow your raw soul. A ghost cultivator scolded in a stern voice. There are iron birds in this world? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But just as he finished his words, the loud, eardrum-shattering sound rang out above his head. With a whoosh, something like a stick flew into the valley, trailing a long trail of smoke. Several ghost cultivators were dumbfounded. What is all this? In shock, everyone stayed still. They didn't know this thing would explode and kill people. This was followed by a loud boom. The valley trembled violently and rocks rolled down. Marred, what is this thing? The Criminaline Fury climbed up from the ground, having lost that calmness long ago, and roared loudly, "Go, follow me out." One of the 5 ghost cultivators died, and the remaining few ran out of the valley in ashes. As soon as they left the valley, several people saw the 3 iron birds, which actually had no wings and were actually flying. It's unbelievable. Call 1, we're out of ammo, requesting to return to base. Permission to return to base. We have arrived at the capital of the Chiji Kingdom. Let us have the battle behind us. The 3 armed forces 10 flew towards the east. They had accomplished their mission, and the skeleton army on the ground had been reduced by half. These iron birds want to run. Give me chase. I don't believe they won't land. The Criminaline Fury shouted sternly. Drive the remaining tens of thousands of skeleton army to kill to the east. But the words just fell. The distant horizon rumbled as if a landslide had occurred. Several iron lumps then appeared in the sight of the Criminaline Xian. He froze again. What was that again? It's very majestic to look at. Mighty indeed. The tanks and chariots fired together, and the rumbling explosions blew the skeleton army to pieces. Sailing into the Sea of Skulls was even more reckless and rampant, completely unimpeded. In the tank, Han Sung gave the order. Use the flamethrower and send all these skeletons to the western sky. Hurrah! The tanks and battle tanks were loaded with flamethrowers, which were the big killers Han Chang had prepared. Soon the blazing fire from the chariot tank jetted out, up to a dozen meters long, like a whistling hideous fire dragon. Instantly everything within reach of the flame was burned to ashes. The skeleton army rapidly dwindled, and it didn't take long for only a few scattered piles to remain. Han Chang didn't bother to clean them up. He had long ago discovered the ghost cultivators on the hillside. Those guys were strangely dressed and carried the skeletons of the dead on their bodies. To say that they were ordinary people who would believe them, they were definitely not good, most likely the ghost cultivators in Shui Yao's mouth. Get over there, there's someone else over there. Han Chang ordered the tanks to advance towards the ghost cultivators. Looking down to the rumbling iron pimple constantly approaching, the distance is only more than 100 meters, a few ghost cultivators on tenterhooks, just now the ambition is long gone. Big brother, what should we do? What else can we do? Run! The criminaline fury was scared silly. This iron lump is as strong as a small mountain, and it can also spit fire. The tens of thousands of skeleton army was burned in only one incense stick of time. Such an awesome thing to play a fart in. But just as they tried to turn away, an iron lump picked up speed and came rushing in. At the same time the top lid opened and a human head emerged. There's actually someone inside this thing. The criminaline fury froze. Chapter 26, Please don't go and settle the military bill. The criminaline fury looked dumbfounded. There was actually someone inside that iron lump, and was holding a strange burning stick aimed at them. What's this guy up to? That pose is so weird. A few ghost cultivators froze, but they soon regretted it. There was a bang and a gunshot. A few ghost cultivators were still in a daze, when suddenly a hole opened up in the head of someone among them, and they directly fell to the ground, not even twitching a bit, and actually died. What is this? Criminaline Fury's scalp was numb, that burning stick had just smoked and his own brother was dead. This is how it plays out. Before he could shake his head, there was another shot with a bang, and another person fell beside him. No, I don't want to die. Some people were so scared that they just pissed their pants and got down on their knees and kowtowed at the tank. How could Han Chang have mercy on such scum and continue to shoot? He had the skill of firearm specialization, and this dumping of snipers was a good idea. The gunshots started again, and the ghost cultivator who had begged for mercy was also dead. The criminaline Sen saw that he was left alone, and there was no chance for him to escape even if he wanted to. Looking at the person in that iron lump, he gritted his teeth and his whole body blossomed with a silky black aura. Mad! I'll fight you all! The cultivation of the 7th level of Chi practitioner all erupted, and a long sword was offered in the hands of the criminaline Fury. The sword light flickered, entangling several hideous dead souls, and the voice was mournful and horrifying. The sword blade pointed forward, and the criminaline Fury pointed towards his feet, 2 ghost shadow talismans shielding his body. His body took off into the air, followed by a loud roar, and rushed towards the tank. Han Chang was slightly stunned. This idiot actually didn't flee and even took the initiative to send himself to his death? That's just right. Let's have a big one. Give him a ride to fulfill his wish. Aim and fire. The order was given, and soon the tanks opened fire, that 125mm gun letting out a sky-shaking roar. The body of the criminaline fiend that had rushed halfway exploded instantly, leaving not even dregs left. Not far away, dozens of ghost cultivator disciples watched in horror. Dumbstruck. Unbelievable. The master is gone like that? Not even a fart where he was blown to smithereens. Those iron lumps across the street are awesome too. Get out of here. It's a death sentence against something like this. Soon dozens of ghost cultivator disciples fled, but how could Han Chang let them go? Chase. Leave no one behind, kill them all. 12-wheeled chariots chased after them from behind at full power, bursts of machine gun fire, and all those fleeing ghost cultivators were killed, with none of them escaping. The battle was over and the charred earth was filled with smoke. The military and civilians on the city floor of Cheshiguo opened as appalled and shocked. Are these the heavenly soldiers and generals? It's either an iron bird or an iron armored car, and it can even breathe fire. It's awesome. Some of the legendary immortal powers were just like that. Oh, you all don't know who they are, do you? Suddenly a voice sounded beside them. Everyone turned their heads to see that it was Lord Che Wen-che. This is the red man beside the 3rd princess. I heard that the 3rd princess went out a few days ago to ask for reinforcements. Is it possible that those heavenly soldiers and generals were begged by the 3rd princess? You know them, Lord Cha? Of course I recognize them. These are the rescuers that this lord and the 3rd princess invited together. How about strong enough? Cha Chi-wen raised his head triumphantly, as if the rescuers had been invited by him. Awesome. Who exactly are these people? Lord Che, you hurry up and tell us. The crowd surrounded Che Chi-wen, all of them curious babies with probing heads. They're from Dragon City. That country is called something like the Great Summer Kingdom, and although they're all mortals, they're all powerful guys. You guys don't know, right? The spells in their hands can easily kill immortals. The nearby Yunhua sect is bullish enough, isn't it? It was destroyed by them. What? This group is mortal. And destroyed an immortal sect. It was so shocking that many people were confused. Is there such a powerful mortal under the sky? But just now the battle everyone saw, These people kill those ghost cultivators but cut melon and cut vegetables as easy ah. Instantly the crowd was filled with respect for this group of mortals. Hee, look at you all, one by one, you're all silly. In fact, this group of Dasha people are not only strong in combat, but also able to grow spring vegetables in winter. What? Being able to grow spring vegetables in winter? Che-sama, you quickly tell us about it. They all have a kind of house called a shed. The house you would never think is transparent, even in winter inside warm like spring. What season vegetables can be planted? And this Dasha general is not called a general, it's called a colonel. Colonel, this great summer country is so interesting, tell us more about it. Roa, that Disya country is a marvelous country, they generals have to line up. The more Che Chuan said, the more energized, this pretending to be cool ah. On the other side inside the royal palace, King Che Jigua's lifelong cognition was completely shattered. It was too unimaginable, just a few clicks and those few ghost cultivators were finished? This is also too fast. He had thought of leading the army out to kill some. After all, with such a strong reinforcement he had to show off a little bit, but I did not expect to press no matter what he did. Don't give it a chance. Shui Kai on the side of the same shocked heart to collapse out. This group are what people, strong as ah. Father, please also come out of the city to greet them yourself. The people of Dragon City need to respect them extremely. Shui Yao spoke out at this time. King Che Jigua suddenly realized and shouted in a hurry. Yes, pass on my order. The widow will go out of the city to meet him in person. Soon the city gates opened, and the king of Chishi Kingdom led the civil and military officials to come out in great numbers to greet Han Cheng's group of people. Han Cheng had long ago lined up the tanks and chariots in a line, quietly waiting for the Che Jigua's group to come closer. King Cha Jigua personally bowed to Han Sung. Many thanks for the support of the great Xia divine soldiers, all the people of my Chishi Kingdom are grateful. A group of ministers behind the king bowed in unison in thanks. Han Cheng just nodded slightly and said lightly, red tape will be waived, we don't care about that, and that contract will please be strictly enforced. Contract? King Che Jigua was surprised and turned his head to look at Shui Yao. Shui Yao handed over the contract at this time, and when the king took a look at it, he almost didn't take a back seat. That's a lot to ask. I can't read the rest of it myself, but I understand this one about seeding land and selling minerals. The mowing, in particular, was meaty. But can one object to these lumps of iron in front of him, so mighty and imposing? It seems like it's useless to oppose it. If people take these iron bumps against themselves, that long iron pipe sparks a few times, their side will probably have to be all over it. Even ghost cultivators are not their opponents, their own side is even more white. When the time comes, I guess there is nothing. After thinking about it for half a moment, King Che Jigua figured out that it seemed like seeding land wasn't unacceptable. Well, at least he's still a king, and Che Jigua is still around. Father, this mineral doesn't include iron ores, what they need is Yellowstone head in Blackwater. Shui Yao explained again. King Che Jigua suddenly relieved, do not want iron or that is, what Yellowstone head in Blackwater those are useless things. This group of immortal slayer mortals are really funny, they don't want the good stuff, they want this crap, so take it. Upper Ambassador Daxia, this contract is recognized by the widow. Han Chang nodded slightly, then added. Then before fulfilling this contract please pay us for this outpouring of troops, you can offset it with supplies, our demand is 5,000 tons of supplies. What? 5,000 tons? It takes that much? King Cheshiguo's just relieved heart suddenly ached again, this group of Daxia country people are really hard to serve but it's harder to say yes. Granted, I'm all for it. There's blood dripping from King Che Jigua's heart. Chapter 27, 5,000 tons of rosewood sent out. Han Sheng smiled faintly, this request you have to agree to even if you don't. Daxia's troops seem to have no casualties, but oil, ammunition loss is a big head, take you 5,000 tons of supplies is not excessive. And Han Sheng still had to complete the system mission. The mission is 3,000 tons, and it's reasonable to ask for a 5,000 ton. Anyway, it's just that Daxia's side can't afford to lose out. No one on Cha Jigua's side objected, they all just saw it. The military might of the Great Summer Kingdom is invincible. Is it useful for them to oppose it? Only Crown Prince Shui Kai gritted his teeth and his gaze erupted with anger. This group of Daxia countrymen are simply insatiable, I must settle this score with you slowly. Han Sheng's side also sent a gift to King Che Jigua, a statue of Guan Gong made of plastic, which is a ground floor product in Blue Star and Thieves cheap. But Han Sheng had some changes made. King, this is the god of war of our Great Summer Kingdom, called Guan Gong, and it's a gift to you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kindness. King Che Jigua personally received the statue of Guan Gong, which was more than half a foot high, very warm to the touch, and did not feel like ceramic, and felt particularly new. The one sent by the upper country must be high-class goods, and this thing must be taken back and offered as a national treasure. Your Excellency, you are also tired, go into the city and rest, the widow wants to feast you. Han Sheng waved his hand. No, we don't care about the fluff. You remember that military payments and contracts have to be taken seriously, or we'll be in town any minute. Han Sung patted the tank beside him, self-explanatory. King Cha Jigua nodded his head in agreement and then kept Sha Chuan in to discuss how to compensate for the military expenses. He returned to the city himself with a large group of ministers. As soon as he returned to the palace, the king enshrined the statue of Guangong in the main hall, and lit incense and led all the officials to pay homage together. Apparently it has already enshrined this Guangong as a national treasure. Father Sama, can you really swallow this? At this time, Prince Shuaikai spoke out. The demands of the Great Summer Kingdom are too much, not only ceding land but also demanding so many supplies. Thinking that my country has just experienced the havoc of the ghost cultivators, how can we have any supplies for them? This, King Che Jigua's head was big. He didn't want to agree to it either, but could he not? Kaira, you just put up with it. After all, people helped us save the foundation of the country, otherwise you and I would have already been driven out of the city. Humph, you can swallow this, father, but I can't. Prince Shuaikai shook his hand and left after saying that. The king just shook his head helplessly. Shuainyao didn't say a word. She only hoped that the king's brother wouldn't do anything radical, or else with the style of the Great Xia Kingdom there would definitely be a thunderbolt, and it would be troublesome at that time. On the other hand, number one had heard all of what Prince Shuaikai had just said from inside the tanker. That Guangong statue is bugged. The colonel is truly a man of God, and has long anticipated that you Chechikuni are no slouches. Come on, as long as you guys are messing up, we promise to be rude on our end. With a cold smile, number one exited the tank and met Han Chang. Han Sung is discussing compensation for military expenses with Cha Ki-woon. Colonel, I have something to report. Number one made a wink. Han Chang understood and said to Che Chi-woon, Old Kara, wait for a while, I have something to take care of over here, I'll be done soon. Oh, you're busy, Colonel Sama. Che Chi-woon is very pleasant. People are calling themselves old cars, too much to look down on themselves. Han Sung and number one come to a secluded area, and number one relates all the information that was overheard. Han Chang grinned coldly. Hee, this prince doesn't seem to be a saving grace, releasing drones to monitor this capital at all times. I'd like to see what tactics this prince uses against us. Yes. Number one led the way. Han Sung's side returned to Che Chi-woon's side and continued. Old Che, we want a lot of supplies. I've looked at the nice trees you have on the hills around here, so let's take these trees to compensate. Han Chang realized when he first arrived here that the surrounding hills were full of rosewood, a tree that was not widely distributed on the Blue Star and was very rare, so the price was naturally very high. If we can bring it back to Blue Star, we can properly make a huge amount of money. Che Chi-woon looked around the mountains. These rosewood is a good wood. Che Jigua also very need. But what if I don't agree? The king has left this mess to himself, and if he offends the ambassador, it's me who'll have his head cut off. Fine, I'll totally oblige if Lord Colonel wants rosewood. It's just that 5,000 tons is a lot of this, and it will take a lot of people to cut it down. Cha Ki-woon thought that it would take a long time for Deha to accomplish this, so he wondered if he could get Deha to hire Cha Chi Nation nationals to do this. You should know that after the catastrophe of the ghost cultivator, now the capital of the country gathered refugees from all over the world. Eating is a problem. But Han Chang shook his head in disbelief. Don't worry about cutting the trees, we have machines to cut them, you just have to say yes. Che Chi-woon froze. Is this the only line of people in your great summer country? But he didn't dare ask more questions. After Han Chang had negotiated the military expenses, he sent a message to Long Cheng and Yai, asking them to send an engineering team over, bringing along chainsaws for cutting down trees. Soon this troop arrived by helicopter, and one by one they went up the mountain with chainsaws. Soon the rosewood on the hill was falling down, and the chainsaw was cutting down the trees that fast. Che Chi-woon was dumbfounded. This group of Daxia countrymen still have this kind of artifact. It is simply a foul. But one has to admire them, they are truly awesome. Countless Jiji country nationals in the city also saw, the same mortals, this group of people from the great summer country is really kawa, only half a daytime, a mountain of a shaved head. This kind of speed of cutting down trees is unheard of, it's so awesome. A few days later, all 5,000 tons of rosewood were delivered to the blue planet. Put the people over there rejoiced. These rosewood trees are more than 100 years old, almost impossible to find on the Blue Star. Some people have said it's worth tens of billions, or to a lesser extent. On the other side a message flashed through Han Chang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the plundering resources mission. The portal opens the delivery pipeline. The portal then flickered with light, and a hole with a radius of 250 millimeters appeared on the side of the doorframe, which was black. Put in a pipeline to connect with the blue planet, and you'll be able to transport oil behind it. The crowd was thrilled, which meant that soon Daxia would completely say goodbye to the history of asking other countries to buy oil. What impact will this have? No one can gauge it, but kind of can be sure that the impact is huge. At the same time, the Great Summer State has begun a covert setup, purchasing a lot of futures on the oil crash, just waiting for the day to come. Han Chang's side was sitting in his office, pondering how to extract the oil. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to build roads first, and it's the same thing with this oil extraction. Without railroads, a lot of heavy mining equipment simply can't be transported there. So the railroad had to be built next. The starting point of the railroad is naturally Longcheng, and in the middle it goes through Cheshiguo. One section of it was the land that had just been ceded to the Great Summer Kingdom, Yunlin City. Just yesterday the drones monitoring the capital of the Chuji Kingdom spotted someone rushing to Yunlin City on horseback. It's obvious that someone is trying to make trouble in Cloudwood. The corner of Han Chang's mouth revealed a cold smile. Whoever dares to stand in the way of the rise of the Great Summer Kingdom will be swept into the trash. Chapter 28 Development of New Territories. No. 1. I'll personally go to the reception of Yunlin City, and you'll be in charge of Dragon City while I'm away. Understood, Colonel. Well, you guys also hurry up with the work behind, and start construction where you can, so that you can send the oil to the Blue Planet earlier. Han Chang was ready to leave after giving his orders, when a system sound rang out in his head. Ding! Detecting that the host is about to unify a new territory, touching the system task of getting rid of the old and welcoming the new. As long as the host completes the unification of the new territory, he will be rewarded with a huge amount of money. Han Chang's eyes lit up. What was this huge reward? Could it make the portal go up another level? The portal will be upgraded to another level, and new props will also be given away. Okay, that's a reward well worth waiting for. Han Chang grinned. What he was most desperate for now was the upgrade of the portal. The number of people allowed to pass through was still too small. Compared to the spreading great development of the otherworld, this number of people was simply not enough. That's why the portal must be leveled up as soon as possible. Riding in a military vehicle, Han Sung drove to the new territory. Along for the ride were 3 Type 99 tanks and 50 heavily armed special operations soldiers. It's not a large force, but it's expensive. Relying on this troop, Han Chang believed that he could take care of everything. About 2 hours later, the convoy arrived at Yunlin City. It was a small city with a population of less than 30,000, with walls only 2 meters high and modeled and ancient. Pedestrians are scarce in the city, and all businesses are dying. As soon as Han Chang arrived in the city, he entered the city hall, where the original city lord came over to serve him. The city lord was a chubby man in his 50s, and he had a dog-licking expression on his face at Han Chang. My lord, you have traveled a great deal. I have prepared a banquet for you, so you should eat first. It's only 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm not in the habit of eating so early. First bring me all the household registers of Yunlin City, Han Chang said in a cold voice. The city lord touched a nose when he came up, and said that the people of the Great Summer Country are really different. They don't bring any ambiguity, so it seems that he has to be more serious. Soon a large stack of household registration pamphlets was placed in front of Han Chang, who carefully looked through them. It was learned that this Yunlin city was surrounded by 334 square kilometers of land, and all of its population was about 200,000 people. About the same as a county or city on Blue Star. But 80% of the land in this part of the country is in the hands of squire landlords. That means that if pipelines are laid and railroads are built, they will inevitably pass through the lands of these squire landowners. Of course, if these squires and landowners don't get into trouble and obey the arrangements in a disciplined manner, then they can be allowed to continue to get away with it. The Great Summer Kingdom isn't bad for their little bit of land to grow food. I'm afraid they're the ones who messed up. Han Chang put down the household register in his hands and addressed the city lord. You go and get me all the local landowners and squires. I want a meeting with them at the town hall tonight. Yes, my lord. The city lord didn't dare to ask more questions, bowed and retreated to do his job. That night, a lamp was set up in the city hall compound, and the light was as bright as day. More than 100 landowners and gentry gathered in the courtyard, one after another curious. This great summer country is awesome. Actually have such a bright thing, brighter than the king's palace's night pearl. A high platform was erected at the end of the courtyard, at which point the city lord stepped onto it and yelled, "Gentlemen, from today onwards our Yunlin city will belong to the Great Xia State, and now we have Colonel Han Chang from the Great Xia State to address us." The city lord stepped aside. Han Chang stepped onto the stage. He scanned the circle. These squire landlords in front of him were all dressed like a member of the staff in a costume movie, and one of them was very rich. Everyone is meeting for the first time. I am Han Chang. From now on, this will be the territory of the Daxia state, and all of you will be a Daxia national, so I hope that you will cooperate with the work, abide by the law and discipline, and be a qualified Daxia national. Now I'm going to announce the first thing, and that is that we are going to lay a railroad in Yunlin City, and it will inevitably pass through your lands, and these lands we will be expropriating, and you can rest assured that we'll be compensating you handsomely. The words fell to the ground, and the following squires and landowners, one by one, staggered away, all opposed. What? To expropriate our land? No, I will never agree. I'm also against it. This land was left behind by our ancestors and has been passed down for generations. Selling it would be a defeat. That's right, old man Zhou, you judge, our land can't be expropriated. Yes, Elder Zhou, you come and say something for us. Everyone gathered beside an old man in his 60s, who was called Zhou Benji, the landowner with the most land in Yunlin City. At this moment, his eyes were slightly sunken, and he stroked his beard in an airy manner as he faintly said, "Everyone, don't make a scene. Since the Great Summer Kingdom must have their intentions of expropriating the land, we'll just cooperate." How can you say that, Elder Zhou? The land is our life, our roots, we can't sell it. This group of squire landlords cannot understand. This old Zhou has the most land. The expropriation of land will certainly touch him. How he is so calm, as if the expropriation of land and he has nothing to do. The city lord on the high platform whispered in Han Shang's ear. That old man surrounded by people is Zhu Heng, the biggest landlord in Yunlin City, and this old man is also the crown prince's teacher. Han Shang nodded slightly, his heart was clear, this old man cooperated on the surface, but behind the scenes he was more than likely going to mess things up. However, Han Shang wasn't a saving grace, his face didn't move, and he even rushed at Zhu Heng with an arching salute. Elder Zhou is worthy of being a local patriarch, recognizing the big picture and looking after the big picture, thanks from my side. He said, you old fox can act, and I'm not so bad. Play with you, play to the end, see who's tough. Oh, Colonel Han is polite, this is what we should do locally. Zhu Heng was full of peace and bowed to return Han Shang's salute, but in his heart, he was unimpressed. Oh, you Daxia people still want to build a railroad, dream on. I received a secret order from the Crown Prince yesterday, and will never let you take root in this Yunlin city. This Yunlin city will still be Chiji kingdoms from now on, and sooner or later you Great Xia kingdom will get out. And the Crown Prince and the old man have been scheming for a long time, so just wait and see, soon you'll be too burned out to sustain yourselves. Zhu Heng was sneering in his heart. It is a pity that he has not seen the strong military might of the Great Summer Kingdom, the weapon that kills immortals as if it were child's play. If he, Zhu Heng, could know a star, killing him would not dare to go against the Great Summer Kingdom. Very well, with a local patriarch like Elder Zhou, I'm sure we'll be able to work well together. Han Shang said a few more words and ended the meeting. After the meeting, the squires and landowners refused to leave and they surrounded Zhu Heng. Elder Zhou, you really promise? Elder Zhou, as soon as the Great Summer Kingdom comes up for land expropriation, it's bullying people too much, so you just swallow it? Zhou half-not chuckled. Gentlemen, nowadays we are all people of the Great Summer Kingdom. If the Great Summer Kingdom wants to build a railroad, it's all for our good, so please cooperate. After saying that, the old man got into a carriage and left. Looking at the shadow of Zhu Heng's departing car, the crowd still couldn't hold their breath. Doggone Daxia, wanting to expropriate land, I'll fight them. Right, the city manager didn't even dare to do that when he was in charge. What are they, the Great Summer Kingdom? I just won't agree to it. I think someone else has to take the lead on this. Elder Zhou is the most respected among us, we still need to find him. Right, we must convince Elder Zhou to take us on. Come on, let's go to Old Man Zhou's house together. The crowd had followed Elder Zhou's carriage along to the Zhou family fort. Zhu Heng on the carriage looked at the crowd following behind him and smiled grimly. That was the effect he wanted. Chapter 29, There's no such thing as lack of food. Soon, inside the secret room of the Zhou family fort, the crowd clustered around Zhu Heng and blew up in a heap of words. Elder Zhou, you have to make a decision for us. We can't let this land acquisition go. The land is our life, our roots. If the land is gone, how are we going to live afterward? Zhou Lao. Zhu Heng sat calmly in the eunuch's chair, and at this moment, his slightly narrowed eyes flashed up with a hint of viciousness, and he said grimly, Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand, the old man is not trying to give in at all, much less let them expropriate our land. To tell you the truth, yesterday the old man received a secret order from the Crown Prince, and he told us to hold fast and never let the Great Summer Kingdom finish the railroad. And the Crown Prince told us to hold together and drive out this arrogant group of Daxia countrymen. The words fell to the ground, and the surrounding squires and landowners rejoiced. So the Crown Prince supports us, then this is something we're sure to accomplish. Elder Zhou, you quickly tell us what to do. Right, Elder Zhou, we'll all listen to you. Zhu Heng's gaze slightly raised as he coldly said, Every one of you, don't forget one thing, in whose hands is the food in this Yunlin city? As long as we are united, this group of people from the Great Xia Kingdom will not last 10 days, I'm afraid. 80% of the land around Yunlin city was in the hands of the landlords and gentry, and they naturally held the lifeblood of food. Even the entire economy of Yunlin city was under their control. These squires and landowners were all glaring, each sneering. Indeed, as long as we stop selling food, let's see how long this group of Daxia countrymen can hold out. Right, let's seal off the food from tomorrow. As long as there's no more food, the people in the city will cause trouble. Let's see how the people of the Great Summer Kingdom can set things right. Then this group of Daxia countrymen will have to come back and beg us by then. Zhu Heng similarly sneered. The Crown Prince also said that the population of that Great Xia country is not much, it's just a small town, and the food in their hands is even more limited, so the ones who lose in the end will definitely be them. Besides, the Crown Prince and the old man still have backstops, forcing them to have to get out of Yunlin city when the time comes. Good, with the Crown Prince's backing and Elder Zhou's wisdom, we're sure to win. As long as the Daxia countryman kneels down for me, I will definitely kick him to death ruthlessly. Doggone Great Summer Kingdom, you'll see. The people in the secret room were excited, their eyes open, as if they all saw a scene where the people of the Great Summer Kingdom were kneeling down and begging them. Unfortunately, what this group of people didn't realize was that there was so much food in the Great Summer country that 1.4 billion people couldn't eat it all. How could a mere Yunlin city with a population of over 200,000 not be able to cover it? Totally trivial. As for Shuikai's comment about a small town in the district of the Great Summer country, this was all heard from Shuang Yao. When Shuang Yao went to Dragon City, She only saw such a large piece of Dragon City, and she didn't know that there was another superpower of nearly 10 million square kilometers on the opposite side of the portal. I only thought that this great summer country was only as small as Dragon City, with a small population and little food. That's going to screw Shui Kai. The next day, inside a grain store within Yunlin City, the owner got up early to open the door for business, and he was in a good mood as business was good these days. At that moment a fellow came running up in a storm and shouted, "Boss, big deal, I heard that the landlords and gentry outside the city have started banning grain, not selling a single grain." "What? No grain sales? Then what will we eat?" The boss looked startled at once, but he didn't think it was reliable. After all, this ban on food rarely happened. At that moment the owner of the grain store on the street also ran over, looking alarmed. "I say, old friend, my fellows can't collect the grain, can you do it on your side?" The boss hadn't replied yet, but the man who was sent out yesterday to collect the grain had already returned with the wagon. "The wagon is empty." "Boss, there's been a ban on food outside the city, we haven't received any." "It's true." The owner was startled and shouted sternly, "Quick, close the store, we'll ban food too, not a single grain will be sold. The food can't be harvested, it's not enough for you to eat, so what the hell is the point of selling it?" Of course they closed the store. Soon the city was in a frenzy, filled with anxiety about not being able to buy food. The news also quickly reached Han Chang's ears. Han Chang looked as normal, even with a calmness that had long been expected, as he rushed at the city lord. "Don't worry, I've already informed Longcheng to send the food yesterday, it will arrive soon. You tell all the grain stores in the city to continue to sell grain, no stores to be closed, prices to remain as they are, and no price increases. If anyone dares to disobey, send me troops directly to seal up the store and confiscate all the grain." The city lord's heart trembled, and he thought to himself that this Colonel Han was really thunderous, but would the food be delivered? You can't hold it down without grain. Just as the city lord was puzzled, suddenly a car horn sounded outside, and he went out to take a look. A dozen heavy trucks full of grain. The city lord was dumbfounded, so much food, this was enough for the whole city to eat for a long time. Soon the grain was delivered to the grain store and sold for a very low price. The owner of the grain store is happy, this price is cheaper than even collecting from the squire and landlord. And the grain is of good quality with very few impurities in it. Those squire and landowners' grain inside a lot of miserable sand, the dog days of thieves. Why? The news quickly reached the Zhou family fort outside the city. A group of squires and landowners have not dispersed, they are still gathered together. The big guy's face was confused when he heard the news. What's going on? How is it possible for the great summer kingdom to have so much food again? Lies to the devil. 1,000 times over, they have giant iron wagons delivering an overabundance of grain that could be piled up into little mountains, and selling it to the grain stores much cheaper than we do. The owner of the grain store said he wasn't going to get it from us in the future, saying that we were black-hearted and that there were a lot of impurities in the grain, and that there were no impurities in the grain of the great summer kingdom. The slave who reported it said, "Snap!" One of the squires went up and got a direct slap on the mouth. "Who are you cursing? Call us black-hearted, get the hell out of here." The slave covered his face, didn't dare to squeak, and ran away holding his breath. This side of the squire and landlord face is as ugly as constipation, even Zhou Hanji is not much better. "Elder Zhou, what's going on? Why do they have so much food?" Zhou Hanji gave a blank look, saying, "You ask me, who do I ask, old man, I do not know. The princess said they don't have any food, and who TM knows how all this food is popping up. But it's all over the bar now, so we'll just have to do it the hard way. Besides, the crown prince's side still has a backstroke, so there's no rush." Thinking of this, Zhou Hanji's mind lightened and said, "There is no need for you all to panic, the crown prince's information will never be wrong. The great summer kingdom is most likely just puffing up its face and pretending to show us. Obviously there is not much grain left, and they insist on pretending that there is no shortage of grain, just to make us misjudge and then liberalize the sale of grain. We must not be fooled, this food must still be banned. In the old man's opinion they won't last 10 days. The crowd nodded, 10 days soon, and then we will see the joke of the great summer kingdom. Chapter 30, Bad Ideas Come to Life. However, 10 days later the price of food in Yunlin City stabilized and even dropped a lot. The owner of the grain store said there's more grain, so he can't sell it without lowering the price. There were heavy trucks coming to the door every day in the city lord's mansion, and tons of grain had long been piled up into a mountain, which would amaze anyone who looked at it. Does this look like there will be a shortage of food? It's too much to eat. The news reached the ears of the squires and landlords, this time completely deflated. "I say everyone, let's not stop playing, let's open the barn and sell the grain, otherwise the grain will get moldy even if it's piled up for a long time." "That's not true, grain prices are so low now, if we don't sell, we'll lose a lot of money." Zhou Hanji listened to the old face straight twitching. 10 days ago he personally said, the great summer country cannot last 10 days. But the reality is that not only is food not tight, but it is getting more and more. It's a proper slap in the face, a cracker of a whip. Zhou Hanji wondered in his heart, this great summer country is haunted out. Where did they get so much food? Simply endless. But he had a backhanded plan, something that could still salvage the defeat if it came to pass. This big summer country is indeed out of my expectation, but nothing, soldiers come to block. The old man sighed. There is still a move which did not go, the deer who died is not yet known. After saying this, Zhu Heng got up, wrote a secret letter and stuffed it into the pigeon's ankle ring. Flying pigeons sent a message to inform the crown prince of the news from this side. Oh, you guys in the great summer will just have to wait and see. On the other hand, inside the palace of King Chaichi, Prince Shuikai received a flying pigeon letter. He read the letter. Face as ugly as eating. How could the Great Summer Kingdom have so much food? Didn't Sister Wang say they were only the size of a small town? There's no way Sister Wang could have lied. Even Chaichuan said so. This will never be wrong. And where do they get their food from? Shuikai, that was puzzling even if he thought about it. But there's another trick over here. How don't you have a lot of food? I'll send over 100,000 mouths over to you over here to eat up all your food. Putting away the letter, Shuikai shouted in a deep voice. Come on, pass on my order to drive out all the refugees in the capital city. And remember to drive in the direction of Yunlin City. By the way, tell those refugees that there are people in Yunlin City who provide relief to the victims, and that they can survive by going there. Shuiangyao on the side heard it, her face changed and she exclaimed. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Why are you driving those poor refugees away? Don't worry about this matter, Wang Mei, it's good for the refugees to go over there anyway. The corner of Shuikai's mouth curled up into a grim smile. Getting rid of the refugees will not only ease the burden on the Chizhi kingdom, but also suppress the Daxia kingdom, which is a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Perfect. As long as there is no more food in the back, I am sorry that those people from the Great Summer Kingdom will not be able to hold out for long, and sooner or later they will have to roll away from Yunlin City. When that time comes, you will be able to take back the lost land in name only. Shuikai thought beautifully, his gaze blossoming with essence. Shuiangyao, however, was frightened. She had seen the strength of the Great Summer Kingdom. That group of people was mysterious, they had unknown power. It was not something that Che Jigua could fight against at all. Brother Wang, think twice, the Great Xia Kingdom is not something we can offend. Humph, Sister Wang, you have spoken in favor of the Great Xia Kingdom 3 times, rather what are your intentions? Shuikai questioned in a cold voice. Shuiangyao trembled and no longer dared to speak. Soon a wave of chaos was set off in the capital of the Chizhi Kingdom, with wives and children separated and wailing. Lamentably, more than 100,000 refugees had just experienced the havoc of ghost cultivators, and it was not easy to escape with their lives, but they did not want to be driven away. Listen up, no one is allowed in the capital, leave or be executed. All of you, head south to Yunlin City, there's more food there than you can eat, go. The shouts and curses, the repulsions, the cries, rang out. More than 100,000 refugees were all driven out of the capital to the outskirts of the city. Wang Daniu was one of them. He had fled with his wife and children, but he was the only one left in the capital city. Looking around with a blank stare, he didn't even know where to go. I say this big brother, where should we go? Go to the south. Didn't you hear those officials say that there is food in the south, or they also said that they are working on the relief of refugees? Really? Come on then. A few of the refugees beside him murmured, and together they headed south. Wang Dania dragged his heavy steps towards the south as well. He didn't know why he went, he just didn't want to die. Nothing else matters in order to survive. The drones in the sky over here had long since picked up on all of this, and even the orders issued by Shuikai to disperse the refugees had been monitored. Humph, this Che Jigui is really a white-eyed wolf. We helped them destroy the ghost cultivators and this is the reward for us. The warrior of the Great Summer Kingdom who was in charge of surveillance was filled with righteous indignation and immediately reported the news to Han Chang. Han Chang received the message and smiled coldly, this he had long been guarding against. Soon he contacted number 1 in Dragon City. Immediately send an engineering unit to the border between Yunlin City and Chizhi Kingdom and pull up a barbed wire fence for me in the fastest time possible. And the execution of our pre-prepared plan B, to make this Chechikoku change its king. Since the current ruling class of Chizhi Kingdom does not submit to the control of Daxia Kingdom, it can only be replaced. Han Chang's idea was to push Shuiangyao to be the king of Che Jigua, a woman who was gentler and more suitable for control. As for Prince Shuikai must die, this is unforgivable. After receiving the order, No. 1 immediately started the operation. He first had an engineering unit set off with barbed wire, then went to the dormitory building of Wangxian village and found the village headman. Now the village chief had a particularly prosperous life, and had grown a few pounds of meat on his body, and when he saw No. 1 come to his door, he hastened to receive him attentively. Oops, so it's Lord No. 1, please come in, have you eaten yet? I'll go to the cafeteria to get you some food. No, I came here to ask you how you've been thinking about it. Yesterday, number 1 had also approached the village chief and asked him if he was willing to lead the entire village to join the Great Summer Kingdom and become its nationals. Of course this nationals are issued ID cards, and Han Sung is by no means a Luddite on this point. The mayor was going to say yes on the spot, and number 1 let him think about it all night. This was not asked again, and the village headman answered immediately. Promise, definitely promise. We look forward to the Immortal village. All the villagers can eat enough food, and big house to live. not afraid of wild beasts, not afraid of the immortals to bully, this day to live a particularly decent life. Who do we have to thank for this? Thanks to the Great Summer Kingdom, we don't forget our roots. We all think of repaying the Great Summer Kingdom properly. Number 1 nodded, satisfied with the village chief's answer. Very well then, before joining the Great Summer Kingdom you are also asked to complete a task. As long as this task is completed well, your entire village will be able to join the Great Summer Kingdom. Good, if there's anything you need, just order. All of us villagers won't frown even if we have to go up a mountain of swords or down a sea of fire. The village chief was excited like a child. Doesn't it smell good to become a national of the Great Summer Kingdom? It is simply a dream. You have to know that this group is a group of bulls that can even kill immortals at will. Joining them would also mean being awesome and bombastic in the future as well. And the mayor had a little something in mind, he added with a smile. Lord no. 1. Tell Colonel Han that after this mission is completed, can you let all of my daughter's family join the Great Summer Kingdom as well? Chapter 31, The Village People's Squad Strikes. Number 1 laughed. The old man had a lot on his mind, and returned. I can't make that call, I'll have to let Colonel Han answer you, but as long as you get the job done right, I'm sure Colonel Han won't give you a hard time. Thanks then, I promise to get the job done. Well then, now you gather all the villagers at once, and later we'll send an airplane to take you to Chechikoku. To Chechikuni? To where for what? You don't need to ask much about that, you'll naturally be told what to do when you get on the plane. Yes, I'll go yell at everyone right away. The village chief excitedly went and gathered the villagers together, and number 1 chose about 20 of them, strong and resourceful men, and then told them to put on their rags and follow them to the airplane. The villagers wondered why they had to wear such rags when they went out, but no one asked too many questions. They all knew that there must be a purpose for the Great Summer Kingdom's business. The crowd boarded the plane together. A stray 20 whistled and took off, heading towards Che-Chi-Chi-Kook, Yunlin City, inside the Zhou family fort. Zhou Hanji received the flying pigeon letter sent by Shuekai, and joyfully immediately rushed to the crowd. The Crown Prince's side has already acted. It won't be long before more than 100,000 refugees will flock to Yunlin City, and at that time, let's see how the Great Xia Kingdom will receive them. The squires and landowners showed their joy. Refugees are here, they have to be fed, or else they'll cause a civil unrest. Haha, this is going to give that Han Sheng a headache. Humph, don't they have a lot of grain? Send them 100,000 or so mouths, and it won't be long before they run out of even more grain. Ha, the prince's move is really brilliant. We just continue to ban food when the time comes. Zhou Hanji nodded his head slightly, his old eyes narrowed slightly once again. Everything has been predetermined. Think about yourself making such a great achievement. I wonder how the crown prince will reward himself. The heart cannot help but be beautiful, and that dream of being an imperial master cannot help but float to the top of the mind. Unbeknownst to him, someone had already been setting up on the borders of Yunlin City. Dozens of engineering vehicles started working at the same time according to a certain distance, and long barbed wire fences appeared like the Great Wall on the ground, connecting together. 3 meters high and stretching over 10 kilometers, it was covered with spikes, hard, and electrified. Such a barbed wire fence was simply not something that otherworldly mortals could break through. With this great wall, even 100,000 refugees would have to return in defeat. Looking at the completed barbed wire fence, the person in charge on this side sent a report to Han Chang. Report Colonel, the wall is ready. Very well, the following will be the killing of the pig. Han Chang grinned coldly as he sent a message to number 1. Move immediately, the wall is in place. Understood. Number 1 side landed near the border of Yunlin City, not far from the barbed wire fence, and he quickly gave the villagers a few words of advice. Everyone, you know in your hearts what to do when the time comes. Remember that as long as this is done, you will be nationals of our great summer kingdom from now on, just like us. Don't worry, we'll complete the mission. The villagers are happy can become a part of the great summer country who do not want later can also cowhide coaxing when the regicide immortal mortals, the face of this more mention of the light, go wherever there are envious eyes. The village chief's side immediately organized the manpower, so that everyone's face was smeared with some mud, plus the tattered clothes on their bodies, which at first glance looked very much like a group of refugees fleeing for their lives. The mayor also had a crutch, not to say it was very much like that. These villagers of Wangxian village waited on the border, and after about an hour or so, countless heads were seen in that distance, and then large groups of refugees appeared. That's how they were driven from the capital of Chechikuni. The village chief said with a wink from his side. Everyone understand what to say later, so be smart. That doggy, you kid has the dumbest mouth, just play dumb for me later, don't even fart. The village chief shouted at a stupid big guy, who shrunk his neck and didn't dare to squeak. The crowd laughed. After saying that, the village chief walked towards the group of refugees first and shouted loudly. Guys, don't go forward, it's not going to work up ahead. When the refugees looked at it, a piece of iron fence appeared in front of them, which seemed to have thorns, and they could not help but stop in their tracks. I say this old man, what is this thing in front of us? What's stopping the road? A refugee asked. The village chief sighed as he pretended to have a hard time with his words. This thing is called barbed wire, it's a magic weapon set up by an immortal, it can be long or short, the thorns on it are highly poisonous, and the Immortal also set up a thunder charm, so anyone who touches it will spark. Barbed wire, still set up by the Immortals, and poisoned. There are thunder charms. The group of refugees were filled with shock and were confused. This stuff is so advanced, terrifying, but there are those who don't believe it. Don't be fooled, right? A few bold refugees actually took sticks to collapse that barbed wire fence, but as soon as they touched the barbed wire, they bared their teeth, flashed with sparks and smoked, scaring the refugees backward. Otherworldly mortals are unenlightened. When have they ever seen such a magical thing? The people were so scared that they were dumbfounded, and some of them even kneeled down and kowtowed straight. Would it kill you to offend an immortal? Sure enough, this thing is on the thunder charm and will attract heavenly thunder. The thorns on that must be highly poisonous as well. If you take it, you die. As for the immortals setting it up, this time no one even dared to doubt it. Who would believe such an awesome barbed wire fence if it wasn't an immortal's magic weapon? Soon no one will cross the barbed wire anymore. This stuff kills people. By the way, why did that immortal set up this barbed wire fence? Wang Dingyou asked out of the crowd. He was very hungry, so hungry that his eyes were blazing. He was counting on getting to Yunlin City quickly, but there were people over there who were providing disaster relief. The immortal said his immortal mansion is nearby, he hates mortals disturbing his purification, and he'll kill anyone who dares to go any further. The village chief replied, "What? There's an immortal's mansion in this place? What can we do about this? We have to go to Yunlin City. There are people over there who are providing disaster relief." Wang Dania's face was bitter. The life of refugees is really bitter. It's not easy to hear that there is a place to live, but I didn't expect that the road can still disturb the immortal's meditation. What should I do? The other refugees are also crying, at the same time face scorn. No one dares to go forward. This disturbing the immortal meditation is also a death. The village headman, on his side, looked at the bitter faces of the group of refugees with a dark amusement in his heart, but his face expressed pained sympathy as he added, "Actually, everyone has been tricked. A few of us are from Cloud Forest City. There is no food over there at all, and no one to provide relief. No one is providing disaster relief." Wang Dania's eyes went wide. He and the big guys rushed over here so hard, many people died on the road, and in the end, they were actually cheated? Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. The village chief passed a wink towards the villagers beside him, and the villagers immediately understood, and one by one, they grabbed the road. Yeah, Yunlin City is now under the administration of the Great Xia Kingdom. They are kind-hearted and want to provide relief to the victims, but the gentry landowners refuse to sell their grain, so they simply can't get food for everyone over there. That group of squire landowners is really hateful, not selling grain at the critical moment, and said that this is the order of the Crown Prince of Cheshiguo, and they only listen to the Crown Prince. What's most atmospheric is that Prince Chajigua also said that we refugees are all baggage, and it's best if they all die out. That would be best. The villagers of Wangxian village spoke the lines they had memorized earlier. It was a crowd that was hard to contain. Chapter 32, The Crown Prince is not responsible for your success. The villagers said the words were rehearsed a few times on the airplane, that the eyes, that the momentum are angry, gnashing of teeth, with an unshared hatred. Many of the refugees were infected, and one by one, they were also filled with righteous indignation, their hearts erupting in a torrent of uncontrollable anger. Originally, these refugees were already dying. They didn't care about anything, they just wanted to live. Now there was actually someone who wanted to kill them all, to extinguish even the last glimmer of hope. How could this not make them angry? Damn prince, I'm going to tear him alive. Even if I die, I'll take this bull prince with me. Snap. At this time, Wang Dania ruthlessly slammed the bowl in his hand that he was asking for food to shatter, his whole body boiling with anger, his eyes roaring. Anyone who wants to come back with me, I'm going to kill that prince. Yes. Strong man with you leading the way, we'll all go. Anger and waves of hatred instantly exploded in the crowd. The group of refugees turned around and killed the capital of the Choshi kingdom. Kill back to the national capital, and that vicious crown prince. The crown prince is immoral, inviting the ghost cultivator's calamity, and the suffering we've endured is all caused by him. The village headman shouted as he led the people of Wangxian village, wrapped in a crowd of refugees. These were also delivered by number one earlier, and now vocalized and roared out with great gusto. The refugees who had already been ignited with anger were even more enraged at this point. Many people also believed their words that the reason why Chushi Kingdom had a ghost cultivation calamity was all because of the prince's lawlessness. The otherworldly people are unenlightened and ignorant, and they all believe that there is a celestial cycle of reincarnation, and they are still convinced of it. Now it was even more hateful towards the prince. Must kill. Definitely must kill. Definitely must kill. Wang Dania bared his chest, his eyes burning with rage as he walked at the forefront of the group of refugees. Behind him were more than 100,000 prancing killing intent. The village chief, seeing that the effect was good and that he had achieved his goal, threw another wink to the crowd. A group of villagers quietly broke away from the group of refugees and then made their way to a depression where Parked had just sent them to straight 20. Come on, all aboard, we have a mission. The The mayor urged loudly and reported back to number 1 as he boarded the plane. Lord no. 1, we've stirred up the refugees, this time Chatiku will have a drink. The first had long since seen from the drone terminal that the refugees had turned their heads and killed the Chuji state capital. Very good, you guys did a good job with this. Behind you is the trip to the capital, you guys hurry up and change. Good Lou. The village chief is very excited, followed by the great summer country dry always have inexplicable complacency. He rushed to the villagers shouted, all action fast, give me the clothes changed, the dog egg you kid to me to lick the face clean. The straight 20 lifted off quickly and soon came to a wilderness that was halfway to the capital of Chechi. Someone on this side of the road had been picked up earlier, a dozen or so piles of strange supplies piled up on the side of the road, and a couple of cooking wagons in the distance. Okay, back there, continue your show and please don't let us down. Number 1 dropped off the village chief and the others, then took off in the helicopter. The village chief gave a decent salute to the first, and said in a fervent manner, promise to get the job done. The village chief didn't know what it meant to do that, but anyway, he'd seen someone give Hansung a report that came out that way, and he thought it was cool, so he learned it. After sending off number 1, the village chief immediately began to pose. All hands and feet, light all the cooking carts, and all the rice in the pots, and make porridge. Cooking car before taught the villagers how to use, now are familiar with, soon white rice into the pot, fragrant rice porridge boiled into. The scent floated out a long way along the wind, the group of aggressive refugees were killing over at the moment, suddenly smelling the scent of kanji in the air, one by one, their eyes went wide. It's porridge, someone's making kanji. Soon looking around, someone pointed to the smoke curling up from a distant cook and shouted, that way. Wang Dania was also starving at this time, to be honest with his current state let alone going to kill the crown prince, he probably couldn't even walk to the capital of the country, he would collapse at any time. If he can get enough to eat, he'll have the strength. The other refugees were the same, not having the strength how to fight the group of Chechikoku soldiers. Come on, let's go over there. Wang Dania was just like the leading brother among the refugees at the moment, leading them to the cooking truck in a great hurry. As soon as the village chief saw the refugees coming over, he immediately took the initiative to welcome them, still full of smiles. Gentlemen, we are nationals of the Great Summer Kingdom, and we have set up a porridge factory here to provide relief for the victims, so please have a bowl of porridge. Dozens of villagers came up behind them with large buckets and distributed them in small bowls to the refugees. Wang Dania first grabbed a bowl and drank. Porridge is very hot, but he did not care. A bowl under the belly of the whole body hot, limbs and bones is a kind of power in the awakening, the whole person is more invigorated. It's like coming alive, the whole body comes to feel. Wang Dania shouted as sweat broke out on his forehead. Everyone come and eat the porridge so you can go on the prince. Give me a bowl, I'm starving. Me, I want it too. Refugees scrambled up, the porridge was quickly distributed, then continued to burn. Anyway, there is still rice. Alas, it's still the Great Summer Kingdom that's good, actually giving us kanji to give up. Yes, compared to the Great Summer Kingdom, this crown prince of ours is simply. The people were grateful and rumors of the Great Summer Kingdom's benevolence were spread around. Wang Dania was equally moved. This kanji factory in Dacia has saved his life, otherwise he were to hold on. If he is not dead yet, he must go to the Great Summer to see what kind of a country it is. Suddenly someone called out in the midst of their hesitation. There's no porridge left, we haven't even eaten yet. Hey, please give some more. My baby is dying, do something. Wang Dania looked up and saw that the cooking wagon was surrounded by refugees. He walked over, squeezing through the crowd and pleading for mercy. Few of you, we really can't resist anymore, can you spare some more rice? The mayor shook his head, pointing to a few empty bags and shrugging, indicating that there was nothing he could do. In fact, the rice here is all counted as good, enough for a few thousand people to have a mouthful of porridge, as for more that is impossible. Will you still work if you're fed? A few thousand is enough, and with these men leading the way, great things can be accomplished. Wang Dania's face sank. Why are the refugees like dogs? They can't even eat a full meal. He clenched his fists and cackled, his anger hard to quell. At that moment a refugee in front of them shouted, "Hey, there are weapons here, lots of them, everywhere. Weapons!" Wang Dania's eyes lit up. It is really a dose that meets a pillow, and great things can be accomplished. He strides toward the front, and sure enough a dozen piles of supplies are all weapons, previously covered with canvas, which was lifted by who knows who at this point. Grabbing a large ring-headed sword, Wang Dania was instantly filled with strength and raised his arms. Let's go, let's move on. Not only are we going to kill that bull prince, we're going to stir up even ing Che Jigua. Chapter 33, How the Refugees Who Were Driven Away Have Returned. Go, kill the king of Chiji Kingdom, kill the crown prince. The refugees had drunk the porridge, had strength, and had weapons, and at the moment they were angry again. People and has become, great things can be done. The vast majority of them killed the capital of the Chiji Kingdom. The mayor's side of the village quietly pushed the cooking wagon to hide away from the helicopter waiting over there and boarded it to leave. The airplane village chief cannot help but feel in his heart, this big summer country play really slippery simply screw Che Jigua do not want to die But isn't it good to have such a strong country? It's good. Very good. Village chief, you guys have done a good job on this mission. Although the results of Che Jigua are still pending, I believe that Colonel Han will be satisfied, and at that time, your entire village will be able to join the Great Summer Kingdom. Number 1 said at this point. The airplane group cheered. Everyone can become a Daxia country people. This is a dream never imagined. In the future, we don't have to be afraid of those immortals. What kind of bull ****** immortal dares to bully me? I'll just raid him. I'm going to open those iron lumps. The technician at the site said he'd teach me if I became a Daxamite. I've heard that there are schools for children in the Daxia country to colonize. Is it possible for our children to do the same? Number 1 smiled as he listened. Of course you can. As long as you become a member of the Daxia kingdom, you can receive an equal education. We will set up a school in Dragon City. It's true, the Great Summer Kingdom is truly marvelous. The villagers were grateful, and all left tears in their eyes. Who would have thought that they could have a day to raise their eyebrows when they were bullied by everyone in the cultivation world? And all this is given by the Great Summer State, a country where everyone is equal and all can show their abilities. Fair, just, respectful and full of positive energy. The village chief's heart is equally agitated. Such a good opportunity can be sure to pull his daughter and son-in-law to join. They are more than 60 years old. The only hope is the child. No word on making sure to make a trip to my daughter's house this time back. On the other hand, inside the royal palace of the capital of the Chuji kingdom, suddenly someone rushed up to the great hall and shouted, "It's not good, those 100,000 refugees are back again. They hid their weapons and flooded into the city, and now they're heading straight for the royal palace." "What? Don't go and block them for me yet. Block them." Shuaikai almost didn't jump up. His heart was even more surprised. What is going on? Why did the refugees who were driven away come back? Shouldn't they be going to Yunlin City? Who else gave the weapon? Once the stragglers had weapons in their hands, what did this mean? Shuaikai knew it very well in his heart. This group of stragglers is still hungry and they are capable of anything. Shuaikai panicked, truly panicked, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The king on the throne couldn't sit still either and exclaimed to leave. Shuai Engyao went over to support it and called out sharply, "Father, don't be alarmed, we'll go at once. Escort, hurry up and escort." Surrounded by the crowd, the king was protected as he tried to leave the palace. Shikai followed. But the palace had long been surrounded by refugees, and there was fighting everywhere, and people were setting fires. Soon the fire was in the air and the scene was extremely chaotic. Find and kill that king and prince." Wang Dania shouted loudly. His body was already stained with blood. It was cool, full of the thrill of revenge. He also came across as a leader, with many people rushing to report to him. "Brother Wang," that king went toward the back door, "and the crown prince is inside. Go kill them." Wang Dania led the crowd to kill the back door. The guards inside the palace couldn't hold back the group of refugees. There were too many of them. And it's strange these refugees look like they've eaten, their strength is still great, and the weapons in their hands are all new. What's going on? In fact, these weapons are all within the Yunlin city's coffers. The Great Summer Kingdom plays with hot weapons. These cold weapons are not needed anymore, and throwing them to the refugees is just the right thing to do. Block me, block me." Shuaikai shouted loudly as the guards beside him were falling one by one, while the refugees on the opposite side were growing. Shuaikai was desperate, and there was even a chase ringing in his ears. "Don't let that prince go, this kid is here. Kill the dog." Then Wang Daniu appeared with a group of refugees. Seeing that the crown prince, the king, and the princess were all here, the corner of Wang Dania's mouth hooked up with a touch of coldness. "As long as you kill these people, your own great work will be done. Brothers rich and powerful, to win is to sit together in the Golden Palace, follow me." With a loud roar, Wang Daniu led the crowd to kill. Shuaikai's gaze was fixed, and there were not many guards left beside him, so he could only welcome them personally. Swinging his sword blade, Shuaikai's entire body glowed with a faint aura. He was also an immortal cultivator, practicing the first level of Qi. Although the level was low, it was still several times stronger than a mortal. Blood splattered where the sword blade passed, followed by constant screams. Wang Dania was stunned. The people beside him fell one by one. He hurriedly set up his great sword to block. With a ding sound, the blade trembled violently, and he also retreated back and forth. At this time Wang Dania realized how difficult it is to kill the prince, but when it comes to the end of the matter which has to retreat, at any rate, it is a death, can only fight. Wang Dania clenched his teeth and roared again. "Brothers, go on, all put your lives on the line, win and you'll eat and drink for the rest of your life." Yelling Wang Dania was the first to kill up, followed by another large group of people. Kill all of these guys, and we'll be able to seal the title. That princess is mine." The refugees hissed, their eyes filled with madness. Shuaikai fought hard with his sword. He was surrounded. More and more refugees were pouring in around him. Soon he killed dozens of people in a row, but he also felt very tired. At this time, Wang Dania slashed over. Shuaikai took his sword to block, and for the first time, he felt unusually heavy. "You can't." Wang Dania's face showed ecstasy when he saw the crown prince's fatigue. "Humph, you dream of killing me." Shuaikai offered a short sword with his other hand, and with a swift stab, Wang Dania felt a coldness in his abdomen and was hit by the sword. Blood flowed horizontally. Wang Dinyo collapsed, his whole body was covered in blood, his wool was blurred, and the last thing he saw was that countless refugees were stepping over his body to kill the crown prince. He smiled, he was dead, but he could pull a back. Shui Kai swung his sword to resist, the aura on his body disappeared, he was trapped and exhausted, and he was finally hacked to death by the chaotic swords as well. Wang King Cha Jigua's face changed dramatically and he shouted. Soon he too was killed by the refugees who came pouring in. In the end, the group of refugees looked at Shui Engyao one by one, greed showing in their gazes. Oh, the king is dead, and so is the crown prince, so as long as whoever takes possession of this princess, this Chiji kingdom will be theirs. Ha ha ha, brothers everyone on. Shui Engyao face was pale, there was not a single guard beside her, she was not a cultivator of any kind, she could not resist this mob. What to do? Shui Engyao was instantly in despair. Chapter 34, The Disobedient Get Out. Here's an obedient one. A drone hovering above King Chechi's palace has been monitoring the chaos. In particular, Shui Kai and his group are being tracked by drones. That's when the backstage crew realized that Shui Engyao was in danger. Not good. Important targets are under attack, give the drones the order to attack. Soon the drone in the sky swooped down, like a raptor straight at its prey. Shui Engyao fell into despair as she curled up, shivering. The surrounding mob swarmed and pounced. Just then a sudden burst of machine guns sounded, drawing a straight line across the ground. Those thugs who pounced on Shui Engyao fell down one after another, and the people behind them looked stunned. That's an iron bird in the sky. What is this thing? Don't be one of those Daxia things, do you? Impossible, the last time the Great Summer Kingdom's iron bird wasn't like this. Just as the mob was still talking, suddenly the sky clattered with the sound of helicopters. That thing had swept away the skeleton army before, but it had shaken all the Chiji Kingdom nationals. At this moment the sight of the great iron bird scared the mob to death. Some were even so scared that they directly fell to their knees and kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Spare our lives, please don't kill us, the Great Summer Kingdom's godmen. But how could the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom let them go? The airplane slid down the rope with a few special warriors, bursting into a burst of strafing. Soon all the thugs around were dead. Come on, hurry up and get in the helicopter. The helicopter landed, and the special combatants pulled Shui Engyao onto the plane, then quickly left. The royal palace was filled with smoke, fires everywhere, burning and looting everywhere, and great chaos. The arrival and departure of the helicopter wasn't seen by many, so few people knew that Daxia had rescued the princess. Soon the city guards in the capital city killed the royal palace and quickly suppressed the mob. There weren't many armed mobs, just over 5,000. When Han Chang was counting, 5,000 people were enough to turn the palace upside down. More refugees have weapons behind them instead of a good deal. This is also true, or else the capital of this country would have been burned down with over 100,000 refugees each armed with a weapon. Moreover, Han Sung wanted to continue working with the Cha Chi King clan for a simple reason. This royal family has a ruling base and is corrupt and easy to control. It's better than suddenly creating a new power. However, Han Chang had also thought that if the conditions were ripe in the future, he wouldn't rule out completely annexing Chejigua. The Great Summer Kingdom will never stop at just the Blue Star. Otherworldly lands are likewise homelands. The annexation of Wangxian village was the first step, which could later be extended to Yunlin City. General, the bodies of the Crown Prince and His Majesty were found, but not the princess. A veteran general under the wreckage frowned tightly as he looked at the young soldier who came to report and drank. Keep looking, dead or alive. Yes. The little soldier went. The old general was called Wu Tianyun. It was him who led the city defense army to suppress the rebellion. At this moment he looked up at the sky and said with worry, Princess, if something happens even to you, then this Chejigua will be finished. Of course nothing happened to Shui Engyao. She was brought to Yunlin City and met with Han Chang once again. Your Excellency the Princess, I didn't expect such a turn of events in your country, and if we didn't have drones to detect the situation in time, you would have been in danger as well. Han Chang had a sympathetic look on his face. In fact, he had arranged this in order to kill Shui Kai and at the same time change someone to be the king. This can't be blamed on Han Chang, it can only be blamed on Shui Kai himself for his many wrongdoings in messing with the great Xia in the first place. Otherwise Han Chang wouldn't have made a move. Thank you for saving me, and please ask the Great Summer Kingdom to lend a helping hand again to save our Chiji Kingdom. Shui Engyao cried bitterly, her father and brother are dead, she doesn't have anything to rely on anymore. The only way to solve the problem is to beg the Great Summer Kingdom to do it again. Han Chang waited for these words, but he didn't immediately agree, instead sinking his eyebrows into deep thought. It didn't look very willing. Is there something required? Shui Engyao asked anxiously. As long as the Great Summer Kingdom is willing to make a move, I'll agree to any conditions, including the iron ore. Han Chang laughed, the iron ore is something he really can't see, as for the others, it's meh. If you're so generous, then I'll be polite. Since the princess thinks so highly of our great Xia Kingdom, it would be unkind of us to refuse. We can help Chechikuni on the condition that we will requisition corvée labor in your country in the future. Han Chang knew that this other world was similar to the ancient times of the Great Summer Kingdom, and that there was also labor in corvée, and naturally these labors were free. Of course, we requisitioned your corvée to arrange for food and shelter. Han Chang deliberately added. There is really no shortage of food in the Great Summer Kingdom, as long as there is free labor. Xuanyao was still a little hesitant, but when she heard that she would provide food and shelter, this really helped Che Jigua. If you know that there are so many refugees now, Che has run out of food a long time ago. Otherwise there wouldn't be civil unrest. Xuanyao would never have guessed that this civil unrest was the handiwork of the Great Summer Kingdom. I promise to be at your disposal to requisition manpower as long as I provide food and shelter. Xuanyao not only agreed, but was also grateful. Han Chang pursed his lips and added. Another thing is that Chuji Kingdom will have to use the currency of the Great Summer Kingdom from now on. By the way, the currency of our Great Summer Kingdom is paper money, but don't worry, this currency is tied to supplies and can be bought for all sorts of things. Han Chang also explained. As long as the Chechi country uses the Dasha currency, it is economically like a piece of the Dasha country, setting the stage for outright annexation later. It will also be watertight and unhindered. Xuanyao didn't understand this at all. The mortal countries in the otherworld used copper coins, and the more noble currency was spirit stones. It's the same throughout Panglai Immortal land, it makes no difference. So in her consciousness either currency is the same, as long as she can buy something, where's the complication? Yes, I promise. Good, then we'll sign a contract, and as soon as the contract is signed I'll have someone send food to Chechikoku. Thank you, you are truly our benefactors in Chechikuni. Xuanyao was genuinely grateful. She felt that her brother had gone too far. This group of Dasha countrymen were not that bad. That's when someone came in to report. Colonel, an update from within Chiji. Old General Wu Tianyun has stabilized the situation and eliminated the riotous mob in the palace. When Xuanyao heard the news, a touch of joy slid across her face. It's rare for an old general to stand up for himself in a time of crisis. Now he himself just needs to go back and stabilize the situation. It's just that with his father and brother dead, the burden of Che Jigua can only be lifted by himself. Xuanyao was gloomy for a while, but she quickly and strongly wiped away the sadness and turned her head to look at Han Chang. Han Chang understood what this princess meant. She wanted to go back and preside over the situation. Otherwise, Sha Chi Kuni will go haywire if there's no king for a day. After a slight contemplation, Han Chang said, since the situation in your country has stabilized, we will send the princess back, but we have to sign the contract first. The contract was actually prepared a long time ago, and in order to make it less conspicuous, Han Chang deliberately delayed for half an hour before taking out the contract. Explained that this had just been drafted. Xuanyao didn't suspect anything at all and she signed the contract. Han Sung sends a helicopter to take her back to the capital, along with 10 vans, each loaded with food. Chapter 35, Fighting the Landlord. Once he returned within the national capital, Wu Tianyun personally greeted Xuanyao as he fell on his head and paid his respects. Your Highness, the old minister is guilty of being too late to save us. Old General, quickly get up. You can stabilize the situation and destroy the rebels is already a great merit. How can you be guilty? Xuanyao picked up Wu Tianyun with a hand, tears streaming down her face. A lot has happened to her in one day, with the destruction of her country and her life and death. Luckily, Cha Chiqua still has loyalists. Wu Tianyun was also in old tears as he looked at the princess and said in a serious tone, Your Highness, the country can't be without a ruler for a day. His Majesty and the Crown Prince are both dead. Now only you can inherit the throne. I hope that the princess will pick up the heavy burden. Xuanyao knew that this was her responsibility and she had to take it. Okay, I'll succeed. Then surrounded by many officials, Xuanyao ascended the throne and became a queen. As soon as she took the throne, she issued a call to arms. Fully cooperate with the Daxia state and allow the Daxia state to requisition corvée labor within the country. At the same time, the previous copper coins of Chushi Kingdom were abolished and the Daxia Kingdom currency began to be used. At the same time, 10 grain wagons arrived within the national capital and began to be distributed. Countless refugees were ecstatic and running for cover. The Great Summer Kingdom has sent food, we are saved. Ah, the Great Summerland, our family was saved by you. There were old men who wept bitterly as they fell to their knees and kowtowed to the grain carts. The people around them shed tears, all of them were thankful, and their good feelings towards the Great Summer Kingdom then skyrocketed. It's a country where the heart of the house is in the right place, saving people from themselves. He's strong, rich, united, and paid to be responsible. People are starting to like this great summer country, and it would be great to be one of them. In the next life I will be a Daxia nation. Someone threw up their arms. On the other hand, in Yunlin City, inside the Zhou family fort, Zhou Hanji is still waiting for news with a group of gentry and landlords. This group of refugees should have arrived at Yunlin City as well. Why is there still no news? Is it hard to believe that there's a change on the road? I don't think so. More than 100,000 refugees, as vast as the rushing river, who can stop it? Everyone nodded their heads. A force that could hold back so many refugees didn't exist. At least the Great Summer Kingdom couldn't do it. But it's an anxious wait. Everyone looked at Zhou Hanji. Elder Zhou, say something, what's going on here? Zhou Hanji pretended to be calm, but his heart panicked long ago. Why is it so quiet when the wave of refugees hasn't arrived yet? News should have come in a long time ago. And if the situation has changed, why hasn't the prince come with a message? Can't figure it out. Zhu Heng furrowed his brows, unsure of what to do. At that moment a slave ran in a panic. Master, it's bad, an iron net somehow appeared on the road. The refugees can't come to Yunlin City, they all went back. Stopped by an iron net, how is this possible? Yes, Yunlin City in the capital of the country between a flat river, to pull a bar of iron net at least a dozen miles who can be so capable? The crowd was not convinced. A squire even asked. Those refugees are alive, so they won't be able to pull back the barbed wire? You can't pull it, that iron net is amazing. It's said to be laid by an immortal cultivation powerhouse. There's some kind of thunder talisman, as long as it's touched, it'll emit electric sparks. The slave said with a face full of horror. He wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. That kind of thing was unbelievable. A group of squires and landowners laughed at this. Liar, we have a thin aura on the ground in this Yunlin City, not to mention no spirit veins. Where would an immortal cultivator come from? Still a great immortal cultivator, you underling is spouting nonsense, you really deserve to be beaten. This group of squire and landowners would never have thought that a modernized barbed wire fence could be electrified. Zhu Heng was even more annoyed, and with a swing of the table, he drank. Bold slaves, coming to talk nonsense from hearsay, come on, pull me out and beat me. Master, it's true, I saw it from a long distance, every word is true. The slave desperately tried to explain, but two burly men had already come to the door, pulling them away without a second thought. A good beating when you get outside. The slave almost died. After the beating, they were thrown into the stables again. There was no treatment of the injuries, it was completely left to chance. Those who can withstand it will live, those who can't will die. The gentry and landlords are so bossy, so what if they kill a slave? In the end, no one even asks. The slave's gaze was filled with anger and his heart was resentful. This master is really a bastard. I worked hard to follow him for more than 10 years, saddle up without credit but also have hard work. I can't believe I didn't miss the old days at all and almost got killed. This old thing treats me mercilessly, don't blame me for being unrighteous. I'm going to tip off the Dasha people and arrest all these bull lords. The slave gritted his teeth, climbed up, endured the severe pain on the horse's back, and ran towards Yunlin City. Han Chang had already sent Shui Yingyao away in Yunlin City. At that moment the city lord came in to report. Colonel, one of the slaves from the house of Zhu Heng seeks an audience. Oh, let him in. Han Chang looked up to see a badly injured man being carried in, with drops of blood everywhere along the way. My lord, I want to report my master, Zhu Heng for plotting a rebellion. The slave broke off, barely holding on. Han Chang's eyes crossed a fine line, it was really heaven helping the great Xia kingdom. Originally, Han Chang was still worrying about how to deal with Zhu Heng's group of squire landlords, but now it seems that he was overly concerned. With this witness in front of us we can arrest these guys in name only. Colonel, this slave said that this Zhu Heng is hiding inside the Zhou family fort with a group of squire and landowners, so we can wipe them out. The lord of the city advanced. Han Chang coldly smiled and immediately ordered. Take this man down to be saved, and send for our doctor from the Great Summer Kingdom, and tell him to save this man no matter what. Then have the special operations team assemble for me and I'll personally lead the team to Fort Zhou. On the other hand, inside the Zhou family fort. Elder Zhou, we can't go on like this, if the refugees don't come, we'll have to find a way on our own. Yes, Zhou Lao, you hurry up and make up your mind. A group of squires and landlords cannot wait, the refugees do not come, the prince did not have a message, they are all hot ants, do not know what to do. Unbeknownst to them, the prince they hoped for has long since hiccuped. Over here, Zhu Heng's old eyes sank slightly, and he thought to himself that he really shouldn't tarry any longer. Even if there are no refugees, you have to do it. Who doesn't want to be expropriated? You can only do it the hard way with Dasha. The good thing is that this side of more than 100 squire landlords are all over, all the people put the manor armed, can also have a tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. With this troop you can do it in one go. Forgive that group of Great Xia Kingdom doesn't have many people, when the time comes to drive and cover up, there is no reason why we can't win. Thinking of this, a viciousness crumbled out of Zhu Heng's old eyes and he said in a deep voice, we'll do it on our own, everyone go back, gather the manpower, and meet at my Zhou family fort, we'll kill our way into Yunlin City together, and drive the Great Xia countrymen away. Good. Elder Zhou, we were waiting for your words. Elder Zhou, as long as we pull the team together we can definitely make it work. How many people are in that group of Xiaogui talents? The squires and landowners each had their eyes glowing and rolled up their sleeves with the intention of doing something big. Unbeknownst to him, at this very moment, the special operations squad led by Han Chang had already arrived at the outskirts of Zhoujia Fort. Kill them all, that group of squires and landowners are in the underground chamber, no one is allowed to escape. Chapter 36. It's too late to regret now. Yes. A dozen or so special forces members jumped out of their combat vehicles and swooped right into the fort. Zhoujia Fort. Several guards saw someone coming, before they could make a sound to ask where. Suddenly there was a bloody hole in the head of one of the guards, and his body stiffened and fell straight down. The guys on the sidelines couldn't see what was going on. The visitor was just carrying a burning stick and a little spark, and this side is dead? Or a whole hole in the head. It's practically immortal law. While he was fuming, the Special Forces member had already killed the front and shouted with a burning stick, "Don't move, I'll kill anyone who moves. Indeed, do not dare to move, as long as a little spark can leave a hole in the head, which anyone who sees it is afraid of." All of a sudden none of the guards dared to move, they all stood frozen in place. Some of the timid ones are peeing their pants. Who are these people? Look at all the eye candy in your flowery clothes. There were also a couple of black bars painted on their faces, each as powerful as a tiger. It's like a heavenly army. Special Forces team wearing camouflage uniforms, guns with silencers, face smeared with loaded, this body equipment otherworldly people wear plus seen. Moving forward quickly, the special warriors were as good as ghosts and did not encounter any decent resistance at all. The door to the underground chamber was soon found. Over here, Zhu Heng didn't even know what was happening outside. He had just finished discussing with all the squires and landlords, and everyone was about to go back to gather their respective manpower, when suddenly the door of the secret room was broken through. Bang! A few special warriors killed their way in with their guns. All hands in the air, whoever moves will be shot? The squires and landowners were confused. How did these people get in? Why didn't anyone outside raise the alarm? What's even more bizarre is that no one heard a sound? Are these people ghosts? My father is the great general of the Chuji kingdom, you shall not be rude. An ungrateful landowner shouted arrogantly. The answer was a shot. Dead with a bloody hole in his forehead. Now everyone understands why no one reported it. Can you come and report it when you're dead? I also understand why there is no movement. The fire stick sparks a little. The sound is very small. How can they hear in the secret room? Zhu Heng's old eyes were staring straight at the moment. He had lived for so many years. How had he ever seen such a weapon? It's killing and invisible. This group of Daxia countrymen were obviously mortals. Why did they have the means of an immortal? No, their means are stronger and more bullish than even the immortals. What a bunch of people they really are. Elder Zhou, we meet again. Han Chang walked up at this time, a playful smile on his face. Colonel Han, what do you mean by this? Why did you break into the old man's home? Zhu Heng is, after all, an old ginger, and can still pretend to be calm in a desperate situation. What does it mean? Doesn't Zhou Lao himself understand? Your slave has already reported you for plotting a rebellion. What else do you want to say? Han Chang sneered. That's a false accusation, a false accusation. Zhu Heng shouted sharply, but Han Chang simply ignored him. All the gentry and landowners of Yunlin City are gathered here, all here to play cards and drink? What a joke. No one is stupid. Take them away. Take them all away. No, surname Han, you can't do this to old man. Old man is the crown prince's teacher. Zhu Heng was still trying to hang on for dear life and moved the crown prince out of the way. Han Chang laughed coldly. Where's the crown prince still? Your crown prince was killed by the refugees a long time ago, and not even that king of the Chuji kingdom was spared. What? The prince is dead. Zhu Heng stiffened. The crown prince had actually died, and at the hands of a refugee. How was this possible? Could it be that the refugees were actually stopped by the barbed wire? Did you guys place a barbed wire fence halfway across the street? Yeah, it's a good thing you're smart and not dumb as a pig. What? That turned out to be true. Zhou Benji almost collapsed. It turns out that there really is an iron net that stretches for more than 10 miles. It's just that it wasn't laid down by some immortal, but arranged by the Daxia people. How did they do this? A room of squires and landowners are all pale, so the great summer kingdom is so powerful, it is simply not something they can challenge. For a while they were gutted. Please give it a chance. My family's land is yours to expropriate as you please. Yes, and my land is willing to be expropriated. It's too late to back out now. It's too late. Han Chang waved his hand. Take them all away. Conspiring to rebel is a capital offense. No matter if it's Dixia or Che Jigua, you're no longer qualified to negotiate. The squires and landowners cried out to their parents, and others begged on their knees, all to no avail. Take it all away. Han Chang didn't want to leave behind a legacy, and since Yunlin City was now a territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, he couldn't allow something like a landlord to exist. The next day, Cloud Forest City issued a new decree. All land will be taken into public ownership and all land in the hands of individuals will be expropriated. All residents are to be registered and apply for domicile. Looking at the new decree, the people of Yunlin City did not resent it. After all, they had very little land in their hands, and most of it was in the hands of the squire landlords. The expropriation did not hurt them much, and the details of the land acquisition are listed below the decree. For example, how much is an acre of cultivated land and how much is an acre of mountainous land? It's all clear and very reasonably priced, with no middleman making a difference. Many of the people are still happy to be expropriated, and when they do some private calculations, they seem to be able to make a lot of money on their own few acres of broken land. All of a sudden from poor, short and smelly instantly become rich and handsome. Not bad, not bad. I hope more land acquisition like this comes around. One time is too little. As for going to the registry, the big guys are still on the fence. Ha, Zheng Dogzi, you kid are poor and can't afford to open the pot. When did you have the money to buy the eggs? Suddenly someone holding a bag of eggs cheerfully walked through the crowd and was asked a few questions by those who knew them. Zhang Dogzi joyfully said, "This egg is a gift, now just go and register your household and give so 25 eggs. What? It's unheard of to give away eggs for registering. In the past, the city's main head tax statistics that is not with soldiers a house-to-house search. I didn't realize that the current Dasha was so humane and gave away eggs. If you didn't say so, hurry up, don't run out of eggs by then." With a crash, a large group of people surged towards the city lord's mansion. There was already a crowd of people there, all coming to register for eggs. "I say, how many eggs do you have left here? I've got a son out of town, and I'm afraid I'll run out if I come over." "Don't be afraid, we've got enough eggs here, you all line up and everyone gets one," the Dasha staff replied. Once the guys heard that there were enough eggs to go around, they all lined up in good order as well. Sure enough, 4-5 days in a row, the number of people who came to register stayed high, but the eggs never ran out of stock. The people were all talking, incomparably marveling at the abundance of materials in the Great Summer Country. The Great Summer Kingdom is indeed exceptional, so many people registering, how many eggs does it take? No, this country seems to be particularly substantial and wealthy, and there is no shortage of food and drink. Many of the people of Yunlin City are beginning to be happy. What is good about the past Juji country? Not enough to eat off and starve. Now it's good, when the Great Summer Kingdom comes, there's enough food to go around. And they're hiring so that everyone has a job. 996 workdays, food included, and a paycheck to boot. The otherworlders simply haven't enjoyed such benefits and are simply too happy. Chapter 37, Raiding the World with Currency. Han Chang's side stayed in Yunlin City for a week, and he returned to Dragon City only after all the integration work was completed. As soon as he returned inside his own office in Dragon City, a system sound rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of removing the old and welcoming the new, perfectly uniting the new territories, rewarding the system with 5,000 experience and upgrading by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 7. Height, 7 meters. Width, 7 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 800/2000. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Sword skill awakening beginner. Auxiliary facilities, pipelines. Power, 50. Defense, 60. Speed, 10. Han Chang was overjoyed. The number of people had increased a lot at once, which would help a lot in extracting oil later. But Han Chang remembered that there was another reward. Ding! Reward the host again with the recipe for a psychic energy medicine. Spiritual energy medicine can quench spiritual roots, giving spiritual roots to mortals without them and making those with them more refined. Hint, spiritual energy medicine can only be taken once in a lifetime per person. Immediately afterward, pangs of information flashed through Han Chang's mind, a formula for a spiritual energy pill. Han Chang immediately wrote them down on a piece of paper, his mind agitated. With this spiritual energy medicine, wouldn't it be possible for more people to become spiritual energy soldiers, and then the Great Summer Kingdom's combat power would soar by a notch? On the hoof, Han Chang returned to Blue Star, and he gave Han Weigua the formula for the spiritual energy pill. Han Weigua was very excited to watch the recipe. Great, with this we can have more people here produce spiritual roots. It was important to realize that only since the discovery of the existence of spiritual roots, a census had been conducted within the entire army, and it was found that there were not many ordinary people who were born with spiritual roots, which could be said to be a 1 in 100,000 probability. This is a far lower percentage than the mortals in Penglai's fairyland. Of course, this was also due to the fact that there was almost zero aura on the blue planet, making it difficult for people to produce spiritual roots. It was now possible to artificially generate spiritual roots, and although this spiritual energy medicine would not be easy to configure, and only a small portion of people would be able to take it when the time came, it would also allow more people to become spiritual energy warriors. The significance of this is enormous. Han Chang, I can't wait any longer. I'm going to convene a departmental meeting right away and have scientists in the relevant fields take the lead in researching and developing this psychic energy medicine as soon as possible. Han Weigua's heart has long since flown, turned around and immediately left. Han Chang was speechless. I came back once in a while, uncle. You treat me like this? Not even for a cup of tea and a chat? Forget it. We'll find another chance later. Han Chang didn't dwell on it, and he went to find Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji was also super busy in his office and looked up to see Han Chang coming before putting down the phone. Han Chang, when did you come back? A few days ago a meeting was held to look for you. They said you went to the new territory Yunlin City. How is the situation in the new territory now? Han Chang found himself a seat and sat down. The new territory is now on the right track. I've expropriated all the land over there, wiped out all the landowners and squires, and given all the population a household registration. Right now the currency used over there is also the Great Summer Currency. I've thought about not only promoting it in Yunlin City, but also promoting the Great Summer Currency throughout the entire otherworld, and for that I'll need a few experts in finance. Zhao Wuji listened thoughtfully. He could understand Han Chang's intentions. Beautiful Fruit is the most powerful nation on the blue planet, and why he is powerful has to do with his military technology. And then there's the currency of the beautiful fruit is common to all of Blue Star, and they can exploit the world by printing it. Countless supplies can be obtained from just a piece of paper and a bunch of ink. This kind of deal is more robber baron than robber baron for anyone who can see it. If the Great Summer Kingdom currency could be made circulating in the otherworld, the Great Summer Kingdom would also be able to obtain countless supplies in the otherworld. The price to pay is also a piece of paper and some ink. This makes people excited. When the time comes, it will be hard for the Great Summer Kingdom not to be rich and strong. Very well, this is a very good idea of yours, and it means a lot to our Great Summer Kingdom. We have financial experts in our country, so I can arrange them for you. Zhao Wuji was quite excited that the Han Chang in front of him had actually thought so far ahead and thoughtfully. He was now more and more impressed with the young man, and the decision made above was correct in the first place. He grabbed the phone and called the authorities. Hey, Lao Chen, do you have any outstanding young people in your financial sector? I'm in great need of some talent on my side. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Wuji exulted. Contacts have already been made, and the experts in question will be in place soon, so you'll be able to do great things in the otherworld when the time comes. Han Chang was equally pleased that he did not know much about financial knowledge, and there was a great need for professionals to make arrangements in many places. At the same time Han Chang thought of something, he wanted to find himself a deputy. He'd thought about it on the way here, and number one was great. But people are from the Coyote Squad, they don't have a name, they have to give him a name, and it's best to mention their rank again. By the way, General Zhao, no. One on my side is doing a great job. I want to promote him to be my deputy. What do you think? Alright, you are in charge of this development of the otherworld, do whatever you say, I'll give my full support from my side. That's fine, I'll go back to him and promote him. Han Chang laughed. Alright, this is up to you, by the way you came just in time. Zhao Wuji said as he got up, come on, let's go outside, I have something for you to see. Zhao Wuji led Han Chang to a spacious assembly workshop, which was likewise tens of thousands of square feet, with all sorts of precision equipment placed on both sides in a very orderly manner. In the middle was placed a huge airplane, which was peculiar, a huge skeleton with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. The interior, however, was almost skeletonized, housing only a few curious instruments. The top and bottom of the circumference are all covered with solar panels, and in front of the fuselage are 6 propellers. Colonel Han, this is our newly developed UAV, the Bluebird, which is characterized by an extraordinarily long lag time. It can stay in the air for 30 days, that's 1 month. The purpose is a communications relay station, as well as navigation and reconnaissance. The other world isn't equipped to launch satellites right now, so why don't you guys start with this? Zhao Wuji introduced. Han Chang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this thing would be great, with it the whole White Tiger Ridge we can take care of it. If the entire White Tiger Ridge could be monitored, the development of the other world would be able to go one step deeper, exploring towards a wider unknown world. It's what's needed now. Then I'll have someone break it down and pack it up when we get to the other world. Zhao Wuji said. Well, you pack it. Han Chang responded, and he suddenly thought of that Zhu Heng. Remember that this guy has been training psychic warriors ever since he defected to the Great Xia Kingdom. The dozens of warriors with spiritual roots who were selected from the last military Xi election were all trained under his hand. How's the group doing? This is a future killer for myself and would love to check it out. General Zhao, I want to see the training of the psychic warriors. Yes, I'll lead the way. Zhao Wuji's face was filled with joy, and the spiritual warriors' training was equally productive. Chapter 38, The Colonel is so powerful. Zhao Wuji led Han Chang to a training hall where shouting was loud and dozens of warriors were sweating in training. An instructor with black sunglasses and a dominant air watched everything. That one is Zhu Heng. If it wasn't for Zhao Wuji's introduction, Han Chang really wouldn't have recognized him a bit. This Zhu Heng has changed so much now, wearing camouflage uniforms and a grave face, plus those sunglasses do have the image of an invincible instructor. Instructor Zhu, come see who this is. Zhao Wuji led Han Chang to Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng turned around and recognized Han Chang, and his face was quite brilliant. When Han Chang arrested him, he had lost his face and was embarrassed, and now the atmosphere was a bit inexplicably awkward when they met. On the contrary, Han Chang was generous, since they were now both from the Daxia Kingdom, they were naturally brothers. Taking the initiative, he held out his hand and fell to his feet. Instructor Zhu, don't come back well, do you? I'm here to see how well you've trained our psychic warriors. Reporting to the colonel, all is well with the training of the psychic warriors, and everyone's strength has reached the level of the first level of chi cultivation. Zhu Heng hastily put away his embarrassment and gave Han Chang a respectful salute. Han Chang nodded. Although the first level of chi cultivation was the lowest level of immortal cultivation, even so it was still several times stronger than ordinary people. If equipped with modernized weapons, these psychic warriors were more than 10 times more capable of fighting than tetrarchs. Used as a sharp knife, these 30 would be terrifying. Colonel, in fact, these fighters can go further, but are limited to cultivation resources. Zhu Heng pondered for a while, but he still told the difficulty. Everyone trained desperately every day, but it was difficult to advance when their strength was raised to the first level of chi cultivation, that is, they were stuck on the cultivation resources. There were no spirit stones. If there were spirit stones, these spiritual warriors could at least step into the second level of chi practicing. Han Chang certainly knew their difficulties, he said. The spirit stones will be there. Han Chang had thought about it long ago. In the future, as long as he succeeded in promoting the currency of the Great Summer Kingdom, he would be able to exchange paper money for a steady stream of spirit stones, and then there would be no shortage of spirit stones. Right now, if you can only wait for Spirit Valley. By the way, how is Spirit Valley progressing now? Han Chang asked Zhao Wuji. The Spirit Valley has been sown, and it will take another month or so to harvest, and the situation is so promising that perhaps the yield will exceed expectations. Zhao Wuji replied. Originally in the other world, planting spiritual grain that is to look at the face of God, what fertilizer, what intensive cultivation, what drip watering, what morning and evening temperature difference regulation, these are not. It's exactly what it's planted to be, and there's very little that can be done about it. But in the modern world, researchers grow spiritual grains in a nutrient solution, surrounded by greenhouses with 20-hour temperature monitoring. Fertilizers are replenished regularly and pests are even monitored in real time. It's guaranteed to make Spirit Valley grow fast and well. By the way, the Colonel is here once in a while, so let's all get acquainted. At that moment, Zhu Heng shouted at the training psychic warriors. Colonel Han, the owner of the portal, has come to visit everyone. Stop it all. Wow! The 30 warriors stopped training in unison and quickly formed a queue, again neatly saluting Han Chang. Colonel, say something to the group. Zhu Heng rushed Han Chang again. Han Chang nodded and stood upright to return a solemn military salute to the 30 men. Gentlemen, the sweat of your endeavors will not be in vain, and the Daxia kingdom will one day be proud of you. The group clapped enthusiastically as 30 people applauded. I had heard that the owner of the portal was a young man in his early 20s, and it was actually true. To be so young and so productive is truly extraordinary. At the same time, many people were curious about how strong this Colonel Han was. I heard that Instructor Zhu was arrested by him. Everyone usually saw Zhu Heng being so powerful, casually knocking down more than a dozen special forces soldiers. Colonel Han, how many can he fight? Someone asked in a loud voice. Colonel Han, who is stronger between you and Instructor Zhu? Can you compare? Zhu Heng's face reddened. He was captured by Han Chang, and to say the least was unconvinced. One's own hallowed immortal cultivator could not be weaker than Han Chang even if he was no better. That's why he was eager to fight Han Sung one-on-one to prove it for himself. Han Chang's side was also very interested. He had improved quite a bit since he opened the attribute cap, and he didn't know what level of cultivation his current strength was considered to be. Was trying to find a sandbag to test. Zhao Wuji could see what the two were saying and spoke out. The fighters are so enthusiastic. I'll see that the two of you compare notes. All right, I do. Zhu Heng immediately agreed, and he was already rubbing his fists and pressing on. He was absolutely confident that he could defeat Han Sung without modern weapons this time. Could be. Han Sung agreed. A cheer erupted from below. The bout was well worth waiting for. Instructor Zhu and Colonel Han facing off. There's a good show to watch. Soon, Han Chang and Zhu Heng stood in the middle of the training ground, with a few hundred square feet of empty space around them for the two of them to fight. The Colonel is offended. Zhu Heng was the first to strike. He had been suffocated for too long and was eager to find Han Chang to take out his anger. This opportunity was too rare. Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled. He was not in a hurry. He first burst out his whole body's strength. Seeing Zhu Heng sprinting and rushing, he flew and kicked. Good coming. Zhu Heng didn't avoid and reached out to block. He wanted to completely crush Han Chang in terms of power, to win the dominance. Let everyone know that he, Zhu Heng, was far more powerful than Han Chang, and that his capture was just an accident. But the moment the two made contact, Zhu Heng regretted it. There was a tremendous amount of power coming from the arm. God damn it, what's going on? Zhu Heng was all confused, and before he could react, his body flew out. Grunting, Zhu Heng rolled several times on the ground before he stood up in a very sorry state. The surrounding crowd also looked dumbfounded that this Colonel Han was so powerful. You should know that normally Zhu Heng was the god of war in their eyes. None of them could beat him. Now take a look at the original. Simply cannot stand Han Chang a kick. No wonder Colonel Han was able to capture Instructor Zhu. I didn't believe it in the past, but now I do. Colonel Han's kick had a 4th level of chi practicing strength, right? Why do I feel that Instructor Zhu is powerless to fight back? The crowd was talking. Zhu Heng's face was red for a while and white for a while. Originally thought of snowing today, but did not expect it to be a shame on top of a shame, even more embarrassing. Yikes! Gritting his teeth, Zhu Heng got up and fought again. This time, his body's spiritual energy exploded, and all of his strength converged on the wind of his fist. The rigid strike stormed out, and a blast of spiritual light shot straight at Han Chang. Han Chang was very calm. He had already understood his own strength, almost at the 5th level of chi cultivation. Against Zhu Heng, who was only 2 levels of chi cultivation in front of him, he could only let go of the water. Not releasing the water is killing the pig. The spiritual energy in his body had tightened up a bit, and his aura was dull. Han Chang similarly swung his fist in a strike, and his aura exploded. The two spiritual lights collided in the center, exploding like a mountainous tsunami, and the venue trembled slightly. Everyone was dumbfounded, only to see that Zhu Heng had knelt down, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I lost. Zhu Heng was convinced this time. Old man arrested that should be. Good boy. Colonel Han turned out to be the strength of the 5th level of chi practice. You didn't take it out that day. You're making fun of me. Chapter 39, Become a National of the Great Summer, the state is your backing. Offended. Han Chang laughed and went up and even pulled up Zhu Heng. Zhu Heng lost in a convincing manner, and in his heart, he was respectful to Han Chang. As far as being unconvinced, that's completely gone. I deserve to lose. There's no shame in being captured by a cultivator of the 5th level of chi practicing. It's normal. Thanks to Colonel Han's mercy, I, Zhu Heng, am ashamed. Ha ha ha, it's all our own, it's fine. Han Chang shouted at the crowd. Everyone continue training. I'll think of ways to get the spirit stones you need. All you have to do is one thing, get stronger. There was a lot of clapping and loud chants in unison. Thank you, Colonel Han. We will live up to your expectations. Colonel Han is so strong. In the eyes of the crowd, Han Chang has become a god of war. It even carries a glow on it, strong as it is. There was nothing but respect in everyone's eyes. Such a person was worthy of having a portal, and was capable of leading the Great Summer Kingdom to explore the otherworld. Han Chang left the training ground and stayed on the Blue Star for another 10 hours or so. Then he meets Young Tu, a financial expert, a young man just over 30. Career and body are in a state of upheaval and competence. Han Chang looked at his resume, graduated from the most outstanding finance and economics college in Daxia, worked in finance for 8 years, and participated in the formulation of many financial policies. He is one of the key financial talents cultivated by the state of Daxia. Han Chang put away his resume and said, yes, come with me to the otherworld and put all your talents to use over there. It's an honor to be a part of otherworldly development. Zhang Tu's body was slightly trembling because of his excitement, and he had a hesitant look on his face. Good, then now we're off. At Han Chang's command, dozens of vans, 2,000 talents and combatants from various industries, crossed the portal together. The portal glowed brightly and soon arrived in the otherworld. After coming to the otherworld, Han Chang instructed Zhang Tu, familiarize yourself with the otherworldly situation and then give me a report. Understood, Colonel. Zhang Tu stood straight and watched Han Chang leave. His heart was pounding. He hadn't known about the existence of the otherworld until 10 hours ago. He was almost stunned when he was called into the small dark room by his leader and informed that there was a portal in the Daxia country. It's completely unbelievable that there is such a peculiar existence in this world. Now he was standing on otherworldly ground himself, and it was all so real. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. This is a stage for yourself, a place where you can fully utilize your profession and expertise. There is no reason not to do a good job yourself. Over here, Han Chang returned to his office and then called number 1 over. Colonel, you asked for me. Number 1 arrived at Han Sung's heels. Yes, you'll be my lieutenant from today. Number 1 excitedly gave Han Chang a military salute. No need to thank me, it's recognition of your work. What is your current rank? 1 step up. I'm a captain. Then it'll be major from now on. Han Chang patted No 1's shoulder and said in a serious tone, do a good job. Yes. No 1 is excited, he has been reused by Han Chang. He can only work twice as hard. That's when he thought about the mayor of Wangxian village. Colonel, I have something to tell you. The mayor of Wangxian village wants his daughter and son-in-law to join the Great Summer Kingdom as well. What do you think? Agreed. The village headman did a great job on this mission and deserves a reward. Han Chang agreed in one breath. Yes, I'll go tell him right away. Number 1 turned and left Han Sung's office before heading to the laborers' dormitory building. Instead of going up to the mine today, the villagers of Wangxian village were orderly lining up and receiving their ID cards. The mayor was first in line. Name? Lu Yong. The village chief replied in a neutral voice. Well, here you go, here's your ID card, and congratulations on being a part of the Great Summer Kingdom from now on. Remember, with this ID card, no matter who bullies you in the future, the Great Summer Country will be your greatest reliance. The staff member handed a resident's ID card to Lu Yong. Lu Yong excitedly took it and held it in his hand. Old tears were about to stay. I'll be a member of the Daxia Kingdom from now on, and I'll be able to raise my eyebrows as a human being. No more suffering from that bunch of fairies. Honor, dignity instantly fills the whole body. Congratulations! Suddenly number 1's voice rang out over the edge. Lu Yong looked back and immediately responded. What brings you here, Lord 1? Don't call me number 1 anymore. Colonel Han promoted me to be an adjutant. You guys will call me number 1 from now on. 1 smiled, then added. I've come to give you good news. The colonel's side has agreed to your daughter-in-law joining the Great Summer. Really? Then thank you so much, Colonel. Lu Yong old tears clattered down. Can let his daughter son-in-law also join the Great Summer Country. This is what he dreamed of. Now that it's come true, can you not be happy? It's a no-brainer. Hurry up and bring your daughter and son-in-law. Lu Yong couldn't wait. He took the money and went straight to the kiosk. When the villagers of Wangxian village work, not only do they get food and lodging, but there is also a little bit of money for them. It wasn't much, and it already made them smile with happiness. Lu Yong usually saves his money, and this for going to his daughter's house. He spent all of that money, bought lots of instant noodles, coke, beer, chili fries, and a rechargeable flashlight. Filled with a big bag, Lu Yong cheerfully went to the mine leader to ask for leave. The leader expressed great support and granted him 5 days leave to stay at his daughter's house for a few more days to enjoy his life. Then he also took a picture with Ryu Yong and gave him a photo. The technicians and leaders of the mine are all former retirees, very old, dozens of people and Lu Yong photographed together, to the point where it is a bit like a senior college graduation photo. In the end, he was also afraid that Lu Yong would encounter danger along the way, so he specially sent a communicator. All this thing had to do was press the red button, and the drones in the sky would get the message, and rescue would immediately begin on Dragon City's side. Lu Yong excitedly accepted the communicator and was very grateful. The people here were really nice. After 1,000 thanks, Lu Yong left Dragon City and headed to his daughter's son-in-law's home, Cloudwater Town in Fong City. Yunshui Town is a town where immortals and mortals mix, and Lu Yong's daughter and son-in-law are both mortals who make a living in the town. Ryu Yong seldom came to visit his daughter. After all, he himself had not lived as well as he would have liked, but it was different now. Becoming a resident of the Great Summer Country, Lu Yongji felt his waist straighten. What immortal? It's just like that in the eyes of my countrymen of Daxia. When the time comes, tell them about the greatness of the Great Summer Kingdom, the novelty, and make sure they are happy and pleased as well. Properly followed himself to join the Great Summer. Enjoying the blessings of 996 to go. It's much more comfortable than life in Cloudwater Town. But just when my daughter's doorstep, I realized something was wrong. Only 5 cultivators were seen blocking the entrance of the daughter's house, and there were cries coming from the house. What's going on? Someone bullied your daughter and son-in-law? In the past, when he encountered this kind of thing, Ryo Young would most likely run over and beg. How could a mere mortal like himself possibly fight off that group of immortals? But not anymore. Touching the Daxia ID card on his chest, a courage bubbled up in Lu Yong's heart and he shouted, "Stop! Don't touch my daughter-in-law!" All the immortal cultivators were stunned and turned around to see that it turned out to be Immortal. One showed a fierce look. "Mud, what mortal dares to meddle in your immortal grandfather's business? What's wrong? I'm a national of the Great Summer Kingdom, how dare you touch me?" Lu Yong straightened his back and directly disliked it. Chapter 40, Meeting a Fool. Those words kept haunting Lu Yong's mind. As long as you are a member of the Daxia Kingdom, the country is your greatest dependence. Hot-blooded, Lu Yong is not afraid of anyone. The group of cultivators froze, and the hands they had raised could not fall. A native of Daxia, that powerful being who can kill immortal cultivators at will? I heard that they took care of Che Jigua's skeleton army of over 100,000 in a few hours. What's more, he completely leveled the entire Yunhua sect in one night. Tough as nails, scary as hell. It is said that they are all mortals, but have weapons stronger than the immortals. Do you dare offend such a person? Among the dozen or so people there was a leading immortal Yenjin, who had a cultivation level of 2 levels of Qi practicing. I'm looking at this old man, Lu Yong, and I don't know if it's true or not. What proof do you have that you are from the Great Summer Kingdom? Credentials? Light it up and scare the hell out of you. Lu Yong is now excited. It is true that the Great Summer Country is bull. No matter what you immortal, here the Great Summer Country is scared of it. There's no need to flash any ID cards either. That kind of high-class stuff, this kind of trash immortals can't read. Just throw in a bottle of magic elixir and see if they get excited. Here, have you seen this stuff before? A magical fairy water unique to our Great Summer Kingdom. Lu Yong remembers how Han Sheng fooled the immortals, and this time he does the same thing. Don't tell me that when this coke was unveiled, it immediately shocked the audience. A dozen immortals all had golden eyes. It's miraculous fairy water. It's really miraculous fairy water. It's really good. That Dong family was destroyed because of this bottle of water. Yenjin even rushed to Lu Yong's front, kept looking at the bottle of black water, and even carefully reached out to touch it. I've heard that magical fairy water is unusual, even the bottle it comes in is special. It's not porcelain, it's not wood, it's exceptionally smooth and transparent to the touch. Sure enough, it really is magical water. This stuff is capable of quenching spiritual roots. Old thing. No, old man, are you selling this immortal water? I'll pay a high price. Yenjin's tone was almost pleading. Lu Yong is very useful, this trick really works. Look at the group of immortals fooled. Oh, also what bull **** fairy water, which are all amusing, right? Daxia country people shout happy water. It's sweet to drink, very smooth and happy indeed. It's fine to sell you this thing, but before that you have to tell me why you guys are blocking my daughter's doorstep? Old man, it's your son-in-law who owes us money, so we're here to collect. Yenjin replied respectfully. Good lord, does it take 5 immortals to come together to collect a debt? Such a big gesture. That's a lot of money to owe. At this time the house ran out of a man. Look honest and honest, it is Lu Yong's son-in-law Tan Yi. Dad, we just owe them a couple dozen coins, and we've already paid back a couple thousand, but they still say we haven't paid them off. This because there's 8 points of profit. Yanjin's forehead was in a cold sweat. He didn't expect this mortal to have a relationship with the Great Summer Kingdom. This was a bit tricky. Lu Yong listened to understand. This is the interest usury. Are these immortals so trashy that even mortals have to be pitched like this? But it's no big deal since you dare to pit. Don't blame my old man for snubbing you to death. Lu Yong was also traveling around in his youth and has seen the world, and this time, he took the position and sank his face and exclaimed, "How much is owed now? I'm his father-in-law, I paid them off. A total of 30 spirit stones are still owed." Yanjin smiled. "Good man." 1 spirit stone totaled 10,000 copper coins, and 30 of them would be $300,000. Tanyi's family is smashing pots of iron, do cattle and horses for several lifetimes cannot pay back. That's enough profit rolling. Lu Yong was not ambiguous and directly handed Yanjin the happy water. A bite price of 60 spirit stones, 30 spirit stones to pay back the debt, 30 spirit stones you give me. Yanjin slightly pondered, this immortal water full of a bottle can be worth 100 spirit stones, their own 60 by there is a profit. Okay, I'll take it. Immediately pulling out 30 spirit stones, Yanjin bought the happy water, that happy on his face. Ha ha, I got the legendary fairy water. Tucking it into his arms, Yanjin's group laughed. Watching the group of immortals walk away, Tally was filled with resentment. Dad, you're letting it get to you as soon as you get here. That bottle of fairy water is worth a lot of money, isn't it? Lu Yong smiled and pushed his silly son-in-law through the door. Your father-in-law can buy 50 bottles in a day of drying, no pressure. What dry day for 50 bottles? Tanny was shocked. What exactly did this father-in-law of his do, to be able to earn so much money? Lu Yong is also too lazy to explain. This kind of thing will naturally be known when they arrive in Dragon City. By the way, where's my jade? Dad, I'm here. A young woman came out of the inner room and saw Lu Yong with 2 eyes. Don't cry, your bitter days are all at an end, all pack up and come with me, let's go enjoy 996 blessings. Ryu Yang said, 996 blessings? What is this? Tan Yi and his wife were dumbfounded, they had never heard of this thing, can they eat it? This ought to say understand a little annoying, anyway, it is every day of good food, have a soft fluffy bed to sleep, but also live in a big house, not afraid of wind and rain. There's still money coming in every day, and by the way you get to go to the bathhouse and take a shower, and it's a particularly comfortable day. Ryu Yong said that with a raised eyebrow. 996 is indeed a blessing for suffering otherworldly mortals. Normally, these mortals work early in the morning and late at night, and they can't get enough to eat, let alone eat well, and they are often bullied. As for living in a big house with a soft bed to sleep in, that is simply not possible. It's good to have a thatched hut to live in. That's why the 2 husband and wife of Tanny listened to the light in their eyes. It's really a blessing. You get to eat every day, and have a soft bed to sleep in, and a big house to live in, and money. Where can you find something so beautiful? Dad, we'd like to go with you. The 2 Tanny couples were ecstatic. Then hurry up and pack. By the way, I have several bottles of happy fairy water here, you 2 haven't tasted it, have you? Lu Yong opened the bag, good guy happy water with a dozen bottles. The couple didn't hesitate to grab a bottle and drink it. It is sweet and silky in the mouth and is particularly pleasant. On the other hand, Yanjin excitedly returned to his residence, the spiritual treasure pavilion. He was a second-generation rich man, or else he wouldn't have been able to take out 30 spirit stones with his hands, which was a large sum of money. Dad, come look, I got a great deal. Rushing into the study, Yanjin brought out the happy water. Yanli is Yanjin's father, 56, looking at the black happy water in front of him, his eyes gradually staring. He had heard of the Dong family's magical immortal water. Wasn't it very similar to the black water in front of him? Had his own untalented son found a treasure? One must know that someone had offered a high price of 100 spirit stones for the Dong family's immortal water. If this bottle of fairy water is real, it's a deal. Where did you get this from, Jeanner? Dad, your son got lucky today. This immortal water was sold from Immortal's side. It cost me 60 spirit stones, not expensive. Yanjin said smugly. Not wanting to snap, Yanli gave his son a hard slap. Dad, why are you hitting me? Yanjin was confused. What is going on? Picked up the treasure back to fight. Piggy, it's you I'm hitting. Yanli was furious. This son of his was out of his mind. Buying from Immortal? Are you stupid? Can't you rob? Chapter 41, Great news, here come the great Xia people. You kid is out of your mind, doing business with mortals? You don't know how to rob. Yanli was furious, 60 spirit stones, a lot of money, very heartbreaking. Covering his face Yanjin heart aggrieved I want to rob you too, don't you dare. The opposite side was a person from the Great Summer Kingdom and might have an Immortal Slayer magic weapon in their hands. It's one of those peculiar burning sticks that kills when it smokes. It's scary alright. Dad, that man is from the Great Summer. Oh, it's from the Great Summer Kingdom, then you did the right thing, you really can't rob it. Yanli nodded, but then thought about it and was wrong. Another slap was given to his son. Yanjin is stupid, still fighting. What is the meaning of this time? Mud, you stupid thing is really in over your head. All know that person is a big summer country people, the body of the good things must be less, you kid will not be good words received home? Yanli cursed, this son of his is still incompetent. Piece of. Snap. Yanjin slapped himself in the face this time. Dad's right. I'm not thinking straight. You won't even burn incense when you see a real Buddha. If you know that you are from Daxia, you should be received at home, and you should buy all the treasures you have on your body. Dad, you're right, I'll go there again right away, and this time I'll make sure to invite that Daxia countryman to the house. No, I'll invite them myself this time. Yanli straightened his clothes and personally went out to invite Lu Yong. He was excited in his heart. The great summer countryman, mysterious and powerful mortals, just what other good treasures were in their possession. On this side, Lu Yong was packing things with his daughter and son-in-law, which, suddenly, noisy footsteps sounded outside the door. Then someone shouted in a loud voice, "The honorable guests of the Great Summer Kingdom in the room have not left yet, have they? My humble self is Yanli, the shopkeeper of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Coming to greet the honored guests of the Great Summer Kingdom, can you move to my humble abode for a moment?" The tone is so polite and literal. Lu Yong was satisfied to hear that. How could he be honored like this in the past as an ordinary mortal? Or the immortals came to invite them. Don't tell me how big this face is. Daughter and son-in-law are dumbfounded. Dad is really developed, embracing the thigh of the Great Summer Kingdom, and now even the immortals are personally invited to the door. Walking out of the house, Lu Yong also followed the immortals' example and pretended to say, "You're welcome." The immortal elder condescended to come and invite. The little old man is really flattered. But the house is not daring to disturb. I'm going to hurry back to the Great Summer Kingdom with my daughter's family here. Yanli said I killed you all, cannot let you go. It is rare to see a big summer countryman how to say also have to fish a few more pieces of treasure. Why should your honored guest be in such a hurry? You guys come to Yunlin town once in a while, you should stay for a few more days. By the way, does your honored guest have any more immortal water or something on him? I am particularly interested in these exotic treasures. Lu Yong understood, this one is rushing to do business with himself. Wouldn't that be just right, too? You carry a lot of goodies yourself, some of them new. Besides, you put my daughter's son-in-law pit so hard, I do not give you some color to see you are sorry for the 3 words of the great summer country. It's rare for immortal Yen to be truthful, then I'm not hiding anything, I'm selling all the treasures on my side to you, I'm just afraid that you won't be able to afford it. What? Is this mortal defying himself? Still can't afford it? I don't know that the richest person in Yunlin town is the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion had plenty of spirit stones, which could not be afforded. Your honored guest is overstating the case, feel free to show us your treasures, we will definitely take them all. Yanli said with great confidence, but it was a hit-and-miss remark, and Ryu Yong wanted it. Good, Immortal Yen is truly a refreshing person, then I'll make an offering. After saying that, he let the woman take her bag and take 10 bottles of happy water out of it. Yanli's eyes were bubbling with greed, there were actually 10 bottles of this magical immortal water alone. You have to take them all yourself, you're bound to make a fortune. Honored guest, I'll take all of these, 60 bottles can't raise the price. Yes, it's all for Immortal Yen. Lu Yong was happy in his heart. This group of cultivators are all amusing, one better than the other. A few dollars of happy water is actually considered a treasure. Old man, I've made a fortune. By the way, earning so many spirit stones must be dangerous when going back, so I must report a message to Colonel Han. This group of cultivators can't be trusted. Sometimes the stakes are so high that the prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom doesn't always deter some desperate fanatics. Ryu Yong had a communicator in his hand, and he quietly pressed the red button. Waiting for help to come, he could pretty much make this deal on his own. Soon, the ho-hum dealings of this common mortal settlement drew immediate attention. Someone in the town's tea house shouted, "Hey, there's big news on East Street. There's a man from the Great Summer Kingdom here, and he's doing business with Mr. Yen from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion." What, there is such a thing? Isn't that so? That Daxia countryman is really powerful. There are 10 bottles of black miraculous immortal water alone, and there are other treasures too which. That's going to be a good time to go and see how marvelous this great Summerland is. Yeah, definitely check it out. With a crash, the previously noisy tea house was suddenly empty and silent. The store assistant and the tea house owner were dumbfounded. Did the Great Summer Kingdom have such great appeal? It does seem to be there. This country is so amazing that even the tea house owners want to visit. Shower, close the store, we're not open today. Let's all go see the treasures of the Great Summer Kingdom. It's a rare opportunity, and the boss doesn't want to leave any regrets. The streets, the stores, and the entire town of Cloudwater were spreading the news everywhere. Everyone flocked to East Street, not wanting to miss the event. Naturally, the mortals on East Street didn't miss the spectacle and all came from their homes. Looking at the old husband of the Talismany family doing business with the immortals, his eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Look at people talk about a family developed. Embrace the thigh of the great summer country, which mixes even the immortals have to give 12 points of face. Strong. This is the fiery flame divine root, baked with blazing flames for 77 and 49 days, then paired with a variety of rare medicines, and laboriously completed with 99 and 81 processes. The value of a lot of money can quench the fire spirit root. Long-time consumption can make the fire spirit root essences incomparable, such as if the cultivation of fire attribute technique can be 1,000 miles per day, twice the result with half the effort. Lu Yong held a chili bar in his hand, his eyes reverent and serious, his mouth eloquent. The surrounding immortals who said this changed their colors, and each of them had a maniacal look in their eyes. There are also Pokemon that specialize in quenching fire roots. Awesome. This Dacia is simply anticlimactic. 300 spirit stones, I'll take it. Yenli didn't give it any thought and directly opened a sky-high price. 300 spirit stones was a huge amount for cheap practicing stage cultivators, and many cultivators would not necessarily have seen so many spirit stones in their entire lives. The jaws of all the surrounding immortals were dropping one by one. How about that? That is, the spiritual treasure pavilion has this strength, although they are greedy but cannot afford to buy a. But, the corner of Lu Yong's mouth turned away, and his expression was actually very disdainful. No way, Immortal Master, such a good fire god root would cost 600 spirit stones, you're sending out the barkers with these 300. After saying that, Lu Yong snorted coldly and put away the chili bar baby-like. The heart that was exploding. Ha ha ha. Old man, I've made a fortune today, one spicy noodle costs them 600 spirit stones. Don't blame the old man for having a black heart, gentlemen. The old man has learned from you. A few dozen copper coins, actually rolled up to 30 spirit stones for my son-in-law, you assholes or no one else. I'd be sorry if I didn't cut you all today. Chapter 42, the mayor is also a capable person when it comes to fooling the village. Yenli was dumbfounded, this fire god root actually cost 600 spirit stones, he was super fleshed out. But looking at the fiery god root he was itching. Such a good treasure, but after this village, there will be no store, there will be no place to buy it in the future. With a clench of his teeth, Yenli called out. 600 is 600, buy it. Wow, there was an explosion all around. The spiritual treasure pavilion is so luxurious, buying all 600 spirit stones, but it's worth it to buy a divine object like the fiery flame divine root. Worthy of being the great summer kingdom, all of them can have such good treasures, it's a pity that I don't have any spirit stones, or else I would have bought a few of them as well. A few pieces? Big brother, you are dreaming. One piece of the great summer kingdom's treasures is beyond our reach, and a few pieces, overthinking it. This side of the sale continues. Lu Yong look at this group of immortals so good to fool, then give you another absolute get. He took several pieces of colored glass out of the package, reflecting the daylight, instantly colorful and brilliant. The moment it appeared it made the surroundings silent, and everyone's eyes went wide. What is this thing? Why is it so beautiful? How did you get such bright colors on there? Both the mortals and the immortals had a confused and again shocked look on their faces. There is no glass in the otherworld, or colorful stained glass, which amazes the otherworlders no more. It's a proper downgrade. What is this? Yenli's mouth is shivering, forgive him for living such a long life, but he was still scared by the stained glass. It's amazing, it's gorgeous. It must be one of those super expensive ones or how else would it hold up to the color on it? Lu Yong laughed straight in his heart, this group of douchebags, worse than the old man. The old man was also stunned when he first saw this colorful glass, but not as out of sorts as you guys. But it's good to see it's expensive, isn't it? Then I'm not going to be polite. Clearing his throat, Lu Yong, a picture of a superior man, slowly said. Immortals, this is silicon dioxide, which is made by using a flood fire and baking it for 100 days before it is refined. Countless rare and precious treasures were placed inside, and then weighted down with the force of tons of great mountains. It can gather light and condense chi into 5-colored dazzling light, and practice chaotic chi. Silicon dioxide. This new term the otherworldly man had never heard of. What the hell? Even Lu Yong is also do not understand, this what is called silica He asked the technician, and that's what he was told by the other technician. By the way, there's a name for this thing called stained glass. But Lu Yong felt that it was still the name silicon dioxide that was mysterious, so it was better to say silicon dioxide. I didn't realize it would work amazingly well. The surrounding immortals were frozen as they watched the colorful light reflecting off the multicolored glass as if it were a rainbow. Where had this group of people ever seen such an amazing sight? No one suspected that Lu Yong was telling a lie, they were all convinced. Thinking about this thing can also be practiced chaos chi, immediately feel that this silica cow beer don't want. Yenli could barely stand, his body swaying slightly, and he couldn't even speak as he pointed at the stained glass. Ryu Yong sensed the words and would say, Immortal Master, don't get excited, this silicon dioxide is only worth 5,000 spirit stones. Yenli's feet slipped and he almost didn't fall. 5,000 spirit stones, and it doesn't make it exciting. Does this Disya countryman know what 5,000 spirit stones means? Yenli, all the belongings of the family is only more than 3,000 spirit stones, this is to let him frying pots and selling iron. And then do cattle and horses cannot afford to buy It really deserves to be called the Great Summer Kingdom Divine Treasure, it's worth every penny. Then, that honored guest, could it be cheaper? I'm willing to take it for 3,000 spirit stones. Yenli wobbled. It's super expensive, but Yenli still wants to take it. How can you let go of a treasure that can refine chaos chi? If you miss him, you will regret it for the rest of your life, and it will be hard for you to make an inch of progress in the future by forming a demon in your heart. Buy it, must buy it. Yenjin is also Bloodshot Eyes. Dad, this is a spell, why would he not want to fight? Just do us a favor, honored guest, we are sincere, just sell it to us. Lu Yong's side had a difficult face, and his heart was a little flustered. Just now the cowhide is not blown off, this are open price to 5,000 spirit stones. Holy, wouldn't they tear my skin off if they knew my old man was fooling around? Never mind, it's all come to this. We can only continue to just go on. It can't be cheap. It can't be cheap to death. 5,000, it has to be 5,000, little old me, this is still a friendly price, otherwise it would be at least 8,000 spirit stones. Lu Yong said in a deep voice, his face serious in the slightest. Snap. Yenli really fell down, 5,000 spirit stones he couldn't take out. Ah. Dad, hold on. Yenjin hurriedly held on with one hand. The crowd took one look and shook their heads, greedy and helpless. 5,000 spirit stones, ah, good boy, who can afford it? It's too ostentatious. I haven't seen such a big deal since I was a kid, and the auction house in that big market is just like this. A sigh of relief. But suddenly a voice threw itself on the ground. I'll buy these 5,000 spirit stones. Suddenly a middle-aged man in his 40s walked up, his entire body emanated aura, and he was at the 7th level of chi cultivation. This kind of cultivation was an invincible existence in Yunlin town. The middle-aged man also wanted to use his cultivation to deter the 4 directions of the curfew. I have bought the most precious treasure, so don't think of anything else. Hey, isn't that Qian Haoxi, the giant merchant of the AO and country? He's a super rich lord. Qian Haoxi? It can't be the one whose family has 100,000 spirit stones and once spent tens of thousands of spirit stones in one breath to buy the Etienne sword, right? Isn't that him? It's really a big monk in a small temple today. Lu Yong doesn't know any Qian Haoxi, just wanna buy and trade. Brave man is cool, this silicon dioxide is yours. Good, it's not a wasted trip to buy a divine artifact from the Great Summer Kingdom today. Qian Haoxi was not ambiguous and completed the deal with Lu Yong on the spot. 5,000 spirit stones were also a bit expensive for Qian Haoxi, spending almost all the spirit stones he had with him. This side of Lu Yong received 5,000 spirit stones, the heart is happy to want to see the good. That's when he gathered up the package and suddenly a color photo fell out of it. It was that very picture with the technicians. The photo shows a sliver of old men, the youngest of whom is Ryu Yong. The others are basically on 80. But all of them are vigorous and vigorous. Where is the look of old age? Looking at the various gray hair, but as young as full of vitality. Are these all people from the Great Summer Kingdom? How come there are so many long-lived ones? Yenli was stunned, he was 56, which was considered a high life expectancy in the otherworld. It's important to realize that while off-worlders rarely get sick, they have poor food and poor medical care. Not to mention that mortals basically hiccup when they get a serious illness. It's just that there are a lot of immortal practitioners who don't live long. Even if their cultivation reached the 5th level of chi practicing, many immortal cultivators would only be able to live to their 60s. There are very few people who can live to 70, if they can go to 80 at least they have to practice chi 8 or more. So when the immortals saw the photo of a large group of old white-haired men they were stunned. Are all the people of the Daxia kingdom that long-lived? I seem to remember that they are all mortals. Mortals can live that long? How do they do it, huh? The Great Summerland is amazing, it's unbelievable. This side of Lu Yong secretly grinned, thinking that this sale is coming again, the old man cannot miss this last wave. He slowly pulled a black, beautifully wrapped box of chocolates out of the package. Immortals, the old men in the pictures you see are all over 80 and in robust health, and these are all because of eating this Black Spirit Longevity Cream. As long as you eat it regularly you can prolong your life and live 100 years. Wow! This time almost everyone in the room almost fell over. The shock was heavenly. Chapter 43, Fooling Around to the End. There are life-extending and life-renewing ointments. This Great Summer Kingdom is a kingdom made up of gods and men, isn't it? I can't believe that the people of this Great Summer Nation turned out to be so long-lived. Yen Li's father and son both almost fell down together. This Nima is too heaven-defying, right? There's this kind of divine medicine. So, that honored guest, how much is this cream selling for? Yen Li asked, shivering. 5,000 spirit stones. Lu Yong has a big mouth, who cares if you buy it or not? Yen Li father and son instantly intestines are repenting. If I had known that there is this kind of god thing will buy this life extension cream. Even Qian Haoxi was trembling, he had run out of spirit stones on his body, or else he was bound to get this ointment. How come no one's buying? Looking around Lu Yong realized that no one had bid. Forget it, let's sell it later when we have friends who can afford the price. Ryu Yong swore and put the stuff back, hot eyes around. So good it's too tempting. By this time, monstrous killing intent had erupted from someone's gaze. Martyr! This Daxia countryman is too rich, must rob him, not to rob simply sorry. A few cultivators had already secretly gathered and approached towards Lu Yong. Ryu Yong wasn't a fool, he looked at the sky and estimated that this rescue should have arrived. Sure enough, there is a black spot in the sky has been circling around his head. He understands that is called a drone. With 1,000 miles of eyesight, his sight of what can be seen clearly. Lu Yong's heart is solid. With a drone, you immortals still have what to fear. Rushing to his daughter and son-in-law. You two are all packed up. We should be on our way. They're still dreaming. Is Dad that good? The few things that were bought simply shocked the immortals. Waking up suddenly at this moment, he nodded his head in a hurry. It's ready, Dad. Are we walking back? Why walk back, or flying back? Lu Yong's big mouth shocked the 4 seats again. The surrounding immortals were once again dumbfounded. A person from the great summer country could still fly? Aren't they all mortal? Mortals can fly? Wasn't it only foundation stage cultivators who could fly to take off into the air? This one is too unreasonable. A few cultivators with bad intentions immediately rushed out and surrounded Lu Yong's family. Old man, don't go. Immediately call out all the spirit stone treasures or I'll kill you. A burly man called out viciously, a machete swinging in his hand. He gave up. Anyway, if he became the immortal path is open, losing is still a good man after 18 years. The daughter and son-in-law panicked and turned pale. What's wrong with this? Dad's got a ton of treasure, but he can't beat these immortals. Lu Yong wasn't afraid as he looked up at the sky. Suddenly there was a loud clatter, and the sky overhead seemed to be torn, cracked, and a fierce wind swirled up. All the cultivators turned their heads to look at the sky, and they saw a large iron bird. A black fuselage, with a huge windshield overhead, hooting and hollering. This is the Black Hawk helicopter of the Great Summer Kingdom, belonging to the pressurized goods, only a few dozen of them. With high takeoff weight and long range, it's the helicopter world's bearer. This time to develop the otherworld, the above allocated 5 frames to Han Chang, belonging to Give Face. Now the Black Eagle's huge body was slowly descending as if it were a landslide, causing the crowd below to hold their breath and tremble all over. It's so shocking. Chugging. A trail of fire shot out from the Black Eagle, instantly sweeping down the few burly men surrounding Lu Yong. It was the killing of 5 immortal cultivators in the blink of an eye, which caused the surrounding people to be drenched in fear. I have long heard that the Great Summer State has a divine weapon of immortalicide. Today is considered to be an eye-opener, and it is really so. Yan Li's father and son were in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that they hadn't risen to mischief just now, or else they would have ended up in this situation as well. Xian Haoxi was even more shocked with his eyes. This great Xia kingdom is as terrifying as it is. If I ever get the chance, I'll have to go and see what such a marvelous capital is really like. The Black Hawk helicopter landed next to the Ri Yuyang family, and number 1 stepped out of the aircraft. Old Willow, hurry up and get on the plane. I'm coming to get you. No. One let you, the great leader, come personally, overreacting. Lu Yong said and let his daughter and son-in-law on the plane. He carried his bag and climbed up last. The Black Hawk then lifted off, far away. A group of people looked on for a long time, struggling for inner peace. Fruity can really fly. Is this immortal? A godman, I guess. The envy of the neighbors of Tan Yi's family. This family is really one person. The whole family ascends to heaven. On the airplane, Lu Yong shoved the spirit stones in his bag into No. 1's arms and laughed. This is my filial tribute to the country. Without the country, little old me would have hiccuped just now. Lu Yong's heart is very clear. Just now he was bullish and fooled a group of immortals. What did he rely on? It was the Great Summer Kingdom. It was the power of the country that made him straighten his back and made people not dare to easily flatter him. Otherwise he'd have the qualifications to call the immortals bluff? It would have been incited away by a slap in the face. The first one took a look at the bag and saw that it was full of spirit stones, and immediately there were a lot of them, several thousand of them, and immediately rejoiced. Old Lu, this is a great contribution you've made. I'll give a word to Colonel Han and give you great credit. There's no need to remember. To have my daughter's son-in-law join the Great Summer Kingdom, my little old man is already content. Lu Yong smiling, heart that cannot mention how happy. Back in Dragon City, number 1 sent the spirit stones to Han Chang's side at the first opportunity. Han Chang's eyes also lit up when he saw so many spirit stones. Where did you get so many spirit stones? It was earned by the mayor of Wangxian village from selling goods. Number 1 said, this little old man is quite good at business. Han Chang was filled with joy as he grabbed the spirit stone and asked in his mind. System. Ding. Spirit stone detected. Begin absorption. Ding. The system is upgraded by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 8. Height, 7.5 meters. Width, 7.5 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 2,000/4,000. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Sword skill awakening beginner. Power, 50. Defense, 60. Speed, 10. Ding. The portal system has temporarily upgraded to its limit and cannot absorb spirit stones. The information slid through his mind, and Han Chang was satisfied that he was able to speed up another wave of construction on his side. By the way, oil pipeline laying and railroad construction will have to be accelerated to send oil to Blue Star sooner. Ding. Detected that the host is hesitant and is about to make a big move, triggering the system mission Big Build Up, which can break through the system limits upon completion. Great, this mission came at the right time. Han Chang was in high spirits and rushed at number 1. We need to speed up our construction, and send a message to Che Jigua that we need to requisition corvée labor. And have you finished assembling the bluebird drones I brought back from the blue planet? Number 1 gave a standard military salute, mid-sentence. It was assembled a long time ago and is just waiting for you to give the order to lift off. Okay, let's go launch the bluebird. Han Chang walked out of the office excitedly. Chapter 44 Free Labor. Coming outside, Han Chang saw the already assembled bluebird. The huge skeletonized fuselage, plus the wings covered with solar panels give a sci-fi reverie. This was the latest technology of the Great Summer Kingdom, a drone that could last 30 days in the air without refueling, relying entirely on solar power. Han Chang ordered after looking at it. Take off. Yes. A technician maneuvered the plane slowly to take off, and by the time it was airborne the landing gear, auxiliary battery packs, and all those unnecessary things came off. Reduces weight and can lag for the longest time. Soon inside the ground command center. Signal received, bluebird launch successful, all clear. Soon images appeared on a dozen or so monitors within the center, mountains and rivers, towns and fields, everything in White Tiger Ridge was visible. Colonel, we are now able to monitor the entire White Tiger Ridge and have satellite communications. Very well, this White Tiger Ridge will be our springboard in the otherworld. Han Chang was hesitant and his gaze was hot. The next step is to speed up construction to get the railroads and pipelines to the oil fields. It's time to requisition Che Chi Cook's corvée. This free labor is needed for large-scale construction. After a little contemplation, Han Chang then said to number 1. Tomorrow I'm going to go to Che Jigua once in person. Dragon City is in your hands. Yes, Colonel. Number 1 gave a military salute. That night Han Chang went back to Blue Star one more time, bringing a large number of personnel and supplies to the otherworld. Early the next morning, Han Chang took a helicopter to the Chishi Kingdom, where the Great Xia Kingdom had left a 50-odd-man rapid reaction force stationed outside the capital city. Colonel, everything's been quiet for a while with Cha. Yesterday, I already informed Queen Shuaingyao about the levy, and she expressed her agreement and has already mobilized in the country. The sergeant who stayed behind, Wei Dongyang, gave Han Chang a report. Han Chang nodded. Good, tell them to hurry up. We need to speed up construction on our end. Soon a large amount of construction machinery drove over from the Dragon City side, including a large amount of building material supplies. On the other side, inside the capital city of the Chishi Kingdom, a large number of people were gathered and they were told that they would give labor to the Great Summer. This group of people were excited to hear this news, not for any other reason, just because they could eat well by working for the Great Summer Kingdom. Can you not be happy knowing that many people here are refugees, they are homeless and have no food, and it's already a dream to have a job and a full meal? Some of the populace who didn't get a turn at the corvée were still envious. It was just too appealing to be able to eat. One more thing, working for the Great Summer Country can see a lot of novelties. I've long heard that this country is extraordinary, with superior magic weapons, even the immortals are not in their eyes. Lin Fei was one of them. He was a refugee. If it wasn't for the relief food from the Great Xia Kingdom he would have starved to death, so he was full of gratitude to the Great Xia Kingdom. After a brief stop to gather in the capital city, Lin Fei set off with the autonomous army. They took a long walk and finally arrived at the site. As soon as he arrived at the site Lin Fei's eyes were not enough to see, although he had long been prepared in his mind that the Dasha Congress would have many strange steel giants. Can really see the shock of the heart. He grew up so big where to see these things ah. That tall tower crane simply towers over the city, and the excavator has a big, weird head. Does this thing eat dirt? There was also that huge engineering vehicle that drove past Lin Fei, as if it was a flood beast, and the strong sense of oppression made him almost pee his pants ah. Are these things really made by mortals? It feels so shocking. No, I can't even dream of having something like that. Holy, no wonder the Great Summer Kingdom can ride on an immortal's neck and in piss. People are simply gods and goddesses with this ability. Countless nationals of the Chishi country marveled in awe and longed for the Great Summer Country that was even more. Such a tough country, invincible, right? If he could become a national of the Great Summer Kingdom, then he wouldn't even do it if he was given to cultivate immortality. Lin Fei was the same. In the past he had looked up to immortal cultivators, dreaming of being an immortal. Not anymore. Do the immortals have a Dasha national fragrance? People had huge iron lumps, terrifying immortal slayer magic weapons, and the strong strength to walk around the world without any enemies. Immortals are trash in front of the Great Summer Kingdom. You guys help carry the rebar. A technician assigned jobs to Lin Fei's group. Lin Fei worked hard. He found that the work here wasn't tiring, except for some odd jobs. Most of the work was done by the iron lumps. That's why they often have a chance to rest. I'd say it's easier to work for Dasha than for Che Chi. Yes, for Che Jigua work we have to do everything, but also have to move a few tons of heavy stones. My mother can be tired. Look at this, that iron lump called something like a crane lifted gently. It's awesome. Lin Fei was very excited. He did it for a day without even sweating, and when it came time to eat it was a big bowl of white rice, fragrant, which made him happy. The Great Summerland is wonderful. Lin Fei loves this country from the bottom of his heart. Not only Lin Fei, many of the Autobots thought the same. Over here, Han Chang had been overseeing the progress of the project, and with tens of thousands of free laborers, the work was going well. 2 months have gone by and it's already looking a bit like that. Han Chang was satisfied, and on this day he received an email from Zheng Tu that there was an arrangement about the otherworldly financial work. Opened it up and boy was it too specialized, all jargon. It's a good thing that the back of the summary says something human. If you want to make Dasha's currency circulate in the otherworld, you must first make Dasha's goods circulate everywhere. Secondly, financial outlets were set up where they existed for currency exchange, and after that came the establishment of capital markets. There's sort of a blueprint for financial work, so let's start with Che. Han Chang gave Wei Dongyang instructions. Notify Shui Yingyao for me and have her come over to meet me immediately. Yes, Colonel. Wei Dongyang sent someone to send a letter to Shui Yingyao. Soon Shui Yingyao rushed to the dusty. She did not dare not hurry. Now Che Jigwa food and use are all the big summer country in the provision. If there is no big summer country, this queen may not be able to step down at any time. So when she heard that Han Chang was looking for her, she rushed here. Colonel Han, you asked for me. Yes, how did it go last time when we asked your country to issue the great summer currency? Han Chang asked. Shui Yingyao pondered slightly, then frowned. It's a bit of a hindrance. Some nobles say a piece of paper has no credit, is unreliable, and won't allow it to be issued. Han Chang laughed coldly. You have to issue even if you're not allowed to. Our Dasha's currency, although it's paper money, can be worth a lot more than those copper coins. I'm going to make those nobles regret it. If he dares to stand in the way of the great summer's great cause of jerking wool in the otherworld, then Han Chang will not be soft. He gave Wei Dongyang an order. You give Zheng Tu a word, and tell him to take the supplies into Chiji Kingdom tomorrow, and open a merchant house for me, with all the supplies in the store to be purchased in the currency of the great summer kingdom. Shui Yingyao reminded. But none of the nationals of Chechi country have the Dasha currency. It's simple, our merchant bank also collects supplies and pays in the great Xia Kingdom currency. Han Chang thought of something and added, there's also the exchange ratio of Chiji Kingdom's copper coins to Dasha Kingdom's paper money, which is 10,000 to 1. Humph. In front of the powerful economic strength of the great summer, is this Che Jigwa still afraid of not being able to take it down? Chapter 45, The Great Summer Kingdom Merchant Bank opens its doors. Inside the capital of the Chiji Kingdom, in Prince Wu's residence, several court ministers were surrounding a man in his early 50s. The man is called King Shui Wu, the brother of the dead king of the Chiji Kingdom. He and a group of ministers who supported him were opposed to the issuance of the Great Summerland currency. Yesterday my niece went to see that Han Chang and came back to reintroduce the issuance of the Great Summer currency. Several ministers immediately staggered away. King Wu, you must not agree. How can this paper money be compared to copper money? Yes, we have to join the opposition too. Copper money is common all over the world. What can he buy with that paper money? It's not trustworthy. Alas, the present queen has been fed a bewitching soup by the great Xia state, and believes in it with all her heart. If the great Xia state currency is issued, something big is bound to happen. King Shui Wu's solemn eyes were majestic as he spoke in a deep voice. As long as we old ministers are around, we must not let them succeed. The words landed on the ground, and suddenly someone at the door came in to report. My lord, that great Xia Kingdom has opened a merchant house within the capital city, selling all sorts of supplies, using all great Xia Kingdom currency. And there's still exchange on their side, 10,000 of our copper coins for $1 of Dasha's national currency. Snap! King Shui Wu slammed the cup on the table to smithereens when he heard that, his eyes bursting with anger. This great summer kingdom bullied me too much. How can it be 10,000 to 1? There's his paper money. It's not worth anything. At this time there was an old minister with a twinkle in his eye who advanced. King Wu, don't be angry. I think that since he, the great Xia Kingdom, dares to issue paper money, let's have a go at it, printed in his likeness, and the printed money will go to buy his supplies, and we'll be sure to buy him at a loss. King Shui Wu looked stunned, thinking that this paper currency is still not printing a few words up. What tricks can there be? They can do it themselves if they can do it in the Great Summerland. And this is a good law. It can drive away the Great Summer Kingdom, and also harvest a large amount of supplies, so I can't help but make a fortune myself. That works. Someone quickly go to the merchant's house and get me a few sheets of great Xia paper money over here, and then hire me the best printer in the country. We want engraved copies. On the other hand, within the capital of the Chiji Kingdom, a new merchant house, the Dasha Merchant House, had opened on the busiest street. Zhang Tu stood in front of the merchant's house, hesitant. Ladies and gentlemen, our great summer country merchant bank is opening today, and all goods are discounted by 10%. And also this merchant bank also buys supplies, but it's limited to yellow stone heads, spirit stones, and none of the rest. Those who wish to trade with this merchant bank will always use the great Xia state currency. Of course we also have an exchange open, 10,000 copper coins for 1 yuan of great Xia state paper money. The entrance to the merchant bank has long been crowded with Chiji nationals, and everyone is curious about what this big summer country merchant bank to buy. At the same time some people were wondering why the great summer kingdom only wanted spirit stones and yellow stone heads. This spirit stone was still understandable, but Yellowstone couldn't figure it out. Otherworldly yellow stone heads are gold presses that no one wants. In fact, it is only gold and spiritual stones that the Great Summer Kingdom can look at, and other substances that the Great Summer Kingdom does not need at all. Once the doorway of the merchant bank opened, a tidal wave of people soon poured in. Looking at the wide array of goods in the store, everyone was dumbfounded. Why were there so many things here? And how come there's no counter? You can see a shelf, filled with goods, at your disposal. Can it really be like that? Is it okay if I take it quietly and don't pay for it? Some thought so, but soon everyone dismissed the idea. Just saw a man leaving the merchant bank. He had just stepped out with his front foot. Beep 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 beep. There was a siren at the door and a piercing sound rang out. A few loaded warriors walked over and said seriously, "Be honest and get the stuff out." The man's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he blushed as he took out the instant noodles he had hidden. "I thought no one saw me take it. Why do they know I stole it?" Zheng Tu also walked over at this time. He grabbed the instant noodles and sneered, "All of you mustn't take any chances. Our merchant bank is loaded with spells, but anyone who dares to leave without paying will not be able to escape." After saying that, Zheng Tu's gaze sank as he rushed at the two warriors. "Pull out and give me a good beating." There had to be a punishment for stealing, and Zheng Tu knew that in a world where the rule of law was unsound, making an example out of a chicken was immensely useful. It has to be established or the theft will happen again in the future. Yes. The two fighters dragged the man out into the street and swung their sticks. There is nothing to sympathize with, this guy's own sins. Dare to steal the goods of the Great Summer Country. This is not looking for death. It's polite to leave him alive. Cracking and beating the man, he begged for mercy and finally left crawling with a broken leg and an arm. The surrounding people are watching with fear and trepidation. The Great Xia can't take advantage of the country. Look at this tragic situation. Who dares to try to take the law into their own hands? And Daxia is also too amazing. No one can see can also know you stole something. This is how to do all. Call it a spell, but it's still unbelievable. No, you can't steal goods from the Great Summer Kingdom. You have to buy them honestly. After that there was order in the merchant's house, and the customers all honestly chose their goods and no longer dared to have evil thoughts. In fact, there are magnetic strips on all the goods in the Daxia merchant bank, and they can only be demagnetized at the cashier's office, otherwise they will be detected by the instrument when they walk out of the door. This model was used within many shopping malls in the Great Summer Kingdom, and Zheng Tu had merely moved over. What's this? Someone grabbed a bag of chorizo and looked left and right and just couldn't understand if the stuff was for food or for use. Looking at the packaging so new and a flame burning? Is it hard to light a fire? Sir, it's chorizo, would you like to try a bite to test it out? Suddenly a beautiful woman from the country of Daxia came over, wearing a tight salesman's outfit, tucking in her waist and lifting her buttocks, and looking at her made people's hearts thump. The pretty girl was holding a tray with a couple of tried and true chili fries. The man hesitated. Originally he did not dare, but looking at the young lady so beautiful is not afraid. Bravely, I grabbed a chorizo and shoved it in my mouth. A fiery sensation washed over my head. It was comforting, delicious and very charged. The man had tears in his eyes. He hadn't even eaten such a delicacy since he was a kid. Of course the key is still spicy. Good stuff. I'll take it. Well then, please pay attention to the price, sir. A pack of our spicy strips here is 10 spirit stones. Of course you can also exchange it with a yellow stone head, 100 taels a pack. The man blinked. The chorizo was so expensive, but he was able to let it go. It would be tyrannical for something this good not to be expensive. Of course sir, you can also pay in the Great Summer currency. The price is $10 a pack. The beautiful saleswoman added. Only $10? It's only $10 with the currency of the Great Summerland. Men's eyes light up, and with comparison comes hurt. He suddenly felt that the Daxia state coin was so fine and expensive. $10 of Daxia state coin was worth 10 spirit stones. Boy, there's going to be a load of brass later. I want to exchange them all for Daxia national currency. That kind of money is worth something. Chapter 46, Can't I give some face if I'm the king? The man was also a bold and rich man. His family was wealthy, and he immediately had his family send dozens of boxes of copper coins, which were exchanged on the spot for the Daxia national currency. After exchanging a total of over $50, he bought a pack of chili fries and went back with gusto. When he arrived home he shared the chili fries with his family, and they all ate happily, exclaiming that they had never eaten such delicious food before. Guillermo, the steward of the Wu King's house, arrived at the merchant bank of the Great Summer Kingdom, his pair of triangular eyes gurgling. A 300 square foot space lit up like the sun and surrounded by magical merchandise. What dark water, a long thin stick, little things wrapped up in dazzling paper. The air smells sweet as you get closer. What is all this? Guillermo, where to see this kind of scene? As if in a dream, enough to stay half a day before slowing down. The Great Summer Kingdom is indeed rich in supplies and the country is in full strength. Guillermo couldn't help but sincerely admire him, but he didn't forget his original intention. He was here to exchange the Daxia coins. He must quickly exchange the money and send it back to the King of Wu. He came to the exchange and said, "For the Daxia national currency, may I ask how much you want to change? How many kinds of bills do you have here?" Guillermo asked in a matter-of-fact manner. "There are 3 kinds, $1 ones, $2 ones, and $10 ones." Because he didn't want to cause too much inflation, Zheng Tu only allowed the exchange of these 3 basic types of banknotes. And with all the newly printed bills, it all smells like ink. Then change all 3. Yes, it's a total of 130,000 copper coins. Guomo's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Boy, 13 yuan daxia coins actually cost 130,000 copper coins. Do these people know what 130,000 copper coins means? You can buy a few acres of good land. It's just a few bills. Why do you have to change it so high? Guomo was slandering in his heart, and brought several carts of copper coins and exchanged them all, getting 3 bills. Once the bills arrived, Guomo was again a bit confused. The paper money of the Great Summer Kingdom seems to be a bit unusual. Smells like fresh ink. It's tough to the touch, and there's a clattering sound when you shake it. The key is that the colors on it are so vibrant and lifelike that it's almost like the real thing. Is this able to be photocopied? Whatever, just send it to his lordship. Returning to King Wu's residence, Guomo presented the 3 bills. My lord, these are the 3 types of paper money of the Great Summer Kingdom. King Shuewu looked at the 3 types of banknotes in front of him, and his eyes similarly trembled violently. Not hot, but mind-blowing. This is the Great Summer paper money. King Shuewu was incoherent. The fragrance of the ink on his face, the vibrant colors, the lifelike characters, and the feel of the texture, it was simply unimaginable to him. Otherworldly science is backward, where there is no modern printing, using black ink. Pressure is not colored. Seeing bright colors on paper is simply a descending blow. And the texture of the otherworldly paper is very, very poor. One poke is a hole, worse than the ass-wiping paper of the Great Summer. Daxia's paper money with paper that are the best. This on and off how not to let Shuewu Wang shock. The surrounding group of veteran ministers were equally dumbfounded, just as struck by the descending dimensions. The paper money of the Great Summer Kingdom turns out to be like this. It looks so refined. Why do I think it's 100,000 times stronger than our copper coins? The old guys have to admit it. Such bills are too powerful. No wonder Daxia is so posh, just look at their paper money. As for making counterfeit money, a bunch of old guys looking at me and me looking at you. Can this be done? King Shuewu's face was extremely ugly, but he still called out the printing craftsman. The smith took one look and immediately fell to his knees. My lord, you killed the little man, killing me won't even carve it out. This thing is so spooky that no immortal could make it. The end. King Shuewu is completely dead. The Great Summer Kingdom is so awesome that even a note is unchallengeable. What's the point of fighting then? By the way, master, this daxia coin is very valuable. If you exchange it with a spirit stone, it's 1 for 1, 1 spirit stone for 1 yuan daxia coin. Guomo added. King Shuewu trembled. Actually as expensive as a spirit stone. Wouldn't that mean that the Great Xia national currency was equal to a spirit stone? Hiss. King Shuewu stroked his chin in deep thought. In the future, no wonder copper coins will be worthless. Compared to the daxia national currency, this copper money is nothing. After a while I guess I won't even be able to get 100,000 for $1. How about some more while it's still 10,000 for 1? It's a bloody good deal. King Shuewu had just finished his thought when an old minister at the side bowed and said, King Wu, I still have things to do at home, so I have to go back once. I have something to do as well. King Wu, I will return first. Even a few of the old guys had something to do and ran away. What's the point of leaving in such a hurry? King Shuewu was confused. At this time Guomo also called out. My lord, I have something behind me as well, so I'll go down first. Guomo also ran away. King Shuewu couldn't care less about this group of guys, and shouted out sharply. Bring me all the copper coins within the mansion's coffers. I want all of them to be exchanged for daxia coins. An hour later, the entrance of the Daxia State Merchant Bank was crowded with people. No matter whether they were ministers in the imperial court or city folk, all of them pushed big carts and small carts to exchange the Daxia State coins. King Shuewu was among them, and the officers and soldiers under him, who were usually very formidable, somehow rushed to not move today. Mard, your king wants to exchange the daxia coins, so I want to exchange them as well. What's the point of grabbing? First come first served, understand. King Shuewu looked to see if it wasn't Zhou Hengshan, who had just left his house. Zhou Hengshan, your kid left in such a hurry earlier, so it turns out that he also wanted to exchange daxia coins. Oops. Lord Wu Wang, I'm offended. I'm afraid that I won't be able to change it if I'm late. Don't blame me, Lord Wu Wang. Now it's 10,000 for 1, late it's 100,000 for 1, can you not get ahead of the game? King Shuewu's eyes popped out in anger. Good boy actually snubbed the old man. But at a glance even Guomo, the steward of his own house, was in front of him. Guomo, you old man actually lied to me too. My lord, don't blame the villain. The villain is just so tens of thousands of copper coins. If I don't take the time to change it now, I won't be able to change it later. Wayawa. King Shuewu was furious and stormy, but there was nothing he could do about it. All around are here to exchange daxia coins. No one is having trouble with their own money. Let a hair off. Zheng Tu received the report inside the merchant's house. Governor Zhang, there are more and more people exchanging daxia coins outside. Do you think we should raise our prices? Of course raise the price. We're a free economy, completely responsive to supply and demand. Raise the price for me, 100,000 copper coins for 1 yuan dasha coin. The value of 100,000 copper coins is already far more than $1. Zheng Tu made a bloody profit in this wave. Together with those goods sold, this merchant bank had already made a profit in less than a day of opening. Outside the merchant bank, when the market that everyone was looking at changed, 100,000 copper coins for only $1, there was a wail and a howl. But no one walked. Instead, they fought even harder. It's only been 1 day and it's down to 100,000 to 1. If it comes back tomorrow, won't this copper coin be thrown out on the street and no one will want it? Change. I'll change it today even if I have to squeeze my head. King Shuewu even rolled up his sleeves, his face grim as he stood on the car and roared loudly. Who dares to block the right of this king? All of you get out of my way. Let you mom. I'll fight you if I run out of money. No one's letting up, and everyone's red in the face with impatience. Money is such an easy way to go crazy. Chapter 47, Oil. That's going to be a thing of the past. The anger of the crowd was so great that King Shuewu had no choice but to wait in line for a day. Until the sun went down and the Dasha State Merchant Bank closed, he actually still hadn't exchanged the Dasha State coin, and he was so angry that he jumped straight to his feet. Damn you assholes, letting you jump ahead of me, I'm not done with you. The next day King Shuewu went to Shuayangyao early in the morning and begged his niece to go through and open a back door. Shuayangyao's face was full of bitterness. This is all about opening the back door, it's too much. But when he really arrived at the merchant bank, he realized that the entrance was blocked, and there were people everywhere, all of whom had come to exchange Dasha coins. How can this be? Is the Great Summer currency that strong? Shuayangyao couldn't believe it and realized that the civil and military officials in the courtroom were actually changing. She stiffly approached Zheng Tu, which helped King Shuewu exchange more than 100 Dasha coins. The joyful King Shuewu danced around like a little child. Ha, old me has also changed to the Great Summer currency. Shuayangyao's face was full of embarrassment. Why is uncle like this? She gave Zheng Tu her thanks. Zheng Tu gave her a satellite cell phone. Take this cell phone, and in the future, if there's anything you need, please go directly to our Colonel Han. Shuayangyao took the cell phone completely unintelligible. What is this thing? Zheng Tu smiled and gave an introduction. Just press these buttons and you can talk, try it. Is it really okay? Shuayangyao was astonished for a while, and she curiously really dialed, and it didn't take long for Han Cheng's voice to ring out from her cell phone. Hello? Yes, it's me, Shuayangyao. Shuayangyao answered coyly, feeling so amazing that there was actually sound coming out of this tiny box. King Shuewu on the side was equally shocked and came closer to look, finding it very novel. Is there someone living in this little box? No, the sound was distinctly distant. How the hell did Dasha do this? Are all their contraptions that powerful? It's better than even the Immortals. He blushed when he thought that yesterday he was boycotting the currency of the Great Summer. It seemed like he was too ignorant. Was a country like the Great Summer Kingdom something he could challenge? Oh, so it's Shue, what do you want? No, it's fine. Well, I'll hang up if it's okay. The phone beeped before Shuayangyao tense nerves relaxed. It's amazing. Actually, Han Cheng had wanted to send a satellite cell phone to Shuayangyao in the past, but there was no communication relay point at that time. Now that we have the Bluebird, which can be used as a communication satellite for the time being, this satellite cell phone can naturally be used as well. Another month passed, and the laying of railroads and oil pipelines in the territory of the Chechi country was completed. The Yunnaksong oil field has also completed its initial construction and is already producing oil. That day Han Chang returned to Dragon City. He wanted to witness a moment in history. Open the valve. With a powerful sound, the pipeline came through, and the oil flowed into the portal with a crash, transporting it to the blue planet. The entire Dragon City boiled at this moment, and many people embraced each other in excitement. More than 120 billion tons of reserves, 5 million barrels of crude oil per day. With the Yunyuzan large oil field, we will never be short of oil in the Great Summer Kingdom again. Excited, those gray-haired techs cried tears of joy. They had fought all their lives for this day and finally saw it. Han Chang was similarly filled with endless emotion, and his months of struggle had finally come to fruition. It's good. It's very good. Colonel Han, General Zhao is looking for you, asking you to return to Blue Star for the celebration banquet. Number 1 came over to report at this point. Han Chang nodded slightly, a smile on his face. Okay, I'll be right there. At the same time a system sound rang out in Han Chang's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the Great Emergence. The system will break through the limit and can continue to absorb spirit stones. Han Chang pursed his lips and smiled. Now that he wasn't short of spirit stones, relying on the promotion of the Dasha country's currency, a lot of people took spirit stones to exchange for Dasha coins. At a ratio of 1 to 1, the Great Summer side definitely made a bloody profit. Not only did he honor his promise and send a batch to the psychic warriors, he also kept a batch for himself. Let's go back to the office and bring up the level first, then we'll go to the celebration dinner. Coming to the office, Han Chang took out the spirit stone and absorbed it. Ding, absorb the spirit stone, the system is upgraded by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 9. Height, 8 meters. Width, 8 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 4000/8000. Special skill, firearm specialization, poison resistance intermediate, sword skill awakening beginner, auxiliary facilities, pipelines, power, 50, defense, 60, speed, 10. Blue star, across the ocean, on the land of beautiful fruit. Henry is having lunch. He's a crude oil futures trader. Beside me were a few co-workers, drinking coffee and gossiping about boring topics. The futures market has been very unsettled lately, and the price of crude oil has skyrocketed, now up to 100 moldy knives a barrel. But that didn't concern Henry, who serenely enjoyed his lunch, a tepid hot dog. Hey Henry, didn't you take a couple of orders a couple of months ago? There was an Eastern sovereign fund that purchased a large amount of crude oil futures. They were betting on a significant drop in the price of oil, weren't they? A colleague asked. Henry thought about it. There was indeed this incident. It was more than 3 months ago, and he remembered it vividly because the amount was very huge. Yes, God bless those Orientals, this contract seems to be delivered today, but apparently they lost big time. Henry shrugged and gave an odd smile. Ha ha ha, these Oriental pigs are so uneducated. Don't they know that oil prices have always been manipulated by us, the beautiful fruit? No, and betting so hard against each other, but we can only make money on our side if they lose, don't you think so? Can you boys talk big, can't you be subtle? I feel sorry for our friend from the East. Ha ha ha. The table erupted in laughter, and what had been a boring lunch was instantly filled with fun. It's been more than a century, but cutting Eastern leaks is still their delight. Especially in these recent years, watching the ancient Eastern country rise strongly, they especially want to see the negative news of this country. It makes them happy. Henry laughed along with him. He thought the hot dog in his hand tasted better with a smile. But that's when he came to the phone and saw that it was his boss calling. He answered the phone without haste. Hey boss, it's lunchtime, you can't. Off lunchtime, you kids watch the news, and tomorrow you'll be sleeping in the street and enjoying whatever lunch you want. Snap, the phone hung up. Henry was confused. How had he been scolded? He hurriedly turned on the news, and it was the ancient kingdom of the East holding a press conference. Gentlemen, our country of Dacia has discovered a super large oil field with proven reserves of 120 billion tons and a daily output of 3.5 million barrels of crude oil. The discovery of the oil field here will promote the accelerated development of our economy, and the energy bottleneck that has constrained our country for years will be broken. At the same time, our country will also join the ranks of the world's crude oil exporters, welcome countries to negotiate with our country. Our country's crude oil has few impurities, low cost, has a strong competitive advantage. Henry read it. He slumped in his seat. He understood why his boss had called him. With the list from 3 months ago, the ancient East will make hundreds of billions of moldy knives, while his exchange will suffer huge losses. Can he still do it? The boss had to fire him. Henry, what shall we do? A few of his colleagues looked puzzled, and they realized what was going on. The ancient kingdom of the East won, and their rice bowls were smashed. Holy, why did God really bless those Orientals? Chapter 48. Not only do we have super large oil fields in Dacia, we don't want your coarse food either. Meanwhile, inside the office of the beautiful fruit chancellor, the chancellor, who had just changed his diaper, hadn't even sat down when his secretary had hurriedly handed over a report. Your Excellency, something big has happened. What's the big deal? Did someone hit the building again? No, it's much more serious than that. It's the discovery of a superb oil field in the Great Summer Kingdom. They won't be short of oil in the future, they'll have to sell it. What? The Chancellor's white face instantly turned black as he looked at the report in his hand and finally slumped in his seat. The crotch of his pants clattered and got wet again. $120 billion for a big oil field. How can we live with this? Beautiful fruit to control the world's oil fields, but all around the army, hit this side and that side. Now it's good that an oil field has been discovered in Dacia, so you've been working for nothing. What petroleum mold knife? Will it work in the future? They don't have less oil than you do in Dacia. By the way, where is this oil field? Find it for me. Find it for me quickly. The Chancellor growled loudly at the secretary. Yes, I'll have someone look it up right away. The secretary hurriedly agreed, but in his heart he was worried about the Chancellor's health. In particular, at the last press conference, the Chancellor suddenly committed Alzheimer's and wet his pants on the spot, which scared the people around him. It was nationally televised, and this had a big impact. The people of beautiful fruit are so confused. They actually chose a diaper chancellor? Hopefully this time. The secretary looked worriedly at the crotch of the Chancellor's pants, which were soaked through early. Chancellor, I suggest you get a new piece. A few days later, the Chancellor's bad temper still hadn't subsided, but instead had become even more violent. The crotch diaper is enlarged and thickened. Idiots. Bunch of idiots. How could you not find such a huge oil field? What a bunch of idiots. A few intelligence heads were scolded and they bowed their heads in aggravation. They also wanted to find the big oil fields in the Great Summer Country, but they couldn't help that their satellites had swiped over the Great Summer Country hundreds of times, and they hadn't even spared a single crevice. But we still haven't been able to find this superb oil field. If anything, it's a case of the Great Summerland being a Luddite. But judging from the various moves made by Dacia, they did discover oil fields. Because the price of oil within the country of Dacia had fallen off a cliff, and it was said to have become the same price as mineral water. Chancellor, calm down or your condition will worsen, the secretary kindly reminded. The Chancellor's dark face still didn't look good. Since we lost on the price of oil, make it up to me elsewhere. Notify the Department of Commerce and tell them to triple, no, quintuple the price of the produce. Aren't you rich in the Great Summer Kingdom? Then spit out all your money. Food you will always need, and in past years you have purchased our beautiful fruit soybean corn in large amounts. This time, we'll stick to this point, let's see what you'll do. The Chancellor suddenly felt a little happier at the thought. Well, not bad, this Dacia still has a weakness, wait for it. The head of the Ministry of Commerce in Beautiful Fruit received the order from the Chancellor, and he agreed to it in a heartbeat. Let the Chancellor rest assured, that group of Orientals can't live without our grain, even if we raise the price tenfold they'll be on their knees begging us to sell it to them. The leadership of the Ministry of Commerce is full of energy. This many years, the Great Summer Country has always been a large number of imports of soybeans and corn, has never changed, this time is certainly the same. And counting the days is almost, in previous years, the negotiators of the Great Summer Country will come to the door at this time, and their own negotiations on the import of soybean corn. Just wait for yourself. However, after waiting for 3 days, the Great Xia state did not come to represent them at all. This made the leaders of the Ministry of Commerce sit up and take notice. What's going on? Don't you want soybeans and corn in Dacia this year? Can't have to take the initiative and ask. The head of the Ministry of Commerce personally went out to the agricultural representatives of the Great Summer. Inside the embassy of the Great Summer State, the agricultural representatives of the Great Summer State warmly received the business leaders of Beautiful Fruit. Gee, I'm so sorry, dear old friend, that I didn't pay you a visit at your house this year, but instead I had you come over. The representative of the Great Summer Kingdom smiled cheerfully. That I came to ask if you don't need soybeans and corn in Dacia this year? The Beautiful Fruit business representative got right to the point and asked. No need for that, we grow all these things ourselves now. What? Grow your own? The Beautiful Fruit business representative was shocked. Isn't the arable land of your Great Summer Country very limited? The vast majority of the arable land is planted with staple grains to ensure food security, so there's no place to grow coarse grains at all, so why has it changed now? Yeah, it's changed this year, half the land has been set aside for soybeans and corn, so we're not short of these coarse grains. The representative of the Great Summer Kingdom said with conviction. Well, doesn't that leave you with a shortfall in staple foods? There's no gap. We've bred a new staple food variety named Panglai Seed. The mu yield is twice as high as in the past, and the cycle has been shortened by half, so only half of the area planted in the past is needed to fulfill the need. The representative of the Great Summer State added after a pause. By the way, now our country is also an exporter of agricultural products, so if your country has any needs, you can negotiate with us to buy them. With the relationship of old friends who have worked together for many years, we can be favorable in terms of price. The agricultural representative of the Great Summer Country smiled faintly, but this smile was filled with a domineering aura. We will never run out of food again, neither staples nor coarse grains. On the contrary, our food production is high, our costs are low, and we can afford to compete with you. The Beautiful Fruit business representative felt a tightness in her chest and her whole feeling just went bad. The Great Summer Country has actually become an agricultural powerhouse as well, and it can also sell agricultural products in large quantities, so how should Beautiful Fruit live in the future? You know that the agricultural products are an important way for the Beautiful Fruit to control the world, lest this Beautiful Fruit will lose a sharp tooth, and how to bite people casually. The Beautiful Fruit business representative went back listlessly, he touched his nose and helplessly called the Chancellor. Hey, Your Excellency the Chancellor, the Great Summer Kingdom no longer needs our grain, whether it's coarse or staple, and people are competing with us to sell it. What? How is this possible? Where did they get that much food? The Chancellor exploded on the spot, his eyes wobbling, clutching the phone and floundering. He couldn't believe why the agriculturally backward country of Dacia had suddenly surged. Why was that? Meanwhile, in the vast land of the Great Summer Kingdom, the combination of spirit grain and improved rice, the Panglai Immortal seed, was being cultivated on a large scale. Everywhere there are full ears of rice and a bountiful harvest. A couple of sharp-tongued guys quietly tried to approach the paddies. They were going to steal the seeds. Unfortunately, all of their moves were discovered by the alert Dacia countrymen. Don't worry, those seeds mutated after they were planted and produced ears of rice that couldn't be cultivated. The real seed breeding that's secret, this group of spies can't even find it. Someone said proudly. Indeed, the cultivation base of the Panglai Immortal seed is in Dragon City, in the otherworld, where there is an abundance of spiritual energy that nourishes the spiritual grains in the farmland. Chapter 49 on what to harvest otherworldly leeks. The seeds of the fluffy fairy seed were stolen and sent to Beautiful Fruit, but unfortunately none of these seeds were able to germinate. The Chancellor was so wide-eyed that he was on the verge of freaking out. The secretary on the side is getting more and more worried. Will this Alzheimer's of the Chancellor aggravate? On the other side, Han Chang ended the celebration banquet and just wanted to go back to the otherworld when he was pulled back by his uncle Han Wegwa. Han Chang, Uncle wants to find you for something, let's go have a cup of coffee and talk while we drink. Aha, can't you just say what you want? You want to go for coffee? And Han Chang remembered that his uncle seemed to drink tea, not coffee. What's going on here? Uncle, when did you switch to coffee? Just recently, don't ask questions, just follow. Han Weigwa brought Han Chang to a cafe within the base and found an elegant room to sit down. What kind of coffee, please? The waiter asked. 3 coffees to start, Han Weigwa said. Han Chang took a look. 3 cups? Is there someone else? Uncle, why don't you just say what's up? Are you asking me to meet someone today? Oh, you kid is not stupid. You do want to introduce someone to you, more accurately it's someone asking for your help. Asking for my help? That must be otherworldly. Han Sung releases, then waits. It wasn't long before an unkempt old man arrived, with disheveled hair like a bird's nest, glasses as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, a bony body, and the whole thing looked like an Einstein. Han Chang, let me introduce to you, this is the chief engineer in the field of our country's aero engine, Elder Pao. Bao Lao saw the spirit stones you sent the other day, he was very interested in those stones. Han Weigwa made introductions and then asked Bao Lao to sit down. Elder Pao looked at Han Chang, somewhat agitated. You're that Han Sung, aren't you? Thank you so much. The spirit stones you sent me gave me a great inspiration to develop a spirit engine. Han Chang was slightly stunned by the spiritual energy engine. Is this thing feasible? But looking at Bao Lao's sincere eyes, he was convinced that this was no joke. Bao Lao continued. In fact, we all know that our engines, especially aero engines, have always been a shortcoming. Although it can be domestically produced, process is still relatively poor. Want to catch up with others need a long time. It is difficult to form a breakthrough in a short period of time. But the psychic energy engine is different. If it can be successfully developed, it will make our country's aero engine leap to world leadership. At the end of his words, Bao Lao even got a little excited as he grabbed the coffee and drank it all in one go. Han Chang slowly nodded his head. There was no need for Elder Pa to say more. He understood. This one was here to ask for spirit stones. Alright, I still have spirit stones on my side. I'll send them to you as soon as I get back. Thank you then, little Han. You are truly the future of our great summer country. Bao Lao was already glowing with joy, as if he had seen the success of the spiritual energy engine. He did not linger any longer, and rose. I have some research to do, so I'll go first. With that, he left in a flurry of activity. Han Chang looked at the departing Bao Lao and cried and laughed, but he did have a good impression of him. Han Chang, although Elder Pa was a bit unkind, he's a nice guy, you mustn't have a bad impression of him. At this time Han Weigwa said, I do appreciate his kind of energy that disregards everything for the sake of scientific research. Our great summer country actually lacks such talents the most. I'm relieved that you think so, Han Chang. Elder Pa is definitely a gem of our great summer kingdom, just like you. Like me, I'm not like Einstein. Han Chang laughed. Oh, there's no need to be modest, you kid, you're our greatest gem. Now I wish a bunch of experts and professors from the Academy of Sciences all want to see you, all want you to take them to the other world to work on their own projects. Han Weigwa said. Han Sung blinked. Was he that sought after now? The two sat for a while longer, and Han Chang went back. As soon as he returned to the other world, he had someone send a batch of spirit stones to Bao Lao. There's not much left, but that's okay. Now that the Dasha national currency was so popular, there were some people who took out their treasured spirit stones to exchange for it, and they were able to save up a batch very quickly. However, the spirit stones in the hands of mortals were still too little, and it was best to scavenge spirit stones from immortal cultivators. Grabbing a report, Han Chang read it. Cola, magical fairy water, 60 spirit stones. Spicy noodles, fiery spirit root, 600 spirit stones. Stained glass, silicon dioxide, 5,000 spirit stones. Chocolate, longevity renewal cream, 5,000 spirit stones. This is the price list that was sold before when the mayor of Wangxian village picked up his daughter's son-in-law, and Ma Junhua made a report to Han Chang. Han Chang found it very interesting, in which the stained glass thing sold beautifully. A useless piece of trash can be sold for 5,000 spirit stones. This village headman is quite a bit of his own true heritage. Okay, let someone ship another batch of stained glass over in a few days. This is something to be sold as a treasure in the future. As for Coke, chili fries, chocolate, these things will be recognized sooner or later with the liberalization of the circulation of goods in the country of Dasha, and then it will not be easy to fool people. Stained glass is different. As long as you control the total amount, you can sell it at a steady high price. Like the diamonds on the Blue Star. That thing is an IQ tax. Of course you can't rely on just one item. You have to get a few more things that immortals like. Han Chang rubbed his chin and saw a box of special cigarettes. He didn't smoke, but Zhao Wuji slipped it to him anyway, saying it was what he deserved. By the way, smoking is very addictive, and if this stuff spreads out among the immortals, it's going to make more money than stained glass. Keep in mind that the taxes on tobacco are super impressive, both on Blue Planet and on Earth. With this wealth-generating artifact, I'm still afraid of running out of spirit stones in the future. Han Sung laughed to himself. At the same time, there was a ding in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is going to promote the goods, triggering the system task merchant world. The host is going to promote the 2 goods in the other world, so that the people in the other world will accept them and compete to buy them first. As long as the host completes the task will receive attribute point bonuses. Xianhaoxi had left Yunshui town for more than 3 months, and he still looked at the stained glass in his hand with the same love. Shine a light on the sun, and the brilliant, eye-catching colors are intoxicating and dreamlike. Worthy of being a divine artifact of the great summer kingdom, so incredible, 5,000 spirit stones to pick up a treasure. Xianhaoxi looked excited, as he did every time he played with the stained glass. He felt it was a worthwhile purchase he'd made in his life. At the same time, it made him long for the great Summerland even more. I really want to go to Dragon City to see what those Daxia countrymen are really like. What other strange treasures they have. The curiosity in his heart grew stronger and stronger, and Xianhaoxi couldn't hold back the fluttering in his heart any longer. At that moment an underling came in to report. Boss, the great elder of the Han Yu sect seeks an audience. What's he doing here? Xianhaoxi wondered. He was not familiar with the great elder of the Han Yu sect, but it was impossible not to see that the Han Yu sect was the strongest sect in the neighborhood. There were thousands of bear disciples, not to mention the patriarch, but this grand elder had the cultivation of the 8th level of Qi practicing. Xianhaoxi was only at the 7th level of Qi practicing, so he didn't dare to be slow. I'll go out and greet them myself. Xianhaoxi had just gotten up when a gloomy laugh came from outside the door. Hee, there's no need to condescend if you're in charge of Qian, I'm already here. As he spoke, a triangular-eyed, dry and thin man appeared in front of Xianhaoxi. It was none other than Han Yu sect's Grand Elder Qiu Difference. This man has a nickname, Seeing the Treasure. His triangular eyes could light up at the mere sight of a treasure. At this moment, Qiu Difference's gaze shone brightly, which caused Xianhaoxi to be stunned. This one's a bad influence. Chapter 50, A Piece of Glass is Treasure. Hee, Boss Qian, I have nothing to do. I recently heard that you have obtained a treasure that radiates 7-colored haze, extremely gorgeous. I'm here to take a look. Why is Boss Qian not welcome? Qiu differently smiled without smiling. His words were polite but full of intimidation. How could Xianhaoxi dare to say no, and hurriedly accompanied with a smile. Elder Qiu is saying something. It's an honor for you to come. There's no such thing as not showing it. I'm just afraid that you won't be satisfied with it. Xianhaoxi had no choice but to take out the stained glass. This reflected the sunlight just enough that a colorful glow imprinted itself on the wall. Gorgeous and flowing. Where had the otherworlders ever seen such a sight? It was completely beyond their imagination. Elder Qiu was dumbfounded on the spot, looking at the haze with excitement, his mouth trembling. 7-colored haze. This is the 7-colored haze, the most precious treasure on earth. At this moment, if the people of the great summer country saw the scene, they would definitely have to laugh. What kind of immortals are these? Is a piece of stained glass worth getting so excited about? Silly. This stuff is cheap scum in the modern world. But Elder Qiu just decided that this was the most precious treasure, and his eyes were full of greed. How can you pass up something this good? No words to say, you have to get your hands on it. When I go back to show my senior brother, let him see this earthly wonder as well. After thinking that, Elder Qiu looked at Xianhaoxi. Boss Qian, how do you call this treasure? Where did you get it? This is called silicon dioxide, and it was bought from a man from the country of Daxia. Daxia? Never heard of it. The Han Yu sect was still a bit far away from Dragon City, and the prestige of the great Xia kingdom had yet to spread over. Qiu Difference had naturally never heard of it. He thought it was a distant country and didn't care. Silicon dioxide is the name that sounds so out of place. That Daxia country people are also too coarse, so good treasure will not give a louder name. What does this silica count for? Seeing as this thing kind of looks like a mirror, it's either that or it's called just a 7-colored haze mirror. The name is much louder. Qiu Difference nodded in satisfaction and said in a deep voice, this piece of dioxide. That 7-colored haze mirror, old man want it, you open a price. Xianhaoxi heart need pain this thing he does not want to sell but he couldn't help it. In the world of immortal cultivators, the strongest is the most respected. How could he dare to offend the different Qiu in front of him? This treasure was 5,000 spirit stones when I collected it. Why don't you give a capital? Old me only has 100 spirit stones here, so I think it's 100. Qiu is not the same as a bully, so how can he pay a high price? With a snap, he dropped 100 spirit stones and got up to leave. Xianhaoxi also did not dare to stop, still have to respectfully send a sentence. Elder Qiu takes his time. Instead, the heart was dripping blood. Mud. My heart's blood is gone. Old piker, one day I'll make you look good. Thinking about the colorful dazzling light emanating from the stained glass, Xianhaoxi was endlessly fascinated. Can't afford to give it up. After Qiu Difference left, he sat in his study and froze for half a day. Such a great treasure says you have to get another one, or go to Daxia once. The last time he was in Cloudwater Town, it was close to Dragon City, so he wanted to go to Dragon City to have a look. But because there were no more spirit stones on my body, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to buy even if I saw something good over there, and I had empty regrets, so I didn't go. This time, I must bring enough spirit stones to buy all the good things in that great summer country. Yeah, just take a road trip. Thinking of this, Shen Haoxi prepared enough spirit stones and left the house after giving a few instructions. Straight to Dragon City. Show Difference, who had obtained the stained glass on this side, was very excited and immediately went back to the Hongyu sect. Elder brother, I've got a treasure over here, come and take a look. When he came to the practice room, Show Difference shouted at his senior brother. Fu Kong was the patriarch of the Hongyu sect and Show Difference's senior brother, and he also had another identity, that of the state master of the nearby Aoe kingdom. Cultivation has the 9th level of Qi cultivation. In this White Tiger Ridge his strength in cultivation is already the top of the sky. He was bent on being able to break through the foundation establishment and achieve that great cause of the immortal path. Nay, the bottleneck was over there, unable to inch forward. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at his senior brother, Show Difference, and wondered. What kind of treasure have you found here, senior brother, that you're so happy? Ha, senior brother, this is something you are guaranteed to have never seen before, look. Show Differently showed off and took out the colored glass, reflecting so much to the sunlight, that the wall reflected a 7-colored haze, illuminating Fu Kang's eyes straight. He hadn't seen such a marvelous sight either, and froze for quite a while before shaking his head. Senior brother, what is this? Why is it so magical? This is called the 7-colored haze mirror, but it's a supreme treasure. Show Difference was full of complacency. Oh, where did this come from? Elder brother also thinks it's remarkable. From a place called the Great Summer Kingdom, a faraway land. Big brother, this thing should not hang in your practice room. Show Difference suddenly lowered his voice and whispered in his own senior brother's ear. But I've heard that this thing can produce chaotic chi, so I'll help you break through the foundation establishment as soon as possible, senior brother. What? The chaos breath. Fu Kang's eyes were wide open and his mouth turned into an O. He couldn't believe it. But this thing can produce a 7-colored haze, what else is impossible? If that's the case, then my bottleneck is expected to break through. Fu Kong was ecstatic and patted Show Difference's shoulder. You have a heart, senior brother. Alas, where are you and I, senior brothers, counting on senior brother to pull me along after breaking through foundation establishment. That's for sure, ha ha ha. Fu Kong was so excited that he asked Show Difference to hang the stained glass on the wall to the sunlight outside the window to absorb that so-called heaven and earth aura, thus generating the chaotic chi. But before he could meditate and cultivate, there was a disciple outside the door seeking an audience. Patriarch, elder, an envoy from the Chuzhi kingdom has come from the Aoen country, and His Majesty the King has invited the patriarch to come over for a visit. He immortal small country's envoy, why need to bother old man this side of things busy, not go. Fu Kong was eager to cultivate and refused on the spot. However, the Chechi envoy said that they are now a vassal state of the Great Xia Kingdom, which is not what it used to be, and boasted that Great Xia Kingdom is the most magical kingdom in the world of man, able to kill immortals at will with a mortal body, as well as all sorts of ingenious and heavenly objects. What ground-running car doesn't need a horse? The iron bird that can fly in the sky. All this and more, the king of the pride in the kingdom listened to the mystery and did not deny it, so he begged your lordship to come over and talk to him. Fu Kong looked at Show Difference when he heard this, and Show Difference looked at him as well. Just mentioned the Great Summer Kingdom, and it appeared over here? It's okay for this to unfold. Unsaid must meet this envoy of the Chechi country. Go hear how amazing this Great Summer country really is. Good, I'll go with senior brother and meet that Chuzhi Kingdom envoy. After saying that, he set off with Show Difference and rushed to the Aoen country. Chapter 51, please watch my old car perform. The capital city of the Aoen country was very close to the mountain gate of the Hongyu sect, and Fu Kong and Show Difference arrived in less than half a day. The two of them entered the palace, and above that great hall the king of the Aoen kingdom was talking with the envoy of the Chuzhi kingdom. Seeing that the state master and senior brother had come together, the Aoen king immediately stepped down from his throne to personally greet him. Aya, the state master and the great elder came together. It is really flattering to the widow. The two of you hurry up and sit down. Then the Ao and the state introduced the envoys of the Chechi state again. This is Che Chiwen, the envoy of the Chuzhi kingdom, and he has many new and strange stories for you two to hear together. Che Chiwen was an old minister beside Shui Engyao. After Queen Shui came to the throne he also rose to the top and became an important minister. This is not the mission to the great country of Ao, and the country of the important task was given to him. Now Che Chiwen is also considered to have seen the world, and after seeing the amazing technological civilization of Daxia, he has a kind of refreshing perception. It turns out the world can be like that. It was especially shocking to him that even mortals could easily kill immortal cultivators. Now that he was facing the two bigwigs of the Hongyu sect, this old man wasn't afraid at all. It's not just the immortals. What's wrong with that? Immortals are still just as abusable. Gone was the past posture of seeing an immortal cultivator and having his legs go weak and groveling. Without being humble, Che Chiwen very generously bowed to Fu Kong and Show Difference. The two immortals are here, accept my humble servant's obeisance. Show Difference frowned slightly. This envoy actually didn't perform the kneeling salute. When did mortals become so hardened? Let's leave him alone for now and ask how amazing this great summer country is. Don't bother, I'm asking you, all that fly up in the sky are long-feathered. How is it that there are iron birds that fly up in the sky? Answer quickly, I'll have your old life if you answer wrong. Xiao differently questioned sternly, having thought about this along the way. Iron birds flying in the sky? How can this image be thought of? This envoy must be bull asterisk 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 ting and lying. Oh, let's see how you lie. Just say the wrong thing and I'll be rude on my end. Swindling an immortal is a death sentence. Che-Chuan is not afraid, he has brought a lot of good things on this mission. The purpose is to let this group of pretentious immortals know that there are still more than them in this world. Of course all these goodies are given by Han Shang, whose purpose is clear, is to let more people know about the existence of Daxia, to facilitate the promotion of Daxia's currency, and also to dump goods. Ha, it's okay if you guys don't believe me, I have a little gadget over here you can look at, said Che-Chu and took out a toy helicopter, which was exactly a slap in the face, with a metallized surface, but of course the substance was plastic. But where had the otherworlders seen such high-class goods and pressed on with their skepticism? What the hell is this iron lump? Xiao Difference was instantly a bit bewildered. The shape of the helicopter was too peculiar for the otherworldly people. That's unheard of. That's unheard of. Immortal, this thing is the iron bird that can fly, so watch. Che-Chuan flicked the switch and the little motor whirred around, and the toy helicopter took to the air. This thing is motorized and has a remote control. Che-Chuan had been trained to take the remote control and fiddle with it for a while, and the helicopter flew wherever it wanted to. It's a shocker. The civil and military officials in the court, AO, and the king, and the two immortals all opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene before them. Fantastic, great. Xiao different pair of triangular eyes is even more in the light. He again see treasure eyes open. Sure enough it can fly, it's still iron. What's even more amazing is that this thing seems to be a puppet and can be controlled. But puppets can't go to heaven, and they're still crude. This thing is much more dexterous. How the hell did that happen? What a ghostly work. Xiao Difference couldn't hold back his curiosity and snatched the remote control from Che-Chuan's hand. Give it to me, and let this thing be seen by this immortal. Don't, you're not trained. Before Che-Chuan could say anything the remote control was snatched away. That Xiao differently can't control it at all. 3 or 2 times the toy helicopter directly crashed head-on into the wall. It snapped and broke. Chacky Win's face was suddenly ugly. It's a treasure to him too. As long as he can keep it from breaking, it's his to take back. Can you not be pissed off now that it's screwed up? It was important to know that this item was also available for purchase within the Daxia Merchant Bank, but it could be sold for a staggering 1,000 Daxia coins. $1,000, now it's 800,000 copper coins for $1. How many coins would that be? It's heartbreaking. Ao and the king also feel a little embarrassed. People fly well, what do you grab? However, he didn't dare to offend the state master's senior brother, and instead, he generously said to Che-Chuan, "Don't be sorry, Mr. Envoy, how much is this trinket? The widow will just compensate you." Che-Chuan looked at Ao and Wang with a strange gaze. Compensate me? Can you afford it? Your Majesty, this thing of mine is worth 800 million copper coins. Che-Chuan said sadly. The words landed on the ground, but they startled the people around them. This gadget actually costs 800 million copper coins? What the hell? Emptying the entire treasury of the pride in the kingdom, it's estimated that there aren't even as many as 800 million copper coins. Ao and the king, as stiff faces even more cannot fall down. Originally wanted to be generous, but now there is no step down. What the hell is this? You're digging a hole for yourself to jump into. 800 million copper coins. Are we going to sell my AOE kingdom to compensate him? Mr. Envoy, this. You guys can't afford to pay for this amount. The Iron Bird is a high-grade product of the Great Summer Kingdom. Che-Chuan posed, I see it this way, you guys will use the Yellowstone head to exchange. Give 1,000 pounds of Yellowstone head. Ao and the king breathed a long sigh of relief. 1,000 pounds of Yellowstone head that is still becoming. No one wants this stuff anyway, it's rare but you can still get it with a little collecting. Immediately, he sent the men off to get ready to go. Che-Chuan, on the other hand, put away the broken toy helicopter. He is not stupid, this thing back to let Han Shang repair, may still be able to fly. Together with the 1,000 pounds of Yellowstone heads he had just earned, how he felt that he had made a big profit. It's true that when you're with the people of the Daxia kingdom, your brain comes alive. Nice. At that moment an underling came and reported. Your Majesty, the dinner is ready. Ao and the king feasted on the words. Lord Envoy, the widow has set up a dinner to receive you, please take your seat. And State Master and Grand Elder, you guys come once in a while, so please enjoy yourselves more and join us at the table. Xiao differently nodded slightly, the face of the Ao and king still had to be given, after all, this country usually didn't give a lot of favors. It was just that he had just been put on the spot by the Great Summer Kingdom, and he was a bit displeased in his heart, and at this moment, his plan was disdainful. Speaking of food, Ao and the country have all kinds of mountain treasures and seafood. It should be the world's best. The Great Summer Country's objects are new and strange, but it's hard to achieve in the top of the food. When Xiao Difference complimented him like this, Ao and Wang's face immediately glowed with joy. That's right, my Ao and country is by the sea and backed by mountains. All kinds of delicacies and flavors are available. I'm sorry that the Great Xia country is just like that. Ha ha ha. The surrounding heritage ministers laughed softly in agreement. Eat can still eat what, is not just chicken, duck, fish and meat, you can still eat the stars in the sky of the great summer kingdom not. But those words elicited a soft chuckle from Chechuan. Oh, you arrogant and nationalistic people probably have some kind of misunderstanding about food. Chapter 52 Ramen shocks the otherworld. Daxia is great at everything, and one of the most admired by Chechuan is eating. Daxia cuisine is simply second to none. Unable to help it, Chechuan revealed a cold smile and faintly said, "You all probably haven't tasted the real delicacy, that's why you're so uninformed." That's crazy talk. Xiao Difference's face twitched as he listened. The heart said, who gave this mortal the courage to speak such arrogant words? Humph, it was already upsetting that you didn't perform the great kneeling salute just now, and now you're still pretending in front of this immortal. This immortal will not let you go. Hee, Lord Envoy has a big mouth. If you have the ability to bring out the delicacies of the great summer kingdom, if you satisfy this immortal you will be spared, otherwise you will not be able to leave here today. Xiao Difference was also enraged. How could he allow a mortal to jump up and down in front of him? Ao and the king's faces were equally gloomy, saying that why was this emissary from Chushi Kingdom so wild? Couldn't they just keep a low profile? Besides, what else can a gourmet meal burn? It's just a meal. Can you be any fresher than that? Chechuan, however, was unimpressed. Their Cheji Kingdom now had the protection of the great Xia Kingdom, so why should they be afraid of these immortals? What's that saying about being too powerful to be allowed to lay low? Guys, I'm really not lying to you, the food in the great summer country is absolutely amazing, said Chechuan, took out a few cylinders, put on the table, happily flashed in a light laugh. Xiao Difference looked at a few cylinders and was confused. What is this? It's like a bowl but not, the material looks like it's made of paper, it's very peculiar. Is this edible? And delicious? Froze halfway through, unsure how to proceed. Chechuan looked straight and smiled. He went up and opened the instant noodles and said lightly, "This is called instant noodles, just soak it in hot water and put seasoning on it, and you can eat it in less than half a column of incense." So you're eating the noodles inside. It dawned on Xiao differently, and he shouted, "Bring hot water, this immortal will personally taste it and see how it tastes." He wasn't afraid of this mortal playing tricks. If there was really a problem, a sword chop would be the way to go. Soon someone came with hot water and poured it into the instant noodles, and soon that scent hit his nose. Xiao Difference breathed deeply, feeling that the flavor was so fragrant and fresh, a delicacy he had never tasted before. Drool was already running uncontrollably down the sides of his mouth. Before he even waited for half a column of incense, Xiao Difference grabbed the instant noodles with one hand and ate them with a huff. It was delicious, absolutely delicious. Xiao Difference ate all the instant noodles in one gulp, not even the soup was left. Grunting, he finally licked his lips and set the empty bucket down. Cozy. The flavor is still lingering in your teeth, and it's a great taste. Fu Kong on the side looked dumbfounded. He also smelled the aroma. Seeing Xiao Difference eat, he himself grabbed a bowl and ate. Don't say it's really good, fresh, flavorful, and crucially exceptionally refreshing. That sauce with the warm broth was an absolute treat to drink in your belly. Soon Fu Kong finished his bowl as well. Ao and the king froze and hastily grabbed a bowl as well. He was afraid that if the two immortals ate and had more to eat, he wouldn't have a share. Once I ate it, it was super tasty. After the three of them finished eating, they had to admire the truly marvelous cuisine of the great summer kingdom. I didn't realize that even the food in this great summer country is so delicious and tasty. It's rare. Paycom let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Difference didn't say a word, and he had to admit that the instant noodles were absolutely delicious. Ao and the king is more frequently nodded, although he is every day as a mountain delicacy, but not as good as the taste of instant noodles. This great summer country in the end, how the existence of even the food is such an outstanding. Hee, how about a few of you? I told you, compared to this instant noodles, the delicacies that you all have eaten are simply worthless. Sha Chiwan was very proud of himself. When he first ate instant noodles he had the same expression. I have to admit, the food in Daxia is just fresh and delicious, and I want to eat it again. It's just that you tend to get thirsty when you eat too much, so you need to drink more tea. It is indeed extremely delicious, and this immortal is already curious about the great summer kingdom. Xiao Difference's triangular eyes are turning again at the moment, holding bad water in his stomach. The great summer country was indeed extraordinary. Wouldn't it be a quick thing to get your hands on all the treasures and delicacies of this country? With a flash of viciousness in his eyes, Xiao Difference suddenly asked, "Where exactly is the great summer kingdom? Is it far from here?" The great summer kingdom isn't far from here. It's just to the south of our Chushi Kingdom, on the territory of the original Yunhua sect. It's right in the Yunhua sect's territory. Xiao Different from the heart of the different he had thought that the great summer country is very far away, which, originally in the vicinity, and in the original Yunhua sect's territory, that is not a small country. What's so scary about a small country? As for the immortalicide artifact, he didn't believe in it at all. How could a mortal fight against an immortal? This was mostly a rumor and not to be believed. Immediately, he also did not move. Then the crowd followed Ao and the king with dinner. The dinner party on board its won again a great praise of the wonders of the great summer country, what can eat grass in winter, berries, transparent house-growing summer vegetables, without inkstone can write pen. Anyway, all kinds of magic, each one beyond the knowledge of the Aowen nation. The two immortals were also envious as they listened. Show Difference in particular was even more determined to capture the treasures of the great summer kingdom. Thinking about the reason why this transparent house can grow summer vegetables, it must be because of some kind of formation placed and regulated with spiritual chi, which has this kind of magical effect, otherwise it can't be explained. If this kind of magical house were to arrive, then it would be possible to grow spiritual herbs all year round. How good it would be. Show Difference's triangular eyes had already been dribbling. After the dinner, Ao and the king personally sent Chaichuan away, promising friendship between the two countries and offering another 1,000 taels of yellow stone heads and countless treasures. Chaichuan is also considered to have completed the task. He took a variety of gifts, happy to go back to the country. As soon as Chaichuan left here, Show Difference joined Fu Kong in seeking an audience with King Ao and King. How does my king feel about the treasures of that great summer kingdom? Show Difference asked with narrowed eyes. Ao and the king were naturally very eager for the treasures of the great summer kingdom, and said, "The treasures of the great summer kingdom are marvelous to the extreme, and I have long admired them. How about if we take all these treasures for ourselves?" Show Difference smiled mysteriously. Ao and the king were suddenly stunned. He also had this intention in his heart. If I can get a few pieces, the widow will be satisfied. I said to myself that I don't need anything else, just that instant noodles for me to eat a bucket a day, that would be happiness. I don't know that this instant noodle is the overtime magic weapon on the Blue Star. A group of overtime dogs have already eaten and want to vomit. This side can still be treated as a treasure. That's good. My senior brother and I have the same intention and can help your majesty. Show Difference smiled wickedly. Ha ha ha, if there are two immortals to help, why worry that this great summer kingdom won't be destroyed? The widow will send out a large army tomorrow to destroy the Chuji kingdom before destroying Daxia. The widow would like to share the wondrous treasures with the state master and the grand elder. Ao and the king were ecstatic. Two immortals with high cultivation were assisting them. This matter was set to be accomplished. Chapter 53, We Have Eyes in the Sky, You're Going to Be Attacked. This side of the Karchi when joyfully returned to the country, to Shuaingyao made a report. It indicated that Ao and the king were especially willing to befriend Chuji kingdom after knowing the greatness of the great summer kingdom, and they also sent a lot of gifts. Chaichuan brought the item up to the court and showed it to Shuaingyao. Of course the 1,000 taels of yellow stone heads. He laughed at himself. That's what the king of pride and king paid for himself, no need to pay. Shuaingyao was very pleased, praised Chaichuan and was about to reward him. Suddenly the phone beside her rang. Shuaingyao took a look at what was going on. Is it Han Chang's side looking for her? Suspiciously, he answered the phone, and Han Chang's voice did come from the other side. Hey Queen Shui, the pride and kingdom has sent 50,000 troops to attack you, and the footage I'm seeing is that they've already breached 3 cities on your borders, and they're heading towards your capital city. Shuaingyao frowned, thinking that Colonel Han was joking. Chaichuan has just returned from a trip to Ao and Gua. The two countries are friendly. Where is the sword? Colonel, are you mistaken? My important minister, Lord Cha, has just returned from the Aoan country, and the king of Aoan has expressed his desire to mend fences with us. It can't be wrong. I have a heavily eye on my side. I can see the entire White Tiger Ridge clearly. The Aoan country's army has already killed over. Eye in the sky. Does Daxia have eyes in the sky? You can also see the entire White Tiger Ridge. What an amazing thing this is. The phone was so loud that the many civil and military officials in the courtroom heard it and were shocked. Although everyone knew that the great summer was great, this was still too outrageous. Departure arrives. Departure's mom opens the door to Departure and Departure arrives home. But just then, a carrier pigeon flew in from outside the house and landed beside Shuaingyao. Shuaingyao was startled. This carrier pigeon arrival indicated that something had happened at the border. Sure enough, there was a letter on the carrier pigeon. It is clearly written that Aoangua sent out 50,000 troops to suddenly invade the border and have already knocked down 3 cities, begging Shuaingyao to quickly send troops to reject the enemy. The pride in the kingdom has really sent out troops. Shuaingyao was shocked and lost her face. Han Chang didn't lie to her. She hastily grabbed the phone and begged. Colonel Han, the peak of Aoangua's soldiers are sharp. We can't hold them back. We beg you, the great summer, to send troops to help. I'm calling you to tell you that we're willing to help, but you'll have to pay a military fee according to the old rules. Han Chang again wanted to take the opportunity to knock a sum of money from Cha Jigua. Anyway, when it comes to such a good thing, you cannot miss it. Alright, as long as we can repel the pride and the kingdom, anything will do. Shuaingyao has no choice. Cha Jigua now this situation where there is strength to fight maintain the situation are good. That's good. We'll look into it on our end and call you back later. Do. Han Sung across the room hung up the phone. Over here, Shuaingyao and the ministers looked at me and me at you, shocked and worried. The worry was that sure enough the AO and the kingdom had sent troops to invade, but luckily the Great Summer Kingdom had promised to send troops to help, which was not done. Shocked that the Great Summer Kingdom actually got the news first, faster than a carrier pigeon, Is it possible that they really have the eyes of heaven? You can really see everything in White Tiger Ridge. This is too much power for the Great Summerland. Hiss. Still underestimating people. This heavenly I can see everything on earth. What should I do if I see that I have done something bad? Someone thought I had a bit of wine yesterday and my brain was in the water, and somehow I wrote a few poems scolding the Dacia national currency for being too expensive for copper coins. Is this one scene too? No, I'll have to burn the poem first thing when I get back later. There are also people who are thinking that I have a mistress on the outside. Does the big summer country care about this? If it does, there will be trouble. This one is worried and hopes that Dacia will take care of this. The rest of the crowd was also worried, who did not have an unseemly thing to do, and made up their minds. Don't do bad things behind your back in the future, especially not to the Great Summer Kingdom. Otherwise, if you are seen by the eye of heaven, then you can still run. King Shuewu is even more cold sweat. He has thought of making fake coins. This is a great disrespect. No, I have to go to the Dacia Merchant Bank once when I get back. I have to apologize. Shueyangyao looked at King Shuewu, also wondering, and asked with concern. Are you unwell, Uncle Wang? No. King Shuewu vainly wiped his cold sweat and silently prayed that the Great Xia Kingdom should have a large amount of money. Never cross yourself. The old man has already regretted it. About half an hour later, Han Sung's call came back. Hey Queen Shui, we've made arrangements and decided not to send out any troops, so send out your own. What? The Great Summer Kingdom will not send troops. Instantly Shueyangyao was so scared that she almost collapsed to the ground. Can Shishi Kingdom still exist without the Great Xia Kingdom sending troops to them? Colonel Han, you can't see death, please. Shueyangyao was on the verge of tears. Either we won't save or we won't send troops. We have to be busy with construction lately. We don't have time to pay attention to those Ao and Gua people. But don't worry, they can't hit your capital city. Your country sends its own troops and I will help. It turns out that the Dacia Kingdom will support it, so that's fine. Shueyangyao took a long breath, the heart that had just collapsed into her throat fell, and carefully asked, my country can only send 20,000 troops. I wonder how the Great Summer Kingdom can help. 20,000 against 50,000 is a proper disadvantage, and I wonder how the Great Summer Kingdom will help bridge the gap. 20,000? That's too many people. I think 5 will do. 5. Shueyangyao fell straight off her throne this time, panicking. 5 against 50,000, 1 against 10,000. How can this be fought? If we go over there, we're just sending them to their deaths. It's not a mishearing. Yes, that's 5. We'll naturally step in when the time comes. Then Han Cheng didn't care if the person on the other side was dumbfounded, and directly hung up the phone. Hey, Colonel Han, please be clear, how do you fight 5 men against 50,000? Toot toot. Across the street was a blinding sound. Shueyangyao entire body was bad. The Great Xia Kingdom was trying to give up on Che Jigua? Really send 5 men against the enemy? She looked to the civil and military officials and asked, what do you all think? How else to look at it? We don't know and are as clueless as you are. Dacia is so amazing that you can't even guess what he wants. On the other side of the border of Chechikuni, on the smoke-filled battlefield, the Ao and Gua armies covered up like wolves and tigers, and the Chijigua army in front of them did not put up the slightest resistance. The great General Wang Ke rode on his high horse in high spirits, looking at the easy victory with great vigor. Less than 500 miles ahead is the capital of Chishi Kingdom. Give orders to all the men to speed up. As long as the capital of Chishi Kingdom is breached, this general promises to burn, kill, and loot for 3 days. Yes. The messenger went down. Soon the Ao and the National Army were in high spirits, each high. Kill, I can't wait. I'm going to shoot a wife back, quick. The steaming killing intent instantly covered the entire land, and there was a black spot in the pale sky that was watching all of this. The Bluebird had been tracking this army, and all sorts of data had been passed along as it were. Chapter 54, you only have to go to 5 people to receive a Dongfeng Express. Han Cheng sat in the command post, looking at the report that had been delivered to his eyes with a clear mind. Has the Che Chikwa 5-man army been sent out yet? Already dispatched, but these 5 people are a bit strange. Ma Junwo reported, among the 5 are Queen Shueyangyao, as well as ministers like Che Chuan, and King Shuewu, and by the way they have prepared white flags. Put. Han Cheng almost didn't spray a mouthful of tea. You're going to war? Surrender? Or the queen herself? Shueyangyao probably doesn't know how watery she looks. This is a beautiful sheep visiting the gray wolf, not afraid of being eaten. In fact, there is no other meaning to let them send 5 people. Just want to let 5 people to see the super strength of our great summer country, so that in the future to raise the prestige of my great summer country. I can't believe we're in this situation. It's a bit unexpected. But it's nothing. Go. It's okay, the plan is going ahead as usual. Yes, Colonel. Ma Junwo went to make the arrangements. In a vacant lot on the outskirts of Dragon City, a missile was being slowly erected. Dongfeng 15, missile length 9. 1 meters, 1 meter diameter, takeoff weight of 6.2 tons, the use of a first-class rocket solid-fuel rocket engine, the maximum range of 600 kilometers, can carry a 500 kilograms of high-explosive warheads, hitting accuracy within 100 meters, kill range of 50 meters. As soon as a target is captured, it is almost impossible to escape. It was a criminal blade, standing proudly on the earth, his stout stance proclaiming his power. All is ready, please give the order. That's when one of the rocket force fighters came over to ask for instructions. Ma Junhwa was silent for a moment, the corner of his mouth showed a trace of excitement. This is the first time in the otherworld to show the founding artifacts of my great Xia country. Let all those otherworldly people take a good look at the real strength of my great Xia country. This was why Han Chang wanted 5 people to go over there, to be a witness. Otherwise such long-range strikes wouldn't even require half a man on the battlefield. Fire! Ma Junhwa said in a deep voice, tilting his head back to watch the towering missiles spewing out fury as they shot up into the sky, instantly drowning in a sea of high-altitude clouds. Inside the command post, the missile was monitored on instruments, and on the other side the Bluebird was acting as a satellite for navigation. An open plain in the country of Che-Chi. On one side was the raging, wave-like spread of the Aoan country's army. Their flags were hunting, mighty and overbearing, and their swords clanked in their hands. On the other side was Che Jigua's army, only 5 men, alone and without a single weapon. Compared to the opposite side of the Aoan country's army, these 5 people were simply here for a laugh. Shuangyao's face was pale, even though she was very strong to come personally, but she still panicked when she really stood in front of the 2 armies. Your Majesty, I think we'd better surrender? Put up the white flag early to avoid any mishaps. King Shuaiwu said worriedly. Shuangyao shook her head. She knew that once she surrendered it would mean the demise of Chiji Kingdom. How could that be? Raising his eyes and looking around, the surrounding area was bare with plains. Where was the shadow of the Great Summer Kingdom? They didn't send any troops, so how are they going to retreat from the enemy? And let your side send an army of 5. Shuangyao couldn't figure out what was going on even if she thought about it. Your Majesty, it's come to this juncture. The Great Xia Kingdom doesn't seem to have made a single move. Is it playing a trick on us? Che Chiwen couldn't hold back his doubts either. The opposite side of the AO and the country have killed up to their noses. Why don't you, the Great Summer Country, see any movement yet? What else could it be if not a tease? After all, the otherworldly people had limited cognition. They thought that battles always had to be face to face. What with long-range strikes and unmanned attack modes, these were too magical for them. Their heads simply didn't have that circuitry. Again, wait. Shui Yingyao gritted her teeth and said patiently. She was also anxious, but it was useless to be anxious, and now she could only believe in the Great Summer Kingdom, believing that they would keep their word. After all, after so many dealings with Daxia, Shui Yingyao found that although this country wants a lot, and sometimes there is a well, but still trustworthy, and will definitely do what it says. So until the last minute Shui Yingyao still planned to believe in the Great Summer Kingdom. On the opposite side, Wang Ku rode on his high horse and looked at the 5 people of Che Jiguan in the distance. The corner of his mouth had long been hooked high. Ha, this Che Jigui is afraid to confront my Ao and Gua's majestic soldiers. Just sent 5 people, funny? An outpost officer on this side reported. General, one of those 5 is Queen Shuangyao. Oh, Wang Ku instantly raised the corner of his eyes showed an evil light. This general has long heard that this queen is very watery looking. Not bad, not bad. He took the initiative to send it up himself. Ha 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 ha. Wang Ku burst into a fit of maniacal laughter, and each of the surrounding generals laughed. Indeed, this Cha Jigui is so uncharacteristic to send just 5 people who are either sent to their deaths or ready to surrender. It looks like this battle will be over soon. When it's over, it's just a big grab and go and get rich together. There was joy in the eyes of all the people, thinking of good things. Alright, charge me. Except for that Shui beauty who stays for me, kill all the rest. Wang Ku gave the order and the army started. The sound of rumbling footsteps echoed on the battle formation, and the rolling smoke and dust brought up covered the sky. Shuangyao can't help it now. The opposite army has moved. How come the Great Xia Kingdom hasn't moved yet? Your Majesty, don't wait, raise the white flag? King Shuaiwu all kneel down. Che Chuan also kneeled. Now if not surrendered, behind is the word death written on the face. Ah. What the hell is Han Cheng up to? Shui Yingyao stomped her foot in anger as she immediately dialed the satellite phone. Hey, Han Cheng, where's the strike you were talking about? Where did you say you'd help? How come I didn't see it? Rushing at the phone, Shui Yingyao drank loudly in a rare manner. On the other end, Han Cheng held the phone far away, waiting for Shui Yingyao to finish cursing this before putting it to his ear, teasingly. I said, Queen Shui, what's your hurry? I already made my move a long time ago. It's just that you can't see it. You struck out? Where? Why haven't I seen your Great Xia Kingdom's army? I told you earlier, our Great Summer Kingdom won't send troops. You won't understand even if you say this. Anyway, you can just raise your head and look at the sky. Heaven! Shuangyao looked up to the sky. The gray and white sea of clouds followed the wind and waves. Where what was different? A moment of despair and helplessness all over Shuangyao's body. She suddenly wanted to cry. Don't be deceived yourself. I say, King Wu, let's put up the white flag ourselves. Che Chiwen said. Good, put up the white flag at once. King Shuaiwu was about to put up a white flag with his hands and feet. Suddenly Shuangyao suddenly exclaimed in shock. In the sky, something is coming from the sky. The Great Summer Kingdom has struck. Aha! What's going on here? King Shuaiwu and Che Chiwen looked up to the sky together, only to see that the gray and white clouds had been torn apart, and a brilliant, meteor-like divine object was flying down. That long flame tore a line across the sky, the deep blue sky in the distance a fiery red. Like hell coming, like a sword that cracks the sky full of heavens has been shaken. Chapter 55, Divine Objects from Heaven? Heavenly Punishment? A rumbling roar enveloped the earth, like the roaring of a fiery prison. Orient 15 crashed to the ground, and heaven and earth changed color in an instant. The light is so bright that the fire burns in the sky, and heaven and earth are like a picture, burning all over the red color. In the midst of the firelight, the sound of horses neighing and screaming, laced with the fetid odor of blood filled the air. The scene was chaotic, with people yelling at the top of their lungs. "General, where is General Wang? The general is dead," and the divine object fell when it was over his head, and was instantly lost. What? The Lord General is dead. Not only was there no main general, but the group of senior generals that had just surrounded Wang Ku also followed suit and led the box, with no one left to preside over the big picture. Surely this going out to conquer goes against the way of heaven, and it is the heavens that have dropped divine objects to punish us. It's a divine thing from heaven. This is heaven's punishment. In the chaos, people kept chanting, and there were even people kneeling down to the dome of the sky. Otherworlders are superstitious, but any meteorite falling from the sky is a sign of providence. Now that they've all dropped divine objects and smashed the main general to death, how can this not have a deeper meaning? It means that Chuzhi Kingdom can't fight, much less be an enemy of the great Xia Kingdom. Rumors are swirling in the army and no one can stop them. Soon people were falling over each other, trampling each other and running for their lives. Countless dead bodies were left behind on the large battlefield. In the distance, Chejigwa 5 people looked dumbfounded, each one froze in place, and only after a long time did Shui Yingyao realize that someone was talking in her ear. It's Han Sung on the phone. Hey Queen Shui, did you get the East Wind Express I sent? Please reply if you received it. So, is that divine object called the East Wind Express? Shui Yingyao said in surprise. Yeah, this is a specialty of our great summer country. I hope you guys will like it. Remember to send us the military money, and that's the end of our help. 88. Toot toot. The phone went blind and Han Sung hung up. Shui Yingyao looked at the Aoan country's army that was retreating at a rapid pace in the distance. She still felt like she was living in a dream until now. East Wind Express. The fireball that just fell from the top of the dome is called the East Wind Express. Shui Yingyao's body trembled, and she said with a straight face, when Uncle Wang goes back and asks the historian to write down today's time, let's say that Aoan vanguard invaded our country, and the sky descended with the East Wind Express, sweeping away all the enemies. Yes. King Shuiwu shivered and agreed. He hadn't seen such a shocking scene either. He had just slowed down. Looking at the distant heights that had been colored red by the flames, his heart palpitated. Is that the tactics of the Great Summer? Hiss. It's scary. This Great Summer Kingdom has such a divine artifact. Is it a divine kingdom? Over here, only half of the 50,000 strong army of the Aoan country ended up going back. The other half were all trampled to death by their own people. As soon as the news reached the palace, Ao and the king were enraged and hurriedly brought Fu Kong and Xiao Difference to the palace. Master of the state, the army sent out encountered heavenly punishment. The heavens were furious and dropped divine objects, smashing half of the widow's army to death. What do you think should be done about this? Fu Kang's face sank, and his heart was puzzled. How did this hit Che Jigua angered the heavens? Could it be that the Great Summer is behind this? He glanced at the different Xiao beside him. Xiao did not share the same disbelief and frowned back. Your Majesty, no harm. This must be that the Great Summer country make demonic magic. I see this matter handed over to me and my senior brother slowly investigation, must find a waterfall out. Good, then I'll take care of everything for the two immortals. Ao and the king sent the two away, but their hearts were chagrined. If I had known that, I wouldn't have offended the Great Summer Kingdom. Now we've got a chicken and a tiger to ride. On the other hand, the streets and alleys of the Aong country were talking about this matter, and the rumors were flying so fast that they couldn't be stopped. Some of the soldiers who had seen the sacred objects became storytellers in the eyes of the crowd and gathered around them in groups. At that time in the sky there was a fire rushing down, very fast, could not see what it was at all. And when it landed, it exploded in the sky, the power of the ground shook the mountains, and I was lifted out a dozen meters away. One of the soldiers spoke in a colorful voice, the look of horror still on his face. In fact, he's been so distracted since he got back that he can't sleep at all. That divine object was too terrifying, and the rumbling roar still surrounded his ears. Asterisk. This is the gods in the sky manifesting themselves, right? So powerful? Oh heaven's punishment, we have offended the heavens by the lawlessness of our Vhag kingdom. Bull Shiji Kingdom, it's because of Dasha Kingdom. I've heard long ago that His Majesty's army was sent out to fight Dasha Kingdom, it's just passing through Chuzhi Kingdom. What? Then what kind of country is this Great Summer country that it actually has a deity to protect it? Hiss. The crowd was in a state of fear. This Great Xia Kingdom doesn't seem to be simple. Inside the Hongyu sect, Xiao Difference and Fu Kong were at a loss. Senior brother, there must be something fishy about this heavenly descent of divine objects. I think it's the Great Summer Kingdom that's messing things up. Xiao Difference said decisively, but he also wondered if the Great Summer Kingdom was really that powerful. What kind of country is it that can even do that with a godly object from the sky? Senior brother, then what do you think should be done? Although Fu Kong was the senior brother, he was not as strong in character as Zhou Difference. Instead he listened to the senior brother from time to time. Also he himself wondered what he could do if it was really the Great Summer Kingdom that was behind this. Does such a strong country still have to fight him? He looked at the 7-colored haze mirror on the wall, and said that this is also a divine object of the Great Xia Kingdom, and he only begged it to produce chaotic chi quickly so that it can help me build my foundation. Zhou Difference's gaze locked tightly as he pondered for a moment before saying, there must be news about this within the Chuzhi Kingdom. Let's first send a disciple to the Chuzhi Kingdom to find out the news. Soon Zhou Difference called his disciple Wu Gao Yang. This disciple's cultivation is not high, only 2 levels of chi cultivation, but he is very resourceful and deeply liked by Zhou differently. Gao Yang, Master is going to send you to the Chuzhi Kingdom to find out the truth about the divine objects that fell from the sky. You must be careful and make sure you find out the truth. Yes, Master, please rest assured, disciple will definitely find out the truth. Wu Gao Yang led the way and went straight to the capital of the Chuzhi Kingdom. Within a few days, he arrived, pretending to be an ordinary mortal, and blended in with the crowd before arriving at the tea house. The tea house has the most triads and is the liveliest place in town. A few days ago, the matter of that heavenly descending divine object was also spreading like wildfire over here, but unlike the dull atmosphere of AO and that, here it was exuberant. Have you heard? That group of AO and Guadog thieves were smashed by the heavenly drop of divine objects and fled back. It's really cool. Ha, those bastards. I heard that they were ferocious at the border, burning and looting everywhere. This is what angered the gods, so divine punishment was sent down. Yes, it's the gods who have blessed us in Chechikuni. A group of tea drinkers chatting that is very excited, face red. There was an old man on the side, but he listened with a frown and shook his head. He is the car at smell, cannot help but sidle up to the road. Gentlemen, what you are saying is not true. That divine object was not sent down by the gods, but by the help of the Great Summer Kingdom. What do you old man know? How could such a miracle as a divine object falling from the top of the dome of the sky be man-made? It must be the work of the gods in the heavens. A teetotaler dressed as a scholar retorted, thinking he still had a point, towing the line and raising his neck. Chapter 56, The Great Summer Kingdom is a divine kingdom. I also think that such miracles are not humanly possible. To say that although the Great Summer Kingdom is miraculous, it still can't be done. Indeed, I heard people say that that divine object was heading straight for the main general of the Aoan country, and blew people up on the spot. This kind of precision, like if it wasn't done by a godly person, I don't believe it for a million years. I heard that there were just 5 of us from Chechikoko present that day, so if it was those 5 who might know the truth. The tea drinkers on the side interjected, but no one thought it was a tactic of the Great Summer Kingdom. Wu Gao Yang was sitting by the window, drinking tea, and listening to the crowd's discussion. He also felt that it was simply impossible for mortals to have divine objects fall from the sky, otherwise this would be too strange. Unless it's one of those old ghosts from the Yuaning stage, who has this kind of divine power. At this time, the owner of the tea house came out to refill the tea for the people, and suddenly recognized Chechuan, and was pleasantly surprised. Yikes, isn't this Lord Che? It's been a long time since you came to my store. Chechuan, that's an important minister under the current queen. Many people know it even if they don't recognize it. The people in the tea house looked sideways at the old man who had just made a big statement. You're Lord Chechuan Che? You were there that day? The scholarly teetotaler who was high and mighty just now was astonished, so it was a big Buddha in front of him. He had heard about it a long time ago, and on the day when the divine objects descended from the sky, Che Jigwa was present with Shueyangyao, Chechuan, Shuewang, and 5 other people. I didn't realize that the old man in front of me was the person in question, and that I had just been abrupt. Chechuan smiled faintly. He also likes to pretend to be a pussy, looking at the envious and admiring eyes that the crowd threw at him. He felt very comfortable. At that moment, he also posed and pretended. Everyone, truth be told, which day is this Lord accompanied Her Majesty the Queen? That moment was really thrilling. AO and the country's army has launched a charge. The peak of the army is close at hand. Her Majesty the Queen is thinking of returning to the palace. If it wasn't for this Lord arguing with reason and trying his best to convince my king that he couldn't back off, the Great Summer Kingdom would surely not see death as a way to save him. Only then did he let my king's mind be firm, and waited until the Great Summer Kingdom had stepped in time to send down the divine objects. Chechuan is also old and cheeky, feeling his conscience and spouting nonsense. Both he and King Shuewu were about to surrender that day, and the farts argued for it. But bragging about this like this, no one knows anyway. The crowd was horrified to hear that this thing was really a miracle that descended from the Great Summer Kingdom. The scholarly teetotaler was even more dumbfounded, and he still asked incredulously, Elder Che, how do you think this Great Summer did it? How could Chechuan know? But he could not lose face and pretended to say, there's no harm in telling you. In fact, that divine object has a name. It's called the East Wind Express, and it's a specialty of the Great Summer Country. What? The divine object turned out to be called the East Wind Express. It's a strange name, but it's rare and elegant. The scholarly tea guest was a picture of astonishment, saying that this Great Summer Country is how remarkable. are able to have this kind of specialties, simply unimaginable. Divine Kingdom. This great Xia Kingdom must be a divine kingdom. The rest of the tea drinkers were also shocked, although they didn't understand what the East Wind Express was, so they thought it was old and awesome. This kind of country is capable of heavenly power, so what is it if it's not a godly country? Wu Gaoyang also heard it and his face was ugly. It was really the work of the great Xia Kingdom. That god thing is still called the East Wind Express. Hiss. Hurry back and report it to the master. It's a big deal. Immediately, Wu Gaoyang hurried back. On the other hand, Shen Haoxi finally arrived near Dragon City. When he saw the oddly stylized city in the distance, it was made up of stone and iron everywhere. It shocked him dumbfounded. Is this the Great Summer Kingdom? It's really worthy of being a country that produces all kinds of treasures, it's amazing. Shen Haoxi could not hide his excitement. He looked at the car, saw the towering radar, and saw the flashing signal lights. It was all beyond his imagination, it was amazing how all these things moved. Sure enough, this Great Summer Kingdom is just extraordinary. Taking a deep breath, Shen Haoxi took a step towards Dragon City. But the guards spotted them before they even reached Dragon City. A warrior came forward with his rifle in hand and questioned. Who are you? This is a forbidden place, leave quickly. Shen Haoxi looked at the iron weapon held in the warrior's hand with curiosity. It's like a burning stick. Is this the legendary Immortal Slayer artifact? I am a cultivator named Shen Haoxi. I came to Dragon City in admiration to do some business with you. Although the opposite warrior was an ordinary mortal, Shen Haoxi had the cultivation of the 7th level of Qi practicing. In the past, he wouldn't even care, but it's different here. It's Dragon City, the land of the Great Summer Kingdom. The mortals here can kill immortals and must be respected, to all the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. The warrior looked at Shen Haoxi, looking at his face full of peace. This was much better than the old man from the previous months. That's fine, I'll give you a report. The warrior went to report, and the corner of Han Chang's eye twitched when he learned that a fairy cultivating merchant had arrived in Dragon City. He himself had wanted to open up the trade routes, and wasn't this one coming at the right time? Immediately, Han Chang told the warrior to let go. Ma Junwo, as an adjutant, went to meet him personally and also gave Shen Haoxi a careful examination. Shen Haoxi frowned slightly. When had he, an immortal, been so rudely treated by a mortal? But he dared not lose his temper and allowed himself to be examined. Check is complete. You have no foreign objects on you. Please come with me. We'll go see the colonel. Shen Haoxi followed Ma Junwo into Dragon City, and inside the office he met Han Chang. It was curious that this Dragon City lord was actually a young man, which surprised him. My name is Han Chang. It's the person in charge here. Han Sung sighed politely, extended his hand and said, it is our etiquette in the Great Summer Kingdom to show mutual respect by indicating that I have no weapons in my hands. Interesting one about holding out your hand to show you mean no harm. Shen Haoxi also extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Han Changyi grasped it and added, is this a handshake that means we're already friends? Friends? Yes, I'm here to make friends. Shen Haoxi was very excited. He had thought a lot before he came here, thinking that it would be difficult to get in touch with the people of the Daxia country. But now he had no such concerns, and seeing as the young man in front of him was so amiable, what was he worried about? I came here this time to buy some treasures from the Great Summer Kingdom. I wonder if I can get my wish? Shen Haoxi stated the reason for his visit. Han Chang laughed. We welcome merchants like Mr. Qian, and I happen to have some goods on my side that I need you to help market. Sales pitch. Shen Haoxi froze. This term mentioned had never heard of it, but with the acumen of a businessman, he guessed what it was. Are you expecting me to help you sell your treasures? Yes, become a merchant of our Great Summer Kingdom. What do you think? Han Sung asked cordially. Chapter 57, You're now an honorary merchant of the Great Summer Kingdom. Shen Haoxi was overjoyed. It turned out that the other party was even more enthusiastic than he had imagined, so he naturally had to give it a try. Alright, I'm willing to help sell treasures for the Great Summer Kingdom. But first I want to ask you guys to sell a gem, the one called silicon dioxide. Shen Haoxi's heart aches a million times when he thinks of stained glass, which emits a 7-colored haze that he likes very much. Ha. A room full of people in the office laughed, and people didn't think that the stained glass would attract such fascination from the fairies. Han Chang was prepared for this, and the goods he wanted Shen Haoxi to promote included stained glass. And this time, Han Chang chose colored marbles, which were even more dazzling and amazing than ordinary glass. From the table, he took out a box of colored marbles and gave it to Shen Haoxi. Mr. Qian, please take a look at this. It's called a 7-colored glazed bead, which also emits a 7-colored haze, and it's an upgraded version of that silicon dioxide. Said Han Chang picked up one and put it under the light. The middle of that marble is a 7-color pattern, at the moment reflecting the light, reflecting the 7 colors on the wall, very beautiful. And with a slight turn of the marble, those 7 colors follow, gorgeous and very beautiful. Daxia country people naturally will not have strange. We live in a colorful world, the street neon lights are seen every day, which is not strange. But Shen Haoxi was different, he couldn't take his eyes off the magical marbles. I said to myself that I really came to the right place to come to the great summer country, and this little bead is too amazing and beautiful, better than silica. So, that's City Lord Han, why don't you make a bid for this? Ha ha ha. I can give this to Mr. Qian, as long as you can help us market the merchandise. Han Chang appeared generous, in fact the marbles were cheap as hell and worthless. But in Qian Haoxi's heart there is a warm current surging up, such a precious thing actually sent me, the Han City Lord in front of me is really generous. The great Summerland is really sincere about itself, and it must help make a good sales pitch. Thank you, City Lord Han, for sending me this amazing treasure. You're welcome, we have all sorts of other amazing things we can give you here if you just get it done. Han Chang's side took out another box of cigarettes, and on the package of the cigarettes was a spiritual mountain with immortal chi and green pines and trees. In the midst of this immortal aura, a few pavilions were hidden among the handsome peaks of the high mountains. Divine fragrance. 3 large yellow letters were printed on it. This is a cigarette developed and designed specifically for the otherworldly world, for the immortals to smoke. When doing the design, I also asked Zhu Heng to teach, the kid also smoked a few, not to mention that after smoking the guy even said good. I didn't expect you mortals to have this kind of magical stuff. I felt soothed and refreshed after taking a puff, and the spiritual energy of my whole body was flowing rapidly, not to mention how energizing it was. Cigarettes have the effect of refreshing the mind and accelerating circulation in the body, although the side effects are significant and unhealthy. But does it matter? In the country of Daxia, cigarette packages to remind a word, smoking is harmful to health, but the other world does not need, as you smoke, it is best to smoke all addicted. Over here, Qian Haoxi looked at the cigarettes and felt that the packaging was very friendly and had the odor of an immortal. He could also read the words divine fragrance, though he didn't know it was inhaled. When Han Chang opened the package and handed up one, he froze. What does this mean? Han Chang laughed and explained. Sorry, I forgot you immortals don't know how to smoke, like this. Han Chang lit one, took a drag, exhaled slowly, and made an intoxicated look. That's it, this divine incense is for inhaling, try it. Said and gave Qian Haoxi one. Qian Haoxi curiously took over, directly with the mouth bite, fierce inhalation, but just no smoke out. What's going on? Why isn't my incense smoking? Put. A group of people in the office were amused by Qian Haoxi's action, the first time I saw smoking without lighting a cigarette. This needs to be lit first, come on. Han Chang picked up a lighter and lit a cigarette for Qian Haoxi. Qian Haoxi's eyes froze again. This lighter is also a magical thing, a touch of fire? Awesome. Cigarettes are lit. This time Qian Haoxi inhaled the flavor, a smoke flavor straight to the head, instantly feel very refreshing. This stuff is good. It's like I've cleared my head a lot. Another few puffs were taken in quick succession, and the smoke was exhaled in large gulps. Straight away I feel energized and still have a lot of energy. Phew, soothing. Qian Haoxi stretched his body, having never felt so relaxed, and he checked his mind. Finding it peaceful, very peaceful. There is wisdom sprouting up in the mind, and one feels able to make sober judgments about many things. Is this the effect of the divine fragrance? Fantastic, it's amazing. The great summer kingdom is really something. Qian Haoxi's face was filled with admiration and excitement. Han Chang saw it and was satisfied with Qian Haoxi's reaction. Smoked cigarettes should be like this, then the back can be harvested. How is it? What does Mr. Qian think of this divine rhythm incense? Wonderful, wonderful. Then this item is yours to market as well. Alright, I'd be honored to be asked to sell something like that. Qian Haoxi said excitedly. Do you still worry that you can't sell such an amazing and wonderful divine fragrance? Very good. Han Chang nodded his head in satisfaction. I hope that the divine rhythm incense can be sold for 1,000 spirit stones per pack. 1,000 spirit stones. Qian Haoxi, who was still intoxicated by the smell of smoke, was so stunned that the cigarette in his mouth almost fell off. That's expensive pricing, but it shouldn't be a problem to sell. It's worth the price just for the refreshing and calming effect. Yes, 1,000 spirit stones is 1,000 spirit stones. In that case, I also ask Mr. Qian to sign this agreement. Han Chang's side was on track, and a long-drafted contract was brought over. It's a plain A4 sheet of paper. But in the eyes of Qian Haoxi was a light. Before even looking at the information on the contract, he felt that the paper was unusual. The quality of paper in the other world is very poor, which is not as supple and white as this side of the world. It's also very durable. Receiving the A4 paper solemnly, Qian Haoxi was all agitated. He read the contract word by word, to the effect that the Great Summer Kingdom had entered into a partnership with himself. Qian Haoxi helped sell goods to the Great Xia Kingdom, and the Great Xia Kingdom provided the goods, and the split between the two sides was 28%. 2 on your own side, 8 on the Great Summerland. But it doesn't matter, even if you can only get 20% yourself. But can't help the price is expensive. That divine charm incense a packet is worth 1,000 spirit stones, 20% is not 200 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. That's already a windfall. Think about what you do in business, how many items are this profitable? And Xinyun incense can be inhaled and inhaled again, just like a meal every day. Oh, it seems like it's hard not to want to be rich yourself. Qianhao wants to think are smiling, this contract himself absolutely have big benefits. No more thinking about it, just sign it with a broad stroke of the pen. Chapter 58 A glass ball can represent love, buy it quickly. Watching Qianhao sign the contract, Han Chang nodded, thinking that he would first market marbles and cigarettes in the otherworld, and then market other goods when the sales opened up. Han Chang is scheming a lot, but the road still needs to be taken one step at a time. City Lord Han, I have another concern on my side. At this moment, Qianhao's brows lowered slightly as he said worriedly, the goods of the Great Summer Kingdom are all very refined. I'm afraid that it will cause some people to think ill of me. There is no rule of law in the otherworld, and whoever has a high cultivation level and is strong listens to whoever is in charge. If a foundation cultivator came to his door and asked for a pack of cigarettes, Qianhao would really have to give it to him. Otherwise you get killed yourself and your cigarettes get robbed. There's no place to talk about it. This point has also occurred to Han Chang. The Great Summer State is currently not able to do all the time protection, but the deterrent is still there. The previous use of the Oriental Missile was an attempt to establish prestige, so that everyone would know the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom. Please rest assured on this point, Mr. Chen, you've signed the contract, then you'll be an honorary merchant of our Great Summer Kingdom from now on. As long as you encounter any trouble and contact us in time, we'll be able to arrive within an hour. Within an hour, by virtue of the airplane, the Great Summer could reach anywhere in the White Tiger Ridge. Qianhao felt unbelievable, knowing that the White Tiger Ridge was huge. There were many countries here, and there were many sects. Is it really possible to get anywhere in less than an hour? But looking at Han Chang's serious and confident gaze, he knew that this was by no means a flimflam, and that the Great Summer Kingdom really had this strength. Please take these things. Over here, Han Chang brought over a basin with a bright red star badge and a satellite phone. The yellow star was engraved with a line of eye-catching text, Merchant of Glory of the Great Summer Kingdom. Pinning the star badge on Qianhao, Han Chang laughed. With this badge, it will show that Mr. Qian is a merchant of our Great Summer Kingdom. And then there's this satellite phone that can be in contact with us at any time, so we can be there as soon as there's danger. Qianhao looked at the small square in front of him, a little bit of the whole thing do not understand, how this thing play. Han Chang gave Qianhao a demonstration and taught him how to use it. Soon the phone dialed and a bared murmur emerged from the small square. That's it, just speak into it and it'll carry on, Han Chang said. Qianhao curiously grasped the satellite phone, feeling so novel, the Great Summer Country really has all kinds of magical things. He took it discreetly, as if it were a treasure. Well, finally, good luck with our partnership. Han Chang passed a wink at Ma Junwo, who brought over 2 glasses of white wine. Come on, let's have a drink. Han Chang and Qianhao clinked their glasses, and then the two of them drank it all in one go. Han Sung was okay, his face slightly flushed. Qianhao but choked and coughed. He wondered about his own alcohol as good or a cultivator, how this so intolerant of alcohol. Sorry to make a fool of myself. Qianhao was embarrassed, thinking that the wine he had just drunk was so strong, the strongest wine he had ever drunk. Is the wine in Daxia that strong? Han Chang snickered when he saw Qianhao's reaction. This was the test, having long ago discovered that this otherworldly wine was bland and flavorless, and the alcohol content was pitifully low. And Daxia country that repeatedly distilled high degree of liquor that is completely incomparable. The 2 drinks I just had were just plain old two-pot. Looks like this could be a potential bestseller. Qianhao stayed in Dragon City for a few days, and Han Chang helped him prepare enough goods, then had the Black Hawk helicopter send him away again. At the border of the Chiji and Ao countries, Qianhao got off the plane and went back on his own. The workshop where Qianhao was located was called Chimen Town, which was a large workshop with all walks of life, and was also very famous in the White Tiger Ridge. The town was inhabited by numerous immortal cultivation families, many of which had been passed down for thousands of years. They were powerful, rich, and generous, and were by no means comparable to that Cloud Forest town. If we have to compare, then Cloud Forest is a rural marketplace, and Chimen Town is a city. Of course Chimen Town also belongs to the jurisdiction of the AO in the country, but the residents here are all immortal cultivators, and the king of the AO and the king has grown 9 heads and does not dare to control this gang of immortals. So it's all left to chance, no matter what. When Qianhao returned inside his store, he heard the junior talking about the recent story of the heavenly descent of divine objects that had been spreading in the country. Divine objects falling from the sky. The Great Summer Kingdom is that powerful. Qianhao was surprised and delighted. The shock is that the Great Summer Kingdom is too strong, so strong that it is unimaginable. The happy thing is that he is now a businessman of the Great Summer Kingdom, and with such a strong backer he still needs to be afraid of who? Come on, change the name of our store, from now on it will be called the Great Summer Kingdom Divine Treasure Pavilion. Boss, is that an appropriate name? The store assistant is a little bit confused. Boss, this is what is going on. Here Daxia Country cow beer to hang Daxia Country tiger skin. And the Divine Treasure Pavilion, that's too much, won't it attract curses? Why not? Why don't you boys see what I've got here? Qianhao puffed out his chest proudly, the little red star shining brightly. The shopkeeper took a look at the honorary merchant of the Great Summer Kingdom. The shopkeeper went to the Great Summer Kingdom once and climbed into a relationship with someone else. From now on, this store is also the Great Summer Kingdom cover. Awesome. How about it? Is it appropriate to change the name to the Great Summer Kingdom Divine Treasure Pavilion? It fits so well. The store assistant was so impressed that he immediately went to change his name. Thus the Great Summer Divine Treasure Pavilion had opened in the Aoan country, and it quickly spread all around. Soon the cultivators all came here in admiration. They all wanted to see the precious magic treasures of the Great Summer Kingdom. I've heard that the Skyfall divine objects are the work of the Great Summer Kingdom, so I wonder what good treasures can be sold in this store. Xian Haoxi grinned when he heard that. Gentlemen, there are thousands and thousands of Dharma treasures in the Great Summer Kingdom, many of which you have never seen before, and even I haven't seen them all even after staying for a few days. But there are a couple of treasures that are new and worth buying back. Everyone came to the point of interest and called out, "Boss, then you bring it out for us to see." Good, I have two treasures on my side. The first one is called the 7-colored glazed bead. This trinket is very precious, you see. Xian Haoxi said as he opened a small box containing a colorful marble. He took it in his hand and held it up to the sunlight, and a cloud of haze suddenly reflected off the wall. The otherworlders had never seen glass, much less colored glass, and were shocked at the brilliant colors. It's so beautiful. Is this the treasure of the Great Summer Kingdom? These colorful colors are like the 7-colored clouds on the heavenly palace. Incredible. By the way, does this 7-colored glazed bead of the shopkeeper have any special effects? Someone suddenly asked if such a beautiful bead could have magical functions. It would be a head-scratcher to buy it. Xian Haoxi at this time a faint smile. He was in the Dragon City when Han Achievement openly told him, the 7-color glazed beads is beautiful. In fact, not much effect. But it can sell just as well with a good operation. Gentlemen, isn't being pretty enough? Buy it back and give it to a fairy couple. They will love it. The 7-colored glazed beads represent love, and one glazed bead represents love that lasts forever and a lifetime. The crowd nodded their heads at the sound of it. It was so pretty women would love it. They just loved the florals. I think the shopkeeper has a point. I'll buy it. I'll buy one too. Right, how many spirit stones? Xian Haoxi smiled brightly. 1,000 spirit stones for a 7-colored glazed bead. What? So expensive? It's too expensive. Can it be cheaper? The crowd exploded. Such a bead is just beautiful. Actually won 1,000 spirit stones. Rob it. Xian Haoxi had expected this, and he added, "Gentlemen, this 7-colored glazed bead is not easy to make. Not even the best refiner can make it. So it's normal for it to be more expensive. Besides, can it be cheaper for you to give it to a fairy couple? Does being cheap still mean you're in the mood? Men? 1 part strength, 1 part mind. Surely you all measure yourselves." The crowd froze. The men were a strength of heart. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that the man is willing to admit he has no power. Chapter 59, the treasures of the Great Summer Kingdom are too amazing. Let's go and grab them. Snap. A cultivator in fancy clothes was irritated and yelled as he threw away thousands of dollars. I'll take it. Ha, this fellow Daoist has an extraordinary temperament and is generous. He must be a man of status and strength. I admire him. Xian Haoxi praised him profusely, making the Chinese-robed cultivator smile. In his heart, he said, ha, finally the first dishabag has taken the bait, and the ones that follow will be fine. Here, this fellow Daoist, please keep it. Your immortal couple will surely like it. Good talk, good talk. The Chinese-robed cultivator received the 7-colored glazed bead with a smug look on his face. It's not about buying things, it's about face, aura, and the envy of the crowd. Sure enough, the gazes of the people around them were different when they looked at this flamboyantly dressed cultivator. Seems like I should buy one too. Do you have 1,000 spirit stones? No. That's not it. This thing is a rich man's thing. How can ordinary people afford it? The crowd nodded. Xian Haoxi was not annoyed. He wanted this effect. It's about making it unaffordable for the poor. It's about making it affordable for the rich. He had been given a lesson by an economic expert of some sort in the few days he had stayed in Daxia. What people say. Human demand comes from rising prices, and the more prices rise the higher the demand. It's true. This expert is true to his word. There are douchebags in this world up to there. Soon the 7-colored glazed beads represent love, and one will last forever, spreading throughout the streets. We all know how expensive this stuff is, and it's nothing but pretty. But the next day there were a few very powerful sons of the family came to the door and bought several pieces of the 7-colored glazed beads in one breath. Now everyone was dumbfounded. It was true that the rich man's game was not something ordinary people could understand. People had money and didn't care about efficacy, and they didn't lack heavenly materials for cultivation. What was missing was an object that represented one's identity, and this 7-colored glazed bead did that very well. Afford to buy the 7-colored glazed bead shows that you have the strength. To give to the immortal couple is to show that you have a peace of mind. That flower streets and alleys within the selling women are also with the times. This does not see someone with the 7-colored glazed beads on the part of the eye red. Sister Hong, this bead of yours is so beautiful, it's transparent, and there are 7 colors inside. This can't be the 7-colored glazed bead, right? A woman in green looked at the marbles in someone else's hand in surprise. I've heard that the 7 colored glazed beads represent love, and one will last forever, but I didn't realize that Sister Hong already had one. The woman called Sister Hong smiled faintly, glancing over with a smug gaze. How about it, isn't it pretty? I love this little thing, it was given to me by Mr. Zhang last night. Sister Hong, you're really lucky, this 7 colored glazed bead costs 1,000 spirit stones. I heard, Mr. Zhang treats you really well, can you let my sister take a good look at it? The woman in green was envious and pleading. But Sister Hong didn't give a damn about her, waving her long sleeve in a loving manner. 7 colored glazed beads are so precious, let you touch and break it can do. You have the ability to go and ask for one to go, said Sister Hong as she got up and walked away. The angry woman in green shivered. What's the big deal, when Mr. Lu comes to see me tonight, I want him to buy me one too. Someone shouted in the middle of his fury. Xiao Qing, Mr. Lu is here to see you. Got it, tell him to wait, I'll personally greet him today. The green-clothed woman hurriedly got up and organized her clothes, and also made up a copy of Chopper's lustful woman's red face makeup, making it look dainty. Once outside, the woman in green enchantingly hugged Lu Gonzi's arm, and one vigorously pampered. Mr. Lu, why are you coming to see my slave at this time, making people wait? Oops, I'm too busy to get away. Obviously is to fool people, slave to treat Mr. Lu, that is a piece of mind, you take the slave but as a roadside grass. There, I treat Miss Qingqing with all my heart as well. Then you give me a gift to show your sincerity. The woman in green smiled charmingly. I want a 7 colored glazed bead. Ah, that one's so expensive. Is it only expensive to represent your feelings? Mr. Lu, hurry up and you'll spend the night at my place tonight. A night in the gentle countryside. The next day this Lu Gonzi really went to buy a 7 colored glazed bead to give to the woman in green. On that day, the woman in green met with Sister Hong again. This time the woman in green slightly raised her neck and deliberately lit up the 7 colored glazed beads that she was carrying on her body, and her eyes were full of the victor's provocation. Oh, what's the big deal? You have it and I have it. The 7 colored glazed beads sold like hotcakes, and almost every beautiful woman with a quest wanted one. If not, that's a particularly humiliating thing amongst girlfriends, and shows that you're not pretty, gentle, or attractive. Can this be tolerated? Definitely need to buy one. Smash and burn. Of course the matter of the 7 colored glazed beads quickly reached Show Difference's ears, and he simply exploded with anger. Running to elder brother's practice room. Senior brother, that 7 colored haze mirror, hurry up and throw it away, this thing turned out to be useless, it's just nice to look at. What makes you say that, senior brother? Paycom was uncertain. Alas, I was cheated by that Qianhaoxi dog thief, he is now selling 7 colored glazed beads, which is similar to the 7 colored haze mirror, which has no efficacy at all, and is just a thing to please women. What? Fu Kong was instantly furious as he took off the stained glass and thumped it to pieces. No wonder he hadn't gained an inch in a while, so it was that this thing was just a good looker. He doesn't blame himself for being stuck in a bottleneck for decades, and he didn't make the same lack of progress before he hung stained glass. Master Wu is back. At this time, a disciple outside the practice room shouted. Well, the boy is back just in time, let him in. Show Difference responded. Soon Wu Gaoyang entered the practicing room and bowed to Master and Patriarch first before saying, my disciple has lived up to the expectations and has finally ascertained the origin of the divine objects falling from the sky. It is indeed the work of that great Xia kingdom. And the thing that fell from that day is called the East Wind Express, a specialty of the Great Xia Kingdom. Show Difference's face was horrified as he listened. What is this East Wind Express thing that is so awesome? A divine object fell from the top of the sky, killing people and heaven and earth. Such a strange object was not even thought of. It seemed that the mystery and power of the Great Summer Kingdom far exceeded one's imagination, and it was better for this opponent not to mess with it. However, on second thought, such a strong national capital, their magic treasures must not be bad. Silicon dioxide is more than half Qianhaoxi this goods to fool themselves. The real good treasure of the Great Summer Country cannot be this look. I heard that this kid has been to the Great Summer Kingdom once, and changed his store into the Great Summer Kingdom Divine Treasure Pavilion. There must be better treasures on his body. How can I let him go? Besides, as long as it's done beautifully, how could the Great Xia Kingdom know? With an evil mind, Show Difference's triangular eyes were already spinning rapidly. He rushed at Paycom. Senior brother, that Qianhaoxi bullied us too much, we must not let him go. Moreover, this kid has been to the Great Xia Kingdom once and has become someone's merchant. I see that he definitely has many treasures from the Great Xia Kingdom on him, and maybe among them there are treasures that can help you advance, senior brother. Fu Kong raised his eyebrows. Originally, when he heard that the heavenly descending divine objects were indeed the work of the Great Summer Kingdom, he was instantly fearful of this mysterious kingdom. But senior brother's remark about having treasures that would help him break through instantly ignited his greed. Stuck in the bottleneck for 30 years, when the immortal cultivation wizard has long been a waste of cultivation, in the wasted continue their own cannot survive a few years. It's time to wrestle. Good, senior brother's words are true. Let's make an immediate decision to find that Qianhaoxi. Chapter 60, a lamp scares off a group of immortal cultivators. The corners of Chio Difference's mouth hooked up in a sinister manner as he coldly said, "Elder brother doesn't need to rush this moment, to go will go at night, it's best to strike in the dead of night. At that time, we came to kill and seize the treasure, and did it cleanly, how can the great summer kingdom know that it was us who did it even if it is a god?" Fu Kang's eyes lit up and he slapped his thighs. "That's a high trick you've got there, senior brother." In his heart, he couldn't help but admire his senior brother for doing things carefully. That night, dozens of good fighters within the Hongyu sect followed the Grand Elder, Patriarch, and set off, and the crowd hoofed it to Chimen town. It was already 6:30, almost 10 o'clock in the evening, when we arrived in town. The otherworldly nightlife was uneventful, even in a big town like Chimen. By this point in time it was all late at night, and there wasn't a single silhouette on the empty streets. The surroundings were even darker, only the faint moonlight that fell from the top of the head illuminated the place a little. Xianhaoxi within the divine treasure pavilion of the great Xia country had not rested yet. These days he had both joys and sorrows. The happy thing is that the 7-colored glazed beads opened up sales, very best-selling. Ximen town almost every rich fairy cultivation family children have bought. His income had also been rubbing up over the past few days, but he was overjoyed. Worried about the sales of Shenyun incense did not open, he gave people a free trial smoking, but a mouth that choking taste many people cannot stand, did not smoke a few mouth on the loss. Everyone has said the incense is not good to smoke and they don't even want to give it to them. That's a big headache. Shenhaoxi couldn't figure out how to open the sales. At this time he felt a trace of drowsiness and looked at the table side of the divine rhythm incense that had already opened the package. An inexplicable impulse made him smoke a cigarette and light it. Phew! Heavily exhaling a smoke ring, Shenhaoxi felt much more comfortable, the worries in his head faded, and his spirit was much more uplifted. This Shenyun incense is indeed the best, can make people forget their troubles, but it is a hard to get on the mouth, but used to smoking is a kind of enjoyment. Xianhaoxi puffed a few more times, then snuffed out his cigarette but in the ashtray, which was already piled high. He had become addicted without realizing it. Outside the store, a bright light was on, illuminating the front of the store. This was brought by Xianhaoxi from the Great Summer Kingdom, and Han Cheng told him that it was called an electric lamp and could be charged by solar energy. Xianhaoxi thought it was a novelty and placed it at the entrance to attract customers at night. But today this lamp stopped the crowd of the Hongyu sect in their tracks. "Senior brother, what is that lit up thing? Isn't it dangerous to go in hard?" Fu Kang said with some concern. He had never seen an electric light and thought it was a powerful magic weapon. Even the Great Summer Kingdom could send divine objects from the sky, this gadget might be powerful as well. This Chiu differently did not recognize the electric light either. It just doesn't feel like a night pearl. Night pearls aren't this bright. Much less candles, which are smoking hot. This thing glows when it's clean and dry. Unless it's a treasure from Daxia? Hiss. The things in the Daxia country are notoriously powerful, and Xiu is not the same as throwing his weight around and not daring to go over easily. Why don't we wait a little longer? Xiu didn't count on the lighted thing going dark on its own. Fu Kang nodded. He didn't dare to take a risk either, so let's wait. More than 50 Hongyu sect good hands just stood there in the middle of the night for several hours, although everyone was an immortal cultivator and had no problem with physical strength. But the cold wind blowing in the evening and the night fog covering it is also uncomfortable, and waiting so long was even more torturous inside. By 3 a.m. or so, someone finally relented. "Master, that thing is still lit up. It's going to be dawn if we don't do something." Xiu Difference is also in a difficult situation. How can this thing not be extinguished? What a rush! Alas, all the treasures of this great summer kingdom are so heaven-defying, it's not good to get your hands on them. Either that or forget it. But the Daxia's magic treasure was too tempting. How could it be loosened? After thinking for a long time, Xiu Difference said in a deep voice, "Let's withdraw tonight, and have one of our disciples go poking around at dawn to see what kind of magic treasure is lit up at that entrance. Then we'll make our calculations." Good guy, a lamp let a group of immortal cultivators know to retreat. If the people of Daxia country know, they will have to laugh off their teeth. Hongyu Zong is also a distance away from Chimen town. The crowd tiredly returned to the clan. It was already dawn, tired all night. The fart did not get, one and all drooped their heads. Xiu Difference brought Wu Gaoyang back in and instructed. "Today you go to Chimen town and find out what the object is that they have planted in front of their store. Why does it glow? It doesn't go out overnight." Wu Gaoyang led the way. After rushing half a day's journey to Chimen town, he directly entered the divine treasure pavilion of the Great Xia Kingdom. There are not many customers in the store today, and the store assistant is relatively idle, so when he saw that a customer had come in, he went over to greet him. "What kind of treasure do you want, this fellow Taoist? Our store doesn't brag. We have the most rare contraptions in the Great Summer country guaranteed to satisfy you." Wu Gaoyang did not have the heart to buy things, but do not buy anything for fear of being suspected, so he casually replied, "Do you have a spirit sword here? Show me?" "Sure, just wait a minute, I'll get it for you." Soon the store assistant took a few spirit swords for Wu Gaoyang to pick. Wu Gaoyang pretended to choose, his eyes kept looking towards the door and asked without thinking, "I say, what's that you have planted in front of your store? I heard there's a night pearl-like thing that glows every night." That's an electric light you're talking about. That thing is a magic weapon from the Great Summer Kingdom that my shopkeeper brought back. Sure enough, it's the stuff of the Great Summer Kingdom. It's really amazing. Last night it was able to light up all night, illuminating like daytime. So is this electric light dangerous? Can it kill people? Wu Gaoyang asked again. What a kill, that light just shines in front of the store. The store assistant said perfunctorily, thinking that this person is really funny. A bright light can still kill people? This person is overthinking it. Wu Gaoyang nodded, having asked what he should have asked. He didn't linger any longer and left the treasure pavilion, hurrying back to the Hongyu sect. Master, that glowing light at the door is called an electric light. It's just a big candle, it can't hurt anyone. Fruity? Show difference was a bit unbelievable. Last night his gang was so scared by that thing that they didn't dare to take half a step forward. When it's true, the disciple asks carefully, it's just a big candle, lit to light the way. I'm ing. Show difference's old face was bashful, thinking about his scared appearance last night. It was really embarrassing. We'll go back tonight and make sure we pick that electric light. That night, a group of people from the Hongyu sect went to the Great Xia country's Divine Treasure Pavilion again. Still arriving at about 10 o'clock, looking at the lighted electric lamp at the door, this time Show difference carried his sword and walked over first. I let that thing scare me half to death last night. It's a disgrace. You'll be the first one to pick you off tonight. Walking up to the light, Show difference swung his sword and made a pick. The blade of the sword carried an aura of light and slipped through the light bulb. Suddenly the bulb shattered and the power shorted out, snorting up electricity with a shower of sparks. Show different look, there is something fishy about this thing. It can also carry lightning. It can't be a trap. This thing can really kill people. The otherworlders had never seen the short circuit phenomenon, and at the moment, Show difference's face turned white in fear. I don't dare stay. Run. Chapter 61 Electricity short-circuiting scares the immortals. The electricity is so scary. Show difference turned and ran, shouting at Fu Kong. Elder brother, quickly go. There must be something fishy about that thing's electricity. Fu Kong also saw how the lights went out, but jumped up the thunder and lightning. That crackling really scared him enough. Urgent call. Pull back, all of you. Good fellow, a lamp scared off the disciples of the Hongyu sect twice. Having just run out of Chiman town, Show difference calmed down and looked back behind him. There were no pursuers. Thinking about it isn't right. What are we running for? If it's all been discovered, why not just kill it? As soon as we get it, then we'll go far away and walk the away. What can he do to me if he is a bull in the Great Summer Kingdom? Thinking of this, Show difference shouted. Stop. The crowd stopped and looked at him. Senior brother, what are you doing? Fu Kong asked in disbelief. Senior brother, we can't go back. Since we've made a commotion, we'll definitely be prepared to go back to that Qianhaosi in the future. It's better to just kill him now. You and I are both late-stage chi practicing cultivators. We're horizontal characters in the White Tiger Ridge. Why do we need to be afraid of him? The big deal is that if we rob the Great Xia Kingdom's magic weapon and we go far away, the Great Xia Kingdom will still be able to find us? Fu Kong heard a reasonable, to say that the thoughtful or their own junior line. Alright, everything is as senior brother says, let's do neither and kill our way back. With a command, dozens of Hongyu sect disciples were each high. I've been scared twice now, and I'm almost a dog. This time it's straight up hard and fast. It's dry. Immediately the crowd killed back. Over here in the Great Xia Kingdom's Divine Treasure Pavilion, the store assistant heard a commotion outside and came out with a lantern to take a look. The electric light was picked out, and there was a mess of garbage all over the place. He hurriedly called out to Qianhaosi. Boss, our electric light is gone, like it's been picked. What? I'll go check it out. Qianhaosi came out to take a look, and sure enough, the electric lights are broken, the wires are burnt and charred, and there is a burning smell in the air. What's going on here? It's impossible to say that the lights broke on their own. Lord Han had told him that the lamp would last for a year and a half without breaking down. Then someone must have sabotaged it. Who could it be? Can't you see that my store is called the Divine Treasure Pavilion of the Great Xia Kingdom? The divine might of the Great Xia Kingdom dares to offend. This is looking for death. Qianhaosi was upset for a while, and suddenly he saw a group of silhouettes in the distance that were aggressively killing. The two people in the lead had their entire bodies aura blossomed and flew over, and in a few breaths, they swept over 30 meters and killed close to the front. Isn't this the patriarch and grand elder of the Hongyu sect? So it was you guys who picked my house's electric light. Qianhaosi raised his hand to curse, and at the same time took the satellite phone out. Just you wait, the Great Summer Kingdom will never spare you. Humph, surname Chen, who are you bluffing? Since we dare to do it, we're not afraid of any Great Xia Kingdom. You go to hell first. As he spoke, Show difference had already swung his sword to strike. On the side of the Fu Kong also at the same time out of the sword, the two are worthy of the late stage of Chi cultivator. This speed is extremely fast. Two sharp cold-ons arrived in front of Qianhaosi's eyes. Qianhaosi couldn't even fight Show difference. How could he possibly beat the combined efforts of these two, and immediately ran towards the store, simultaneously dialing the phone, running and shouting at the same time. City Lord Han, the Hongyu sect robbed my store, please come over and save me. Han Sung's side received the call and will respond immediately. Roger, we're on our way. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Han Sheng didn't need to ask more questions, he could lock the location through the satellite phone. A report was soon available. Colonel, the location is the town of Chiman within the Aoan nation. It will take 2 hours for our Blackhawk helicopters to get there. Well, you can set out now, and tell the warriors that those who violate my dasha will die. Give me a fierce fight. Yes. Soon 3 Blackhawk helicopters lifted off together and headed for the AOW. On this side, Show Difference caught up with Qian Haoxi and swung his sword to split the satellite phone. The phone cracked in half, snorted and short-circuited when it hit the ground, and soon rose in charred smoke, utterly broken. Show Different looked at the ground satellite phone a little puzzled, just that Qian Haoxi grabbed this thing shouting for help. There is someone inside to respond. What's going on here? Can a little man live in a black box? Show Difference's side picked up his sword and pointed it at Qian Haoxi and drank. Hey, what is this thing? Who were you just talking to? Qian Haoxi said coldly. This is called a satellite phone. It can transmit sound over thousands of miles, and I was just talking to City Lord Han of the Great Summer Kingdom. Their side has already received the news and will soon kill. At that time, your Hongyu sect will wait to be exterminated. Qian Haoxi was full of energy. Even if he faced 2 cultivators in the late Qi practicing stage, he was as unafraid. He is now a merchant of the Great Xia Kingdom and has the Great Xia Kingdom to cover him. This Great Xia country was a powerful country that could create heavenly divine objects, so it could definitely destroy this Hongyu sect. Over here, Fu Kang's face was dark. He was worried about the retaliation of the Great Xia Kingdom and looked at Show Difference. Senior brother, what should we do? Show Difference also began to be afraid. It turned out that this small black box was able to transmit sound for thousands of miles, worthy of being a divine weapon of the Great Summer Kingdom. It was too remarkable. But there's no turning back now, only one way to go. Senior brother, don't worry about that much, let's grab it and go. Forgive that the Great Summer Kingdom didn't get here that fast, let's speed up. The Daxia Kingdom was still some distance away from Chiman Town, and unless one flew, it would take a few days to travel. But he's seen the iron bird that can fly in the Great Summer Kingdom. It's just a little iron bird. That thing breaks at the touch of a button. It's not enough to be afraid of. Good. The disciples of this sect quickly robbed this store for me. With a shout from Fu Kang, the disciples behind him swarmed around the store and tumbled. Shen Haoxi Harteka, but where do you care so much? Take advantage of the chaos to hastily turn and run. Show differently chased after him from behind and raised his sword to slash, but unfortunately, Shen Haoxi also had the cultivation of practicing the 7th level of Qi, and escaped with all his strength, so he could not catch up with him for a while. Letting him go and hurrying up to get a few more pieces of the Great Summer Kingdom's magic treasures was the right thing to do. After rummaging through the entire store, spirit stones were obtained. But the most wanted Daxia's magic treasures were just 2. One of them is a 7-colored glazed bead, which looks beautiful, but is not useful at all. But at least it could be exchanged for spirit stones, so everyone divided these marbles. The other magic treasure looked peculiar, beautifully packaged, a single rectangular box with 3 words on it. Divine fragrance. What's this? The group of people from the Hongyu sect froze, not understanding what this was used for at all. Hey, what's this thing for? Show Difference pulled the shopkeeper out from under the counter. Yes, for sucking it up. The shopkeeper was so scared he wet his pants. Sucked? What does it do? I don't know. Show Difference slashed the shopkeeper with his sword and threw away the body. Grabbing a packet and unwrapping it, inside was a long strip. It went straight into his mouth and smoked it, a dry tobacco flavor going straight to his head. That doesn't taste good, does it? Could it be that this stuff is the same as the 7-colored glazed beads, just pretty to look at, but not really useful? Show Difference instantly threw the cigarette on the floor and said angrily, "This thing tastes weird, it's mostly another useless item." Elder brother, we've been fooled. This Qian Haoxi has tricked us again. None of the things he has here are useful. Show Difference is really regret. After half a day of messing around with the magical treasures of the Great Summer Kingdom, even the rumored Immortal Slayer artifacts have not been seen. It would have been worth it to get an Immortal Slayer artifact, but no. That would be hard to duck. Chapter 62, those who violate our Daxia will be executed even if they are far away. Fu Kang's face is very dark. At the risk of offending the Great Summer Country, actually did not get anything. This is difficult. Just have to reassure myself. At least we got some spirit stones. Let's take them away and leave this White Tiger Ridge earlier. It'll have to do. The disciple of the Hongyu sect walked away resentfully. In fact, spirit stones were of little use to Show Difference and Fu Kang. Neither of them lacked spirit stones. What they lacked were heavenly treasures to break through their cultivation. Back inside the sect, that Wu Gaoyan ran up with gusto. This brat was thinking that Master and Patriarch had gone out with many senior brothers, so there must be a big catch. I at least have the merit of probing. How to say also a little hard work. You always have to reward me a little, right? Master, Patriarch, all senior brothers, everyone has worked hard. How about that lamp doesn't hurt anyone? Should Wu Gaoyang be unlucky, this is really a pot calling the kettle black. We were all upset about yesterday's events, including the electric light. Nice guy crackles and sparks, and don't you dare say it doesn't hurt. Almost hurt the Grand Elder. This kid has the nerve to say it. Mud, the dog is still trying to fool and cheat people. The crowd cursed. Show difference is even more furious, shouted Wu Gaoyang to the front, directly as a big mouth. With a snap, all of you Gaoyang's people flew up. Master, what are you hitting me for? Wu Gaoyang is aggrieved. What did he do wrong? Humph, it's you I'm hitting. You kid actually dared to lie to the master. Do you know that the electric lamp was electrified and almost harmed the old man? Show difference shouted in anger. Beat me, beat this kid to death. The disciples who were offended last night swarmed up and beat Wu Gaoyang with their hands and feet, and they couldn't even get up on the ground. Over here, Show difference said to Fu Kong. Senior brother, let's cultivate for a day, organize our things, and leave tomorrow. Show differently thought that no matter how fast this Dixia country is, it is impossible to reach Ao and Gui in one day, so it is definitely too late to leave tomorrow. Fu Kong was fine with that and agreed. Okay, we'll go tomorrow. But just as the two finished speaking, there was a sudden hooting and hollering overhead, and then 3 huge iron birds were seen flying this way. What's that thing? Iron. It can actually fly. Mard, it can't be the Great Summer Kingdom's divine artifacts coming. A group of Hongyu sect disciples were scared white. How long has it been? This is killing the door. This daxia is simply horrible. Show difference and Fu Kong looked at each other. This iron bird they recognized, wasn't it the one that Che Jigua's envoy had displayed? But the iron bird in front of him was too big, and whirred out a wild roar. Not at all comparable to which poor little iron bird. Okay. ITM. It seems like we've been tricked again. Show difference was dumbfounded. I also think that I was tricked by that old man Che. Fu Kong cried out. The 2 late-stage Qi practitioner cultivators now feel that they have lived a handful of years in vain, and have been cheated one after another. What's wrong with the world? Have I become stupid since the emergence of the Great Summer Kingdom? It shouldn't. What to do now? The big iron bird in front of us has already killed the front. Blackhawk 1 has a target in sight requesting fire. Blackhawk 2 also has a target in sight. Blackhawk 3 has likewise sighted the target. Attacks are permitted, the colonel said. Those who violate our daxia must die. Hit hard. Roger 1, hit it hard. Roger 2, they must die. Roger 3, never leave one behind. Suddenly 3 Blackhawk helicopters hovered in the air, and those rockets were fired at the same time, falling like raindrops of dense firepower in no time. With a rumbling explosion, the mountain gate of the Hongyu sect was instantly covered in smoke. Ghostly cries came out from the explosion, and the group of frozen Hongyu sect disciples regretted it. OMG, how does this thing just spit in the air? This group of guys have never seen a helicopter, much less know that this thing can also be so attacked. Just now they are curious to stare at the helicopter to see where, did not hide, and now want to run where there is still a chance. The disciples of the Hongyu sect were dead and wounded, smoke drifted by, and the ground was covered with dead bodies. Show difference and Fu Kong used the magic treasures on their bodies to hold up an air shield, and they were able to block the wave of attacks. However, cracks appeared on the magic treasure and the shield instantly broke. Elder brother, run! The 2 of them fled, and the rest of the Hongyu sect's disciples even scurried away with their heads in their hands. No one in the press rose to the occasion, and in fact they couldn't. Immortal cultivators can only fly with their swords if they have reached the foundation establishment stage, and there are no foundation establishment stage cultivators here, so they are properly passive and beaten. 20mm machine gun fire, these sons of ES. Soon 3 tongues of fire swept between the mountain gates, pulling out several straight lines, and the Hongyu sect disciples who were fleeing in panic were harvested. Show difference and Fu Kong both ran towards the back of the mountain, and in order to speed up, both of them blossomed with spiritual light. They tried to escape through the back of the mountain, but how could they be faster than an airplane? Immediately number 1 Blackhawk gave chase. Those who have offended my daxia and still want to run, go to hell. Wait, try our newest weapon, an aura tracking bomb, and see how it works. Okay, the aura bomb express has been delivered, please receive it. Whoosh! 2 ground-to-ground missiles trailing smoke flew out, with aura trackers mounted on their warheads. As long as there was an aura reaction on the target, it would immediately be locked. It is also deserved that Zhou Difeng and Fu Kong should die. This body with aura has long been targeted by the missiles, flew straight over. Show difference heard the harsh and piercing sound of the whistling wind behind him, and turned around to see 2 sticks flying over with flames, and was so shocked that his face turned white. What the hell is this? Can't you make something you can understand? He was on the verge of breaking down in the face of the great summer state. The Fu Kong beside him also saw it, and was similarly filled with confusion as he exclaimed in shock. Senior brother, what is this? I don't know, it seems to be running towards us. Holy, run! Still running my ass off, the speed of the immortal cultivator cannot run away from the missile, rumbling too loud noise, the whole mountain top rose up to the sky mushroom cloud. The mountain trembled, startling the surrounding mountains and forests with frightened birds. Wu Gaoyang, who was lying on the ground, was lucky that the kid didn't die. Seeing that his master and patriarch were blown up by the 2 long sticks, he was so scared that he got wet in his pants. Damn, what kind of people are these in the Great Xia Kingdom? What are these weapons? Surely this group of mortals is too scary. They have the Immortal Slayer divine weapon. Escape, or run away quickly. But when Wu Gaoyang got up he saw that 3 large iron birds were slowly landing overhead, and then dozens of heavily armed mortals jumped down. They chanted, "Sweep the battlefield, spare no one." Wu Gaoyang even had his together this time. "This is to kill everyone, I cannot get up, play dead to the end. Can't see me, can't see me." Chapter 63 Aura Tracker, I know everything you do. The surrounding gunfire is loud. Hanyu sect at least has more than 1,000 cultivators, but there is no resistance at all. Quite simply, it's not that they don't want to resist, but their strength doesn't allow it. There were a few Hanyu sect disciples who were pushed to the brink and flashed their spirit swords, swinging them in a huff. "Mard, dogs jump over the wall when they're anxious, push me over the edge and fight you guys. Spell it out." A few people erupted with courage and rushed towards the Great Summer Kingdom warriors as if they were dying. Matu matu. Straight up in a pike, all down. Fighting my ass, can't even reach within 10 paces of someone else, it's a total death sentence. There were also Hanyu sect cultivators who were more resourceful and secretly hid, and when they saw the Dasha Kingdom warriors appear they began to pinch and recite incantations. Let's play dirty and stage an attack. It always works this time. But just as the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom reached the vicinity of the attachment, the aura detectors on their bodies went off. Beep beep beep. There is danger, there is an aura fluctuation at 3 o'clock on the right, 30 meters away. Without any consideration, the Dasha warrior turned his gun and with a whoosh, a 40mm caliber rifle grenade was fired. The wall was blown to smithereens with a boom, and the Hanyu sect disciples hiding behind it were sent up into the sky. Even if he had a superior physique, he would still die in front of the might of the explosion. It was a complete one-sided massacre, and some of the Hanyu sect disciples were scared less, kneeling down and begging for mercy. "Grandpa Dasha, please spare us. We won't dare to go against the Great Summer Kingdom anymore." And later, offending the Great Summer Kingdom is one word, death. There is no room for negotiation. Straight up mutiny. This is to establish authority. If now mercy let go, then in the future to offend the Great Summer Country more people. How is it even possible to become offended when you can live if you beg for forgiveness anyway? Kill them all. Only some lucky Hanyu sect disciples ran out. After all, the number of warriors in the Great Summer Kingdom is limited, and there are too many disciples of the Hanyu sect, so it is impossible to kill them all, and there are always fish that slip through the net. But it was good to let them escape, so that they could proclaim the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom and let the people of this Panglai immortal realm realize the Great Summer Kingdom's formidable strength. An hour later, the battle was basically over, and no one from the dozens of Great Summer Kingdom warriors were sacrificed, just 5 people were accidentally hit by spells and suffered minor injuries. "Okay, everyone search the perimeter and clean up the battlefield." One of the men in charge shouted. Han Chang had ordered to search for spirit stones after the battle, and this huge Hanyu sect must have many good things. It was just that the place was too big and the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom were too few to search for a while. That's when a warning rang out on the famous warrior's aura tracker. Beep, beep, beep. Psychic spotted, just to the left at 7 o'clock, distance 40 meters. Ha, there are still people alive. The warrior looked over to see a cultivator on the ground moving quietly forward. There's a faker here. Stand up or I'll shoot. The warrior alertly assumed a firing position, having long since taken aim at the monk on the ground. Meanwhile other fighters around them heard the noise and rushed over. "There's a live one over here, come on." Wu Gaoyang was startled. "Is this talking at me? You're swindling me, aren't you? I'm not a fool. I won't get up. I'll play dead so you can't see." Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out and the bullet landed in front of Wu Gaoyang's head. With a whoosh, Wu Gaoyang's entire body popped up. I'll get up, don't fight." The warrior sneered, catching a live one was just the thing to ask a few questions. "Where is the treasure pavilion in your clan?" Usually immortal cultivation clans have a warehouse that people call the treasure pavilion. Wu Gaoyang nodded his head and responded. Over there, I can take you there, please don't fight." "Okay, you lead the way." The warrior stared at the back, while Wu Gaoyang led the way. Did not go far to the treasure cabinet, solid iron door is installed on the big black lock, big and heavy, look very strong. Wu Gaoyang took a look and turned back with a bitter face. "Several people this lock can't be opened without a key, unless you have the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, then." But he was clearly overthinking it, and the warrior behind him drank. Asterisk off. Wu Gaoyang was so scared that he hurriedly dodged aside, and then he saw that the Immortal Slayer divine weapon burst into flames. The big black lock of Yujin was beaten and broken in no time. Wu Gaoyang looked dumbfounded. Good guy himself still underestimated the immortalicide artifacts of the people of the Great Summer Kingdom, so powerful. With a bang, he kicked open the door of the treasure pavilion, which was piled up with mountains of spirit stones, as well as all sorts of pills, materials for weapon refining, and spirit swords and treasures and such things. A large room was stuffed to the brim, even the spirit stones and cigarettes that were previously robbed from Qian Haoxi's family were here. "Take it all back." Everyone moved the treasure chest, and because there was so much stuff, they asked Dragon City to send a few more helicopters over. Han Sung Sai got the news and came over in a helicopter himself. As soon as he arrived at the Hongyu sect, Han Chang naturally rejoiced at the sight of so many spirit stones, but when he saw that the cigarettes were piled up into a small mountain, and he hadn't sold a few packs at all, his forehead wrinkled into a Chuan character. This Qianhaosi seems not to work, the sales of cigarettes have not yet opened, too slow. Han Chang thought about this. Looks like he still has to do it himself. Bring back the spirit stones, all kinds of materials, and send them to the Blue Star, General Zhao will arrange it. These cigarettes were sent back to Dryhus store. On the other hand, Qianhaosi hid outside for the night and only dared to come back at dawn. Hongyu sect's people have long gone, looking at the store in a mess, their hard work to sell marbles to earn the spirit stone all extinguished. The heart is like a knife strangled the general pain. But just then Qianhaosi suddenly heard a whirring sound above his head and looked up. Boy, did the iron bird of the great summer kingdom actually fly over. Qimen town is now lively, the streets and alleys are full of cultivators. Looking at the helicopter are all shocked faces. Iron bird, is this the rumored iron bird? I've heard that there's an immortal slayer's artifact up there, and that even a great cultivator in the late stage of qi cultivation will have to die if he's hit. Awesome, this kind of spectacular Xiao Xian has never seen in this life. The crowd was shocked, and the huge winds swirling from the clattering helicopter were even more alarming. This thing is simply a mighty beast. When the helicopter landed, Han Sung came down, still carrying cigarettes. I'm not happy with what you've been doing all this time, Mr. Chen. Han Chang said with a sullen face, disappointed in this otherworldly merchant. It felt like this bastard was not as good as the mayor of Wangxian village, which, at least that one is thick-skinned enough to blow. The cigarettes Qianhaosi watched were sent back, and his heart was happy, but Han Chang's words made him cold again. Well, Dasha's not happy with my work. Lord Han City, please give me another chance. I will think of a way to sell the cigarettes. Alright, let you sell it again. You won't be able to sell more than a few packs next year. I'll sell these cigarettes myself. Han Chang looked at Qianhaosi and added, we'll be staying with you for a while, so hurry up and arrange some rooms for us. Han Sung is going to stay behind, along with a 5-man special ops squad to protect him. Chapter 64, Shiman Aoshui. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Qianhaosi hurriedly cleaned up himself, saw the shopkeeper dead, no choice but to hire a few more. It took until the afternoon to get the store organized. Han Chang lived in the most spacious and bright study on the 2 floors, where Qianhaosi originally lived, but the boss came to people, so he could only give way to the boss. The 5-man squad then lived on either side of the study, protecting Han Chang at all times. Qianhaosi rolled up his bunk and lived downstairs, squeezing in with the shopkeeper. Looking at the piles of cigarettes, his brow furrowed. What to do? Meanwhile, inside a restaurant in Qimen town, it was as if it was a festival. The seats were full and bustling. Even more peculiar was the fact that a dozen or so tables of guests were almost all talking about the new arrivals from the Daxia country. Have you heard that these people from the Great Summer Kingdom destroyed the nearby Hongyu sect as soon as they arrived? Even their grand elder and patriarch were killed? That's not true. This group of Daxia countrymen are really powerful. The iron bird above their heads whirring straight, hear all the panic. Well, in the future, we have to be more careful when we encounter anyone from the Great Summer Kingdom. Even though they're all just groups of mortals, I feel that they're even fiercer than that Foundation establishment stage cultivator. The people around them nodded their heads, unscrupulous about this Great Summer Kingdom. At the same time, he was also curious as to what this group of people from the Daxia country were doing here in Qimen town. I say, are they trying to destroy the Aoan country this time they come? It's possible, the Aoan king have offended the Great Summer Kingdom. That's bad luck. Some of the guests nodded in agreement. Others who didn't believe it scoffed. Hey, you guys are making a big deal out of this one. The Aong country has 300,000 elite soldiers. How can they really be afraid of that Great Xia country, which is said to be just a small bullet country? Cut, you kid understand a fart. The Big Summer country, even if the projectile small country may be resistant to Big Rush, can skyfall divine object. By the way, that divine object is called what the East Wind Express, absolute big killers, AO, and the country is not at all the opponent. Gotta be, someone in the tavern pinched it, which made it even more hilarious. At that moment a loud bang suddenly rang out from the restaurant. The originally lively restaurant instantly quieted down, everyone turned their heads to look. It was a drinker leaning on the windowsill broke the bottle. The guest was in his early 20s, with a bearded chin and disheveled hair that added a bit of vicissitude and sadness to an otherwise handsome face. With a gloomy gaze, he seemed to still be a bit drunk as he pointed angrily at the group of cultivators inside the tavern. All shut up. I want to be clean, drink a drink or so nonsense. Want to die is not it? There was a sword leaning beside him, and several inscription marks on the hilt of the sword emitted repeated fierce light, and at a glance, it was clear that it was not a mortal object. The guest even put the cultivation on display. The good guy has practicing Qi 8, this cultivation in the White Tiger Ridge that is basically the existence of horizontal walking. The surrounding people were all stunned, thinking, who is this person? Is he so crazy? Even though you have a high level of cultivation, you can't violate the public's anger. There are also hot-tempered ones among the immortals who can't stand it and feel out their blades, calling out. Brothers are not convinced, go have fun with him. At this point the hotel display case hurriedly came up to give a pull and said quietly, Don't make a move, this is Shiman Aoshue, the famous sword immortal. What? It's actually him. Hearing the 4 words Shiman Aoshue, the few who wanted to make a move immediately lost their temper, put away their blades, and gave them a fist salute. So it's fellow Daoist Shiman, much offense, my brothers will leave immediately without disturbing your drink. With that thump, he went downstairs. The rest of the crowd all sucked in a breath of cool air. The name Shiman Aoshue was as loud as thunder. This person had awakened the Wandao sword cultivation body at the age of 12, and at the age of 15, he had reached the 5th level of chi practicing, and his sword cultivation was very strong. It was rumored that this person competed with a cultivator of the 7th level of chi practicing on White Tiger Peak when he was 20 years old. That cultivator is a famous power, with many magic weapons, and a few foundation cultivators drawing down talismans to help, so it can be said that it is a force to be reckoned with Shiman Aoshue. However, Shiman Aoshue, with a cultivation of the 6th level of chi cultivation, directly sealed the throat of that mighty cultivator with just one sword, and became famous for a while. Many people have said that with Shiman Aoshue's qualifications to build the foundation that will never have a problem, his immortal path is very far, may be able to form a golden Dan and achieve a party of great powers. Now that this kind of great bull cultivator was right in front of him, how could he not make people look sideways? All around were quiet, the store manager even personally sent a pot of wine to Shiman Aoshue. Fellow Daoist Shiman, this room is noisy, I have an elegant room in the backyard, why don't you go over there and drink? Shiman Aoshue glanced at the wine pot, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she coldly said, so what if it's quiet? What I need is a quiet mind. After saying that, he pushed away the shopkeeper and stumbled out of the restaurant. The crowd all held their breath and silently watched this immortal cultivation genius leave a long way before making a sound. I said, what's going on here? Why is a generation of proud sword cultivators this disheveled? Yeah, the kid seems to have had a lot to drink, he's drunk like that. Some people in the crowd knew the bottom line and didn't squeak, but there were also guys who moved their mouths, and a cloth-clad cultivator sold out. Everyone you don't know, right, this sword cultivation powerhouse has been cuckolded. What? There's someone else in this world who dares to cuckold Shiman Aoshue, who is this? Instantly like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, the surrounding crowd turned their heads to look, all wanting to hear what kind of news it was. Ha, you guys don't believe me when I say it. The one who gave Shiman Aoshue a green hat is Chi Changwei, the world son of the Chi family, the first-class immortal cultivation family in our Chiman town. So it's him, no wonder. Chi Changwei everyone knows, Chi family's son, the same as a bit of cultivation genius, Chi family 300 years the most promising foundation cultivator. Just last year it was already rumored that this world's son had already reached the 9th level of Chi practicing, and was only one step away from foundation establishment. White Tiger Ridge doesn't have any foundation establishment cultivators. If anyone succeeds in foundation establishment, that would be a hegemon of White Tiger Ridge. Looks like this Chi family is going to rise. This Chi Changwei is sitting on Shiman Aoshue's neck, this is a good show to watch. The cloth-clad cultivator added. That's natural, Shiman Aoshue couldn't swallow this breath, and has already given the Chi family a life and death challenge, agreeing to fight it out tomorrow on the lonely mountain outside the town. Oh, there is such a thing, then I must go and see it tomorrow. I'll go as well, observing the duel of the masters will greatly help our cultivation as well. The crowd was excited, and it was a really lively couple of days. The people from the Great Xia Kingdom had just arrived, and over here, Shiman Aoshue was going to duel with someone again. This time, the opponent was even stronger, also an immortal cultivation genius, or the descendant of a famous family. That's something to watch, very much so. The shopkeeper shook his head as he listened, thinking that Shiman Aoshue was in a bad way this time. It was really a pity for this talented person. On the other side, Shiman Aoshue stumbled out of the restaurant, he was lost in thought and didn't know where to go. The shame in his heart made it hard for him to suppress it, he wanted to explode, ruthlessly. But is it useful? He wanted to kill only one person, that is Chi Changwei. In addition to this person, other people die 10,000 times. He has no feeling. Humph, Chi Changwei, I, Shiman Aoshue, will not share the same fate as you in this life. Even if I lose to you, I will make you pay. Shiman Aoshue gritted her teeth and muttered to herself in her heart, that irritated mind getting heavier and heavier. Drinks, and I'm going to drink. Scanning around with a gloomy gaze, Shiman Aoshue wanted to find another restaurant, but there were none nearby, but he saw a store. The Great Summer Kingdom's Divine Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 65, Because of your beads, someone is cuckolded. The Great Summer Kingdom. It's not the group of mortals who just bragged in the restaurant about having the ability to kill immortals. I don't know if these guys are competent, but they also sell one thing. Shiman Aoshue fished out a 7-colored glazed bead from his bosom, which he had found from the woman who had greened him after he had killed her. This is Chi Changwei sent, Shiman Aoshue inquired. This is called the 7-colored glazed beads. It is in front of this store for sale. Da Xia, I'll smash your store first today. Furious, Shiman Aoshue's gaze blazed as she walked straight towards the Great Xia country's Divine Treasure Pavilion. Inside the Divine Treasure Pavilion, Han Chang was sitting and drinking tea while observing the situation in the store. Business was good, and the people coming and going were all cultivators. As long as you can advertise your cigarettes, you're sure to catch fire. The key is to get this group of cultivators to accept cigarettes. This one will have to take a promotion. Han Chang was in the middle of his thoughts when he suddenly saw a sword cultivator walking in with a sword and fierce eyes. With a snap, placing the 7-colored glazed bead in his hand on the counter, Jian Xiu said grimly, "Is this something you sell in your store?" Xian Haoxi recognized the sword cultivator in front of him. Wasn't it the famous Shimen Aoxue? Oh no, why is this one coming to the door? It seems he has a grudge against himself. Looking at the stance, it's not a small grudge. That fellow Daoist Shimen, this bead is for sale in our store, but our store. No need to talk nonsense, since it's sold in your store then please suffer a death. Shimen Ao Shue's gaze was cold, the sword in his hand was slowly drawn, the sound of the blade rubbing against the scabbard was silky, making people shudder. Fellow Daoist Shimen have something to say, don't mess around. Xian Haoxi's forehead cold sweat came down. It seems that this person's hatred is really deep, but the question is how did he offend him? It seems like selling a bead doesn't have anything to do with sword cultivation. Xian Haoxi was panicked, but the 5 Dasha Special Forces soldiers were not. Whoosh! They were well trained and quickly drew their guns. That speed, that aura, even the cultivators on the side had their gazes frozen. Is this the divine soldier of the Great Xia Kingdom? It's really powerful and domineering. Drop the sword or I'll shoot you. The voice was majestic and not the least bit abashed. Shimen Ao Shue stopped drawing her sword and looked around. 5 people were holding strange iron bumps against themselves. Is that the immortalicide artifact? It's said that this thing can even kill cultivators at the late stage of chi practicing. Unable to help it, Shimen Aoshue's heart trembled as he calmed down a lot. Xian Haoxi look does not pull out the sword, mentioned the heart in the throat which put down, wiped the cold sweat on the forehead, accompanied by a smile. I say fellow Daoist Shimen, what words can't be said properly? Look at you, you're about to move your sword without a clue. I'm panicking too. Cut the crap. Shimen Ao Shue still had a big temper. He wanted to say that it was because of this bead of yours that my shear had given someone else the chance to pick her up. But he couldn't say that. He was a man, a top quality man. Can you afford to lose face? There was a new store assistant over here who knew what was going on and whispered a few words into Xian Haoxi's ear. Xian Haoxi understood, but then panicked. Mom, sell a bead to others with a green hat. This let me how to persuade Seems like I'm wrong anyway. That's a tough one. Han Chang's side frowned tightly. What's going on? This guy who drew the sword is still not driven away. Is it staying for dinner? Got up and walked over, nonchalantly. This store is under the protection of the Great Summer Kingdom, and anyone who dares to move is a dead man. Shimen Ao Shue's face was suffocated into a pig's liver color. If it wasn't for the 5 Immortal Slayer divine weapons pointing at him, at this moment he would have wanted to explode. City Lord Han, it's like this. Xian Haoxi hurriedly explained a few sentences to Han Chang and finally asked, what do you think we should do about this? Han Chang ignored him, already having a calculation in his heart. He looked squarely at Shimen Aoshue and coldly said, you're a loser. Oh. Xian Haoxi's eyes stared at the boss. Han City Lord, this is what words, the moment you come up to the King of Bam, not afraid of this sword cultivator angry? The surrounding crowd was also confused. There are actually people who call Shimen Aoshue a waste. This is excellent. Shimen Ao Shue was even more furious. What's going on? I was cuckolded. Is this how I'm looked down upon? Say that again? I, Shimen Aoshue, am a man of the heavens and the earth. How am I a waste? To say you are a waste is to be a waste. Your wife let someone pick you up, you don't blame yourself, you blame a bead. Isn't that a waste? Han Chang did not panic and said with a solemn expression, what should a real man be like? It should be take it or leave it. Look at yourself, disheveled as a slag and impotent enough to seek out a bead seller. Are you still a man? If you're a man, take my advice and put away your sword. A man should take what he can get. This is Han Chang himself. Do not believe his wife let a person soak the nature is dry to the end. Do not do that or cowards. However, these words in Shimen Aoshue's heart has stirred up 1,000 waves. The reason why Sheer did this kind of treacherous thing is not still because of herself. Ever since he became famous, he felt that his sword did not have the same power it used to have. It had become mild and was no longer sharp. His own cultivation was even more stagnant as a result, and in order to be able to break through, 3 years ago he left his newlywed wife to go to a faraway place to seek sword intent. Can you blame her for leaving Joy cold and alone? Suddenly incomparable self-blame tumbled in Shimen Ao Shue's heart. He felt that he owed Sheer a lot. It's something wrong with yourself. Unconsciously Shimen Ao Shue's eyes flashed with crystal tears, but he forced himself not to cry. But the people around him saw it and cast approving glances at Han Chang. This little brother of the great summer country is awesome. To actually be able to talk the lonely Shimen Aoshue into a heart, there is no one else with this ability. Xian Haoxi was even more impressed. If it wasn't for the mismatched atmosphere, he would want to kneel and worship Han Chang at this moment. The boss is the boss. You're not as good as one. Han Chang's side also didn't move. These words he said casually, mainly behind. He handed over a cigarette and lit it himself. Here, smoke this if you're a man. Should I smoke if I'm a man? Shimen Aoshue looked at the cigarette uncertainly. Yeah, smoke if you're a man and a brother. Han Chang was unusually serious, and he smoked one himself, spitting out the circles under his eyes and putting on a vicissitudinous, see-through expression. That profundity, that depth made Shiman Aoshue's eyes light up. He took the lit cigarette and followed Han Chang's example and put it in his mouth. If you're a man, you should smoke. I, Shiman Aoshue, am a man of the heavens and the earth, I smoke. Ahem. Then came the choking and coughing. Mud, why is this stuff so hard to smoke? It's choking me to death. But I, Shiman Aoshue, am a man of the heavens and the earth, and I have to smoke it down no matter what. Maybe that's a real man. As if having an epiphany, Shiman Aoshue forced herself to endure the discomfort and continue to smoke. But the tears running down his cheeks betrayed him. He was choking badly. But the scene shocked everyone. Shiman Aoshue smoked and was actually moved to tears. Boy, what kind of magical stuff is this cigarette? Why don't you try one yourself sometime? Smoke if you're a man. Chapter 66. Isn't it just a cuckold? Have a smoke and figure it out. After a cigarette, Shiman Aoshue realized that his mind was much calmer, and although there was still sadness, it was as if he was much stronger. What kind of man doesn't wear a top hat? A forgiveness hat? Never mind, look ahead. With a heart that was suddenly much brighter, Shiman Aoshue put away her sword and rushed at Han Chang with a clasp of her fists. Thank you for the smoke, I wonder what to call you. Good point, my name is Han Chang, you and I smoke together, we'll be brothers from now on. Han Chang took a pack of cigarettes and stuffed them into Shiman Aoshue's arms. Remember, smoke a few more when you're in a bad mood, it helps. Shiman Aoshue's heart was warm, he suddenly felt that the word brother was particularly cozy. Good, then brother will go first. After saying that, he turned around and left, but just as he stepped out of the doorway, Shiman Aoshue turned his head and said, Good brother, tomorrow I will fight Chi Changwei in a duel, and I want you to be there. In a word, I'll be there. Han Chang responded decisively. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Shiman Aoshue raised her sword and left. There was a long interval before anyone made a sound in the quiet store. Phew, what's that Shiman Aoshue just smoked? I want to try one too. It seems amazing, I want it. 3 cultivators curiously crowded up to the counter to inquire. Han Chang took out his cigarettes and introduced them to these people. Gentlemen, this is a specialty of our great summer country, called Divine Charm Incense. Smoking one can forget your worries and make you feel refreshed. He also has a function, that is to enhance the feelings between men. In our great summer country good brothers get together is to smoke one. People are curious, this divine fragrance can also enhance the relationship between men. But think about it, people in the great summer country can skyfall divine objects, this kind of godly things can be done, to promote a friendship this is nothing. Okay, we'll buy it, give us a pack, how many spirit stones? Normally, it would cost 1,000 spirit stones a pack, but since we, the great Xia kingdom, are new to your land, let's offer a discount of 100 spirit stones a pack. 100 spirit stones. The 3 people felt a lot of meat pain but thinking about just now Shiman Aoshue that smoking intoxicated look, some people still endure the pain to buy. Then dismantle it and smoke it. Ahem. There was a lot of coughing in the store, but everyone remembered the words. Smoke if you're a man. Surely something this ferocious is only something a real man can smoke. Although everyone felt uncomfortable choking, they held their breath and continued to smoke in order to show that they were real men. Slowly getting used to it and feeling proud of it. I'm a man. Look at this. Isn't it nice? You enjoying yourself? Looks like this tastes good. Hey, I'm feeling a lot more refreshed. No, I'm still feeling all mellow, so why don't you go back and keep smoking? Okay, let's have a good buddy just smoke together too, no pain no gain. The 3 laughed excitedly. Watching these people go, Jen Hao Si again admired, Han City Lord Powerful this can be fooled? I say, City Lord Han, is this divine rhythm incense really something that good brothers smoke together? Yes, in our Daxia country Shinyun Xiang are a few people together to smoke, that only has the flavor, one person smoking that is called smoking boring smoke. Han Chang waved his hand, this store was smothered with the smell of smoke, so it was better to hurry upstairs. Shiman Aoshue's home. Looking at the familiar objects, Shiman Aoshue that thoughts could not help but flood. Think about what Han Sung said about smoking more when you're in a bad mood. Pulling out a cigarette, Shiman Aoshue smoked another one, feeling very comfortable. A lot of that old impatience went away and a pure and uninvolved mind emerged. I'm so going the wrong way what? There was a glimmer of clarity, Shiman Aoshue gazed and frowned, he unconsciously smoked another one. It's still comfortable, so comfortable that your mind is still and unruffled. Maybe the divine rhythm incense should be smoked more often, and you'll understand it naturally after smoking more. Shiman Aoshue then continued to smoke, the ground was soon all cigarette butts, and the room was even smokier. His heart grew dead heavy as well, and the experiences of his past life whisked before his eyes. Suddenly Shiman Aoshue raised his eyebrows as he drew his rapier with a mischievous sound. That icy cold aura cut through the void, bringing up a frost-like splendor. The air buzzed. This sword is fast enough, tough enough. He was satisfied. By the way, isn't the word cold what I've lost over the years? Since I had joy, I started to become indecisive, I started to worry about left and right. My sword has also become heavy and difficult to pleasure, and even less cold and proud. Shiman Aoshua walked out of the door of the house, and under the night sky, he waved his sword wildly. Each sword was filled with pride and coldness, and the frost chilled wherever it passed. Suddenly the sword blade stabbed out, pointing straight up to the sky, and a sword intent transformed into a cold aura that flew into the air. Cozy! Shiman Aoshua collected his sword and stood proudly, his gaze became resolute and cold. The lone sword immortal that the world admired and feared had returned. My whole life is only about the immortal way. No women. Women only slow down my sword. Nope. I can still have brothers. After thinking about it, Shiman Aoshua's heart burden was removed, and his body was soothed. He took out the divine rhythm incense and continued to smoke it. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm sure you wouldn't send such good stuff if you weren't a good brother. On the other side, 3 monks who had bought the divine charm incense gathered in a peach orchard and they divided the cigarettes. A few of you, a good brother will smoke together, everyone. One for you, one for me, smoke all around. Everyone was having a great time. Suddenly someone called out. Both of you, I think that since we are good brothers, why don't we become brothers of the opposite sex and share the same hardships and blessings? That's a great idea, just what I need. Ha! Then we'll use this divine rhythm incense to worship heaven and earth. The 3 of them busied themselves by lighting the divine incense and inserting it upside down in the incense burner, then lined up and bowed their heads to the divine incense. By the heavens, we 3 are formed as heterosexual brothers today, and we will enjoy the same blessings and suffer the same hardships in the future. If we violate this oath, heaven will strike us with 5 thunderbolts. Then came the great kowtow and salute. This divine rhythm incense is also used out of the sky by them, and it's true that good brothers smoke together. These 3 went straight to worship. Han Shang would have dropped his jaw if he had known, not realizing that cigarettes had such divine uses. The 3 men finished their big salute and got up and laughed. Second brother, third brother, today we are all 3 in the peach garden because of this divine rhythm incense. This is really something that only good brothers smoke together. Yeah, big brother, let's keep smoking. Smoke your ass off today. At the same moment, inside the Qi family mansion in the town of Qimen, Qi Chengwei stood respectfully. In front of him was his father and the current head of the Qi family, Qi Zhenshin. Where, how many % are you sure of the battle tomorrow? Lord Father, I'm 10% sure of the battle tomorrow. I will win and Shiman Aoshua will lose. Qi Chengwei was confident, and the corners of his mouth were even slightly hooked. Qi Genshin raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at his son, and asked, why? Because Shiman Aoshua's sword no longer has killing intent. A sword without killing intent naturally can't kill anyone, and my cultivation is still 1 level higher than his. Hearing his son's explanation, Qi Genshin broke into a smile. Very good, this vision of Wei is absolutely accurate. He is the best genius of my Qi family in 300 years. My Kisna family is going to rise. Shiman Aoshua, you'll be a stepping stone for my wire. Chapter 67, Getting Stronger by Smoking. Early the next morning, the lonely mountain outside Qimen town had long been filled with cultivators. How could Shiman Aoshua and Qi Chengwei's duel be missed? Both of them were amazing geniuses. Maybe the person who would dominate the White Tiger Ridge in the future would be today's winner. There were just 3 in the crowd who stood out, smoking cigarettes and looking particularly provocative. There's a sense of inviting a beating. These are the 3 who were in the peach orchard last night. What? Who are these 3? Why does it feel like they're more pulling than Shiman Aoshua and Qi Chengwei? Yes, with a smoking stick in his mouth. What is the meaning of this? What's the meaning of this? Burning incense when the person isn't dead? The otherworlders had never seen a smoker and were confused. Curious gazes were even cast. A green-clothed cultivator recognized these 3 and curiously went over to ask. I say, fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Zheng, and fellow Taoist Guan, what are you 3 holding in your mouths? The cultivator called Taoist Lu's gaze picked up smugly. Well, haven't seen it before, have you? It's called divine rhythm incense, and it's a specialty of the great summer country. Smoke this if you're a man, and even more so if you're a good brother together. The 3 of us drew it yesterday and then got together in the peach orchard. The green-clothed cultivator's eyes were stunned. After smoking this thing, it can still enhance brotherly feelings? Why do you think it's a bit dirty? Oops, don't you misunderstand, this thing is especially comfortable after smoking. Brothers can talk to each other without words and do everything intimately. Taoist Lu explained again for fear of misunderstanding. But the green-clothed cultivator felt that he hadn't misunderstood. It seemed to be the case. Taoist Lu looked anxious and immediately pulled out a divine rhythm incense. See how you still look like you don't believe me? I'll tell you what, I have the last one here. Why don't you take it and smoke it? The green-clothed cultivator was curious. Why don't we smoke it and try it too? Watching the 3 fools is still enjoyable. Maybe it's really something good. The point on the smoke, I come up to choke on a series of coughing, just want to throw away and then sentence TM. Taoist Lu immediately called out. Don't lose it, finish it if you're a man, you'll be a good brother afterward. What, if you can't smoke it, you're not a man. A cold sweat broke out on the green-clothed cultivator's forehead. This damage was not big, can be extremely insulting. I'd better finish smoking it myself, it's still hard to be looked at inappropriately as a man. Enduring the unbearable, the green-clothed cultivator finished the cigarette, feeling very awake. The spirit also came up. Not bad, it's not bad. I told you, this is good stuff, but it's 100 spirit stones a pack. Taoist Lu has some heartache. This Xinyun incense is a good thing, but the price is expensive, and later to rise back to 1000 spirit stones, then they can still not afford to smoke. It just so happened that someone yelled at the top of their lungs. Selling Xinyun incense, a specialty of Daxia, refreshes the mind and energizes the brain after smoking. It's better to promote friendship with brothers, and those who are good brothers smoke together. Xianhaoxi walked through the crowd with a couple of junior staff. He shouted loudly and a couple of store assistants picked their loads. Many people laughed when they saw the scene. I can't believe someone is doing business in a place like this. This is interesting. This Taoist friend, how about a packet of Xinyun incense at our great summer country god treasure pavilion in order to celebrate the Shiman Ao Shui and Shi Chang Wei 2 of the world's duel, so purposely make a discount on the discount. Would have been to sell 1000 spirit stone, today sell 100 spirit stone. Xianhaoxi said to one of the cultivators with a big smile on his face. Inside, it was crumbling. In fact, I didn't want to come today. It's embarrassing for me, the owner of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, to be a cargo boy. However, City Lord Han had said that there would be many people coming to see the duel today, and many of them were still children of families, so it was perfect for business. Of course, Lord Han added that it would be better to sell a melon and coke business. Melon knows that there are otherworldly as well. What's a coke? You don't get it, do you? 100 spirit stones is too expensive. You people from the Divine Treasure Pavilion are here to rob, aren't you? Looking at Divine Rhythm Incense, the accosted cultivator shook his head straight. At that moment a voice rang out like a morning bell. It's expensive for a reason. If this kind of divine object is not expensive, it will be sorry for the word god. Abruptly everyone's gazes went to the source of the voice. It was Han Chang, that newcomer to the great summer country. Why is this one here? It can't be that he's watching the competition too. Han Chang is not interested in the match between Shiman Aoshui and Shi Changwei at all. The kung fu was even better, one shot to put down. He's here to sell the divine charm incense. Taking big steps, Han Chang walked over to Qianhaoxi, picked up a pack of cigarettes, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, the efficacy of the divine rhythm incense is infinitely greater, and only those who have actually inhaled it can truly understand it. 100 spirit stones, that's by no means expensive. 1000 spirit stones is his true price." After Han Chang's words were finished, the three brothers Lu Guanzhang nodded their heads back and forth, still looking smug. The faces of the surrounding cultivators were puzzled and somewhat convinced, but they didn't dare to try it easily. The key is still 100 spirit stones is too expensive, otherwise I would have bought it and tasted it. Han Chang is not willing to sell cheaply. 100 spirit stones is also the price of the initial promotion. Later on, it will definitely be 1000 spirit stones a pack. How else do you harvest otherworldly leeks? Hello, Qixingwei is here. Just then, someone shouted out, only to see a group of immortal cultivators numbering more than 100 people arrive at the lonely mountain in great numbers. One of the leaders was a young man with a peach blossom face, radiant, and a slightly raised gaze, with a posture of defiance. This was Shi Changwei, his disdainful gaze sweeping around, the corners of his mouth twitching, moving. Oh, that Shiman Aoshui hasn't come yet. Young master, that guy is most likely too scared to come. The butler licked his ass on the sidelines. Shi Changwei smiled and didn't say anything. He was bound to win today's battle. There was no reason to lose. This side of Qianhaoxi saw Shi Changwei came. This is a potential big customer. Immediately took a few packets of Xinyun incense, ran over. Ah, young Lord Qi, I have a few packs of divine charm incense over here that can calm the mind and concentrate. It's just right for you. Shi Changwei didn't even look at Qianhaoxi and said with boredom, "Go away, I don't need this kind of thing. What meditation and condensation? Am I not meditating enough now? That green hat swordsman without his sword intent can still fight me. Oh, just like his wife, she will be crushed by this young master in the end." Inexplicably remembering Shi's supple body, Shi Changwei couldn't help but reveal a smile of enjoyment. "Young Lord Qi, you really need this. Why don't you smoke one and try it? I'll dare to give you a pack for free on my side." Xianhaoxi did not want to let go of Shi Changwei. This big customer, 1000 spirit stones a packet of divine charm incense are free to send, has gone out. But Shi Changwei's forehead was slightly wrinkled, growing more and more impatient. The group of lapdogs on the side naturally understood. The butler had an evil look on his face and reached out to push Qianhaoxi away. "Get lost. What kind of bull ***** divine rhythm incense? My young master doesn't care about it? If you dare to make noise again, I'll be careful to beat you to death." Qianhaoxi made a fool of himself and could only retreat, his face ugly. Han Chang glanced at him from the side, said nothing, and looked into the distance, where someone else had gone up the mountain. Carrying a sword, he was dressed in white clothes that floated like snow. The slightly fluttering hair carried a sense of vicissitude and realization. The eyes clarified and the look was cold. He took one step as if he carried some sort of chill that made people solemn. This was no one else but Shiman Aoshui. But today he had changed. He was no longer the Simon Ao Shui of yesterday. Chapter 68. There was a handful of cigarettes I didn't grasp before, and now I regret it. Hey, Shiman Aoshui is here. How come it feels different from the one we met at the restaurant yesterday? No, it seems a bit murderous. The crowd watched as Shiman slowly walked up the mountain and made way. For this sword immortal of fame, they clearly felt a pressure. I can't tell, but anyway, I just don't dare to meet his gaze directly, much less approach him easily. At this time Shiman stopped, he raised his eyes and looked around, he saw Chi Changwei, but did not look at him more than once, instead, his eyes fell on Han Chang. Walking over in large strides, Shiman clasped his fists and saluted in a bold manner. You're here, brother? Here we are, how was Brother Simon last night? Han Chang smiled and returned the greeting. Very well, thanks to the divine rhythm incense sent by my grateful brother, I have recovered my sword intent. Aha, that's good. Since Brother Shiman likes the divine rhythm incense, then I'll send you another pack on my side. Han Chang generously took another pack of divine rhythm incense and gave it to Shiman. Without any refusal, Shiman directly took it, unwrapped it on the spot, drew one for Han Chang, and lit one herself. Good brothers should smoke together. Yeah, smoke it if you're a man. Han Chang also took a bold puff, and the taste was not to say it was really comfortable. Shiman tilted his head, long exhaled smoke, his face was very calm, and his eyes could not afford a single ripple. Slowly finishing her cigarette, Shiman nodded at Han Chang. Dude, I'm going. Please. Han Chang made a pleased gesture, then watched Shiman leave. Here Chi Changwei watched Shiman step by step, his gaze gradually becoming heavy. This one wasn't even a little bit angry, like me picking up his wife was nothing at all. What's going on? Why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage for picking up his wife, when I'm supposed to be flying high? The more Chi Changwei looks, the more wrong. This is what kind of cuckold, he gave him a fake cuckold. In the midst of his rambling thoughts, Shiman had already arrived at Chi Changwei's heels. Chi Changwei was inexplicably stunned, even though he had the cultivation of practicing the 9th level of Chi, he still felt a chill in the face of such a sharp gaze. That's Shiman sword intent. This man has found his sword intent. Chi Changwei's gaze steeply lit up and became unbelievable as he inexplicably took a step back. That disdainful aura was gone, and he also felt fear and dread. In the face of such a cold and arrogant sword intent, no one was not fearful. Chi Changwei touched one hand to his waist, where there was a magic weapon ready to strike. Shiman bland gaze radiated a coldness as he looked at Chi Changwei in front of him, his heart was bland without a trace of hatred. In fact he was savoring the taste of the divine fragrance he had just experienced. The more you smoke this stuff, the more flavorful it feels. Now that I'm not choking myself, I can enjoy the flavor. Sure enough, this divine fragrance with the word divine is really divine. As for the duel at hand, then let him go. Shiman suddenly rushed at Chi Changwei with a slight salute, then faintly said, You win our duel, I concede. Said Shiman looked up into the distance, with a penetrating life realization, very natural and calm. My way is the sword, to cultivate immortality with the sword, to enter the way with the sword. Wives, cuckolds, all these are clouds of smoke, and they can't stop my path at all. The will of the heart was immense. At this moment Shiman puts everything in a very light, is not a wife, is not a cuckold? What's wrong with that? It's nothing compared to your own avenue. But while he was so calm, the people around him were not. Wah, this is a duel between two geniuses. Why do I feel like I'm watching a lonely one? My mom. Shiman has refreshed my knowledge. A man with a cuckold turns out to be so relieved. What kind of kung fu is this? Kung fu my ass. People still smoke the divine rhythm incense. It's still Lu Guanzhang's 3 brothers who know what they're doing and tell the truth. The divine rhythm incense is awesome. I'm going to buy it. I want it too, quick. Take advantage of the current 100 spirit stones per pack to buy a few more packs. The crowd went crazy. How amazing it was to be able to make a cuckold so calm. Ask the world what can compare to this effect. In fact, Han Chang is also a little confused. Cigarettes have the effect of refreshing and calming the mind. Many people want to smoke when they are depressed and worried, trying to paralyze themselves. But the effect is not so magical. One could only say that this Shiman was also a talented person. However, this is good, care so much why, as long as the charm incense sales opened up into. Looking around at the cultivators who were frantically snapping up the goods, he grinned. Xianhao, we will now restore the price of the divine rhythm incense to its original price of 1,000 spirit stones a pack. Yes, Xianhao was excited. Every packet of divine rhythm incense sold he had a 20% commission. 1,000 is 200 spirit stones. Can you not be happy? Listen everyone, the divine rhythm incense will resume its original price from now on, 1,000 spirit stones a pack. Mud, can't you guys be nice? I can't afford it. Doing good? Are you kidding me? You were just given the chance, you didn't take it, now you blame me? Yes, just now I was begging you to buy a packet and you refused to do so, but now you've come to grab it and the price has gone up, so who can blame you? Of course, there were also the children of the world's families who were so arrogant that they didn't lack spirit stones at all. Here, 1,000 is 1,000, brother likes your kind of expensive, smoke with face. Bought the divine rhythm incense, this group of worldly children have smoked. The beginning of the choking is difficult, but endure, the more the back of the more comfortable, the more enjoyable. After smoking one, I felt in a good mood and had some fun. Well, this divine rhythm incense has a great aftertaste, come and buy me another pack. Cultivators with money fought to be the first to buy, and Chen Haoxi was all smiles with joy. Over here, Shi Chengwei was still in a daze as he looked at Shiman Aoshua with a puzzled expression. And this one just concedes? I just won. It's a bad look. And there's a sense of being humiliated. What's the matter? I don't deserve to fight you, do I? The more Shi Chengwei thought about it, the more angry he became, his face reddened, and when he looked at Shiman Aoshua's bland back as she turned to leave without taking away a single cloud, he could hardly contain his anger. Is he that bad? I am the young master of the Qi family, a genius cultivator of the 9th level of Qi cultivation. How can I lose this face today? Raising his hand and pointing, Shi Chengwei bellowed. Hey, Shiman Aoshua, don't go away you brat, our duel isn't over today. Speaking, Shi Chengwei lit up his own magic weapon, a peach blossom fan, the fan surface with pure iron to create, hidden 12 with the sword blade sharp, vicious abnormal. With his entire body exploding with spiritual light, Shi Chengwei put all his strength on display in an instant. With a point of his foot, he flew and shot out, pouncing straight at Shiman Aoshua's back. What's this guy tugging at? I'm going to chop you to death. Shiman Aoshua stopped in his tracks as he sensed a killing opportunity behind him. Pressing his hand on the hilt of the sword, a bone-piercing sword intent followed the tendons and veins that had already flowed throughout his body. Chapter 69, Losing because of one less cigarette. Shiman Aoshua stopped in his tracks as he sensed a killing opportunity behind him. Pressing his hand on the hilt of the sword, a bone-piercing sword intent followed the tendons and veins that had already flowed throughout his body. Suddenly a cold aura cut through the void, cold, merciless, like ice crystals of debris thrown. With crystals and a few splashes of red, it was radiant. Shi Chengwei's figure stuttered as a bloody gash appeared on his neck, and blood poofed and ran all over him. I actually lost, and was killed by Shiman Aoshua with a sword. It shouldn't. Unwillingness, anger, monstrous hatred. Shi Chengwei couldn't say a word, he could only stare angrily at Shiman Aoshua. Shiman Aoshua's expression was flat, as usual. You were in too much of a hurry for me to catch on. After saying that, Shiman Aoshua walked away, he didn't leave but returned to Han Chang. Dude, I won, come smoke with me. Still smoking ah? Han Chang was also dumbfounded, he didn't have a smoking habit, but since this genius was so proactive, he had no reason to refuse. Okay, smoke it together. The two were smoking again. The people of the Qi family over here had their jaws dropped in shock, their young master had actually lost. It's unbelievable that you can still lose so crisply. Quick, hurry up and save the young master. With a shout from the butler, Qi's family ran to Shi Chengwei on their hands and knees, reaching out to press down on his neck. But the blood still clattered. Shi Chengwei cooed to be able to say something, the last moment of his life he had nothing but regret. Xinyun incense, the reason why that Shiman Aoshua was able to seal his throat with a sword is because he smoked Xinyun incense. He was calm and indifferent, and he could be so spontaneous even with a cuckold, all because of Xinyun Xiang. It was something he had defied before, now he was shocked. What would happen if I smoked one too? Just now if I could have been calm I wouldn't have been careless, much less have my throat sealed by a sword. As long as he avoided that sword, he had many chances to the Shiman Aoshua to death. Unfortunately these are all ifs and there are no ifs in reality. With endless remorse, Shi Chengwei spat out a few words. Divine rhythm. Fragrance. Pust. The words are not finished as a mouthful of blood wildly spray, Shi Chengwei died. The surrounding crowd heard that this Shi Chengwei was shouting Xinyun Xiang at the end. It turns out that Shi Chengwei lost because he didn't smoke the divine rhythm incense. Shiman Aoshua won because she smoked the divine rhythm incense. When you compare the two, any fool understands. This is all a function of the divine incense. No words, buy it quickly, buy. Hey, Boss Qian, 1,000 spirit stones isn't it? I'll buy it. I'll take a pack too, this divine charm incense is amazing, I must smoke it in this life. The crowd frantically surged to Qian Haoxi, pulling out large handfuls of spirit stones. The price was no longer an issue at this moment. 1,000 spirit stones is 1,000 spirit stones, big deal. This spirit sword of mine is worth 2,000 spirit stones, it was passed down from my ancestors, how about exchanging it with you for a pack of divine charm incense? I have here an ancient technique obtained from the secret realm, how about exchanging it? If you don't have spirit stones, you can exchange them with heavenly treasures and buy a pack anyway. Qian Haoxi are happy to fly to the sky, their own business so many years, where there has been such a cool day. This is begging to be bought by myself. It's so dignified. Han Chang this side finished smoking, looking at Shiman Aoshua, think this a little interesting, especially that the sword art is divine, just a sword to seal the throat of Shi Chengwei enough to illustrate the superiority of his sword art. It is also because of this high level of sword skills so that Shiman Aoshua has the strength to kill people over the level. This is a rare talent, or not hired to be the sword instructor of the great summer country? Brother Shiman, I have an ungrateful request, if you are willing you can go to our great Xia kingdom, I want you to teach our warriors to practice sword. As payment, you can smoke as much of this divine rhythm incense as you want in the future. A slight tremor in Shiman Aoshua's calm gaze, he could no longer stay away from the divine rhythm incense, the more this thing was smoked, the more energized it became. If you can join the Great Summer Kingdom you can smoke at any time. The temptation cannot be said to be too big. Without giving it much thought, he nodded his head in agreement. Good brother's invitation I naturally go. In the future I, Shiman Ao Shue, will be a person of the Great Summer Kingdom. Please be more tolerant brother. Ha ha ha, well said, well said. Han Chang was overjoyed. With his teachings, the spiritual warrior's swordsmanship strength could surpass that of an ordinary sword cultivator. Very well, when the time comes, the Great Summer Kingdom will be 1 more point stronger. At the same time, a long-lost system tone suddenly sounded in Han Chang's mind. Ding! Detecting that the host has included a cultivator with the qualifications of a sword hero, having a close relationship with each other, and comprehending the Tao of sword cultivation, rewarding the host with an intermediate level of sword skill awakening. Sword Technique Awakening Intermediate. The host's sword technique is so skillful that it is comparable to that of a sword cultivator who has used a sword for hundreds of years. Hint, the host's sword skill can be comparable to Shiman Ao Shue, or even surpass it. Aha! I've caught up with Simon Ao Shue with this sword skill? It's even surpassed him. Han Chang smiled joyfully. This wave of huge profits. Opened up the Shinyun incense sales and got an instructor with the qualifications of a swordmaster. His own sword skills also surpassed Shiman Ao Shue. 3 birds with 1 stone. Cool. This side Qian Haoxi divine rhythm incense was quickly sold out, and the people around him were still frantically snapping it up. Everyone, the divine rhythm incense that was brought is no longer available. If you need it, please follow us to the divine treasure pavilion of the Great Xia Kingdom, where there is plenty of it, and we guarantee to satisfy you all. Returning to the divine treasure pavilion, all of a sudden the doorway was bursting at the seams, and the divine rhythm incense was a big seller on this. Inside the Qi family's mansion, Qi Zhenshin, the head of the Qi family, looked at his son's corpse and burst into old tears. He had not only lost a son, but the Qi family had lost a chance to rise. The most outstanding genius of the past 300 years had fallen. How could it not make Qi Zhenshin hate and grieve? How did my Wei'er die? That Shiman Ao Shue shouldn't have been able to kill him. Qi Genshin questioned in a low voice, his tone thick with killing intent. He couldn't swallow this, he wanted revenge. Absolutely. Master, it's like this, Shiman Ao Shue's ability is not as good as the young master, but he smoked the Great Summer Kingdom's divine item, divine rhythm incense, and his cultivation instantly exploded, so the young master's inadvertence will be. Humph, so it's because of the Great Xia Kingdom's divine artifacts. Qi Zhenshin was furious, he looked out of the window angrily and snapped, this Shiman Ao Shue I will kill, this Great Xia Kingdom old me will make them pay even more. The underlings were panicking, making the Great Summer Kingdom pay? His lordship is overwhelmed by hatred, isn't he? Isn't this seeking death? People are capable of sending down divine objects from the sky, so if you really offend them, you will have to look at the sky when you walk in the future. Wouldn't that one be smashed to death if he accidentally dropped something on his head? Slipped away. This QI family looks like it can't stay. Qi Genshin didn't even know what was in the minds of his subordinates as he straightened his clothes and exclaimed. The old man is going out once, so watch your homes. That same day Qi Genshin left, and he went to the capital of the Ao and the kingdom. Chapter 70, Playing Infernal Affairs. When Qi Genshin arrived at the capital of the Aoan Kingdom, he immediately went to meet with the king of Aoan Kingdom. He had to hurry and get Ao and the king to send troops to capture Han Chang, and this group of Daxia people had to be responsible for Weier's death. Ao and the king were deliberating with the 100 officials on his side, when he suddenly heard that an immortal from Qimen town was seeking an audience, and immediately summoned him. Soon Qi Genshin arrived at the court, and he saluted and bowed to the king of the Ao and the king. If placed in the past, how would the haughty Qi Genshin be willing to bow to a mortal king? This pride in king is not even worthy of lifting his shoes. But now, in order to avenge his son's death, he could only lower himself. Ao and king, I am the head of the Qi family in Qimen town. Recently that the people of the Great Summer Kingdom have been entrenched in Qimen town, causing trouble and killing my son, and I am still begging Ao and king to send troops. Ao and the king looked stunned. It was the Great Summer Kingdom again. The last time he sent troops to attack the Chiji Kingdom, for the sake of the Great Xia Kingdom, he landed a heavenly punishment behind him, and his soldiers and horses suffered heavy casualties. I heard that the Hongyu sect, which had encouraged him to send troops, had also been destroyed. Even the state master and the grand elder were blown to pieces, with no bones left. I can't even avoid a country as strong as this one, and this one is asking me to send troops? If the widow sends an army, is that heavenly relic going to fall on the widow's head this time? No, this immortal has a big bad conscience. Of course, you can't anger this cultivator to his face, or else if he gets mad on the spot, it's hard to protect the widow's life. Ao and the king pondered for a long time, and finally said in a deep voice. Qi Lao has the heart, the widow will certainly send troops to Qimen town, only the widow is single and thin, but also hope that someone to support one or two. Ao and the king don't worry, my Qi family and the Great Xia Kingdom don't share the same fate, so naturally I will help. You and I will set 3 days later, and together we will attack the divine treasure pavilion of the Great Xia Kingdom, where all the Great Xia people are gathered. Qi Genshin's heart was greatly determined. As long as this side Ao and the king sent troops to fight the first battle, letting this group of mortals as cannon fodder, his own Qi family would be able to take the opportunity to kill into the Divine Treasure Pavilion, and forcefully captured those few Daxia countrymen. After all, the Daxia countrymen are only powerful magic weapons, not yet mortals. As long as they can suddenly get close to the body, I'm sorry that those guys can't do anything about it. When the time comes, he will personally cut up this group of mortals from the Great Summer Kingdom to bury his weir and send him off. Good, please ask the Qi Jia to make a move in 3 days, and the widow will be ready to send troops. How could the king of Ao and Ao really fight the Great Summer Kingdom? He had already thought about it. You immortals have a bad conscience, so don't blame me for shading you. Qi Genshin bowed again and saluted, then left to go back and make his own arrangements. The court, however, exploded, and all the officials admonished Ao and the king. Your Majesty, that Great Xia Kingdom is so godly and powerful, how can we be enemies with them? It's better to make amends earlier. Yes, the previous heavenly divine punishment is still in sight. Your Majesty must not be unaware of it. The Aoan king's face was very dark, and he slapped his throne and cursed angrily. Do you all take the widow as a pig? Even I know that I can't fight the Great Summer Kingdom. Just now, the widow was just pretending to be a snake and fooling him. But the widow will send troops, but not to fight the Great Xia Kingdom, but to try to help the Great Xia Kingdom destroy this Qi family. 100 officials heard, my king this infernal playa, have kneeled. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is truly a wise ruler. These words were so well received by Ao and the king that he called the crown prince to him and informed him that he would immediately send his troops to the town of Qimen. Of course it wasn't to fight some Daxia countrymen, but to destroy the Qi family. Destroy the Qi family and show goodwill to the people of Daxia. This wave seems to be very wise and godly. Ao and the king want to kiss themselves, it's amazing. Qimen town, inside the divine treasure pavilion of the Great Xia Kingdom. The sales of divine rhythm incense had completely opened up, and Han Chang had counted spirit stones until his hands cramped up in the past few days. Now in Qimen town, but any cultivator with a bit of status would buy a packet of divine rhythm incense to fill the scene. When 3 or 5 people get together, pulling out a packet of Xinyun incense is especially dignified. Gentlemen, come and smoke mine, together if you are brothers. Brother Chao is generous, why don't we go to Ihong Yuan together after the draw? Brother Yuan is refined, so let's go together. Then these guys found out that having another one when they were done was a blast. In addition, the divine rhythm incense can also persuade a fight, which is very effective. A marriage procession came from East Street and a funeral procession from West Street. It doesn't meet in the middle and no one is allowed. Opposite, we are the Dong family marrying, hurry up and get out of the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Dong family is great, this is the Ma family, the old lady has passed away, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way. What? When did the Ma family become so bullish? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Ho! The Dong family is nothing, just come, I'm afraid of you. As the two sides looked to move, someone on this side pulled out a packet of divine charm incense. I say across the street, take it easy on the fire, have a divine incense. Come on, if you're a man, you're not afraid to smoke. The fire died down when both sides were lit and snapped and smoked. This South Street can be detoured. My friend, today we are celebrating a happy occasion and will not bother with you. We've old Master Dong, we're a great benefactor in life, and we won't fight with you after death, so let's go around South Street. Alright, let's let things work out on both sides. The divine incense is so powerful that the word is spreading more and more people are buying it. Han Chang struck the iron while it was hot, renamed the Great Summer Kingdom's Divine Treasure Pavilion as the Great Summer Merchant Bank, and made Qian Haoxi the president. Qian Haoxi was grateful and vowed to do a good job. Han Chang patted his shoulder and encouraged him for a few moments before he wanted to leave with Shimen Aoshui and return to Dragon City. But just then, a cultivator sneaked into the store. Seeing this kid's thieving eyebrows, Shimen Aoshui immediately lit up. Hey, who are you? What do you want to do sneaking around? The visitor's face turned white with fear and clanked to his knees. A few gods of the Great Summer Kingdom begged not to make a move. I am the steward of the Qi family. I'm here to report the Qi family head. Our family head contacted the Aoan Kingdom in order to avenge his son's death, and they are scheduled to strike at you all tomorrow. Humph, this Qi family is looking for death. Shimen Aoshui's gaze condensed as she turned to Han Chang. Brother Han, leave this group of people to me, I can destroy this Qi family alone. The strongest person in the Qi family is Qi Changwei. Once he dies, there will be no one left in the Qi family. With Shimen Aoshui's strength sweeping away the Qi family was not a matter of concern. Han Chang narrowed his eyes and shook his head. He wasn't afraid of anyone, he was just interested in this Aoan country. Didn't the last East Wind Express teach them a lesson? You're still here to deal with our Great Xia Kingdom, looking for death. While he was thinking about it, the store door was pushed open again. In came Immortal, this one trembling, fear written all over his face. Seeing the strange clothes Han Chang wore, he immediately recognized that this one was from the Daxia Kingdom. Snapping, the mortal knelt down at Han Chang. Great Summer Country gods are above, I am the Aoan Country Vanguard, and I have been ordered by the Crown Prince to come and inform the gods of the Great Summer Country. AO and the kingdom, do not dare to target the Great Xia Kingdom by sending troops. I'm only here to help you all in the Great Xia Kingdom to take down the Qi family. The Qijia housekeeper on the side touched a cold sweat. You guys came to tip us off too. Boy, it's a good thing I wasn't slow to strike on my side, or else it would have been sold out. Chapter 71, We're all in business, sell together. Han Sung's side laughed. AO and the kingdom came to this? Interesting. Just as well, just to try their resolve. If that's the case, then your AO and Gua armies will go directly to deal with the Qi family. The pioneer of the AO and country froze and said with a bitter face, This isn't good. The Qi family are all immortal cultivators, we can't beat them. Without waiting for Han Chang to speak, the Qi family butler called out. Don't be afraid, our Qi family up and down the Qi family, just the family head alone wants to go against the Great Summer Kingdom, the rest of us don't want to. As soon as the AO and Kingdom's army arrives, we'll work together inside and outside to take down Shigen Shen. The pioneer of pride and country touched a cold sweat. Good man, you kiss are all rebellious in your nest. It's a good thing our pride and king isn't a pig and is wise, or else he would have been sold. Hang on, good hang on. Han Chang laughed again. This Qi Genshin is really pitiful, and was sold clean before he even started working. It doesn't need to be out of your own hands. Okay, why don't you two watch over this matter and come to me with Qi Genshin's head after it's done? Yes. The two agreed and left together. Han Sung's side won't go. Stay another day. Maybe there's a little more to be gained. Sure enough, the last time I used the East Wind Express it was quite a shock, and look how it scared these otherworldly people. There was not even the courage to resist with the Great Summer Kingdom. Shen Haoxi and Shiman Ao Shui on the side looked at each other. These two were also quite shocked. The Great Summer Kingdom's divine martial arts were indeed exceptional, and it seemed that this thigh had to be hugged a little tighter. This side of the AO and the country's great army vanguard and the Qi family housekeeper concluded their discussion, and it was set to strike at noon tomorrow. Then each went back to setting up. That Qi Genshin had long returned to the Qi family, and every day he stood by his son's body. Where, anyone who harms you will not be spared by your father, through and through they will be made to bury you with them. At that moment the butler came in to report. Family master, the AO and country's army arrives at Qimen town tomorrow at noon. Several elders in the clan have conferred and will go outside the town tomorrow to greet them. Good, as long as we rendezvous with the AO and country's army, we'll directly kill and run to the Daxia country's merchant bank, and as long as we kill those Daxia country people and get their immortal slayer divine artifacts, then we'll go and deal with that Shiman Ao Shui. Shigen Shen's gaze had erupted with flames of vengeance, as if he had seen the moment of great revenge. Unbeknownst to him, up and down the line, he has been sold a clean bill of goods. He was still thinking beautifully, killing the people of the Grand Xia Kingdom and getting a divine weapon to deal with Shiman Ao Shui. He was even less aware that Shiman Ao Shui had long been mixed up with the Great Summer. The next day, on the outskirts of Kishore town, Qi Genshin brought many of the Qi family's best men, more than 300 of them waiting by the main road. In the distance a large army came in great numbers. Soon the army halted and pulled out a carriage, and when it came near, down came a young white-faced man. The man was dressed in a gorgeous suit with an extraordinary demeanor. It was the crown prince of the AO and country, and he bowed at Qi Genshin to perform a great salute. I, the crown prince of the AO and Gua kingdom, have come to take a turn with the Qi family. Crown prince has worked hard. The old man is the head of the Qi family. Our two families have joined forces and immediately went to kill those few Daxia countrymen, so as to avoid a long night's sleep. Qi Genshin couldn't wait. He was more afraid that the news would leak out and allow the Daxia countrymen to be prepared. Unbeknownst to him, they had already laid a big net to catch him, the big fish. The crown prince of the AO and country smiled faintly and suddenly said, I say, are you all of the Qi family still not going to make your move? Qi Genshin was confused. What did the crown prince mean by this? Who is he talking to? Is puzzled between the side of the Qi family. A few elders suddenly attacked. A number of sharp palm winds suddenly came. Qi Genshin was not on guard. His entire body's spiritual energy was not open, and he was directly hit. His body slumped to the ground, blood spurting from his chest in severe pain. The old man couldn't stand up, and he looked around at the Qi family members, each of them looking at him maliciously. It's backfiring. Why are you doing this? Family master, you can only blame yourself for this. You're bent on going against the Great Xia Kingdom. This is sending our Qi family to the fire pit. We don't want to accompany you to your death, so it's better you die. After saying that, several more powerful palm winds came. Crackling, smoke rolled over the ground and dented a crater. Qi Genshin was beaten to a powdery death. Someone cut off his head. Prince, we're done on our end. Good point, then we'll go together to the Great Summer Kingdom Merchant Bank to resume our orders. The people joined together in one place to the Daxia State Merchant Bank, and offered the head of Qi Genshin. Han Chang looked very pleased and nodded, flicking his hand. Very well, the matter of the Qi family then I will leave it at that. You've all been righteous, so naturally you're not to blame. As for the pride and country there was still a use for it, so Han Sung added. Stay behind, Prince of the Pride and Kingdom, I was just about to look for you. The Crown Prince of the AO and Kingdom was agitated. What is the Great Summer Kingdom Godman looking for me for here? It's disturbing. Oh, the Crown Prince doesn't need to be nervous. I thought that our two countries don't have any grudges, so why don't we just fix it? Take a look at this contract, and if you think it's about right, just sign it. Han Chang handed up a piece of A4 paper on which several treaties had long been drawn up. It's pretty much the same as Che Jigua's, in that it's all about getting the other side to open up mining rights, rights of way, rights to do business, and so on. Ao and the country's prince looked at the A4 paper, a slight intention. This paper touches smooth like water, so comfortable. It is really a great summer god country. Take out the hand of things are not the same. As for one of the above, he didn't understand it, and only thought that as long as he didn't take their iron rights, the copper rights were good for anything else. What with Blackwater, Yellowstone Head, and the like, they couldn't even look at it. The right of way he also does not understand, is not just to build a road, convenient to transport food and soldiers. This is a good thing, support are too late, which is against. That's why the Prince of the Pride and Country smiled. Great Summer Godman, I can promise all of these things. I only ask that the Great Summer Kingdom no longer heavenly punish our country. This was what the Prince of the Pride and Country was most afraid of, and if the heaven-sent divine objects landed on his head one day, it would be a big deal. Han Sun smiled brightly. Well said, as long as you keep your heads, our Great Summer Kingdom is not unreasonable. Oh, these otherworldly people still don't have modern concepts of defense, they're too good to be true. Once you get the right of way and the mining rights, this pride and country is under your control. The operating rights were then utilized to allow the Daxia State Merchant Bank to start operations, issue Daxia State currency, and control the AONG economy. This Aon country will soon be under the tight control of the Great Summer Kingdom, just like the Chishi Kingdom. The Crown Prince of the Aon country was overjoyed when he heard Han Chang's assurance. It's rare that the Great Summer Godman is magnanimous. I'll sign it right away. Brush, brush, brush. The Crown Prince of the Pride and Country happily signed the Treaty of Loss of Power and Humiliation. Then it went back again with joy. Han Chang happy to open his arms. His trip to Chiman trip made a lot of money. Good. Counting the time to return to the Blue Star to open a routine meeting. Let's go back to Dragon City. Brother Shiman, you come along too. Yes. Shima Naoshue's eyes shone brightly, her heart stirred. The Dragon City of the Great Summer Kingdom, the place one dreams of yearning for, what should it be like over there? Chapter 72 Excitement, the Great Summer Kingdom Succession. Back in Dragon City, a system tone rang in Han Chang's head. Ding! Detected that the host marketed cigarettes and stained glass in the otherworld, completing the quest Merchants of the World, rewarding additional attribute points, 50 points of strength. A message then slipped through Han Chang's mind. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 9. Height, 8 meters. Width, 8 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 7995/8000. Special skill, firearm specialization. Poison resistance intermediate. Sword skill awakening intermediate. Auxiliary facilities, pipelines. Power, 100. Defense, 60. Speed, 10. Han Chang felt even more powerful, huffing and puffing as he swung his fist, actually hitting the air with an airburst sound, full of majestic power. Shiman Ao Shui on the side raised her eyebrows in astonishment. All along he had thought that Han Chang was also immortal, but the punch he had just thrown was not even close to his own in terms of power. Could it be that Han Sun usually just didn't show it because he was humble? For a while Han Chang's back was much taller in Shiman Ao Shui's heart. Brother Han is truly a man of God. I, Shiman Ao Shui, can live without a wife in this life, but I can't live without a brother like this. Han Chang was chilled to the bone. How to feel a little strange. Is someone behind the back of the chanting me? Forget it, hurry back to the meeting, time is running out. After ordering a few words, Han Chang hurried through the portal and headed back to the Blue Star. Routine off-world development meeting. Zhao Wuji was excited, and he, who had always had a stern face, couldn't hide his smile today. Gentlemen, we first have to thank Han Chang for this meeting. The spirit stones he brought back some time ago helped us a lot. Our spiritual warriors have drastically advanced in strength because of the spirit stones. Even instructor Zhu Heng has advanced to the 3rd level of Qi practicing. Secondly, the Academy of Sciences has successfully tested the first spiritual energy engine, which is something that transcends the times and is of great significance. In the future, our Great Summer Kingdom will no longer worry about the engine, whether it's an airplane or a ship. Our psychic energy engine surpasses foreign counterparts in every statistic, even if it's better than the verification machines in their labs. Bottom line, we've achieved cross-generational leadership with our psychic engines. Wow! A round of applause. Everyone understands the significance of this spirit energy engine and knows better what it means to lead across generations. It's like a generational difference when someone is using a gun and the enemy is still using a big knife and a spear. A war of generational differences cannot be won, and generational differences in weapons simply cannot be compensated for by strategy and tactics. In a word, all conspiracies are jokes in the face of absolute strength. Now that Daxia has been granted this generation gap, the significance of this is transgressive. Zhao Wuji's words weren't actually finished as he excitedly added another sentence. If the psychic engines were adapted, they could even be used in rockets, which would greatly reduce our cost of delivery. Gentlemen, the great voyage age will be opened by us, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. but there will be nothing left for the Westerners. Yes. Suddenly one of the participants could not restrain himself from shouting that he was too excited. The crowd was also ecstatic about the Great Voyage Age, which represented the future. Daxia is already at the forefront. Zhao Wuji waited for the crowd to quiet down a bit before continuing. All of this is actually the effect of Han Chang's economic policies. He vigorously developed commerce in the otherworld, opening up the otherworld's market and obtaining a large amount of spirit stones for us. After saying that, Zhao Wuji looked at Han Chang. For this young man he was now incomparably impressed. Han Chang smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. This was followed by a statement from the head of the Department of Commerce, who was equally emotional. Gentlemen, our otherworldly development has given Mordor a boost. Just recently the commercial representatives of the beautiful fruit approached us for negotiations, saying that they wanted us to continue importing their coarse grains, which we unceremoniously refused. Now that we can't even finish our own grains, we don't even lack their bit of grain. Zhao Wuji looked wonderful and interjected. I heard that a large number of farmers went bankrupt after their beautiful fruit ran out of orders from our country. That's not true, we raised beautiful fruit, but these white-eyed wolves target us at every turn, and this time they've suffered. The leader of the Department of Commerce laughed out loud. You have good news from the Department of Commerce, and I have good news on my side from the Department of Energy. The leader of the Department of Energy looked splendid and said, since we discovered the great Yunue oil field in the otherworld, the international oil moldy knife has been seriously challenged, and many countries have begun to generalize our Daxia national currency. That beautiful fruit chancellor was all pissed off when he found out, and mobilized in a lot of spies to spy on the oil fields, and we seized the opportunity to dig up a lot of big moles. Ha ha ha, the crowd laughed heartily. That leader of the sports department couldn't stand it anymore, and he rushed Han Chang. Colonel Han, look at all the other departments getting the benefit of the doubt. You're letting our athletic department get the benefit of the doubt this time. Old Li, so what do you say to help you? Zhao Wuji asked. I've heard that the otherworld has an aura and high air pressure, which is suitable for weight training, and since the track and field Grand Prix is about to start, I'd like to have our sprint team go over for special training. Yes, that one I agree with. But it has to be kept secret. Those people have to be closed for training in the past, they are not allowed to go out, and they are not allowed to know information about the otherworld. Although Han Chang agreed, he hated caution. After all, when the great summer countryside had made achievements in developing the otherworld, many countries would intensify their efforts to probe for information, and this point had to be prevented before it was too late. As for the number of people, as long as they are kept to about 50, they can still be accommodated. It's just the right time for a different group of engineers to come back on vacation. Okay, we'll obey the arrangement on this one. The leader of the athletic department smiled happily. Zhao Wuji looked at the crowd to see that there were no more speeches, so he ended the meeting. After the meeting, Han Weigua first looked for Han Chang, pulling to go for coffee again. With the experience of the last time, Han Chang understood that it was mostly going to be another meeting with that Einstein. As expected, Han Chang met Bao Lao again in the small private room of the coffee. The mad scientist's hair still had the same character as ever, and he was happy as a child upon meeting Han Sung. Colonel Han, I have something to beg you again, this time can you help me get a spirit vein? This old guy is giving himself a hard time again. Han Chang asked with a bitter smile, old pal, you're making this difficult for me, I've never even seen a spirit vein in the otherworld. Han Chang was actually joking and didn't mean to push back. Bao Lao was a real person, and as soon as he heard this, he immediately explained. Colonel Han, the spiritual vein is of great significance to our great summer kingdom, I want to improve on the spiritual energy engine and use it in rockets, this. Han Cheng understood, this big move turned out to be in the old man this it seems that they do not agree to agree, the matter of the future of the great summer country Just as he was about to reply, a system sound dinged in his head. Ding! Detected that the host is looking for a spirit vein, triggering the system task spirit vein exploration, as long as the task is completed the portal will be upgraded by 1 level. Aha! There's also this benefit. Han Cheng laughed and said, alright, I promise about finding a spirit vein, I'll arrange it when I get back. Chapter 73, Searching for Spiritual Veins. After chatting with Han Weigua a few more times, this uncle said to Han Chang when they parted, Han Chang, those magic artifacts you sent back last time are really good, we're already working on them, maybe next time you come back we can give you a good piece. Han Weigua was mysterious and refused to say everything. Han Chang didn't care. Okay, then I'll come back for the good stuff next time. Then Han Chang went to rest. He didn't rush back to the otherworld. In order to wait for the group of sprinters, Han Chang had to stay on the Blue Star for a few days. In the meantime, work has begun on a sealed field in the otherworld, which will be used as a sprint training site. The entire site is fully enclosed, with a centralized air conditioning unit installed that keeps the temperature at 20 degrees. Skylights overhead for light. Wan Xiang is a member of the sprint team, and today their team is sent to a mysterious place. As soon as I got out of the car, I saw that there was heavy security and soldiers everywhere. There were also many figures in white coats weaving in and out, each one busy. The surrounding area was wide, tens of thousands of square feet, as if it was a large shopping mall. What is this place? Wen Xiang was curious, but he didn't dare to ask more. The instructor had taught everyone on the way here. We're going somewhere special this time, so I hope you won't ask too many questions, let alone look around. There we just have to train hard and try to get a good result at the Winter Aussie Games. And added a sentence at the end. This is an opportunity that our athletic department leaders have struggled to secure, so cherish it, everyone. Wen Xiang felt a bit too much. What is the mysterious base? Need to hide it from them like this? After waiting for about 10 minutes, Wen Xiang saw a double-decker bus drive by. The bus was unusual in that all the windows on the second level were painted black and there was no view of the outside. And the sprinters were all confined to the second tier, the first tier being all empty except for the driver. Wen Xiang was starting to get impatient, this was getting too much. Also more curious about what kind of place this is going to. The double-decker bus started slowly and traveled around the base before following Han Cheng through the portal. After arriving at the otherworld, Wen Xiang's group of people were not permitted to get off the bus, and the double-decker bus drove directly into the training ground before letting these people down. A car. Wen Xiang, stupid, did not see anything, only found himself in a closed arena. But he felt a little strange. The air he breathed felt especially fresh, a kind of refreshing after a rainstorm, as if the impurities in his entire body had been washed away. Unspeakably comfortable. Alright everyone, start training, you're not allowed to go out in here, and whatever happens out there, don't go overboard. The instructor admonished the group again. Wen Xiang looked up at the sky window above his head was a beautiful blue color. Take a deep breath and a little mood swept over you. Not sure where this mysterious place is though, but it's definitely a good place. Wen Xiang touched his calf. There was an injury there. He was a veteran player. This time the track meet was his last hope. I don't want to have any regrets. I must win, regardless of any injuries. Training. Wen Xiang stopped thinking and started warming up. Over here, Han Cheng returned to his office in the otherworld, and he found Shimanashua, and found that the guy's face was a bit ugly, and asked, "You're not feeling well?" "It's okay, a little watery." Shimanashua didn't want to say much. Han Cheng didn't ask too many questions when he saw him like this and cut straight to the chase. "Brother Shiman, do you know where there are spirit veins?" Shiman Ao Shue said after a slight contemplation. The White Tiger Ridge has a thin aura, and spirit veins are even rarer, except for some big clans that have been passed down for more than 1,000 years that have spirit veins. Generally small clans don't have them. As for the masterless spirit vein, there is only one. Shiman Ao Shue looked at the map and then moved up a bit. This is it, the 100 Beasts Valley. There's a small spirit vein in the valley, but there are many spirit beasts in the valley, and there's even a white ape beast lurking inside. 30 years ago this white ape beast had already reached the 9th level of chi practicing. At that time it was surrounded by more than 100 cultivators, and by virtue of its steel-like body it managed to kill a bloody path and escape into the valley, and after that it never appeared for 30 years. 30 years ago it was the 9th level of chi cultivation. Wouldn't it be foundation building now? Han Cheng raised his eyebrows slightly. This white ape beast's creation is not low, it even has immortal destiny, and with the spirit veins nourishing it in this 100 Beasts Valley, it's very likely that it will succeed in building its foundation. Shima Naoshue mused. In fact, he was also curious about how this white ape beast was now. If he really had already built his foundation, then as long as he stepped out of the 100 Beasts Valley, there would be almost no one in the entire White Tiger Ridge who could be defeated. Not true. It used to be unbeatable, but not anymore. Since seeing the technological civilization of the Great Summer Kingdom, Shima Naoshue understood one thing. There are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. The weapons of the Great Xia Kingdom were immensely powerful, and he believed that even if that white ape beast succeeded in building its foundation, it could still be wiped out by the Great Xia Kingdom's firearms. Han Cheng nodded his head after hearing this, and there wasn't much fluctuation on his face. Thermal weapons should still be effective against foundation stage cultivators, fear not. It's just that there are a lot of spirit beasts in the valley, so it might be a bit difficult to handle. But the spirit vein was a matter of the future of the Great Summer Kingdom, and one was determined to obtain it, and no one could block it. Even if you spend troops to go over there and level that side, you still have to get the spirit vein. Brother Shiman, you go and get ready. Tomorrow you and I will go to this 100 Beasts Valley. Good. I'll accompany you even if Brother Han goes to go through fire and water. Shima Naoshue went down with a hug. Number 1 was beside himself, advising. Colonel Han, it's not right for you to go personally, knowing that your personal safety is of utmost importance. Why don't I go for you? If Han Cheng had an accident, the entire otherworldly development would stop, and that would be a huge loss. Han Cheng thought about it, but still shook his head. No, this is something I have to do myself, don't worry, I'll be fine. Han Cheng had to go personally, this was a system mission, and he had to risk his life if he wanted to upgrade quickly. Besides, one's strength was already 100, and one still couldn't beat those spirit beasts? What if that big monkey shows up? Daxia has multiple options in its arsenal to blast him to death. No fear. The next day, Han Cheng set off. Because they had to deal with a large number of spirit beasts, 12 helicopters were dispatched this time and 42 people, including Shima Naoshue, went to the 100 Beasts Valley. The scene was huge, 12 helicopters whirred into the sky in sequence, and the entire dragon city swirled into a fierce wind. The sky was lined up as if a fleet was about to sail away. Because of the distance, the helicopter also carried 2 secondary fuel tanks to improve range. On the way, Han Chang also learned about the difference between spirit beasts and ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are the ordinary beasts of the otherworld, they are just ferocious, and they can't cultivate just like mortals. Spirit beasts are just like cultivators, they can cultivate. Spirit beasts can take the form of a human if they reach the yuaning stage, and there are even legends about spirit beasts taking the form of a human and combining with a human to give birth to offspring. Han Chang thought about whether there would be a white snake legend in this otherworld. After flying for about 3 hours or so, they finally arrived near the 100 Beasts Valley. Chapter 74, starting the killing mode. 12 helicopters whirred and roared, and the Valley of the 100 Beasts was shaken to its core. Countless startled birds flew about, many wild beasts ran wildly, and the entire 100 Beasts Valley was filled with animal roars. Finding a clearing, 12 helicopters landed in order. Everyone got off the plane and unloaded all kinds of gear. Han Chang looked around and ordered, "Leave 12 men on guard, cut down the trees around us, keep a view to prevent ambushes by wild animals, this will be our temporary camp." The next battle shouldn't be too easy, so Han Chang prepared for a rainy day. However, at this time the strongest combatant, Shima Naoshua, actually dropped her chain. As soon as the guy got off the plane, he started vomiting like crazy. "This guy's getting airsick. This iron bird shakes me dizzy, I won't sit on it from now on even if it kills me." Shima Naoshua screamed with a pale face. Han Chang cried and laughed. "Didn't you also take the airplane the last time we went back to Dragon City? Didn't see you react that much. Last time I was strong, and then I was laid up for 5 days. 5 days. Han Chang thought to himself when he returned to Blue Star for the meeting, didn't it just take 5 days? It turned out that this Shima Naoshua had been lying down for 5 days, no wonder he looked so ugly yesterday. This guy is really a deadbeat. I should have told you to go to the infirmary and ask for a seasickness pill, and nothing would have happened. This time I thought the kid was fine, so I didn't bring my medicine. This is delaying things." Han Chang couldn't wait and urged, alright, get on the road, walk and get comfortable." "Really? Really?" Shima Naoshua braced herself and followed Han Chang, but he didn't get far before he threw up again. Han Chang was speechless. Good guy, this reaction is more exaggerated than having a great aunt. It seemed that we could only wait until Shima Naoshua was better, then take a break. Han Chang took this time to look around and at the watch on his wrist. This watch is not a time display, but an aura tracker. As long as there is aura fluctuation around this watch will sound an alarm. At this time, the value on the watch was jumping violently, which was an omen of aura fluctuation. Is there a spirit animal nearby? Han Chang's guard rose when an alarm sounded in his headset. Alarm! Alert! There are aura creatures approaching fast at 4 o'clock. The aura tracker was in everyone's possession, and the alarm message was delivered to everyone's ears almost simultaneously. Brush! 40 guns all pointing in the direction of 4 o'clock at the same moment. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared between the shadows of the trees over there, followed by a low hiss. The woods were trembling, and the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom had a rare share of tension. From the aura tracker, one could see that these beasts were numerous, numbering in the hundreds. Shima Naoshua's eyes tightened as she called out, "It's a black shadow wolf. This thing will be invisible for a short time." Stealth! Han Chang realized what was going on and raised his voice. "Turn on the thermal imager." 40 men opened together, and instantly a single red figure appeared in the eyes of the warriors. Originally, these figures were non-existent, but now they clearly appeared. Fight! At Han Chang's command, gunfire erupted all around. Chug, 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 chug. Countless tons of fire sprayed. The black shadow wolves were swept down before they could even get close. But these wolves went forward without retreating. Han Chang realized that these black shadow wolves weren't very strong, only equivalent to a cultivator's cultivation level of the 3rd or 4th level of chi practicing. Soon more than half of these black shadow wolves were wiped out, leaving less than 100. These wolf cubs were scared, they stopped and started to hide. Use a rifle grenade. Swish, 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 dozens of rifle grenades were launched and exploded all around. Trees fell, and those black shadow wolves that were hiding were blown up, leaving a dozen or so running away with their tails between their legs. Alright, call it a day. Han Chang looked around. The first encounter went well. The thermal weapon coupled with the aura tracker was almost invincible. Looking at Shima Naoshua beside him again, this fellow actually had a shocked color on his face and his mouth was wide open. It was the first time Shima Naoshua had seen the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom fighting. Before he had only heard about it, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. This immersive feeling was completely different, and now he understood why some people called the Great Summer Country a divine country. It was too strong. So many black shadow wolves were annihilated in less than half a column of incense. It was simply unbelievable. What would happen if he was the one facing these great Xiao warriors? Should be dead. At most, he would kill against 20 people, and then he would be hit. That kind of Immortal Slayer divine weapon was too terrifying. As long as it hit, it was basically impossible to remain unharmed. Shiman Ao Shui wiped his sweat, and the arrogance in him inexplicably decreased a few more points. Attention! Another aura fluctuation detected, distance 200 meters, 5 o'clock. Han Cheng's aura tracker sounded another alarm, and he turned his head to look in the 5 o'clock direction. This time he saw a few silhouettes, fleeing at high speed. There's someone else in this place. It's the people from the Formal Intent sect. They're a nearby sect. I heard that their patriarch, Blood Void Z, has already practiced the 9th level of Qi, and has been searching for spirit veins to try and succeed in building a foundation. Shiman Aoshu said. The few people who fled were none other than the people from the Formal Intent sect, who had just pissed their pants in fear. Senior brother, what were those people just now? They were too raw. The stick in that hand burst into flames, and I saw those sons of Es fall down one after another. And those whooshing things are even better. They blow up when they land, and the whole forest is almost flattened by them. The cultivators around him were startled, and senior brother Tangji's face was extremely ugly. You guys ask me. I ask who to go. These fierce people, old man, also do not know. Shut up all of you, we just need to go back and report to master. A few people were disciples of the formative sect, and had just heard the commotion, so they came to take a look. I didn't realize that I wouldn't be able to see it. They had never seen this nigh earth-shattering battle scene before, and they were all scared white. Luckily, the scene was so chaotic that Han Cheng's group didn't find them in time, which allowed them to escape. Otherwise it's a pot of gold in a row. A few people quickly traveled through the forest. Although they couldn't fly, they could still do it by repeatedly jumping between the branches of the trees. Soon these few arrived at a hilltop and saluted a chubby cultivator. Master, there's a group of strange people coming from the west, wearing green clothes and holding burning sticks that burst into flames, and they've done away with hundreds of black shadow wolves? The fat cultivator was confused. This is not understandable. What burning stick, bursting into flames? What other decent person wears green? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? What surprised him the most was that hundreds of black shadow wolves were just dead over. What a powerhouse that has to be. The fat cultivator was in fact no one else, it was the patriarch of the Formal Intent sect, Blood Void Z, who asked as his pair of small eyes looked at his eldest disciple. Are you guys lying to me? Where in heaven's name is a burning stick bursting into flames? Master, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. That group of people is really weird. That burning stick not only makes fire, but also launches a small ball that explodes when it lands. Tanji's heart palpitated. The shocking scene he had just witnessed was still fresh in his mind. The little ball in his mouth is a rifle grenade, and it's hard for him to look away. But when he said that, Blood Void Z became even more disbelieving. The more that he talks, the more mysterious it gets. These boys must have been lazy and didn't go to see it, and came back halfway through. You're lying to me with your bull *********. Chapter 75, The Thrill of the Thunderbolt. Snap. The Blood Voider reached out and slapped him in the face, hitting him with no uncertainty. Tanj was beaten throughout the spot and his face was swollen. Master, why are you hitting me? I'm telling the truth. Truth my ass, when your master is a fool again dare to talk nonsense for the master to break your legs. He said reaching out to hit again. Tanji got scared and immediately shut up and hid away. The other few saw were still dare to put half a fart all flash aside and do not squeak. A bunch of useless things. You can't even get something done when you're asked to do it, and you still have to do it personally for your master. Let's go together and see what kind of guys those guys who took out hundreds of black shadow wolves are. Blood Void Z was very attached to this group of people. Wasn't the reason for coming to this 100 Beasts Valley for that spirit vein. This spirit vein is close to my Formosa sect, so it's my Formosa sects. He himself was now at the 9th level of Qi cultivation and was in dire need of spirit veins to help build his foundation, so he could not let it go to someone else. No words as long as a photo will kill all these guys, dare to rob the spirit vein with himself, this is not want to live. A vast number of hundreds of formative sect disciples followed the Blood Voider to the west. Han Cheng's side was cleaning up the battlefield, and there were stones inside the body of this black shadow wolf, the size of meatballs, glittering and glowing. When he asked Shiman Aoshue, he said that this was a beast core, and that all spirit beasts had them as long as they were spirit beasts. Similar to a cultivator's dantian. It contains energy. These are still low-priced spirit beasts. If it is a high-grade spirit beast that the core of the beast contains a huge amount of energy, is an indispensable material for refining weapons, formations, and alchemy. Han Cheng nodded and ordered. Gather it all up, don't waste it. Since it's a good thing, when we return to Blue Star, we'll send a few of them to our uncles, so that their Academy of Science can study them as well. This side was busy, when suddenly this aura tracker rang again. Alarm! Alert! Psychic disturbance detected, distance 2,000 meters, 3 o'clock east. Soon enough, a warrior spotted the distant-shaped sect cultivator through the thermal imager. Reporting to Colonel Han, it's a group of cultivators, numbering around 400, approaching fast. Well, set up the mines quickly. Han Cheng ordered without panic, and dozens of soldiers moved quickly, soon planting more than 100 mines all around. Everything is ready. Very well, each take cover and prepare for battle. Han Chang himself, however, didn't hide it. He had a sword skill that wasn't inferior to Shiman Ao Shue's, and a not so low attribute value, so there was no need to be afraid. Shiman Ao Shue likewise did not hide as he held his sword sheath with a glaring gaze. There was a rustling sound among the bushes ahead of them, coming closer and closer. Soon several figures sprang from it. The first person was none other than Blood Void Z, who took a look at the two people standing right in front of him. An oddly dressed man, with a strange smile on his face and a flat aura, as if he were immortal, but with an aura that could not be belittled, making it a bit inscrutable. The other guy was dressed normally, and the cultivation on his body was all released, actually a cultivator of the 8th level of Qi cultivation, and the sword in his hand was slightly trembling, obviously extraordinary. There were vague figures in the bushes all around. It was an ambush. But the numbers were small, just a couple dozen. Blood Void Sun swept the circle, but did not panic. His side has more than 400 disciples, and he is a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi practice. Why fear these guys? As for the nonsense, Tanji said he didn't believe a word of it. Farts burnt over sticks are that good. Who are you people? This is the territory of my formal intent sect, so quickly get out of my way, or all of you will die here. Without having to give face, Blood Void Sun came up with an overbearing clamor. Han Chang retorted with a cold smile. Is your name written on this place? It's yours if you say it's yours, huh? The Blood Voider's eyes glazed over and he was choking on his words. This place has a friggin' name, and it's still up to whoever has the strongest fist. Mard, your kid's mouth is hard, isn't it? I'll be the first one to waste you and bring you back to use you for alchemy. Let's see if your mouth is still hard. Han Chang didn't move and laughed. Fine, come on if you've got it in you. I'll be right here. Promise not to leave. Okay, you kids wait. The Blood Void Sun's figure flew up with a single leap, and the light in his hands flickered, with several spiritual lights entwined between them. This is aura protection. Blood Void Sun is after all the head of a clan. The means are still there. This strength is also not weak. Practicing the 9th level of energy all released, still have a momentum. The woods around him whistled, and his breath turned steeply, rather like a powerful man. Shiman Ao Shue fear Han Chang suffered a loss. The body shape flashed at the same time. The sword in the hand has been buzzing. The body clothing without wind from the wind. The lingering sword steeply, killing intent. But Han Sung pulled him back. Don't move. Look at this guy. Han Chang wants to see whether this blood vein son is powerful or mind powerful. This Qi cultivator cannot fly, at best, just leap high, but still have to land. There's always one of the 100 or so minds around to satisfy you. Sure enough, when Blood Void Sun was about to hit the ground, the spiritual pressure from his body touched a landmine. It blew up with a bang. Blood Void Z's body scurried directly online as if he was on a rocket, and he flew high into the air, his entire body confused. What happened to me? When did I get so high? Taking another look at the bottom, the good guys' more than 400 disciples were all looking at themselves with their heads up. They also wondered, Master practicing the 9th level of Qi is going to fly to the sky? He's so high. The sound of whistling wind whistled in his ears as the chubby body of the Blood Voider began to fall. Suddenly he felt a coldness on his face and touched some kind of liquid, and when he touched it, it was blood. Looking down, the good guy blew half of his own leg up in blood and cracked it in several large gouges. If it wasn't for the 9th level of Qi cultivation stage physique, plus the aura protection, otherwise this leg would be gone. It's a good thing the leg is still there. I just can't swallow this. The mind is even more fried. Grandma has laid a strange spell formation in front of this one, causing me to almost lose my life. As soon as he landed on the ground, Blood Void Z immediately scurried up and did a few flips, landing on a tall tree in the distance, looking at Han Chang with eyes that could have been on fire. Good man, you kid shaded me. Han Chang spread his hands and laughed. What's wrong with you? You're the one who wanted to come, right? Come back if you can. It was a pity just now. If this fat man had stepped on a landmine, even if he was a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi practice, he would have had to take a leg just the same. The explosive power of modern weapons is not to be doubted. Looking at Han Chang's playful appearance, Blood Void Z was about to explode with anger as he dabbed at his feet a few times to stop the bleeding, then shouted, What are you waiting for? Get on me and kill these strange guys. No one is allowed to stay. Kill. Hooting and hollering, 400 cultivators shouted and killed Han Chang's side. Han Chang didn't bat an eyelid and waved his hand. Fire. Bursts of fire whistled from dozens of tongues, creating a rain of bullets. Chapter 76 Heavy Sniper Bullets with Extreme Penetrating Power. These bullets are large caliber 12.7mm sniper rifle bullets, converted into an assault rifle use, although the recoil is much stronger, but this penetration that is the bar. On the blue star that was experimented with, the rails are very thick, right, then the human body that is a few hundred times stronger than that, 500 meters can be randomly pierced. Against these Qi practitioner stage cultivators that absolute one-shot death. You can still be thicker than a railroad track, just kidding. The reason modern warfare is brutal is because it's so deadly and horrible. Even the Blood Voider came up and likewise went down in one shot, no negotiation. These warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom were all special combat soldiers with top-notch physical qualities, and after living in the otherworld for a few months, their physical qualities were further enhanced under the cultivation of aura. At this point in time with a weapon of this magnitude, that little recoil is nothing, it's bearable. And they wear exoskeletons, so they're more than capable of getting their hands dirty. The gun went off, and over here Tanji got scared, and good lord that burning stick was on fire again. That previous scene of harvesting the black shadow wolves was still reverberating in his mind. Slaughter, absolute carnage. Tanji is scared out of her wits, not going forward and straight back. Run for your life. The fellow disciples beside him were dumbfounded. What was eldest brother doing? Leading the charge? Isn't the enemy ahead? Eldest brother enemy over here. And a kind word of caution. The next second this kindly senior brother had a few more bloody holes in his chest, and blood poofed out like a spring. The good-hearted master didn't even come back to his senses at the end of the day. What's wrong with this? Am I going to die? And then collapsed. Following him down were dozens of formative sect disciples. Where have they ever seen such a scene? I've never been educated, I don't know that this gun can kill people, I'm just stupid and I'm charging forward. It wasn't until 50 or 60 people had fallen around him that he realized something was wrong. Wah, there really are mutant burning sticks. Mud. It's scarier than it says. There were a few lucky ones that didn't get hit, but they stepped on a landmine, rumbled and blew up, and flew straight up into the sky in happiness. Of course it's all a bloody mess, just a bit of crumbs left. There was a crash, followed by a shower of blood and a bit of human crumbs. Now no one dared to rush. The otherworldly monks have never seen a gun. It doesn't mean they don't have a brain. Seeing so many of his fellow disciples dead, the one who still dares to move forward is a pig's head. It seems that eldest brother is wise. The clown is actually myself. Hurrah, more than 100 of the 400 died, and the rest followed the eldest brother, running away. Eldest brother, wait for me. Don't run so fast, eldest brother. Pig ah, if you don't run so fast, you'll die. Over here, Blood Void Z's face turned into a pig liver color, his eyelids twitching. What the hell is this nigga hitting? The heart is even more mixed, all kinds of flavors. There was shock. What kind of guys were those guys across the street, with spells in their hands that strong? There is fear. Look at this situation, their own 9 weight of chi practice up is not enough to see ah. There's anger, you can't fight it. How do you grab a spirit vein? In the end there is suffocation. Grandma, his disciples died more than 100. The opposite side did not even break the layer of skin. This fight he is not convinced ah. Don't even retreat, blast me with spells. The disciples of the formation sect stopped one after another, and lo and behold they had all gathered 500 or 600 meters away from each other. He said that he was so far away that those burning sticks could not hit him. One by one, they began to heed Blood Voider's call to gather their spiritual energy to release their spells. Mard, I'm standing on this side, they can't always hit it anymore. These guys will let you have a taste of fireball magic now. Those across the street don't move if you have the guts. Old me's ice crystal technique is the best at it. This thunderstorm talisman of mine, throw it all out and see how these guys can carry it. For a time, the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuated, and the air was slightly trembling with ripples appearing out of thin air. When Tanji saw his fellow disciples releasing spells, he didn't stop for a single step and continued to run. You idiots! Don't you know the guys across the street can shoot balls? A couple of those things flying by would blow up a field. Run! That thing is scarier. Ha! Why are you still running, senior brother? Isn't your lightning strike very powerful? Release one for the opposite side to see. Put your ass on the line, you kids don't pull me, you'll get killed. Tangji anxious, this stupid senior brother you say just say it, but also pull yourself why? This is not a pit. No life? Why? This senior brother had a curious look on his face. Yukichi couldn't care less about the stupid bastard, lifting his foot and kicking him over, then continuing to run. Eldest brother is scared out of his wits. It's okay, those burning sticks can't hit that far. So the disciple huffed and puffed as he climbed up, looking at Tangji's distant back, his mouth turned down in disdain. This big brother is so useless, he's scared like this. Pussy. This senior brother could not help but rise a proud energy in his heart. Old man did not run or very brave drops. But suddenly he heard a whooshing noise overhead. Looking up, good lord, dozens of rounded things cut across the sky, pulling a nice arc towards his side. What is this? This senior disciple froze, and then an ominous premonition bubbled up. Boom boom boom. The round thing hit the ground and exploded like a bolt of lightning. There was a fire and a scream. This senior brother cried at the moment of his death. Your sister is still the eldest senior brother, smarta. I'm still a idiot. The next second he was blown to smithereens. What landed was naturally a rifle grenade, again with an increased amount of gunpowder for the otherworldly, which was powerful. As for this group of cultivators throwing over spells, not many of them could fly over 500 or 600 meters away. Even if the spell had been thrown over, it would have been just like that. The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom all had aura trackers, and this spell coming over would have been a reminder a long time ago. Alert, alert, there is a psychic fluctuation on the 12 o'clock, please dodge quickly. It wasn't even in front of him. The Great Summer soldier dodged out of the way and rolled on the ground, the spell smashing into the ground. In addition to the lightning spell is too fast to avoid, but the warrior is wearing thick boots, which are insulated, and electrician's shoes. The electricity cannot be killed, but also the body is numb, that's all. Casualties from a few spells were one minor injury. One of the soldiers accidentally fell and cracked his skin a little. It was still the result of his own carelessness. That's even more suffocating. Everyone from the formal intense sect was blown up horribly, killing and injuring most of them. All the junior brothers were now secretly admiring their eldest senior brother. Eldest brother is indeed eldest brother, wise and witty, with foresight. If this happens next time, I'm definitely going to outrun this one. Tang Ji ran out a long way, and he was the only one of the 400 or so formative sect disciples who was unharmed. Blood Void Z's face exploded with anger. This is still a Farda, his own side is just being hanged. If we keep fighting, we're going to end up here ourselves. Withdraw. After saying that, he ran off by himself. The remaining formative sect disciples dragged their wounded backs and followed closely, looking wretched. Should we give chase? A warrior asked Han Sung for instructions. Han Chang shook his head as he looked into the valley. The purpose of our visit is the spirit vein, these cultivators let them go. Go, enter the valley together. Everyone packs up and starts into the valley. Chapter 77. What? You dare to make enemies of the great summer kingdom? The disciples of the formative sect walked a long way, until they were out of the wilderness before stopping. Each one was grimy and blackened with the charred blackness of gunpowder. Even the blood voider himself had disheveled hair and broken clothes, and one of his feet was still injured, walking with a limp. Grandma, who the hell are these guys? The magic weapons in their hands are so powerful. Blood Void Z's heart hated that. At the same time, his face couldn't resist a burst of burning. To think that what the eldest apprentice said before was true. He himself also gave people an earful, wronged them all. Now look at Tanji, the only one of the group that's still alive and kicking. All of a sudden the blood vein sun gas has not hit a place. How is the old man injured by anger? You do disciples still have to talk and laugh. With a wave, he shouted. Tanji, get your ass over here. Yes, master. Yugi, not knowing what the master was up to, stepped forward. Before he could shake his head, Blood Voider gave him a hard slap. The slap sent Tanji flying straight away, completely turned into a pig's head. You dog, just now you were greedy and afraid of death and did not move forward. If you do it again next time, I will definitely not spare you. Tang Ji covered his face, shivering with fear. This master of his own is a murderous master. He did not dare to put a fart. Humph, if I don't take revenge today, I won't be able to swallow my breath. Blood Void Z beat Tang Ji. His resentment was still clogged in his chest. He slapped his thigh and shouted sternly. The disciples were forbidden to say a word. Didn't you see that eldest brother was almost slapped to death? Who dares to touch the bad luck at this time? For a moment there was silence all around, as if you could hear a pin drop. But it was soon broken by a sound. Only a bell was heard, and a figure on the main road, carrying a bamboo basket, was coming at a fast pace. The man was an old man with a full head of white hair, his feet were healthy and vigorous, and those temples had long white beards, which made him quite a bit of a nobleman and elegant man. Although a green cloth clothes, but it is difficult to hide that uncommon temperament, a pair of eyes huge god. From a long distance away the disciples of the crowded formal intense sect felt that this person was extraordinary. Blood Void Z was even more astonished as his eyes bloomed with surprise. He recognized this, it was the White Tiger Ridge's renowned immortal Dr. Zhang Qingyou. This old man has come at the right time. I'll let him treat this leg injury. At that moment, Blood Void's son waved his hand and shouted, Farewell, Fairy Dr. Zhang. Zhang Qingyou naturally saw Blood Void Z and returned his greeting. So it's fellow Taoist Blood Voider from the formal intense sect. It's a pleasure to meet you. Then he took a look at Blood Voider's leg injury and was surprised. This leg injury of yours is a bit fishy, like it's caused by an explosion of an iron, stone, and fire object. If not, the immortal doctor is the immortal doctor, this one glance can see a general. Blood Voider said. Fairy Dr. Zhang is not far off, this thing is caused by the explosion of a string of flowing fire things, and it is also because I was too careless. I also asked the fairy doctor to take action to heal it. Saving the dead and helping the injured is the duty of a healer, well said. Zhang Qingyou was not ambiguous, and from the bamboo basket behind him, he took out a variety of medicinal pots, as well as a set of silver needles. The reason why Zhang Qingyou was known as the Immortal Doctor was not only that he was an immortal cultivator of the 8th level of Qi practicing, but he was also a rare divine doctor with a handful of divine medical skills. This acupuncture is even more highly established and very good. Right away, he healed Blood Void Z. He was skillful and quickly inserted dozens of silver needles in Blood Void Z's feet. With these silver needles, Blood Voider instantly felt that his feet didn't hurt anymore, and were quite a bit refreshed. Dr. Zhang Xian, this is the Immortal Crane 72 needles you're using, right? Hee, I'm sorry, it's exactly the old man's winning needle technique. The Blood Patriarch only needs to endure a little bit, this injury will soon be healed for you. Zhang Qingyou said as he quickly applied the medicine. The heart is also very self-satisfied, this Immortal Crane 72 needles is his ancestor passed down, has been through more than 5,000 years, after dozens of generations of people specializing in groping and improving, to his generation. This immortal crane 72 needles is already able to cure all diseases, miraculous to the extreme. Zhang Qingyou himself was very fond of this set of needles, and even though he had many disciples, he easily did not pass them on. This is his greatest treasure. By the way, where are you going in this hurry, Fairy Dr. Zhang? Blood Voider asked casually. Going to Yunlin City. Every year, old me would go to step on and pick a herb, but it is said that Yunlin City is now the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, and this Great Xia Kingdom is rumored to be divine, so old me is also curious. The Great Summer Kingdom? How come I've never heard of it? The Blood Voider was astonished. It's a newly emerged country. That country is small, but it has extraordinary magic weapons. For example, they have Immortal Slayer's artifacts in their hands, such as burning sticks, which can kill immortal cultivators just by bursting into flames. And using these burning sticks only requires mortals, so even though that Great Summer Kingdom is full of ordinary mortals, no immortal cultivator dares to underestimate them. And that's not all. They have a lot of strange things, like melons and fruits that grow in the winter that grow in the summer, and iron birds that fly in the sky, and iron wagons on the ground that aren't pulled by horses. Of course, the most shocking thing to my old man is that this country has actually mastered the art of divine punishment, being able to send down divine objects from the sky to sanction a certain person. The more Zhang Qingyou spoke, the more radiant he became. The whole person seemed to be more than 20 years younger, and his eyes were filled with longing. He was in such a hurry to go to Yunlin City not only to collect medicines, but also to see the wonders of this great summer country. Maybe this country is also superior in the medical field. Blood Void Z's eyes widened as he listened to the burning stick that could burst. Wasn't this the same group that he had encountered? So they're the Daxia people. These mortals turned out to be so good, with all those amazing things. But still unconvinced, old me, a cultivator of the 9th level of immortal cultivation, actually let a group of mortals bully. It seems to be more angry and harder, yeah. A mouthful of old blood rushed up to the throat of Blood Void Z, his face suffocating red as he almost sprayed. The formal intense sect disciples on the side looked at each other, finally realizing that the group of people beating themselves up were from the Great Xia Kingdom. But despair and fear were written all over their faces. Hey, did you hear what the fairy doctor said just now? This group of people actually mastered divine punishment? This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? That's not true. If a divine object can be sent down from the sky to sanction a person, then wouldn't this Great Xia country be invincible? It's terrifying as hell. The crowd has risen in aftermath of the robbery. The original we escaped under the hands of the Great Summer Country Life. This is how lucky. It's all good for 3 years of bragging in front of other people. Mad. You bunch of losers are growing others' power and destroying your own, so what are you afraid of? Aren't you just a bunch of mortals? One sword down and you're still dead. Seeing that the disciples were so useless, Blood Void Z was instantly enraged. I'm going to take revenge, and you're just going to give in. What heavenly punishment? I don't believe in this kind of thing. It's too mysterious. Someone must have blown it out of proportion. It's normal. I sometimes brag a little too much. However, Blood Void Sun's words had just been finished when he looked at Zhang Qingyou in front of him and realized that the old man had a shocked look on his face. What's wrong with you, Fairy Dr. Zhang? Blood Patriarch, please take away this anger. Although we are immortal cultivators, we are nothing in front of the Great Summer Kingdom's divine artifacts. Although they are mortals, but that is the divine kingdom. After saying that, Zhang Qingyou packed up his things and got up. Your injuries will not be treated by the old man, so the Blood Patriarch will make himself at home. Dare to fight against the Great Summer Country. This is do not want to live. I am a cure to save people's lives of immortal doctors. Do not want to get involved with you. I'm leaving. In case the Great Xia Kingdom sanctions this stupid bastard surnamed Blood at this time, old me will have to die with him, and that would be a big loss. Get out of here. Go as fast as you can. Then Blood Void Z saw an amazing scene. Zhang Qingyou finished packing up his things quickly and flew away with a bamboo basket on his back. It's almost like rushing to get to the next life. Chapter 78, Advanced Venom Resistance. Wah, this Great Summer Country can also pull it off, right? It's all scaring people like this. This patriarch just doesn't believe in this evil. All disciples listen to the order. Go back with me again. Not only do we want to think of ways to kill all that group of people from the Great Xia Kingdom this time, but we also want to seize the spirit vein. Blood Void Sun's gaze was hideous and his face showed madness. How could he let go of this group of Xia countrymen, not to mention that he couldn't use spirit veins for his foundation building endeavor. So say anything to go back and fight again. However, a group of formative sect disciples revealed a look of despair. This time they were the same as Tang Ji. Damn you, you're still fighting. We don't want to die. On the other hand, the Great Summer Kingdom's team went deeper into the 100 Beasts Valley and soon encountered another spirit beast. This time it was a huge spirit snake, but it wasn't of high cultivation and it was just one. The warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom went straight up and did a burst of blitzes, quickly drying out this spirit snake. Shiman Aoshui also picked out the snake gall and gave it to Han Chang. This is a great tonic, so Brother Han should eat it. Han Chang frowned. Blood he can eat? I'm not a beast that drinks blood and fur. This is not a mouth but the system dinged in his head instead. Ding! Detected an otherworldly spirit snake, can absorb the venom of the spirit snake. can enhance the host's anti-venom ability. Toxicity resistance will be upgraded to advanced. Ding! Advanced toxicity resistance is immune to most toxins in the otherworld, and can make otherworld exploration easier. Han Chang's face was happy. This was good stuff. Brother Shiman, I'm not interested in this snake gall, so I'd rather keep it for yourself. But that snake venom I need. Saying that, Han Chang came to the spirit snake and flashed his mind. Start absorbing. Received. Host is beginning to absorb snake venom. Soon the spirit snake's huge body trembled slightly while a strange liquid surged into Han Chang's body. It flew along the limbs and bones and flowed all over Han Chang's body. A slight tingling sensation, otherwise to little discomfort. A few minutes later, there was another ding in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing snake venom and obtaining the toxicity resistance advanced skill. Very good, with this skill Lousy will not be afraid of the poisonous insects in the otherworld from now on. Han Chang is very satisfied. The art is not to be overwhelmed. Playing a spirit animal can also improve a skill that is very good. Dig out the beast's core and move on. Soon the team continued to move forward, but it was Shiman Ashua who was a bit phased. What should we do with this snake gall? It's a shame to throw it away or eat it yourself. Tried a bite and it was full of blood and bitter as hell. Shiman Ashua's face immediately looked as if she had eaten, extremely ugly. Han Chang saw it straight, shook his head. This man is really a talent. Need to be so hard on themselves? If you want to eat it, you won't eat it with a little sugar. It's stupid. Continuing on, the valley soon began to steepen upwards and the ground was littered with rocks. Then there were the remains of various animals, all of the dried up kind, with a thick white veil hugging their bodies. This is the land of the giant rock spiders. Shiman Ashua's brows clenched. Han Chang listened and looked at the aura tracker on his wrist. No reaction, but look around the dead air, always a little strange. This aura tracker can detect the aura fluctuations 2,000 meters away. As long as there is a spirit beast over there must be a reaction. Now but, while he was wondering, suddenly a famous warrior's feet became empty, and he let out a cry of surprise as his entire body sunk in. Not good. There's something underground. Instantly everyone's expression tightened and they scattered. The ground roared as rocks were lifted and boulders flew about. With a loud rumbling sound, a huge spider stood proudly in front of the crowd. This thing was actually more than 7 meters tall, covered in gray rock-like skin, like a huge stone tower. The giant rock spider held the warrior in its mouth and spit silk in rapid succession to wrap the warrior up tightly. Help! With a shout, Han Chang drew his gun and fired straight away. Ordinary pistol bullets were only 7.62 millimeters, and they just thumped on this monster. It was the 12.7 millimeter sniper rounds that did the trick, penetrating the giant rock spider's skin, and the big guy screamed in pain, dropping the warrior and turning around to lunge at the shooting soldier. Spread out. The Daxia soldiers were well trained and quickly dispersed in all directions. The giant rock spiders pounced and got a couple grenades on them. With a few booms, the big guy's body trembled and his rock-like skin streaked. But the big guy was still standing, and his body was still lit up with a slight red aura. The aura fluttered and covered the whole body. This thing's cultivation level is actually the 9th level of chi practicing. Shiman Aoshua looked startled, the sword in his hand buzzed chaotically with sword intent. This object is strong, very good. The instantly strong battle intent made Shiman Ashua's blood boil. As a sword cultivator he just wanted to keep looking for strong people to sharpen himself. Straightening her chest, Shiman Aoshua's gaze was very clear, and the sword in her hand lit up with a miso sound. But before he could rush up, several rockets were shot at the giant rock spider from all around him in a whoosh. Boom boom boom. There was another violent explosion. The giant rock spider was blown to smithereens, and the debris of its body flew everywhere. Shiman Ashua looked dumbfounded. Their pants are off, but also drew the sword to see this? This giant rock spider is too irresistible. Han Chang saw Shiman Ashua's frozen expression and patted his shoulder. Brother Shiman, you're overthinking it. There's nothing our great Xia Kingdom's armor-piercing bullets can't break through. Armor-piercing bullets. Shiman Ashua naturally didn't understand this new term, but she felt that it was awesome as all. The armor-piercing bullets that had just blown up the giant rock spiders were all for hitting tanks, and they could shoot through homogeneous steel plates within 300 meters, so hitting rocky skin wasn't a piece of cake. If it wasn't for the spider holding the famous warrior in his mouth, he would have gone up in one round, so what's the point of going through all that trouble? Colonel, this silk is hard, it won't cut. At that moment a warrior called out. Is the man alive? Han Chang walked up to the warrior who was wrapped up like a dumpling. He's alive, it's just a broken leg bone that needs prompt treatment. Can't you cut it with a knife? Han Chang took the sharp knife in the hands of another warrior and cut it a few times, but sure enough, the silk of this giant rock spider was too thick and couldn't be cut at all. That's a problem. Brother Han, let me do this one. At this time, Shiman Ashua walked to the front. This one carried a sword in his hand, his gaze was glaring, and his mouth did not know when he had a cigarette. Han Chang thought about it. Shiman Ashua's sword skills were top-notch, so it was worth trying. Success, you try. Shiman Ashua was confident and hesitant. He was still self-bound to his sword skills. At this moment, his body's icy sword intent condensed at the blade of his sword, and his spiritual aura flashed as a faint stream of light slid across the void. This sword was not fast, but it was powerful and incomparable, and the sword chi that slipped through cut a gash in the ground. Even a piece of stubborn stone was split in two. However, the silk of the giant rock spider did not break, and it was still firmly bound to the warrior. Shimanashue's face instantly became ugly. He actually did not split the spider silk. I can't get off the stage. Chapter 79, this man's swordsmanship is actually better than mine. Brother Shiman, give me your sword. Han Chang suddenly extended his hand, intending to try it out himself. The system says that my swordsmanship has surpassed Shimanashue's, but I've never tried it, so isn't this a chance? If I can split a spider's web, it's proper proof of that. Just do not have a handy sword in hand. Shimanashue's saber has complex inscriptions and a faint red light wrapped around it. Obviously it is not a mortal product, so he asked him to borrow it. Shimanashue looked at Han Chang and was a bit surprised that Han Chang could also use a sword. Still, he gave it to Han Chang, and he was curious, did Han Chang really have superb sword skills? But he can't even split the silk? Can he do it? Although it was given to Han Chang, Shimanashue's gaze was still suspicious. As soon as Han Chang took the sword, he didn't think much about it. Since I have a sword art that is advanced and comparable to 100 years of sword cultivation experts, then everything will go as it should. Sure enough, with the sword in his hand, a strange yet familiar feeling emerged from his body, and his mind was even clearer with all kinds of experience with the sword. Swinging the blade of the sword, a spiritual light suddenly flashed, like a thunderous throb, and was gone in an instant. Hiss! There was a rattle and the spider's silk broke. The soldier was quickly rescued by his comrades and pulled aside to be bandaged. Han Chang nodded with satisfaction. His own use of the sword was good, and in the future, he would find an opportunity to get a more powerful spirit sword as well. Sword back. Han Chang handed the sword to Shimanashue, only the guy didn't reach out to take it. Shimanashue's mind was now blank. He couldn't see it anymore. This Han Chang actually had even more superior sword skills than him. What's going on here? He was an expert with a sword himself. A connoisseur would understand at first glance. Han Chang's sword just now surpassed him in both his sword intent and his understanding of the sword path, with that flowing operation and calm temperament, like a 100-year-old sword cultivator. How did he do it when he couldn't achieve any of this himself? Shimanashue was an expert swordsman, and had been gifted from a young age, and had been noticed by all, and had always been quite conceited herself. But now, at a glance, it was a complete loss to Han Chang. Han Chang's talent in the Tao of the sword was far behind him by a few blocks, so how could he accept this? The talent that he had always thought was great for more than 20 years of his life was actually overwhelmed, making his body feel as if he had suffered a 10,000-point blitzkrieg. It's hard to bear. Han, brother Han, can you teach me to use a sword? Aren't you a sword cultivation expert yourself? Do you still need me to teach you? Han Chang was surprised to say, this kid is not by my sword art to the shock, but I do not have time to teach you. Things are very busy, or your own efforts. I'm willing to bow down to you. I only realized today after seeing Brother Han's swordsmanship what it means that there are people outside of people, and that I was a frog at the bottom of a well in the past. Shimanashue's face was filled with inferiority. Han Chang looked at him and thought, Big brother, although my swordsmanship is better than yours, you don't have to take the bull by the horns, so practicing denial of oneself is appropriate? Never mind, 1,000 words are better than a cigarette right now. Pulling out a huazi, Han Chang handed it to Shimanashue. Brother Shiman, the art of swordsmanship requires 1,000 hammers. Since you recognize the shortcomings, take your time, go back and practice more. Okay, I'll close the door when I get back. Shimanashue puffed a few puffs of smoke to soothe the saltiness in his heart. Han Chang kind of wanted to curse. I invited you here to be a fencing instructor, but you're thinking of shutting down. But let's not talk about it now and leave the man who has lost his confidence alone. The wounded warrior was bandaged and finished, and was carried forward by other members of the team, who could not leave a man behind in such a place. Keep moving. The crowd continued on, and ahead of them was the end of a deep valley, where a towering lone peak stood tall, surrounded by withered bones everywhere, and not an inch of grass grew. Several bone-eating birds hissed and circled overhead, and the air around them was filled with a sense of solemnity. Huge amount of psychic energy found, in the mountains ahead. The aura tracker sent out a message, and it was clear that this huge amount of spiritual energy should be the spiritual vein. Looks like we're here. Han Chang looked at the mountain peaks and found a hole that was so dark that a whistling sound could be heard from a distance. It was like something was snoring. The white ape is still sleeping. Brother Han, our luck seems to be pretty good. Shimanashue said. Very well, then we'll quietly go in and steal the spirit vein and leave. Han Chang walked towards the cave first. That's when the aura tracker called again. Alert, alert, psychic anomaly detected, 6 o'clock south. Isn't 6 o'clock behind you? Soon a warrior scanned the distance through a thermal imager and spotted a group of cultivators rapidly approaching. This group of people was familiar. Wasn't it the group of formative sect disciples that they had fought off earlier? Even the fat cultivator who was blown up into the sky by a landmine was there. Only the group stopped 2,000 meters away and secretly hid in the shadows to observe this side. Colonel, the wave from before is back and lurking, a warrior reported. Then get rid of them all, I don't want to be blocking the doorway when I get into the cave. Han Sheng understood that this group of people wanted to wait to pick up the advantage after he and White Ape fought to the death. But is it so easy to pick up your own bargains? Now that we've found them, we'll destroy them all. This distance will be bombarded with mortars, guaranteed to please them. Use some big kills this time and send them on their way in pain. Han Sheng grinned coldly. Yes, the fighters are starting to get ready. On the other side, a group of disciples from the formative sect were hiding in the bushes, and they were quietly looking at every move of the Great Xia Kingdom in the distance. In fact, they didn't want to come, this great summer kingdom was too scary, actually able to rely on divine artifacts mortals to kill immortals. Their own side hadn't been able to put up much of a fight. That's desperate But not coming was not an option, because if you didn't come, you would first be killed by the patriarch Blood Void Z. Blood Void Z was a ruthless man, and even more so, a guy who would not easily give in. At the moment, he cast a bright eyes technique and observed the various people of the Great Xia Kingdom in the distance with a self-satisfied expression. Oh, being so far away, this group of Daxia countrymen couldn't possibly spot us even if they were bullish. We'll just wait for these Daxia countrymen to go in and fight with the white apes in one place before killing them out. We'll be able to kill them by then. Ha ha ha. It's comforting to think about. The Blood Voider thought he had succeeded in his treacherous plan and was dreaming of a beautiful dream. However, he was a bit strange. Why don't those people from the Daxia country on the opposite side go into the white ape cave? What are they dawdling outside? And moving this and that, and putting a round tube up and tilting it to our side? Did they find out? Impossible, so far away and this forest is so dense. By what did they find out? Those things must be dealing with the white ape, just wait for yourself. The Blood Voider was calm, but his eldest disciple, Tang Ji, was not. Chapter 80. Why am I surrounded by a bunch of pig-headed senior brothers? This guy had seen the strong strength of the other side twice when he had met with the Daxia countrymen, and he deeply realized that this group of Daxia countrymen were fierce, super fierce, and it was not something his side could deal with at all. Now that he saw them busy with this and that again, he got weak. These guys don't find out about us already. This is drumming up new stuff presumably against us. Oh, my god, that's gotta go. Yugi watched as Master didn't notice him and quietly stepped back. Your sister's what teacher's grace, what clan, nothing is more important than their own lives. Tanji slowly backed up, wanting to get away from the gang, but he hadn't taken more than a few steps back when suddenly someone behind him called out. Yikes, what are you up to, eldest brother? Tang Ji heart for a while trading skin, why is his side or a group of stupid forkmaster brother I have to pee. Tanji casually replied back and turned around. What a coincidence, I'm peeing too, big brother, I'll accompany you. This senior is a ghost, following Tanji. By the way, eldest brother, what are those people from the Great Xia Kingdom across the street doing drumming up a few iron pipes? Are they setting up a spell formation? Asterisk 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 Q, how the should I know? Tanji was on the verge of a breakdown. Is this one done yet? Eldest senior brother, if you don't know just say you don't know, why are you getting angry? This senior brother hadn't realized how annoying he was, and followed Tang Ji around in a frenzy that just wouldn't go away. The other disciples of the formal intense sect also saw that the behavior of the Daxia countrymen in the distance was a bit odd. What are they up to? Why are those iron pipes pointed at us? It's as if I have a bad feeling about this. Please be confident and remove the as if. Your sister's opposite is definitely not good. I'd say big brother is all pissed off. Come on, let's pee too. Good guy, more than half of the disciples of the formal intense sect have to follow the pee. This is strange. The Blood Void Son looked at it and said that they all want to run, don't they? At once, the gas is not a place to come, sternly shouted. No peeing, hold it all in. That group of Daxia countrymen didn't even notice us. What are you assholes afraid of? But when the Blood Voider's words had just finished, suddenly there was a loud bang across the room, and then a whoosh of a whistling sound could be heard straight above his head. Everyone looked up, only to see a dark object flying quickly and smashing down in the middle of them. There was a loud boom that set off a cloud of smoke. It blew up two formative sect disciples on the spot. Fire! Shoot those heels! Bang bang bang! The three mortars fired continuously, and a shell flew out. All of these shells were of 60mm caliber, a type of artillery most often equipped in the companies of the Daxia state. This time, Han Cheng's team brought the most advanced Type 93 mortar. This thing is stable, the range can reach more than 5,500 meters, the power is absolutely enough to deal with that group of cultivators. A dozen or so rounds went by, and the opposite side had been blown up and cried out. We can't let you guys off this time. If you come looking for death, we must send you to the west. Han Sung contacted the helicopter unit in the camp. Take off quickly and come over for support. Roger 1, take off immediately. Number 2 received from. Number 3 received from. 3 Blackhawk fighters took off urgently and flew in quickly. This kind of general-purpose helicopter has a large load capacity and is equipped with a 20mm aerial gun on it, and one soon arrived at the battlefield, sweeping together, and there was a cloud of smoke on the ground. The disciples of the formal intense sect all wanted to curse at this time. How can this fight, 2,000 meters away can be abused, was bombed to find the north. Luckily a dozen or so escaped, but before they could kick their breath away, they looked up to see the big iron birds flying overhead hooting and hollering. This is even more scared less. Wah, Daxia really is a divine country. There's this kind of stuff. Mard, mother asterisk her blood void son, I'll curse him even before I die. The mentality that is completely blown up, anyway, are dead, before death painfully cursed is also comfortable. If it wasn't for the blood void son forcing them, could they have come over here to die? Blood void Z is now self-conscious, he is also old regret in his heart, looking at the big iron bird above his head. How has he ever seen this kind of divine object? Relying on his cultivation of 9th level of Chi cultivation, plus his aura protection, he managed to survive a few close-range explosions. But his body was covered in wounds, and the force of those explosions lifted him out of the air several times, rolling on the ground to eat as much dirt as he could. Martyr! If God gave me another chance, I wouldn't dare to go against this group of Daxia countrymen even if it killed me. The blood void son let out a sigh of relief in his heart, but it was useless to regret it. His aura emanated a shining aura and he was the brightest boy among the crowd. The helicopters spotted him a long time ago. Number 1 found a large target, glowing all over, psionic response, use psionic tracking rounds. The guidance system of the psychic tracking projectile is fitted with an aura tracker, and this thing is all about staring at your aura. Whoever uses aura is unlucky. This blood void sun seems like a big peacock that has been spreading its buttocks, looking for death without any ambiguity. Whoosh, a missile went down. When blood void Z saw it, he panicked and rushed to run, but he soon realized that this thing was super fast, and it was simply not something he could escape from. It was only a matter of a few breaths, and blood void sun was shocked that this thing had already arrived before him. Finally he screamed as a white light engulfed him. A blast of explosive glare shook the earth. The formal sect disciples were almost dead. From a distance Tanj watched in awe, his pants wet. Luckily, I found it in time and urinated earlier, or I would have been just as dead. The senior brother on the side who had followed along to pee was even more stunned, his mouth opening into an O shape. Elder brother, from now on you must take me with you when you pee. I kind of understand that I can live by following you. Tangji glanced at him and said, get as far away as you can, I don't want to take you. Without a word, Tanj turned and walked away. There are people from the Daxia kingdom in this place, it's better to stay far away. Oops, elder brother take me. This senior disciple secretly vowed in his heart that he would firmly follow his eldest senior brother in this life. It's a matter of your own little life. The battle was over and Han Chang's side let pack up and prepare to enter the cave. But with all the commotion outside just now, will the white ape inside wake up? If you wake up, you wake up. Even if you're made of steel, it's still a matter of an armor-piercing bullet. Han Chang didn't dwell on it much and took a big step towards the cave entrance. At that moment there was a loud roar of owl from inside the cave. The earth trembled, the valleys shook, and birds of prey flew about throughout the sky. A cold and bitter solemnity rolled down the pressure. Han Chang's gaze tightened as he stopped in his tracks, and the crowd of Daxia soldiers behind him all looked on guard. Shiman Aoshua even gripped the scabbard tightly, ready to draw her sword at any time. Get ready for a round of Red Arrow 12. Han Chang grinned coldly. Chapter 81, Foundation Stage? We have Red Flag 12. Inside the dark cave slowly came out a huge white ape. This guy was 3 meters tall, his limbs were thick, his breath was heavy, and his feet rumbled like a small tank. Brother Han, this white ape beast has steel bones and an extremely strong physique. It's an ancient beast. Rumor has it that if this guy is able to form the golden pill, his body will be practiced into a body of adamantine, and at that time, even the shocking thunder in the sky will find it difficult to hurt him. Shiman Aoshua said. His eyes were heavy as he looked at the white ape beast with a cloud of aura pressure coiled up and down around its body, emitting a compelling aura. This is foundation establishment. This white ape beast has succeeded in building its foundation. Shiman Aoshua exclaimed. Ow! As if hearing Shiman Aoshua's words, the white ape beast pounded its chest and whistled in the air. The sound shook the 9 heavens and shook the valley. Picking up a boulder, the white ape beast, with its incredible monstrous strength, swished and threw it. Not good. Spread out. Han Chang shouted loudly, and the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom behind him darted and dodged. With a loud boom, several tons of heavy boulders fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. In the midst of the rocks, a warrior was smashed, and blood flowed immediately. Kind of awesome. Han Chang's gaze sank slightly as he shouted. Ready Red Arrow 12. Ready to fire. Fire. With a command, the Red Arrow 12-man portable anti-tank missile was launched, trailing a long tail of smoke and hitting the target directly. The power of the explosion set off an intense white light. Then a shocking scene appeared. The white ape beast that had just been so powerful that it had rushed to the sky and flaunted its strength was actually blown up with a large hole appearing in its chest. All of his internal organs were blown to pieces, and his entire 3-meter-tall body lay motionless on the ground. The white ape beast, which was known for its steel-like physique at the foundation stage, actually failed to resist a single shot. This made the entire Shiman Ao Shui of the otherworldly people almost collapse, and for the first time he was skeptical about cultivating immortality. What future is there for immortal cultivation? The white ape beast that was so strong as this was actually sent to death in one shot. Dasha's red arrow 12 is too strong. What the hell is this thing? Shiman Ao Shui looked at Han Chang with a shocked expression. Han Chang fell back on his smile, something to be expected. Brother Shiman, don't be so surprised. The power of technological civilization is not to be underestimated. Take this red flag 12 armor breaking round we have. 3 feet of fine iron will put it through. 3 feet. Shiman Ao Shui trembled. 3 feet, that has to be how thick under the sky, and there are several kinds of monster defense can be stronger than 3 feet of fine iron. Sure enough, this red flag 12 is a divine weapon, and the Great Summer Kingdom is truly a divine country. Shiman Ao Shui had the urge to give up immortal cultivation and study science instead. In fact, the red arrow 12 is the latest man-portable anti-tank weapon to equip the troops in Dasha. It has a range of 5,500 meters, is able to fire back regardless, and has outstanding armor-piercing capabilities up to 1,100 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate. This power in the other world that is also against the heavens, even if this white ape beast has a strong body like steel, but still can be stronger than 1,100 millimeters of homogeneous steel plate? 1,000 millimeters is 1 meter, or 3 feet in otherworldly terms. Imagine a meter of steel plate that would have to be so thick, the white ape beast couldn't be any stronger than a meter of steel plate. What's more, the steel on the blue planet that was tough and strong, not at all comparable to ordinary fine iron in the otherworld. Ordinary fine iron is a few notches away from steel that in terms of strength. That's why the red arrow 12's power could definitely tear through the white ape beast's defenses with ease. As for dealing with that giant rock spider before, it was an absolute killing of a chicken with a bullseye, all blown up to the point where even the beast's core couldn't be found. This time, he also found the core of the beast, a red stone the size of an apple, blood red. Han Chang could sense the energy contained on it when he held it in his hand, and a system sound rang in his head. Ding! Detected that the host has obtained the beast core of a Foundation Establishment stage spirit beast. Please ask if you want to absorb it. After absorbing it, you can increase your defense power by 50 points. Oh wow, raising defense by 50 points at once, this is great. Han Chang was overjoyed, and what he didn't say was naturally absorbed. Absorb the beast core. Absorption begins. Absorption complete. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of defense. Soon Han achievement rushed to be stunned, and the whole person seemed to have been transformed, indescribably soothing. On the side, Shiman Ao Shui had not yet recovered from the shock of red flag 12, and on this side, her eyes lit up when she saw Han Chang's entire body suddenly flashing with a spiritual light. What's wrong with this Han? Why do I feel that he has a spiritual pressure power all over his body? It's a bit stressful to stand next to it yourself. Brother Han, on you. Oh, just a shiver of excitement. Han Chang smiled and headed towards the cave. There were still spirit veins inside to collect which. Shiman Ao Shui looked at Han Chang's back and felt that this man was tough. He himself had previously thought that the people of the Great Summer Kingdom were all mortals, all relying on technological sharpshooters to fight, and that their own strengths were weak chickens. However, he had to retract that thought. The strength of Han Chang in front of him was unfathomably high. It seems that no one in Dasha is ordinary. Brother Han, wait for me. Shiman Ao Shui quickly followed. Behind them were dozens of warriors, 10 of whom had taken it upon themselves to remain on guard at the entrance to the cave. We're all battle-hardened special operators now, so we don't need special orders for any of this. The cave wasn't very deep, and after about 100 meters or so they found an open space. Here Han Chang saw a white light as thin as a stream flowing through the cracks in the boulders on the ground. The aura tracker made a high-frequency sound. Shiman Ao Shui also called out. This is the spirit vein. And how do I remove it? Just take this white light away, this can be left to me. Shiman Ao Shui grossed out. Han Chang nodded, he still had faith in this man. Shiman Ao Shui did it herself, slashing the boulder with her spirit sword, and the white light floated up like a mist. Wrapping it slowly with a piece of gauze, he then collected it and handed it to Han Chang. No dishonor. Thank you, Brother Shiman, you have a good rest when you return. Han Chang collected the spirit vein and turned around. Everyone go back. A few hours later, 12 helicopters rumbled into the air and flew back to Dragon City. As soon as he returned to Dragon City, Shiman Ao Shui got airsick again and vomited. Fruitfulness needs to be rested. While being sent to the infirmary, Shiman Ao Shui pulled Han Chang by the hand. Brother Han, I have an ungrateful request. I want to go into seclusion for a month to properly comprehend the sword art. Can you arrange for me to be in that house? Shiman Ao Shui pointed to the arena where sprinters were given training. It was secluded and quiet, something Shiman Ao Shui liked, so that's where he wanted to go. Han Chang thought for a moment. That's not good. There are extremely important people training over there. It's not good for you to go. Are you kidding me? The less that group of sprinters knew about the otherworldly the better. How could one send an otherworldly person over to attract their curiosity? What's more, this Shiman Ao Shui belonged to the category of men who were one-dimensional and prone to accidents. I'll tell you what, Why don't you go to the army and take up swordplay? In the army? Shima Naoshue was astonished. Yes, it's to go and teach our great Xia Kingdom's warriors how to practice sword practice, and you'll be enlisting in the sword art in the process of teaching. I believe that with your talent you can definitely do it. Han Chang patted Shima Naoshue's shoulder while not forgetting to hand over a huazi. Shima Naoshue looked at Han Chang, a man whose sword talent was even higher than his, expressing his appreciation. Inexplicably Shima Naoshue's heart burst with excitement. Taking another drag on his wazoo and exhaling emotionally out of his eyes, he said, "Brother Han is truly my confidant. Good. I'll go to the troops and teach them swordplay." Han Sung smiled wryly. Things were done. Chapter 82, Going back to receive a big gift. After sending Shima Naoshue away, Han Chang returned to his office, and a system sound rang in his head. Ding! Detected the host completing the quest Spirit Vein exploration, upgrading the portal by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 10. Height, 8.5 meters. Width, 8.5 meters. Number of people allowed to pass, 7995/12000. Special skills, firearm specialization, toxicity resistance advanced, sword skill awakening intermediate, auxiliary facilities, pipelines, power, 100, defense, 110, speed, 10. It's a good wave of upgrades, and the back of it is just going back up to the blue star to bring people in. Han Chang thought that he was about to move, when the system sounded off again. Ding! Detected an otherworldly spirit vein. Please ask if you want to absorb it. Absorbing it will raise the portal by 1 level. This can be upgraded too. Han Chang thought about it or give up the absorption. The spiritual vein to the Academy of Sciences is more appropriate. Perhaps relying on this spiritual vein Dasha's science and technology will be able to break through. The portal upgrade opportunities are many. There is no hurry in a moment. Let's absorb it later when we have a new spirit vein. Han Chang carefully placed the spirit vein inside a square box, then after exchanging a few words with number 1, he planned to return to the blue planet. Number 1 reported. Colonel, I have something on my side that I was about to report to you. The medical conditions in Yunlin City are too poor. I would like to send a medical team over to support them. Send it. Yunlin City is also the territory of our great Xia Kingdom, and the people over there are also our nationals, so they have to be equally attentive. Yes, I'll set it up right away. Over here, Ma Junwo has gone to organize a medical team. Han Chang went back to Blue Star by himself, and as soon as he returned to Blue Star he went to Han Weigua and gave him the spirit vein. Han Weigua was very excited as he looked at the spirit vein. Han Chang, I can't thank you enough this time. With this spirit vein our scientific research can move forward drastically. Han Chang nodded, did not say anything. Can do something for the country should be. One can develop the other world is not the power of the country. People cannot forget their roots. By the way, I'm going to give you a good thing I told you about last time, so come with me. Then Han Weigua mysteriously led Han Chang to a research room. This place is a bit special. It is said to be a research institute, but there are several machining centers, or high precision. Han Chang, last time you sent back a lot of magic weapon spirit swords. Those things we have studied and found a peculiar inscription. This thing can greatly stimulate the power of spirit energy if added with a spirit stone. We made a copy and experimented with it and used it on a sword. As Han Weigua introduced himself, someone on the side had already pushed a cart over. Han Chang took a look, and there was a sharp sword on that car, about 50 centimeters long, with a straight blade and a piercingly cold aura. The hilt of that sword was engraved with detailed and complicated patterns, a bit similar and a bit different from the sword of Shima Naoshue. Slightly glowing with a spiritual light, the entire sword gave off a cold and intimidating feeling. Han Chang looked at it and liked it, grabbed it and waved it a few times, and a halo of icy cold light rose from the crossed void, as if ice crystals were condensing in the air, unusually gorgeous. Ha, this sword is for you. I told you that you would love it. This sword is made of super strong special steel, and we made the most complicated and delicate inscriptions on it to enhance the slashing power, and cutting iron like mud is never a lie. Han Weigua laughed. Uncle, this is a great gift. Thanks. You're welcome. This sword doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you give it a name? This sword is as cold as frost and sharp, so let's call it Frost Teeth. Good name, just for that. Why do you feel you know a lot about swords? Han Chang smiled and didn't say anything. He has the strength of 100 years of sword cultivation. Can he still not understand the sword? After collecting the frost teeth, Han Chang left the academy and went to find Zhao Wuji to inform him about the portal upgrade. After that, it is to bring another group of people there. This time the leader of the Ministry of the Sea rushed to the news and pulled Han into calling. Han Chang, this time to say anything must also bring our Marine Department personnel. You see other departments are in full swing. We have nothing in this Marine Department. I do the leadership of the difficult. You've got to stop being thick or I'll get mad. The anger is fake, but it's mainly to make Han Chang unable to get off the stage. Han Chang thought that Dragon City was not far from the ocean, and the otherworldly oceans were vast, so there were definitely tons of resources to explore, and maybe a huge natural gas mine was found, and that would be hairy. Thinking about a Yunhua oil mine has changed the entire Dasha country's fortunes, and now Dasha is the top 5 oil exporting country on the Blue Star. Awesome big. Alright, then have your people hurry up and get ready, we'll be there in the next few days. Okay, I'll get organized right away. The leader of the Ministry of the Sea went off in a storm. Zhao Wuji looked very emotional. The Great Summer Kingdom seems to be difficult to not want to take off. Han, otherworldly development is in full swing. What do you plan to do next? Next I want to set up a factory. Doesn't our great Xia country want to transform its industries? It just so happens that some of the low-end manufacturing industries are moved to the otherworld, where the labor costs are horribly low. Han Chang had previously reported on the possibility of enlisting Chuzhi State's corvée, only that Chuzhi State's corvée had been repairing roads. Now that the railroad to Yunua's big oil field has been laid, he's not going to let go of such a cheap labor force behind him, and will have to make the best use of it for the assembly line. Zhao Wuji nodded in agreement. This is feasible. The labor cost of our great summer country is already very high. If we can produce it in the other world, that would be great, and we can also continue to maintain our position as the factory of the world. The matter was finalized, and Zhao Wuji had to make a report to the top and then make a detailed plan. A system sound rang out in Han Chang's head over here. Ding! Detected that the host is about to open a factory in the other world, triggering the system task of settling down. Please hire 50,000 people, and the system will be upgraded by one level after completing the task. That triggered the mission again. Han Chang's eyes raised. Not bad. That makes you more motivated yourself. By the way, how are the sprinters doing? Suddenly Zhao Wuji asked. The athletics Grand Prix is about to start, and he also had to give the leadership of the Ministry of Sports an explanation. Athletes train all the time and never come out. Han Chang replied casually. He was also curious about the sprint team. How well did the group train? It's been almost a week now, so it's about time for some results. At this moment in the Longqing sprint training arena, Wen Xiang is training hard with his team. These Tianwen Xiang is happy that he found himself on the rise. It would have been difficult for a veteran player like him to break new ground. But after a week of training here, he really broke through. His speed improved and his performance naturally went up. And most unbelievable of all was his own injury, that old wound in his calf that had been a lifelong pain in his ass. But now he couldn't feel the hurt anymore. It was very relaxing. Wen Xiang, let's call it a day and continue tomorrow. The instructor came to him at that point, and it was gratifying to watch the veteran players make their mark. No, instructor, I'd like to practice for 2 more hours, said Wen Xiang continued to run up, the figure of light, as if a galloping horse, he was waving regretless youth. The instructor smiled with delight at the sight, knowing that the veteran player had found himself again. A good result is sure to come at the athletics Grand Prix in the near future. Because, looking at the recorded scorecard, Wen Xiang's 100-meter hurdles had surpassed the world record by 1 second. This is speed beyond human limits. Chapter 83, The Divine Doctor of Daxia. When the medical team sent by Dragon City arrived at Yunlin City, Dr. Tang, who was leading the team, got that city lord first. Because the Great Summer Kingdom lacked manpower and this city lord was obedient last time, Han Chang was still using him for the time being. This city lord ass-kissed his way to the front, like a licking dog. He had seen the technological strength of the Great Summer Kingdom, which was very impressive. Knowing that as long as the people coming from the Dragon City side can't be easily offended, they have to be served well. Dr. Tang welcome you here. We are short of doctors in this Yunlin city, and there are many villages outside of the city. Many places don't have doctors. We are grateful that you can come and support us. Dr. Don said. It's fine, since Yunlin is now the territory of the Great Xia Kingdom, we naturally have to help with all our might. We'll go to whichever village you have the worst medical conditions here. Since he was here for medical support, of course he had to pick up the worst place to go. Dr. Tang had thought about it long ago on the road. This caused the city lord to stare. Why were these Daxia doctors so serious, frowning? Dr. Tang, this isn't good. The remote villages are in poor condition. I think he'll just treat people in the city. No, our medical team just wants to go to the most remote villages, so make your arrangements quickly. Dr. Tang was meticulous and irrefutable. The city lord wiped a handful of sweat, and thought to himself, how come all the people of this great Xia country are so serious and upright? The last time Lord Han was here it was just as meticulous. This Dr. Tang won't even have a cup of tea or a meal. If placed in the past Jigua that will, the capital city over a sesame small tube are all the authority of the blessing. Let's not talk about going to tea and dinner, but we'll have to extort some money from him. It seems that this great summer nation is strong for a reason, and this man is different. The city lord stood in awe, and he suddenly felt that it was time for him to make a shift. Without much delay, the medical team here boarded a bus and went to the most remote village. Dongha village is such a remote village, which is very deserted, with high mountains in the distance, and more than 100 families living on a shallow beach at the foot of the mountains. A small river flows in front of the village, and the water is so clear that you can still see fish playing at the bottom. As soon as they arrived at the village, Dr. Tang and the others were warmly received by the village chief. Dr. Tang said he should and directed the medical team to get to work immediately. People in the other world rarely get sick, but that doesn't mean they don't get sick. Because of poor food and malnutrition, many of the elderly in the village have cataracts, and this is done with an operation. But where in the other world are such conditions? Otherworldly medicine is again the same as Chinese medicine. It's all about looking and sniffing, writing prescriptions and grabbing medicines, and then there's acupuncture and massage. While it is effective for many diseases, it is not much good at surgery. This time the medical team cured 2 elderly people of cataracts and gave them back their sight. The 2 old men who rejoiced kneeled down and just kowtowed. Thank you for sending such a great medical team from the Great Summer Kingdom. If it weren't for you guys we'd have to scratch our eyes out in the dark for the rest of our lives. The village chief was also grateful and said to Dr. Tang, you guys are almost catching up to that fairy doctor with this ability. No, it's even better than that fairy doctor. An immortal doctor named Zhang Qingyou came to our village earlier and looked at these 2 old men's ailments, saying that it was an internal cataract and eye cataract, and adding that it was difficult to deal with and that he couldn't cure it for a while. But now that you have cured this disease as soon as you came here, isn't that more powerful than that immortal doctor? Dr. Tang asked as he heard that the immortal doctor had come to be interested. Is this fairy doctor coming back this year? Come on, he comes every year and he passes through our village every time. He's a good man. Well then, you let me know as soon as he arrives. I'd like to meet him. As a doctor, Dr. Tang was very interested in otherworldly medicine, and he knew very well that many of the special drugs in modern medicine were actually developed based on ancient texts, so as soon as he came to the otherworld, he searched for the respective ancient medical books. Nay, there weren't many people around who knew anything about medicine, and now that he heard that there was an immortal doctor, he was naturally interested. On the other hand, Zhang Qingyou arrived at Yunlin City. He would come to this place every year to collect medicines, but this time, he had another purpose, that is, he wanted to see how the legendary Great Summer Kingdom was like. That's why he rushed to go to the East River Village and instead spent a few days within Yunlin City. In town he saw automobiles that actually ran on their own without a horse-drawn horse and hauled an extraordinary amount of stuff. And he wondered, what does this iron carriage eat? He also saw vegetables that were out of season, and peaches, which are supposed to be available in the fall, he got to eat, which were exceptionally fresh, not the frozen kind. How did this peach come about? Shouldn't they come in August and September? Oops, we're in a big summer country here now. What's not there? As long as you have money you can buy what you want to eat. I still have spring grass here. Berry where? Do you want them? The owner of the fruit store said smugly. He was also a master of doing business. Ever since he cleverly introduced the anti-seasonal fruits of the Great Summer Country, his business had been booming every day. Zhang Qingyou was surprised, and the spring grass, berries. How do berries grow now that the days are cold and the grass is dying? Do you know how the Great Summerland grows grass, berries, in the winter? That one I heard was a shed, a big transparent house. The shed. Zhang Qingyou was dumbfounded. He had never seen this before, so how could he possibly think of it? This sight surprised and left the fruit store. He suddenly saw a very peculiar house. The surface of the house is plastered with green ceramics. The color is still very bright. The house is split in two, with a man's head painted on one side of the doorway and a woman's head on the other. Men and women were coming in and out in an endless stream. He got curious. What was the house for? Taking it in stride, he didn't bother to ask, picking a random room with a woman's avatar and going in. Then a wailing scream came from inside. Zhang Qingyou walked out with a reddened face, a bashful old face that had no place to rest. Where is this old thing from? Disrespectful for the old, blind, or not? Didn't even look at the portrait at the door before going in. You're a man, and you're entering this room. A passerby lambasted. So it's a difference between men and women. Zhang Qingyou understood, and he also knew what this house was. It's not just a thatch. Boy, it's clean, the floors are ceramic, bright and airy, and there's no odor. There's also a light, ethereal scent. This is the treatment of an imperial family. Only those emperors and rich people's outhouses have this lingering fragrance. But a roadside outhouse in Daxia did it. That's awesome. Zhang Qingyou did not know that the general public toilets will put some air freshener. These things are very cheap, more than $10 a bottle, anyone can afford to use. But Zhang Qingyou does not know this. In his cognition, in the thatched toilet can be so fragrant that are used high-end spices. Very upscale. Is Daxia so posh and rich? And just now he saw everyone using paper. Chapter 84 Mortals' toilets are all that cowish. That paper was also extraordinarily white, extraordinarily clean, and also had a soft texture. Hiss. Daxia country is really rich. Ordinary passers-by can use paper to go to the toilet. Emperors do not necessarily have this kind of enjoyment, right? It is important to realize that although there is paper in the other world, the quality of this paper is poor because of low productivity and poor craftsmanship. It's the kind of thing you poke a hole in and get a piece of on your hand when you wipe your ass. So ordinary people use some wood, or something else. Even cultivators rarely use paper. But this big summer country is everyone can use white paper in the toilet. This is awesome. Are they all ordinary mortals more comfortable than we immortal cultivators? Zhang Qingyou was a bit disbelieving. Nope, anyone who can go to this top of the line thatch must be rich, and the charges won't be low. At that moment he pulled a passerby and asked, does this outhouse charge a lot? The passerby looked at him with the same disdain as if he was looking at a fool. Spend money? This is a public restroom, it's all free. Free? Such a good thatched toilet is probably only available in the emperor's house, and it's actually free. This was too stimulating to Zhang Qingniu's cognition, and his previous values shattered to pieces. It's unbelievable. Is this the Great Summerland? So ho hum. The passersby looked at Zhang Qingniu's face and scoffed with a burst of red and white. You're probably an outsider, and don't know about our technological civilization here in the Great Summer Kingdom yet. I'd advise you to go into a public restroom and take a dump and you'll understand how there's something special about taking a. Zhang Qingniu was confused again. It was completely inconceivable to imagine what other tricks could be pulled off by pooping. Gotta, get in there. Not taking any chances this time, Zhang Qingniu entered the house of the man's avatar. Once he entered and saw the urinal, he was particularly intrigued that peeing could actually be like this. It's new. Also saw the famous sign. One small step forward, one giant leap for civilization. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Qingniu understood. It made sense and deeply admired the creativity of the people of the Great Summer Country. Then walk into a cubicle and look at the. Then he saw the toilet, white, made of all ceramic, clean and hygienic, with a graphic description on it. After carefully looking at it a few times, Zhang Qingniu was surprised that this thing could still flush automatically. This is too unbelievable to try. 5 minutes later Zhang Qingniu saw an amazing scene. This flush toilet could still suck away dirt. It was indeed automatic, and started as soon as it got up on its own. That's amazing. How does that work? Zhang Qingniu's jaw dropped in shock. And that's not all. Just now he enjoyed the great summer's ass wiping paper, which felt soft and comfortable. It's a million times better than the wooden bars you usually use. AI. We immortal cultivators turned out to be less comfortable than these mortals. Zhang Qingniu let out an endless stream of emotions. Immortal cultivators can also only completely dispel grain when they reach the foundation establishment stage, and then they won't need to poop. But it really wasn't as happy as the Daxia countrymen before foundation establishment. It's like living like a dog in comparison. Zhang Qingniu left the public restroom. There were too many shocks here. He also no longer stayed. The stimulus was too great. Originally also boasted of being a cultivator of immortality, a sense of superiority, but now a look at the living is not as good as mortals. There's no point in staying. Hurriedly, he left Yunlin City and went to the remote Dongha village. Every year he would go over to pick herbs and would also heal the mortals in the village. This time he had specially brought some herbs to heal 2 patients with internal cataracts and cataracts. This disease is an intractable one, easily incurable, and can only be cured by an experienced immortal doctor like me. Thinking of saving lives, Zhang Qingniu's smugness came back. I am an immortal doctor who can cure all diseases, and I am respected everywhere in the world. Even if that group of Daxia countrymen had more novelties, it wouldn't be able to compete with my medical skills, right? After all, whether it's pumping toilets or growing spring vegetables in the winter, it's not even close to medicine. Zhang Qingniu simply did not believe that there could still be strong medical skills in the Great Xia Kingdom. Although this immortal's medical skills can't be as exaggerated as living dead people and white bones, it's not far off. Ha ha ha. Self-indulgence. Zhang Qingniu laughed out loud, as if the self-esteem he had just lost in the thatched toilet had been recovered. The mood was instantly and dramatically improved. Not half a day Zhang Qingniu arrived in Dongha village, joyfully entered the village. In past years, when he entered the village, the villagers would cheer and give thanks. The village chief even led the way by coming to greet himself. But this visit seems. Zhang Qingniu looked at the empty village, pressed without half a person. What's going on? Didn't you see me coming? Folks, I, Zhang Qingniu, am here. Elder Zhang, elderly, I already have a medicine to cure both of you of your internal blindness and cataracts. The voice is loud and clear, and the bottom line is, Zhang Qingniu was full of thoughts that with such a voice from himself, the villagers would definitely welcome him when they found out. But, woof woof woof, a few barks came from the street corner. The people didn't come, but they attracted a few vicious dogs. With this decline, Zhang Qingniu's face immediately looked as ugly as if he had eaten. They've all gone to the East Shrine, where there's a doctor from the Great Summer Kingdom, and they've all gone to see the doctor. A hairy child suddenly poked out and rushed at Zhang Qingniu. Dr. Daxia, there's a Great Summerland doctor in your village? Zhang Qingniu was shocked. In such a small village with no, except for himself who happened to pass by and show kindness, there was actually a doctor who would come? Of course there is. There's also a group of people who have come. Their medical skills are brilliant. Both Uncle Zhang and Master Li's eye diseases were looked after by them. What? The medicinal herbs in Zhang Qingniu's hand directly fell to the ground, and his person almost didn't fall over. This internal cataract is a stubborn disease, and I still haven't been able to cure it after using so many herbs. These Daxia doctors actually cured it. It's incredible. Is it possible that the medical skills of the Great Summer Kingdom are equally powerful? It's better than me, the immortal doctor. That's a tough one. Originally, he still thought that he was a powerful being, but all of a sudden, he was stepped on. How could Zhang Qingniu bear this taste? He didn't care about anything else, and directly took a big step toward the shrine at the east side of the village. The shrine of Dongda village is a place to honor ancestors and is the best building in the village. That's why the village chief allowed Dr. Tang's medical team to practice medicine and see patients in the ancestral hall. Since curing the eye diseases of Uncle Zhang and Master Li, the villagers now respected the divine doctor of the Great Summer Kingdom. It's all been said that Dr. Tang and the others are true miracle doctors who have surpassed the immortal doctors. So those who were sick came to see them, and those who weren't sick came to see them, and they were watching. The medical skills of the Great Summer Kingdom were very special, and they all relied on various instruments, and those instruments were also very new. One of the devices can also see what's growing in your belly. That's awesome. Everyone says there's a see-through eye in this thing that can see into anyone's heart. The otherworlders have never seen an X-ray and are amazed. The divine doctor from the kingdom of God is truly extraordinary. Chapter 85. You can still cut open your stomachs to deliver babies. On this side, Zhang Qingyo arrived at the ancestral hall of Dongha village and met the doctors of the Great Summer Country, a group of people wearing white coats. One was young and was concentrating on treating the villagers. It's just that their doctoring is a bit peculiar. Instead of looking and sniffing, they use all sorts of strange and weird things, some of which have wavy lines drawn on them. So what the hell is that? Yikes, isn't this immortal Dr. Zhang? You old man can come. The village chief saw Zhang Qingyo and immediately came over to greet him with joy. Zhang Qingyo's face looked strange as he pointed at the group in white coats and asked, "That would be the doctor from Daxia." Yes, they can all be miracle doctors, their medical skills are superb. They are the ones who cured Elder Zhang and Elder Li of their eye diseases. The village chief accompanied the smile, not realizing that his words had deeply stung Zhang Qingyo's pride. Making so many strange things in Claptrap, in the opinion of this immortal doctor they can't cure the disease at all. Zhang Qingyo was impatient and angry. What's wrong with these doctors? Can they really beat this immortal doctor? This fairy doctor can't be convinced. The village chief was not happy to hear, the Great Summer's divine doctor is a real god. How can you say Claptrap witch? His face pulled down in a nonchalant manner. Although we respect you, immortal Dr. Zhang, you can't belittle the divine physician of the Great Summer Kingdom so much. His medical skills are by no means covered. I don't believe it. Zhang Qingno's face was red and his temperament as an immortal was long gone. He is angry. Today a daylight look at the Great Summer Country's awesome, how he has to fight back. Otherwise he'd really be skeptical. A lifetime of immortal cultivation is still no match for a mortal from the Great Summer Kingdom? Over there, Dr. Tang saw Zhang Qingyo at the door, and when he saw this man shouting, he knew that this was the immortal doctor. He was about to get up and go meet him to discuss his medical skills. At that moment an old woman rushed into the shrine and shouted, "The Li family's daughter-in-law is having a difficult labor and the baby won't be born, so I'm begging the doctors of the Great Summer Country to hurry up and take a look." Dr. Tang was not to be outdone, and immediately turned to the several female doctors beside him. "You guys hurry up and go, you might have to have a C-section." "Good, we'll be right there." Several female doctors quickly got up and rushed out of the shrine after the old woman. Zhang Qingyo froze, wanting to speak but unable to. How can I put it? Although he is a fairy doctor, he can't cure this difficult labor. Otherworldly medicine can't do surgery, there's no such thing as a C-section. Then again, surgery requires sterilization, blood transfusion, anesthesia, and all sorts of steps, where in the otherworld are there so many conditions. Therefore, Zhang Qingyo was very curious as to how this group of people were going to cut open the belly of a pregnant woman. Is there such an operation? No, we have to see it. Turning his head, Zhang Qingyo followed the female doctors. Dr. Tang had just wanted to say hello to Zhang Qingyo. Why did this one leave? So he just had to follow him as well. Several female doctors came to the pregnant woman's home and saw that she was in a three-finger bout, so she had to hurry. Take it to the car first, it's not in condition here. Several people picked up the pregnant woman and took her to the medical van. The car has all sorts of equipment and is capable of performing surgery on an ad hoc basis. Zhang Qingyo wanted to get closer to take a look, but he was blocked by a female doctor, who even gave him a disgusted look. "What are you looking at as a big man? Get out of the way." After saying that, the female doctor slammed the car door heavily with a bang. This. Zhang Qingyo could not hang on to his old face. The famous immortal doctor of White Tiger Ridge could only watch others treating people. That's a tough one. The heart is all kinds of unconvinced. This cut open the stomach is killing which has such a cure to save people. Are these Daxia doctors any good or not? He wanted so badly to pull the car door open, but pulling away he couldn't save the pregnant woman inside. This is too much of a loser. For the first time Zhang Qingyo felt very embarrassed as an immortal doctor. "May I ask if you are Zhang Qingyo, immortal Dr. Zhang?" "Over here." Dr. Tang came to the front and greeted him politely. Zhang Qingyo looked at Dr. Tang wearing a white coat. This is also a doctor of the Great Summer Country. His heart could not help but goosebumps, nonchalantly. "I am. What do you want?" I'm Dr. Tang from the medical team of the Great Summer Country, and I'd like to discuss my medical skills with you." Dr. Don was in the spirit of a humble gesture, but Zhang Qingyo snorted coldly and pointed at the car. "You're all fooling around. How can you save a person like this? How can a person live with his stomach cut open? Dr. Tang cried and laughed. This one turned out to be because of this, but think about it and understand. The otherworlders had never seen surgery, so they found it unbelievable. Don't misunderstand me, Immortal Dr. Zhang, this is for us to operate on the patients and keep their mother and child safe. Surgery. Zhang Qingniu had learned another new term, and he had learned a bit too many new terms today, but he still couldn't figure out how surgery was saving lives. Curses. Don't come to fool this fairy doctor, you can't save anyone here. The words had just left his mouth when a child's cry suddenly came from inside the car. The car door opened and the female doctor exulted. The baby and the mother were saved. This is beyond embarrassing. Zhang Qingniu's old face was so dark that it could smoke, and he couldn't even get off the stage. What's wrong with you today, always making a fool of myself in front of mortals? Is this Daxia country really that powerful? He is not convinced, but the fact is right in front of us. The child in the car wailed, the woman slightly snoring, both are safe and sound. Everything has been shown that the doctors of the Great Summerland have divine skills. His Hall of Fame is no match for a great immortal doctor. Alas, old me must not be unconvinced, the Great Summer Kingdom is indeed powerful. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingniu put down the prejudice in his heart and lowered his head in mourning. Then the previous sharpness of the fairy doctor was long gone. That's when a hand tapped him gently on the shoulder. Fairy Dr. Zhang, I've heard from the villagers of Dongha village that you can be considered a miraculous doctor. Are you interested in teaching us how to cure the sick and save people? Zhang Qingniu turned his head to look. The one who voiced out was Dr. Tang, and the person was looking at him with a kind gaze. The heart was inexplicably warm. This doctor from the Great Summer Kingdom actually recognized himself. I didn't expect them to have such a broad-mindedness. When he thought about how he had just been chicken-heartedly envious and jealous of others, Zhang Qingniu's face suddenly turned red. Only in the Great Summer Kingdom is there a divine doctor. My immortal doctor is still short of points. Ha ha ha, Dr. Tang laughed. Immortal Dr. Zhang doesn't need to belittle himself. Your medical skills are valued by us as well. And on our side your kind is called traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine? Yes, this is also a kind of medicine, but nowadays Chinese medicine is declining over there. All kinds of ancient formulas and methods have been lost, and there is an urgent need for a Chinese medicine expert to support the great cause. I wonder if Immortal Dr. Zhang has any interest in it? Dr. Tang extended a sincere invitation. This Qingniu in front of him was a talent, definitely worthy of being messed with by the Great Summer Kingdom. Suddenly Zhang Qingniu's heart trembled and he shivered. The Great Summer Kingdom actually invited himself to support the great cause of Chinese medicine. What an honor. Okay, this fairy doctor agrees. Zhang Qingniu returned with a trembling voice. Chapter 86, can still see through. By the way, can you tell what the hell that thing is? I watched it bounce around like a wave. Zhang Qingniu asked curiously as he pointed at an instrument inside the car. He'd been holding his tongue for a long time and had wanted to ask for a long time. Dr. Tang smiled and replied. This is a cardiac monitor to check the patient's pulse and heart. And such amazing stuff. We all take our pulse by hand. Zhang Qingniu was astonished, and he had to say that the contraptions of the Great Summer Kingdom were truly magical. And what is this thing? Why can I see what's in my stomach? Dr. Tang laughed again. This is really Lulu into the Grand View Garden. See everything fresh. This is the X-ray equipment that's what allows us to see what's going on inside the patient. Hiss. Zhang Qingniu's body trembled and his face changed drastically. Daxia is actually able to see through. What a miracle this is. Your Great Summer Kingdom is so marvelous. After holding his breath for half a day, Zhang Qingniu once again let out an emotion. Originally, he thought that the medical skills of the Great Summer Kingdom were very powerful, but now he saw that he was still mistaken. The medical skills of the Great Summer Kingdom were not only powerful, they were magical. Elder Zhang, you'll know all about these instruments and equipment later, there's no rush. I think it's better to tell us what you know about Chinese medicine, we need it too. Dr. Tang pulled Zhang Qingniu away. He was equally hungry for otherworldly immortal doctors. When Zhang Qingniu heard that he was going to talk about his own medical skills, that face pranced and became wonderful again. This fairy doctor has been practicing medicine for 80 years. It can be said that he has seen countless difficult cases, all kinds of ancient formulas with lists that are countless. Immediately, Zhang Qingniu spoke in a gushing, frothing manner. He felt comfortable when he was finally able to earn back some face in front of the people of the Daxia Kingdom. Dr. Tang took note of it attentively and finally asked if Zhang Qingniu could produce a medical book for him. Zhang Qingniu did not mince words. As a healer, it was an incomparable honor to have one's medical skills appreciated. Moreover, the one who appreciated himself was still a member of the Great Summer Kingdom, and being appreciated by such a divine country was even more of a supreme honor. Without saying anything, I will write the medical book and give it to your Great Summer Kingdom after a while. Alright, then we're going back to Dragon City in a few days. Does Fairy Dr. Zhang want to go to Dragon City with us? Over there you can give lessons to our Chinese medicine practitioners. Dr. Dawn invited. Fine, this fairy doctor will go with you. Zhang Qingyou was also getting more and more curious about the Great Summer Kingdom now. What kind of magical and great country was this? A few days later, under the warm, grateful send-off of the villagers of Dongha village, the medical team of the Great Summer Country completed its medical support mission and returned to Longchang. Once in the Dragon City, Zhang Qingyou that is shocked like a child, see what are surprised, everywhere to ask. Dr. Don sent a doctor to follow at all times to help answer questions. On the other side, the sprint team returned to Blue Star from their closed intensive training. When Xiang in the car could not hide his inner excitement, he already knew that he had broken the world record. Of course, this is a training performance, not on the playing field. But this made Wen Xiang full of confidence. He wanted to make the national flag of the Great Summer Kingdom rise in the Grand Prix of athletics. I can win and crush everyone. Wen Xiang was full of confidence and his heart was full of power. Wen Xiang was not the only one whose heart was full of strength. Shiman Aoshui, who taught sword skills to the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom, was also excited at this moment. Looking at the majestic and solemn soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom in front of him, as if they were iron, he was shaken. This unit is highly disciplined and demoralized. Shiman Aoshui taught the sword art without fail to practice diligently and hard. Looking at them at the moment wielding the sharp sword, that rigid posture, Shiman Aoshui straightened his chest. My sword skills may not be as good as Brother Han's, but the soldiers I teach will be able to shock the entire Penglai immortal realm. Thinking of this, a hint of a smile bloomed on Shiman Aoshui's icy cold face. Far to the far west of the White Tiger Ridge, there was a spirit mountain with beautiful and strange peaks. Ethereal white clouds coiled around it, a mountain wind whistled past, revealing a pavilion hidden in the fog. This land of immortals was where the mountain gate of the Spirit Sword sect was located. The Spirit Sword sect was also one of the strongest sects in the White Tiger Ridge, having been established for more than 2,000 years, with a long heritage and countless capable and powerful people. The ancestor who started the sect was an amazingly talented Yuan-ing level cultivator. Only in the last few hundred years the Spirit Sword sect has not been able to appear in the stormy and misty, a person of amazing talent, and it is difficult to even build the foundation among the disciples. The current patriarch, White-Browed Sword Immortal, used to be a cultivator at the third level of the foundation establishment stage. 30 years ago, he fought with the old ghost of Fengdu City's Yin Fury, and although he narrowly won by half a move, he was also planted with a bone-etching nail. This thing eats away at your bones and burns your soul, slowly wearing down your essence in your body, and over time you will die of lack of essence, and your soul will not be able to help you. At this moment, the White-Browed Sword Immortal had already been tortured and his cultivation had greatly retreated, and was now only at the 9th level of Qi practicing. Not only that, in the last few days the attack of the bone-eroding nail became more and more powerful. He vaguely felt that his days were numbered. For this reason he gathered the disciples and grandchildren within the Spirit Sword sect to the Sword Spirit Hall. Looking at the group of descendants, the White-Browed Sword Immortal slightly opened his eyes and forced himself to say, "All disciples, for the teacher internal observation itself, has less than 5 days of Yan life. For the teacher after the death of you all have to be sincere and united, to protect my Spirit Sword sect 1,000 years of foundations, 10,000 times to remember." After finishing his few words, the White-Browed Sword Immortal sank his eyebrows and closed his eyes again. Many of the disciples below began to shed tears. They understood that the Spirit Sword sect was now depleted of talent, and there was not a single one of the younger generation that could pick up the slack. If the master is gone, the Spirit Sword sect will be like a pillar without a pillar, and the consequences can be imagined. At that time, not to mention the various other sects that were spying on the Spirit Sword sect's mountain gate, even Fengdu City would make a move. Who can carry the banner and save the day then? The Spirit Sword sect's senior brother Qin Tian's gaze turned, revealing a trace of stolen joy as he pretended to be sorrowful. "Master, you must hold on, we'll go and invite Zhang Qingyou here, we must save you." In fact, he did not think in his heart, the master of this cultivation is only practicing Qi 9, they have already practiced Qi 8. The old man should have stepped aside a long time ago, occupying so many cultivation resources unable to inch forward. This is not a waste. Humph, the good times are finally coming to an end. When I become the patriarch and have numerous cultivation resources, why worry about succeeding in building the foundation? Yes, let's go invite Zhang Qingyou. The great immortal Dr. Zhang will definitely have a solution. The rest of the disciples have also agreed. In the White Tiger Ridge, Zhang Qingyou's medical skills that is the top of the line, there is no one else. However, the White-Browed Sword Immortal shook his head slightly and said grimly, "Fellow Taoist Zhang showed it to Lao Fu 30 years ago. Lao Fu's bone-eroding nail went deep into the inner sanctum and was extremely difficult to remove, and he had no way to do so. You don't need to do that useless thing either, so you might as well retire and let me clear my head for a moment." After saying that, the White-Browed Sword Immortal waved his hand. The disciples left sadly, one after the other. When he arrived outside, eldest senior brother Qin Tian naturally had to preside over the situation, and at the critical moment he had to show extreme composure, so as soon as he came out he raised his arms and shouted, "Senior brothers, please don't go, now that master is seriously injured, we can't just stand by and watch. I don't think it's too late, I'll go and find that Zhang Qingyou immediately. Is there anyone willing to go with me?" Everyone responded. "Eldest brother, I am willing to go. Count me in, I'd love to go." However, there was a figure in the crowd that shook his head. He was Konyu, the youngest disciple of the white-browed sword Immortal. Only he said, with a sullen face, "Eldest senior brother, Master has said that Zhang Qingyo can't do anything about it, so what's the point of us going to find him? Why don't we go to the Great Summer Country? That country is magical and powerful, maybe they have a solution." Da Xia. There was a lot of sidelong glances from the crowd. Chapter 87. Saving Master. I'm just pretending, don't take it seriously. Qin Tian's face became unhappy when he heard it. How come this junior brother was singing against himself? To get a divine doctor from the Great Summer? Thanks to him for thinking of it. He had also heard of the mighty reputation of the Great Summer Kingdom. But that was all rumors after all. Where could it be taken seriously? More to the point, those rumors about the Great Summer Kingdom are so outrageous, can they be believed? And will a little master wound heal? Definitely not curing the old guy. Zhang Qingyo can't do anything about it, then hire him. Well, at least make a show of it is all. Junior brother, you're way off the mark. Can the Great Summer Kingdom save Master? Can you guarantee this? You should know that Master can only last 5 days nowadays. If the divine doctor from the Great Summer Kingdom can't cure Master's injury, can you take the blame? The too sharp to the core questioning made Konyu shrink his neck and hold his face red, but he still believed in the Great Summer Kingdom. After all, this is a country that can create heavenly punishments, and how a country with such a miracle can't save the Master? Eldest senior brother, this Great Summer Country is a divine country. They must be able to. Ha ha ha, still a divine country. Don't think I haven't heard rumors about the Great Summer Country. Qin Tian burst into a sneer and sneered. The rumors about the Great Summer Kingdom that are all false. What with the iron bird flying through the air, it's simply unrealistic. But also the sky descends to the gods. This is even more rumors of the mysterious. With this mighty person shall not break through the 9 heavens, ascending to the world? That's an old Yuaning stage monster who soared to feathering and stepped into the previous session. They can do it in the Great Xia Kingdom? It's all bull *******. It's all falsehoods with falsehoods. The surrounding disciples agreed. Everyone had heard of the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom, but it was difficult for the insights of the otherworldly people to understand these miracles, so they were all disbelieving. Yes, eldest senior brother is right. This whatsoever Great Summer Kingdom is rumored to be divine. I think it's just a lie. No, I heard that they are also selling some kind of divine charm incense, which can calm the mind and collect the spirit after smoking. It's just bull *********. Qin Tian grew more and more complacent, a picture of a superior posture looking at Konyu, drinking. Hear that, young master, the Great Summer Kingdom in your mouth is a fraud, and what you hear is false. No one in their right mind would believe it, and you're the dumbass who took it seriously. Alright, let's all ignore this fool. It's not too late. Come with me to find Zhang Qingyo. The crowd responded. By the way, where would Zhang Qingyo be? I've heard that this immortal doctor is a loose immortal, living in no fixed place and traveling around in the clouds every day. I know, this immortal Dr. Zhang goes to Yunlin City in the east every year to collect medicines. Let's go over there and look for him. A rowdy group of people went around Qin Tian. On this side, Konyu stayed in place, looking at the distant Big Brothers group. He clenched his teeth and made up his mind. I went to Daxia on my own, begging for their miraculous doctor's help. The divine doctor of the Great Summer Kingdom will surely be able to cure Master. Inwardly determined, Konyu also left as he headed for Dragon City. On this side, Qin Tian's group of people spent 2 days to finally arrive at Yunlin City's Dongha village, and only after asking did they realize that immortal Dr. Zhang had followed the divine doctor of the Great Summer Kingdom to Dragon City a few days ago. This made Qin Tian's group of people dumbfounded. How could this happen? A high-ranking person like Zhang Qingyo can still be with those crooks from the Great Xia Kingdom? How does this feel? Like a bit of a slap in the face? He himself had looked down on the Great Summer Kingdom, believing that all the rumors of the Great Summer Kingdom were all lies. I didn't expect Zhang Qingyo to actually believe them and follow them to Dragon City. That just feels so uncomfortable. The village chief of Dongha village was also a pot calling the kettle black, and when it came to the divine physician of the Great Summer Kingdom he was praising him repeatedly. The doctors of the Great Summer Kingdom are truly remarkable. The eye disease that even immortal Dr. Zhang couldn't see is cured in their hands. And they have all kinds of treasures around them. Some of them can see through the stomach and see that one clearly. It's just divine. Speaking of X-ray, that look of the village head of Dongha village was too excited. To know that cultivators do not have this ability to see through but a group of mortals have, this cannot be admired. He asked, blinking as he heard his eyes glaze over. They can still see through? No, it's too powerful, that thing. I guess there's a magic eye planted inside, otherwise how could it be see-through? Magic eyes. Perspective. This caused Qin Tian to tremble. Could this Great Xia Kingdom really be a divine kingdom? I felt my face burning. It can't be. The Great Summer Kingdom can be all mortals. How could they be so powerful and have magic eyes? This. Qin Tian was all messed up, stumped in place for a long time. I say, eldest senior brother, what should we do? Going to Dragon City or not to look for Zhang Qingyo? A senior disciple looked at Qin Tian's half a day without a squeak and asked out loud. Qin Tian shook his head and said in a deep voice, Master's injury cannot be delayed, let's hurry to Dragon City. Regardless of whether or not the Great Summer Kingdom was a divine kingdom, anyway, Zhang Qingyo had to find it, and saving his master had to come out as a full-fledged act. Without stopping their hooves, the group rushed to Dragon City. Over here Kangyu arrived at Dragon City first. Looking at the city built of steel and concrete he was stunned. The Great Summer Kingdom was truly worthy of being a divine kingdom. How had he ever seen such a strange scene before? Looking around again, there were barricades on all the roads leading to Dragon City, where they were all heavily guarded by soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom. From time to time, small black dots flew by overhead, confusing Kangyu. What is this thing? How come it's not going anywhere above his head? Hello, who are you? While he was in a daze, soldiers from the Great Summer Kingdom patrolling in the distance rushed over in their vehicles. Dragon City is under full closed management with 24-hour surveillance. The overhead drones had spotted Kangyu a long time ago, and when they saw that the kid was wrapped up in a suspicious manner, they had a patrol come over to ask questions. Kangyu met the soldiers of the Daxia Kingdom, and even more so, he saw the burning sticks on them. Rumor has it that this is the Immortalicide artifact. Somehow, although Kangyu was an immortal cultivator, he didn't have the immortal cultivator's superiority at all in the face of these Immortalicide artifacts. I am a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, and have come to plead with the Great Summer Kingdom to send a divine doctor to aid my master, the White-Browed Sword Immortal. Kangyu answered truthfully and also bowed and saluted the soldiers of the Daxia Kingdom. Looking for us to see a doctor, huh? I'm sorry, we don't have this service in Daxia, please go back. The Daxia soldiers made an instant decision and refused outright. What kind of international joke? You say to save people, why do we, the Great Summer Kingdom, have to serve you? The stupid immortal cultivator is also a wooden head. The Daxia soldiers saw Kangyu stumped and dumbfounded, then drank again. Hurry up and get out of here, don't blame us if you linger any longer. Kangyu was anxious, this big summer country god doctor cannot be invited. What to do? Just then, he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Wasn't that immortal Dr. Zhang Qingyo? Why is his old man here in the great summer? Zhang Qingyo was overjoyed these days, seeing things that were so new and strange, and many of the contraptions were things that he hadn't even dared to think about before. What with the water that comes out on its own at the flip of a switch and the lights that shine brightly all around. There are also square boxes that can sprout all kinds of images and characters. All of these are so exiting. This immortal doctor has lived these 80-odd years in vain, and is really not as comfortable as you mortals. Fairy Dr. Zhang! Fairy Dr. Zhang! Suddenly Zhang Qingyo heard someone calling him in his ear and turned his head to look. Not recognizable. Chapter 88, If we're tough, we're tougher. Zhang Qingyo looked at Kangyu who greeted him and frowned. Who's this? Don't recognize. How can Kangyu be willing to let go of Zhang Qingyo? Whether he can enter the Dragon City depends on this person. Immortal Dr. Zhang, Senior Kangyu, a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect, my master, the White-Browed Sword Immortal, has relapsed from his old injuries, and I'd like to ask for Immortal Dr. Zhang's help in accommodating the Great Summer Kingdom, and begging for the Great Summer Kingdom's divine physician to come to the rescue. The stupid kid in front of him Zhang Qingyo did not recognize, but the White-Browed Sword Immortal Zhang Qingyo did. 30 years ago, he also gave this sword fairy to cure the injury, but the etching nails in his body invade the depths of the muscle, the side of all kinds of tendons. They are afraid to throw a mouse, do not dare to move the knife off. I didn't expect to meet his disciple today. To tell the truth, this immortal doctor was moved with compassion to help this White-Browed Sword Immortal. But this is asking for the divine doctor of the Great Summer Kingdom to make a move, so it's not good enough for me to ask for it. This immortal doctor can help you with introductions, but whether or not the people of the Great Xia Kingdom make a move can depend on your destiny. With the principle of helping one step at a time, Zhang Qingyo went to the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom and said a few good words. The Daxia soldiers recognized this old man. These days this old man was going around Dragon City like a madman, and they saw him every day in the video surveillance. Could they not be familiar with him? Plus Dr. Tang said the situation, this is a great immortal doctor, and told everyone to take it easy. Since Dr. Zhang spoke up, I'll give Colonel Han a briefing, and whether or not it'll work is another story. The Daxia soldier agreed to help, and he grabbed a communicator to contact number 1. Number 1 frowned slightly as he listened to the situation. He happened to be in Han Chang's office, looked at Han Chang and asked, Colonel, there is a disciple of the Spirit Sword sect who came to beg us to save his master. Do you see this thing? Ask if there's a favor to be done, and get rid of me without a heavenly favor. Han Chang replied without lifting his head. Originally, we are all very busy, without a little benefit who go to your Spirit Sword sect. Number 1 immediately passed the word to the soldiers on the scene. The soldier relayed Han Sung's words, and Kangyu listened dumbfounded. Benefits? What benefits can he come up with? Besides, he can't make the call. Just then, a group of cultivators came from the distance. Good guy Qin Tian, a group of people have come. They are the wind and fire to catch up. To the near front are panting. One is almost exhausted. The crowd of Spirit Sword sect disciples finally saw Zhang Qingyo, and Qin Tian was even the first to arrive at the front, clasping his fists and saluting. Immortal Dr. Zhang has finally found you, my master. The white-browed sword Immortal has suffered a recurrence of his old injury and is in dire need of your help. Without the slightest consideration, Zhang Qingyo immediately shook his head. No, your master's injuries this Immortal Doctor can't do anything about. If you want to save him, then you guys should beg the Divine Doctor of the Great Summer Kingdom. After saying that, he looked at a few soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom. Qin Tian froze, and it was then that he noticed that junior brother Kang Yu was right beside him. This guy has a sad face, no need to ask. This guy must have unsuccessfully begged the Great Summer Country to make a move. Eldest senior brother, this Great Summer Kingdom said that if you want their Divine Doctor to make a move you have to pay them a favor. Kangoshi said in frustration. If there are benefits, naturally, our Spirit Sword sect does things openly and honestly. We make a clear distinction between grudges. If the Great Summer Kingdom can cure my master's injuries, we are willing to send a generous gift. Qin Tian said loudly, pondering in his mind that Zhang Qingyo refused to make a move, so he could only pretend again. As for whether or not Daxia goes, that's another story. The group was all mortal anyway, so whatever, it wouldn't hurt to kill one if they weren't happy. The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom over here laughed. I say, can you be more specific about the generous gift? Our Great Summer Kingdom doesn't do losing deals. Be specific. This Great CI is raising prices before we've done anything. Don't you know we're the Spirit Sword sect? The biggest and strongest immortal cultivation clan in the White Tiger Ridge. We let you go to the doctor, that's for your own good. This kind of clamor is abominable. He was very angry in his heart and shouted in an unpleasant manner. There are at least 1,000 spirit stones. I believe that is very much for you mortals, so be content. Ordinary mortals with 1,000 spirit stones would be rich, and when converted into copper coins it would be almost more than they could use up in a few lifetimes. This price would definitely satisfy them. After all, it was just a bunch of mortals, so what qualifications did they have to ask for a high price? Qin Tian's heart slandered. He didn't put the Great Xia country in his eyes at all. In his heart, he still had that feeling of superiority that immortal cultivators had when they were high above the rest of the world. When the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom heard this, they immediately shook their heads and waved their hands. You guys hurry up and leave. 1,000 spirit stones we in the Great Xia Kingdom can't look at. Our Great Xia Kingdom's divine rhythm incense costs 1,000 spirit stones for a pack of cigarettes. You guys are being insincere. As the words landed, several soldiers on the side raised their guns, their blackened muzzles aiming at Qin Tian's group. Qin Tian's face became extremely ugly. This 1,000 spirit stones were all said to be insincere. This Great Xia Kingdom's mouth was too big. Humph. A bunch of mortals still dare to bargain. There's no need to nag them. Just kill them and capture a few doctors back to the clan. Qin Tian also does not pretend. Their whole immortal cultivator and your group of mortals bull ***** what? Directly capture a few back to the matter. In case the cure kills these mortals and won't let you cure them. It's even more important to kill if you can't cure it. Anyway, without babbling, he drew his sword and was about to do it. Behind them, a group of Spirit Sword sect disciples had also lit up their swords, and this atmosphere was steeply tense. Want to fight, don't you? You guys are looking for death. The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom are not afraid at all. It's not like they haven't fought immortal cultivators. They've done it a few times, and that time they weren't completely abused by modern weapons. Immediately, he pulled out a flare gun and fired it into the air. Bang! The flare flew high, the glare was like a blazing sun in the sky, and a piercing alarm sounded around them instantly. A wave of armed drones came first with a hoot and a holler overhead, shooting out a red line aimed at the group of Spirit Sword sect disciples. Immediately after the earth rumbled, a dozen or so tanks drove out of that dragon city, and a single steel behemoth stormed over like a mountainous tsunami. Qin Tian was dumbfounded. This formation had never been seen before. They did not know what to do. While fuming, the tank that was running in the distance opened its guns and hit a Spirit Sword sect disciple with a boom. The power of the rushing explosion blew a meter-high rock to smithereens. This disciple's body was even more like a kite with broken strings, flying out more than 10 meters away and never standing up again. The Spirit Sword sect's group of people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Just this shocked people to death? It also shattered the boulder. This can't be beat. Although he himself was an immortal cultivator, no matter how strong his physique was, it could not be stronger than that rock just now. The dead Spirit Sword sect disciple is also very good to explain everything. He has a Qi cultivation 7 cultivation, which is just a little bit worse than the big brother Qin Tian 8, is not the same dead. He hadn't been hit just now. If he was hit squarely by the roaring blow of this steel beast, wouldn't he be pulverized to pieces and not even recognize your mother? And then look at that iron lump has arrived close, tall and majestic, domineering, issued a roar and crackstone. I guess the flood beast is just like that. The crotches of some Spirit Sword sect disciples were already wet. Chapter 89, 50 years of hard labor. But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly a group of warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom holding sharp swords came out of the dragon city in an aggressive manner. The first person had a spiritual chi wrapped around his body and sped like the wind, with an aura like a rainbow. Where did the curmudgeon come from that dares to sow his wild oats in my dragon city? Before the words fell, a sword chi whistled and slid across the ground, directly at the Spirit Sword sect's gentleman. Instantly there was a miserable scream, lifting off several spirit sword sect disciples. Qin Tian trembled. How is this person's face familiar? Isn't it the famous sword cultivator Shiman Aoshui? This common one in Longqing seems to be in Longqing is also a gang. At this moment, Qin Tian panicked. He suddenly realized that this dragon city had a heavenly net and a shockingly large killing weapon. All those rumors about the Great Xia Kingdom in the past seemed to be true. No wonder people said that the Great Xia Kingdom was a divine kingdom. It's simply terrifying as hell. Qin Tian was shocked and shivered all over. He himself was simply a small shrimp that couldn't jump up in front of the Great Summer Kingdom's artifacts. The arrogant cultivator's sense of superiority from earlier was gone at this moment. There was no way, in front of overwhelming strength Qin Tian he was nothing. He was busy shouting at the senior brothers, "Don't move! Don't move!" Then he rushed at Shiman Aoshui again with a polite set of words. That brother Shiman didn't expect you to be in Dragon City as well. Can you still remember me? I am the Spirit Sword Sect's eldest disciple Qin Tian? Humph, Qin Tian, you and I used to be friends, but now that you dare to sow your wild oats in Dragon City, don't blame me for being merciless. Shiman Aoshui was unmoved. In his heart this Qin Tian was nothing. Ever since he taught swordplay to the soldiers of the Great Xia Kingdom, he had grown to love this Great Xia Kingdom more and more. Everyone has a sense of honor, and all are disciplined. Dragon City is where he belongs. This is probably a misunderstanding. Qin Tian's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his face was burning hot. In his heart, he couldn't mention how pouty he was. But it can't be soft. Want to live can only beg for forgiveness in a low voice. Not to mention anything else, just this Shiman Aoshui in front of him couldn't be beaten by himself. And then there were those steel behemoths, one long, blackened tube still aimed at himself. There was a powerful sense of invisible oppression, and one could hardly breathe. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Didn't you people just clamor to kill Dragon City? Is this considered a misunderstanding? The Daxia soldiers revealed it on the spot, pointing their guns at Qin Tian and not relenting. Are you kidding me? You've already called for murder, and you're just going to let it go with a misunderstanding? The Great Summer Kingdom is not so easy to bully. This isn't over today, you'll have to answer for it. How to deliver? Qin Tian's face was green. As long as he could not kill himself, anything would do. On your knees. All of you get down on your knees and kowtow to us and apologize, and then I'm going to ask the colonel if he'll let you go so you can get the hell out of here. The warrior of the Great Summer Kingdom snapped. Right, kneel down first. Shiman Aoshui waved her sword and drank in a deep voice. Kneel down. It's too hard. Qin Tian's heart was torn for a while. He is at least the Spirit Sword Sect's eldest brother. After kneeling down, where to put this face later? While he was in unbearable pain, suddenly someone behind him tugged on his sleeve and turned around. Good guy, the entire Spirit Sword Sect's disciples all kneeled down, just missing him. Kneel, eldest brother, if you don't we'll all die. You boys are spineless. Lao Tzu also kneeled. Snap. Qin Tian landed on both knees and knelt down as well. Qin Tian's face was so bitter that it was worse than eating. That's more like it, all honest. The Daxia Kingdom soldier snapped, while reporting the situation to Number 1 and requesting what to do. Number 1 thought that it would be better to let Han Sung know about this, so he said to Han Sung, Colonel, that group of Spirit Sword Sect disciples made trouble and were taken down by us. What do you think we should do? Come to Dragon City and make trouble. It's the rhythm of life. Han Chang's face sank, wanting to decapitate and kill the gang of troublemakers to establish authority. Suddenly, he remembered that he wasn't going to open a factory to recruit workers. This group of cultivators would be just the thing to use. Immortal cultivators have a great advantage, that is to sleep less. You can work at least 20 hours a day. Very high quality labor. And the fact that all the cultivators can work in the factory is a big call to action, and it also shows the other cultivators the example of those who dare to go against the Great Summer Kingdom. Thinking of this, Han Chang got up and said, I'll see about that, and you prepare a few labor contracts. After saying that, he went to the accident site on the outskirts of Dragon City. When the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom saw Han Chang come in person, they immediately saluted. Colonel, there was a disturbance here and it has been captured. Han Chang nodded and looked at the group of Spirit Sword Sect disciples kneeling on the ground, each with a dejected expression and fearful eyes. It seems that after seeing the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom, this group of cultivators are afraid. Then it's much better back there. Ahem. Han Chang coughed lightly a few times, then drank in mock anger. Our Great Summer Kingdom has strict laws and regulations, and anyone who dares to cause trouble here is a capital offense. As the words landed, that Shiman Aoshui made a move to strike. The frightened Spirit Sword Sect disciple kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. Spare our lives. We're only here to seek medical treatment. I hope the Great Xia Kingdom will be gracious. I don't want to die, so please spare me. Qin Tian even kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic. My lord, we are also eager to seek medical treatment for our master, and we lost our minds for a moment, so I hope you can be gracious. Han Chang sneered, still stern. To commit such a great offense and still want to be open to mercy? Unless you go into labor. Labor. The group of people from the Spirit Sword Sect froze and looked at each other. What the heck is this laborer? Servitude is simple, it's labor to offset your guilt. I have a few contracts on my side, if you don't want to die then sign them. Han Shang looked behind him, and number 1 had already driven the contract in. That's timely. Hand out the contracts, one for each of the Spirit Sword sect disciples. Looking at the contract, each of these cultivators cried out, "Holy, 50 years of free labor, how can I still cultivate immortality? 9 o'clock in the morning to 9 o'clock in the evening every day, 6 days in a row with only 1 day's rest, it's too long, our path to immortality is cut short." Han Shang was a bit annoyed by the beeping and passed a wink at Shima Naoshue. This benevolent brother was very enlightened at this time, and with a wave of his spirit sword, he loudly shouted, "What? 50 years of hard labor will spare you the death penalty, and you still won't accept such a favor? I'll do it then. Which one is going to be on the road first? If you won't work, you'll die." For a while, all the Spirit Sword sect disciples shut up, no one wanted to die. Life is precious, everything can be thrown away. Someone warily raised his hand. "I sign that I am willing to labor for 50 years. Han Shang grinned. "Very well, you needn't be sad, 50 years will pass in the twinkling of an eye. Can you work with peace of mind and still get a reduction in your sentence so you can end your labor service early?" He was crying, but it seemed that this was all he could do. Who let themselves be impulsive? He brushed off his signature. At this time, junior brother Kong Yu suddenly cried out in pain and pleaded, "My lord, I can sign it, but I can't rest assured that my master can't be saved. I still beg you to be extra legal and send a divine doctor to save my master." Qin Tian turned his head to look at him, and said that this kid was stupid. He was thinking about that old undead even though he was in trouble himself. Nope, one can take the opportunity to get away. Suddenly Qin Tian's eyes lit up. Chapter 90, it's only a 2-day trip. We'll fly there. Han Shang listened and said in a deep voice, "Didn't we say that before? If you want us to send out a divine doctor you have to pay a favor. What favor do you have? No one is a fool to ignore the great Summerland without benefits. Kong Yu is in trouble, he is not a steward. What benefits can be promised? Just kowed out and begged." The first time he did so, he immediately jumped out and exclaimed, "My lord, my Spirit Sword sect has an inheritance of more than 2,000 years, and there are all kinds of ancient books, gongfu, mind techniques, sword techniques, and battle techniques in the hidden scripture cabinet. If the Great Xia Kingdom can save my master, my Spirit Sword sect is willing to open up the hidden scripture cabinet for the people of the Great Xia Kingdom to watch." Qin Tian also went out on a limb. A clan's founding fundamentals were his various legacies. The source of these techniques, sword skills, and so on is only the experience of the predecessors, or the disciples of the clan to go out to practice to obtain. It often contains the essence of the immortal cultivation way, and if one can comprehend it, one will benefit immensely. The Spirit Sword sect has been established for 2,000 years, with a long heritage and deep roots, and there are definitely treasures within this hidden scripture cabinet. Shima Naoshue's eyes heated up when she heard it and told Han Shang, "Brother Han, the Spirit Sword sect has many sword techniques that are very suitable for the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom to cultivate, which can increase their battle power greatly. With a powerful sword skill, a sword cultivator was a dozen times stronger than a flat A. That's why powerful cultivators would have a few sword techniques or battle techniques in their possession." Shima Naoshue likewise wanted to see the sword techniques of the Spirit Sword sect. This was a great sect of 2,000 years. There must be sword techniques that Jindan stage cultivators had participated in. If one could acquire a move or two, it would allow one's strength to soar. Han Chang's side of his mind dinged as the system reacted. Ding! Detected that the host will come into contact with the Tao of otherworldly sword skills, triggering the task to learn sword skills. As long as the host learns a sword skill he will gain 50 points in the speed attribute. Accelerated, this can be had. Han Chang's strength and defense have now broken 100, and his speed is only a pitiful 10, which is a bit inadequate. If I could add a 50 point, I could make up for that short leg. Immediately Han Chang agreed. Alright, our Great Summer Kingdom has agreed to make a move, but can you kid make the call? Can. I am Spirit Sword sect's eldest disciple Qin Tian, under the master is me. I would like to return to the sect with you, everything is covered on me. Qin Tian made a big deal. In fact, he couldn't make the decision, but as long as he could return to the Spirit Sword sect himself he would have a way to get out of it. As for the trapped disciples around them, then they were on their own. Oh, and also my head is spinning fast. Okay, then you're coming with me, but you have to bring one thing with you first. Han Shang wasn't afraid of the Spirit Sword sect playing tricks. His own strength was here and he wasn't afraid of any chi practicing stage cultivator. We'll bring a few more guys later, and when we see something's wrong, we'll go straight to work. The Great Summerland doesn't wimp out on anyone. After thinking about it, Han Chang looked at number 1. Number 1 understood and went over to put a bracelet on Qin Tian. It's called a probation electronic bracelet, specifically for use by criminals, which is hard to take off when you put it on, and can also locate the prisoner's position. He looked at the bracelet and thought it was strange. There was a small light on it that was always on. What was this? This thing is called a punishment bracelet. If you kid dares to try to escape, this bracelet will immediately explode and blow you to pieces. Han Chang scared. Qin Tian was startled, remembering that the steel beast's roar earlier had blown the boulder away, wouldn't he be the same? No, one can't have thoughts of running away. Gotta be honest. My lord, my master's life is at stake. He can't hold out for much longer. I hope you can move quickly. It will take at least 2 days for us to go to the Spirit Sword Sect's mountain gate. 2 days is still fast. When Qin Tian rushed to Dongha village in a hurry, he accelerated the whole process and used several windwalking talismans. That's how they got to East River village in 2 days. Mortals with poor stamina need at least 5 days. Wouldn't it be too late for this group of people from the Daxia kingdom to go to the Spirit Sword Sect? Qin Tian was really anxious. He is afraid to go back to his master's death and no one will save him. Han Chang couldn't care less. It's fine, isn't it just to go to the Spirit Sword Sect? I know that place, your clan is quite big, and it's only an hour or so in the past. More than an hour. Qin Tian looked at Han Chang in astonishment, thinking that this one mustn't be lying to me. The Spirit Sword Sect is 2 days away from here, and there are high mountains on the way, making it very difficult to travel. How could they possibly do that? However, 3 hours later, Qin Tian was not skeptical anymore, and he got on a helicopter. This big iron bird actually flew to high altitude. High mountains are under the feet. This kind of flying taste Qin Tian tasted for the first time, a heart that has mixed feelings. It turns out that the rumors about the Great Summer Kingdom's iron bird flying in the sky are true. I'm the one who's too ignorant to actually believe it. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I can't get this face to burn. How's that? This is a quick trip to your Spirit Sword Sect, right? Han Sung, who was also on the plane, asked with a playful grin as he crossed his legs. Fast, too fast. I've seen the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom. Qin Tian couldn't help but admire the Great Summer Kingdom in his heart. Having such a powerful divine weapon was indeed remarkable, and it seemed that heavenly divine punishment was mostly true as well. But can they heal the master's injuries? No matter what, when I get to the clan I have to let my master save me. This old bastard had better fight with the Daxia countrymen until they die together. The old man will be happy with this. Not to mention Qin Tian's small-mindedness. Zhang Qingyao, who was on the side, also nodded his head silently. He was very shocked by his first airplane ride. Also an uncontrollable inferiority complex. It seems that this immortal cultivator is not much superior. Look at the people of the Daxia country, the same as immortal. This ability, then we are still bull. All of them can take an airplane. This height can't even make a foundation stage cultivator fly, right? Although the foundation stage cultivator can fly, it is only a few dozen meters high, and 100 meters is the top of the sky. But now this iron bird is more than 500 meters away, surrounded by white clouds. Awesome! The artifacts of the Great Summer Kingdom are truly awesome. Shiman Ao Shui, on the other hand, held her breath, a face as ugly as if she was constipated. He got airsick again. On the plane before Han Sheng proposed to eat a pill, but the strong Simon Ao Shui refused to die, but also said that smoking the Shenyun incense will not be afraid of airsickness. I didn't expect to smoke a pack, as usual. That's a tough one. 3 hours later, 3 Blackhawk helicopters arrived over the Spirit Sword Sect's mountain gate. The hooting and hollering immediately startled the disciples inside the Spirit Sword Sect into a clamor, and they all ran outside to see the spectacle. I say, what's this? 3 big iron birds. Is it hard to believe that they're from the Great Summer Kingdom? It's too shocking. To be able to fly through the air with this iron is simply unimaginable. How powerful are the people of this great summer country? The Spirit Sword Sect disciples were shocked, and there were also people who shouted. The Great Summer Kingdom sent these 3 big iron birds. I think it's a bad idea. Everyone use your spells and blast this thing down. Good. Everyone together. A group of Spirit Sword Sect disciples began to condense their spiritual energy and prepare their spells, and for a time, there were fluctuations of spiritual energy all over the mountain gate. Alarm! Alert! Aura disturbance detected, on the ground below. The aura tracker on the airplane sounded an alarm, and the sound startled Qin Tian. What the hell is this? There's a human being in here? Just as he was about to probe his head to take a good look at this aura tracker, suddenly Han Chang slapped him on the head. Hey, if your fellow disciples don't want to die, hurry up and tell them to calm down, or we won't be polite. Qin Tian froze and looked downwards. A bunch of his juniors were about to fire their spells, which made him anxious. Holy, you pigs mustn't do anything. I'm still on the plane. If you want to fight, wait until I'm off the plane. Chapter 91. What is surgery? What is minimally invasive? Stop it, all of you. On the airplane, Qin Tian broke into a shout. He was really anxious. It was even if himself and a few dozen of his disciples were enslaved, the Spirit Sword Sect still had a future. If all of the more than 2,000 disciples below this were sold, then the Spirit Sword Sect would have to close its doors tomorrow. The crowd of disciples on the ground looked confused and raised their hands to point. Hey, did you guys see that? The one up there seems to be eldest brother Qin Tian? Yeah, why is he on the Iron Bird of the Great Summer? Could it be that eldest senior brother went to the Great Summer Country to hire their doctors? Didn't eldest senior brother say before that the rumors of the Great Summer Country were unreliable? Indeed, it would be unreadable. The disciples below were in a daze as the Iron Bird above slowly landed in front of the mountain gate. He was the first to rush down and screamed at the crowd. Don't even move. This is a guest from the Great Summer Kingdom that I've invited. You all need to treat them with respect. But didn't you say that you looked down on the Great Summer Kingdom before, eldest senior brother? You also said that the various rumors of others are all false, how come now? A disciple asked aloud without opening his eyes. Qin Tian really wanted to slap this stupid senior brother to death, and blushed as he said, "Shut up, your eldest brother can bend and bend, as long as he can cure master's injuries, what kind of person can't be invited? So that's how it is, eldest brother is indeed a true man." Qin Tian's face skinned for a while to pump, move, is not a real man, are giving people a great summer country kneeling and begging for forgiveness. But that aside, it was better to hurry up and take the doctors of the Great Summer Kingdom to treat the master's injuries before seeking an opportunity to get away. Immediately, he said to Han Chang, "My lord, my master is in the inner practice room, come with me." "Well, you lead the way, remember don't move your head or watch out for the bracelet on your hand." Han Chang did not forget to knock Qin Tian, but of course he was not afraid if he really moved his head. Not only was he capable of defending himself, but Shiman Aoshua by his side would be able to do it alone. He also brought 12 special warriors, all of whom were good at what they do. Turning sideways to Dr. Don. Dr. Tang, it's up to your medical team back there. Okay, let's see what happens first. Dr. Tang had brought a medical team of 4 this time, and a lot of equipment and instruments. Following Qin Tian, the group of people went to meet the white-browed sword Immortal within the inner hall's practicing room. This former Foundation establishment stage cultivator similarly froze for a moment when he saw Han Chang and his party. Strange clothes, a group of mortals see themselves this cultivation seniors still do not kneel. "You are the people of Daxia?" The white-browed sword Immortal asked in a deep voice. He was a bit annoyed at the rude behavior of this group of mortals. Even if they were treating their own injuries, this was too arrogant. The other world is a world where immortal cultivators are honored, and mortals are worse than dogs and pigs. "Yes, I heard your apprentice say that you have a bone-etching nail in your chest, and we can take it out for you. But first we need to see through to see the exact location of the bone-etching nails in your chest," Han Chang said in an unassuming manner. The white-browed sword Immortal grew more and more unhappy. Taking a look at Qin Tian beside him, he drank. "What kind of person did you invite here? How can you see through the lens of a man's heart?" Qin Tian was speechless for a while. Master, I escaped back. You think I want to bring them to Turning his head, the white-browed sword Immortal rushed at Han Chang. "Mindful of the fact that you people of the Great Xia Kingdom are ignorant, I won't bother with you. Get out of here quickly. Or else even if I don't have long to live, I'll be able to exterminate you all just as well with the movement of my fingers." Ooh, what a big mouth, wanting to exterminate the Great Summer Kingdom gentleman, isn't this looking for death? A flash of splendor flashed across his face, he was excited, and all he wanted was for his master to hurry up and save himself. However, he didn't dare to say these words on the spot, or else the punishment bracelet he was carrying on his hand would explode. "That's not good. It's better if you choke yourselves." The atmosphere in the practice room suddenly became tense. At this time, Zhang Qingniu stood out and said, "I say White Eyebrows Senior, this is where you're wrong. The people of the Daxia Kingdom are really able to see through, they don't brag about it. And their medical skills are so high that even this immortal doctor is a million times better." White-browed sword Immortal recognized Zhang Qingniu. How could this well-known immortal doctor also speak for these mortals? Could it be true? After a moment's contemplation, thinking that he was running out of time and that the bone-etching nails in his chest were getting more and more painful, he should let them try it. Anyway, it's just a bunch of mortals, if they can't be cured, they'll all be killed. Thinking of this white-browed sword Immortal nodded his head. "Good, since Fairy Dr. Zhang has said so, let's give it a try." Then he added to Qin Tian, "Apprentice, you can watch, if this group of mortals swindle us, you'll just raise your sword and kill them." Qin Tian was so scared that his legs were shivering. Where did he dare to speak? He said to himself, "Master, I'm still counting on you to save me, and you're asking me to up this group of Daxia countrymen. These guys are all living hell, where can I beat them? Besides, I can't protect myself." Han Chang heard also does not move, this gang of immortals each proud, but a fight without a not a wimp, let him go. But this benefit has to be agreed upon, or else it will be reversed. Daxia Kingdom is not a good bully. By the way, we have to make it clear before treating your injuries, once we're cured we can go to your hideout. What? You guys actually want to spy on the sect's hidden scriptures? The white-browed sword Immortal was instantly furious, his eyes rounded. How could he possibly agree? Inside the hidden scripture pavilion are all the cultivation tips of the previous great and powerful members of the Spirit Sword sect, as well as various self-created sword techniques and battle techniques, which is not the crystallization of the predecessor's heart and soul. There were also some mysterious Gongfu mind techniques from the secret realm, the ferocious land, which one was not obtained by the ancestors of the clan who fought to the death. It could be said that what was placed inside the hidden scripture pavilion was the heritage of the Spirit Sword sect for the past 2,000 years, and was also the key to the revitalization of the Spirit Sword sect in the future. So how could they be willing to easily let this group of people from the Great Summer Nation go in? No, the old man will never allow you to go in. The white-browed sword Immortal spoke with determination. Han Chang, look, this is not negotiable. The harm they also ran a trip for nothing. Did not say go back to this group of Spirit Sword sect disciples of the labor to add another 50 years. Let's go back. that Xin Tian, you kid, come here. Han Chang's group turned around and left. Poof. At this time, Xin Tian suddenly knelt down as he cried, Master, don't be confused, if you die of immortality, our spirit sword sect won't be able to hold on. Not to mention the other clans that are spying on our clan, even Fengdu City in the north will go south. At that time, our spirit sword sect's 2,000-year-old foundation will still not be cheap for nothing. The first thing that happened was that he was already panicked. Leaving now? Who's going to save me? I mustn't think of going into servitude for 50 years. A word finished white eyebrow sword Immortal face gloomy. He has never not know these why the spirit sword clan to his hands weakened to such a point. Alas! Also, in that case, the old man agrees. He then shouted at Han Chang's group. The people of the Great Summer Country, please stay. You can treat the old man's injuries, but if you can't, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Chang smiled faintly. Isn't it just a surgical procedure? Is it hard? I think minimally invasive is alright. Surgery? Minimally invasive. What are these two terms? White-browed sword Immortal was dumbfounded. He had never heard of it, but looking at Han Chang's expression, it seemed to be very relaxed. Is that really true? The bone-eroding nail that had plagued him for 30 years, even an immortal doctor like Zhang Qingyao was unable to do anything about it. This group of people from the Daxia kingdom were that powerful. Chapter 92, I'll take old ancestors' sword stance. Dr. Tang, since the patient agrees, then let's get to work. Han Chang said to this Dr. Tang. Okay, we'll x-ray the patient right away to determine the exact location of the etching nail. Dr. Tang's medical team sprang into action, and several pieces of medical equipment were pushed into the practice room. Then he busied himself on the white-browed sword Immortal. The white-browed sword Immortal was half believing and half skeptical. What are these Daxia people up to? What's the point of treating a wound like this? And what's the point of shining that square thing at yourself? What's it for? Soon an X-ray fluoroscopy photo came out. Dr. Tang took a look in his hand and nodded, turning to Han Chang. Colonel, there are no major arteries around this etiolated nail. It's very manageable. We can minimally invasive and get it done in an hour at most. White-browed sword Immortal was a bit confused. What happened? How is it possible that he can see the bone-eroding nail in his body? Seeing white-browed sword Immortal's disbelieving face, Dr. Tang even kindly showed him the X-ray photo. Here, this is what's in your body. The etching nail is in this position. It's easy to take out. We only need to perform a very small surgery. It will take about half an hour. Looking at the portrait on the X-ray photo, white-browed sword Immortal's entire body was shocked. Is it really your own body up there? He couldn't believe it, but wasn't that silver gray thing that looked like a nail an Etch-a-Sketch? It is what tormented myself for 30 years. I didn't realize that the Great Summer Kingdom could really see through Lao Fu's body. It really is a divine kingdom. Then he thought that in half an hour he would be able to take out the bone-eroding nail. He was inwardly thrilled again. Half an hour, this Daxia is too good. On the side of Zhang Qingyao is incomparably sweaty. It turns out that the technology of the Great Summer Kingdom is still beyond their imagination. How easy is it to take an etching nail? Dr. Tang smiled as he collected the X-rays and directed the medical team to perform the minimally invasive surgery. The surgery was simple. Local anesthesia was applied to the white eyebrow sword Immortal's chest, then a small hole the thickness of a finger was made, a tube was probed into it, and then the etching nails were slowly sucked out. The surgery was simple and Dr. Tang is again a clinically experienced physician. This minimally invasive procedure went well and the etiolated nail was removed in less than half an hour. White-browed sword Immortal was watching the whole thing, and he was now simply incomparably reverent towards the Great Summer Kingdom. This will do. Unbelievable. At the same time he understood why none of the mortals knelt when they saw him. It turns out that people really do have godly powers, and it's a better tactic than even the immortals. Have to admire that. The moment he saw the bone-eroding nail taken out he was even lighter all over, a relief he had never felt in 30 years. Comfortable. Old me feels like I've been reborn. The face that was pale just a moment ago slowly began to turn rosy. Xin Tian watched from the sidelines and had bitter words. You two families are pinching I'm waiting to get out of it. And don't ever cure my master. If his old man lives, I won't have a chance. Xin Tian's heart was anxious and panicked. Good, great, the sect's hidden scripture pavilion is open to people from the Great Summer Kingdom, so go ahead and read whatever you want, but the only requirement is that you can't take it out of the pavilion. The white-browed sword Immortal shouted excitedly. Han Chang laughed. Don't worry about this, it will only take us 3 hours to get to your hidden scriptures. 3 hours? How can I watch anything? It's not enough to comprehend a technique? Is it to be transcribed? But think about it, it's impossible. Copying the canonical books within the hidden scriptures? Are you kidding me? This is going to take years to copy. Could it be that the Great Xia Kingdom has some super divine weapon again? White-browed sword Immortal froze for a while. Think about the impossibility. It must be that this Daxia countryman is too big, but this is better, he has nothing to worry about. Immediately, he had Xin Tian lead Han Chang's group of people to the hidden scripture pavilion. When he arrived at the hidden scriptures, Han Chang realized that it was a 5-story square tower. From the bottom to the top were placed the canonical books of the Spirit Sword sect through the generations. The ones on the first floor are the most common, and the higher up the canon the more precious they are. By the 5th level there were all sorts of Gongfu mind techniques obtained from the secret realm. There were also several sword techniques left behind by the founding ancestor of the Spirit Sword sect. Han Shang had the crowd take out scanning cameras to take various shots at the cannon. A tome just needs to turn the page, and the scanner will automatically record it. A dozen or so people doing it together, that's fast. Qin Tian looked curious, but didn't say anything. Han Shang wasn't interested in these Gongfu mind techniques, or ordinary sword techniques. He was very interested in the sword techniques of those opening ancestors on the 5th floor. This thing must be powerful. No words since I'm here, I can't leave out the good stuff. When he reached the 5th floor, Han Shang found these sword skills. It was a scroll of yellowish bamboo slips that looked particularly old. However, Han Shang could feel a faint cloud of aura emanating from it, as if it was protecting the tome. Qin Tian on the side looked and said, "This is an aura barrier set up to protect the sword technique, unless a Foundation establishment cultivator can't open this barrier." These sword techniques were the Spirit Sword sect's treasure of the sect, so how could they be easily obtained? He was waiting on the side to see the joke, while thinking that the master should know about it. I left a message for master just now when that group of Dasha countrymen were treating his injuries. As long as his old man sees it he will surely come to save me. A ding had sounded in Han Shang's head over here. Ding! Discovered 3 moves of heavenly rank sword technique, do you want to acquire it? Han Shang knew from Shiman-Ao Shue's side that this otherworldly world's techniques and battle skills were divided into levels of heaven and earth, Xianyan and yellow, and this heavenly rank was the highest. Sure enough, this clan that has been passed down for 2,000 years just has the goods, and there is also this kind of heavenly rank sword skill. If acquired, is it possible to reach the might of a Yuaning level old monster? After acquiring the sword technique the host's combat power will increase dramatically, allowing him to cross over and aggressively fight cultivators in the first level of the foundation stage. The use of sword techniques increases with the host's strength, and at this stage the host's strength is equivalent to the 9th level of chi cultivation, failing to fully utilize the full power of the heavenly rank sword techniques. Han Shang nodded his head, realizing that he still needed to continue honing his strength, but it didn't prevent him from acquiring these 3 sword techniques. Acquire! Han Shang gave an order, and soon a figure emerged in his mind, wielding a sharp sword, proudly standing between the sky and the dome of the heavens, surrounded by coils of laws and a heavenly aura. The figure of a person in a sudden moment came out with a sword. An endless sword intent ravaged the void, like blood staining the sky and the earth, a sad red. Han Shang trembled, this heavenly rank sword moves had been penetrated. As long as he had enough strength he could fully utilize the strong power of these 3 moves. In time the mountains will no longer be a dream. Immediately after that the system voice sounded again. Ding! Detecting that the host has acquired a heavenly ranked sword stance, completing the mission and rewarding 50 points of speed. Han Shang felt his whole body shaking again, inexplicably having a taste of lightness. Not bad, not bad. Got myself strong again? Well, the back is waiting for the scan to finish. Han Shang left the hidden scripture pavilion on his own. Behind him, Qin Tian looked at Han Shang, only to see this Dasha countryman stand for half a day then walk away. A burst of smugness in his heart. The people of the great summer country are not all powerful in every way, and take the barrier of this door as well as no way. However, just when Qin Tian was complacent, the barrier boundary disappeared, and the bamboo slips of the sword stance turned into a cloud of powder and went away with the wind. What's going on? How come the sword moves are suddenly gone? Chapter 93, Can't Offend the Big Brother. What did that Daxamite do? Qin Tian looked dumbfounded. He couldn't figure out why Han Shang didn't make a move to look at it and go away. How come this sword move is gone? This side, Han Shang went to wait outside of the hidden scripture pavilion, and it had been 3 hours before everyone came out of the pavilion. Reporting to the colonel, there is a lot of precious information within this hidden scripture cabinet. Not only are there cultivation techniques, but there are also many records of the history of the otherworld, as well as a map of the otherworld. But there's so much information, we need to go back and organize it. A soldier of the Great Summer Kingdom said. That Shiman-Ao Shui was equally excited. He was in charge of finding sword techniques and battle techniques. Brother Han, I found so many of these sword techniques, it's worthy of being a once glorious great sect with a deep heritage. With these sword moves, I'll have everyone practice when we get back. Han Shang nodded and said, okay, you guys hurry up and get on the plane, we're going back. Turning around, he rushed at Qin Tian. We're done watching, and you're coming with us. Qin Tian screamed, why is the master still not coming? I've gone to all this trouble and ended up with a basket of water. Chagrined in his heart, he moved his heavy feet to slowly follow Han Shang and the others. The mind that is all over the place. 50 years this can be how his immortal road also came to an end. It was also at this time that the white-browed sword Immortal finally arrived. He couldn't sit still when he learned that his eldest disciple was going to labor for the Great Summer Kingdom. A hallowed immortal cultivator was actually subjected to Immortal. How could he swallow this breath? Moreover, the Spirit Sword sect is still the largest sect in the White Tiger Ridge. If it spreads out, how will it gain a foothold in the future? That's why nothing could be said to allow the great summer nation to take Qin Tian away. Seeing Han Shang and his group come out of the hidden scripture pavilion, the white-browed sword Immortal was furious and snapped. Wait, you guys can leave if you want to, but you can't take away this great disciple of the old man. Han Shang raised his gaze and said in a cold voice, those who violate my dasha must pay the price. Needless to say, if you dare to forcefully block it, the back will be responsible for itself. The voice was cold and full of intimidation. Not in the slightest. Are you kidding me? Your eldest disciple is going to attack Dragon City. It's already good enough for me to keep him alive. What else do you want? The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom beside them immediately set up their 97 submachine guns, and the black holes of those guns were aimed at the Spirit Sword sect disciples around them. For a while the atmosphere was tense and ready to explode. Qin Tian was excited. He finally waited for his master to come. Not only did the master come, the Spirit Sword sect's more than 2,000 disciples all came and formed a circle around them. Instantly Qin Tian was excited. He seemed to be saved. Ha! With so many fellow disciples and a master out there, I can avoid having to go to the Great Xia Kingdom to do hard labor. Han Shang naturally saw it as well, and as he watched the surrounding Spirit Sword sect disciples advance layer by layer, he wasn't the least bit afraid. What White Tiger Ridge's strongest immortal cultivation sect? Can it still be more powerful than guns? Below the foundation, guns are dads, telling you how to behave. Turning sideways, Han Shang said to a warrior beside him, fire me up and show them what we can do. Yes. The soldier, a fireman, was carrying a Type 70 62mm rocket launcher and swished it at a distant peak. With a loud boom, the boulders of that mountain peak exploded and rolling boulders fell. The Spirit Sword sect's disciples were stunned. This great Xia country's divine weapon turned out to be this fierce? Boy, if he was hit, even if he had an aura to protect his body, he would be blasted into crumbs just the same, right? White-browed sword Immortal's face twitched, thinking that he might have had this kind of power when he was at the Foundation establishment stage and could forcefully split boulders. But now, million cannot. If one insisted on leaving Qin Tian behind, then it was inevitable that the entire clan would have to pay a heavy price. Perhaps even he will perish here. Having just gained a new lease of life, the white-browed sword Immortal rekindled his longing for the avenue of immortal cultivation. The old man must not stop here. A disciple is just a disciple, not worth mentioning in relation to the old man's immortal path. It's just that this step can't go down. If he is soft, won't he be laughed at? While hesitating, suddenly the 3 Blackhawk helicopters parked in the distance had lifted off. Whooshing and swishing, countless rockets were fired over, landing accurately beside the Spirit Sword sect disciples. The rumble blew up blood and flesh, and there was screaming everywhere. The white-browed sword Immortal was dumbfounded. How could this great Xia kingdom just say that it would make a move? Do not give people a chance. Looking around at the hundreds of half-meter deep craters and a field of corpses, half of the more than 2,000 Spirit Sword sect disciples were dead or wounded, and the rest were scared less and fleeing in all directions. Well, can't you figure it out yet, old man white eyebrows? Han Shang's side smiled smugly. If it wasn't for the small number of people coming from his side, otherwise it wouldn't be impossible to directly end this clan. If you don't surrender, our Iron Bird is going to blow you to smithereens. With a moment of trepidation, the white-browed sword Immortal looked up at the 3 helicopters and realized that the long tubes of the others were already aimed at him. When you move yourself to the left, the long tube moves to the left, and when you move to the right, the long tube moves to the right. The whole thing's on me. This time, the white-browed sword Immortal was really afraid. He kind of understood that this great Xia kingdom was not only superior in medical skills, but this weapon was also a bullseye. He regretted it, knowing that the strong strength of the Great Summer Kingdom would not dare to come out hard. There are plenty of disciples, no matter which one. Old me doesn't care. Spirit Sword sect disciples retreat. After saying that, the white-browed sword Immortal retreated to the side, allowing Han Shang to take Qin Tian away. Qin Tian teased, a million horses racing in his heart. You just went down there. Do heroes do to the end? Do half of the soft, this is what meaning. Master, I'm your disciple. Qin Tian couldn't help himself and shouted out. But white-browed sword Immortal pretended to be deaf and ignored him. Don't dawdle or I'll shoot you. A Dasha warrior held a gun to Qin Tian's but, scaring the boy so much that he jumped. Don't do it, Supreme Immortal, I'll leave on my own, I'll leave right away. The grayish Qin Tian could only follow Han Shang. Some Spirit Sword sect disciples in the distance are not convinced. Looking at a group of mortals in the great summer country so flaunting and still want to fight again. Gathering mana in his hands, he tried to strike remotely with his spells. But before he could finish, he was kicked over by a fellow soldier on the side. Damn it, you pig-headed people don't want to live yourself, but don't take us with you. Didn't you see their firearms just now? The power of that is overwhelming. How many lives do you have to play with them? Alright, no one dares to make a move anymore, watching Han Shang and his group leave. From the beginning to the end, the white-browed sword Immortal never said another word. Looking at the helicopter far away, he rushed around and ordered the disciples. Pass on my decree that in the future, the disciples of this sect shall not engage in any conflict with the Great Summer Kingdom, and all people from the Great Summer Kingdom who come to my Spirit Sword sect's territory shall be treated with courtesy and shall not retaliate. And from today onwards Master is going to practice in seclusion, nothing shall disturb me. After saying that, the white-browed sword Immortal turned around and left, as if nothing had happened just now. The crowd of Spirit Sword sect disciples didn't dare to speak much, everyone saw and understood. Master, this is a completed mission of defeat, and the confrontation with the Great Summer Kingdom is completely lost. One by one, their heads hung down, and the crowd no longer had the superiority of the immortal cultivators. There was also no more of that smugness of the big clans. Chapter 94, What's wrong with cultivating immortals? Work for me. In front of the mighty might of the Great Summer, everything is bull ********. On the airplane, Han Cheng suddenly rushed at Dr. Tang and asked, "Have you all gathered? Finished?" This white-browed cultivator's physique is indeed much stronger than other chi refining stage cultivators. Even if his cultivation has been lowered, his physique is still there, and that's why he was able to resist that bone-eroding nail for 30 years. Dr. Tang's face smiled. Just now their medical team had not only performed a minimally invasive surgery on the white-browed sword Immortal, they also took the opportunity to collect blood, physical strength, and various other data. After all, a former Foundation Establishment stage cultivator, even if his cultivation level was lowered, would always retain some of the abilities he had when he was at the Foundation Establishment stage. These data are vital to the Great Summer State. Sooner or later, he would have to come into contact with the Foundation Establishment stage cultivators, so he would know their physical strength earlier and make changes in his weapons, and then he would still crush them in the same way. By the way, we also discovered that this white-browed cultivator has a broken meridian at his dantian, which is the main reason why his realm has slipped. Dr. Don added. This time Han Chang didn't say anything, and Zhang Qingyou stammered away. What? Not because of that bone-crushing nail? No. According to our research on cultivators, we found that cultivators' spiritual energy comes from the dantian, and if the dantian is damaged the cultivator's realm will be greatly affected. What really made the white-browed cultivator's realm slip was the damage to the meridian on the side of the dantian, but that meridian is very thin, and we wouldn't have been able to discover it if it weren't for the X-ray. Dr. Tang took the X-ray of the white-browed sword Immortal and looked at it carefully. Hiss. Zhang Qingyou sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Good guy, or the Great Summer Country stuff is awesome. It can all be investigated so meticulously. The fairy doctor himself seems far worse. The mind was secretly impressed again, but there was another doubt in his mind, and he wasn't going to spit it out. That, all of you Great Summer divinities, this immortal doctor has a doubt. Previously you have been turning pages within the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Do you have the ability to forget everything? Han Chang laughed with Dr. Tang after hearing this. Dr. Don said, "You're right, old Chang. We do have the ability to forget things, but that ability is called scanning. It's done by machines." Scanning, the machine did it? Zhang Qingyou was again confused, and he was dumbfounded to understand what this scan meant. Looks like there's still a lot of God's might in the Great Summer Kingdom. Unable to help it, Zhang Qingyou felt another pang of emotion. The white-browed sword Immortal who returned to the practice room on this side started cultivating without stopping. For 30 years, he had been trapped by the bone-eroding nail, causing his realm to slip, and now he was going to make up for it and return to the Foundation Establishment upheaval. But, after sitting cross-legged for half a day, he didn't feel the slightest sign of aura entering his body. What's going on here? Why are you still unable to cultivate even after you've recovered from your injuries? He frantically looked inward to check himself, and suddenly discovered a broken meridian at his dantian. For a moment he was all but dead. After half a day, it turned out that it was the damage to the dantian meridians that made it so. This is how it's going to be. Let the divine doctors of the Great Summer Kingdom come back again. They can see through and take out the foreign matter in the body, and they can definitely repair this meridian of my old husband's. White-browed sword Immortal got excited, but on second thought, he had just offended the Great Summer Kingdom. How could people help him save his life again? The bitter water of instant regret welled up, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out from the white-browed sword Immortal. Pust. I regret it. If I knew that now, I shouldn't have flipped out with the Great Summer Kingdom just now. Now there is only overwhelming self-loathing. It's so hard it's suicidal. As soon as he returned to Dragon City, Han Chang went back to his office. Number 1 had been waiting for him in the office and saw him return handing over a file. Colonel, the first factory we opened in the otherworld has been built and is ready for production. Well, so soon, Han Chang rejoiced. From the last time he came back from Blue Star, he started to set up the opening of the factory, and it was only after less than half a month that it was completed. Dacia is really worthy of being an infrastructure powerhouse. It's very good. Han Chang looked at the document. It was a plan for recruiting 60,000 workers, which fully met Han Chang's requirements. Very well, this is something to be done immediately. By the way, our financial expert is still in Jingtu Jigua. Right. So let him be in charge of this. Yes, I'll be right in touch. Number 1 saluted and went out to make arrangements. In the country of Chiji, a fully enclosed factory was built along the railroad built by Daxia, and dozens of huge steel-framed factories were situated on the ground. And the modernization of the place appeared to be so characteristic under the aura of antiquity in the surrounding area. Originally, Han Chang had planned to build the factory near Yunlin City. After all, that was the territory of the Great Summer Kingdom. However, the factory is a sweatshop, which exploits its own people, plus Che Jigua can activate the corvée at will, so the thought is still placed in Che Jigua. At this moment, Zheng Tu received a message asking him to take full responsibility for the start of the new factory in the otherworld. He sat inside the merchant's house and thought for a while, and immediately came out with a recruitment notice at the first opportunity. It was posted in the major cities of Chiji country, and for a while, it attracted countless people's hearts. Inside the capital city of Chiji Kingdom, Lin Fei looked at the announcement that he was a ghost cultivator refugee. The last time he was involved in the construction of the railroads in the Great Summer Kingdom, it was through this corvée that he had something to eat and a place to sleep, got through that very difficult time. When they were demobilized after the completion of the railroad, Daxia also gave out money, which was not much, but enough for many to return to their hometowns. Lin Fei's family was gone, so he didn't go back to stay in the capital city. He'd been working odd jobs all this time, but he'd never been comfortable working for Daxia. At least you'll have enough to eat and won't freeze when you work for Daxia. Working for the others only means drinking gruel and sleeping on the floor. Now that he saw the Great Summer recruiting, his heart flew early. He must go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A couple of partners on the side likewise staggered away. Hey, you guys, this time, the Great Summer Kingdom only needs 60,000 people for recruitment. If you go late, you won't have any. It also pays $100 a month, which is much better than the last time the railroad was built. That's not true. 100 pieces of Great Summer currency. This thing can buy many things at the same price as a spirit stone. Copper coins are worthless now. Being able to get the Great Summer currency is earning. Without saying anything, everyone hurry up and sign up. Yeah, hurry up. Lin Fei followed his companion, his heart filled with good wishes. He wished to make more money, and then deposit it within the Great Xia State Merchant Bank and get interest every month. I heard that if you deposit $1,000, you get $1 a month. Although it is small, Su believes that he can gather sand into a tower and earn more and more, so that he can marry another daughter-in-law and start another family, and life will begin anew. He ran excitedly to the recruiting office, his heart that was hard to hide. Over here, Qin Tian and Kong Yu and a bunch of other Spirit Sword sect disciples were also sent to Che Jigua, each of them carrying probation electronic bracelets on their hands. I'll be honest, you came but to labor service. Don't put on a look like the old man. Cultivating immortality is very powerful. Honestly, listen to be able to reduce the sentence to get out earlier. Anyone who tries to think wrong will be killed immediately. Now get out of the car and get to work. A soldier from the Great Summer Kingdom who was escorting the shipment shouted. Chapter 95, a few tens of thousands of dollars and it's done. The several people did not dare to squeak, and obediently followed the car, then entered a wide factory building. Here this group of cultivators saw an assembly line for the first time, a long belt rolling on and on, with all kinds of strange and weird things on it. It amazed them. Was this the factory of the Great Summer Kingdom? I've heard that all their artifacts are produced in a factory. This factory seems extraordinary. He looked at this with curiosity and apprehension, and a hint of unwillingness. What should I do with my life after this when I have not been able to escape from the labor service in the end? In the midst of his sorrow, that soldier of the Great Summer Kingdom shouted, "Which one of you is named Kengetsu?" Hearing this name, Qin Tian's heart burst of joy. Haha, this Kong Yu must have offended the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. This is going to be chastised. I am. Kangoshi replied carefully as he stepped out of the crowd. From now on, you are the foreman of this group of cultivators. Oh, it's their head. This one is the colonel's orders. He said he sees you boys as more agreeable. The Great Summer Kingdom soldier explained, then didn't wait for the group of cultivators to be surprised before adding another sentence. The colonel said that your servitude is reduced by 45 years, and that you only have to do 5 years here before you can leave. What? Spirit Sword sect disciples are dumbfounded. Why does Kong Yu only need to do 5 years, but they have to do 50 years? That's not fair. He was so angry that he jumped out on the first day. All are the same Spirit Sword sect disciples. All the same in the Dragon City Bright Sword. Why Kong Yu this kid to be preferential treatment? Oh, it's the colonel's orders. You either do as you're told or prepare to be blown to bits. The soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom were unambiguous and pressed no reasoning against this group of cultivators. Originally, this group of goods is not a good bird. This. He was confused, and he swallowed his breath as he looked at the punishment bracelet on his hand. There's no point in risking your life. So this group of Spirit Sword sect disciples started working on the assembly line. They were an alternative landscape, and Lin Fei happened to be not far away and could see them. Hey, you guys, look, those are the cultivators, actually working the assembly line like us. I heard that they were all captured by the Great Xia Kingdom. I'm really impressed. The Great Xia Kingdom is too capable. Even immortals can be ruled into submission. That's not true. Daring to mess with the Great Summer Kingdom is a death wish. I say, Lin Fei, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? Someone rushed at Lin Fei and asked. Lin Fei said in a deep voice. I was thinking if I could become a Daxia national, wouldn't I be able to avenge my wife and children? Lin Fei's family died at the hands of a ghost cultivator, and by becoming a member of the Daxia Kingdom he would have the chance to obtain the Immortalicide artifact, and would be able to defeat an immortal cultivator with a mortal body. And that's how you get your revenge. But, we're all from Chechikuni, so where's the chance? Oh, a sigh of relief from the surrounding people, who do not want to be a part of it after seeing the national prestige of the Daxia country and the dignity of the Daxia people who straighten their backs and behave as human beings. But is that possible? There's a chance. As long as I excel, there's a chance. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a hint of exhilaration. His hands and feet quickly got busy and he dried even more vigorously. Hey, Lin Fei, you kids, save your strength. Don't do it so hard. Hey, the people around them are out of luck, being brought along to speed up the drying. On the other hand, in the courtroom of Chiji Kingdom, Shui Yingyao was sitting on the throne, looking at her uncle, King Shui Wu, with a group of civil and military officials were kneeling in front of her. Your Majesty, the Great Xia Kingdom has once again requisitioned laborers in our country. This time they have requisitioned more than 60,000 laborers. In the long run, I'm afraid that the people of my Chiji Kingdom will wither away, and the country will become a nation, King Shui Wu said in a deep voice, and the 100 officials behind him echoed. I also ask for your Majesty's wise decision. Shui Yingyao's eyes sank. What wise decision? It is still not to put me on a rack and roast. Let me go and protest with the Great Xia state. But what's the use of protesting? With the agreement with the Daxia state, people can just requisition the corvée without having to notify Che Jigua. Besides, without the Daxia kingdom, the Chiji kingdom would have been gone a few times already. So what can they do if they requisition some laborers? But this formation of the 100 officials she couldn't force, which made it difficult. For a while, Shui Yingyao didn't even know how to open her mouth, so the ruler and minister were frozen over there. Zheng Tu, governor of the merchant bank of the Great Xia Kingdom, seeks an audience. A sudden Hajj call broke the awkwardness. The 100 officials had their heads turned sideways, and each of them was wondering what this person from the country of Daxia was doing here. Shui Yingyao, on the other hand, was overjoyed, came at the right time. Let you 100 officials go and mess with the Great Xia Kingdom by yourselves. Don't drag me on, declare the upper hall. Soon Zheng Tu walked up to the court hall with a happy face. He nodded and smiled at anyone, and did not kneel or bow. Very casual. Why are all the 100 officials kneeling? What's the big deal? We, the Great Summer Kingdom, as a friendly neighbor of the Chiji Kingdom, are willing to share our worries together, Zhang Tu said cheerfully, but his tone was full of mockery. The heart said, oh, a group of old guys. Your mind, I cannot understand, is not just want to greedy a little cheap, but this has to be exchanged for benefits, and we, the Great Summer Kingdom, don't do money-losing deals. So it's Governor Zhang. Can you Great Xia Kingdom explain why you're requisitioning 60,000 laborers again? King Shui Wu was the first to pick a fight as the leader. Zheng Tu said in disbelief. What? Isn't there an agreement for the requisitioning of laborers? And I, the Great Xia Kingdom, can requisition as much as I want without the consent of the Chiji Kingdom. Besides, we're not expropriating, we're recruiting. Haven't you seen the recruitment ads we put out? All of you Chechikuni nationals are willing to come yourselves. Shui Wu Wang held back. Indeed, there is no words to say. This is knowing that the reason is wrong, but just want to get some benefits. Zheng Tu looked at King Shui Wu's constipated face and laughed straight away. Thinking that it was almost time, he took out the documents that had been prepared long ago and said to Shui Yingyao, Your Majesty, this is a document drawn up by our country of Daxia, and we are willing to manage the factory together with the country of Chiji. What? As soon as the words fell, all around were astonished. It's a dream come true that Daxia is actually willing to share the benefits with Chiji Kingdom. Come on, let me see the protocol. Shui Yingyao asked her subordinate to bring up the documents for her to see. King Shui Wu and the others couldn't help themselves and didn't care about the etiquette of kings and ministers. They all swarmed together. Daxia is willing to share 1/10,000th of the plant's proceeds with Chiji, but Chiji will need to cover security, cleaning, and waste disposal. What's 1 in a million? King Shuewu's curious gaze went to Zheng Tu. Zheng Tu laughed. That's 1 in 10,000 would be enough to make you all rich. Probably a few tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of Daxia currency. In an instant, all of the 100 officials in the courtroom had their eyes glowing with gold, each feeling that they had made a great fortune. Zheng Tu laughed straight in the bottom of his heart. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. This money is not even a month's salary for me. Now that the security, cleaning, and waste disposal of the factory are taken care of, it's a huge money saver. Well worth it. Chapter 96, a million troops exercise scheduled. Zheng Tu was very generous to share a few tens of thousands of dollars to the Che Jigua 100 officials. Can be everyone happy. In fact, this was also because of the small number of people in the Daxia kingdom and the personnel limitations of the portal. So only some technicians and combatants could come over. Ordinary jobs would have to be left to the offworlders, and a share of the benefits would save a lot of trouble. Well, those tens of thousands of dollars are huge. Are you guys happy with that? Zheng Tu tapped out. Satisfied, and so grateful for the generosity of the Great Summer. King Shuewu smiled as if he had blossomed. Could he not be satisfied? Last time, he had exchanged all of his family's copper coins before exchanging it for more than $100 of the Great Xia Kingdom's currency. Aren't these tens of thousands of dollars huge? Well, then, someone just objected to our requisitioning of labor. This thing? Misunderstanding. We were just discussing whether it's enough for the Great Xia Kingdom to recruit only 60,000 laborers. We have nothing else in Chiji Kingdom, but we have plenty of hard laborers, so feel free to requisition them for Great Xia Kingdom. King Shuewu's cheeks were also thicker than the city walls, and he was able to say this. It's totally the rhythm of selling anything for a little favor. Shuengyao was speechless for a while, but it was good that it was fine. She was the last person who would want to clash with the Great Summer Kingdom. It's better to mess with such a powerful country less. The factory is open. 60,000 laborers work in 3 shifts, and the people rest and the machines do not rest. In the beginning, the products made were the simplest ones, and they were still some half-finished products, because the otherworlders can't be made aware that there is another world. The secret has to be kept hidden for as long as possible. These semi-finished products are shipped from within the off-world factories and the final product is assembled on the blue planet. And of course, the phrase produced in Daxia is printed at the end. Han Shang was in his office when a system sound dinged in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of settling down and recruiting 50,000 workers. The portal has been upgraded by 1 level. Portal system. Host Han Chang. Level 11. Height 9 meters. Width 9 meters. Number of people allowed to pass 11. 995/15. Special skills. Firearms specialization. Toxicity resistance advanced. Sword skill awakening intermediate. Auxiliary facilities. Pipelines. Power 100. Defense 110. Speed 60. Good. One just happens to go back to one's regular meeting. Han Chang pursed his lips and got up to go back to Blue Star. At that moment number 1 happened to come in and reported. Colonel, the information within the Spirit Sword Sect's hidden scripture cabinet is almost sorted out, and some of the literature is very interesting. This other world is not only the human race, but also other races, of which the most numerous and largest is actually the sea race. And the sea race and the human race are worldly enemies, and have been killing each other for 10,000 years. Number 1 then handed up a map, an otherworldly chart. I didn't realize that this other world also had 7 oceans, but there was only one continent that lay in the middle of the oceans. Dragon City was located in the southeast of this continent, and to the south was the Endless Sea. I have sent this information to my comrades in the Ministry of the Sea, and they have said that they will be careful. And so far no sea people have been found, but they have found large quantities of natural gas along the coast. Number 1 couldn't hide his excitement. Colonel, the oceans of this world are completely unexplored, and it will be rich beyond our wildest dreams. Han Chang nodded. This is good. There are so many resources that the Great Summer Kingdom should definitely develop. As for running into the Sea Clan, Han Chang didn't bother with them if they didn't clash. But if it hinders the development of the Great Summerland, then it must strike with an iron fist. No power can stop the rise of the Great Summer Kingdom. I'm going back to my meeting. You're in charge of everything here for now. After delivering a sentence, Han Chang returned to Blue Star. It's all good news at the Off-World Development Conference. Firstly, the opening of the otherworldly factories allowed the Great Summer to have a large amount of cheap labor, allowing products to continue to remain competitive. Then there was the leader of the Ministry of the Sea who straightened his back. and the coastal area of Longcheng had discovered a large amount of natural gas, with very impressive reserves, and he requested that the extraction process be started immediately. However, in order to extract natural gas you first need sea vessels, and Dragon City doesn't even have a seaport, so you can only build the seaport first and take it step by step. But with the strength of the infrastructure powerhouse that is Daxia, this won't be a problem. Han Sung was just about to leave after the meeting when he was pulled back by the leader of the athletic department. Han Chang walked slowly. The last intensive training has not yet thanked you which. Go, let's go and have a cup of coffee. Why is this one doing this too? Han Chang thought of his own uncle. Have 2 times to drink coffee. This is not also the introduction of the person. I didn't want to go, but the head of the athletic department yanked hard and pushed back, so I went anyway. When I got to the cafe, there was a big crowd here, all looking at the TV. Turns out it was broadcasting live from the track and field Grand Prix, the men's sprint event. Just in time, here's Wen Xian's project. The leader of the sports department got excited, pulled Han Chang to sit down, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. Han Chang got it. This is to let himself watch the sprinting competition. These players had just finished their intensive training in Dragon City, so they didn't know how much progress they had made, and Han Chang was curious. Looking up at the TV screen, the match on it had already started. Several athletes lined up accordingly and ran hard after the starting gun, each striving to be first. The leader of the pack, ladies and gentlemen, is the runner of the beautiful fruit, Philip the Flyer, who is also the current world record holder, and he is now in the lead by a mile. Oh no! Our country's Wen Xiang player suddenly added strength to overtake him. Unbelievable, this speed is more than a full body length. We won. We actually won. The commentator was thrilled as this sprint event has always been a strong point for the merengue and has never lost to another country. But now the Daxia countrymen had won. And they had won so easily and dominantly. It seems like a new world record has been set. I can't believe it. It's one of our veteran players. He's still injured. He was rumored to be retiring before. But now he's working miracles. Just like we're working miracles as a country. Stadium Wen Xiang has been in tears. He is draped in the flag of Daxia country on the track, surrounded by the children of Daxia country cheering. The whole cafe was abuzz. The leader of the athletic department was a bit terse as he chuckled. Han Chang, you have helped us a lot. You know how many dreams this first place has made us fulfill. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Thanks for the coffee. Han Chang was equally excited, but he had more things to do. And after taking a sip of his coffee he got up to leave. Coming inside Zhao Wuji's office, the general was busy, but seeing Han Chang arrive he immediately stopped what he was doing. How come Han Sung is free to visit me? General Zhao, I have nothing to do with this. So let's get right to it. I'm looking for you because I want to do something. What is it? Can we have a big military drill in the whole army? I need 1,000,000 men to show our momentum, and this drill must be filmed in its entirety. The request made by Han Chang caused Zhao Wuji to faint slightly. Then he understood. You want to bring it to the otherworld to publicize it. Let the people of the otherworld know the divine might of my great summer kingdom? Yes. I want to let the otherworlders know the true strength of our great summer kingdom. Han Chang's gaze flickered with essence. Zhao Wuji nodded heavily. This was something he fully supported. Very well. Our psychic energy engines have been successfully developed and equipped on new aircraft and warships. It's time to show some muscle. At the same time, a ding sounded in Han Chang's mind. Chapter 97, Mach 10 Fighter Aircraft. Ding. Detecting that the host is about to display the military power of the Great Summer Kingdom. Triggering the system task Bulwo World. Allowing the White Tiger Ridge Kingdoms and forces to come to Dragon City for an audience. Signing a contract. The host will obtain the skill of the Vajra's body, with a 10-fold increase in defense in a short period of time. At the same time the portal will open a second auxiliary facility, the gas pipeline. Han Chang looked happy. This was exactly what he needed. Very, very good. A few days later, several war zones were active on the great land of the Great Summer Kingdom, and millions of large armies were gathering. Above the ocean, the Bend Channel, more than 400 warships sailed slowly in a tight formation. Aerial view, majestic and powerful. The grand military exercise is not just for the army. The Navy and Air Force will also participate, showing off the most powerful muscles of the Great Summer State. Beautiful fruit. Inside the Chancellor's office, the strange movements of the Great Summer Kingdom soon reached here. The Chancellor looked at the report and was in a depressed mood again. What's going on with this Daxia country lately? It's like it's on a rocket, accelerating its rise. Amazing news breaks frequently. Where's the last big oil field we haven't found yet? What do you want to do with such a large force and maneuvers this time? Which carrier fleet is closest to Ben Strait? It's the Bald Eagle. Your Honor. Very well. That's our most advanced and powerful carrier. Let them go over there and follow this fleet closely. Necessary to show some muscle and let that group of Dacia countrymen know that we are the masters of this world. The corners of the Chancellor's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. It was time for this great Xia kingdom to be knocked down a bit. Soon orders reached the Bald Eagle carrier and Fleet Admiral Rexer replied confidently. Let the Chancellor rest assured that we will stir them up. Rexer is confident. Go spy on another country's military drills and get something going while you're at it. This is something they do all the time. Although the navy of the Great Summer Kingdom has become much stronger, is it as strong as the beautiful fruit? Let's not talk about the carrier. Let's talk about the airplane. Our beautiful fruit spiders are the strongest on the blue planet. Not to mention any 22s. They can't handle a 35 out of the box. Rexer was pleased to think about it. This mission was guaranteed to be an easy one. He ordered as he rushed to his first mate. Turn around. We're going to bend channel. It's the captain. Above the ocean. The carrier formation of beautiful fruit turned and headed straight for Bend Strait. Before he could get anywhere, though, the carrier's accompanying chaplain hurried onto the bridge. Oh my captain. I suddenly have a bad feeling that we're going to be in big trouble this time. Lexa frowned. What was this one doing here? Doesn't he know he's in the role of the gods man? And come here to bleep and mess with my army. What an old dog. I say, dear Reverend Philip, you should talk to God and ask him to bless us. That's your job. But my left eyelid is throbbing badly. My captain, we should go back. The pastor worried. Lexa really wants to kick this old dog in the ass. Can't you just shut the up? Just then, the radar man on the Bald Eagle carrier exclaimed. A UFO has been spotted at 5 o'clock and has been following us the whole time. Ha, dare to tail the Mirago carrier fleet. That's touching a tiger's ass. Is not want to live. Lexa ordered as his gaze sank. Have Flight Team 3 take off to intercept. I'll give permission to fire if the warning doesn't work. Oh, if you dare to come and peep at the bare power of a great nation, then you must be prepared to die. Lexa was smug. After all, he could do whatever he wanted if he was strong. But the priest on the sidelines was crossing his fingers and God was chattering on and on. God bless, God bless. Lexa was speechless for a moment. Let him be. 335s took off vertically on the carrier deck. The most advanced carrier aircraft in the merengue. It has excellent stealth performance, can fly at speeds up to Mach 1.6, and is fully armed with state-of-the-art rattlesnake air-to-air missiles. It's safe to say that as soon as the 35 goes up, there's no country's planes that don't duck far away, even those of the Maoist rulers. Mike was relaxed. He was the leader of Flight Team 3 and had been on this kind of intercept mission many times and was very experienced. Isn't it just going up there to shine? It's easier and simpler than even training. Wingmen 2 and 3 stay close to me. Let's go see what ungrateful bastard dares to follow our asses. Ha ha ha. A wanton sneer came from the wingman's side. With its super speed, the 35 quickly approached the target. It's a Dacia J-15. It's a big bird, but it belongs to the 4th generation with average technology. And there's a big gap between it and the 5th generation like the 35. Mike grinned. Who gave this guy the courage to come here? Grabbing the radio communicator, he began by greeting the pilot on the other side of the room. We are the beautiful fruit army. Please respond. There was soon a response from across the room, and a surprisingly confident tone. Hello, we are the Navy of the Great Summer. And then the J-15 is still flying. Ha, why aren't you leaving? Mike was a bit speechless. According to the routine, wasn't it that as soon as he said that it was beautiful fruit's army, the opposite side would run away in a hurry? Do you want to fight with us? I say across the street. Dacia soldiers, don't you know the rules? If you don't leave now you'll have to go down and feed the fish. Sorry, I don't think you can hit me. The opposite side replied with the same confidence. Damn it, I thought I was so awesome. And you're actually more awesome than me. Mike snorted. The pilot across the street must have his head up his ass. I've got you locked on my side. How can I miss you? You can still outrun an air-to-air missile? Well then, you asked for it. Go to God. 2, 3 attack together and send this arrogant soldier of the Great Summer Kingdom away. Understood. The wingmen joined in the attack. 3 rattlesnake missiles fired and flew towards the J-15. But then an unbelievable scene happened. Only to see the J-15 suddenly accelerated, and then quickly disappeared in front. The rattlesnake missiles suddenly lost their target, became clueless, and after a flurry of flying, crashed into the sea. Mike looked dumbfounded at how the J-15 on the other side could fly so fast. That's a speed that actually shrugged off the rattlesnake missiles. I'm guessing it's got to be Mach 10. But is there such an airplane in the world? Can their pilots handle that much G-force? Simply impossible. In the midst of his confusion, suddenly the urgent voice of his wingman came over the comm. Mike, help me. I'm locked in. Damn, the Dacia plane is behind me. Again? Still attacking my wingman? Mike couldn't believe his ears. But he had seen with his own eyes the signals of the Dacia plane appear on the radar screen behind the second wingman. And the speed is so fast that it exceeds any known all airplanes. No! God! How is this possible? Mike, help me, help me. Doe. The second wingman's comms went dead, and a brightly colored salute exploded in the air. 3. Left and right. That guy, we can't let him go. Avenge Dragomir. Mike shouted, while he rushed to the bridge of the carrier to call for help. Requesting backup. Requesting backup. We've spotted a Dacia fighter. It's the latest model. Speed is Mach 10. Instantly everyone on the bridge of the white-headed hawk was shocked. Chapter 98. I'm faster than a missile. You can't hit me. Mike had just finished shouting when the third wingman's signal on the radar screen disappeared. Kate, answer me, answer me. The third wingman didn't answer. It was shot down. By Karma. What the hell is this guy? Mike was tense and in a cold sweat all over. He was starting to get scared. He should be next. I should have known better than to mess with that Dacia plane. But who knew this guy was so fierce? If you want to blame it, you should blame it on the fact that you are usually used to walking sideways. And you are arrogant for a while. Unfortunately, there are no pills of regret. You've made your move, and the others are bound to strike back. Alarm! Alert! This machine is locked on. Please quickly evade incoming attack. Suddenly alarms blared throughout the cockpit, rattling Mike's frayed nerves, and he hastily pulled the plane up to higher altitudes. But as his nose tilted up, he saw a ball of flame. Before he could react, in an instant Mike was buried in flames. All 335s taken out. Self-defense successful. Request to return. The Dacia pilot contacted the base very calmly. He was a bit of a psychic warrior, and was still able to stay awake under the powerful G-force. At this moment he made an acceleration and the airplane broke through the clouds sharply and disappeared into the distant sky. Rexer on the bridge of the Bald Eagle froze. What kind of airplane could have Mach 10 speeds? Was that a craft that humans could build? And faster means more G-force. Can the other pilot handle it? It's not scientific. Newton, won't you come out and take care of it? Get me in touch with the leader of Flight Team 3 and tell him to stay awake and no bull *********. Lexa growled loudly. It was an April Fool's Day. No jokes like that. Captain. Squad 3 is all but destroyed. All 335 shot down. The enemy plane has withdrawn and our radar can no longer pick him up. Someone reported. Lex's pair of blue eyes widened. The whole thing dumbfounded. Nothing but shock or shock. The 35 is the finest shipboard aircraft and the pride of the beautiful fruit. Just to be finished off by the other side. People still pat themselves on the back after they're done and come back in style? How can this be tolerated? It seems that the dignity of the beautiful fruit was stepped on by others. Repeatedly rubbed and rubbed. God. I told you it would be ominous. The priest was crossing himself again by this time, and looking out at the sea with great reverence. Lexa gave him a hard stare. Damn you all for that foul mouth of yours. Pastor Philip, please go back. We don't need God right now. We need an eye for an eye. Are you kidding me? How can this be settled like this? We must go to the Great Summer to settle the score. No, no, no. Captain, you mustn't go any further. We have bigger problems if we do. The pastor hastened to advise. Lex's nostrils could have flamed with anger. This one was helping out over there after all. At that moment the whole carrier suddenly tilted violently and made a big turn in the sea. Lexa was just about to curse when he was thrown from his command chair. Captain, submarine sighted ahead, blocking our path. What? Are all the warships around us that are protecting us? All of them are rice bowls? Let them break in. Lexa still cursed, then went to the window to look out. Good guy, that submarine is very big. By the looks of it, it's a Xia-class submarine from the Great Xia Kingdom. This thing is nuclear powered, but it's very old, belonging to the first generation of nuclear submarines of the Great Summer Kingdom. He gave the sonar soldier a vicious look. You're also a rice bucket. That's a Xia-class submarine that makes as much noise as a tractor. Are you deaf? I didn't hear anything. The sonar soldier was so aggravated. He really didn't hear anything. He also wondered how a Xia-class submarine could not be detected. That's odd. Reporting to the captain. Communication from a Xia-class submarine. Is it on? That's when the first mate asked. Patch me through. I want to hear their explanation. Lexa was furious. Listen up, people on the beautiful fruit carrier. Ahead is our Navy's maneuver area. No traffic. Pull back quickly or suffer the consequences. Is this a threat to beautiful fruit? Lexa was just about to blow a gasket. For the first time in her life, she was such a wimp. These Dacia countrymen have gotten so stiff that they dare to order us around like this. Break through for me. I don't believe that they, the Great Xia Kingdom, would dare to make a move. I'm going to do it the hard way. What's wrong with that? I'm not afraid of you. That's the kind of face you get used to when you're a robber. The priest was so frightened that he hastened to his knees and crossed himself desperately. God, bless your people. Save us. We are about to go to hell. I'll take the test. Get your God out of here. Lex's mind blew up. Went straight up and kicked the priest away. This guy just crows. Not good. Captain, another submarine has appeared on our left flank. a Ming-class attack submarine. There's also Yes on the right. It's two of them, or the newest type of Qing-class submarine. No, it's coming up behind us too. We're surrounded. Suddenly the first mate yelled in horror. Lexa couldn't care less about the godly priest and looked out again. Sure enough, several submarines popped up around the carrier, which was amazingly intimidating. It's totally a pack of vicious wolves surrounding a little sheep like him. Captain, we can't go any further. If we do, we're going to die. The first mate was also anxious. The fact that so many submarines had failed to detect it meant that they had locked themselves in long ago, and as long as they went any further, something would really happen. Lex's face twitched. He wasn't willing to go just like that. The pretty fruit navy has never been so humiliated. But what can we do if we don't go? Further losses are sure to be greater. Retreat! Retreat! Lexa growled loudly, his face contorting. This operation was such a failure, and we lost 335s for nothing. How can we account for that? In the afterglow of the setting sun, the bald eagle carrier turned away in a despondent manner and slowly sailed off into the distance. Soon the news reached the Chancellor's office. What the hell is going on? What are these guys? Lost 335s and didn't do anything. This Rexer, I'm going to have him court-martialed. The roar of the Chancellor resounded throughout the office, and no one around him dared to squeak for fear of being affected. But everyone was also curious. What was going on with this great summer kingdom? Why is it so powerful all of a sudden? Airplanes that can reach Mach 10. Submarines that can be silenced. Hiss. All of them do all of this almost invincible. Keep in mind that no air-to-air missile can reach Mach 10 these days. You can't hit anyone. Isn't that invincible? The same goes for submarines, capable of silence in deep waters that is equally invincible. Like a ghost, there is no way to detect it. Chancellor, I've found the reason. Great Xia held a press conference and announced a newest type of engine. At that moment the secretary hurried in to report. The screen was then turned on, just as the press conference was underway. As you all know, our great summer country is a peace-loving nation, but it doesn't mean we don't have fangs. And if anyone dares to mess with us, we're bound to strike back. This time we are going to show our fangs like a hostile country to us. Please see, this is our latest engine. Behind the host appeared a strange machinery, different from the previous turbofan, this kind of engine. The new engine shape is extremely science fiction, is a party body. All kinds of pipeline lines covered the surface. A faint glow flickered in the center of the square. Dragon Force, that's our newest engine, which puts out 400 tons of thrust and only 30 decibels of noise. This engine is versatile and can be used in warplanes as well as warships, making it a versatile and adaptable general-purpose engine. Chapter 99, A Bird's Egg Falls from the Sky. Dragon Power. The Chancellor and the others were dumbfounded. Even more so, I was blown away by the parameters of this engine. It's only 30 decibels. It's lighter than an ordinary person speaking. How did the great Summerland do it? This technology is more than a dozen times better than any of the validators we have in our labs, and even the most advanced APIs can't hope to match it. Unbelievable. A group of beautiful fruit legislators in the office have changed color. Such a strong thing is actually not a beautiful fruit, which makes them fish in the throat. Chancellor, how should this crashed airplane be reported? The secretary asked quietly. The Chancellor, still in a daze, shook his head and gritted his teeth. Let's just say the maneuvers were wrecked and keep a low profile. It's so embarrassing. Can you not keep a low profile? Moreover, the Great Summer Kingdom now has a super engine dragon power. What else can the beautiful fruit do? Dare to retaliate? That can only face greater losses. Broken teeth can only be swallowed in the stomach. This can only be a big loss. On the other hand, otherworldly. Han Sung departs back to the otherworld after getting the video footage of the $1 million army exercise. As soon as he got back, he brought number 1 in to discuss the job. The first thing is to build the harbor. This material, engineering machinery, technicians all have, as long as the back step-by-step can be completed. No need to rush. Han Sung has put number 1 in charge. The second thing was to cloth the world of martial arts. To make all the clans and forces of the White Tiger Ridge send people to Dragon City. Here Han Shang would display the grand spectacle of the Great Summer State's great military maneuvers, which were guaranteed to shock everyone when the time came. Daxia can also use this to establish its prestige and push its currency and products to all corners of the world in a comprehensive manner. It's just that delivering mail is a pain in the ass. There were many clans and countries in the White Tiger Ridge, as well as other forces from all sides. For example, some immortal cultivation families dominate a place and leave no one alone. All of these places had to deliver the letter, and Han Shang didn't want anyone else to boycott the currency and goods of the Great Summer Kingdom in the future. It must be done in one step. Han Shang looked at the map and thought for a moment before saying, "It's too much of a hassle to send invitations. Don't we have a Boom 6 here? We'll leave the delivery to it." Understood. I'll have someone arrange it right away and make sure it's delivered to every power. Number 1 gave a military salute and turned to go out. When Number 1 left, Han Chang took out the flash drive and opened the computer. The video of the 1 million military exercise Han Chang himself has not yet seen. This is the largest military exercise in the history of the Great Summer State. Several large military regions have participated, but also unveiled a lot of new weapons. It's exciting to think about. With uncontrollable excitement, Han Chang watched the video. A few days later a Boom 6 change took off and lifted off. This was an old type of bomber, but after various improvements, it was still active in the Air Force of the country of Daxia. It has a range of 8,000 kilometers and a combat radius of 4,000 kilometers, and can carry a variety of weapons such as cruise missiles, anti-ship missiles, and various other missions as well. Captain Tan Yaohua was in charge of this delivery mission, and he couldn't help but laugh as he watched the airplane slowly lift off. There's going to be a lot of surprised skeptics again today. No, the Colonel likes to be original, and to actually play this game is guaranteed to make those off-worlders drop their jaws in amazement. The navigator on the side laughed along. By the way, Captain, where is our first stop? Talon Yua pondered slightly. There's no need to go to Che Jigua. Colonel Han over there has already called. Go to Ao Ingwa first. The Ao and the kingdom were some distance away from Dragon City, but it was a matter of 10 minutes for Boom 6 to get there. Soon they reached the sky above the capital city of the Ao Ingwa, and looking down at the city below, Tan Yaohua gave the order to drop the bombs. Drop the bomb. It's a great gift for the AOW. I'm sure they'll love it. A sphere with a circular radius of half a meter was dropped, plummeting rapidly, but at over 1,000 meters above the ground. The parachute opened and fell slowly. At this moment, the people in the capital city of the Aoan country looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock. What's that? The iron bird in the sky suddenly laid an egg. Hey, is that egg still wearing clothes? Holy, everyone run, don't be another heavenly drop. Skyfall is a thing that everyone turns pale at the mention of it in the AOW, and it once killed tens of thousands of people. Now that such a strange thing has fallen on your head, can you not be panicked? For a while the city panicked, and many people scattered in all directions in fear. But the egg didn't explode and landed smoothly. Why is there no reaction? Wasn't it a heavenly gift? I think maybe that big bird didn't mean any harm. I said, can I take that egg back to eat? Eat? Can't you see that's iron? The crowd was chattering endlessly around Iron Egg, when a pair of people came flying over in the distance. The first person was none other than the crown prince of the Aoan country, and he barked out an order. A strange thing has fallen from the sky. Do not approach, quickly get out of the way. Hooting and hollering, the incoming hordes of soldiers drove the people away. The prince dismounted his horse and carefully walked up to Iron Egg, and was puzzled. Suddenly this Iron Egg flipped open a lid with a poof, and inside was a smooth, mirror-like flat surface on which light flickered and figures appeared. This person the crown prince recognized. Wasn't it the Great Summer Kingdom's godman that he had once seen? Remember, this one's name was Han Chang, and that group of Daxia countrymen called him Colonel. This person's status in the Great Xia Kingdom was honored beyond compare, and there must be a deep meaning for him to appear here. Snap! Without much thought, the crown prince kneeled down and said respectfully, the Great Summer Godman has suddenly appeared in the world. I don't know what his request is. I, Ao, and the kingdom will certainly honor the decree. Don't be afraid of those who see me. I'm a representative of the Great Summer Kingdom. Our Great Summer Kingdom loves peace and is kind and simple. Next month we'll hold a grand peace conference in Dragon City, inviting all forces to gather and discuss important matters. At that time, I hope that your forces will attend. On the screen, Han Chang was dressed in combat dress, squarely and oppressively. Yes, I, Ao and Co. will definitely participate and never make a mistake. The prince panicked and cowed out hastily, and immediately afterward he looked up. Colonel Han, it is a rare occasion for you to come to our Aoan country, so please come out and accompany me back to the palace, and I will inform my father to welcome you with the greatest courtesy. The crown prince looked at the LED screen with an eager gaze and an extremely humble and respectful expression. The surrounding Aoan Gwa soldiers also knelt down and shouted in unison, welcome the Great Summer Godman to this country. Please invite the Great Summer Godman to enter the palace. The surrounding people also kneeled down, and the sweat pinched in their hearts was loosened. So it's a treat, not exploding balls. Okay, but I'm still shocked. It's amazing to fall from that height without being broken. But, don't be afraid of those who see me. I am a representative of the Great Summer Kingdom, and we love peace in the Great Summer Kingdom. Han Sung said it again on the screen. How is it still the same old line? The prince was a bit puzzled. Did Colonel Han not hear my answer clearly? Out loud again. Colonel Han, we will certainly attend this peace conference. Now please also show yourself quickly and come back to the palace with me. My father is eagerly waiting. Don't be afraid of those who see me. I am a representative of the Great Summer Kingdom, and we love peace in the Great Summer Kingdom. Han Sung on the screen is still the same. The prince was confused now. The mind wondered. What's going on? Could it be that the Great Summer Godman refuses to come out? What have I done wrong? He couldn't help but have a cold sweat on his face, and his back went straight up. It was good that Han Chang's words changed later. Say important things 3 times. I'm just a false image. Don't be nervous if you see me. Now leave me 100 paces away and don't come near. I'm going to self-destruct. A false image? So the guy in this picture is a fake? It's a shadow. Hiss. The Great Summer Kingdom's ability was truly divine, and it was unheard of to be able to carve a residual shadow to transmit a message. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the prince beat himself to death to believe it. His whole body shook and his eyes went round. The Great Summer Kingdom is indeed a divine kingdom, and who can match this kind of ability? Take a deep breath and calm your mind. The prince shouted. All retreat beyond 100 paces. No mistakes. Quick! Soon the body of soldiers drove the people to 100 paces away. The crowd looked curiously at the iron egg, all wondering what was going to happen behind it. Boom! Suddenly the iron egg exploded into a cloud of garbage debris. High-tech gadgets must not be left to the otherworlders, even if they can't study them. So it must self-destruct. Looking at the deep crater blown out on the ground, the Prince of Aoan country looked up to the sky with endless emotions in his heart. The kingdom of God. Truly the kingdom of God. The people are also revered. This can put the image in an iron egg. What is this ability? Simply cannot imagine. To say that it wasn't a divine kingdom, then how could it be? This kind of divine skill couldn't even be thought of. Hey guys, look at that big iron bird still in the sky. Suddenly someone raised a hand and pointed high into the sky. The Boom 6 did not leave immediately after its mission, but hovered to observe the situation. At this moment the orb was found to have exploded and the message was delivered. Okay, this side is done. Let's go to the next one, Tal Yua ordered. The Boom 6 whizzed off into the distance. At the bottom the many people of the Aoan country kneeled down in unison and cawed out at the large iron bird in the distance. In the eyes of the people of Aoan the country, the Great Summer Kingdom is now a godlike existence. Mystery! Great! Unbelievable! The second stop was the Spirit Sword sect, and the arrival of the same iron egg frightened the Spirit Sword sect's disciples into shouting. White-browed Sword Immortal was even more excited and ran over, kowtowing straight to Han Chang on the screen. Don't worry, Great Xia Divine Man, I will definitely go. It's just that my meridians are damaged, so please ask the Great Xia Divine Doctor to do it again, and I would like to use my clan's spirit veins to pay my gratitude. Han Sung on the screen ignored him. As usual, don't be afraid of those who see me. I'm a representative of the Great Summer Kingdom. Our Great Summer Kingdom loves peace and is kind and simple. Next month we'll hold a grand peace conference in Dragon City, inviting all forces to gather and discuss important matters. At that time, I hope that your forces will attend. White-browed Sword Immortal was a bit confused. What did this mean? Is it because I didn't make enough offers? Yes, that must be it. I've thought about it. As long as the Great Xia Divine Doctor cures the old man's meridians, the Great Xia Kingdom can take away all the things within this hidden scripture pavilion. The moment these words were uttered, the surrounding Spirit Sword sect disciples all shivered. Good Lord Master is disregarding everything for himself. But no one said a word. This side of the white-browed Sword Immortal blearily looked at Han Chang on the screen. So good request this time should be agreed. But Han Sung is still the same. Exam. This makes the white-browed Sword Immortal crumble. What's not to like? Looks like it'll have to do. Bang. The white-browed Sword Immortal heaved his head. His forehead was bleeding. He gave up. Godman. As long as my meridians can recover, I am willing to offer the entire Spirit Sword sect with both hands, and at that time, feel free to dispose of it at the mercy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Wow. This time the disciples around cannot calm down. Sold the clan. Master you are also too ruthless. Master, please think twice about this matter. Ponder what? For the master has already thought about it. The white-browed Sword Immortal was unmoved. His own immortal lifespan came first. For all this, what can't be sold? But Han Chang's words behind him made him spurt out old blood. Chapter 100. Why are you all hiding so far away? Say important things 3 times. I'm just a false image. Don't be nervous if you see me. Now leave me 100 paces away and don't come near. I'm going to self-destruct. What? The false image? It's a remnant of a soul? Not really. The white-browed Sword Immortal knew a spell that involved separating a strand of residual spirit on an artifact and then transmitting a message. However, those who wanted to achieve this kind of aptitude had to be at the Yuaning stage. Could this? The white-browed Sword Immortal was in a state of disarray. There was an old monster at the Yuaning stage in the Great Xia Kingdom? In the midst of being surprised and terrified, he suddenly saw the disciples all around him running far away. What are you guys doing? No one in the crowd of disciples spoke. This old man had sold the sect. What was the point of reminding him? The white-browed sword Immortal was puzzled for a while, puzzled as to why everyone was running so far away. Suddenly something came to mind. But this side of the iron egg exploded with a bang. The powerful airflow instantly tore the white-browed sword Immortal apart, and the earth trembled and was blown out into a large crater. The ashes dispersed, and the white-browed sword Immortal had already died. None of the disciples felt sadness that the master was so heartless. I think we'll go to the Great Xia Country Peace Conference next month, and we'll also welcome eldest brother back as our new patriarch. Someone threw up his arms and shouted. The disciples agreed. Later, Boom 6 went to the Hollow Cave sect, Shilian sect, Songhai Academy, and other forces. Almost all of them made jokes, either kowtowing at Iron Egg or inviting Han Sung out of the screen. The last explosion scared the guys into cowering again, but there wasn't a single power that refused to participate in the Great Summer Peace Conference. After all, the Great Summer Kingdom's reputation was far-reaching, and now that he had witnessed such unimaginable divine abilities, who would dare to offend? By this time the Boom 6 had accomplished most of its mission and came between a sea of clouds and mountains. Captain, below is the gate of the 10,000 Beast sect. Should we drop the bombs now? Cast, this place has clans with flying spirit beasts. I really want to see what these animals look like. Talyua talked and laughed without the slightest worry, because there is no need at all. The Boom 6 can fly as high as 10,000 meters above the ground, and that kind of altitude is beyond the reach of birds and animals, so there is no need to be afraid. An iron egg fell and smashed into the nest of the 10,000 Beast sect's protective spirit beast, the spirit vulture bird. The sudden turn of events made the large, 5-meter-tall, bird jump in fright and quack. But looking at the falling egg, which was about the same size as the rest of the eggs in the nest, the griffin's head tilted as he contemplated the bird's birth for a few moments. Eventually it realized that the egg was its own. This side of the 10,000 Beast sect has exploded. Actually there are things falling from the sky. This must go up to see. Soon dozens of disciples rode on the flying spirit beast windling bird to rapidly ascend into the air. Windling birds can usually fly up to 1,000 meters in the air, but to go above 3,000 meters you have to build a foundation, and the average windling bird is just below 3,000 meters. 10,000 Beasts door where there is a spirit beast of the foundation stage. Even the protection of the clan's spirit vulture bird is also practicing 100 years this big. The bird in addition to raising a child has not inched forward. The windling bird was even lower in cultivation, basically at the 5th or 6th level of chi practicing. So when they reached the air and looked at the Boom 6 that was hidden in the clouds, the disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect could only stare. A large iron bird. What kind of spirit beast is this? How come it's never appeared in the canonical books? Flying really high. It's estimated to be 10,000 meters. This is going to be a Jindan stage spirit beast. The disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect sighed and were horrified as they watched Boom 6 leave. At the same time the patriarch of the 10,000 Beast sect rushed over to the spirit vulture's nest and saw the iron egg. What is this thing? Hurry up and get it out. With a command, the two disciples ran up, but before they could even get close to the bird's nest, the spirit vulture started pecking. Don't peck. You didn't lay that egg. Come on, settle down. The patriarch of the 10,000 Beast sect shouted, but the spirit vulture did not listen. At that moment, the iron egg poofed open, revealing Han Sung's face. Fear not those who see me. I am the Great Summerland. The Great Summerland, a peace conference? The patriarch of the 10,000 Beast sect understands that this thing is sent from the Great Summer Kingdom, but you sent it to the wrong place. Why did you send my family's bird's nest? Look at this mess. Who can I talk to? The 10,000 Beast sect patriarch's mind was in a turmoil. How is this going to end? Before he could think about it, Han Chang over there added, I'm a false image. I'm going to blow myself up. Self-explosion. Not good. This thing still has to blow up. The patriarch of the 10,000 Beast sect shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. The nest of the spirit vulture bird directly ascended into the sky with a loud bang, and the bird eggs inside were naturally completely played out. That's more like it. The spirit vulture bird exploded with anger. Its feathers stood up all over its body, anger bursting from its gaze as it swung its large wings and pounced. Sovereign, what shall we do? What else to do? Run! A group of people seized the door and went out, with the spirit vulture bird behind them chasing them all the way. The patriarch of the 10,000 Beast sect was screaming in agony. If this wasn't caused by the Great Summer Kingdom, he would have to fight for his life with others. But Daxia is even, and you can't mess with that group of bulls even if you're more disturbed. It's even more important to go to next month's peace conference with all due respect. The spirit vulture bird could not be offended, and the Great Summer Kingdom could not be offended even more. Boom 6 then flew over the Chu Chi country. a small country surrounded by mountains and located in the northernmost part of the White Tiger Ridge. According to what was drawn on the map, further north was the realm of ghost cultivators, Fengdu City. It's our last stop back there. We'll be able to return to the ship after delivering this egg, Tal Yuhua said easily. Then looked down. Vote. It's here. The last iron egg fell, this time landing impartially right inside the royal palace of the Chu-Chi kingdom. King Xuqi was discussing state affairs with his officials, when an egg suddenly fell from this side. How do you think he felt? Amazed, incredulous, confused, dumbfounded. Anyway, all stupid. Looking at that iron egg, a group of ministers cannot say. I say, what is this thing of all the beloved ministers? King Chu-Chi asked out loud. But ask a lonely question and no one answers. Who the hell knows what the hell it is? Pust. Immediately after that, the iron egg opens, revealing an image of Han Sung. There's that line again. Don't be afraid of those who see me. I am a representative of the Great Summer Kingdom, and we love peace in the Great Summer Kingdom. The Great Summerland. The ministers instantly shouted in a chorus of voices. I've heard that this is a divine country, and the various divine artifacts are unbelievable. I've heard the same thing. They have a divine fragrance that is incredibly comforting to smoke. King Chu-Chi also heard it, and he knew a little bit about the prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom, and knew that this was a lord that could not be offended. Alright, you guys just stop discussing. Next month the widow will personally go to the Great Summer Kingdom. The ministers had no objections, but it didn't take long for that iron egg to explode with a bang. Although no one died, the entire hall was blown up. The crowd was all gray and woeful. A minister roared with righteous indignation. The Great Summer Kingdom is insolent and dares to assassinate my king. So I ask my king to go on a royal expedition to seek justice. Snap. Upon hearing this, King Chu-Chi directly grabbed a piece of rubble and threw it over. Your grandma. You think I haven't lived long enough to offend the Great Summer Kingdom? How many lives do I have? This is not an assassination. This is a heavy gift sent by the Great Summer Divine Kingdom. The widow is still too late to be thankful, which, you and other fools don't discuss it. Right. Yuan Hong. Next month you accompany the widow to Dragon City together. There was a minister on the side who bowed and saluted. Yes, your majesty. A hint of sinister and cunning did appear in his eyes. This peace conference of the Great Summer Kingdom doesn't seem simple. This has to be reported to Elder In Shur. Chapter 101, you guys go back and pick up a Boon 20. This one is called Minister Yuan Hong is actually a ghost cultivator from Fengdu City, the disciple of the old In Fury ghost. After leaving the royal palace he quietly went to Fengdu City. The city of Fengdu, situated on a corroded, scorched black earth, is filled with the smell of death, jagged rocks and white bones. In a cave within the city, Yuan Hong respectfully bowed to an old man. The old man was shaped like a withered man, with a cloaked head and hair, a living zombie. He sank his eyebrows slightly when he heard about the situation in the Great Summer Kingdom. Oh, interesting, but what can he do to measure a small country in the district? Your side of the White Tiger Ridge has a thin aura, and there's no more foundation establishment stage after the old white-browed thief. So a group of small-minded people can still make any waves. As the saying goes, there is no cultivation of immortality under the foundation, and it is the foundation course that opens the door to immortality. Humph, let that group of mortals make a mess. When the Fengdu City Lord awakens, we, Fengdu City, will head south and sweep away the White Tiger Ridge. Over here, Tan Yahua returned to Dragon City after successfully completing his mission and resumed his orders to Han Chang. Reporting to the colonel, the messages are coming in. Very good. You've done a good job. And good news for you. A Boom 20 will be shipped in a while, and then we'll have a strategic bombing capability. What? Boom 20? Tan Yahua's eyes were glowing with excitement, and his entire body was nonchalant. The Boom 20 is the latest generation of bomber that Daxia has been developing, which has the capability of strategic bombing, can carry nuclear bombs, and has the advantages of strong sudden defense capability, large bomb capacity, and high flight altitude. This fighter would be worth it in his own life if he could fly it around a bit. Colonel, I have a request. Please let my crew fly this Boom 20. Yes, I'm telling you this so you can prepare. Later you and your crew will go back to Blue Star where you will have a couple of weeks of schooling and then come over with the Boom 20. Han Chang said. Yes, Colonel. Our crew will never fail the Colonel. Tan Yahua snapped a standard military salute. He was full of gratitude, but also full of hope for the future. After Tan Yahua left, Han Chang soon left the office as well. Coming outside, Han Sung entered a large house that was originally built as a training hall for the sprint team. Now that people's sprint teams are gone, the place has been converted into a movie theater, which of course has to be in 5D. Colonel, we're all set for construction here, and we'll make sure it's finished before the peace conference next month. An engineer came over to report when he saw Han Chang. Han Chang nodded and walked around. he had asked for this to be built. The goal is to make a splash at the peace conference. Oh, and show that otherworldly crowd the wonders of our great summer country. Day by day, the construction of the Dragon City reaches new heights. Soon it was the second month, and soon the peace conference would be held. Some representatives of the forces arrived early, such as Shui Yingyao. This queen went straight to Han Chang's office as soon as she arrived in Dragon City. Han Chang, hurry up and take me to the cafeteria. I haven't eaten all the way. I'm starving to death. Han Chang looked at this queen in amazement, thinking what kind of a tawdry operation is this when you came here hungry? Wouldn't you want to eat all the food in Dragon City on an empty stomach? Han Chang thought right. Shui Yingyao had always remembered the food of the great summer country, and the last time she ate in the cafeteria she felt it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. So this time I came on an empty stomach, hoping for more good food. Okay, I'll take you. Han Chang smiled and took Shui Yingyao to the cafeteria. As soon as he arrived at the cafeteria, Han Chang realized that it was much more lively than usual, and many of the delegates who had come to the conference were eating over here. There were also several cultivators among them, and they were all praising the food of the great summer country. I originally thought that the food of mortals was crude and unappetizing, but now I realize that I was wrong. And it turns out that food can still be made this delicious. Dasha even does food so well. This country is really powerful to the core. I say today I break the rules. I have to eat 3 big bowls. Eat slowly. I've asked the cafeteria here is open all 12 hours, so you can eat any time and still indulge in a full meal. What mortal food is so much awesome? The faces of the immortal cultivators were filled with envy. It seemed that the mortals of the great summer country were living more comfortably than the immortals. It wasn't the first time Shui Yingyao had come here. She patiently stood in line and then hit up a lot of delicious food. The cafeteria auntie actually recognized this beauty and made a point to call more. Aya, little girl, you are here again. Remember to eat more. Not enough to come back to add. Right. Little girl, do you have a boyfriend yet? Auntie will introduce one to you. We are from this Dragon City. The conditions are good. Shui Yingyao had a lot of contact with the people of the great summer country, so she naturally knew what her boyfriend meant. And at this time, her face was as red as an apple, and she turned around with her head lowered and walked away. Sitting across from Han Chang, Shui Yingyao ate this meal shyly, obviously very hungry, but she just wanted to remain reserved and didn't dare to go too far. Han Sun looked strange. What is this woman thinking? Not very hungry? Then eat quickly. Also eat so carefully. This is not suffering. By the way, it's rare for you to come to Dragon City once in a while, so I'll treat you to something nice to drink, said Han Chang. Got up and went to a corner of the cafeteria, where a new one selling milk tea had opened. Ask for a thick juice black pearl milk tea, sweetened and de-iced, large, with a slice of lemon. This little treat is properly up. Here, this is for you, try it. Shui Yingyao looked at Han Chang curiously, then took a sip, feeling sweet and especially delicious. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed his cup of milk tea and took a swig. It's called a smoothie. That bouncy, sticky black pearl texture is also excellent. In one gulp, Shui Yingyao drank the milk tea. Han Sun laughed. This is the real you, isn't it? Only then did Shui Yingyao realize that she had lost her temper. Her face reddened and she ignored it and snapped. What do you care so much about me? But this is really good. What's it called? Pearl milk tea. You can open a milk tea store too if you like. Milkshake store? Shui Yingyao's big eyes blinked, thinking that this is a good idea. She will learn how to make milk tea, and then open a store in the whole country of Cheijigua. At this time, number 1 also came to the cafeteria, but he didn't come to eat, but walked straight to Han Chang. Colonel Spirit Sword Sect's people are here. Only they've come with more than 1,000 people, and they've also brought the sect's spirit veins, so please go over. Bringing such a big gift here is most likely to atone for the sins of their eldest senior brother. Han Chang had guessed it, and he rushed at Shui Yingyao. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but I have to excuse myself. It's fine. You go about your business. Shui Yingyao had an extraordinarily bright smile on her face. She was already thinking of going to the back of the cafeteria to find the person who made the milk tea when she finished eating. She wants to work part-time and then learn how to make milk tea. Chapter 102. Being a king is better than being an ordinary person in the Great Summer Kingdom. Han Chang followed number 1 to the outskirts of Dragon City and met the crowded group of Spirit Sword Sect disciples. One of them clasped his fists. We want to redeem eldest senior brother and return to the clan to inherit the position of patriarch. And we hope that the Great Summer Kingdom will grant permission. Why is your master dead? Han Chang asked curiously. How did this white-browed sword immortal lose his life? Obviously after the removal of the bone-etching nails. This old man could still live for several years. Han Chang that was simply never imagined that this white-browed sword immortal had made a fool of himself by not dodging the explosion of the iron egg. Spirit Sword Sect's disciples each face ugly. The master died in disgrace. Before dying, that selling the clan's behavior is even more disgraceful. Naturally cannot say. There is no explanation. All we ask is that the Great Summer Kingdom release eldest senior brother, and we are willing to exchange one of our clan's spirit veins. Some spirit sword sect disciples even brought spirit veins. The crystalline light exuded mellow spiritual energy, and Han Chang nodded as he watched. This is a good thing. No matter what else, a garbage cultivator for a spirit vein, that is a big profit deal. But Han Chang wasn't going to just agree to a deal that could be even more lucrative. No way. Your eldest brother is having a particularly happy time at the factory now, and no longer wants to go back. So I think you'd better get a new one. Can you work and still be so happy that you don't want to go back to the clan? Isn't it good to be free and cultivate immortality? What job is so attractive? A group of spirit sword sect disciples looked at each other in disbelief. It was indeed hard to believe, but there was nothing they could do about the fact that People's Great Summer Kingdom refused to release them. Is one spirit vein not enough? We're willing to exchange all the techniques. Battle skills of the hidden scripture pavilion. Someone fretted. Han Chang shook his head and said, what other secrets do you have in your hidden scriptures? We have made a copy. There's no way your big brother is going to be released. Not in this lifetime. That guy is not easy to control. Once he is allowed to serve as the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect, it is less likely that he will cause trouble for the Great Summer Kingdom in the future. Rather, the one called Kongyu is good. This kid has a docile character, and has a good feeling about the Daxia country, so there is no harm in supporting him. I think you guys should either change Kongyu and let this guy go back to being your patriarch. Kongyu? Isn't that junior brother? But that kid is only at the 6th level of chi cultivation. Yes. It would be better for Kongyu to be the patriarch than for me to be the patriarch. The Spirit Sword sect disciples all disagreed that Kongyu's cultivation level was too low. Han Chang added, although Konyu's cultivation level is low, he is a dual spirit root cultivator with good qualities. He is worthy of your consideration, and if he becomes the patriarch, in the future, the Spirit Sword sect and our Great Xia Kingdom will be friendly relations. The Spirit Sword sect disciples were all looking at me and me at you, unable to make up their minds. Konyu's quality was really good, and there was a high hope that the dual spirit roots would build the foundation in the future. On the contrary, eldest senior brother was a 3-spirit root cultivator, with little hope of building a foundation. And Li Kongyu can still mend fences with the Great Xia. This last one made some Spirit Sword sect disciples' hearts flutter. To be able to get on this big thick leg of the Great Summer Kingdom, in the future in the White Tiger Ridge will not walk horizontally. Why don't we just stand up Kangetsu? Okay, just set him up. With that decided, Kongyu became the sect leader of the Spirit Sword sect. This kid is working in Shei Jigua's factory where, when he heard the news, full of surprise, I can get out, make me the patriarch? Yes, it was Colonel Han's idea. You kids are blessed. Remember to behave more in the future. The Daxia state instructor. A picture of you know what, knocked a few words out of Kongyu. Kongyu is very grateful. Originally well to his seniority in cultivation, how could be the patriarch? Think about it, all understand that there must be a big summer country's meaning. One could only repay the favor of the Great Summer Kingdom with actions. Thank you Colonel Han for your kindness. Kongyu will never dare to forget it in this life. Well, your fellow disciples are out there. Get out. The instructor waved Kangetsu away. Shin Tian, the eldest senior brother on the side, but he looked red-eyed and called out, wait, the position of the Spirit Sword sect's patriarch should be mine. You guys can't mess around. What's wrong with messing around? You want to run away, don't you? Stay here and work overtime today. And don't go back to the dormitory to rest. The instructor snapped. Shin Tian was furious, but after looking at the bracelet on his hand, his anger subsided. It's just a matter of life and death. That's all. That's all. Over here in Han Chang's office, a message flashed through his mind as he looked at the newly acquired spirit vein. Ding! A small spirit vein has been discovered. Please ask if you want to absorb it? Absorb! Han Chang didn't even think about it. He gave away the last one and left this one for himself. Soon information flashed through his mind. Absorption complete. Portal upgraded 1 level. Portal system. Host Han Chang. Level 12. Height 10 meters. Width 10 meters. Number of people allowed to pass 14, 995/18, 000. Special skills, firearms specialization, toxicity resistance advanced, sword skill awakening intermediate, auxiliary facilities, pipelines, power, 100, defense, 110, speed, 60. Another 3,000 people were added to the quota, and this quota was used to build the otherworldly harbor. Han Chang pursed his lips and went back to the Blue Star. Over here, King Chu Chi and Yuan Hong also arrived at Dragon City, and the one who received them was Immortal Dr. Zhang Qingnyo. Zhang Qingyou was now familiar with Dragon City, and this old guy was excited to be the guide for this peace conference. Han Chang agreed, and there were benefits to having an otherworldly person as a guide who was also more approachable. Zhang Qingyou said to King Chu Qi, "Great King, it's not that I'm boasting, the people of the Great Xia Kingdom here, even though they are all commoners, are living a more comfortable life than you, the Emperor." Chu Qi Wang do not believe although looking around the novelty, but a group of people how can be more comfortable than the Emperor? They have hundreds of palace eunuchs service. Zhang Qingyou smiled with narrowed eyes and brought King Chu Qi to the restroom at his first stop. Nice guys visit Dragon City not to see the tall buildings and cars, but to see the urinals and toilets. Well, watch and enjoy. This is what people in Daxia usually use. Do you as a king have it? Watch the flush toilet flush itself and then look at the clean white ass wipe. King Chu Qi was silent for half a day. Good guy, such a high level thing widows really don't have. Unable to help it, King Chu Qi sweated for a while. Oh, it's more than that. Come on, I'll take you to the car. Zhang Qingyou was very proud. This feeling of pretending is very comfortable. Longqing City has been through the middle of the bus. Are free, all air-conditioned buses. Once on board the car felt the warmth of winter. Very comfortable. The car drove on. Fast and steady. King Chu Qi stayed again. This Daxia country people will enjoy It seems that the oligarchs also do not have such a high level of things. For a time, King Chu Qi's heart moved. After that, Zhang Qingyou took King Chu Qi around the city, saw many strange and weird things, and ate many delicious delicacies, which excited this King Chu Qi a lot. Well, I was right, wasn't I? The people of this great summer country live more comfortably than you, the king. Zhang Qingyou said smugly. King Chu Qi was now deeply touched, nodded his head and said meaningfully, "It's said that the great summer kingdom is a godly country, and it's true today. If I can become a Daxia national, I am willing to trade a country for it, and I will never regret it." Yuan Hong on the side of the eyes jumped straight. Good guy, this king amusing it. See a little bit of the big summer country stuff, think not to be the king. Chapter 103, Daxia's Jade Liquid. Humph, it's also me, Fengdu City. Who will overrun the Chu Qi kingdom? It will never be the Great Xia kingdom. The country of Daxia is truly remarkable, with all sorts of amazing things everywhere. But so what? A tiny place with a population of at most tens of thousands of people. What kind of waves can such a country create? Once we ghost cultivators raise our hand. Which country can't be crushed by driving an army of millions of skeletons? If we want to do it, there's no way we won't succeed. It's just that ghost cultivators are too destructive and easy to pull hatred, and once they act they will inevitably cause other parties to join forces against them. That's why Fengdu City easily doesn't dare to make trouble. However, Master has said that the Fengdu City Lord is about to awaken, and then Fengdu City will be able to sweep away this White Tiger Ridge as if it were a sunrise. As for Daxia, that's a joke. Within a few days, representatives from all the forces of the White Tiger Ridge arrived one after another. The conference was also grandly held as scheduled, and the entire Dragon City was bustling with activity. The representatives of the powers from all over the world gathered together and they were arranged to have a dinner party. Of course, during the meeting Han Chang also did not forget to introduce the third big killer of otherworldly goods, white wine. There is no distinction between tobacco and alcohol on Earth, and alcohol is a profitable industry. If you can push the wine out, you're sure to make a lot of money. Ladies and gentlemen, this bowl of wine is called the Jasmine Jade Liquid, a specialty of my Great Xia Kingdom. Now please drink this wine to its fullest as a token of my Great Xia Kingdom's hospitality. Han Chang raised his wine bowl high and rushed to the crowd. Colonel, please. The crowd responded. And originally, the otherworlders also drank alcohol regularly. But otherworldly spirits are fruit wines, distilled at once, with a low alcohol content. It's usually only about 5-6 degrees, about the same as beer, where it compares to a highly distilled spirit that has been distilled many times on the blue planet. That degree has to be 50 degrees or more, and it smells exceptional. Sure enough, a group of otherworldly people smelled the aroma of the wine and sighed in admiration in their hearts. Daxia country even make wine so fragrant, fruit really extraordinary. It's called agaric, as the name suggests. Then with a crane of the neck in unison, he poured it down. Then the good part came when a group of people coughed in quick succession. What a strong wine. I've never drank such a strong wine in over 100 years of my life, but I have to say it's over the top. Good wine, one bowl of it and your whole body feels like it's on fire. It's energizing. The drink lover's face showed a wild color. Those who don't like alcohol can be so bitter that they can't even spit it out in their mouths. Spitting is disrespecting the great Summerland. Who dares? Pinched his nose and swallowed it all in his belly. The one called the hotness of the knife, but it's slowly feeling a little different. This wine doesn't seem that bad. It's soothing to drink. The white wine is fiery in the mouth, but it lingers afterward and is full of flavor. Han Chang grinned and raised his wine bowl again. Drink as much as you like if you like. We have plenty of this wine. It seems that this group of otherworldly people admitted the white wine and did good business behind it. King Chu Chi is usually a good drinker. Now drinking white wine that is called an excitement. I have never drunk so freely in my life. And I will get drunk today. Yuan Hong didn't say anything beside him. He also drank the wine. Not to mention that it tasted very good. After we flatten Dragon City in the future, the brewers here will have to leave a few for me to brew and drink. While thinking about it, he filled himself up. This wine has a characteristic that the more you drink, the more fragrant it is, and the more you want to drink it, and the afterburner is full. Yuan Hong's alcohol capacity is also considered good, but did not drink half a bottle on the face of the redneck. That's all kinds of gibberish coming out of his mouth. I say, Your Majesty, that's some good wine. Yuan Hong also lost the courtesy of a ruler and subject, patting King Chu Chi's shoulder and shouting with a big grin. Ha ha ha, that's that. We'll get drunk today. King Chu Chi is an old drunkard, not drunk yet, and he doesn't blame this Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's side became more and more unrestrained, suddenly touching King Chu Chi's head and laughing. Oh, good head. After a while this head is going to move. But Your Majesty, please don't worry. We monarchs and ministers for more than 10 years are also considered to have friendship. When the time comes, I will give you a pain just to ensure that you don't feel any pain. King Chu Chi was shocked. The good guy was drunk and spitting out the truth. This is a big problem. He raised his glass and said, Yuan Hong, come, let's have another drink. The widow asks you, who are you really? I'm just called Yuan Hong, but I'm not some minister of the Chu Chi kingdom. I'm a ghost cultivator from Fengdu City, the disciple of the old Yin Phi ghost. That Chu Chi king is just stupid. Old me has long wanted to take off his head. Yuan Hong had been lawless for a long time after a few mouthfuls of white wine. King Chu Chi shivered. Good guy fortunately came to drink in the Great Summer Kingdom. Otherwise the country would have died. No. We have to talk to Daxia after this peace conference. The rest of the delegates are messed up too. This white wine has a ferocious aftertaste. What makes you AO in the kingdom such a large territory? I have long been spying on it for a long time, and I will send my troops to attack you in a few days. How dare you? This Crown Prince and Colonel Han that are good friends, and our AO and country even has a peace agreement with the Great Summer Country. Then don't dare. Sorry. Shui Yao looked at the people around her as they all fell to the east and hastily shivered a mouthful of milk tea to suppress the shock. Men are horrible. What's so great about wine? It still smells like milk tea. Snap. Suddenly there was a hand on Shui Yao's shoulder, frightening this queen with a jolt, turning around to see that it turned out to be Che Chuan, who she had brought with her. This old minister is already drunk. Your Majesty, why do I see you have two heads? Come, let me touch the one that is real. Unbridled. Shui Yao gas exploded. This Karatsuan, usually coy, did not expect to drink so bold. Directly a push away. Che Chuan did not relent and continued to pounce on him. Your Majesty, don't hide? The old minister is also loyal, and knows more about your little heart. When the assembly is over, the old minister will go to that Colonel Han and tell him that our queen intends to marry. Shui Yao's two faces reddened with shame, raised her hand and slapped Che Chuan under the table. Why does the old minister feel like his body is floating? It's so comfortable. Again. You have a quirk, don't you? Shui Yao was so scared that she walked away directly. This drunken man was really scary. Han Chang saw that this banquet was almost over, and it was time to serve the main meal. Delegates, my great Xia country loves peace and advocates justice. Today we are all gathered here. It is a rare opportunity. I want to show you my great Xia country's mission of peace and the majesty of justice. Now please follow me. The crowd was pretty much drunk, and when they heard there was a show to be seen, they went along for the ride. Just what kind of program would this peace, justice one have? It's not going to be the wonderful, magnificent mountains, the beautiful, soft songs and dances. A group of LSPs all squinted their eyes, not to mention that the beautiful women of the great summer country were eye-catching, especially that what's-his-name hip-hugging flounce skirt. It's really great. Han Chang looked at the crowd entering the movie theater one after another, and the corner of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. The real show is about to begin. Wait for it, I'm going to listen to you guys rock. Chapter 104, Shocked, 5D Movie Theater. The banquet ended and the representatives of the powers were taken inside a movie theater. Many of them had already passed out among them, but seeing the peculiar arrangement of the house, one of them was astonished to wake up a few drinks. What is this place? A huge, large white cloth was laid out in a spacious space the size of dozens of tables. Across the street were hundreds of chairs with iron pipes strewn underneath them, bright light all around, but no windows. Colonel Han, what is this place? Someone impatiently asked a question. Han Chang laughed. Gentlemen, this is our new movie theater in Dragon City. We'll let you watch something later, but before I do, Let me remind you not to raise your voice during the movie. What's a movie theater? Playing hide and seek? For the theater? There's a lot of novelties in Dacia. The crowd looked at each other, all confused. But if there's a show, let's watch it. A staff member came over to the side and guided everyone to a seat. Sitting in their chairs, the crowd was surprised again. This chair is so soft. It's so comfortable to sit in. What's it made of? It's softer than even my big bed. The people of Dacia really know how to enjoy themselves. When everyone was seated, the bright lights around them suddenly went out together. Only 2 pale fluorescent lights were left behind. And the light was gray. What's going on? Why did you put the lights out? I have the night pearl here. Wait for me to bring it out. No! One of my lighting spells will brighten the place up. The crowd's voices kept coming. Han Shang shouted at this point. None of the bright lights. You'll get it later. Aren't we supposed to be shown something? What's there to see without a bright light? The crowd was again suspicious. Shuang was equally confused as to what Han Shang was up to, and she was scared in her heart. Originally, Che Chiwen should have accompanied her. But that old man didn't get up again after being knocked down by himself because he said something he shouldn't have said. Looking at Han Shang not far away, he waved his hand towards him, trying to keep this man company so that it wouldn't be so scary. But Han Shang didn't see it and whispered a few orders to the person beside him. Okay, gentlemen, please pick up your seat-side glasses and put them on, please. The crowd rummaged around the side of the chair, and sure enough, there was something, all black, with 2 long strips on either side, and in the center were 2 thin pieces. How do you carry this thing? Someone came up and did a demo, and it turned out to be a band over the eyes, with 2 long strips that went over the ears. This stuff is so rare. Shui Yingyao also brought it with her, but it made it hard for her to understand. You can't see anything with this thing on. It's all black. You can't see anything. What is this? Out of sight. What is this for us to see? Some people are beginning to be dissatisfied. Even if the things of the Great Summer Kingdom are no longer new, you have to have a light to see things. You can't see anything in the dark now. But just as he was complaining, the wide white cloth suddenly showed a bright flash of light. And then the picture appeared. The picture shows hundreds of tanks rolling and crushing the ground, the earth trembling and loud rumbling. Surrounded by a smoky battlefield, the battle rages on and the artillery fires. Overhead were hundreds of armed forces direct 10 helicopters, flying at low altitude, creating an air-ground integrated 3-dimensional attack. The scene was grand and imposing. The heavens opened up, 10,000 beasts rushed about, and heaven and earth changed color in a hideous way. Everyone was stunned, a spectacle they wouldn't even dream of. It was a downward spiral, and it was horrifying to watch. Those iron lumps in front of him were like galloping ancient beasts rushing towards him, fierce and invincible, vowing to tear and split everything. Panic crept over him, and as he saw that he was about to rush close, someone cried out in terror. No! Then scared, he scurried right out of his chair. This one would have been scared out of his wits if it weren't for a staff member who held him and helped him remove his glasses. Take away the glasses and look at the screen again. The iron lump is so far away that it's not even in sight. Hiss? It turned out to be a false alarm, but it's too real, too scary. Is this the majesty of justice and peace in the Great Summerland? Thinking of this not only chills all over the body, the national strength of the Great Summer country far beyond their imagination. Immeasurable awe. One cultivator was also frightened. He was even more exaggerated and hastily pinched a fireball when he saw the tank kill him. Fortunately, Han Shang reacted in time and rushed up with an arrow step to extinguish the fireball. What's the point of panicking? It's not like anyone's going to die. The monk trembled and didn't dare to squeak, and didn't know to take off his glasses, so he froze and watched as the tank rushed on top of him. No, don't! I don't want to die. Unable to help himself, he lost his voice and almost fainted in fear. But everything happened after that, and I was fine. So it was just a nightmare. The friar wiped away a cold sweat, his pants indisputably wet. The most exaggerated one directly fainted from fear and foamed at the mouth. Dr. Tang rushed over with people to rescue him and sent him to the hospital. Good Gaia beginning to scare everyone trembling. This great summer country of gods might cover the world invincible awe. And then look at the picture rows of rockets fired in unison, such as the sky beast hissing the dome. That formation bluffed the crowd dumbfounded. The rockets then landed, and the saturation attack filled the entire site with a mushroom cloud, shaking the sky with a loud noise. Instantly half of the mountainside was chipped away. With the sound, the seats under everyone's asses shook violently. No good, my side is going to blow up too. Some people were so scared they went right under their chairs, but luckily someone pulled them out. Cultivators who are more courageous can be just as scared as they are white. Boy, this kind of power is not just for Jindan stage cultivators. Even Yuaning level old monsters are like this, right? The Great Summer Divine Kingdom is invincible. That Shui Yingyao had long been trembling with fear, and when she heard that it would be fine if she took off her glasses, she hurriedly threw them away and never dared to bring them again. A lot of people are the same. They're afraid to wear their glasses. They're killing themselves. Even without my glasses, I was still shocked beyond belief at the images. A winged iron bird rises into the air and spreads out to shoot rockets at the ground. And again there is a terrifying explosion. The earth was turned over. The next thing was a myriad of long pipes rumbling and roaring into mid-air as if they had punched out something. The explosions that fell in the distant rumble were equally earth-shattering. Finally, it was the countless soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom who rushed out of the trenches, shouting and rushing forward, like the tide of the sea, like a landslide. The sky seems to fall. The earth is crumbling. The vast expanse of land is full of mighty figures, armed with sharp weapons and invincible. Someone on the road sprayed flames, rumbling and blazing like a fire dragon, sweeping ahead. Someone swooped in to set up a machine gun, spitting like a fiery serpent, and the front boiled over. Everyone was shocked, looking dumbfounded and trembling all over. Just now there was some noise, but now there was silence. Only the sound of battle from the great military maneuvers. Chapter 105 The Peaceful Power of the Great Summerland. East 41. Is this the divine power of the Great Summer Kingdom? It's simply a god. This is stronger than even the old monsters at the Yuaning stage. Are these mortals? Finally someone let out an exclamation. One of them, Yuan Hong, had long been unable to sit still. His wine had sobered up long ago, and his shocked heart nearly popped out. Originally, I thought that the number of people in the country of Disya was small, and that a small place was not enough to worry about. But now take a look at this. Heavenly soldiers and generals are more than tens of thousands. They are simply covering the sky and sweeping the earth and sky. This scale of their ghost cultivator army is no more than that. It seems the master was wrong. Dead wrong. The Great Summer Kingdom cannot be moved. And the White Tiger Ridge cannot come. No, I have to get the word out. This side of Han Chang looked at the shocked expression of the crowd, smiled and did not say anything, thinking that this is now, the toughest is yet to come. The video of the big military maneuver was not yet finished. A pale land appeared on the screen, and suddenly a piece of ground of several dozens of square meters appeared to move. The hatch was opened, revealing the endless abyss below, and a large conical head slowly emerged. The sky and the earth were obscure. The wind was cold, and like the quiet before an outbreak, everything was dead. But then the fire burst into the sky, roaring loudly, and the conical head dragged its long body up from the abyss in a vertical sound, straight into the sky. The long figure high in the sky suddenly made a turn and disappeared with incredible speed into the distance between the morning sun. 10,000 miles of clouds were torn apart, and the southern heavenly gate was broken through, with nothing to stop it, going forward, vowing to break through that ninefold heaven. This is footage of the launch of a Dongfeng 41 intercontinental missile. For the program, a camera was mounted on the warhead, and the full launch details were recorded. As they flew into the atmosphere, the light around them instantly changed to a purple sky that was pale and infinite. In the distance was endless darkness and emptiness, and the place was deathly silent. The many cultivators watching didn't dare to utter a single breath as they suddenly understood the meaning of ascension. Could this be ascension? Ascension into the universe? Is this some great power in the midst of a catastrophe? They were still in the midst of their shocked reverie when suddenly the bullet went nose down and crashed into the void. The white clouds rolled back and an earth appeared below. Immediately after that, white light exploded, and a sky-high mushroom cloud rumbled up from the earth. Heaven sent divine objects. The crown prince of the Aoan country jumped up in shock and shouted as if he was crazy. It was too shocking. So this was the heavenly punishment. Terrible. Destroy the sky and the earth. The cultivators each changed color, pale and colorless. This great Xia country has a sharp weapon that is even more terrifying than the old ghosts of the Yuaning stage. This kind of divine kingdom that was invincible and could not be shaken for a single point. Silence in the room. No one said a word. Thoughts still tumbling through the powerful mushroom cloud. Looking at the earth swept away all and invulnerable. A cold chill run straight down his back. Han Chang looked at everything and nodded with great satisfaction. To that effect, very Nessie. Gentlemen, this is the power of peace in our great summer kingdom. If there are no objections, please also sign a peace agreement with our great summer kingdom. Han Chang's voice broke the silence, and many people slowed down from the violent shock. A staff member over here had already delivered the proposed agreements. One for each person, but not Che Zhigua and Ao Ngua, who have long since signed an agreement. The others took a look at the agreement and were dumbfounded. In order to reflect the friendly relations between the Great Summer Kingdom and your power, the following is stipulated. 1. Your power has the right to mine, build roads, and do business within the territory of Daxia, and your power may not interfere. 2. The Great Summer Kingdom is able to commandeer the people within your power at will. without your power's consent. 3. The currency and commodities of the Great Summer State shall be common within the territory of your power, and there shall be no hindrance. 4. Enough to list 8. Although the otherworldly people do not have the modern concept of the country, but also understand that this is to sell off. But don't you dare not sign it. That soul-shattering image just now is still flashing in my mind. Imagine what it would be like to have a mushroom cloud rise up in your own home. It's all shaky just thinking about it. I sign that our country is willing to mend fences with the Great Summer forever. Others look at you can sell. Why can't I sell? Also sign. I'll sign as well. We admire the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom and are willing to make an amicable neighbor with it. More and more people signed, and not one of them dared to object. Over here, King Chu-Chi had trouble putting pen to paper as he looked at the agreement, his gaze agitated and complex. The Yuan Hong on the side looked a little anxious, thinking that you should sign. The divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom you can block? The small Chu-Chi country is not even a fart. Besides, after you finish signing, let's get out of here early. I still have to rush back to inform the master. Can't touch the big summer country. It wasn't that King Chu-Chi couldn't let go of this country, but he had other ideas. The image he had just seen was too shocking. The Great Summer Kingdom's divine might is invincible. The people of Daxia are living happily, comparable to me as a king. The Chu-Chi country was bulletproof and had ghost cultivators spying on it, so what else was there to worry about? Thinking of this, Chu-Chi king's expression was stunned, and suddenly he dropped to both knees. The Great Summer Kingdom is a godly country. My Chu-Chi kingdom is willing to subordinate the whole country. In the future, the whole territory of my Chu-Chi kingdom will be the Great Summer's land, and the people of Chu-Chi will be the Great Summer's nationals. So I hope that the Great Summer Kingdom will give its permission. The sound startled everyone in the theater, and all eyes gathered on King Chu-Chi in unison. Good guy. This Chu-Chi wine sold thoroughly. Even the country do not want to. All sell. If you want to be tough, it's your buddy who's tough. Everyone looked at each other sideways. They had to admire King Chu-Chi. Han Chang was not expected. This is dry. Directly to the country are sent. Looks like the million-man army drill just rocked the boat enough. Of course you've given it away, so I can't push it out, or how cold it will be for others. It's rare that King Chu-Chi is so profoundly righteous. I approve. In the future, the entire territory of Chu-Chi country is the land of Daxia, and all Chu-Chi nationals are Daxia nationals. The king of Chu-Chi has been credited for offering the soil. From now on you will be the governor of Chu-Chi County. Do a good job. The country of Chu-Chi is very small, about the same as a prefecture-level county or city, and there's nothing wrong with being a governor. Chu-Chi Wang does not understand what the governor can become a national of Daxia. He has already rejoiced, and now can also mix a position. Has long been satisfied. Tears were left in his eyes. Excited. Many thanks to the colonel for making it possible. All of the citizens of my Chu-Chi country are grateful, and we will certainly serve the Great Xia country to the death in the future. The crowd look is sweaty. Said the big brother, you sell the country to sell the voice of tears? 1,000 years. Cannot help but the eyes have despised. Only Shui Yingyao feels that this Chu-Chi king is smart. Is it bad to become a Great Xia kingdom? I even want to become a member of the Great Xia kingdom, and if it wasn't for the ministers in the court blocking it, it would have been implemented long ago. Immediately after that, King Chu-Chi suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Yuan Hong beside him, and exclaimed, "Now I'm reporting in the name of the governor of Chu-Chi County in the Great Summer Kingdom that this guy from the colonel is a ghost cultivator. He's from Fengdu City, and they want to move south and attack the entire White Tiger Ridge." Instantly everyone in the theater was astonished, and wary gazes were shot at Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong panicked, looking at the Chu-Chi prefect. "Your sister, or you play sell the country and use Daxia against me. Garlic is ruthless." Chapter 106 Annexation of the Chu-Chi country. Han Chang's gaze tightened and he snapped, "Take that." As the voice crashed to the ground, Shiman Aoshui, who had been hiding in the corner, stepped forward, sheathed her sharp sword, and directly set it on Yuan Hong's neck with lightning speed. "Don't move or I'll have your head." Yuan Hong's cultivation was only at the 6th level of Qi practicing. He was not a match for Shiman Aoshui at all. His forehead was covered in sweat and he glared fiercely at Prefect Chu-Chi. "Old man, or you old fox is cunning. I've fallen into your hands. Go, be honest." Shiman Aoshui snapped. Someone had already come over and put handcuffs on Yuan Hong. This thing had been reinforced and painted with inscriptions. It would be difficult for any cultivator below foundation establishment to break free. Yuan Hong was escorted down, and Han Chang went up to encourage King Chu-Chi. "Good job. Just returned to the subordination and made a great achievement. In the future, any benefits will not forget you. The colonel is welcome. All I want is a couple bottles of white wine. That wine tastes genuinely good. He. King Chu-Chi had a pandering face. The crowd sighed for a while. This one is really the material to be a licking dog. From the king to the licking dog is simply a seamless transition. Good deal. Isn't it just a few bottles of wine? I have some fine matai over there. I'll give you a few bottles. Han Chang patted King Chu Chi's shoulder. This is really a man who recognizes the times. No words can be reused. The agreement was signed. The peace conference was over, and the representatives of the parties went back one by one. Han Chang didn't stay idle on his side and immediately notified Zheng Tu that each of his forces should set up a Great Xia merchant bank to sell Great Xia products across the board. Of course, the merchant houses now also serve the purpose of a bank, allowing access to the daxia currency. After finishing these things, Han Chang's mind dinged. Here comes the system. Ding! Detected the host completing the system task Buwa World, rewarding the skill Vajra's body, while opening the second auxiliary facility, the gas pipeline. Body of Vajra can increase the host's defense by 10 times in 10 minutes, but can only be used once a day. Portal system, host Han Chang, level 12, height 10 meters, width 10 meters, number of people allowed to pass 14, 995/18, 000. Special skills, firearms specialization, toxicity resistance advanced, sword skill awakening intermediate, Vajra's body, auxiliary facilities, oil pipelines, gas pipelines, power, 100, defense, 110, speed, 60. Han Chang's face was joyful. With this gas pipeline in place, the extraction of natural gas would follow, but this would have to wait until the harbor construction was completed. Half a month later, AO and the country's great summer country merchant bank. Xianhaoxi these days especially busy, because more kinds of very best-selling goods agar jelly. This white wine looks ordinary, not to mention drinking is very strong. Some old drinkers are addicted to drink, have come to buy. The entire Great Summer Kingdom merchant houses have unified pricing, and it is fair and square. All bottles of 100 spirit stones, not exactly cheap, but still a steady stream of buyers. Boss Qian, bring me 5 bottles of agar jelly. I'm going to feast on guests tonight. Good to know, good to know. By the way, do you want another packet of divine rhythm incense? This stuff tastes wonderful with the agar wood together. Xianhaoxi didn't forget to market the divine charm incense. Really? Really? You'll understand when you try it. Xianhaoxi is not fooled. He himself has tried. Not to mention the taste is simply fluttering race fairy. Guests sold it back and I didn't expect it to work really well. Everyone said it was good. This agar jelly with the divine fragrance. That's simply perfect. Buy it together with it in the future. Inside Chu Chi, the civil and military officials were all confused. The king actually became a governor after going out for a spin? That's too odd. No one who writes novels would dare to write like that. A good king doesn't become a king but a commoner. However, King Chu Chi was satisfied and rushed to the court full of civil servants. It is more comfortable to be a daxia countryman than to be a king. You all don't have to get over it. The future will only be better, not worse. The crowd looked at each other in a bit of disbelief. Along with King Chu Chi, there were also 300 soldiers from the Great Summer Kingdom. The leader was called Ma Baoshan, with the rank of captain. They came over mainly for the smooth transition of the regime, but also to guard against Fengdu City's southward movement. At this moment, Ma Baoshan stepped forward and said, "Listen up everyone, it is a great honor to be a daxia national, and you should not feel disadvantaged, but be thankful that your old king made a wise decision. I'm going to announce a few things here, and I hope you'll all keep them in mind, or if you make a mistake we're the law in daxia." At that moment, Ma Baoshan said the policy, mainly to let these local power factions to be peaceful. Do not mess around. The land was privately owned for the time being, with full public ownership to take place only after the railroads of the Great Summer State had been opened and were in full charge of the area. In addition, from now on, the Chu Chi Kingdom shall use the currency of the Great Xia Kingdom, and the original copper coins can be exchanged, and the exchange ratio is 400,000 copper coins for 1 yuan of the Great Xia Kingdom currency. The last article: all the troops of the Tsuchi Kingdom are under the command of the Great Xia Kingdom, and are temporarily under the command of Ma Baoshan. After these few finished, the ministers were dumbfounded, mainly because the copper coins are not worth anymore. This who can stand it? There was a clamor on the spot. The Great Summer Kingdom is insolent. How can my hallowed Chu Chi Kingdom accept such bullying from you? Your Majesty, please order the expulsion of this group of thieves quickly. Just after the words were said, King Chu Chi directly took off the jade crown on his head and threw it over. Your sister, the last time I let me beat up the Great Summer Kingdom is also you. You pighead don't know how powerful the Great Summer Kingdom is. Right, you get out of here. If you dare to beep again, directly cut you. The minister is speechless. The king is like this, then what the hell is there to say? It's such a smooth transition for this Quich country. Ma Baoshan also immediately began to work. The first thing is to establish a defense system. He is in the Fengdu city's border. The line laid out 3 defense outposts. Each outpost stationed 12 people. A squad of troops. The defense outpost was built quickly with fast-drying cement, and the whole process took less than 3 days. But it had all the amenities it needed. It is equipped with a 155mm howitzer with over 500 rounds of ammunition and a PP-93 mortar with 300 rounds of ammunition, one Type 89 heavy machine gun with 30,000 rounds of ammunition, one Type 02A flamethrower, and 3 DZJ-08 rocket launchers with more than 300 rounds of ammunition. It can be described as having plenty of ammunition and strong firepower. Even if that Fengdu city's ghost cultivator army came, relying on this equipment would be enough to withstand it for a while. As for the original Chu-Chi country's army, Ma Baoshan pressed to see. In addition to physical ability, other than nothing else, it is used as hard labor. Arrange for them to be in charge of transportation, paving roads and repairing bridges. At the same time, a railroad leading from Dragon City to the Chu-Chi country had been started, with all the laborers requisitioned from the countries along the route. With the peace conference, the deterrent power of the Great Summer State is known to all. The power of heavenly divine punishment was far stronger than that of an old monster at the Yuaning level. Ask any country that dares to disobey. The entire White Tiger Ridge knew that the Great Summer Kingdom had to unconditionally comply with just one word. It's a kingdom of God, and they have limitless power. Chapter 107, You Can't Beat the Great Summer Kingdom at Playing with People. Inside Dragon City, Han Shang walked into a basement where Yuan Hong was being held. Well, what did this guy say? As soon as he came in, Han Shang asked out loud, Colonel, this guy was very cooperative. We didn't do any work and he voluntarily confessed. One of the soldiers in charge came over to report and handed up a transcript. Here's the information he handed over. Han Shang took it and read it over, slightly revealing a smile as he turned his head to look at Yuan Hong in the corner. The kid nodded straight at himself, like a licking dog. Colonel, I have said everything. I dare not have the slightest concealment, and as you know I have that great admiration for the peaceful strength of the Great Summer Country, and dare not have any idea. All of them can send divine punishment from the sky and sweep away everything. Can this not be admired? The king of Chu-Chi even sold the country. So what's the point of me struggling as a tiny ghost cultivator? Sold my master in Fengdu City clean, as long as I keep my little life. Yuan Hong felt that he was a wise man who scrutinized the situation and was very wise. Very well, the fact that you've given up the ghost means you're still saved, so I'm going to send you to do something. Han Chang grinned. This man is still somewhat useful. Let's drain him of his value first. Yuan Hong nodded and humbled himself. Yes. But please feel free to order me wherever I can be used by Yuan Hong. I also want to join the Great Xia Kingdom and become a member of your country. It would be a supreme honor. Han Chang frowned. Such a spineless person, the Great Xia Kingdom would not dare to want. Alright, these will depend on your performance. Now I'm sending you back to Fengdu City as an undercover agent. If there's any situation you have to report it to us in time. Go back to Fengdu City as an undercover agent. Yuan Hong was cold. Good guy, this is pushing himself into the fire pit. But on second thought, isn't this a great opportunity? As soon as I leave this Dragon City, I'll go back to Fengdu City and go far away, so you won't be able to find me. Sure enough, the old man is the smart one. Yuan Hong's mouth revealed a wicked smile and said in an impassioned manner, wrap it up on me, Yuan Hong, and I will definitely complete the task. Okay, then Dr. Tang, you guys make the arrangements. Han Chang threw a wink at Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang was prepared and picked up a needle to give Yuan Hong a shot. Yuan Hong didn't dare to resist. Her body trembled as she watched herself being stabbed with a needle. Her heart panicked. What's this injection I've been given? It's not poison, is it? How is it that the Great Summer still plays such a shady game? I have to admit it. Watching Dr. Tang finish his injection, Han Chang added, don't be nervous. I'm afraid you'll go back tired and give you some nutrient solution. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. There's just a little bit of a side effect. You'll be all over the place for a long time and you'll be bleeding out of your 7 orifices. And that's not really a big problem. Yuan Hong did a double take, and said that this is called 1 billion points of side effects. All the blood from the 7 orifices is dead. Not much of a problem yet. You guys are the best when it comes to playing with people. Plop! Yuan Hong directly fell to her knees and cried. Don't worry, Great Summer Godman. I would never dare to have second thoughts. Don't think too much about it. You'll be fine if you have a second thought. Let me get you another bracelet so we can find you every now and then. After Han Chang finished his sentence, a soldier put a probation watch on Yuan Hong. Now Yuan Hong didn't even have the heart to cry. Her face was dead gray. It's over. People are pinching me in the palm of their hand, so I can only let them pinch me. Very well, this will make me feel relieved. Be careful on the road. Remember that if you don't return to Fengdu City within 5 days, the bracelet will explode. So be good. Han Chang got up and left when he finished his business. Not long after, Yuan Hong embarked on the journey back to Fengdu City. This kid hoofed it back without stopping, and didn't even take a break on the way. It was called a homecoming. Han Chang's side planted a flag for Fengdu City to see the situation first. There was no rush to strike, and he wasn't afraid of any awakening of the Fengdu City Lord. Isn't it just the 5th level of foundation building? Red Arrow 12 guarantees 1 shot. If 1 shot doesn't work, then 2. The rest is the commercial expansion of the White Tiger Ridge. This young 2 is in charge, and he himself can't intervene. But white wine sales have really been booming lately, and it's just easy to promote it when otherworldly people drink as much as they do. Spirit stones are counted every day until your hands cramp up. This tastes good. The last thing I miss is the construction of the harbor. And I don't know how well one has been doing since he left almost 2 months ago. With that in mind, Han Chang orders a helicopter to go to the harbor to see what's going on. 10 kilometers south of Dragon City is a sea that is uninhabited, a bay in the shape of a concave. But when number 1 arrived with the engineering team, the place was bustling with the sound of all kinds of machinery. Han Chang looked around when he arrived. The harbor had taken shape. A straight highway runs right through the bay, with various buildings dotted around it. 2 of the giant round tanks are particularly eye-catching. That store natural gas. The gas pipeline was also being laid at the same time, and the road was full of busy people. The 10-meter-high embankment in the bay towers over the entirety of the shocking waves outside to stop, like a towering dragon coiled in the harbor. Inside the embankment is the harbor, where huge gantry cranes are like pylon giants, more than 20 meters high. Several giant shipyards are under construction, and it should not be a problem to build a large ship of more than 100,000 tons in this scale. The Great Summer Kingdom was indeed an infrastructure god kingdom, and it had already grown quite large in just 2 months. Colonel, we're doing all right. You're welcome to inspect. Number 1 sees Han Sung and comes up to report. Han Chang nodded and kept his gaze on the side of the dockyard. The dockyard was for ship repair, which was Han Chang's main concern. While smaller vessels can be shipped over, larger vessels can only be built on site, because there is no river transportation between Blue Star and the otherworld. The cost of dismantling a large ship and shipping it through a portal is so huge that it might as well be built on site. Now what kind of ships do you have? Han Chang asked. Right now we have small ships under 1,000 tons, including 1 research vessel, 2 supply ships, and only 5 022 missile boats that can be used for combat. But it's good that there has been no danger. These will suffice for now, but into the deep sea it will be. Number 1 wanted to say something. How could Han Chang not understand that entering the deep sea must require large ships and a huge fleet to escort them? The construction of your dockyards should be accelerated, and at the same time you should begin to build ships, and they should be made to build big ships. And what ship to build first? Battleship. Han Chang blurted out without even thinking. Cannon giant ship is every man's dream, but also a kind of romance, a symbol of strong power. The shocking spectacle of a shot to the heart is definitely something everyone aspires to. Number 1's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. Understood, Colonel. We'll get on with building the battleship immediately. Chapter 108 Recruitment of Talents for the Construction of a Seaport. In fact, the combat cost of battleships is much lower than that of aircraft carriers. Only the combat radius is small, equivalent to the game warrior. There is output in tank. The only drawback is the shorthand. The carrier has a large combat radius and with the AWACS, it can attack targets up to 2,000 kilometers away, which is equivalent to an ADC in a game. Extremely resource intensive, but with a massive output when it's up. So there was nothing wrong with building battleships first. The opponents of the otherworld were mainly the sea race, and it was unlikely that their combat radius would reach 2,000 kilometers, and the battleships were definitely enough. As for the rest of the small and medium-sized ships, they were shipped from the Blue Planet. A few thousand tons or so disassembled was still very transportable. Han Chang has thought about getting a few new Youth 054s to play around with first, and of course the submarines have to get a few Ming-class ones. Form a small fleet, protect the harbor, and make a name for yourself at sea later. By the way, how are you guys staffed now? Han Chang asked again. There is a serious shortage of manpower, and I hope more people will be sent. Number 1 answered truthfully. There is a shortage of skilled workers. If there are enough people, the speed can be increased. It's not easy to get people. We are extremely rich in human resources. Han Chang looked at the sea in the distance. His heart was full of pride, a picture of a great man in the world. After returning from the harbor, Han Chang immediately issued an order to recruit workers throughout White Tiger Ridge. As long as they were 18 years old, under 30 years old, and in good health, they could participate in the recruitment process. The recruiting site will test for physical fitness, skill, and knowledge. Those who pass the exam are selected and will go to the seaport for a 3-month training after selection. The training will be followed by a test, and those who pass will stay and those who don't will leave. This time, unlike Che Jigua's corvée, the recruiters were skilled workers and offered very favorable conditions. Work 4 days a week, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, food and housing included, and get paid $1,000 a month. Hiss. Looking at the announcement, the hearts of a group of young people within Yunlin City were on fire. There's $1,000 a month, and food and shelter are included. That's too generous a condition. I'm signing up. My wife and I are going. Just what's the deal with the exam? It's not going to be for scribes, is it? It's useless for us to go then, isn't it? When the crowd was puzzled, the staff of the Great Summer explained. People shouldn't be concerned. Anyone who is of age and in good health can sign up. On-site screening is a 3-item program. Physical fitness, skill and knowledge. And if you qualify in 2, you can attend training. That went to everyone's head, and a crowd flocked to sign up. Yunlin City Lord was flustered. Why were there so many people? The entire youth of Yunlin City had come, right? But think of the envy. $1,000. It seems like my own is only $100 a month, which is 10 times worse than this. I'd like to go if I were 20 years younger. But enrollment is high and screening is rigorous though. 1 out of 10 at the most that make it through. The announcement was posted within the country of Chechi from the same, and it immediately set the country on fire. Even King Shuiwu couldn't sit still. This job is $1,000 for a month, more than I, the king, can get. Dasha State opens a factory in Shiji State and gives a huge sum of tens of thousands of dollars a year. He, King Shuiwu, was at least a prince, but he was only able to get more than 100. There's no way around it. There's not enough to go around. Now how does seeing a job with a salary of 1,000 keep him away? No, you can't give away a job like that. Called his 3 sons, Shui Barbarian, Shui Ba, Shui Heng. Listen to me, you 3, enroll today. I'll tell His Majesty that you don't need to take the screening test either, and you'll go directly to work in the Great Summer Kingdom. The 3 sons were dumbfounded. What kind of drugs did Dad take wrong? The king's son is working? Wouldn't it be nice to carry a bird in a cage every day? What's the point of that? Shui Ba, Dad, we're all used to being lazy. We can't work. No ass. This is 1,000 dasha coins. You know, Dad, then this is far worse. You still want to fart eat where? All give me to go. Do not go, do not be my son. And I don't care if the 3 sons say yes or no. On that day, King Shuiwu rushed to meet Shui Yingyao in a hurry. But only when he arrived at the royal palace did he realize that he was too late. The king's palace is full of civil and military officials. And it turns out that one and all want to send their sons to work in Dasha, to plead for mercy. Your Majesty, the old minister is loyal. Saddle the horse before and after no merit but also have hard work. Nowadays the Great Summer country recruiting. The old minister has a son who wants to go. I beg you to open a convenient. Che Chi all came and lay on the ground begging Shui Yingyao. Shui Yingyao looked at the court full of civil servants. Her head is so big. This matter is not under her control. You don't have to ask me for this. The recruiting is all in the hands of the Great Summerland. I'm staying out of it here. Your Majesty, at this juncture you still say such things. Who doesn't know that you and Colonel Han are good friends? Just dial a phone and beg for a favor, won't it be enough? Che Chi also went out on a limb and gave up his old face. Shui Yingyao's face was scarlet red at the comment, and she angrily got up and left without looking back. Your Majesty, please intercede. A group of ministers went after them, but they were blocked by the palace maid. A notice was similarly posted inside Che Chigua's factory. Hey, going to work in the Dasha country. This salary is 10 times higher than ours here. No, that's not true. The conditions are flying off the charts. I'm going to sign up. The group was in a hurry to leave. Lin Fei was also in the crowd, and he was equally excited to be there. If you do a good job, you'll have a chance to become a Dasha national. As long as I become a Dasha national, I can avenge my children and wife. Lin Fei's heart rolled and he wedged himself in the crowd to go along. That's when someone coldly poured cold water. I say, don't you guys look at it clearly? It's also written on this announcement that this recruitment is very demanding and will be screened. How many of you know how to read? How can you take a test if you don't know how to read? These words splashed the crowd through the heart cold. The ordinary people of the other world is very bitter, which has what compulsory education. Our private schools can charge high fees. The ordinary people, a few went to school. The average person can just recognize 100 surnames or something, and at best they can write their own name. Exam, that's overthinking it. Lin Fei's heart was cold. He did not recognize the words. Although there are literacy classes inside the factory, he also learned some, but when it comes to the examination he cannot have a bottom. I've heard that the exam can only be taken by the children of official families. Thinking about this was hard on Lin Fei's heart. The workers around us are drooping their heads, too. At this time the management of the Daxia country inside the factory came over and exclaimed, "Guys, you don't know if something works until you've done it, and it's not appropriate to back out before you've even gone and done it. Go on, everyone go and give it a try. If you succeed you will go to work in Daxia to change your life. If you fail isn't it just continue to work the assembly line? What's the big deal?" The speech was particularly energizing, and many people were excited as they stretched their brows and eyes. Yes, that's right, the only way to find out if it works is to go, and we're all going. Lin Fei also sparked hope as he followed and went to enroll. Chapter 109, So what if it's from the Wu King's palace? Failure to pass roll. The place to sign up was outside the city, in a very empty area. Hundreds of Daxia staff here were busy as they filled out the information and then took people through the test. Lin Fei, you come with me for the test. The first item of knowledge. A staff member shouted. Lin Fei hurried over. He was apprehensive and nervous, not knowing what this knowledge test was about. He can't do any of the poems or songs. He just writes his name. By the way, he learned some math in the literacy class at the factory. What trigonometry, addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. Also learned how to read process drawings. The teacher of the literacy class said this is important for workers, and that good workers make good products, so he encouraged everyone to learn it well. Lin Fei is one of the most diligent learners in the class. Now he walked into the exam room and found a very large house, surrounded by dozens of people, each gathered half a meter apart, with an exam paper on a table. Looking at the exam paper, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, because isn't the knowledge on this what literacy teachers teach? It wasn't hard for him, and he quickly swished and did it. On Lin Fei's side were three gorgeously dressed guys who were none other than King Shue's three sons. Shueba, what's going on? Isn't it a knowledge test? Why not poetry and song? What's the point of having a test on addition, subtraction, multiplication and division? Shueba blew up on the spot. And for this exam, King Shuewu even invited the top scholar of Che Zhiguo to teach them. Good guy in the past few days. What poetry 300? What sage article 1000? Their three brothers are memorizing the blackout. Even the sound law also learned some. It's hard to believe that these three dudes, who usually run the streets, have had a hell of a few days. But I realized it when I took the exam with two panda eyes full of confidence. This one doesn't test. It tests math. Mathematics in the other world that is not valued, are considered to be trivial skills. Few people study. Their three brothers can't even memorize a 9-9 recitation table. It's a cat test. Shue Barbara, brother, I can't do this stuff. What should I do? Shue Heng, exam sister. The examiner over there give us a different exam paper. We're from the Wu Wang Palace. Examiner. Shue Heng, didn't get it did you? We don't know how to do it? Why don't you do it for us? Shue Barbarian, yes, you did it for us. And I'll reward you with a $1 Daxia coin. Examiner. These three are cuties, right? You don't know how to do the exam and you want to change the exam paper. And you want the examiner to do it? What a tawdry maneuver. The most annoying thing is to reward $1. You as fooling children ah. Snap. The examiner couldn't stand it anymore and directly slapped the table. These three are blowing me out of the water. 0 points for this knowledge item. The three brothers were blasted out. Three old confused faces. Shueba, why are you blowing us out? Don't you know that we're from the Wu King's mansion? Shueban, let your examiner come out. There's something wrong with this exam. How can there be a test for such a trivial skill as math? Are you guys making a mistake? When the examiner looked at them, these three even had a point, and said angrily with a black face, roll. If you don't get lost, you'll be directly arrested, regardless of what house you're from. Even if Queen Shui Yingyao comes, it's useless. The words landed on the side of the several soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom who were maintaining order came over, mighty and domineering, holding a steel gun. This aura immediately scared the three brothers' necks, not daring to squeak. I don't know what to say, but I'm a killer of immortals, and I don't have enough lives to kill them, so I can't be dishonest. But the trio quickly figured it out. Shueba, the second brother. The third is fine. The back of the physical ability of the three of us brothers is the most skilled. The girls in the Yihanyuan are clear. Shue Barbarian, big brother said yes. That skill we are also good at thieves. 18 postures are all good at everything. Shue Heng, there's no saying behind us will definitely pass. But when it came time to take the physical fitness test the three were dumbfounded again. The in vivo test consisted of running 1,000 meters carrying a sack weighing 100 kilograms. This kind of thing is heavy for Bluesterians, but it's not really that hard for off-worlders, and can be accomplished by the average laborer. Lin Fei is used to doing farm work. After entering the factory is also working every day. Other than no strength that is not to make the end. Carry the sack and run without even taking a breath. The three brothers of the Shui family looked at me and I looked at you. Shueba, don't even look at it. You'll have to memorize it even if you look at it again. Let's go. Having no choice, the three of them picked up their sacks and left. Usually three do not exercise, go out in the car, go home and lie down, eat a mouthful of food or fed. There is a fart strength. Carrying a sack at the moment is killing them. Everyone else runs and carries the wind. The three of them were walking, and with kicking rough air. Not even halfway through all three were exhausted and sweating. Zhu Heng, brother, I give up. This physical fitness test is unreasonable. Shui Barbara, yes. To take the test. Will you take the physical fitness test at the Excelsior? The examiners on the side laughed when they heard it. Going to the Yihon Yuan to take the test. What is this test? Time's up. 3 of you didn't pass. Leave. The 3 were blown out again. This time with a gray duck. Shueba, Lao Zi is not convinced. The last skill. We also practiced bao, horse, sword and knife. It must not be bad. Zhu Heng, yes. Even though I haven't practiced for years, it's better than those mudbloods. The 3 are not leaving yet, intending to come back with some face on the last skill. Soon the trio entered the technical exam room and were dumbfounded. Inside the exam room was a long assembly line with stations for screwing and hammering nails. There are test sites with saws on the side. Shiba, is this considered skill? Why isn't it bowing? Horseback riding and archery? Why isn't it the 18 martial arts of swords, spears, swords and halberds? Zhu Heng, right, quickly bring out your swords, spears, swords and halberds, and the 3 brothers will give you a bit of fun. Examiner, you're all jokers, right? Why do we still practice those things when we have guns? I say you will not hurry to leave The next. The 3 of them were anxious. If they scored 0 points in this skill again, King Shuewu would have to cut them down. Shueba, don't. Who says we won't take the test? We brothers know all the 38 martial arts. We still can't know these things. Then grabbed a wrench and asked, what the hell is this? How does it work? How else do you play? And everything. The examiner's knows when asked you and he nudged his mouth directly toward the side. Don't have eyes? There's not someone on the side with it. Lin Fei on the side is waving hot sweat. This screwing screws his daily assembly line to screw a few thousand. Very skillful. Closed eyes can screw. Shueba, so that's how it is. Lao Air. Lao San, let's go too. The 3 brothers got on the assembly line. But where is this work that their 3 dudes can do? And in no time they were exhausted. The examiner shook his head straight as he watched. These 3 dudes are assholes. Nothing works. Throw these 3 pieces of out. No pass. Immediately a few soldiers came over and dragged brothers 3 and threw him outside. The 3 men were so wretched that they got up in their dust and hurried back to their homes. Can Shui Wu Wang angry teeth? This is a job of 1,000 yuan per month. Really envious of those admitted to the mud leg. I did not think that the times have changed. This group of guys fell into the steamed buns, but it is useless to be angry again. King Shui Wu can only look at the red eyes. Searching for himself, this king of Wu seems to be a grasshopper after the autumn is not as good as one day. Over here Lin Fei excelled in all 3 exams and passed. This made his excited mind difficult to calm down for a long time. Finally being able to go to the great summer kingdom. Make sure you do a good job. Seize this opportunity to become a Dasha national, and then take your revenge. Most of the workers who went with Lin Fei also passed, which is considered to be a bitter and sweet, and a steep turn in life. Even a few spirit sword sect disciples had passed, and none of them wanted to cultivate immortality. Isn't it good to work like mortals? 1,000 dasha dollars a month is enough to show off in front of others. 2 weeks later, the qualified people screened from all over the world were uniformly sent to the port, where they would undergo a 3-month training program. As soon as they arrived at the harbor, these people were stunned beyond measure, and each of them couldn't keep their eyes off of it. Lin Fei was in a nervous mood and gasped for air. He had never seen so many wonders, especially when he looked at the 30-odd meter tall battleship keel. He was shaken and his whole body trembled. At the same time, inside Han Chang's office, he received a phone call. What? The Boom 20s have been delivered. Good. Let's start receiving them. Han Chang was filled with joy as he quickly stepped out of the office. And outside, a giant big guy was slowly coming out of the portal. That's the Boom 20 that Tan Yuhua and the others brought back. This big guy is an absolute killer. Absolutely. Chapter 110, Fengdu City Lord Awakening. Han Chang walked out of the office, only to see a huge, large, object being slowly sent over at the portal. Colonel, we've brought the Boom 20 back at your disposal. Tan Yuhua rushed over to Han Chang and gave an excited military salute. Good. And you've come back just in time. Maybe we'll be able to use you guys before long. Han Chang was equally excited. With the Boom 20 he would be able to carry out large-scale bombardments, the lethality of which would definitely not be comparable to a few helicopters. By the way, Colonel, I have some good news for you. This time we have not just one Boom 20 coming over. But 10 racks. Han Chang couldn't help but look shocked. 1 boon 20 was already strong enough. 10 would be destructive. By the time 10 frames were deployed together, it was enough to blow up a city or a cultivation mountain gate. A disintegrated boon 20 was sent to the otherworld. They have a huge fuselage, 2 huge delta wings. This is a kind of fuselage and wings fused into one fighter. The whole weapon is all internal, like a big bat with spreading wings, quite sci-fi color. Of course these big killers have to be assembled first before they can be combat effective. Han Chang asked, "How many days does it take to assemble?" 10 days at the earliest. Tal Yua replied, 10 days is too slow. I'll give you 5 days to finish assembling it. I may have a situation here at any time that requires your bomber brigade. Yes, 5 days will be 5 days, and the mission will be accomplished. Tan Yaohua replied decisively, as a soldier of the Great Summer Kingdom, obeying orders is a vocation. There is no bargaining. Han Chang nodded and left, and these large airplanes were assembled in place, and of course a huge hangar would need to be built. The more sophisticated the airplane, the less it could be stored in the open, and Han Chang couldn't afford to let these precious things be exposed to the sun and rain. This has to be organized. Han Chang returned to the office to arrange these things one by one, then opened the computer, and the screen showed the picture of the border of Chu Chi County. This was from the Bluebird's drone, and ever since it was known that Fengdu City was going to misbehave with White Tiger Ridge, the Bluebird had been monitoring the border area 24 hours a day. 3 sentry posts had been established here earlier in the day and would be the first line of defense against the Fengdu City's army. The picture was peaceful at the moment, and the depressed hills were surprisingly quiet without even a bird on them. These ghost cultivators don't seem to want to move yet. The situation is calm. Han Chang looked at the picture and couldn't help but think of that Yuan Hong. This kid has gone back for so long. He should be in Fengdu City. Turning on the kid's localization. Sure enough, he was already in the Fengdu City area. I wonder what this kid is doing now. Yuan Hong had returned to Fengdu City more than a week ago. He was cautious and careful, and he had kept his door closed these days to avoid his masters and brothers, afraid that someone else might notice something strange about him. Of course the main thing is that he has a ghost in his heart. But on this day a senior knocked on his door. "Senior brother Yuan, Master told us to gather together in the deep pit of the earth abyss." "Understood." Senior brother lead the way in front. Yuan Hong followed this senior brother away, his mind searching for the deep pit of the earth is exactly where Fengdu City Lord sleeps. Now pass not this old ancestor to wake up? Then I have to hurry up and report to Longcheng. Sure enough, on the way to the deep pit of the earth abyss, Yuan Hong saw many people, even a few senior uncles in seclusion that he normally wouldn't even see appeared. It seems that the old ancestor is really going to awaken. This can't be bad. Yuan Hong's heart was clear, all the way to the bottom of the deep pit of the earth's abyss. Here the mastering fiend old ghost had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Yuan Hong and called out, "Coming so late? Why don't you stand up quickly, and don't make a noise later?" "Yes, master." Yuan Hong shrunk his neck and blended into the middle of his brothers and sisters, and he quietly fell behind with a ghost in his heart. On this side, the Grand Elder of Fengdu City, Old Ghost of Bloodshed, stood on the high platform, and below him was the huge mouth of an endless abyss of darkness. But at the moment a blood-red hideousness flashed faintly in the darkness. Something fierce and evil was budding. The old ancestor has been sleeping for 130 years, and today he is finally going to awaken and descend into the world. So we disciples will all chant the ghost chanting technique to help the old ancestor get out of the abyss and return to the world of man. After saying that the bloodshed old ghost whole body blood light flooding, staining the surrounding, that the foundation 3 times the strong strength of all the release, vaguely a wisp of blood chi coiled around the top of its head, hissing mournfully, the disciples all sat down on their knees when they saw this, and one by one, they chanted the ghost gobbler's secret. For a time, the abyss was surrounded by ghostly voices, wandering souls wailing, such as the descent of hell, dense gas rolling all around. The air was even a few degrees lower, frosty and bone-chilling, with a ghastly wind and 100 ghosts. Yuan Hong cultivation is low. Trembling, he looked at the abyss mouth side. A blood light slowly rose, surrounded by several black dragon coiled shadow. The pressure burst swept. Soon Yuan Hong's chest was so tight that she could hardly breathe. Is this the old man's pressure? I remembered that my master had said that the old ancestor was at the 5th level of foundation establishment when he fell asleep and returned to the world. And now this pressure should be far more than that. In the middle of thinking, those several black dragon remnants violently rushed in all directions, tearing, cracking the hearts of the dragon roar mournful and piercing. The abyss trembled, rubble rolled, the wandering spirits and ghosts around them screamed in terror, and a hideous mass of skulls slowly appeared in the bloody light. Blood, essence. The Fengdu City Lord let out a buzzing sound, and the light and shadows around them followed. Yuan Hong only felt the soul within his body tremble violently, as if it was about to rush out of his body if he didn't pay attention. It's not good. There's something wrong with this ghost goblin technique. Hastily closing his mouth, he marshaled all his mind to steady his soul. It took a great deal of effort to solidify his mind this time, but his forehead had long been covered in a weak sweat. Terrifying. This old ancestor actually already had a cultivation level of the 7th level of foundation establishment. Hiss. Can the immortal slayer artifacts of the Great Xia Kingdom still strangle this thing? Yuan Hong was skeptical for a moment, but the magnificent sight of that heavenly descending divine object flew through her mind. The Great Summer Kingdom is the strongest, and no one can beat the heavenly descendants. Perhaps even the old ghosts of the Yuaning stage would find it difficult to fight. What was this old Fengdu city ghost in front of me? Thinking of this, Yuan Hong mind is even more determined. The old man to hold tight to the thigh of the Great Summer Country. But do not waver. Why don't you quickly offer up your essence, blood and soul? The bloodshed old ghost over here shouted out. The sound of crying and wailing came from the entrance, and a group of men and women were driven in. Hundreds of them. Yuan Hong took a look. These were all mortals. No need to ask, they must be the people in the territory of the Chu Chi country. These people are going to be used as living sacrifices. When these ordinary people saw the Fengdu city lord, each of them was so scared that their legs went limp, and some even fainted directly. The blood light around that skeleton skyrocketed, and suddenly an invisible force ingested all of this group of ordinary people to his side. Put! The body shattered and blood splattered. The living souls of these mortals, their essence and blood were all absorbed by the skeleton. The skull glistened and erupted with essence, and the black light was great, and soon a humanoid outline loomed and gradually materialized. Life grew on the skeleton as well, with hair, eyes, and nose appearing. Chapter 111, Good job undercover. Go on, get in the crowd. Not enough, not enough. A few hundred mortal living soul essences are far from enough. I want more. The Fengdu city lord shouted with a long, bloody mouth. Suddenly a dozen or so illusory remnants flew out from the disciples of Fengdu city and were directly engulfed by the old ancestor's large mouth. Those were the souls of the disciples of Fengdu city, and these bodies without their living souls quickly collapsed. But these will not be wasted. Fengdu city lord beside the ghost gascoiled, forming a group of invisible force. The body of all those ingested over, swallowed in one gulp, all submerged in the bloodlight around the body. The disciples were each terrified, and some even wanted to run away. The bloodshed old ghost looked at him angrily and drank. It is an honor for you to offer yourself for the old ancestor. No hiding, and anyone who dares to move will be killed. The panicked crowd settled down, but everyone's bodies couldn't help but tremble. Damn you for killing your own people. That's tough enough. Yuan Hong secretly wiped the cold sweat, thinking that it is good that the old man is smart, just did not read the ghost chanting skill. Otherwise I have to give this cultivation to the old ancestor to nourish the body. Over here, the Fengdu city lord's body was completely materialized, with a head of silver hair flowing over his shoulders, his eyes lowered and his gaze sorrowful. Body 8 feet, thin and handsome, a black robe tightly wrapped in plain, floating like a worldly sun out of the dust. I still need essence and raw souls. Send them all to me or take yourselves to fill them. Fengdu city lord's voice was feminine, but it was filled with endless majesty. The bloodshed old ghost trembled and led the way in response. Yes, don't worry, old ancestor. The disciples will go fetch it immediately. The cultivation of a ghost cultivator is to keep absorbing the essence of living souls as a way to strengthen themselves. It's rough, it's brutal, but it works. Dark clouds over Fengdu city, ghosts howling continuously. The mountain rain is notorious. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend returned to his cave and called all of his disciples, which amounted to more than 300 people. You all listen. Immediately south to the White Tiger Ridge. Collect the living soul essence. Got the hand over to the teacher. By the teacher to the old ancestor. No mistakes. If not, comply. The teacher first take you to fill in the number. The hundreds of disciples nodded their heads coyly. How could they dare to voice it? The reason why the Yin Fiend old ghost did this was to pull hair out of the goose's back. When he got these living soul essence spirits, he would keep half for himself, and then give the remaining half to the old ancestor. Otherwise, who would want to hustle something like that without the benefit? The crowd dispersed, but just as they left the cave, eldest senior brother Zhou Fei Xian called everyone back. All of you senior brothers, slow down. As the eldest senior brother, I have something to tell you. Everyone who has obtained a living soul essence, please hand it over to me first, and I will unify and hand it over to the master. It's also for fear that the crowd will be troublesome and distract the master. And I'm being dutiful. Yuan Hong said, filial piety your ass. Don't we all know what you're selling here? Same stuff, all trying to goose it. We'll leave it to you. You kids should at least keep half for yourself. However, eldest brother's cultivation was 9th level of chi practicing, and he had many magic treasures on his body. and he also kept a blood ghost that was 8th level of chi practicing. His strength was extraordinary, and everyone was not his opponent, so he could only silently agree. Yuan Hong also did not squeak, turned around and walked away, looking for a place where no one would hurry to find a message to report to the Great Summer Kingdom. At this time a hand was on his shoulder. Yuan Hong turned around to see that it was none other than his eldest senior brother Zhou Feishuan. You're still up to something here. Eldest brother? He. Senior brother Yuan, you used to be a minister of the Chu Chi Kingdom. You must know the situation within the Chu Chi Kingdom very well. I value you very much. Move with us. Zhou Feishuan had a grim smile on his face, and beside him stood a dozen or so senior brothers, each with a higher cultivation level than Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong cursed again in her heart. You guys are trying to make me cannon fodder. There are Xia soldiers inside the Chu Chi now. Going over there is just a death sentence. Lao Zi is not stupid, but it couldn't be denied, and he coped with it with a smile. It's rare that eldest senior brother looks up to me. I'm willing to be a guide for all of you. Ha ha ha. Brother Yuan is just sensible. We won't bully you for your low cultivation level. When the time comes, the raw soul essence that we take will be shared with you. Zhou Feishuan was satisfied with Yuan Hong's answer and patted Yuan Hong's shoulder. Please also ask senior brother Yuan to open the way. Yuan Hong cursed evilly to open your sister's path. Eldest senior brother, please follow me. With a dozen or so ghost cultivators, Yuan Hong and his group arrived on the border of the Chu Chi country, and from afar they could see the sentry station of the Great Xia country. A few senior brothers. There are troops from the Great Xia kingdom guarding over there. I'll go over to explore the situation first. You guys wait, Yuan Hong said with a pretense of bravado, then went over alone. Or he was there to find out what was going on. He was just trying to get out of it. When he was far away, he looked back and saw that none of the senior brothers were paying attention to him, ducked to the side, went into a corner, and then took out his satellite phone. This thing was given to him by Han Shang to send a message to the Great Xia Kingdom through this thing. Yuan Hong tried once, felt very novel. A small thing can also be out of the voice. If not know this is the phone, but also thought that there is a small person living in it. Dialing the phone number of Daxia, Yuan Hong called out, I'm Yuan Hong. I want to report that Fengdu City Lord has awakened. This old ghost has the cultivation of the 7th level of building up, and they're about to head south to White Tiger Ridge. The phone is Han Chang. Did not feel how surprised. This should always come. Even if this Fengdu old ghost has the 7th level of foundation establishment is that, doesn't the Boon 20 come in handy? Well, message received. Han Chang casually answered a sentence. Is about to hang up the phone. Their Yuan Hong can be anxious. What to do behind themselves, not to give an explanation. Colonel, what do I do back there? I have the antidote on me, and this bracelet. Han Chang opened the screen and locked onto Yuan Hong's location, realizing that the kid was right on the border of the Chu Chi country, with a sentry station not far away, and said, there's a Daxia military base near you. Hurry over there and put your hands up so the guards over there won't hit you. As for the antidote, bring you a copy when you give it to the foster. After that you can leave. That bracelet won't explode. It's time controlled and will unravel on its own in another month. Han Chang intends to release the person. This Yuan Hong report is also timely. His own words to let this person a way out of life. Yuan Hong listened to the heart but pondered something else. This Great Xia's divine power he is to see. Into the sky. Travel the heavens. This ability is only Yuaning stage of the old monster can be compared. Recall some of his travels in the Dragon City is even more vivid in his mind. Riding a spacious bus. Looking at the colorful streets. Eating the odd delicacy. Even going to the bathroom is that kind of imperial pleasure. If he could become one of them, he would be 10,000 times stronger than this ghost cultivator. Think of the Fengdu City Lord moving to take his own disciples to fill in the number. Life and death is completely depending on the mood. Earlier, he himself was lucky that he didn't recite the damn ghost chanting spell, or else he would have been one of the dead. A comparison of the two is the right choice for any pig. Doesn't it smell good to defect to the Great Summer Kingdom and try to become one? Zhang Qingyou, Shiman Aoshue, these are also immortal cultivators. They can. Why can't they themselves? Thinking of this, Yuan Hong suddenly surged a momentum, as if the top of the sky. Righteousness, the heart is even more heroic. Colonel, I want to become a Daxamite. Do you think you can give a chance? Han Sun sighed, thought for a few seconds before answering. Yes, but it will require a performance on your part, and we want someone with merit. I will take credit for it, so please feel free to give your instructions. Colonel, Yuan Hong replied with a firm and decisive answer. He didn't have much to hesitate about. Then listen up. Your next task is to be a signaler for us, and you'll do one thing, try to get into the crowd. Don't worry, we'll signal you before we strike. You'll have 5 seconds to escape then. But the danger is there. The choice is yours. You can give up now, without any consideration. Yu Wenhong replied briskly. Don't worry, it's not just to the pile of people. This I love to get together. Guarantee to complete the task. Han Chang nodded. As long as you are willing to do it, then there is nothing. Hanging up the phone, Yu Wenhong was filled with excitement. Finally there was a chance to be able to become a member of the Dasha Nation. It was beautiful to think about. Surely you are a smart person. Absolutely brilliant decision. Then Yu Wenhong walked back and shouted at eldest senior brother and the others with gusto. Eldest brother, I've scouted it out. There's no one over there. Just keep going. There are 17 ghost cultivators right beside eldest brother. Isn't that a bunch of people? All one had to do was to pile into the pile. How was this task so simple? As soon as Zhou Feishuan over here heard that no one was there, he immediately waved his hand and shouted, since there's no one there, let's go. 18 ghost cultivators, along with an army of tens of thousands of skeletons behind them, advanced towards the sentry station. Inside the sentry station, Lu Shuebing, the squad leader, looked at the location data transmitted and sent a feedback signal. 5 seconds later, he commanded the 155mm howitzer to aim at the target and shouted, Fire me. Chapter 112, Fire at me. Yu Wenhong was walking with a smile on her face when the bracelet on her hand suddenly trembled, and a strange sense of tension instantly permeated her entire body. What's wrong with the bracelet? Why is it suddenly agitated? In front of so many people, Yu Wenhong did not dare to raise her hand to look at it, and she only felt that the great summer country's contraptions could be really amazing. He froze, snapping back to Han Chang's delivery. We're giving you a feedback signal. You have 5 seconds to escape. How fast is 5 seconds? Mud, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? I so want to misunderstand. I don't care about that. Let's run. Suddenly Yu Wenhong broke away from the crowd and ran violently in one direction, his body also releasing a ghostly aura, bringing out all his abilities. The speed was so fast that it had run out about 100 meters between 5 seconds. What's the meaning of this kid suddenly running away? The other ghost cultivators' curious gazes were directed at Yu Wenhong. What does it mean for this kid to suddenly run away? Zhou Feishuan is even more annoyed. Your kid brain into the water running over there, what to do, is about to voice reprimand. Suddenly a loud bang overhead. The 155mm howitzer opened fire, and the powerful fire erupted into an earth-shattering roar. A cannonball accurately landed on the position where Yu Wenhong had just stood. The error was not even worse than 10 meters. Rumble. Debris flew and smoke rolled. Yu Wenhong was flipped over as usual from a long distance away, and he rolled several times, his head in a daze. Holy, so that's what got me stuck in a pile. He had really misunderstood. Graying and poking his head up to take a look, Yu Wenhong was startled. A 1-meter deep pit appeared where the good guy had just walked, and around it lay 6 senior brothers with broken limbs. These 6 bodies were pretty much pulverized and dead that couldn't be more dead. Hiss. It was so close. I almost got a box lunch. Luckily I reacted in time and remembered later that the bracelet giving off tremors is an indication of danger. Yu Wenhong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stood up, but before he could shake his head, a hand grabbed him by the collar. Zhou Feishuan shouted viciously, How dare you play me? Didn't you say no one was there? How come something hit me? Zhou Feishuan's face was covered in dirt, with blood still on his forehead. His clothes were torn with several holes, and his hair was disheveled. If you grab a bowl in your hand, it's no different than a beggar. Yu Wenhong was flustered in her heart, but now she could only die a dead pig and pretend to be confused to the end. Elder brother. I don't know. Mud, waste of a man. Zhou Feishuan threw away Yu Wenhong. If he hadn't had to be kept as a guide, he would have been made into a skeleton soldier long ago. Glancing at the sentry station in the distance, Zhou Feishuan angrily pointed with a large hand. Get on me and take that place down. Tens of thousands of skeleton soldiers rushed towards the sentry station with lumbering steps. At this time, the few ghost cultivators who hadn't died yet began to gather together, cursing under their breath. Marred, the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom is really powerful, hitting so accurately. If it wasn't for my fast running, as much as become meat slag. That's not true. Those divine thunderbolts dropped right in our midst like they had eyes. When they reached Zhou Feishuan's side, each one of them curtly greeted him. Eldest brother, or you're still capable. You were fine with that big explosion just now. A big brother is a big brother. With steel in his bones, Zhou Feishuan forehead veins straight jump. Your sister are blind The ass is fine. The blood on my head is fake Shut up, all of you. The crowd was momentarily speechless, and the lickspittle was punched in the face on the spot. However, once they took a look at Yu Wenhong, one of them shot their ferocious gazes at him again. Eldest senior brother, the son of a Yu Wenhong, lied to us. Slaughter him. Yu Wenhong's whole body trembled and took a few steps back, thinking that the old man had to run. It was not safe here. I was looking for which, when suddenly there was another tremor in my arm. The Daxia Divine Thunder is about to fly again. Nothing is going through my head. Just one word. Escape. But it's not fleeing? If you don't flee, you're waiting to die. At the same time, the heart of a buy and sell skin. This can't give me a breather to stop for a while. Why so anxious? I'm crying my eyes out. This side of the crowd has not yet reacted to which. This kid how to run again. Zhou Feishuan was furious. This bastard is playing with me, offering a bunch of 7-foot swords. He was about to chase and kill over, when he suddenly realized that the divine thunder on his head was coming again. And he panicked for a moment. The cursing is endless. It's only been a short time and here we go again. It's not over yet. The crowd immediately did the scared birds scatter and immediately ran like crazy. A ghost cultivator saw that it was too late to immediately offer his own magic treasure, a piece of ice armor, which is made of the scales of the North Sea ice shark, a foundation-building spirit beast, although it is a piece of low-rank magic treasure. But in the refining stage cultivators that is the most precious. It can resist the full force of an early foundation stage cultivator at an unusual moment. At this moment, in order to save his life, this ghost cultivator also revealed the life-saving props in his suitcase, hoping to save his own dog's life. With a loud boom, a ball of fire rushed up from the earth, smoke rolled out, and the earth trembled. That ghost cultivator's chest was blown open with a large bloody hole. As for that Xian ice protective armor, it was useless. With disbelief and a deep fear of the divine might of the great summer kingdom, the ghost cultivator took his last breath. The 155mm howitzer is so powerful that the absolute kill radius is 15 meters, and the shockwave, armor-breaking kill radius is 50 meters. The power definitely had the full force of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator's strike, so tearing apart this ghost cultivator's defense was no longer a matter of words. On the other side of the sentry station, Lu Shuebing found that the probation bracelet also retransmitted the positioning data. The heart is on fire. This teammate is really good, signaling really diligent. The orders from the colonel were to keep aiming and hitting this locating point as long as the opposite side was signaling. Of course you have to report a message 5 seconds early. Oh, you must take care of yourself, friend across the street. You're welcome on my old brother's side. Load and keep firing for me. Soon the 155mm howitzer was loaded and began to adjust its position for aiming orientation. Here Yuan Hong was blasted to the ground. He was fine because he ran early, poking his head up to see another dead one, and the rest of them with wounds. The guys with wounds stood up warily and gathered in one place to heal their wounds. Yuan Hong thought to himself, this is not going to work. He failed to understand the colonel before. Now that I understand the whole thing, I don't dare to do it again. In case of a mistake, I will be reimbursed. Better call the colonel and cancel this mission. But just as he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly there was a tug behind him. Why do you want to run? You kid, come here. Eldest brother, let me go. I don't know anything. The one who tugged Yuan Hong was none other than Zhou Feishuan, who lifted Yuan Hong and walked directly to the healing crowd and threw this waste of a senior brother to the ground. Vicious asked, say, is there any other way around this neighborhood to get around? The Great Summer Divine Thunder is too scary. It has already been bombed twice, and Zhou Feishuan is also scared and does not want to fight. Doesn't it smell good to bypass the sentry station and go and kill the Tsuchi state mortals? Yuan Hongshi thought about it and returned. There's a road to the west that goes around it. Yuan Hong's words had just finished when the bracelet once again shook. My grandpa, it's not over yet. Here we go again. Yuan Hong was drenched in cold sweat, and did not care about anything else. Got up and ran. His behavior confused Zhou Feishuan. This kid still wants to run? But as he chased them out, suddenly the sound of cannon fire started up again in the distance, and then with a whoosh, divine lightning came flying towards his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why again? Run. Everyone kills ducks and runs. Who cares about anything else? Just pity the 3 ghost cultivators who have injuries on their legs. Your sister. We also want to run, but we cannot run away. One gritted his teeth and offered a dozen windwalking talismans to his legs, wanting to leave in a hurry. But the windwalking talisman had just flashed up its aura, and the bombs overhead were already falling. There was a loud boom and another large crater appeared on the earth. 3 more ghost cultivators died. Zhou Feishuan is very confused, not to mention the terrifying power of the Daxia Divine Thunderbolt, but also hit a particularly accurate, so far away, cannot see the opposite side of the person. But why does it explode less than 10 meters away from you every time? Did those Daxia people have clairvoyance? Just thinking about Zhou Feishuan saw Yuan Hong climb up from the ground in the distance. This kid has not yet breathed a few breaths. Suddenly it is sprinting, and then a round of divine thunder exploded in the position where he was just now. Zhou Feishuan's body tightened as if he understood something. Daxia is aiming at this goods. No wonder just now this kid is beside the body that divine thunder rushes to our head. So this kid is under some kind of curse from the great summer. The heart is furious. but also do not dare to provoke this Yuan Hong, or lean close. Another shell over their own will not be bad luck. Chapter 113, What's so scary about ghosts and shadows? Let's have a flashbang. It's better to hurry up and go. This Dasha country is not something to be messed with. Let the master come out of the mountain. Master has a 2-stage foundation stage cultivator with numerous means and powerful spells, so he will definitely be able to break through here. Zhou Feishuan was about to turn around and leave when he thought about it, but he didn't want to realize that Yuan Hong over there was running towards him. Yuan Hong is tired. Running all a few times cannot be tired, or the physical and mental kind. No more games, old man. Gotta call the colonel real quick. He quickly pulled out the phone and called out, Colonel, I'm done. This one makes them stop soon. Fine. This job is dangerous. Originally I was afraid that you couldn't handle it, so stop. But if you want, you can continue to lurk in Fengdu City. We still need a locator. Han Cheng on the other end of the phone looked at the screen. The geomorphological information of Fengdu City was not very stable. There was a thick layer of clouds there. Even radar imaging was a bit difficult. A stable source of signal emission is still needed, especially with the big bombing coming up behind it. Yuan Hong immediately agreed when she heard that she didn't have to put herself at risk anymore. Yes, I will definitely continue to stay in Fengdu City. As the call ended, Yuan Hong saw the distant eldest brother and the others about to leave, and he hurriedly shouted, Eldest brother, you guys wait for me. Take me with you. But he ran away and scared Zhou Feishuan and the others. What the hell are you doing here? You want to hurt me? Don't you? Mud. Stop right there, you broomstick. Don't come any closer or I'll kill you. That's right. A sweeper. Cursed by the great summer kingdom. Fight wherever you go. Don't come over. Get out of here. Zhou Feishuan panicked and bit his tongue, spraying out a mouthful of blood, his body bursting with blood essence as he drank. Blast me. A ball of bloodlight lunged straight at Yuan Hong's body and instantly exploded. Yuan Hong's cultivation was low, and he himself was blown out, rolling over on the ground, unconscious. Watching Yuan Hong fall, Zhou Feixian's few people didn't dare to go over to check if they were dead or alive. They turned around and walked away. The farther away from this goods the better. Lu Xuebing watched as the positioning data was still being transmitted, but he had received orders to stop the attack, so he didn't fire. That's when the soldiers under his command reported. Squad leader, the skeleton soldiers are coming up. The skeleton soldiers walked slowly. Zhou Feixian's group over there had all run away, and this side had only just approached to the front of the sentry station formation. Good coming. Everyone practice. Wipe out this bunch of skeleton boys, and bring me the flamethrower. Lu Xuebing gave a burst of orders and soon the 02A flamethrower was set up in front of the position. Looking at the tens of thousands of skeleton army, Lu Xuebing didn't have the slightest fear, instead showing a hint of excitement. Send them to the west. The flamethrower shot out a dragon of fire that whistled and swooped forward. The flames were skyward, blazing all around, and soon swept and burned their way inside the skeleton army. These skeleton soldiers moved slowly and were packed into a ball, and were instantly turned into ashes by the fire. But there were so many of them that even the flamethrowers still didn't stop them. Blasted with mortars. Lu Xuebing gave a loud order, and 360mm mortars moved out and took turns shelling. The skeleton army blossomed within, and countless skeletons were blown to smithereens. The Type 89 heavy machine guns in the position opened fire, forming a powerful fire network, and the skeleton soldiers who rushed to their heels fell down one after another. Even if there were tens of thousands of people, they would all go up in smoke in front of the strong firepower of the Great Summer Kingdom. In less than half an hour, the tens of thousands of skeleton army was almost wiped out. Only a few lone skeletons of skeletons still stood on the empty field, and the ground was a mass of white bones. When the battle was over, Lu Xuebing ordered to retreat back inside the sentry station, 2 soldiers to guard the surrounding area, and all the rest of the men to grab some rest. Since the ghost cultivators of Fengdu City had acted, the attack wouldn't be just once, it would come again later. Must take advantage of gaps to replenish fitness. That's when a helicopter came up from the clearing not far from the sentry station, given to be raised. Lu Xuebing ran out excitedly and laughed. I say, if you guys don't come, we're all going to be lonely as birds here. Ha ha ha, aren't those ghost cultivators on the move? You guys can still be lonely. The pilot laughed and patted a large box beside him. This is what the colonel specially ordered to be sent to him. The colonel ordered this? What's the good stuff inside? Lu Xuebing was astonished. It's a flashbang. The colonel and the guys looked up information on immortal cultivators and found that against ghosts and spirits, this flashbang is the most effective. Those things are most afraid of light. I see. Then thank the colonel for me. Lu Xuebing grinned. Hey, why don't you thank me? I delivered it for you. Come on you. I'll buy you a drink when we get back. That's a deal. By the way, this is a nice pack of cigarettes. It's for the otherworldly people to smoke called something like God's rhythmic fragrance. It's got a couple packs stuffed in it for me. Throw in half of them for you. That's really a thank you. This side Zhou Feishuan, a group of people fled back to Fengdu City. The good guy left with 18 ghost cultivators. The vast tens of thousands of skeleton army. Now there are only 8 people left. Skeleton soldiers is not one left. Marred. What bad luck. We wouldn't be like this if we hadn't brought that Yuan Hong with us. Dog days. Yuan Hong, this kid turned out to be a full of broom star. Time and time again God's thunder fell on his head. This kind of guy in the future to run into have to avoid far away. The crowd scolded non-stop. Zhou Feishuan face red for a while, white for a while, pulling on Yuan Hong's, but he came up with the idea. You guys so scolded to my face? The more I heard, the less I could say. Angrily. All shut up. This is not the time to discuss this, but to think of a way to break through that sentry station. This will have to be done by the master. The guide is gone. We'll have to break through head on. Zhou Feishuan said and headed for the cave. At this time, a large group of disciples in the distance came over in a sorry state, one by one holding each other up, each with injuries and a gray head. Well, what's going on with all of you? Zhou Feishuan asked out loud. Eldest senior brother. We couldn't break through the Great Summer Kingdom's defenses and suffered heavy deaths and injuries. Someone responded, and one by one the people around them sighed. So are any of you familiar with the path? Is there a path around it? Zhou Feishuan asked again. There's a path to go around, but that path has been set up with a mine formation by the people of the Great Xia Kingdom, and it explodes when you step on it, and several of our masters and brothers have been killed by the explosion. Yeah, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom are really raw. There are many big killers. We can't even kill them by driving an army of 100,000 skeletons, all of them swept clean. The crowd was scandalized, and panic appeared on their faces. Zhou Feishuan didn't need to ask any more questions. He understood that what these senior brothers had gone through, he himself had also gone through. It is true that the Great Summer Kingdom's divine might is overwhelming, and cultivators in the chi refining stage such as myself cannot carry it at all. It seems there is no other way but to call out the master. Well, you all wait. I'm going to go ask master to go. Entering the cave, he met the old ghost of the Yin Fiend. This old fellow was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and when he saw Zhou Feishuan come in, he opened his mouth and asked, how is the collection of raw soul essence going? Zhou Feishuan kneeled on both knees and said with a bitter face, Master, this living soul essence we didn't collect a single trace of it, and on the way we were stopped by the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. We couldn't go to the Chu Chi Kingdom. The Yin Fiend old ghost's eyebrows just raised when he heard that, and his fierce gaze shot over. You useless things, you actually can't even handle this little thing? Zhou Feishuan heart screamed bitter ah. This is not a small matter. Disciple, I have 9 deaths. If it is not lucky, almost cannot come back. Master, this Daxia countryman's magic weapon is powerful. We are really no match for it. We still ask for your old man's help. Useless trash. Chapter 114 Inch your old ghost's undercard. The old ghost of the netherworld stood uprightly. Originally wanted to stay in the cave to sit and enjoy the success. Now it seems that it is not possible, but only to strike out on their own. If he didn't make a move, this group of waste disciples probably wouldn't be able to hand over a single raw soul essence. What are we going to do then? You can't fill in the blanks with yourself. As things stand, only the master himself can make the trip. I'd like to see what these people of the Great Summer Kingdom are capable of, and whether they can grow 3 heads and 6 arms. The Great Summer Kingdom is still a group of mortals. Can it really be stronger than the heavens? The Yin Fiend old ghost didn't believe it at all, and he flung his sleeves and walked out of the cave. Zhou Feishuan carefully followed at the back, not daring to say a word for fear that the master is in a fit of pique. His own word wrong will be bad luck. When he came outside the cave, the old ghost of the Yin Fiend's eyes could spit fire when he looked at them. Half of his own 300 or so disciples were dead or wounded, and they were all gathered at the door. Wastes. A bunch of wastes. Is the Great Xia Kingdom not a heavenly soldier, to actually be beaten like this? Don't say you're my disciple in the future. Too humiliating. The hall Immortal cultivator actually dry but mortals. This set out of their own when the face of the master have no place to put. Simply pissed off. With a wave of the old ghost of the Yin Fiend's sleeve robe, an ink drawing flew and rolled out, unfolding flat like a blanket. It flew onto the ink drawing and shot out a few feet away as a black light. Cultivators will be able to fly after foundation building, but the flight is not high and not fast, and the airplane compared to that is simply a snail crawling in general. However, in the eyes of the chi refining stage cultivators, this tactic of the Yin Fiend old ghost was absolutely stunning. As expected, he is worthy of being a master. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage is really not something to sneeze at. Everyone get up and follow the master. Zhou Feishuan gave a shout from his side and greeted everyone to catch up with the old ghost of the netherworld. A group of ghost cultivators, after running for a long time, finally returned to the front of the sentry station. The old ghost of the netherworld got down from the ink drawing, which flashed with a black aura and burrowed into the old ghost of the netherworld's sleeve robe. Then, this old geezer looked around and noticed the 4 craters that were about a meter deep, and he couldn't help but frown. Such a deep pit is not small. What kind of strong magic weapon is it? It is estimated that there is the full force of a cultivator in the middle stage of Foundation establishment. A flash of scorn flashed across the face of the fiend old ghost. His own cultivation level was only the second level of Foundation establishment, compared to the middle stage of Foundation establishment that was much worse. Wouldn't it be dangerous to meet yourself? But on second thought, that's simply not possible. How could the Great Summer Kingdom have such a powerful magic weapon when they are all mortals? Even if there were, how could these mortals use them? The use of magic weapons must be cultivators through the spiritual power to promote can. Ordinary mortals simply do not have that ability. It must be the result of a pre-dug trap with black water poured in it, and it's simply not enough. Thinking of this fiend old ghost released, he looked behind him in a high and mighty manner. The group of uncontested disciples had just followed. Master, your flying magic weapon is really fast. Disciples can barely keep up. Zhou Fei Xian came up panting and licked twice. There is no need for nonsense. Hurry up and lay down the black shadow soul devouring formation around my side. Master is going to release the evil spirit black shadow to kill the enemy. The fiend old ghost slightly raised his neck arrogantly. Yes, Master. Zhou Fei Xian became excited, but he knew the power of this evil spirit black shadow, which was practiced with the soul of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator. Master had once relied on this black shadow to defeat a cultivator of the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment stage by crossing the level and seriously injuring the person. This black shadow can be said to be strong, coupled with a ghost, invisible, attacking the mind pervasive, simply outperforms them these cheap practicing stage cultivators 100 times. It's rare for Master to come up with a heavy hand. It seems that the opposite side of the Daxia countrymen are going to have a hard time. Quickly lay down the black shadow soul devouring formation. Master is going to cast a spell. Zhou Fei Xuan greeted loudly, and a group of senior brothers rushed over to either stand or sit around the old nether demon, one by one holding the position, forming a soul-devouring formation. Soon the ghostly aura around them slowly drifted up, and a few wisps of gloomy souls' mournful voices echoed in the air. The disciples watching from afar were excited. They all recognized the formation. This was the Master releasing the evil spirit Black Shadow. This Black Shadow was something that Master had spent a lot of energy to refine, and it was definitely a pressurized item. Hey, how long do you guys guess how long the people from the opposite side of the Daxia kingdom can hold out? I'll bet an incense stick of time. You're looking too much at the Daxia countryman across the street. I'd say half a pillar at most. All of you don't quarrel. According to my opinion, half a column of incense is not even necessary. Seeing this Black Shadow appearing, that group of people from the Great Summer Country will definitely be scared less and beg for forgiveness on their knees. Ha ha ha, that would be nice to see. When the time comes, I'm going to be a Daxia skeleton soldier and hold it for fun. I'll have one too. No taking it from me. Each of these ghost cultivators teased, all waiting to see what was going to happen. This side of the fiend old ghost began to practice, wrapped around the body up and down the heavy ghost chi. Not long after, a ghost face hideous in the void a shake. A mournful scream suddenly rose, and as the gloomy wind whistled, a dark shadow slowly walked down from the back of the netherworld old ghost. The shadow was indistinct, moving with the wind in the gloomy breeze, seemingly ready to float away at any moment, but its body was entwined with ghostly aura, and a strong pressure swept through the surroundings. A ray of disciples suddenly feel a strong pressure. Someone's cultivation is poured directly, chest-boring blood wild spray. The fiend old ghost offered the 7-foot-long sword in his hand, pointed it against the wind, and drank. Evil spirits on command, quickly go forward to kill the enemy. No one is allowed to stay. The evil spirit let out a mournful scrabble, and then it disappeared into the ground. The disciples looked horrified, and looking at the ground, they noticed a black shadow swimming with great speed, heading straight for the sentry station. Inside the sentry station, an aura tracker alarm blared. Alarm! Alert! Psychic anomaly detected. Frontal 12 o'clock. Approaching rapidly. Lu Shuebing gaze condensed, looked outside, only to see a group of ghost repair far from the sentry station also did not attack. Why is this aura tracker alarming? While being puzzled, he suddenly saw a black shadow on the ground swimming over in a very weird way, as if this earth was made of water. The places where the black shadow swam to were twisted and fluctuating, which was hair-raising to watch. Damn, there's really something rare in this other world. Hurry up and hit me. Some warriors raised their Type 97 assault rifles and fired for a while. Smoke and dust rose from the ground, but they didn't hurt the black shadow at all. The thing was still swimming fast, getting closer and closer. Squad leader, this thing looks evil, like it's a shadow. The warrior called out uneasily. Shadows are invisible. Could this thing be undefeatable? Lu Shuebing's scalp numb. This thing, how to dry it? Ordinary guns and cannons are physical attacks. Certainly not. And with what? Suddenly a light went on in his head. By the way, which thing to use? Chapter 115, lifting a stone and striking your own feet. That's right. Use the flashbang. This thing was just delivered today, or Han Chang specially ordered it. It was actually discovered by a group of researchers when they were organizing the information of the Spirit Sword sect's hidden scriptures. Worthy of being an ancient sect of more than 2,000 years. The records are rich and it is clearly written. Ghosts and ghosts. Formless, no body, to illusory existence, belong to the shadow flow of things, extremely afraid of bright light, such as bright light, will be able to put it ashes and smoke. After this was reported to Han Chang immediately distributed a wave of flashbangs over. These flashbangs are piling up in ammo dumps and fall into the category of disposal ammo, so feel free to use them. But the dark figure was fast, and while this side was still moving flashbangs, the guy scurried into the sentry station. With that, the dark figure stood up and hissed with a mournful grin. Fight! Fight! Several warriors raised their guns and fired at the dark figure. Bullets shot through the dark shadows on the wall behind them, and the sentry station went up in smoke. Don't fight! This thing can't be beaten, Lu Shuebing shouted, already grasping a flashbang in his hand, and roared. All of you, put on your masks. The entire squad of soldiers immediately put on their masks, which are designed to protect against poison, reduce noise, and protect against glare. Lu Shuebing brought it on himself, pulled the safety off and threw it to the ground. There was a loud bang, and the sentry station erupted in a white light that was so intense that it was extremely bright. The black shadow was engulfed by the intense light, and shrieked miserably as white fire rose all over his body. Toward the ground, he made a hasty run for it. Strong light against the shadow flow of things, that is the nemesis. Although the evil spirit Black Shadow is strong, but encountered the nemesis, still have to admit, it's a good thing he ran fast, or else he would have stayed another half a second, and would have been soul-crushing. In the distance, the old ghost of the Yin Fiend was complacent and narrowed his eyes, just saw that the Black Shadow had already killed the sentry station, which was not a tea time. That group of people from the country of Daxia were bound to die all the deaths. One was still confident in this evil spirit Black Shadow. As long as one wasn't a cultivator in the middle stage of Foundation establishment, one couldn't restrain this thing without a strong light-based spell. Formless and incorporeal. What Immortal Slayer artifacts can't extinguish my Black Shadow at all? I understand that those people of the Daxia country must be helpless when they see this Black Shadow of mine, waiting to die in terror. The more the old ghost of the Netherworld thought about it, the more pleased he became. But suddenly he saw a strong light emanating from the side of the sentry station, followed by a loud noise. His face stared in disbelief. What was going on? There seems to be a strong light coming from over there. How is that possible? What kind of strong light spell would a group of mortals use? You have to know that this kind of spell is not simple. It needs to consume a lot of spiritual energy. Ordinary chi practicing stage cultivators can't withstand the consumption. That is, Foundation establishment stage cultivators can do it. Could it be that there are Foundation establishment stage cultivators within that sentry station, and a mid-Foundation establishment one at that? The old ghost of the Netherworld thought of those deep pits. But how is this possible? Aren't all the people of the Daxia kingdom mortal? The old ghost of the Yin Fiend is to think through his head, cannot understand. Flash bullets, this kind of advanced goods for him is simply heavenly. Unheard of. Do not even dare to think of the existence of. At this time, the evil spirit Black Shadow quickly swam back, and a group of ghost cultivators watched, each excitedly excited. Hey guys, you guys see that? Not even half a pillar of incense. Black Shadow resolved the battle. Definitely a 10-second real man. A quick battle. Even though I lost the spirit stone, I have to be convinced. This evil spirit Black Shadow is genuinely strong. No, that's Master's crushing trump card. Can it not be powerful? Everyone lapped it up, oblivious to how dark their master's face was at this point. Looking at the Black Shadow swimming closer and heading straight for everyone's feet. Why does it feel a bit wrong? What's going on? This thing got under my feet? A disciple shouted in horror, and then he felt his entire body stiffen, enveloped by a black aura, followed by a heavy sense of oppression. Help me, Master save me. So the disciple shouted, and the Black Shadow at his feet slowly rose up and entered him. This disciple's blood vessels burst out all over his body. His eyes were hideous and blood red, and he let out a miserable scream and collapsed to the ground. The blood seeped into the ground and was sucked up by the Black Shadow. At this time the surroundings silence. All the ghost cultivators fear that the wave of their own are hiding far away, each face pale. In the heart, that's a million horses racing. How can this thing kill its own people? You don't have eyes, do you? Hey, did you not kill the Daxia countryman just now? This one escaped back. So he's come to revolt against us. Some of the disciples were well informed and reacted. Evil spirits must need blood to nourish their appearance. Not to mention that this black shadow had just been devoured by the strong light and had suffered great loss, so it needed to be nourished even more. This time the crowd is not calm. Your sister, how to say good dry dasha country people, how to dry us to come. Pitiful. Master, hurry up and collect it. Master, help. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend's face was pumping at the moment. How could he not expect that his evil spirit Black Shadow was actually restrained? How could the people of the Great Summer Kingdom over there have a strong light technique? Moreover, the old ghost of the Yin Fiend is also very difficult. This evil spirit Black Shadow cannot be collected just by saying it. Every time you put out you must let this thing eat, or else forcibly retracted to the body will backfire on themselves. It's better to die a Taoist friend than a poor one. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend directly closed his eyes as if he didn't see it. This time, a group of disciples can suffer, running in all directions, all thinking of escaping. No one dares to stay. After the evil spirit Black Shadow sucked the blood and flesh of a few disciples, he realized that there was no one around. And when he took a look at the old ghost of the Yin Fiend, there was still a group of disciples standing around which he immediately swam over. This group of disciples set up the Black Shadow soul-devouring array. At this moment, the flow of the array is taking effect. Everyone is trapped by the array, and if they want to run, they can't run away. No, don't come over here, you dead thing, don't come over here. A disciple screamed in terror. He wanted to run, but his feet were like chains. How could he not move half a step? Horrified, he watched as the dark figure swam underneath him and then slowly climbed up. The essence blood of his entire body burst out, and he watched himself die. This fear quickly spread out, and the disciples within the formation turned pale, their whole bodies trembled, and some of them peed their pants. Zhou Feishuan was also in the formation. He looked at the Black Shadow in horror. His heart couldn't stop praying, "Don't come over, don't come over." But the more he tried not to come over, the more the Black Shadow came over. Soon the Black Shadow stared at Zhou Feishuan and quickly swam up, which scared Zhou Feishuan half to death. "No, Master, hurry up and save me. Master, I'm very useful to you. Hurry up and save me." Zhou Feishuan begged loudly, but the old Ancien ghost didn't even blink and pretended not to hear him. Disciples can be taken in at any time. What's wrong with one less? I'm not going to be short of a licking dog. When Zhou Feishuan saw that his master was indifferent, he was suddenly cold in his heart. But just when he thought it was hard to escape, he suddenly saw a figure in the distance and burst into tears of joy. Whether I can live or not, it all depends on this one. Chapter 116, The Immortal Cowman. Yuan Hong was awakened by a loud noise. He had been knocked out by the blast and had been unconscious. Suddenly, he heard someone running away in panic in his ears, and opened his eyes in a daze to see that his master and all his brothers were not far away. It was just a bit of a chaotic scene, with some people running and others standing still, and there was the big brother waving toward him. Yuan Hong's heart trembled. This good's beckoning quasi no good thing. He can't go over there. Not only could he not go over, but he couldn't help but back up. Zhou Feishuan over there straight cursed. This kid does not come over, how to run away? Seeing that the Black Shadow was about to pounce on him next, he was also in a hurry, biting the tip of his tongue and reciting an incantation. A blood ghost like a 7 or 8-year-old child flew up from his body. This is Zhou Feishuan take their own blood sacrifice. With the 8th level of foundation establishment cultivation, the strength should not be underestimated. Get me that brat. With a command, the blood ghost leapt towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong wanted to run but he couldn't. He was soon tackled by the blood ghost and dragged to Zhou Feishuan's heel. Zhou Feishuan said with a face full of scorn, "Senior Yuan, don't you just run away. Give this life to eldest brother." As soon as the words fell, his and Yuan Hong's figures swapped. Yuan Hong was furious. This was using himself as a scapegoat. "Zhou Feishuan, I curse your entire family for 18 generations. Whatever. I don't care, you feel free." Zhou Feishuan stayed far away, his face bland, and happily watched the show. The Black Shadow at this time also swam to Yuan Hong's feet. Yuan Hong straight feel the whole body tendons and veins burst. Blood veins, spurt, the whole person is not good. IN%, asterisk and. He couldn't hear himself with a flurry of curses coming out of his mouth, but it was too good to die without cursing. In the distance, Lu Shuebing is holding a telescope, has been watching the enemy. He found that this group of ghost repair are standing half a day, not yet dispersed. Do you still want to engage in what moths? Not to have to give them a gun. Took another look at the signal receiver before firing and realized that signal was in the crowd as well. The colonel gave orders not to aim and shoot at this locus from now on, then deviate 100 meters. A signal was given to the soldier and the order was given. Load the howitzers and keep firing them for me. The fighters loaded the shells quickly, and with a loud boom, the shells flew out. The Black Shadow was burrowing inside Yuan Hong's body, trying to screw the bastard up and suck his blood. Suddenly he heard a loud bang from the sentry station. He shivered in fear. Not that flashbang again. He was nearly soul-crushing. How could he not be afraid? Hurriedly dragging Yuan Hong's body to sprint. With the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage, this flew out a few feet away, and also broke away from the binding of the spell formation. The others around him looked dumbfounded. How could this guy still move? Why can't he move? The old fiend ghost also heard the sound of the cannon, and he opened his eyes to see Yuan Hong flying past him. That speed was not even worse than his. What's going on? What happened? Why is this disciple running so fast? The old ghost of the netherworld's head was full of questions, and before he could even begin to figure out which, there was a sharp whoosh in his head, followed by a loud rumble. White light engulfed the surroundings, and the powerful explosion set off a huge wave of air. A group of ghost cultivators bound by the spell formation were all affected. The lucky ones blow up straight away. The unlucky ones lack arms and legs and wait in agonizing pain. The fiend old ghost didn't die. He was lifted out dozens of meters away by the shockwave. And when he stood up, he was gray. His beard was half charred. His hair was missing a corner. It was as funny as it could be. How could there be any Fengdu City Elder's demeanor? What's going on? What just happened? Why was I lifted off the ground? The old ghost of the netherworld issued a philosophical triple question, but he quickly found the answer. The sight of the 1-meter deep crater sent chills down his spine. Holy, it turned out that it wasn't a trap. It was really due to the strong magic weapon of the Great Summer Kingdom. Hiss! How terrifying was this great Xia? Not only had he subdued his evil spirit Black Shadow, but he also had a super powerful magic weapon that was comparable to the full force of a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking about how much he had looked down on the people of the Great Summer Kingdom before, he felt his face burning hot. The clown turns out to be himself after all. Master, all the senior brothers have scattered. We can't fight through. What should we do back there? Zhou Fei Xian ran his ass over again and even asked for instructions. The old ghost of the Yin Fury glared at him fiercely. Your sister still how to do? That naturally is to run still stay and wait for death Evil spirit Black Shadow disobeyed Master's bondage and made a mess. Master will first subdue the disobedient evil spirit. As for the people of the Great Xia country to deal with afterward, I'm sorry they can't run away. Face still has to be installed. The old ghost of the shadowy demon turned around and left with a bunch of nonsense. Over here, Yuan Hong is still alive, and his little strong life is still tenacious. After being occupied by the Black Shadow, he automatically ran out a long way before stopping at an open space. Then the pain came back, and the Black Shadow was going to kill him. But just then Xiao Chang's life physique burst out with a bug attribute. The Yin Fiend old ghost arrived just in time, waved his hand and bellowed. Bold evil spirit, disobeying this lord's orders and killing my disciples indiscriminately. Why don't you quickly capture them? The evil spirit Black Shadow had sucked up almost as much essence and blood, and it was almost time to take it back. With the incantation from the old Yin Fiend's mouth, the evil spirit Black Shadow let out a miserable scream and whooshed away from Yuan Hong's body, flying back onto the old Yin Fiend's back. Thank you master for saving my life. Yuan Hong saved his little life and kowtowed to the old Yin Fiend. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend slightly foreheaded his head and said in a deep voice, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom have sharp magic weapons. My master will have to go back and invite the Great Elder and the others, so you can wait quietly at any time. After saying that, the Yin Fiend old ghost sacrificed the ink painting and flew away. Looking at the old Yin Fiend ghost leaving, Yuan Hong kowtowed a few more times and was about to leave, but just as he turned around to run, he ran head-on into the dumbfounded eldest brother Zhou Feishuan. Zhou Feishuan looked at Yuan Hong. His eyes glazed over. Is this guy considered a scourge? If not, why is the great summer god's thunder thrown over his head? So is this guy a lucky star again? If not, how come he's been able to survive several certain deaths? Hiss. This one is scary. You need to stay away from it yourself. Yuan Hong was unusually furious when she saw that her eldest senior brother was also confused in both eyes. How to meet this ghost of life again? I want to run away. You still want to come to what? The two just stared at each other wide-eyed for half a minute. Yuan Hong bowed to his eldest senior brother. Eldest brother, master has already left. What should we do behind us? A good man is not forced to do what he has to do. A great man can stretch and bend. Yuan Hong saw that the momentum was not right. It was better to concede for the time being. Zhou Feishuan is full of black lines. Your sister can still do? Of course is to go back to Fengdu City. Do you still want to go back to send death? Master's evil spirit Black Shadow doesn't follow the decree. And that group of people from the Great Summer Country got lucky. But as long as the Great Elder makes a move, they'll only die more miserably. The front is not far from Fengdu City. So follow me back. Face still needs to be put on. And Zhou Feishuan is no exception. Taking this broomstick back to Fengdu City. But Zhou Feishuan was very careful along the way. always keeping a distance from Yuan Hong. This one's a spoilsport. Sooner or later, he's going to screw someone. Chapter 117, the old guys are out together. Inside the city of Fengdu, beside the abyss, the jade-like figure of the Fengdu city lord stood quietly, his falling silver hair still as flowing as ever, but an aura of solemnity made the kneeling grand elder bloodshed old ghost gasp for air. How do you all do your jobs? Have you all turned into trash after I've been asleep for over 100 years? You can't even do something as trivial as collecting a bit of essence, blood and soul. Do you still need me to do it myself? His eyes flowed, and his sharp, cold aura shot straight at the bloodshed old ghost. The bloodshed old ghost shivered and prostrated himself low, kowtowing uncontrollably. Old ancestor, rest his anger. It's not that we can't. It's that recently a new mortal country has risen in the White Tiger Ridge called the Great Summer Country. This country is magical and incomparable, with immortalicide artifacts, slaughtering immortal cultivators as if it were child's play. Our disciples have died numerous deaths, all failing to break through their blockade, unable to get to the Chu Pool domestic, and unable to get the essence blood soul. The Fengdu city lord's gaze was slightly condensed, and he turned around openly, his white coat and long sleeves fluttering, his aura steeply becoming hideous. Don't stall me with this nonsense. I only want essence and blood souls. You must raise me 100,000 within 3 days, or I'll take a few of you to fill it in. Get out. A rolling word shook the abyss and echoed for a long time. There were ghostly whistles and ghostly sobs all around. Where did the bloodshed old ghost dare to let out another half a fart? He hastily retreated in horror. Immediately, the surroundings slowly subsided and became deathly silent again. The Great Summer Kingdom. Interesting. I'd like to see what these mortals are capable of. As soon as the words fell, a roar came from the bottom of the abyss, and the entire Fengdu city shook slightly. The bloodshed old ghost returned from the abyss with a bitter face that was indescribably suffocating and unbearable. 500 to 600 of his own disciples, storming a sentry station in the Great Xia Kingdom was actually fruitless, and more than half of them died. Damn Daxamites are so hard to shake and have a big head. What's even more helpless is that Fengdu city is surrounded by high mountains and steep ridges, and the only way to the White Tiger Ridge is through a single road in the Tsuchi country. Now that people are blocking it, it's hard to do. Just after returning inside his cave, he received a report from his disciple. Master, the other 5 elders are seeking an audience. They are all waiting for you outside in the council chamber. There were 6 elders in Fengdu city, which meant that there were 6 foundation establishment stage cultivators. The bloodshed old ghost nodded and returned. I'll be right there. These few people would definitely come to have something about the Great Summer Kingdom, so it would be a good time to discuss countermeasures with them. The old ancestor's pressure can't be carried by the old man alone either. With that in mind, the bloodshed old ghost came outside to the council chamber, where the Yin Fiend old ghost and the others had long been waiting. Apart from the Yin Fiend old ghost, the other 4 were the Yellow Springs old ghost, the ghost judge Zhongli, the plague ghost Zhao Chang, and a sinister ghost, Grandmother Su. The 5 of them rose and saluted upon seeing the bloodshed old ghost. Greetings to the Grand Elder. You are all welcome. Please take a seat. I'd say they're all here for the Great Summer Kingdom, right? The bloodshed old ghost didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. The 5 of them nodded their heads. Everyone's disciples had been stopped by the Great Summer Kingdom's sentry station, and there were heavy deaths and injuries. The bloodshed old ghost frowned, tapping his fingers on the table and baring his teeth. This elder has just had an audience with the old ancestor. The old ancestor was furious, greatly annoyed at our unfavorable work, and limited to 3 days must raise 100,000 essence blood souls, or else we will have to start that. You have to think of something. Great Elder. The old Yin Fiend ghost was instantly anxious, and the remaining 4 also looked anxious. This has not even broken through the blockade of the Great Summer Kingdom, and half of the essence blood souls have not yet arrived to talk about 100,000 of them. How is this possible? Great Elder, why don't we act together? With the 6 of us at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, I'm sorry that the group of people from the Great Summer Kingdom won't be able to stop them. At this time the ghost magistrate Zhongli called out. This guy is the most anxious nature, looks big and thick, with a big belly, wearing immortal official clothes, a little unorthodox. Good. This is something I think is feasible, and the only way forward is for us to work together. The old ghost of the Yellow Springs also spoke out, a white-bearded old man, his whole body withered and bony, like a wooden pole. If all the elders are out, then the old body can't hide anything. The love woman ghost Su Lulu also vocalized. She is an old woman, the crutches in her hand, the crutches hanging 3 human faces. Finally, the gazes of the 4 of them looked towards the plague ghost Zhao Chang. Zhao Chentan is a scholar dressed in green long shirt, holding a folding fan in his hand, looking a bit elegant, but the body is straight green smoke. He said with a faint smile, If all the elders are willing to make a move, then I, Zhao, can't back off and am willing to make a move together with all the elders. Seeing that the 5 people were in agreement, the bloodshed old ghost revealed a smile. If the 6 of us work together, the people of the Great Summer Kingdom will certainly not be able to stop them. So let's act tonight without delay. Why is it not now but until night? The old ghost of the netherworld asked a question in disbelief, and was met with contemptuous gazes from the crowd. Ha ha ha, old man you or even your memory has deteriorated after being seriously injured once. Don't you know about the Grand Elder's innate treasure? The underworld moon killing. John Lee nodded. Oh, I forgot. Shame, shame. The fiend old ghost laughed, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed in his heart. If the bloodshed old ghost was really willing to sacrifice the underworld moon killing, that group of people from the Great Summer Kingdom would surely die. This thing could not be blocked by anyone. It was a Shen grade top grade magic treasure, comparable to the power of a mid-phase foundation establishment cultivator. And with a few other elders making their moves, it looked like that group of people from the Great Summer Country were in for a good show. It's just a little embarrassing on your own side of the fence. Originally, I also wanted to use the evil spirit Black Shadow to establish authority, but I did not expect that the Daxia country has a strong light art to harm their own special lousy. Hiss. Let's leave it at that and just be a shrinking violet all the way and watch the others. Then this matter is settled. Tonight we, the 6 elders, will strike together and have all of our disciples follow, breaking through the defenses of the Great Summer Kingdom and killing the Chu Chi Kingdom in one fell swoop. The Grand Elder rose and said, mid-sentence, in order to be able to deliver, it was time to sacrifice this native treasure of his own, and it would be nice to take the essence blood of the people of Daxia and make some sacrifices. On the other hand, the unusual movement of the Fengdu City ghost cultivators flew through the various forces on the White Tiger Ridge, and pigeons were flying to pass on the information. The new Soul Sword sect patriarch, Kong Yu, proposed that the resistance against Fengdu ghost cultivators could not only rely on the Great Xia state. The ghost cultivators were so powerful that everyone must unite and raise the flag of righteousness together to resist the ghost cultivator army. Since ancient times, many forces on the White Tiger Ridge have reached an unwritten agreement. That is, Fengdu into ghost cultivators once the south, then no distinction between mortals, immortal cultivators, regardless of which door which faction, which country which palace, all to be united to resist. This had the largest immortal cultivation clan of the White Tiger Ridge taking the lead, and the crowd responded by marching together to the Chu Chi country. Kang Yu's move was also to repay the Great Xia Kingdom's kindness, and he immediately gathered thousands of disciples from his clan to travel together to the Chu Chi Kingdom. Chapter 118, Boom 20 is ready. It's your turn. That night, the 6 elders in Fengdu City came out in unison, bringing more than 2,000 ghost cultivators and an army of more than 100,000 skeleton zombies. Dark clouds in the sky, no stars or moon, darkness all around, only a few wisps of ghost fire floating on the road to light up the place. The army started off slowly, appearing very stealthy, but it had all been picked up by the Bluebird long ago. Although the clouds were thick, the Bluebird had radar imaging technology that had long ago illuminated the Fengdu City army on the ground. This radar imaging technology is not really a black technology. The reconnaissance satellites of the major countries started to use it more than 50 years ago for night reconnaissance of enemy targets. The displayed photo is grayed out, but equally clear. Inside Dragon City, Han Chang's office. Looking at the information coming from the Bluebird in real time, Han Chang's expression was slightly grave. This time, there were 6 foundation establishment stage powerhouses in the Ghost Cultivator army, which must have put a lot of pressure on the sentry station. However, the Great Summer Kingdom never fought unprepared battles, and the battle against the foundation establishment stage cultivators had been formulated and researched more than a month ago. With a whole set of programs, the Sentinel Station is also well prepared. Han Chang believed in the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom, and each of the 300 soldiers in this group who went to the Chu Chi Kingdom to carry out the mission were selected by the special forces, and their hands were extraordinary. The soldiers placed within the foremost sentry station were even the best of the best, belonging to the soldiers of 100 battles. The big show is opening tonight. Han Chang immediately connected to the outposts on the front line, and he wanted to encourage these soldiers who were about to fight bitterly. Inside the sentry station, Lu Shuebing was eating dinner with the soldiers, and everyone was eating a very simple field meal, a few pieces of very high-calorie compressed cookies, plus food from a self-heating bag. Honestly, the flavors aren't great, but with the addition of a strong cup of tea everyone's spirits are still high and morale is high. I say, class president, can we buy a house in Longcheng in the future? The house price in my old home is too expensive. I want to settle down here. Okay, I want to retire here. The air is so fresh. It's like a healing resort. Lu Shuebing smiled. I'm only afraid that this place won't be developed in the future. After all, It's an otherworldly world, and the main focus is on gathering resources, a warrior said skeptically. Lu Shuebing gently slapped him on the head and scolded. You know a hammer. What do you mean by collecting resources mainly? I'll tell you what we're going to do in the future. The harbor construction is the first step, followed by the construction of Che Jigua's industrial zone, and later on we're going to integrate the entire White Tiger Ridge. The development efforts are huge. Don't worry, this place will be our second hometown. I have long thought about it. When discharged from the army we'll bring his wife and children in this place to build a house, live a quiet life. The gazes of the crowd bloomed with color, and each of them became even more spirited. Squad leader, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. It's all what Colonel Han told me in a meeting. How can it be false? Lu Shuebing's face was full of hopeful smiles, and his mind drifted up to a life of leisure and fun after his retirement. Toot toot. At that moment, the communicator beeped, breaking the reverie, and then Han Sun's image appeared on the screen. Lu Shuebing hurriedly put down the compressed cookies in his hand and stood at attention. The colonel's on the phone. All hands on deck. The entire squad of soldiers immediately put down their food, and one by one, they stood at attention and saluted with serious eyes. Han Chang looked at the 12 warriors and returned a military salute as well, then said in a moderated tone, none of you need to be nervous, just came to tell you guys a news. Fengdu City's ghost cultivator army is out. There are big fishes this time. You guys have to be ready for a bad battle. Lu Shuebing and the crowd of warriors didn't have the slightest bit of timidity. One straightened his chest and returned. Don't worry, Colonel, as long as we, Class 8, are around. I'm sorry that group of ghost cultivators won't be able to take even half a step into the Chu Chi country. Very well, what I want is this statement from you guys. Remember, this time there are 6 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators in the enemy army. There is a battle plan about Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators that was issued to the troops as early as a month ago. You guys should be very clear about it, right? Clear, Colonel. Whatever pigs and chickens or golden eggs come our way, we can send them to the west. Lu Shuebing patted his chest. Han Chang nodded. This was the spirit he wanted. The first thing to do in the face of otherworldly cultivators was not to wimp out. Then I'm relieved. I just want to say one last thing to you guys. The Great Summer Kingdom is watching you. You have a lot at stake in this battle today. I hope you'll give me a fight. The colonel didn't say anything. We will never disgrace the Great Summer Kingdom with our men in position. Just watch. Lu Shuebing and the warriors stood in an upright posture, with the momentum of a fierce tiger like the mountains below. Han Chang was satisfied and ended the call. Then he contacted Tan Yaohua. How's the old talk about your giant birds? You can rest assured, Colonel, that you'll be able to fly out of the nest in the morning. On the other side of the phone was Tal Yua's confident reply. Very well, give me your first mission tomorrow morning and wipe Fengdu City off the map. Well, let's wrap this up with our bomber brigade. Tal Yua was thrilled to finally be able to show off his skills. Han Chang smiled and hung up the phone. 10 boom 20 saturation bombing. What kind of scene would that be? It was a bit exciting to think about it. On this side, Lu Shuebing greeted the warriors and hurriedly ate. All of you be sharp. We're going to do a big job tonight, and when we're done I'll buy you guys a drink and dinner. By the way, everyone put on the latest exoskeletons and switch to large caliber rifles. The colonel has said that if we're fighting the big guys we have to hit them with the hard stuff. The fighters were all excited, and one by one, they were armed to the teeth. The latest model of exoskeleton was specially researched by the Academy of Science of the Great Summer Kingdom in order to cope with otherworldly battles. Stronger and more resilient. What's more crucial is that this exoskeleton comes with a storage battery, which can drastically reduce the weight-bearing burden of the warrior and also greatly enhance the warrior's strength. I just didn't use it before because I didn't want to consume electricity. Now that we know we're going to have a big fight, naturally, we wear them without question. Yeah, as soon as I put this thing on I felt like I was practicing light kung fu. My body was twice as relaxed. No, I've got a heavy sniper in my hand that's as light as a small pistol, and that carries the day. Fireman snorted at the sound of it. What are you guys? The scampering monkey in my hand has long been hungry. Thirsty. He was carrying a red arrow 12 on his shoulder, and it was also a reinforced version, the caliber of which had changed from 135mm to a brutal 150mm, with an armor-breaking power of 500mm, which meant that steel plates up to 5 meters thick could be easily penetrated. Imagine how many cultivators in the otherworld have defenses comparable to a 5-meter steel plate? A foundation stage cultivator absolutely couldn't resist a single shot. Alright, don't get smart. The big fish has arrived. Let's do it. Lu Shuebing shouted as he looked into the distance with his night vision binoculars. A large group of densely packed ghost cultivator army was marching over. Toot toot. That signal's coming back. Lu Shuebing frowned. This one's on the team. You'll have to avoid him if you fire your own gun. Chapter 119. Not that I'm saying this elder is a pig's head. The Grand Elder Bloodshed Old Ghost with the Fengdu City Ghost Cultivation Army finally came to the front of the sentry station formation. He was too steady-minded to make a sudden move and rushed to the several elders beside him. This door of their own magic weapon easily lost shall not. In case of a bit of failure their own cultivation is reduced. Heavy are in fear of their lives. It's better to let the others get a head start. The cultivator's original magic weapon is a magic treasure that cultivates and advances with the cultivator. And the cultivator's heart and soul are connected. And his life is intertwined. So it can be said that it is all glory and all loss. Therefore, unless it came to the point of necessity, cultivators were generally unwilling to sacrifice their own life magic weapon. And the Bloodshed Old Ghost was the same. He turned his head to look at the elders and stared. Who among the elders is willing to take the lead and try out the realities? As long as the first one breaks the blockade, I will definitely put in a good word for him in front of the old ancestor. The Bloodshed Old Ghost is an old fox. Mouth favor but not to the real. Just say good words without benefits. Who wants to go on? Several elders are not fools. Where do not see a small two, one by one silent, especially the fiend Old Ghost. His own evil spirit Black Shadow was planted. How could he venture out? Falling behind everyone farting. Bloodshed Old Ghosts see everyone playing monkey. How can that be done? Whoever is willing to go to war and break the Great Xia's defense line later can be the first to collect the essence blood soul. The first one eats the meat. The one after him drinks the soup. And in the end there are not even crumbs left. And everyone understands this. Several Foundation establishment elders began to falter, looking at each other. Aside from the fiend Old Ghost, the remaining few had never experienced the baptism of the might of the Great Summer Kingdom. And each one of them wanted to leap into action. After all, no matter how strong the opposite side is, it's still a mortal. And mortals aren't good enough to kill? He is a Foundation stage cultivator, who does not have a few pieces of magic treasures. The means is even more. As long as the shot will certainly be able to flatten the opposite group of Daxia countrymen. At this time, the 5 big and thick ghost Judge Zhongli finally jumped out and clamored. I'll do it. This judge's jade heavenly ruler will teach these mortals to be human. Good. It's rare for Elder Zhong to be courageous. I'll assist you from my side. The Bloodshed Old Ghost wasn't ambiguous either, and gently slapped his sleeve, from which a bloody light flew out. The bloodlight transformed into a falcon in the air, with a wingspan of 2 meters, sharp teeth very fierce, and a gust of ferocious light coming from its body. Blood training eagle. Great Elder is really polite. Zhongli recognized this thing. It was a ghost pet raised by the Bloodshed Old Ghost, with a first level of Foundation establishment, and its strength was not to be underestimated. With a hug, he took off and flew toward the sentry station. Coming into mid-air, Zhongli's entire body sprayed with official clothes, a group of mournful ghost chi whistling and coiling, followed by a silver light rising from his back. It is a jade tablet about 10 centimeters wide and half a foot long, also called a jade kwai, which is often held in the hands of civil and military ministers when they go to court. Zhongli this hand of the jade kwai that is a Shin grade upper class magic weapon. This guy is also rely on this thing to be among the 6 elders. At this moment, he was arrogant and incomparable, and with a wave of his hand, the jade Q flew high into the sky, and then it became bigger and thicker, as if a piece of the sky had sunk and pressed down. Ha ha ha, bunch of mortals down below. You're at the end of your tether, so don't be quick to bind your hands. Zhongli shouted and flew up to the jade Gue, standing proudly in the gusty winds with great vigor. Oh, although the people from the Daxia kingdom below are powerful in blocking the many Fengdu city disciples, these disciples are all chi practicing stage cultivators. So what does it mean? The might of a Foundation stage cultivator like himself was revealed, and the group of mortals below must have been scared out of their wits, and they were probably all pissing their asses and crying out to their mothers and fathers. Ha ha ha, I got this head job from my old clock. Zhongli heart that is ecstatic. Below a group of Fengdu city disciples are also excited. Look at this as the power of the Foundation stage cultivator, the power of the earth, the momentum of the rainbow. Yuan Hong was caught in the crowd at the moment, looking around, but it was easy. As long as Daxia's divine thunder doesn't hit me on the head, everything is fine. It's still easy to be an undercover agent. With a flirtatious gaze Yuan Hong looked at Zhongli in midair so arrogantly shouting that he found it hilarious. This one's a pig's head, isn't it? Jumping that high is going to get you beaten as a bird. Daxia's god's might is not your group of frogs can know. I have seen the scene of the others millions of troops acting. That is called the earth and the world weeping ghosts. You are too small children's trick. A disciple on the side looked at Yuan Hong's disdainful expression was angry. Hey, you people under that elder's command, why are you so disdainful of our master? Do you know that this jade heavenly ruler of our master is extraordinary? If we win we will not spare you. Yuan Hong shrugged his shoulders in contempt. If Judge Zhong can win, I'm willing to eat. Fine. Then if my master loses, I'll eat too. The man was no better. Inside the distant sentry station, Lu Shuebing had already arranged for the fireman to aim at that Zhongli. Hit me, knock this fat pig down. Whoosh, the red arrow 12 dragged a long tail flame and shot high into the sky, hitting Zhongli directly without any bias. With a loud boom, a ball of fire bloomed in the sky, and Zhongli's chubby body was directly blown to pieces, dead beyond repair. As for that jade heavenly ruler was blown to pieces. The whole thing flew out, and finally landed in the team of Fengdu city cultivators. For a time the cursing and shouting intertwined into a piece, and more than a dozen people died. How? How is it possible? My master actually lost. The disciple who bet on eating had both eyes staring straight up, unable to believe the scene in front of him. His own master was a dignified 2-tier foundation establishment cultivator, and he had a Xian-level magic weapon at his disposal, but he was actually reimbursed just like that. Hey friend, don't forget what you said. Yuan Hong tapped that person's shoulder, and this disciple was shocked, unable to let out a single fart with a face full of shame. I won't eat. I won't eat for the rest of my life. I'll be a licking dog. This senior brother really has a discerning eye, to be able to see the end. Senior brother, I admire. You're welcome. When it comes to knowledge of the great summer country, it's not that I'm bragging. Yuan Hong, say second, no one dares to say first. Yuan Hong raised her neck very arrogantly. That smugness not to mention. Zhou Feishuan heard it not far away and a chill ran down his back. Why is this broomstick so close to him? Hurry and hide farther away. But while he was walking away, the other disciples around him surrounded him. Does this senior brother really know the Great Summer Kingdom well? May I ask what kind of magic weapon the Great Summer Kingdom just used to hit Elder Zhongli's? Simple. Using the Great Summer Kingdom Divine Thunder. This thing I have seen the thief powerful. Shoulder. Mortals can use. Yuan Hong casually explained. Half-truths and half-falsehoods. No one knew anyway, but his explanation made everyone even more impressed with him. This one's not easy. Chapter 120, we have gas masks to protect us from the plague. Inside the sentry station, Lu Shuebing lit a cigarette and squinted at Zhongli, who was burning into a fireball in the air. Good job. Make this crazy again. Go to hell and pretend. Toot toot. Alert. Psychic anomaly. Object approaching rapidly at 7 o'clock. There are still enemies. At 7 o'clock? They're coming around behind us. Lu Shuebing hurriedly made a turn and saw a large bird swooping down sharply not far away. He didn't have to worry though. There were already fighters aiming at it. Bang! A heavy sniper gunshot. The blood-training eagle in the air body trembled, fluttered and crashed down. We'll be landing on the occasion of struggling to fly again, but do not dare to attack the soldiers of the Great Summer Kingdom. Hastily fly to the distance. This stuff is so hard. A 12.7mm tungsten core armor-piercing bullet is actually useless. The sniper was quite surprised. He was holding a JS 12.7mm sniper rifle, which is also the god of the sniper rifle world. And this didn't even manage to dry down the big bird, which was indeed unexpected. A warrior made up for it though. A red arrow 12 fired and hit the blood trainer eagle, knocking the big bird to pieces. The old ghost of the blood fiend in the distance suddenly had his mind tugged, and his face was suddenly grim. His ghost pet actually fell. The firearms of the people of the Great Summer Kingdom are too terrifying. It seems that you can't foolishly rush up against these guys. You have to use some underhanded tactics. He turned back to the several elders and said in a deep voice, Elders, you've all seen it just now. Elder Zhang was killed. The old man's ghost pet was killed in battle. The divine might of the Grand Xia cannot be underestimated. We must be united and do our best. Zhao Chang will have to watch you back there. The gazes of the elders all looked towards the plague ghost Zhao Chang in unison. Zhao Chang enjoyed the gazes of the crowd and laughed rather proudly. It's rare that the people look up to me. Zhao, my plague poison floats with the wind and kills with the invisible. The amount of that group of Daxia countrymen can't guard against even the most powerful firearms. The elders nodded their heads. Indeed, the people of Daxia country again cattle is not a mortal one, and Zhao Chen's plague as long as the inhalation of a little, that is, the cultivator of the Qi cultivation stage will have to be poisoned to death. Not to mention those mortals. Ironically a word, death. And the key thing is that releasing the plague is just a matter of standing upwind. And you don't have to rush up at all. By the time the roiling plague had passed, the group of Daxia countrymen could no longer escape. Good. If Elder Zhao can make a move, that group of people from the Great Xia country will die. At that time, you'll be the first one to collect the essence, blood and souls within the Chu pool. And the old immortal on the old ancestor's side will also give you a few words of praise. Thanks a lot. Great Elder. Zhao Chang was confident. He looked at the direction of the wind. It was blowing towards the sentry station. He showed even more snickers. God has been so helpful. The Daxamites are finished. He took out a green gourd and tossed it into the air, and a wisp of green smoke came out of that gourd silkily, drifting with the wind toward the sentry station. The elders immediately backed away at the sight. The power of this Zhao Cheng's plague poison is known. It is better not to stick to it. All the other disciples also retreated and stayed far away. Elder Zhao has made a move, and it looks like that group of people from the Great Summer Country won't be able to bounce around for much longer. These plague poisons can't even be resisted by our cultivators in the Qi practicing stage. And the mortal bodies of the people from the opposite side of the Daxia kingdom must have the word death written on their faces. Some disciples were staggering with excitement, but Yuan Hong shook his head again as he sneered. What do you nerds know? The Daxia people on the other side are great. They have pig nose masks. That thing is fine as long as you put it on. All around were shocked at these words, and they focused their eyes on him again. I say this, senior brother, you cannot boast before the bell judge that has let you happen to say in, but my master's plague that is even the foundation stage cultivators are afraid of 3 times, let alone a group of mortals. My master's plague poison can also corrode the body. Even if a person from the Great Summer Kingdom puts on a mask, what can they do? The plague poison is pervasive. As long as it sticks to a little bit it will surely die. Hey, brat, you're under that elder's door in the end. Ah, old man, look at your stinky mouth is very unpleasant. If later our master wins, you kid give me kneel down and lick my feet. Yeah, let him lick his feet. The surrounding disciples of Zhao Cheng were unconvinced, each glaring at him with wide eyes. Even the disciples under the other elders' disciples had quite a problem with him. Is this kid that tuggy when he says he's right for once? Looking at it is really unpleasant. Ah, Zhou Feishuan in the distance had a face twitch, saying, brat, can't you shut up? Do you have to be so publicized? Don't you know that you are a pit? Someone on the side recognized Yuan Hong and was disgruntled. Senior brother Zhou, isn't that kid called Yuan Hong? Isn't he under Urine Fiend Elders sect? This kid is making a big deal out of it, and you, being the eldest brother, aren't going to take care of it? Zhou Feishuan rolled his eyes and said, I also want to control but dare? Whoever gets close to this kid dies. Super pit. No, you've got the wrong person. Zhou Feishuan's face reddened and he directly vetoed it. It's better not to stick with this kind of pitbull. Over here, Yuan Hong had long been surrounded by the crowd, and the saliva was almost drowning him. He also panicked a little inside. Was the old man too jumpy and shouldn't have said so much? This is trouble. What can we do? Opposite the people of Daxia country you can fight. Do not die in the hands of this plague ghost side, or I not only want to kneel down to lick feet, most likely also have to be divided into corpses and skinned by them. There were air detection devices in the distant sentry station, and the alarm was soon sounded. Lu Shuebing shouted, everyone put on your gas masks and chemical suits. Those devils used dirty tricks. All the soldiers have put on gas masks. Put on chemical-resistant clothing, the whole body covered tightly, without revealing a trace. The air you breathe is purified and completely non-toxic. Shortly afterward, thick green air drifted to the front of the sentry station, and it was as if the surroundings were shrouded in fog so thick that they could not see each other. But no one cared, because there were thermal imaging cameras, as usual, and everyone is equipped with a real-time battlefield data system, where the surrounding temperature, wind direction, possible potential hazards, and the location of teammates are all transmitted via data to the warrior's goggles. Fighting a battle is like playing a game, quietly staying in the fog. The green plague around them couldn't help the group of warriors at all. The damn thing across the street is using dirty tricks. Get me a lock on the target and take this ing asshole out. Lu Shuebing gave the order. A warrior maneuvered a computer with real-time data coming from the Bluebird and began scanning for enemy positions. Soon the image of a gourd releasing green gas presented itself. Squad leader. Position locked and ready to attack. Very well, let's have a big one too, so we can't be polite. Lu Shuebing shouted as the corners of his mouth wiped over an evil aura. Get me all the artillery on this point, and get the 107 up, and do it big. Yes, a few of the fighters perked up. The squad leader was about to play a big game. There's nothing to it. Just do it. Chapter 121, whoever goes up, whoever dies. Mortars and 155mm howitzers were all aimed at the green gourd, waiting to fire at the command. This side of the plague ghost Zhao Cheng is still complacent. Looking at the opposite side of the sentry station of the Great Summer Country is covered by the green gas, and there is not a little reaction. Thought he got it. Ha ha ha. After all, mortals are just mortals. So what if they have strong firearms in their hands? When they encounter my pervasive plague, they will still have to admit defeat. The Grand Elder Bloodshed Old Ghost also revealed a smile. Finally this group of Great Xia countrymen had been resolved, and the essence blood souls could be harvested to calm the old ancestors' wrath. Of course they can also reap a lot of benefits. At least half of these dedications to the old ancestors' essence and blood souls must go into their own pockets. It's kind of beautiful to think about. The rest of the elders also showed joyful faces. This Daxia countryman still has a weakness. And look at this is not solved. Someone in the crowd was already yanking Yuan Hong's neck, sneering. Did the brat see that? Our master's plague poison is unrivaled. That group of Daxia countrymen didn't even let out a single fart. They are all already dead. You brat, hurry up and lick our feet. Son of a, letting this kid lick his feet is cheap. Why don't you just make him a skeleton soldier? The surrounding people shouted and refused to let Yuan Hong go. This kid's mouth is too stinky and owes a beating. Yuan Hong was so unconvinced in his heart. The Great Summer Kingdom was just killed off? How is it possible? It's the Kingdom of God across the street. All of you don't get busy. People's Great Summer Kingdom is awesome. You'll know it later. Yuan Hong also straightened her back and roared loudly. The surrounding people are even more dissatisfied. The brat is still talking tough at the end of his life. Beat him first. Countless fists greeted Yuan Hong's face. Good guy. In no time Yuan Hong turned into a pig's head, being stepped on and given a foot lick. Yuan Hong was hardened at the moment and didn't lick. How can this Great Xia Divine Kingdom lose? I don't even believe in my ancestors, but I believe in the Great Xia Divine Kingdom. They are omnipotent. Zhou Feishuan in the distance looked at the heart of that. Sure enough, it's the pit's. This time he got himself into it. Better get him dead. Otherwise whoever is on the side will be pitted. Yuan Hong, who was being oppressed by the crowd, couldn't help it and suddenly roared. Don't fight. The divine thunder of the Daxia countryman is coming. Someone swung a fist and was just about to hit when suddenly several flashes of fire flew from the direction of the sentry station. So fast that in the blink of an eye they tore through the fog and flew this way. Boom boom boom. There was a series of explosions. Mortars plus howitzers, plus dozens of rocket gods 107 that could hit without a launcher. Rumble after rumble. The explosions around the green gourd were continuous, overturning the sky. The gourd was even directly torn into pieces, and the green gas that fluctuated out was torn into pieces by the bomb, rolling and floating in all directions. Some of the ghost cultivators who were close were affected by the green gas, and soon those with low cultivation directly rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. The faces of those with stronger cultivation changed drastically and hurriedly backed away, but without running a few steps. The skin on their bodies that had stuck to the green gas began to rot in severe pain, and in the midst of the screams these disciples died as well. Holy, run! Hooting and hollering, the disciples retreated in a panic, and no one paid any attention to Yuan Hong, scattering in all directions. Yuan Hong was a bit puzzled that he casually said that he really came to God's thunder. His mouth was really enlightened, but the feet did not stop, running all the way back. Even the Grand Elder and the others retreated rapidly, their entire bodies covered with a ghostly chi shield to isolate the green chi. Did not run on Zhao Chang a person. At the moment his heart is broken. His own green gourd actually broken. That inside, but he spent most of his life savings up the plague. Once no gourd never collect up. His own name Plague Ghost is to rely on this green gourd to establish prestige. Without the plague poison he is an ordinary foundation stage cultivator. And what shocked him even more was that the divine might of the Great Xia Kingdom was too strong. This series of explosions just now simply shook heaven and earth. Where the hell did these mortals come from? Why are they so demonic? Zhao Chang then couldn't understand even if he thought about it. But just as he was thinking about it, a loud whoosh suddenly came. Zhao Chang looked up, only to see a fiery light coming over his face. With a loud boom, the 155mm shell exploded, and Zhao Chang's body was instantly torn apart like a small boat in a gale. The blow was over, and a gale rolled in from the distance, sweeping away the smoke from the battlefield, and the green air in droves. The crowd of Fengdu City ghost cultivators looked at the vast expanse of earth in silence, and no one said a word. 2 elders had already died, but they hadn't yet broken through the blockade of the Great Summer Kingdom. This is too hard. At this time Yuan Hong has become the center of attention again. Good guy, this mouth is say. The Daxia countrymen were really fine and fought back, and even Zhao Chang's body faded away. Turns out it's not a bad mouth. It's a god mouth. This senior brother, please forgive me for having offended just now. Senior brother's words are accurate. Truly extraordinary. Can you tell us your name? We look up to you. Everyone had surrounded Yuan Hong again, and the way they looked at him changed. Yuan Hong's face was a burst of red and white, saying that I just want to run now. I don't want to beat with you guys. Just now. It was fortunate that the Great Summer Divine Thunder didn't cover his head and fall down. Otherwise he would have been in trouble. Zhou Fei Xian in the distance, still cold eyes, hiding far away. The heart wondered. This time the Divine Thunder why did not cover the brat head smashed. I don't know when this pitbull is going to die. Don't get everyone inside the pit then. That would be a problem? By the way, should one escape first? Zhou Feishuan has developed a sense of withdrawal, but he was hesitant and didn't go. The Grand Elder over here looked at the 3 remaining elders beside him. All of them were silent and their faces were extremely ugly. Both understand that the situation is now one of whoever is on is dead. However, this cannot punch the defense of the Great Summer Kingdom, and cannot hold the anger of the old ancestor. It is difficult to do. Elders, what should we do now? You all say something. The bloodshed old ghost was anxious and looked back and forth at the three. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend lowered his head and resolutely did not squeak. His own evil spirit Black Shadow was gone, so he did not offer it up. The other two didn't say anything either, and it made for an unusually dull atmosphere. Alright, since this is the case, then everyone should return to Fengdu City first and meet with the old ancestor before making any plans. The bloodshed old ghost refused to make a move as soon as he looked at it. So let us go back and face the anger of the old ancestor together. At this time, the Yellow Springs old ghost and the sinister ghost Sululu exchanged glances and said in unison, Grand Elder, wait. We are willing to fight together. Everyone is aware of the old ancestor's temper. On not moving to take their own personalities, go back to bear his anger is not just to send death. Maybe we'll all play through together. When the bloodshed old ghost heard this, a touch of joy appeared on his face as he said in an uplifting manner, Good, since the two of you have figured it out, then the old immortal will not hesitate any longer, and will go all out and offer the undermoon slay later. The three of them were in high spirits. It was better to let go of the old ancestor's anger rather than face it. However, there was always a feeling that something was missing, and they all looked at the old Yin Fiend together. Why doesn't this old guy take a stand? Elder Yin, sure you seem a bit hesitant? The bloodshed old ghost is very upset. Everyone has taken a stand and you are the only one left. The old ghost of the Yin Fiend screamed in his heart. He did not want to take a stand, but he was more and more afraid and fearful after seeing the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom. This we'd better go back and face the old ancestor. Let the old ancestor come out. You kid has fainted. Trying to face the wrath of an old ancestor is not a death sentence. Humph, I didn't expect Elder Yin Fiend to be this useless. Then fine, you go back and ask your old ancestor to come out, and the three of us will go out and deal with the great Xia countryman. The bloodshed elder ghost glanced disdainfully at the Yin Fiend elder ghost, then turned to the other two elders. The two of you should still go all out. We still have a chance of winning. What are the chances of winning? You're lying to yourselves, right? The Great Summer Kingdom is really powerful, so I'd better hurry up and run. The old ghosts of the Yin sure already do not want to fight. Go back to face the anger of the ancestors is even more impossible, only to escape. Chapter 122, The Broomstick has turned into a lucky star. The Grand Elder Blood Fiend old ghost stopped glancing at the Yin Fiend old ghost and turned his head to the Yellow Spring old ghost and the Sinister Spectre. Two elders? Then the three of us will act. We must break through the blockade of the Great Summer Kingdom today. I think it's a good idea to raise an army for a while. Let all those disciples rush up and we'll take advantage of the chaos. Good. Great Elder Wise. Let's do it. The old ghost of the Yellow Springs nodded in agreement. To the side, Grandmother Sue also gave a slight forehead in agreement. Well then, let's move on that. The bloodshed old ghost flew up and came into midair, shouting at the thousands of ghost cultivation disciples. The disciples of Fengdu City, listen to the order. Work together to move forward together and break through the blockade of the Great Xia Kingdom ahead. The face of the following disciples all TM black. Go up to send death. Who is willing to The bloodshed old ghost's gaze was grave. He had expected this and shouted sternly, if anyone dares to cower, then this is what will happen. As the words landed, suddenly a remnant moon flew out of the bloodshed old ghost's sleeve, its scarlet color cutting through the void and crossing beside the Yin Fiend old ghost. The Yin Fiend old ghost instantly went cold, and the evil spirit Black Shadow behind him let out a roar and then obliterated, while he himself looked unbelievably at the Blood Fiend old ghost in midair. Great Elder, you actually. Before he could finish his words, the old Yin Fiend's body split into two and died in a pool of blood. The blood-red remnant moon flew back to the Blood Fiend old ghost, a sharp, moon-shaped blade that was blood-colored and humming. This was the bloodshed old ghost's original magic weapon, the Undermoon Kill, and with the might of the fourth level of the Foundation Establishment stage, it was only a matter of an instant before it forcefully cut down the two level of the Foundation Establishment's Yin Fiend old ghost. Layers of killing intent austere. The wind around them carried a strong smell of blood, and a solemn killing intent enveloped everyone's head. By the order of the Grand Elder, we are willing to serve to the death. Suddenly the crowd of Fengdu City disciples shouted in unison. No one dared to say a word at this moment, and said that the Yin Fiend old ghost was an example. The bloodshed old ghost nodded in satisfaction and flew down to the ground after collecting his own magic weapon. Eyeing the sentinel station in front of him, his eyes filled with killing intent. Inside the sentry station Lu Shuebing was holding the binoculars. He had already seen the strange movement. A large group of ghost cultivator army was rushing madly. The skeleton soldiers were opening the way, while the ghost cultivators were at the back, and there were also three silhouettes sweeping in the sky. It seems that these guys are going to jump over the wall. Very well, what I'm waiting for is for you guys to come to my door. Hit me hard, Lu Shuebing ordered loudly. At the same time looked at the signal receiver. The opposite side of the signal did not know who sent it. Since it was one of their own, then they could not hurt him. Try to avoid the signal source and don't hit it. The ghost cultivator army launched a charge. In front of them were more than 100,000 skeleton soldiers. These things were thick and clumsy and walked slowly, but they were good cannon fodder. Behind them were more than 2,000 ghost cultivators, each holding various magic weapons with a grave gaze. In the air were the three great elders pressing on, and whoever dared to run would be immediately struck down. Yuan Hong is also inside the team. Now he panicked a batch of the great summer kingdom's divine thunder will still hit the head disturbed in his heart. He looked around at the ghost cultivators, and there were three old guys sitting on top of his head, so he didn't have a chance to run away. At this time, Zhou Feishuan in the distance had been keeping a close eye on Yuan Hong, always keeping an eye on the distance between the two. Later, the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom will definitely fall on top of this kid's head. As long as it is far away, it will be fine. Why do you keep looking at Yuan Hong? Senior brother Zhou, don't you not recognize that kid? Someone on the side asked. Zhou Feishuan blushed for a moment and defended. I just see that kid Sealhall is black with bad luck. If I'm wrong later on, the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom is allowed to fall on his head. Oh, does Senior Zhou read people that accurately? Of course. This I'm very confident. Why don't we make a bet? If I lose after that, I won't be surnamed Zhou. I'll be surnamed Wang. Zhou Feishuan was very determined, and the people on the side were very curious. It's rare for senior brother Zhou to be so confident. It seems to be accurate. So let's watch the show. Just talking, suddenly a distant sentry station, a burst of artillery, followed by a shell whooshing straight to the top of Zhou Feishuan's head. Zhou Feishuan looked up and was dumbfounded. Dozens of flames in the air, tearing through the night sky like hellfire falling. Instantly in front of him. Asterisk. Your ing last name is Wang. The man on the edge roared in anger, then was blown to pieces. Zhou Feishuan dying moment still do not understand. Why the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom not to Yuan Hong's head? How to smash their own? Is it possible that he's the one who's a spoilsport? People are actually a lucky star. Suddenly Zhou Feishuan looked like he understood something, but unfortunately it was no longer important. He was engulfed in flames, instantly torn to pieces by the shells. Yuan Hong was so scared by the explosion that she shuddered, and sure enough, she didn't aim at herself and stayed away. The situation in the back was a bit different. No shells fell within 50 meters around Yuan Hong, while away from 50 meters explosions were continuous. The large group of ghost cultivators were blown up and cried out, each fleeing in panic. Soon someone realized that this Yuan Hong is a lucky star. Right. How not to blow him up? Hey, that kid is really an oddball, as if he's possessed by a god, but he doesn't blow him up. This person is indeed extraordinary. An iron mouth that talked Zhong Changlong and Elder Zhao to death. I guess he's a strange person. Don't be odd man out. Let's gather over quickly. Just hide from him and we'll be fine. Hurrah! Numerous ghost cultivators ran to Yuan Hong's side. All of a sudden Yuan Hong was dumbfounded. Why so crowded? There were people all around. It's a bit of an ugly scene. It's all cramped up. The old ghost of the bloodshed in the air saw this pile. His forehead is all question marks. This group of disciples are stupid not? Why huddled together like a bunch of pigs? Unable to look away, he flew down, lifted the man in the center with one hand, and threw him into the distance. Spread out. There's no way you can look like this. It's unseemly. Indeed, it is unseemly. The immortalist battle has become a pig chase, but also refreshed the three views. Yuan Hong was in the very middle. The first one was thrown out. The good guy flew out more than 100 meters away. His butt was about to fall into 4 pieces, but before he could groan a few times, a shell hit him right in the middle of the room. Rumbling and screaming all around, a shell exploded hundreds of ghost cultivators. The bloodthirsty old ghost dodged in time, plus offered a protective treasure to block the blast, but he was also forced back dozens of meters away. His gray head was embarrassing. A bunch of unproductive disciples, cursing angrily. The bloodthirsty old ghost didn't care about this group of guys as he rushed at the 2 elders behind him. Don't count on this bunch of losers. Let's sneak through while there's confusion. A wicked smile flashed out of the corner of her eyes as the sinister specter spoke out. Grand Elder, I have a treasure on my side that can help us pass by invisibly. Martyr you, this old woman has this kind of means early not to take out. People are almost finished dying. I have to thank Elder Su for taking a shot. Elder Su is not to be credited. The bloodshed old ghost was almost speechless. Chapter 123, Stealth? Don't know we have thermal imaging cameras. Then Grandmother Su took out a cloth bag and released a tiny moth from it, which was crystal clear and dripping with starlight, and flew around the 3 of them. Soon the three elders in the air became invisible together and disappeared. Ha ha ha, good tactics. Good tactics. This ability of Elder Su is not small. Bloodshed Old Ghost looked at all of their own invisibility. The heart cannot help but the sparrow joy, just so fly away over. God does not know the ghosts. Forgive that group of great summer country people cannot be found. He, this crystal jade pink butterfly is a treasure that took me a lot of effort to get, so don't forget to compensate me for it. Grand Elder. Elder Su was still quite a bit reluctant. Good deal. Killing those great Xia countrymen. Elder Su, this is the first credit. We'll go over right away. The bloodshed old ghost couldn't wait any longer. Who would run errands for them if the disciples below died again? Better get a move on. As the moonlight shone, the three stealthy elders flew towards the sentry station in unison. They didn't fly fast, and one of them was confident and frank. How could a group of mortals have an anti-hidden object? Plus it was nighttime and the light was even dimmer. It was simply the perfect hunting moment. It was just that they would never have expected that they were the prey, and that the warriors of the great summer kingdom inside the sentry station were the hunters. As they flew closer, the aura tracker began to alarm. Alert! Alert! 3 anomalous psychic energy fluctuations at 12 o'clock on the front. Lu Shuebing goggles on the thermal imager. Opposite the 3 elders flew, that is to see clearly. He is still very puzzled. What's wrong with these 3? Flying straight at us? Not dodging at all. Not doing any fancy maneuvers to confuse our tracking lock. Just straight at us? Well, isn't that just a death sentence? Aim for me. Straight red arrow 12. Yes. Immediately, a warrior set up a thick cannon barrel and aimed it at the 3 elders. The Yellow Springs Old Ghost had a bit of an ominous premonition at the moment as he rushed at the bloodshed Old Ghost beside him. Grand Elder. My left eyelid keeps jumping. It always feels wrong. Yellow Springs Old Ghost Head, are you trying to say that the old body's methods are not good? This old body's stealth method has never gone wrong. Even the inspiration of a Foundation establishment stage cultivator can't be detected. You old ghost is less suspicious. Grandmother Su was greatly dissatisfied, and the old Yellow Springs Ghost's thieving eyebrows stopped talking, quietly lagging behind by dozens of meters. Grandmother Su frowned, thinking that this old Yellow Spring Ghost had always been a thief, and she couldn't help but coldly say, I think you old ghosts are timid in your heart. It's not honorable to fall behind the old body. Elder Su can say whatever he wants. It doesn't matter to me, old ghost. Humph, cowardly and fearful. The old body just looks at you with displeasure. Su Lulu was very unhappy. This invisibility is her mastery will not allow others to underestimate. She accelerated lengthwise and flew at the front of the pack. Up ahead was the sentry station of the Great Summer Kingdom, and she could all but make out the sight of the group of mortals busying themselves, with someone setting up a thick, heavy pipe aimed their way. How is it possible that the old body and others were discovered? Grandmother Su's heart instantly trembled. How had this stealthy method of hers been broken? It's impossible. The colored butterfly's powder was able to shield the cultivator's inspiration. It was hard for even the cultivator to discover it. So what did they rely on to discover it? Was it just a coincidence? It just so happened that someone had set up a pipe and aimed it at them? Yes, that must be it. You can't panic and make a fool of yourself. Grandma Su was calm and collected, not the least bit surprised, and continued straight ahead against that gun barrel. The Dixia soldiers were also a bit puzzled. This old woman didn't want to die. Actually flew over so directly? Do you think I'm blind? No way. I can see it clearly with this thermal imaging camera. This old woman looks disgusting. Whoosh! The Daxia Kingdom warrior fired a red arrow directly. Grandmother Su screamed that it was not good, but she could no longer avoid it, and instinctively blocked the walking stick in her hand in front of her body, and the 3 human faces above her immediately let out a terrified scream. The voice was mournful, gliding across the night sky, and then the fire exploded. A brilliant cloud blooming in the starry sky. The Yellow Springs Old Ghost and the Bloodshed Old Ghost in the back flew slowly, and hastily stopped their bodies when they saw that the momentum was not right. This old woman. I told you something was wrong, just didn't listen. That group of Daxia countrymen had already found us. The Yellow Spring Old Ghost shook his head. Old Ghost Head. Don't talk so much. My wife isn't dead yet. High in the air, Su Lulu's figure landed rapidly. Just when she was in danger, she used a substitute ghost face, picked up a life, but also lost a life-saving magic weapon. The heart of the flesh is painful. Wifey just cut the bravado. You don't have much of an old life left. Don't fart. It's not because your old ghost head is afraid of the front and the back that the old body went ahead. Now it's your turn to move forward. I, old ghost Huang Quan, am not stupid. This group of Daxia countrymen are not easy to deal with, but I, old ghost head, also have my own means. The Yellow Spring Old Ghost's pair of triangular eyes narrowed as he rushed towards the Bloodshed Old Ghost and arched his hand. Grand Elder, The three of us will split up since we've been discovered. I'll take the left side. After saying that, the Yellow Springs old ghost leaped forward and headed to the left. Grandmother Sue was about to curse a few times when suddenly another divine thunder from the Great Summer Kingdom flew head-on, startling her into dodging it. Whoosh! A red arrow 12 missed and grazed the side of Sue Lulu. Grandma Sue was furious. This old man was running fast, but he almost explained himself again. Don't be complacent, old ghost head of Huang Quan. Beware of letting the people of the Great Summer Kingdom burn you to cinders. The bloodshed old ghost on the side had a grave gaze and said in a deep voice, Elder Sue, let's split up and combine our attacks as well, and the old man will take the right side. Immediately after that, his figure went sharply to the right. Halfway through, the bloodthirsty old ghost offered 3 ghost talismans, one posted on his forehead. A word of force appeared in the void, and the brute force of the king of Vajra zombies was instantly attached to his body. Then one was affixed to the calf. A blast of wind whistling at his feet, the last posting in the void, light and shadow with the movement, fluttering out of the underworld moon killing. The blood characters on the natal magic weapon immediately appeared, the surrounding blood light roaring, pulling gusts of fishy winds. The power increased greatly. Since he had already been recognized in his form, he might as well just go straight to the front. The bloodshed old ghost urged his intrinsic magic weapon to charge down and directly face a soldier of the Great Xia Kingdom. Alarm! Alert! 12 o'clock. The warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom immediately opened fire when they heard the alarm. The Type 89 heavy machine guns in their hands spewed out fury, and the 12.7mm large caliber bullet shot straight at the old bloodthirsty ghosts. The bloodthirsty old ghost was surrounded by a ghostly aura to protect his body, and it was so electric that the large caliber bullets actually didn't break through the defense. However, it caused the bloodshed old ghost's figure to stagnate. His eyes were bloodshot, his sleeves puffed out, and his blood seal suddenly flashed. Immediately afterward, a blade of moonlight whistled out, slicing through the body of the warrior from the Great Summer Kingdom. Instantly blood was thrown, and the great body fell. Rear Lu Shuebing shouted, Mud, hurry up and fire. Whoosh, red arrow 12 shot out, directly hitting the bloodshed old ghost. The flames shot up to the sky, the blood light bloomed, and the sky and earth steeply became a blood mist. It was spread out like covering the sky, and the blanket was full of killing intent. Is this elder not something you rats can shake? All of you suffer death. A ghostly face unfolded in the blood mist amidst the hideous sounds, all eyes fierce and fangs chilling. At the same time, a figure had already approached behind the group of Dixia warriors. In the shadows was an evil smile from the old Yellow Springs ghost, quietly approaching. Chapter 124, we have landmines to play hide and seek. Lu Shuebing's face changed drastically, and he picked up the 02F flamethrower for a burst of spraying. The monstrous flames instantly spread all over the void, and the blood mist was washed away for a few minutes. The bloodshed old ghost felt the heat of several thousand degrees, and that ghostly face violently twisted and distorted as it drifted backward. But the Stygian moonkill remained, flying and shooting at the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom. Fight! Beat the hell out of them back! Lu Shuebing roared, and the warriors behind him opened fire with powerful firepower. The 3 warriors maneuvered their 20mm machine guns and fired continuously, hitting that undermoon kill. The magic weapon trembled violently, emitting a thumping flash of light. The direction was off, and it grazed the side of a warrior from the Great Summer Kingdom. A deep trail was pulled out on the ground, and Stygian moonkill flew backward and high into the sky, returning far away from the bloodshed old ghost. The old Yellow Springs ghost in the shadows here seized the opportunity to strike. He strangled and recited an incantation, and hundreds of ghastly white ghostly hands stretched out from under his feet, crawling towards the Dixia soldiers at a rapid pace. This is the unique skill of the old ghost of the Yellow Springs, the Yellow Springs ghost hand. As long as the ghost hand is pulled by the ghost hand can be dragged into the ground, it will be devoured by 10,000 ghosts, and it will be difficult for cultivators of the same level to escape. The old ghost of the Yellow Springs was so smug that as long as he let his ghostly hands touch these mortals there was no way they would survive. But as the ghost hand approached quickly suddenly touched something, and with a loud boom a high mushroom cloud rose. Those hundreds of ghost hands were blown up without even a hair left. Not good, there's an enemy behind us, Lu Shuebing exclaimed. There were minefields placed all around the sentry station, just to prevent anyone from sneaking up on them, and they were working now, blocking the attacks of the old Yellow Springs ghosts. The 3 fighters turned their guns and fired back, a few bullet wounds ripping through the darkness and hitting the old Yellow Springs ghost. Yellow Springs old ghost caught off guard, body hid all bruises, pain straight grin. Although it didn't completely break the defense, the pain was unbearable, like a swarm of ants constantly biting on the body. The taste was too unbearable. The firearms of the Great Summer Kingdom are really powerful. The Yellow Springs old ghost didn't dare to take the enemy lightly and hurriedly floated backwards, disappearing into the darkness. Whoosh! How could the Dasha soldiers let the old man go? A red arrow 12 followed and exploded in the darkness in the distance. This damn thing dares to make a sneak attack. Blow him up! Lu Shuebing called out. He looked around. The blood mist that beat away had started to coalesce at the moment, and reappeared as an old man. Fight! Blow the old man down. This time with a bird-fighting artifact. Some fighters shouldered a Vanguard 4 anti-aircraft missile and aimed a shot at the target. The bloodshed old ghost in midair ached all over his body, and although the scorching flames didn't burn him to death, they still made him choke enough. A red arrow 12 blasted his whole body. Although he escaped by virtue of the secret method of the sea of blood paving the sky, it also made the loss of numerous mana, and his body was a bit wobbly. What exactly are the firearms of the Dasha people? Why are they so tough? The bloodshed old ghosts were all a little bit numb. These guys wouldn't be able to deal with it. The intrinsic magic artifact Undermoon Slayer beside him buzzed and trembled, having just been hit several times as well, showing a bit of damage and implicating the bloodshed old ghost's mind, making it equally difficult for him. Suddenly a fireball flashed in front of his eyes, and the old ghost of the bloodbath was shocked, which has not yet breathed a sigh of relief which the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom had to come again. It was too late to dodge, and almost instinctively, he urged Undermoon Kill to fly in front of him to block the shot. Rumbling, a ball of fire in midair illuminated the void as a black shadow descended sharply. A deep pit was smashed out of the large ground, followed by a mass of blood and dirt that surged in the pit and transformed into a mass of human form. The bloodshed old ghost still didn't die, but it was bad enough. Using the sea of blood to spread the sky twice had used up almost all of his mana. Moreover, even the original life magic weapon was shattered, and even the original body had suffered extremely heavy internal injuries. Vomit, spit out a mouthful of old blood. Damned people of the great summer country, you guys wait. Today this account will be written down by the old man first. The bloodthirsty old ghost touched a small person from his chest and transformed into a general likeness of himself on the ground, then took out a Een Wind talisman and posted it on his body. His whole body's breath was converged, and the Een Wind was so strong that it had drifted out 100 meters away between whistles. He fled. This situation is a fool not to flee. The Dasha countrymen are too powerful. The only way is to beg the old ancestor to personally take action. The stand-in left behind had a flat gaze as he leapt up and swooped back down to the sentry station. In the darkness of the night, the old ghost of the Yellow Springs struggled to get up. He had broken an arm and his body was covered in bloodstains. Just now, relying on a life-preserving white bone battle armor, he was able to hold his life, but he didn't dare to go on behind him, and it was better to hurry and escape while it was dark. But he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he suddenly stepped on something hard under his foot, and a clicking mechanical sound could be heard. What's going on? What did I step on? Suddenly a cloud of white light exploded with a rumble under his feet, and the Yellow Spring old ghost's body was lifted into the sky. In order to deal with the cultivators of the otherworld, these mines were modified anti-tank mines with reduced trigger conditions, which could be triggered by the weight of the human body, but the power was in no way weaker than a Red Arrow 12, but rather stronger. Frying on the Yellow Springs old ghosts absolutely want his life, and was caught off guard. There is no chance to react. The firelight illuminated the earth, and the old ghost of the Yellow Springs was dead beyond death. Su Lubutan in the distance to see the fear. Fortunately just now he has been behind did not make a move. Picked up an old life. This group of Dasha countrymen seems to be difficult to deal with. It's better to go. Grandmother Su sprouted the intention to retreat. Suddenly she felt a tightness behind her and panicked when she saw the bloodshed old ghost arriving at her heels. Great Elder, that old Yellow Spring ghost head is already dead. We are also sending our lives away if we stay any longer. Or, no backing up. You go forward with this elder, and those who disobey will be killed. After the bloodshed old ghost finished speaking, he leaped forward. Sululu's whole body is ice cold. Following up is most likely to die. Not to follow up immediately die. The old ghost of the Ensure is a hesitation to kill. They cannot follow in the footsteps of the dust, or follow up, take the opportunity to escape. Grandmother Su helplessly followed behind the bloodshed old ghost. The warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom over here had discovered the two of them long ago, and immediately a Red Arrow 12 took aim at the target. It was a direct hit on the bloodthirsty old ghost, and the double was blown up to his hair. Sululu saw the shock. Bad hit this old dog thief's trick. This is a fake. The real estimate early to run. It's over. This is going to be bad luck. Grandmother Su hurriedly backed up. But where was the time? One after another 5 red arrows 12 shot at her. She hurriedly waved her cane and came up with 2 double ghost faces to block 2 of them. She was out of ideas when the third one came to her body. Bloodshed evil demon. I'll curse you even if I die. The curses were followed by a ball of fire, and Grandma Su was similarly blown up. The rest of the battle on the ground became much easier. More than 100. 000 skeleton soldiers were nothing more than harvesting. The other chi refining stage ghost cultivators simply couldn't rush up, seeing that several elders were dead. What the hell? They all scattered and fled. Yuan Hong quietly hid in a corner, taking advantage of the fact that no one was there to run towards the sentry station. Lu Shuebing watched the signal approaching and immediately ordered a soldier to go over and meet him, bringing him to heel. Yuan Hong was quite excited to see the heavily armed warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom. This was a divine weapon. Even mortals could completely abuse Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. It was really powerful. That admiration in his heart couldn't help but sprout up. Chapter 125. We have Operation Thunderbolt in 8 hours. So you're the friend who delivered the signal. Man, you did a good job. Lu Shuebing patted Yuan Hong's shoulder, causing this ghost cultivator to look agitated. But I've just contacted Colonel Han, and he wants you to remain in Fengdu City. In about 8 hours, there will be an Operation Shocking Thunder in our Great Xia Kingdom, and you are the key to this operation. Amazing Thunder! Yuan Hong was a bit confused by what he heard. He didn't understand what Operation Thunderbolt was, but when he heard that he was the key to the operation, he couldn't help but rise with a sense of pride. Straightening his chest, he agitated. As long as the Great Xia Kingdom needs me, I, Yuan Hong, am willing to serve. Yuan Hong replied readily. As long as he could make a merit, he could become a Daxia countryman, and this view was still worth looking forward to. Well, just feel free to do your job. We'll let you know the information before the operation. Just leave in time, and keep the satellite phone on you at all times and don't forget it. Lu Shuebing gave a few more orders and then let Yuan Hong go back. Yuan Hong left the sentry station and looked at the smoke-filled battlefield with corpses everywhere. The divine might of the Great Xia Kingdom was indeed not covered. Your own decision to cling to the thighs of the Great Summer was a wise one. Yuan Hong felt more and more wise, and happily returned to Fengdu City. As soon as they returned to Fengdu City, the good guy's ghost cultivation disciples died, and less than 800 escaped back, many of them with injuries. Talking about the Great Summer Country that are each color change, this life has left a shadow. Meanwhile, at the abyss, the bloodshed old ghost knelt on the ground in shock, his forehead covered in cold sweat. In front of him a handsome silver-haired man with a bland look, but the eyes are deep that the overriding killing opportunity has long since made the old bloodthirsty ghost head cannot lift up. You guys are really capable. 6 Foundation Establishment stage cultivators can't actually take down a fortress guarded by mortals. Why are you old guys still coming back? Old man's death penalty. Death penalty. The bloodshed old ghost thumped and kowtowed in succession. In fact, he is not willing to come back. But the body was planted by the Fengdu City Lord's Soul Fury Seal. If there is a violation of this old ancestor's move, people just need to move a thought. Their soul will fly away. Humph, useless waste. I have to do everything myself. So be it. It's time to move around after sleeping for over 100 years. The Fengdu City Lord looked at the abyss beside him. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he turned back to charge the bloodshed old ghost. I'm not going to kill you, but there's one more thing I need you to do. Yes, I honor the decree of the old ancestor. Hearing that one of his lives could be saved, the bloodshed old ghost was thrilled. It seems that he still gambled right. If he had hard-steeled the Great Summer Kingdom before, he would have died. However, he hadn't been happy for long when he suddenly felt his entire body tighten as a powerful regal force lifted him up and flew him over the abyss. The bloodthirsty old ghost was in a state of shock and fear. Looking at the bottomless darkness beneath his feet, he exclaimed, "Old ancestor, you're killing me with your bad words." "Yes, just because I can refrain from killing you doesn't mean the people below won't." "The people down there?" The bloodshed old ghost suddenly realized something as he raised his hand and pointed at the Fengdu City Lord with an astonished expression. Go down." With a wave of the Fengdu City Lord's hand, the bloodshed old ghost's body fell into the abyss and flew into the darkness. The miserable screams were unceasing, followed by the violent trembling of the abyss. A tattered black shadow of a wandering dragon flew up to the mouth of the abyss, wailing and hissing as gusts of ghostly whistles roared at the bottom of the abyss. Soon a hideous ghostly creature rose from the abyss, hissing and roaring, wailing and roaring as if hell had descended. Yuan Hong was sitting and resting when suddenly the earth trembled and the entire Fengdu city was about to collapse in general. The surrounding ghost cultivators were all terrified. What's going on? What happened? Hey, you guys, look. In the midst of the chaos someone pointed to a floating apparition with a startled gaze. The ghosts and evil spirits have descended. The door to this abyss has opened. It's not good that all the ghosts of the 9 hells are coming out. A disciple exclaimed loudly. The abyss in which the Lord of Fengdu sleeps is actually a door, the opposite side of which is connected to the 9 hells of hell. And over there is the world of the dead, where demons and monsters run rampant, and there are wandering souls and wild ghosts everywhere. Now that the gate was open and countless ghostly creatures descended into the world, Even this group of ghost cultivators felt afraid. In the face of these flesh and blood devouring ghostly things, how could they not be prey? Run away. If you don't escape, you'll be dead. Ghost cultivators fled in panic amidst the cries of alarm, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Yuan Hong also wanted to run, but at this time it was important to save his life. As for the mission later, but not yet run a few steps, suddenly a majestic breath of heavy pressure down. Yuan Hong cultivation is low directly on the ground. Turning back to look, he saw a thick pillar of starlight rising up from the center of Fengdu City, connecting heaven and earth. After the light, a silhouette stood proudly on a high place, his eyes as frosty as ice, his fluttering silver hair like a golden serpent dancing wildly. It was that Fengdu City lord. He looked around and spoke out. The disciples of Fengdu City, listen to the order. Follow this old ancestor to the White Tiger Ridge and kill all the mortals over there. The voice was cold and low, but it was filled with endless majesty, and everyone was shivering with cold sweat. Yuan Hong was similarly terrified, and for some reason, he was unsettled when facing this old ancestor. It was clear that this cultivation was not heavenly either, but it gave a sense of oppression that made it difficult to catch one's breath. Old ancestor, please spare us, please. Old ancestor, collect the divine power and spare us. The disciples pressed hard and begged. A ghostly whistling sound resounded through the sky, and immediately the surrounding area calmed down, and the suffocating oppressive feeling just now vanished. Yuan Hong stood up, straight feeling his 2 feet trembling, and said that the Great Summer Kingdom's thunderbolt operation would come soon, and this inhuman, ghostly thing to death. On the other hand, the countries of the White Tiger Ridge, the clans, and the forces gathered on the border of the Chu Chi country. Looking at a smoke-filled battlefield in the distance, the crowd was unspeakably shocked. The Great Summer Kingdom stopped Fengdu City's ghost cultivator army here. It's really tough. Spirit Sword Sect's new patriarch Khan Yu had an excited gaze. The prince of the Aoan king trembled with the same uncontrollable trembling as he muttered to himself. No one in the world can compete with the Great Summer Kingdom. Some of the other forces also changed their faces drastically, sighing at the Great Summer Kingdom's formidable strength. Hey, what are you guys doing here when the battle is over? That's when Lu Shuebing came over with his own warriors, who were patrolling here. Oh, so it's the Great Xia Kingdom divine soldier. Please accept my humble servant's obeisance. Kan Yu panicked when he saw the warrior of the Great Summer Kingdom and went over just to perform the salute of a latecomer. This caused the eyes of the surrounding crowd to tremble as they watched. This immortal cultivator was so respectful of the mortals of the Great Summer Country, and this was also the patriarch of the Spirit Sword Sect. Regardless of the cultivation, this position is placed where? Actually so lowered their posture. Then what else do they pretend? One by one, they went over to salute. My name is Autumn White Crane of the Tsang Heron Academy. I have met Senior of the Great Summer Kingdom. I, the ruler of the Xuanlai Kingdom, meet the Great Summer Divine. Immortal cultivators have taken themselves as latecomers, then mortals are naturally revered as gods. Chapter 126, What is Boom 20? Is it food? All of a sudden everyone was polite and uncharacteristic, causing Lu Shuebing, a big old man, to be a little uncomfortable and said loudly, "You don't come to these literary things, we don't like it either. We are all friends. You also hurry back. That Fengdu City has us, the Great Summer Kingdom, to destroy it. In another hour, our bomber formation will come over, and when it does, we'll wipe Fengdu City off the map, and there'll be no more ghost cultivators in the future." The crowd was pleasantly surprised. The Great Summer Kingdom was willing to make a move that Fengdu City was certain to be destroyed. Just what is a bomber formation? It sounds and feels so new. Something new from the Great Summerland. Some of the heads of the forces who have seen the performance of the millions of troops are even more solemn. Could it not be a divine weapon of the Great Summer Kingdom? That can be good to stay to see some. Kang Yu's face was wonderful. He also wanted to see what a bomber was and how awesome this thing was. It's rare for us to come here once. Why don't we go back later and look at the divine artifacts of the Great Summer Kingdom before we leave? Yes, 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 yes. It's hard for me not to see it clearly, and the name bomber sounds like a bully. Okay, a bunch of people are refusing to leave. Lu Shuebing was a bit off guard. If I had known that you were so curious, I would not have said anything. Now a bunch of people are looking at the bomber. That thing can be dangerous when you get close. Forget it. Why worry about this kind of thing? Just give me a heads up. I'm telling you, the bombers can only watch from afar. But don't get close. We've got some business to attend to on our side. After saying this, Lu Shuebing continued to patrol with his warriors, and behind him, more than 100,000 people bowed and sent a salute, which was quite a shocking scene. At this time in Dragon City, 10 Boom 20s were loftily arranged on the airfield, their wide fuselage and triangular wings blending together, thick and majestic, like a beast making a move to strike. already showing its loftiness. The engines had been started and roared to life around the entire airport. Han Chang stood and gave the order under the engine station. Boom 20 Brigade is on the move. Target Fengdu City. At the command, 10 Boom 20s took off one after another, the rock spreading its wings, the giant bird over the sky, and the majestic atmosphere shaking the earth. Zhang Qingnyo raised his head to look up. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. The first time he saw such a strong iron bird, it was really an eye-opener. The great summer divine kingdom is unfathomable. The old Immortal will have to work hard too. Zhang Qingnyo had recently been writing a medical book that covered all of his medical skills, hundreds of ancient formulas and dozens of needle techniques. Write this book quickly and give it to these mortals and see if an old man like me can win their approval. Xingtang Tang Zhang Qingnyo went back to write a book. Fengdu City is surrounded by ghosts, skeletons, zombies, wandering ghosts, demons and ghosts of all kinds of ghosts and things crowded the vast earth. The Fengdu City Lord floated high above, his entire body flickering with black aura as he raised his hand and pointed towards the distance. The 9 underworlds army opened up. The scene was grand, and the atmosphere was magnificent. Yuan Hong mixed in with a group of ghost cultivators, always sensing the bracelet on her hand. This army has started, and it's almost time for a signal to come. Earlier, Yuan Hong had even taken the time to call Han Sheng to inform him of the huge changes in Fengdu City, but there didn't seem to be much of a fuss over there. It seemed very calm. Is this Operation Thunderbolt? Why does it feel like Operation Temperance? Whatever. I'll call that Colonel Han again if I can't. Hey, what do you say? Senior brother Yuan, can you say whether or not the Fengdu City Lord himself will be able to defeat the Great Summer Kingdom this time around? At this time, a few ghost cultivators on the side asked quietly. Now Yuan Hong is also considered a little famous. Everyone knows that this is a famous mouthpiece, before the array of accurate prediction of the life and death of a few elders, but also a great understanding of the situation of the Great Summer Country. This is a talented person, and more importantly, this person is a lucky star. In the battlefield, none of the divine thunder of the Great Summer Kingdom fell beside him at 100 meters. It is simply blessed by the gods. It is too absolute. It would be impossible for such a person to not have a halo. That was why many people looked at Yuan Hong with reverence. This is naturally a win for the Great Summer Kingdom. Yuan Hong looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to this side before she whispered. Why? Can brother Yuan solve your doubts? What's the point of explaining? How can the Great Summer Kingdom lose when it's so powerful? Just hear hundreds of thousands of ghosts and how? People that the overwhelming firepower that really called fierce. Sentry station in front of the still only child's play. Yuan Hong didn't bother to explain. Her face filled with disdain. The Great Summer Kingdom has the Thundering Artifact. You guys don't know about it. As long as the Thundering Artifact is used, even more ghosts over here will be useless. Then, can that old ancestor resist the Great Summer Kingdom's shocking thunder? Impossible. The divine might of the Grand Xia is not something we can speculate on, so I think it's best for all of you to take the opportunity to leave. Yuan Hong threw a wink and quietly stepped back. When the surrounding ghost cultivators looked at it, they realized that this bull who was blessed by the gods had already wanted to run away. So why did they still stay? Waiting for death? One word, go. Quietly the line came to the edge of the group and tried to run. At that moment a hideous stern ghost appeared beside them, and a gloomy voice called out, no running away from the battle, and death to those who find it. The ghostly aura coiled around the stern ghost, and more ghosts were gathering over behind him. The group of ghost cultivators scrambled to their knees. Mercy, we didn't want to run. We just came to get some air. Pust. Where did the severe ghosts allow for these explanations? They directly made their moves, and soon all these ghost cultivators who wanted to run were taken care of. Essence, blood, and soul were all absorbed by this stern ghost, and he let out a growl of contentment that shook the rest of the ghost cultivators, and the crowd was all chilled. Yuan Hong wiped his cold sweat. Fortunately my old man was smart enough not to walk that fast, or else he would have been killed too. What now? The signal from the bracelet has come. The probation watch on Yuan Hong's wrist was emitting a violent flutter that had been going on for a long time. The signal was too obvious to tell him to run. He looked up into the air, covering the sky with spectral floating ghosts. What he did was looked at. There was no chance but a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and when the Great Xia's Thunderbolt operation arrives later, he will be even more in danger. Laozi's great future of becoming a member of the Daxia nation is right in front of me, can't linger here. Give up. Whether to live or die is here. Yuan Hong suddenly crumbled out a trace of determination. He pulled out something, pressed it a few times rapidly, then threw it to the ground and shouted, not good. Great Summer Divine Thunder. Wow! Every one of the surrounding ghost cultivators were terrified and scattered frantically in all directions. The surrounding ghosts were similarly disturbed and eyed this way. Something was vocalizing in a clearing. Hey! Why don't you kid run away? Our boom 20s are already over your head. Run quickly or we'll even take you down with us. Satellite phone is Han Chang's voice. He wondered which this Yuan Hong how suddenly call him on the phone. Didn't we agree to run as soon as there was a signal? Why call at this time? The surrounding ghost cultivators. The many ghost clans had looked at the satellite phone in amazement, and each of their faces were extremely wonderful. What is this thing? Is there someone in there? Hey, who are you? Come out quickly? Some are wondering, what's a boom 20? Is it food, or is it a drink? Chapter 127. There is nothing that cannot be solved by a single shot of east wind, and if there is, then 3. Yuan Hong had taken advantage of this confusion and had run out of the group, panicking and running towards the distant pile of rocks. Luckily, everyone's attention was drawn to the satellite phone and no one noticed him. Hey, who the hell are you? What's a boom 20? Someone had the nerve to punch the satellite phone and ask a question. Han Chang's face on the other end of the phone was a bit confused. What happened? The voice is not Yuan Hong's. Then what happened on the other side? What the hell is this Yuan Hong kid up to? Put him on the phone. Han Sung voiced his displeasure. Getting an airplane? What the hell is this again? Hey guy inside, you come out quickly. You're surrounded. If you don't come out we can use our spells. The ghost cultivators intimidated. Han Chang was a little bit furious. Looking at the coordinates on the screen, Boom 20 had already reached the sky above Fengdu City. These bastards were going to hell. And they were still so draggy? Oh, you're the ones who are surrounded. Stupid. Ah, we're surrounded? Surrounding our hundreds of thousands of 9 ghosts army by yourself? You're kidding me, the guy in there is crazy. Ha ha ha, come out if you've got the guts, kid. I'd like to see how you're going to surround us all by yourself. That's just it. I'm scared. I'm ting my pants. Some people laughed loudly at the shame, but their laughter didn't last long, when suddenly a muffled buzzing sound was heard in the sky. Like thunder, like a landslide, like the heavens wanting to split. Instantly everyone's heart sank as they looked to the sky. The intense dark cloud pressed down dead center, a crumbling menace that made everyone's hearts tighten. Fengdu City Lord also looked at the sky. His inspiration found a trace of abnormality that was sent from the top of the dome of the sky, but unfortunately it was too high for him to find anything. He only felt an extremely horrible ominous feeling all over his body. It was followed by a whirring, cracking sound, as if something was falling towards the head. The dark, heavy cloud was torn away and everyone saw what it was. A huge lump of iron, each as tall as a man and as wide as 3 people could hold. Straight down. The sky is falling. Everyone stared at the scene in shock, none of them knowing what was about to happen. The otherworlders hadn't heard of bombing, much less seen one, until they were engulfed in the white light of an explosion before their eyes. Mud. It's the divine thunder of the great summer kingdom. Rumble. Bombs exploded all around, and countless ghostly creatures were blown to pieces. The flames rose to the sky and huge mushroom clouds rose and fell. ING finally realized that we're really surrounded. OMG. Someone help me. I don't want to die. Someone is literally ting their pants. A ghost cultivator panicked and ran to the satellite phone, kowtowing desperately. Elder inside, still please have mercy and spare us. Ah, yes. This great summer divine thunder must have been invoked by Senior. Senior's magic power is boundless, and his magical abilities are vast. We have already learned and will never dare to underestimate you again. Thumbs up. Han Chang hung up the phone long ago. Is it necessary to beep with this group of otherworldly people? It's a waste of time. Why isn't the Senior inside answering back? Everyone wondered, and someone tried to grab the phone to take a look, when there was a loud whirring noise overhead, and instantly everyone was blown to bits. Fengdu City Lord was not blown up because he was flying high up, but looking at the rising mushroom cloud under his feet, his face was extremely ugly. He let out a fury. Daxia countrymen, don't run away, not a single one of you. Looking up at the sky, the Fengdu City Lord saw a triangular shadow at the top of the dome of the sky, and he leapt after it. But halfway through the flight he was stressed out and couldn't fly any further. The altitude of a foundation stage cultivator's flight was very limited, and it was inferior to the 10,000 beast sect's flying spirit beasts. Looking at the giant bird roaring uncontrollably in the sky, he, the Fengdu City Lord, was actually powerless. At this moment the dark clouds that shrouded the sky over Fengdu City had long been torn apart, and the sunlight from the top of the dome spilled down in a golden light. Roaring in impotent rage, the Fengdu City Lord looked up to the sky. At this time, he was being looked at by Han Chang. Without the protection of the clouds, the bluebird can be accurately localized. Nothing to say. One shot of east wind settles the fight. No need to bleep. Immediately, orders were given to the rocket force, and soon 3 short-range Dongfeng 15s were launched into the air. The Dongfeng 15 had established its power once last time when dealing with the AO and was army, and this time it was offered up again. and it would be equally capable of blowing up this Fengdu City Lord. Of course Han Chang was afraid that one shot wouldn't be enough, so he shot 3 in a row. There's nothing that can't be solved with 3 shots, and if there is then a 4th is definitely needed. In the distance, tens of thousands of people stood on high ground looking at the bombing site of Fengdu City, their faces white with shock. They are all the large army of the various forces of the White Tiger Ridge that came after Boom 20. But of course the ones who can catch up are cultivators and horseback riders, and the general soldiers can't run at all. Hiss, is this the divine might of the Great Xia Kingdom? It's really better to be known than to see it with your own eyes. It's too shocking, terrifying. This kind of might can sweep through the heavens and earth, causing the heavens to change color. The crowd marveled. That prince of Ao and Gui was even tugging the reins tightly. No wonder the king of Chu Chigwa wanted to give up the big seat. It seems to be really wise. Why do I, the king of pride and peace, even need to come here? Compared to the Great Summer Kingdom, it's worse than cow. Wouldn't it be better to give up the kingdom and win a position in the Great Summer Kingdom than this king? Thinking of this, the prince of the Aoan country had made up his mind. Many of the rest of the people also shared the same thought. The scene in front of them was too stimulating for them, and their yearning for the Great Summer Kingdom was even more unrivaled. Hey guys, look, that guy is lunging at us. Suddenly, someone pointed in the distance, and the Fengdu City Lord was swooping in at speed. Since he couldn't kill the giant bird in the sky, he killed the group of guys who were watching. Quickly set up the formation, Kong Yu shouted. With him as the center, several hundred Spirit Sword sect disciples laid out a Big Dipper Spirit Sword formation. This formation was still passed down by their ancestor which, yes, a 7th level foundation establishment ghost cultivator. So strong, cultivators from other sects also took action, one by one either sacrificing their magic treasures or drawing their swords. Standing by, even the mortals were setting up their bows and shooting arrows in preparation for battle. But just at this moment a strong light whistled at the sky, rolling a fire straight down. A general of the Aong country accompanying the expedition exclaimed, "It's a divine object, a heaven-sent divine object from the Great Summer Kingdom. It looks like 3 this time." 2 more flames flew down from the sky, and without exception, all of them were heading towards the Fengdu City Lord. Fengdu City Lord suddenly felt a heavy pressure behind him. He turned his head to look. Good guy, 3 flaming lights came to his face. That monstrous aura could obliterate everything. What is this thing? The fires of hell aren't even as powerful as this. He was scared, very scared, and his figure was even frozen in mid-air. Rumble. 3 rounds of Dongfeng 15 hit their targets one after another, blowing the Fengdu City Lord to pieces. A 7th level foundation establishment stage ghost cultivator actually didn't have the slightest ability to resist. This was the power of the Great Summer Kingdom's heavenly descent divine objects, terrifying as hell. Chapter 128, Yuan Hong's new mission. Tao Yua looked at the ground, and the corner of his mouth showed delight. Ha ha, the damn things were all wiped out in one wave. Now let's return to the ship. 10 Boom 20s turned around and began to return to Dragon City. Below them was thick smoke, corpses and ghostly remains all over the place. The few ghost cultivators and ghost creatures that survived the wave of bombardment didn't dare to venture out at the moment. That Fengdu City was even in ruins, with the golden light of the sun scattered under the broken walls. The land saw the light of day again. The corroded earth was awakened, and a wind whipped through it, carrying away the soot of the past. Underneath Fengdu City, there was silence in that abyss, and a figure struggled to climb up from below. With a gloomy gaze and flowing silver hair, he was clearly none other than the Fengdu City Lord. Breaking my extra-dimensional body. We're not done with the Great Summer Kingdom. Gusty echoes drifted around the gloomy surroundings. The Fengdu City Lord's original body trembled as he walked towards the exit. He had lost his detachment. His mind and spirit were damaged, and now his mana was low, with only the 8th level of Qi practicing cultivation. Over here, Han Chang greeted the Boom 20's grand return at the airport. Report, Colonel. The bomber brigade has successfully completed its mission. Please advise. Good job. Go back and get some rest. You'll be needed again for future battles. Han Chang loudly encouraged, and Tan Yahua led the crowd of crew members to salute together, each face overflowing with the joy of victory. A wave of bombardment had solved the problem of Fengdu City. This was definitely a big victory, and it had once again raised the prestige of the entire White Tiger Ridge. After that, Han Sung returned inside his office, at which point he grabbed a report. Perspectives on the development of the otherworldly Great Summerland. The report was recently prepared by Han Chang as a programmatic preparation for the next step in otherworldly development. Because of the limitations of the portal to be able to come to the otherworldly Dashao people are still too few, especially for this port construction. The recruitment of technicians gave Han Chang a wake-up call. Large-scale construction of the otherworldly must rely on the locals. So educating the locals needs to be on the agenda soon. Loyalty is first and foremost. use the right people, doubt the right people, and do a good job of indoctrination. First, we will start the village broadcasting mission in the White Tiger Ridge area, so that every place with villages and towns will be able to hear the broadcasts from Dragon City. Use the radio to proclaim the culture of Daxia, all kinds of construction achievements, and all kinds of great achievements in the otherworld, and gradually make the people in the otherworld identify with the existence of Daxia. As long as everyone is made to realize that they can have a good life by following the Daxia kingdom, and that they can go from one victory to another by following the Daxia kingdom, then they will be able to gather everyone's sense of identity. With this sense of identity, then select from them to educate those who are particularly loyal and identify with the Great Summer Kingdom. Let them school physicalized knowledge and train them to be the mainstay of building the future of the otherworld. As for other liberal arts subjects, just keep it simple. English is definitely removed. Otherworldly people don't need to speak this bird language. The language is based on modern texts, changing the literary phrases of the otherworldly people. That kind of speech is really tiring. If any of them are talented, then they will study at Dragon City. A university is to be built in the future Dragon City to become the highest institution of learning in the otherworld. At the same time, expanding the factories in the otherworld. This has been on Shiji country. A dozen factories opened, absorbing hundreds of thousands of people in the labor force, has completely changed that country. The third step is naval construction, and this is also moving forward, with battleships already on board and being built at a rapid pace. The last step is to open up new areas. There is still a large area of land north of the White Tiger Ridge, where it is called the Central Plains. There is a much wider space. This has to be visited by a famous envoy. Candidates are the problem. Han Chang's gaze suddenly lit up as he thought of that Yuan Hong. This kid is doing a good job as an undercover agent, or we should keep using him. Ding! Detected that the host is about to open up a new territory, triggering the system mission to go out to the Central Plains. The mission reaches the condition of establishing friendly relations with a country in the Central Plains and signing a peace agreement. After completing the mission, the portal will be upgraded by one level and open the upper limit of the host's attribute value. I opened a new map. This system responded in a very timely manner. It also opens up the attribute cap, which is not a bad wave and seems imperative. Immediately Han Chang took a look at the screen. There was Yuan Hong's localization on it, and he was rapidly returning to Dragon City. After completing the mission, a helicopter traveled to Fengdu City to pick up Yuan Hong and bring the kid to Dragon City. Seeing Han Chang again, Yuan Hong was doubly affectionate, and did not have the air of a licking dog, learning from the warriors of the Great Summer Kingdom to give Han Chang a salute in a decent manner. Colonel, Yuan Hong has returned from his mission. Please give your instructions. The instructions are certainly there. I have a new assignment for you on my end. But before I do that, first I want to reward you for your performance this time. Han Chang let the soldiers on the side open the Yuan Hong probation watch, and then handed him an ID card, which is exactly the resident card of the Daxia country, and the photo on it is still based on the surveillance. Our Great Summer Kingdom has always been true to its word, and you are now one of us. What? I'm from the Daxia Kingdom too. Grasping the ID card, Yuan Hong excitedly dropped tears. He is also a part of the gods and men. The future of the good life is even more so that he reverie. Of course, what excited him the most was that those weapons that were so strong that they were terrifying as hell would be his backing from now on. It was exhilarating to think about. Colonel, please feel free to order any new missions you may have, and I, Yuan Hong, will continue to go through fire without fail. Your new mission is to leave White Tiger Ridge and go out to the Central Plains to visit new countries, preferably signing peace agreements with them. Han Chang said, then asked Dr. Tang to give Yuan Hong the injection again. Yuan Hong clapped her hands this time and resisted. Colonel, don't need it this time. Are we all on our own and still have to fight? Just because it's one of our own now, that's why it's important. Dr. Don told him what kind of injection it was. Han Chang looked at Dr. Tang. Dr. Tang said solemnly, this is the latest spiritual energy medicine developed by the Great Summer Country. It can extract spiritual roots, but a person can only use it once in a lifetime. It's very precious. This one is not even used by the Colonel Witch. What? A drug for extracting spiritual roots? This. Yuan Hong's whole body trembled with gratitude. As a cultivator, he knew very well how precious pills that could extract spirit roots were. Sometimes it was impossible to buy them with spirit stones. Now the Great Summer gives itself a copy. This is a luxury gift, and people Colonel Han himself does not have. Where? Don't this? There are naturally benefits to working for us. This is what you deserve. Dr. Tang injected Yuan Hong with a spiritual energy potion. Soon Yuan Hong's whole body was parched. A stream of refined spiritual energy surged up from the dantian, passing through all the limbs and bones and rapidly flowing all over the body. Indescribably soothing and refreshing. Vaguely Yuan Hong realized that he had changed from a 3 spirit root to a double spirit root. which caused him to be ecstatic. Dual spirit root cultivators were rare in the immortal cultivation world and could be called geniuses. Thank you, Great Summerland. Yuan Hong's tears flowed. Becoming a member of the Great Summer Kingdom is really happy. There are many benefits, and they don't go back on their words. This is 10,000 times better than being a ghost cultivator. When the ghost cultivator himself, not to mention obtaining these good things, even the little life at any time to lose. After that, Yuan Hong stayed within the Dragon City for a few days before departing, taking many things with him as he traveled to the Central Plains, where there were more clan forces, and more countries. The first of these stops was the Great Leap country. The most powerful country in the Central Plains is a land where immortals and mortals mix. Chapter 129, Too many changes. The king's family can't even uncover the pot. Within the country of Chechi, a dozen new factories have sprung up, recruiting hundreds of thousands of laborers. Many Chechikuni people scrambled to work in the factory. After all, $100 a month can be considered super high income. King Shuiwu was a royal relative, but his monthly income was only 100 or so. An ordinary person could reach the income of a court minister, which was something that would have been unthinkable in the past, but now it's really happening within the country of Chechi. The Chechi countrymen also began to learn the dress code of the Dasha countrymen, and no longer wore the cumbersome ancient clothes. They also liked the goods of the Great Summerland, and some home appliances began to appear in the house, and the days were more and more prosperous. On the contrary, some people's days are getting more and more difficult, such as King Shuiwu is so. He couldn't stop sighing as he looked at the empty mansion littered with trash. The servants in the mansion ran out. Not only the servants, but also the guards, the houseboys, the cooks, the housekeepers, all of them ran out without a single one left. The reason is very simple. People went to work in a factory in the country of Daxia, can be much more fragrant than you hear. Now the entire King Wu's residence is left with himself and his 3 foolish sons, and no one even cooks. Dad, the 3 of us are going out to eat and we're starving, so give us some money. A voice rang out, and King Shuiwu's 3 indisputable sons walked over, reaching out for money. Shui Wu Wang gas will not hit one place. These 3 bastard boy only lose money, can not earn a penny. Their own this old bottom is almost emptied by the 3 of them. Money, money, money. You 3 just know how to ask for money? If you're capable of earning it yourself, get out. King Shuiwu refused to pay with a flick of his sleeve, but in fact, he had no money on him. He can have more than 100 yuan of income per month, looks quite a lot, but cannot withstand the 3 sons tossed the house of all kinds of expenses, month after month. It's now so close to being uncovered at the end of the month that it's close to going out and asking for food. The minister of the court wants to eat. This is strange. The 3 sons drove away. Shui Wu Wang heart is not a taste. The hall of the royal relatives mixed so miserable? Che Jigua didn't die. He's still the king's uncle. No, this had to go to the queen for some ideas. She couldn't suffer poverty like this. Immediately, King Shui Wu shouted, "Prepare the sedan chair. The king wants to enter the palace." The voices went out pressing and no one responded. And it was only then that he realized that a few of the bearers had left a few days before. All right, if you don't have a sedan chair, you can ride a horse. Neither can I. The groom is gone too. The stables are unattended, and all the horses were stolen yesterday. I've been looking for a long time, but I can only walk. There's no way out. On this side, King Shuiwu's 3 sons went out of the mansion, and when they arrived outside, all 3 of them were hungry. Where? Shueba, second brother. Third brother, what do we do? This stomach is empty. Shue barbarian, brother. We are the people of the Wu King's house. What's wrong with not paying for our meals? Didn't we often do that in the past? Shue Hong, yeah. Without paying, people are still especially welcoming wherever we go, and they say we're just giving face if we can go. Shueba head beat. Think about it. Yes. In the past, the 3 brothers eat where to give money. The boss is still particularly enthusiastic. Come on, if you don't have money, you can eat bully food. What else can you do? Shueba, okay, then the 3 of us will go to Yen Yun Lu. The roast duck over there is great. The 3 brothers walked, half a day later can be considered to reach the Yen Yun building. Tired enough. The 3 of them were also regulars and went straight up to the 2-floor elegant seats. Sit down and order. Then wait. It's a strange time to look at the customers in the store. Yen Yun Lu was one of the largest restaurants in the capital city, and the guests who came were either rich or noble. In the past, the 3 brothers that do not recognize now a look is very strange, and one of them are wearing the clothing of the country of Daxia, their own ancient clothes to a little very different, like rushing a movie set. Shue Barbara, what a degrading sight. This place actually has a bunch of flatfoots. Shue Barbarian was full of disdain. Shue Ba and Shue Hong nodded their heads in succession, always feeling that this place had lost that noble temperament. The surrounding crowd turned around to see the three guys in period costumes and shot back angrily. What's wrong with the common people? We come here to eat and pay for it. And people are welcome. So it's up to you to care more. That is to say, still wearing ancient clothes? Do not know that now the Chiji country modified to change clothes. Even Queen Shui Yingyao is wearing a big summer country clothing. You three old antiques also do not change? Three people listened to the storm. A group of civilians actually dared to accuse the royal relatives. This still have to. There is no law if the king is not. Shueba slapped the table and yelled, Hey, 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 who are you all? Don't you know us three brothers? Dare to talk to us like that? Beware, I'll call the constable here and arrest you all to go in and eat the board. Shui Barbarian followed suit and stammered. A bunch of commoners. Poor trash also dare to talk back. Brother, don't need to be polite with them. Later let the palace's personal soldiers directly arrest them all. Zhu Heng also wanted to curse at the back, but he blocked his words in the middle of his sentence. Where did you get your own soldiers from the house? There's not even a wife at home to cook dinner. We're factory workers in Daxia. What's wrong with that? We didn't break the law. The other guests were not convinced. Shueba's neck twisted and he said fiercely, We are from the Wu King's palace. Do we need a reason to arrest you commoners? A matter of words. Three brothers are domineering which? This side of the shopkeeper came out, rushed to both sides to persuade, but also accompanied a lot of good words. Only then did Shueba feel a glow on his face and shouted in a high and mighty voice. See, even the shopkeeper gives us 3 points of face. You mudbloods are nothing. Shue Barbara, brother, ignore them. Hurry up and eat when the food comes. Shue Hung, yes, hurry up and eat. The three brothers were indeed hungry and winded up wiping out the entire table. After eating, the three of them picked their teeth, got up and left. Sheba, alright, the three of us are going home. The shopkeeper was not happy, and the three are here to eat the king's dinner. How can this be? Immediately stopped. I say you guys pay for your meals. 3 gents. How much? 3 pieces of the Great Summer currency. The currency of the Great Summer Kingdom belongs to the hard pass in the otherworld and is very durable. $1 can buy a lot of things, and it is normal for $3 to eat a big meal. Shueba cursed as he pushed it away. Asshole, what's wrong with you? The three of us came to eat here to give you face. And you want money? You want to eat. The 2 brothers beside him also looked domineering, and Zhu Heng even went up and slapped the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper got angry and cursed. You guys think it's the past now Che Jigua is not the same. Even if it's a royal relative who has to pay for dinner. Come on, hold these 3 bastards down on the ground for me and beat them hard. Don't you dare. Shueba was anxious, but people simply ignored him, directly pressed down a beating. The crowd on the sidelines giggled. Just now the mouth has no virtue, all kinds of cursing. It turns out that he is a bully eating ha ha ha, and mocking us for being broke. You can't even afford a $3 meal yourself. What a shame. Asterisk 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 off, it's you 3. Still pretending. What a great fight. How I look like a thief happy. Sheba, your sister, under the sky is not really changed mud-legged people in turn cattle but it's not a bullseye. A worker is more than a royal relative. This Che Jigua has been a big change. Chapter 130, Her Majesty has changed her profession to selling milk tea. The 3 brothers were blown out of the door with a bruised and swollen nose. Not convinced. Shueba, no. We have to go to the constable for this, or we won't be able to swallow this. Shue Barbarian, yes. The head of the yamen recognizes us, and usually treats us like a dog when he sees us, so he'll definitely help us out. Zhu Heng pointed across the street. Isn't Lord Bao coming over there? Lord Bao is the head of the yamen, and he is responsible for the security of the capital city. Shueba immediately waved his hand when he saw it and shouted arrogantly. The old bag over there, you came just in time. Hurry up and go upstairs and arrest the shopkeeper. And that group of eating mudbloods all drive away. The opposite side of the room. Lord Bao's face was full of gravity as he walked over to look at the 3 Shui family brothers. His gaze grim as he said, It's the 3 of them, and they're still not taken. Ha, what do you mean? Mr. Pao, the 3 of us are the ones being bullied. Why are you still arresting us? Shueba instantly struggled and yelled. What are you screaming for? You've eaten a bully's dinner and you still have a point. If you have the ability to pay. If you don't have the ability to go to the government office with me. Lord Pao's face was full of threats, and he didn't put the 3 in his eyes at all. Now that times have changed. The legacies of the past Che Jigua don't work anymore. And UING still take you guys seriously. Shueba was in a hurry and called out. Surname Bao's, you can open your eyes and take a good look. Your grandfather is the son of King Shui Wu. You dare to touch me. I'm afraid my father will report you and make you lose your position. Lord Pao smiled coldly and shrugged. I'm sorry, Mr. Shui. We're practicing the Daxia legal system here now. Not in the past. You King of Wu have to abide by the legal system as well. so don't come bleeping at me? Take it away. Lord Bao is not moved. A wave of the hand. A dozen magistrates will not be able to say directly to the three brothers pressed down to the ground, arrested and left. The country of Chiji had changed, and the royal nobles of the past had long since lost their power, and had been replaced by the prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom. Together with the fact that Daxia controlled the economy of the entire Chiji kingdom, the country had pretty much become a part of Daxia. The three brothers of the Shui family were dumbfounded. In the past they were all used to walking horizontally. How can they stand this now? Desperately, he tried to resist, but he was beaten again. Where are the other worldly catchers so civilized that they fight honestly first? Inside the royal palace, King Shuiwu finally arrived, exhausted and panting, and shouted, "I want an audience with Her Majesty." "I'm sorry, but Her Majesty is not at the palace." An old woman came out and answered. She was dressed in daxia clothes with an apron, and was dirty as if she was cleaning something. King Shuiwu looked stunned. "What's going on in this palace? Where is His Majesty?" "In the store, don't you know? Her Majesty opened her own milk tea store." All the palace maids and eunuchs were hired as employees, and now there are dozens of outlets, busy doing business every day. Her Majesty opened a milk tea store. King Shuiwu almost didn't faint. Is this still the Chiji kingdom? It feels like it's almost becoming the Great Xia kingdom. The old woman added, "Lord Wu Wang, you should also hurry up and find something to do. Her Majesty said that this palace won't be used in the future. She plans to rent it out for people to use as a hotel. I'll give the cleaning here." King Shuiwu was anxious and asked, "And where are the other ministers? Don't they object?" "Against what?" Wu Tianyun, old general, opened a security company, specializing in cooperation with the Great Xia kingdom. The entire Chaichi kingdom's army all switched to become security guards. Old Minister Chaichuan also switched careers. He now has a stake in His Majesty's milk tea store and goes to the milk tea store every day to help out. What? They've all changed careers. Then I'm not useless as the king of Wu? King Shuiwu straight away felt the heavens fall apart and his entire being collapsed. Of course it's useless. From now on, King Wu, Her Majesty, are all one name. Just call them whatever you want. No real power anymore. Her Majesty said she's too lazy to run the country anymore, so it's in the hands of the Great Summer. Oops, I'm not going to chat with you anymore either. Hurry up, there's still packing to do," the old woman said and went back, leaving King Shuiwu hanging out to dry. King Shuiwu's footsteps felt particularly heavy on the way back, and his sky was about to collapse. But he still has the Wu Wang mansion. His Majesty can rent out the royal palace. Why can't he himself? With this mansion in him, at least he can still mix food and clothing. Thinking about Shui Wu Wang instantly relaxed a lot, feeling that he wasn't that miserable. But when he returned home and saw the majestic-looking Lord Pao, his heart just stuttered. "What is this visit from you, Lord Pao?" King Shuiwu asked carefully, his heart in a state of confusion. Lord Pao smiled skinlessly and teased. "Oh, King Shuiwu, your family's discipline is not strict. Do you know that your 3 sons have committed crimes? What did Shuiba and the others do?" "Lord Bao, I am a royal relative. You know, this kind of thing." Before King Shuiwu had said 2 words, Lord Bao had already squinted and shook his head straight. All right. What royal relatives that are old? Now this world Xia country is the fundamental. Your 3 precious sons are eating bully food and resisting arrest. The crime is not small. You old man better see what to do." King Shuiwu had been an official for most of his life. Of course he could hear the meaning of the words. This was to blackmail himself. Think of the past. I was in a position of power. The same often take this hand blackmail 100 officials. Now I did not expect to be the present karma. The heart was so blown up that he slapped the table and cursed. "Surnamed Pao, you come to do this with Lao Fu too? Why can't you play? You've made it to the top as a king. So save it. I'm also giving you a chance for the sake of being an official in the past for a dynasty. Here's a contract of sale. If you sell this Wu Wang mansion to me, I'll release your son." Lord Pao's gaze slightly raised, revealing a touch of ferocity. "Or those 3 precious sons of yours will be waiting to wear out the bottom of their jails." King Shuiwu instantly felt like the sky had collapsed and his world was over. Looking at the contract of sale, his hands trembled, but for the sake of his son he had to sign. What to do after you can? King Shuiwu was crushed just thinking about it. Meanwhile, on the major streets of the Chiji Kingdom's national capital, a single Mangyao milk tea store had sprung up like a rainbow. The front of the store was packed. "Hey, did you hear this milk tea is made by Her Majesty herself?" "Yeah, I feel like I've elevated my status just by drinking milk tea here." "Don't you all say that. Her Majesty is coming. And look at her. She's still in her maid's outfit." The passers-by muted their voices and watched the store as Shui Mangyao walked out with milk tea. She was in a black female servant dress, black lace, low neckline to show the alternative scenery, dainty with a share of the queen-like dominance. which his budding and valiant temperament had once let countless men stunned. Is this His Majesty? It feels like my wife. Your Majesty. I'd like another cup. Your Majesty, please send me as much as you like. I'm your knight from now on. The one who said knight. Let's draw our swords. There was a roar of laughter, and Shuaingyao was all smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, and from now on, this Queen Sama will serve you to her heart's content. Whistles and rousing voices resounded. Chapter 131, 50x caliber 480mm guns. South of Dragon City, the construction of the seaport was in full swing, and now he had a loud name, Shinwei Port. The meaning is to subdue the ocean and subdue the four seas. The place was even more prosperous and lively than when Han Chang had inspected it before. Not only had the railroad been opened, but an airport had been built, and natural gas had begun to be captured and sent to the country through the gas pipeline in a steady stream. Several huge shipyards towered along the coast, one of which had a giant battleship, the Yan Huang, under construction inside. Lin Fei has finished the training to officially participate in the work. He worked hard and diligent, but also very serious, very recognized by colleagues. His current job was the driver of a giant tower crane, and it was close to dinner he had just gotten off of it. Lin Fei, there's a difficult task tonight. I wonder if you're willing to stay and work overtime. The field director came up and asked, a note of trust in his gaze. Yes, I'll work overtime whenever I'm needed. Lin Fei agreed without any hesitation. He was willing to give anything in order to become a member of the Great Summer Nation, and he felt that it was an honor, a responsibility. I don't know why after being with this group of Daxia countrymen, he found that the countrymen of this country were all very patriotic, all very united, very friendly and enthusiastic, and now he liked this country even more. In the past that was awe of the strength of the Great Summer Kingdom, but now it was a heartfelt fondness. It's a step further. Very well then, hurry up and go and eat. The stuff will be here in half an hour. Can I ask what it is? Lin Fei asked curiously. It's a 50x caliber 480mm Magnum. The commanding officer couldn't help but gloat. It's the largest caliber ship's gun ever equipped by mankind. 480mm. That's not nearly half a meter. Lin Fei's eyes widened. His gaze filled with excitement. Big ship with huge guns. What kind of great warship is this Yan Huang? Ha ha, isn't that surprising? This is powerful enough to level a small mountain. The commander patted Lin Fei's shoulder. It's a tough task. Don't make any mistakes. Understand? Understood. Lin Fei's gaze flickered and refined. He would definitely not be wrong. He was filled with excitement. Half an hour later, the giant cannon was delivered. Looking at the long barrel and the huge muzzle, even if he knew about it in advance, Lin Fei was still shocked. Such a huge cannon can even kill a Yuaning stage-old monster. Right. Lin Fei let out an exclamation as he gazed mentally and got to work, moving the giant's weapons onto the battleship. The Inferno finally had fangs, and the whole ship had taken shape. Lin Fei had already begun to imagine how earth-shattering it would be the day this flood beast came out of the sea. Perhaps even the sea would tremble. When the Yan Huang was being built, Han Chang also ordered the preparation of the Yan Huang as the flagship of the otherworldly navy. As to whether or not they will change it again in the future when they have an aircraft carrier, that's for later. Right now this Inferno is the strongest presence. After giving the order, Han Chang's spirit is still very exuberant. Since having the ability to cultivate immortality, he has surpassed normal people by dozens of times in both physical strength and energy. At that moment Dr. Don walked into the office, his face full of joy. Colonel, good news. Previously immortal Dr. Zhang Qingyao wrote his entire life's medical skills into a medical book. We've made a preliminary study. This medical book is of great significance to the medical construction of our great Xia country. I propose to establish a medical university in our Blue Star Command, so that some capable doctors can go forward to study. Yes, you can discuss this with General Zhao. My side agrees. Han Chang agreed in one bite. Dr. Don left excitedly, muttering on his way out. The 13 needles of the immortal path in the book are really the work of gods and devils, almost able to raise the dead. Marvelous, marvelous, ah. My Chinese medicine is expected. Han Sung's side smiled and continued working. The next thing was that it was time to be concerned about the trip. That Yuan Hong should have been gone for more than a week and should have left White Tiger Ridge. Opening the localization. Sure enough, Yuan Hong's information could not be queried and had already left the Bluebird search range. Isn't it time to launch a satellite? It's not right to keep relying on the Bluebird. Han Chang molded over and decided to get up and go back to Blue Star once. He's going to talk to Zhao Wuji about launching a satellite. Blue Star. Office of the Chancellor of the Beautiful Fruit. Looking at the annual economic report, the Chancellor gritted his teeth in anger. Even though they were false teeth. Why? Why is the global economy so bad and they're so good? It's not scientific. The usual rant was back, and the secretary on the sidelines was speechless. Isn't it often unscientific in Daxia? It would be truly unscientific for this country to be scientific. Several ministers shrunk their heads and didn't squeak, and one of them had a black face and a hard heart. Yes, Daxia's recent economic development has been particularly strong. Others have a rising unemployment rate, and others are in full swing in all walks of life. It's hard to see. There is also foreign trade. Products as usual, good quality and low prices sell well around the world. Not only the status of the world's factories have not lost, but also more solid. Gentlemen, can any of you think of a way how we can contain this soaring dragon? If we let him soar any further, the biggest economy will be theirs. And then we should drink the northwest wind. The chancellor dropped the report and eyed the crowd. The crowd remained speechless, thinking, boss, have we used fewer methods, but did it work? Seems like you're lifting a rock every time. It's sad to think about. On the other hand, the Otherworldly Development Conference in the Great Summer Kingdom was a hot mess, with various projects vying to be launched in the Otherworld. The meeting also agreed to the resolution to launch a satellite from the Otherworld, and immediately proceeded with the arrangements. Han Sung went to visit his uncle after attending the meeting. My uncle was actually not inside the office, and my coworker said he had gone to the test site. What kind of stuff is uncle playing with? Han Chang was curious and asked for the address to find it himself. Anyway, one has a special pass permit to go anywhere within this command post. Soon he came to a wide assembly workshop, which was surrounded by emptiness and had an area of tens of thousands of square meters. But there were hundreds of drones the size of facepalms being flown in groups, and the scene was as spectacular as a swarm of bees swarming to attack an intruder. Yeah, Han Chang, when did you come back? Han Weiguan noticed Han Chang and put down the work he was doing and came over to greet him. Uncle, what are you doing? Why all the drones? Oh, this is the swarm attack system, the most advanced attack mode for future drones. How about imagining that thousands and tens of thousands of drones can automatically attack their opponents as long as they give an attack command? And it's still a spreading, carpet-type attack. That scene, who can block it? Han Weiguan said excitedly. Elder Pao came over there as well, and he rushed at Han Chang. By the way, small Han you last time but helped us a big favor. This time we should return to send you a big gift. This swarm attack system has almost completed the test. You leave with a set of it in the other world to use in the actual battle, than this laboratory data reel much more. Han Weiguan nodded back. Yes, that's a good idea. Han, that's on you. Don't you forget it. Han Chang has a black face. He came over to see you with good intentions, but you are so kind to send me a mission again. But looking at the drones flying around in the sky, it feels a bit interesting. What would happen if they were put on the Yan Huang? How about giving it a try? Han Chang inexplicably had a strange longing. Chapter 132, Take a Picture of Your Soul. White Tiger Ridge north is Fengdu City. After Fengdu City is the rolling hills. The mountains are majestic, towering into the clouds. The peak is the year-round snow-capped. It is a place where people are rare and birds are hard to find. Even immortal cultivators rarely venture here. Crossing over this group of mountains, the view opens up, and what appears in front of us is an endless large plain. And this is the middle kingdom of the Otherworld. The central plains on the land of the clan forces, many countries. In particular, the strength of the country of the Great Li is the most powerful. This country called the Imperial System. The Emperor is an immortal cultivator. It is said to have been cast into the Jindan stage. Immortals and mortals are mixed in the country, and there are people of all colors from the 3 religions and 9 streams. At this moment, Yuan Hong was walking down the street. He had just crossed the lofty Great Snow Mountain a few days ago and arrived at the Central Plains, and now he was standing inside the capital city of the Great Li Kingdom. It's bustling with people coming and going. The colonel asked me to establish contact with a country in the Central Plains, and naturally the first of this was the Great Departure. I'll just go straight to the palace to meet their emperor later. Thinking about being able to show off the national prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom in front of outsiders, soon Yuan Hong was a bit excited. He himself was now a member of the Daxia nation, which was a pride and an honor. First, find a restaurant to fill your stomach with food and drink. Yuan Hong practiced the 6th level of Qi. He could not open up the valley, and he still needed to eat. Finding a restaurant, he was about to go in, when suddenly there was a clamor in the distant market, and then a thick stone monument slowly fell down from the high sky, floating motionless 10 meters off the ground, like a morning bell hanging in the air. Wisps of golden writing were revealed on the stone monument, radiant and dazzling, with a pale handwriting. Go, 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 Tianji Pavilion's annual Central Plains Divine Might ranking is out. The crowd on the street surged like a tidal wave towards that stone monument. Yuan Hong pulled a passerby and asked, Big brother, what is this Divine Might list? Hey, you don't even know about the Divine Might ranking. It's a list that we produce every year in the Central Plains, with 2 sublists on it, the strongest power ranking and the strongest strength ranking. There's a heavenly chance pavilion to formulate it, so don't ask too many questions. Yuan Hong curiously also wrapped in the crowd ran to the stone monument. 50 meters away from the stone monument, a majestic spiritual pressure prevented everyone from approaching, and the stone monument 10 meters off the ground was even more lofty like a high mountain, with golden characters flowing above it. Yuan Hong looked up at the stone monument, which had inscriptions on both sides, and at the highest point were 5 large golden characters. Central Plains God's Mighty List. On one side is written the list of the strongest forces in the Middle Kingdom. The first place is the Dali Kingdom. The second place is the Mingji Kingdom. The third place is the Jiwu Kingdom. The full list only lists the top 100, with Kai in last place. On the other side of the stone tablet was the list of the strongest strengths in the Central Plains, and at the top of the list was Elder Tianji, with the cultivation of a Yuaning first level. At the first level of Yuaning, there were Yuaning stage cultivators in this Central Plains. Looking at the list, Yuan Hong could not help but stare in amazement. Fortunately, someone on the side explained. Friends from afar right, don't make a fuss. This Tianji old man although is Yuaning first level of cultivation, but this kind of old monster has never appeared for hundreds of years. I don't know if this person is still in the world which. Someone heard the disbelief and interjected. How is it that he is not alive? This Tianji pavilion was established by this Tianji elder. As long as there is him on the Tianji list, then his old man is still here in the Central Plains. Yuan Hong nodded and continued to look at the list. The second place was Wu Chaojusher, said to be a Buddhist cultivation master, with a strength of the 8th level of Jindan. This Wu Chaojusher is also a godly man. We've heard about this person for more than 300 years, but we've never seen a single side of him, and although he's on the list, it's the same as not being there. The third was Hang and Shan, the master of the Wandao sect, who had been famous for more than 200 years and had a Jindan stage 6 cultivation. The fourth was the sword cultivator Song Yu Diffuser, traveling without a trace and going without a shadow, with a 5th level of Jindan stage cultivation, all the way down. At the 18th position, he saw the sacred Zun Emperor, at the 1st level of the Jindan stage. Our Emperor of the Greatly Kingdom has achieved the Golden Pill this year, and has jumped up to the top 20. This 18th place is well deserved. Someone staggered. It turned out that this sacred Zun Emperor was the state lord of the Greatly Kingdom, who had just formed the Golden Dan and stepped into the Golden Dan realm this year. I heard that on the day he formed the Golden Elixir, the entire imperial city was filled with golden light, and the heaven and earth were in a state of anomaly, causing countless people to marvel at the fact that the Greatly Kingdom had produced a man of God. Our sacred emperor is gifted with excellent qualifications, and will certainly rank as an exiled immortal in the future, someone said in a mesmerized voice. The sacred Zun Emperor's popularity was very high. After all, those who could give birth to heaven and earth visions were those who had achieved greatness from ancient times. Yuan Hong looked at a few eyes to understand. I have to say that this Central Plains land is full of talents. By no means is the Aura Barren White Tiger Ridge can be compared. But can all this be compared to the Great Summer Kingdom? Yuan Hong's mind surfaced the scene of that million army performance. The ground chariot rushing, the air warplanes whistling. Strong firepower overturned the sky and the earth. This kind of power even if the Greatly country cannot block it. As for personal strength, Colonel Han Chang seems to be worse, but people have a heavenly weapon. That power is comparable to the old ghosts of the Yuaning stage. A shot is enough to enter the soul. One more thing. During those days of rest in Dragon City, Yuan Hong heard that the strongest weapon of the Great Summer Kingdom was called a nuclear weapon. He didn't know what nuclear weapons meant, but it was said that if that thing was used it would be the shattering of heaven and earth and the obliteration of all things. Terrifying to the extreme awe. Think about this mighty Yuaning stage, old ghosts do not have it. Thinking of this, Yuan Hong's waist is still straight. He is a Daxia countryman. Self-confidence and pride and self-respect. There's not much difference in this year's Tianqi list, other than our Holy Zun Emperor being among the top 20 of the strongest strength list. The others have rarely changed. Right. And I don't know if the old men of the Heavenly Pavilion are lazy, and don't go outside of the Central Plains to take a look and come up with a general list of the world's divine might. The two of you, this is overthinking it. This Central Plains Earth is already many spiritual cultivators, a wealth of talent, surrounded by barbaric wilderness. How can be compared to us this? I see the Central Plains big list is enough to cover the world's great situation. Other places there is no need for statistics. Brother has a point. I've also heard that the cultivators in other places are far inferior to us in the Central Plains, especially the White Tiger Ridge that neighbors us. There isn't even a single Foundation establishment cultivator over there. Oh, there's such a strange place? Then wouldn't I be able to act like a bully and be invincible in the world in the past at Foundation Establishment 1? The people around them were talking recklessly, not noticing Yuan Hong's indignant face in the slightest. At this point someone said quietly, Everyone, I did hear that a divine kingdom has appeared in the White Tiger Ridge, called what's called the Great Summer Kingdom, and it's rumored that this kingdom is very exceptional. It turned out that there were also people here who knew about the existence of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Hong was instantly excited in his heart and his expression focused, listening to how everyone talked about the Great Xia Kingdom. What kingdom of God? This is bragging to the heavens, isn't it? Even our Great Li Kingdom doesn't claim to be a divine kingdom. What can this Great Xia Kingdom do to be called a divine kingdom? I also think it's exaggerated. Calling it a divine country, can't it be that this country is full of cultivators? But the White Tiger Ridge is barren of spiritual energy. Isn't there no foundation stage cultivator? The cultivator who mentioned the Great Summer Kingdom frowned and said with a very bottomless voice, I don't know about that. I only heard that this country is full of mortals, but they have magic weapons that can kill immortals. Chapter 133, Tianji Pavilion. Elder Yumingming. Fart. How under the sky can any mortal kill an immortal? Even she practicing stage cultivators are several times stronger than ordinary mortals. I don't believe a single fart. I don't believe it either. Since ancient times magic weapons are all spirit power driven. How can a mortal still use an immortal's magic weapon? This bull ***** rumor can also be spread. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Now Yuan Hong couldn't help it. He was at least a White Tiger Ridge cultivator. And now he was a member of the Daxia country. The young and vigorous him couldn't stand this kind of insult. Garbage, garbage. Suddenly Yuan Hong rushed at the stone monument and cursed arrogantly, and at once the gazes of the surrounding people turned to him. Which one on the list are you calling trash? This friend, with such a big mouth. Look at you. Your cultivation isn't that high. Yuan Hong looked around towards the crowd, full of concern. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm trying to say that this list is all trash. What? It's all junk. That's a crazy thing to say. Immediately, someone was offended and pointed at Yuan Hong's nose and screamed, Where did you kid come from to be so arrogant? So tell me which cultivator, which force can't be called trash? The Great Summer. Other than that it's all garbage. Yuan Hong said with a decisive voice. The crowd looked at each other, each angry, but then they all looked at Yuan Hong as if they were looking at a fool. Here we go blowing up Daxia again. What's so great about this country? I guess it's that pimply corner of the bullet-riddled country that's taking out the bragging rights? Che, this friend, you are here to be funny, but also the Great Summer country. Have the ability to you that witness out? Yes, if you have the ability to take a witness, let us also see what this Immortal Slayer's magic weapon is like. Otherwise, I have to dismantle you today. Some of the cultivators had already surrounded Yuan Hong with a sworn stance. Yuan Hong didn't have an Immortal Slayer's weapon on him, but he had something else to bear witness to. He still brought a lot of novelties with him on this trip to the Middle Kingdom. Yuan Hong also went out on a limb. Originally these things were to be shown to the Emperor of the Great Li State, but now he couldn't allow himself to be humbled. When it's time to strike, it's time to strike. Dignity never comes from begging. Well, in that case, don't blink, either of you. Yuan Hong suddenly straightened her chest and took out a risque camera from within her backpack, the kind that produces photos in a single shot. This thing in the blue star belongs to the obsolete products. Now are cell phones to take pictures, comparable to professional cameras. Photos are also electronic, who still play this kind of old antique but a high-end item like a cell phone is too shocking to take out to the other world, taking care of their rotting heads for a moment. So this kind of risque camera is perfect. Looking at the strange object in Yuan Hong's hand, the surrounding crowd froze. What is it? Square. There is a black like a big eye thing. How to think cannot think of a reason. Looking at the crowd's dumbfounded expressions, Yuan Hong became exceptionally pleased and spoke out. How about not having seen it before? This is the Daxia Kingdom's magic treasure, the soul-fixing divine machine. The effect is simple, just tap it against once to fix the other person's soul on a special piece of paper. Every time you tap, the other person will have one less soul and one less spirit, and after only 3 taps, all 3 souls and 7 spirits will be gone, and that person will be dead. Yuan Hong grabbed the camera and clicked it at the cultivator who had just rushed himself the most aggressively and took a picture. The cultivator's entire body was tense, his wide eyes staring straight at the soul-setting divine machine, his heart restless. Immediately after the hiss, a picture appeared on the risograph camera. The image of that monk in the photo was lifelike, as if it were real. Where have otherworldly people seen this kind of miracle? Looking at the photo, this cultivator's whole body is even more nervous, began to tremble uneasily. You give me back a soul. I don't want to die yet. When the people around see this, it really has an effect? Being slapped once and having one less soul and one less spirit. That's awesome. Duck. Have backed up. And Yuan Hong to keep a distance, especially when faced with a standing shot of the camera, is panicked, desperately avoiding. Well, I didn't lie to you, right? Are you breathing fast now? And your heart is beating extra fast. That's because you're missing a soul and a spirit. Humph, you all don't want to live if you dare to question the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom. Come, I'll give you another shot. Yuan Hong picked up the camera and clicked again. This time the cultivator's face was pale with shock. Covering the heart that was beating violently in his chest, the whole person knelt down. Don't. Stop filming. I can't. This cultivator was covered in cold sweat. His hands and feet were cold. His breathing became more and more rapid. And suddenly he didn't take a breath. And his eyes went white and he directly fainted. Wow! The surrounding crowd was shocked beyond words, each one of them showing horror. This can really kill. What kind of magical power? It's horrible. The Great Summer Kingdom still has this kind of artifact. It's as terrifying as it is. Yuan Hong was so proud this time, shaking her ripcord camera and heading towards all of you. Well, does everyone still question the divine might of the Great Summer Kingdom? The crowd was silent. Looking at the ground on the unconscious cultivator, no one dared to say a word, for fear of offending this one aimed at their own that who can stand But just then, a voice exploded through the crowd. Hee, interesting and funny. Can this friend from the Great Xia Kingdom have a chat with the old me? The old me is very interested in your Great Xia Kingdom. The crowd followed the sound, only to see the crowd parting and a white-bearded old man walking slowly. He was dressed in a long shirt and cloth, wearing a Taoist crown on his head, with a boyish white beard, floating with an air of detachment. A faint spiritual light coiled around his body, and that powerful fifth level of foundation establishment cultivation was on display. Walking up to Yuan Hong, he bowed to him. Yuan Hong hurriedly returned the salute. This cultivator was polite and he naturally couldn't lose his manners. Senior is polite. We people of the Great Xia country are all peace-loving. Just now this cultivator mocked my Great Xia country, so I used a divine weapon to shock him a bit. In fact, I don't want him to live, said Yuan Hong, pretended to put 2 photos to the unconscious cultivator's head, secretly applied magic power. The cultivator woke up with a shudder. I'll return your soul. Remember that in the future you are not allowed to underestimate the divine might of my Great Summer Kingdom. If you dare to do so next time, you will not be guaranteed your life. Yuan Hong raised his neck and towered over the cultivator on the ground. The cultivator on the ground kowtowed repeatedly. He was considered to be convinced. Yes. I am grateful to the Great Summer Immortal for his mercy. I will never dare to humiliate the Great Summer Kingdom again. After saying this, he rolled and crawled away, not to mention how wretched he looked. The old man looked at this and smiled. The Great Summer Kingdom is indeed homely and kind. The old Immortal has an invitation on his side. I hope that you will not refuse. Good to say. Just that I don't know which party Senior is from. Please also inform. I am the elder Yu Mingming of this Tianji Pavilion. The old man pointed at the floating stone monument and smiled faintly. Instantly the surrounding crowd clamored. Today was a real eye-opener. Again, he met the mysterious Daxia countryman. And he also met the rumored elder of the Tianji Pavilion. Hiss, looks like this Tianji Pavilion divine might ranking is going to move next year. That's interesting. Yuan Hong followed Yu Mingming to a small hill outside the capital city. The mountain wasn't high, but it was clear and curvy, and an exquisite Taoist temple was situated in its midst. Yu Mingming had long heard about the recent emergence of a magical mortal kingdom in the White Tiger Ridge, the Great Summer Kingdom. It is rumored that this country is very strong and can fight immortals with the strength of a mortal body without the slightest fear. Today, I met one in the market. So naturally I was treated like a guest and wanted to ask for some lessons. It was just that he realized that Yuan Hong was not immortal, but an immortal cultivator, or a ghost cultivator. Please don't be polite. Little friend of the Great Summer Country, can you tell us about the customs of your country? The old Immortal is quite interested. Since Senior is an elder of the Tianji Pavilion, I'll be as straightforward as I can. Our Great Xia Kingdom of God's might covers the world and is unrivaled. Yuan Hong really didn't have any politeness. Talking about the Great Summer Kingdom is that tough as hell. Of course he wasn't exaggerating. There were things like Skyfall, like all kinds of steel giants. Everything was true. In the end, Yuan Hong also took out a packet of divine rhythm incense after finishing her speech and offered it to Yu Mingming with both hands. Elder Yu, this is our Great Summer Country's specialty. Divine rhythm incense. It can refresh the mind and gather the heart. It can be considered a treasure. Yu Mingming's gaze condensed. He had heard of this divine rhythm incense. It was said to be expensive. It cost 1,000 spirit stones a packet. This price was a high price in the greatly country where supplies were plentiful, so it could be seen that the gift was not light. Ha ha ha, little friend is really polite. The old man will accept it, but there is a doubt. You yourself are an immortal cultivator, not a mortal. Ah, why are you also a person from the country of Daxia? Our Great Xia Kingdom is open to all rivers. As long as there are meritorious people they can join the Great Xia Kingdom, And this is also a miraculous achievement I made, so I broke the rules and became a member of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yuan Hong said this and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, those ordinary people of the Great Summer Kingdom are really cattle, although they are all mortals, but they know more knowledge than we do. They build artifacts that can fly into the sky and enter the sea, and they build buildings that are magnificent to the extreme. And that ability is something that our group of immortal cultivators can't catch up with in a million years. Yu Mingming's face didn't move after hearing this, but his heart was stunned. Ordinary mortals can still be more powerful than immortal cultivators? How is this possible? It was mostly because the cultivators of the White Tiger Ridge were so bad that they made such a comparison. Then you tomorrow wanted to leave Yuan Hong to stay for a few more days, and have time to discuss again. Yuan Hong rebuffed. He still has to go to the Great Li Kingdom Palace to meet with the Holy Zun Emperor, which, the Colonel's mission, that is the right thing to do. Speaking of the Sacred Emperor, Yu Mingming's expression was stunned, as if he was thinking, you should be careful when you go here. Although the Sacred Zun Emperor is also a powerful person, he is arrogant and has a heart that can't tolerate anything, so I'm afraid that your Great Summer Kingdom won't be able to attract his favor. There is no harm. I, the Great Summer Kingdom, have come for peace, with all sincerity and absolutely no ill will. I believe that the Sacred Emperor will be able to make a clear judgment. Then Yuan Hong took his leave. Looking at Yuan Hong's departing back, Yu Mingming looked down at the divine rhythm incense and couldn't wait to unwrap it, wanting to see what this 1,000 spirit stones a packet of goodies was really like. More importantly, he always half believed the rumors of the Great Summer. This divine fragrance is really as good as the rumors? When I opened the package, I found that inside was a stick that looked like a strip of tree. How does this work? Stick it in your mouth and chew it? It doesn't feel like it. Wondering if I should call my friend from Daxia back and ask, I suddenly saw an instruction sheet. There is a detailed illustration above on how to smoke the divine charm incense, which makes it easy. Immediately ordered a smoke. In addition to the first mouthful is very choking. Behind the more you smoke the more flavor. The body and mind drifted into a bed of clouds. Very soothing and relaxing. After taking the last puff, Yu Mingtian's lofty and unmoving expression was already wonderful. The disciple on the side looked at the master's expression and asked curiously, what's wrong with you, master? What's so exciting? Ha ha ha, the divine rhythm incense of the Great Summer Country is truly magical. My master is already longing for this country. Yu Mingming had an expression of unfulfilled interest. The disciple, however, was unimpressed and dismissive. Just now that person from the Great Summer Country spoke too pompously. Disciple sees that it's mostly bragging. Does master believe in him? I am a foundation establishment stage cultivator. I can still let a tiny 6th level chi practicing ghost cultivator believe in my words in front of me. Just now when we were talking I kept looking at the other person's eyes. That person didn't lie. It should be true in every word. Yu Mingming rose up brightly and said as he looked away to the southeast of the White Tiger Ridge, master is going out for once, so you can dispose of the affairs of the Guan yourself. After saying that, he turned into a breeze and floated away. On the other side, inside the palace of the Great Li State, in the Golden Palace, the towering figure of the Holy Zun Emperor sat in the dragon chair. His gaze majestic, no one dared to look at him. He looked out of the corner of his eye at the bottom of the steps, the 100 officials kneeling down, his thick voice asking, how is the situation of the Tianji Pavilion's divine might list coming out today? Old Prime Minister Shangguan Diz came out and bowed to report. Reporting back to your majesty, our Great Li Kingdom is ranked first on the divine might list, and your majesty's divine might has squeezed into the top 20, majestic and unrivaled. Ha ha ha, the Holy Zun Emperor laughed arrogantly. His heart was full of grandeur, imagining that in the future, he would fly to the world with great success in his immortal path and achieve the position of banished immortal. The Great Li State can also conquer the 4 directions and set foot on the 5 continents. The mighty name of himself, the Holy Zun Emperor, would surely be immortalized for generations to come, and he couldn't help but say in an impassioned manner, good, I, the Great Li Kingdom, will conquer all the kingdoms from now on, and I am more than willing to let the whole world know of my mighty name. Your Majesty's divine might is overwhelming and subdues the 4 directions, the 100 officials said in unison. A eunuch on this side who passed on the matter walked up to the Golden Palace and knelt down at the bottom of the steps. Your Majesty, there is an envoy from the Great Summer Kingdom outside seeking an audience. The Great Summer Kingdom? I've never heard of it. Is it that small country in the nooks and crannies again? The Sacred Emperor faintly said. At this time, Prime Minister Shangguan Diz came out and knelt down. Your Majesty, this Great Summer Kingdom, which I have heard a little about, is a small mortal kingdom that has recently sprung up on the ground of the White Tiger Ridge. Upon hearing this, the sacred sovereign emperor's gaze became disdainful as he hooked the corners of his mouth and said, the White Tiger Ridge is a poor and barren place. There isn't even a foundation establishment cultivator in that place, let alone a small mortal country. At that moment another minister stepped forward and reported, "Your Majesty, this great summer kingdom, I have also heard a little about it. It is rumored that it is indeed a bullet country. The population is only tens of thousands of people, but they have countless artifacts and magic weapons. They can go up to the sky and into the ground. They can also cruise the sea. That strength is not in the least inferior to the cultivators of immortals. I would like to ask your Majesty to receive and welcome them with great solemnity, as a sign of respect." Holy Zun Emperor frowned. The heart of the boss did not like, a mortal small country can still stagger out of what pattern, but also up to the sky to brag about it. Still, he asked, "How many people have come from the envoys of the Great Summer Kingdom? May they bring any rare gifts? Since the Great Summer Kingdom is so powerful, the things brought must be very expensive, right? Moreover, it is a visit to my greatly kingdom. The envoy delegation must be dozens of people anyhow." Thinking about all the countries in the Central Plains coming to the court, the envoys of that country were not several hundred. Some even had thousands of people. The grander the scale, the more exclusive it seems. The eunuch's side of his face got a bit ugly and answered truthfully, "Your Majesty, that envoy of the Great Summer Kingdom is only one person, and is plainly dressed, and did not bring any expensive gifts." Chapter 134, 10,000 miles of sound transmission. Daxia is awesome. Yuan Hong traveled light, with just a cloth bag containing some trinkets, such as cigarettes, liquor, cameras, toy airplanes and so on. Big things he did not bring. After all, to go over the big snowy mountains did not have that condition. Han Sheng this time is also the first to explore a road, so he sent Yuan Hong. Later expand the development. There must be sent more people to the Central Plains. But at this moment, when the entire court heard that only one person had come from the Great Xia Kingdom, and he was also poor, he drew a lot of ridicule from the crowd. Ha ha ha, this Great Xia Kingdom turns out to be so uncharacteristically poor that it still comes to have an audience with our greatly kingdom? The most ridiculous thing is that this Great Summer Kingdom is still known as a godly country. Now take a look at it, turns out to be this down and out. Shame on you. That's not true. Obviously a poor dwarf, but bragged to be a high-flying handsome. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Shang Guandiz also took the opportunity to speak in. Your Majesty, this Great Summer Kingdom does not live up to its name. It is mostly a group of small, shameless people who boast about themselves. I hope that your Majesty will make a clear judgment. The sacred sovereign emperor similarly had a mocking expression on his face as he nodded his head and said, "What the old prime minister said is extremely true. It's simply a fool's errand for such a small, downtrodden country to want to come and climb high with my greatly kingdom. Come on, drive them out for me. In the future, no Daxia countryman will be allowed to exist in my country either. The widow cannot see the children of such a nasty little country." The eunuch hurriedly kneeled and went out. Outside you culture is waiting which. His face is quite excited, thinking that as long as to see the Holy Zun Great Emperor, the gadgets with the side of the bright appearance, guaranteed to be able to shock this group of bigly country people beyond words. A peace agreement should be easy enough to reach by then. You culture heart beautiful, probing the head to look at the palace, only to see that the eunuch in charge came out, pointing at you culture and called, "His Majesty's orders, a mere small country dares to climb high with my greatly kingdom. Drive away, drive away." Yuan Hong froze. The Great Summer Country is big. How is it a small bullet country? Although Yuan Hong didn't know about the existence of the teleportation portal, he had seen the video of the Million Armies Act. It was clear that the territory of the Great Summer Kingdom was by no means limited to such a small area as the White Tiger Ridge. He said unconvincingly, "My Daxia Kingdom is rich in people, land, and goods, and even has 1,000,000 troops, so don't look down on people." The eunuchs delighted and laughed shamefully. "Come on you, still 1,000,000 troops? The only thing you guys can do in the Great Summer Kingdom's bullet-ridden land is to be able to blow. Get rid of them quickly. His Majesty hates these small nations, and they are not allowed to enter my country of the greatly in the future." A few warriors on the side did not allow for any explanation, and came over to brutally push Yuan Hong outward. Yuan Hong look at the good man to do not lose before the eyes then hurry to leave. But the heart of the gas this bigly country what great, and the big summer country than simply a day a land. A group of frogs in the bottom of the well still think they are ridiculous, but by going off like that, the colonel's mission will not be accomplished. But you can't just go back to Dragon City, or take your chances in other countries. Thinking of this, Yuan Hong took out the map and looked at it, hesitating. The country of Dali is surrounded by small countries, and the larger, more decent countries are far away, and the road to get there is treacherous. That's a tough one. On the other hand, Yu Mingming took a trip to say goodbye. He went over the great snowy mountains, passed by the deserted Fengdu city, and then came to the Chu Chi country, where he then saw a lot of strange and bizarre things. The street was not a dirt road, but a single block of flat stone paved, spread out as far as the eye could see. How did this stone come to be? And it's so neatly shaped. It's so rare. Yu Mingming was confused. It seemed like the Great Summer Kingdom was even more magical than what Yu Wenhong had said. The passerby on the side saw that this one had been staring at the concrete road and kindly explained. It's a concrete road. A kind of chalk ink, mixed with water to dry it out, and then it's stone like this. Concrete road. Yu Mingming couldn't understand it, but it felt powerful. He asked, arching his hand at the passerby. Thanks for the reminder. Little brother. I wonder how far this place is from the Great Summer Kingdom. Hey, this is Daxia territory now. This is the place? That's not right. I've been here before when I was young. And this is the country of Chu-Chi. That's all old history. Our Chu-Chi Kingdom king took the initiative to give up his country after seeing the divine might of the Great Xia Kingdom. So now this is the Great Xia Kingdom. And we, also followed the light and became Great Xia Kingdom nationals. The passerby was quite excited. Becoming a national of the Great Summer Kingdom, this little life has become more and more prosperous. In the past, there was no next meal after eating this meal, but after the arrival of the Daxia Kingdom, it was a meal that could be eaten, and there was work to do. And what was taken was also the Daxia coins that were very well spent. It's just so much fun. At first, many of the nationals of Chu-Chi country couldn't accept it, and behind their backs, they laughed at the old king for being a cutie pie, and even surrendered his country. Now a look are heartily grateful to Chu-Chi King this old king truly for the country, for the people this with the Great Summer country is the future. You tomorrow heard that someone had ceded the country to the Great Summer Kingdom, which shook people Is this Daxia so powerful? Walking down the road and looking around, Yu Mingming was again attracted by the tea house on the street. It wasn't that the tea house was so appealing, the Great Levant had the same tea house, and it was pretty much the same on both sides. What is fascinating is that a group of people in the tea house are gathered in front of a small four-sided box, all of them concentrating and focused, listening sideways. Someone was actually talking in that little box. Want to know what happens afterward? And listen to the next decomposition. This good one finished the book and the crowd on the side cursed. Hey, how did it end where it mattered? What's going on behind that Han? Yeah, it's all been practiced as a Yuaning, so it should be a big kill back there. Boss, we're having a great time listening to this. Hurry up with the next one. The crowd in the tea house staggered, and the tea house owner, with a helpless face, laughed. Everyone bear with me This is the radio. The Dragon City side of the control. Every day just broadcast an episode. I cannot help want to listen again tomorrow. Che, it's not fun to listen to. Can't you just broadcast it all in one day? The crowd had dispersed to drink tea and chat, and there was still a sound coming from that little box. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to the weather forecast now. Tomorrow's weather will be sunny with rain in the afternoon. Please prepare your mortals and cultivators. Do not water your fields, and for open-air cultivation, please have a good shelter from the rain. Behind the broadcast news, our Daxia country construction is rapidly changing. 10 days ago, cultivator Yu Wenhong on behalf of the Daxia country to visit the Central Plains land will be for our Daxia country to open up a new space. The relevant news of this station will be tracking reports. Yu Mingming looked at the small box, his eyes staring in disbelief as he took a step into the tea house and exclaimed. The little man inside, come out quickly. The old man begs to see one side. I hope to give face. The tea drinkers looked sideways and laughed when they saw it was a cultivator. Ha ha ha, that's the 10th one like that today. It's just so funny that people say that every day. Yu Mingtian was even more confused by the laughter. What the hell was going on? This way the tea house owner couldn't stand to look at it and came forward. Don't be angry with this cultivator senior. We're all joking. This thing is actually called a radio. We were all listening to the broadcast just now. Radio. What's wrong with me is that I can't understand it even more. Yu Mingming had the urge to explode. The Great Summer Kingdom was indeed a divine kingdom. So miraculous that even he, the well-informed elder of the Tianji Pavilion, couldn't figure it out. Chapter 135, blowing Daxia up so much. There must be a demonic barrier. The tea house owner looked at Yu Mingming, who still looked confused. Knowing that this one still didn't get it, and appeared to be even more confused, solely let him sit down, poured him tea, and then patiently spent more than an hour explaining to him. In the end, Yu Mingtian seemed to understand and nodded his head, his expression appalled. Daxia country this powerful can be 10,000 miles to transmit sound. This kind of ability is estimated to be even my Tianji Pavilion old ancestors are sweating. Hiss backpedaling. This Great Summer Kingdom was more than a divine kingdom. It was simply an existence that surpassed a divine kingdom in general. It seems that this matter has to be let known to the countries of the Central Plains in a hurry. Absolutely big news. Tianji Pavilion not only had an annual ranking, but every season it would put out a news jade bulletin of the world's kingdoms. Cultivators who purchased this jade slip would be able to read the information in it and then know the events of the world. This great summer news will definitely make the next season's Jade Compendium explode in sales. As for shaking the entire Central Plains, that's natural for sure. Yu Mingming couldn't help but long for it when he thought about it. As a Tianji Pavilion elder, it would be an honor for him to have such an achievement. The owner of the tea house over here poured Yu Mingming another cup of tea and chatted idly. May I ask where you're headed, Senior Cultivator? Yu Mingming had wanted to go to the Great Xia Kingdom, but now that he had heard about the Dragon City, he felt that this Dragon City was very special, as if it was the capital city of the Great Xia Kingdom. So he returned. I want to take a walk to Dragon City. I wonder what the path is. This simple. Later on there will be a long-distance bus passing by the entrance of my store. You can go up with a wave of your hand, but you need a spirit stone as a road fee. Then that coach will take Senpai to Cheshikoku, where there's already an express train to Dragon City, just an hour away. The tea house owner said in a matter-of-fact way. You tomorrow is again listening to the clouds. What is this coach? What is the express train? Can't you speak human? Luckily, the coach came, and the tea house owner shouted for you tomorrow to stop, then pointed at the coach. Cultivator Senior. This is the bus. So hurry up. Thanks a lot. Yu Mingming arched his hand in thanks and also took out more than 100 copper coins to the tea house owner. A cup of tea at Immortal tea house is usually just a few copper coins, and that much given is a reward for this boss, which is why this boss pushed the copper coins outward and laughed. Elder, we don't use copper coins in Dasha Kingdom anymore. We use Dasha Kingdom coins and spirit stones here. By the way, spirit stones and Dasha Kingdom coins are equivalent. What? The Dasha national currency is equivalent to spirit stones. Yu Mingming was deeply shocked again. This great summer kingdom is obviously a mortal kingdom, but has the doings of a cultivator. This will not be able to figure out. A sudden ear-piercing car roar pulled Yu Mingming back to reality. I say, Immortal, are you leaving or not? Everyone is waiting for you. The driver got impatient. Go. You could have flown with his sword tomorrow, but what's not to like about taking a ride on a coach from the great summer country? Moreover, this time when Yu Mingming got into the car, he felt refreshingly cool and very comfortable. It was an air-conditioned car, which made Yu Mingming confused for another half a day. As the car started, Yu Mingming almost threw up, but he was able to barely hold it back by suppressing it with his spiritual power. Looking out of the car at the rapidly receding scenery, Yu Mingming became more and more excited. The great summer country was too amazing. The same day Yu Mingming took the express train. That more than 300 kilometers per hour speed let Yu Mingming stun speechless. Amazing. Even if the old man had affixed a wind control talisman, plus a wind attribute magic weapon, it would have been difficult for him to achieve such a fast speed. Dasha is marvelous. Came to the Dragon City, he was more surprised to stay. A variety of things to see, his eyes dazzled. Cannot take his eyes off. And finally he rushed back full of excitement and joy. He's going to write about all he's seen and heard in a new season of the World Powers. 7 days later he returned to the Central Plains, and instead of returning to his Taoist temple, he went directly to a desolate valley to meet with Tianji Pavilion's current Grand Elder, Tian Suzhenjin. Inside the secret room, Tian Suzhenjin received Yu Mingming. Grand Elder, tomorrow these past few days I was fortunate enough to go to the White Tiger Ridge in the south and see the rumored Great Summer Kingdom. It was truly an eye-opening experience for me. Immediately, Yu Mingming said what he had seen in the Great Summer Country, and at the end he was very excited. Grand Elder, if all of this is written in the next season of the World's Kingdoms Journal, it's guaranteed to cause a sensation, and my Tianji Pavilion's reputation will rise. There was not a hint of shock on Tian's face after hearing this. Instead he frowned slightly. Not because what you said tomorrow wasn't brilliant, but because it was too brilliant to believe. What kind of express train is this that even foundation stage cultivators can't hope to get on? How could any mortal make such a divine object? It is simply to tease this elder. What else can transmit sound over 10,000 miles? This cultivation world does have a sound transmission node, but it's only a few dozen miles away, and the information transmitted is limited. You tomorrow said can be strange. A small box can be pronounced, but also gushing. Far away from hundreds of miles away from the Dragon City's information can be heard in time. This how is it possible? This you elders don't be cultivation in the wrong. Have a magic barrier in the magic barrier to give birth to all kinds of whims, and then in rumors of the great summer country linked together, only to have a just put, Thai words. How else to explain it all? That must be it. Elder, are you alright with your recent cultivation? Has there been any demonic obstacles? Demonic barrier. Yu Mingming froze. Why did the great elder suddenly ask about this? He did have a bit of difficulty in his cultivation in the past few years. Otherwise he wouldn't have stayed at the 5th level of foundation establishment for 30 years. Thank you for the concern of the Grand Elder. Tomorrow there is indeed a hindrance in cultivation, and I want to close the door to cultivate for a while after I finish the next season of the world's great powers. Tie-in. Elder you need to rest more if you have a heart demon. I don't think you need to participate in this next season's liege edit. Just go cultivate without worry. Saying that, he also took out a porcelain vase and threw it to Yu Mingming. Here is the spirit tranquilizing and soul condensing pill. It is most capable of calming the mind. Take care of yourself, Elder Yu. It's not right. How did it turn out? Yu Mingming grabbed the porcelain vase a bit confused. The fact is completely different from what he thought. How does this plot go so far? Great Elder Yu, this have any misunderstanding, right? Tomorrow just said. I've taken note of what you've said and will consider it. So don't ask any more questions and go back. Tian surreal person does not want to bull ********. You have a magic barrier. Belong to the brain is not normal. I still beep with you what Directly a flick of the sleeve to send the guest. Yu Ming Tian took a look at all this and could only leave grimly. Chapter 136, Mighty Thunderbolt Stick. Legendary Electric Strike Stick. Yuan Hong these days but anxious. The Great Li country's holy emperor does not receive their own. The larger countries and far away. The past in the road is difficult and dangerous. He lingered for days with a sad frown on his face. At this moment, he was sitting in a tea house drinking tea, which was located in a small town in the Kai Kingdom, at the border between the Great Li Kingdom and the Kai Kingdom. Looking at the pattering raindrops outside, the hard to resolve sadness in my heart surged to the forefront of my mind. At this time, a young cultivator rushed inside the tea house and shouted, "The Great Li state has sent troops and will reach the border of my Kai state in 3 days. My Kai state is in danger." Today King Kai made an announcement to recruit warriors from all over the world to fight against the army of the Great Li state. And for anyone who can establish a miraculous feat, His Majesty promises to reward them by splitting the country and dividing the land. Here comes the chance for us good men to build our careers. Is there anyone who would like to go with me? The words sounded like spring thunder, and the entire tea house was thrilled with the group's response. I do. And instead of spending my days doing nothing, I'm going to do something great. The Great Li state is brutal and unkind. We have long been tired of seeing it. Actually killed to the ground of my Kai state, no words sure to do with them. I'll go as well. And together we'll put to death this group of Dili Kingdom scumbags. Over here, Yuan Hong's worried frown instantly relaxed, thinking that since the Great Li Kingdom refused to receive me and humiliated the Great Xia Kingdom, I will sign an agreement with the Kai Kingdom. No word on defeating this Great Leapfrog Kingdom and making you regret it as well. Who told you to be so arrogant? You deserve to be in trouble for being so arrogant. I, the Great Summer Kingdom, am a divine kingdom. How can I allow you to be humiliated? Immediately, Yuan Hong followed suit and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please take me one." Okay, everyone, let's go right away before it's too late. The group of people exited the tea house and headed straight to the capital of the Kai Kingdom through the raindrops. Inside the capital of the Kai Kingdom, a notice for recruiting the world's heroes was posted at the entrance of the city, surrounded by crowds of people. Although the Great Li state was strong, not many people were willing to give up the opportunity to kill the enemy and make a mark. Moreover, the Great Li state has always been brutal, oppressing small neighboring countries in all directions, and many people are extremely dissatisfied. Today there was a call from Kai Gui naturally came to respond. Above the city tower, King Kai, dressed in fancy clothes, loomed with solemn eyes, scrutinizing the many outstanding heroes who had defected below. How many have come to defect? Behind King Kai stood 100 officials, one of whom stepped out to report back. There are already more than 15,000 Englishmen who have defected. Not nearly enough. The King of Kai's thick eyebrows were tightly locked. The Great Li state had sent 100,000 troops. The Kai state only had a force of 30,000, plus these 10,000 or so. It was still far from being able to compare to the Great Li state's majestic troops. People will be at the door in 3 days. What should we do then? Time waits for no one, and the situation waits for no one even more. Do I want to be a dead king? King Kai gritted his teeth and looked sad. Hey, we're here. Below the city building, Yuan Hong and the others arrived, and everyone went to sign up for registration. As long as you registered you would immediately receive a cultivator's vestment, 3 Peiyuan Dan, and 10 spirit stones. The registry was thus crowded and bustling. Yuan Hong was in no hurry to register, and he pondered who he should find to inform him of his audience with King Kai. Look around, he found a steward at the city gate. The steward's cultivation of practicing Qi 8 gravity, wearing bright light heart protection armor, high and mighty, should have some status. Yuan Hong went up and politely said, "This senior brother, I'm an emissary from the Great Xia Kingdom and would like to meet your Kai King. Can you help introduce me?" said Yuan Hong. Also took out a packet of Xinyun incense. This gift is very heavy, full of hope that this Xinyun incense can be enthusiastic. This steward is a former gate guard general, a not so small official of sorts. with real power and over 500 cavalry under his command. He had never seen divine rhythm incense, and he had never heard of the Great Summer Kingdom. A stinky face looked at Yuan Hong half a day, and then looked at the divine rhythm incense that he handed up, and said that your kid is not on the road. Can't you give some spirit stones or something? Give this who want The front gate guard general is also a Chi-9 cultivator. He did not know that this Shinyun incense is worth 1,000 spirit stones. If you know the guarantee to see the eyebrows open smile. Unfortunately, I don't know. I just think it's a fool's errand, and wave it away in disgust. Go, go, go. Our family's great king is not something a lowly cultivator like you can see. Yuan Hong dumbfounded. This Central Plains indeed cannot the prestige of the Great Summer Kingdom actually no one knows. Make themselves to carry out the work so passive. That's not good. You have to show something or this won't go well. This senior brother, please be polite in your speech. Even if you don't introduce yourself, is there no need to be so fierce? Che, you kid, shout what to shout. I see you only practicing Chi 6 cultivation. I am practicing Chi 9, stronger than you 3 times. Yell at you a couple of sentences, what's wrong? If you don't get lost, I'm going to do it. The front gate guard general made a move to draw his sword. Yuan Hong, a look just borrowed you to stand up. He did not bring the Immortal Slayer artifact, but there are a lot of gadgets. One of them is a very special artifact. Divine Might Thunderbolt Stick. A 1-foot-long stick with a small red button on it that could erupt thunder spirit power with a single press. Even if it was a cultivator for a moment, it can be an excellent tool for self-defense. In fact, it is an electric shock stick. Yuan Hong also personally tried, not to mention really hemped out life. Thought he was going to hiccup, which, luckily, the stun baton is just high voltage and low current, so it doesn't actually do much damage to the human body. Just a moment of strong voltage can be very unpleasant. Now Yuan Hong offered this divine stick. He pointed at the front gate guard general and sneered. So what if you have a high cultivation level? Senior brother, can you still be better than me? The Thunderbolt God Stick? Come on if you're capable. You kid is looking for a fight. I have to take you down today. The former gate guard general was enraged and directly drew his sword and slashed at Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong took the stun baton and blocked it, at the same time pressing the small red button. Suddenly tens of thousands of volts of strong voltage ran along the knife on the former gate guard general. The front gate guard general did not make any reaction. The whole body is a stiff, followed by a jerk, and finally clang. The knife also dropped. The person also lay down. Uncomfortable. I can't say a word. I'm shivering. Yuan Hong was thrilled with the strikes. How about wanting to do it again? Still coming. My ass. The front gate guard general panicked. Is he dying? What kind of thunder attribute magic weapon is this kid using? This is so powerful and terrifying. As soon as the guards around them saw that their general had been knocked down, they surrounded Yuan Hong. A strong crossbow was also set up and aimed at Yuan Hong. The stick in this kid's hand is too evil for melee combat, so he'll have to use his bow. The guards were operating correctly with this hand, and for a while Yuan Hong could be racked there, in a bit of a dilemma. This side of the front gate guard general is after all a cultivator. Movement of spiritual energy. The body's soreness and numbness suddenly went most of the way, and then slowly stood up. His face showed a joyful color. Ha ha, brat, I thought how powerful witch. The original hemp a while to come over. Do not give strength. Alright, I'll let you go through 10,000 arrows if you kid offends me today. The former gate guard general's gaze was fierce, looking at Yuan Hong with fire spewing out from his gaze. This kid's magic weapon is evil. You can't get close, just attack from a distance. Shoot him for me. At the word of command, the guards around them were about to strike. The otherworldly bows and crossbows were so powerful that even Chi practicing stage cultivators could not stand it. Yuan Hong really panicked at the moment, thinking that she hadn't overplayed her hand. What should she do now? Just at this moment a loud voice rang out from the citadel. Stop, and welcome this Daxia countryman to me. Chapter 137, It's impossible for the envoys of the Divine Kingdom to be so weak. When the front gate guard general saw that it was actually King Kai speaking, he panicked and knelt down to agree. Yes, Your Majesty. Turning back to the front gate guard general with a face of embarrassment, holding his breath, to Yuan Hong arching his hand. Fellow Daoist, my family's great king has an invitation. I'll go if I'm invited. Wouldn't that be too humiliating? Besides, you just tried to shoot me, so you have to kneel down and apologize anyway. Yuan Hong is not forgiving. He is representing the Great Summer Country. The representative of the Great Summer Country can be so bullied. To an apology is not excessive. The front gate guard general was furious and reached out to fight, but after thinking about King Kai above him he held back, suppressing his anger and extremely reluctantly kneeling down to apologize to Yuan Hong. This senior brother has offended a lot. I hope you'll forgive him. Yuan Hong nodded. That was more like it, he said with a crane of his neck. Lead the way. Yes, this senior brother please. The former gate guard general gritted his teeth, thinking that as long as King Kai doesn't give a damn about you anymore, I will definitely get you killed. Yuan Hong looked at the former gate guard general's mask of pain and laughed. Hey, don't be so fierce. Okay, I'm here to help you repel the Great Li Kingdom. So honor me properly and I promise you'll have benefits. The former gate guard general glared at him fiercely, not saying a word, taking Yuan Hong up to the city tower to meet King Kai. King Kai just stood on the city tower and saw what happened. He hadn't heard of the Great Xia Kingdom. He didn't know about all the divine power of the Great Xia Kingdom. He just saw that the electric shock baton in Yuan Hong's hand was too amazing. Just for a moment there was a majestic thunder elemental force rushing through. This kind of artifact was really rare. My name is Yuan Hong, envoy of the Great Summer Kingdom. Meet King Kai. Yuan Hong first gave King Kai a big salute. King Kai didn't say anything more and asked, pointing at the stun baton in Yuan Hong's hand. May I ask this fellow Taoist what the stick in your hand is? Can you sell it to me? Kai Wang, this is rushing to the magic treasure. Yuan Hong slightly disappointed. But it is fine, since the big fish ate the bait. Not afraid of my Great Xia Kingdom cannot catch you. Your Majesty, this stick in my hand is called the Divine Mighty Thunderbolt Stick, or the Divine Stick for short. It's a specialty of our Great Xia Kingdom. Oh, the thunder attribute must be abundant within your Great Xia, otherwise how could you have this kind of magic treasure? Our Great Summer Kingdom has lightning attributes everywhere. This magic treasure can only be considered average. Isn't it true that electricity is used everywhere in Daxia? And isn't there an abundance of thunder yuan power? Yuan Hong's face was flat, and he casually handed the stick to King Kai, and taught him that he could burst out with strong voltage at the push of a red button. King Kai tried it with interest, and it was really powerful, with several scurrying currents splitting the air. Awesome, awesome. Your Great Xia Kingdom has some ability. Can you buy a few more for our Kai Kingdom? I want to use it against the Great Li Kingdom. Yuan Hong said in his heart that I was waiting for you to say this, and the big fish finally took the bait. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, that is exactly why I have come. My Great Xia Kingdom has divine might over the world and is known as a divine kingdom, dealing with a Great Li Kingdom that is absolutely simple. As long as King Kai is willing to establish friendly relations with our Great Xia Kingdom, we'll help you out with the army of the Great Li Kingdom. Uehara is a big bag of words and pulls them all over the place. There was no need to be afraid at all. No matter how bullish the Great Li Kingdom was, it couldn't possibly be more bullish than the ghostly army of the Nine Hells. The 10 racks of rockbirds of the Great Summer Kingdom swept away this vast army of ghostly creatures in one round of egg-laying. And they still can't sweep away this army of the Great Li Kingdom? It's guaranteed to work. King Kai listened with a happy expression and was about to agree. However, Yuan Hong's dress and his cultivation level were not very high, so how could he not be connected to the envoys of the God's Kingdom? Shouldn't the envoys of the Divine Kingdom be mighty and domineering, with their front and back? At the very least, they must be at the foundation stage cultivation level. But the one in front of me looks a bit shabby, unable to help himself. His mind was more than a little puzzled and he asked again, dare I ask where the Great Summer Kingdom is? Not far, just south of the White Tiger Ridge. As soon as Yuan Hong's words left his mouth, King Kai's face became gloomy. The Great Summer Kingdom may not know, but the White Tiger Ridge which is not known. Over the Great Snow Mountain is the White Tiger Ridge, where the mountains were poor and the spiritual chi was scarce. Not only were there no cultivators who had built their foundations, even among the mortal nations they were all weak nations. When did a great summer country appear? It's also called the Kingdom of God. You're bragging so much. Aren't you afraid of getting your tongue blown off? Not only did King Kai think this way, but even the group of ministers on his side saw it the same way. After half a day, this is from the White Tiger Ridge. No wonder dressed in general cultivation is not high. Still bragging about being able to fight against the majestic soldiers of the Great Li State. This is a headbutt. It's just a tease. It's too much. At this time, the upper Dr. Lu Bo stepped forward. He was very unconvinced. Your Majesty, this envoy of the Great Summer Kingdom is exaggerating his words and talking nonsense. It is clear that he is here to tease you. And just now he clashed with the general in charge of the city gates. In the view of my humble servant, this person is just a jumper, popping out to cause trouble. Please don't ask too many questions. Just kill him quickly. King Kai's brow furrowed as he ignored the words. It was easy to kill someone, but offending another country in the face of a great enemy could not be scratched. Yuan Hong saw King Kai's hesitation, and he was not annoyed as he took out a tablet and said in a loud voice, Your Majesty, our Great Summer Kingdom has always been very pragmatic. We never do the whole thing in vain. You can see this. What is it? Kai Wang was confused. Holding the tablet did not know how to use it. Or Yuan Hong came up to operate some. Please look carefully. This is the place of our Great Summer Kingdom's divine might. King Kai and the ministers looked at it together, and the image just showed up on that flat panel, which immediately shocked them with horror. This thing can actually show a picture like a mirror? Incredible! King Kai was so scared that he almost dropped the tablet, and that shock in his heart was astonishing. But what was even more shocking was yet to come, as a documentary was shown on the screen, called The Rise of the Great Summer Nation. First he saw the tall concrete constructions in Dragon City, the satellite communication antennae that shot up into the sky, the various vehicles running on the road. There are also train stations with express trains, and long stretches of railroad. Then the screen turned. Appeared Chushi domestic major factories. That covers a vast area of the plant. The workshop constantly rolling assembly line. The final image comes back to the port of Jinwei, with huge cranes, a looming shipyard, and the Yanhuang under construction. King Kai was dumbfounded by what he saw, asking if there were such wonders in the world. That was simply a miracle. Even if a Yuan-ing old ghost appeared, it would be difficult to realize it, right? It can be said to be a ghostly work of art, and it is well deserved to be called the kingdom of God. The officials on the side are also all shocked. Some people also face shame. Just now they still do not look at the great summer country. Also thought that in front of this low cultivation downtrodden cultivator in the bull asterisk. And now look at the people said every word is true. No bull asterisk. The clown turned out to be himself. It's a good thing I didn't take a stand just now, or I would have made a fool of myself. Only Lupo couldn't get off the stage. His face flushed a shade of red and a shade of white, practically wanting to snap a hole with his toes and burrow into it. Just now, he was still mocking people's daxia. How long has it been before he was slapped in the face? And his heart was even more upset. Your Majesty, this could be a fake too. An illusion. King Kai's expression was stunned, and he said nonchalantly, there is no need for Dr. Lu to say more. I can still tell if the widow is true or false? Not to say whether the things in this painting are true or false. Just the flat board is unspeakably amazing. The ability to map a picture on it. Such a marvelous skill can be said to be unimaginable. And I ask if there is a skilled craftsman in this world who can make it? A word said Lu Bo dumbfounded. Yes. This flat plate that refiner can refine. Too incredible. Conferring back the tablet, King Kai made a big salute to Yuan Hong and said very solemnly, I, the ruler of the Kai state, am willing to form an alliance with the Great Summer Upper Kingdom, and I hope that the Great Summer State will send troops to save my Kai state from the fire as soon as possible, and I, the Kai state, will not forget it without teeth. Yuan Hong smiled. This mission could be considered to be accomplished. Chapter 138 Expanding New Ambitions. Yuan Hong smiled. This mission could be considered to be accomplished, but Lupo jumped in again, and he crossed the line and said, Your Majesty, even if this Great Summer Kingdom is really a divine kingdom, how can it save us when it's so far away? The majestic troops of the Greatly State will hit the capital in 3 days, and when the reinforcements from the Great Xia State will all have cold tea. This word came out originally ambitious Kai Wang all of a sudden cooled half. Yes, even if the Great Summer Country is really strong, can be far away from the White Tiger Ridge, but also over the Great Snow Mountain, and so on their army came to Kai. Kai country has long been conquered. Without waiting for King Kai to speak, Yuan Hong over here said in disbelief, Don't worry, Your Majesty, as long as you sign this agreement and become a peaceful friend with our Great Xia Kingdom, then within 3 days our Great Xia Kingdom troops will be able to arrive. The Daxia State has the rock bird. Flying to wherever is not a matter of minutes. 3 days is completely enough. Then he took out an agreement and handed it to King Kai. King Kai glanced at the peace agreement and frowned again. This God's kingdom has a big appetite for road building and business rights. It made it difficult for him. Lupo on the side led the call. Your Majesty, this agreement is too much of a loss for us in Kai. You can't sign it. The group of ministers agreed. Your Majesty, please think twice. Kai Wang heart is not clear, but the greatly country mail enhancement is about to hit. What do you still pretend to be noble now? If you sign it, at least the country will continue. But if you don't sign it, the country will die. You all don't need to say more. I've signed the agreement. Not only that, as long as Great Xia can retreat from the enemy, I'm also willing to cut out a piece of land in the south to Great Xia, and I will never go back on my word. When the group of ministers saw that King Kai had said so, they stopped squeaking. Soon the agreement was signed, and Yuan Hong happily put it away, laughing. Your Majesty, you don't need to regret. On the White Tiger Ridge many countries have signed with our Great Summer Kingdom. There is a king of the Chu Chi Kingdom who even directly offered his entire country. You are just which is which. The ministers heard straight rolled their eyes, and said that the state of Daxia you sees bamboo shoots off, but also think that not enough to sell. To send you the whole country is not. King Kai could do nothing about it. Anyway, as long as the Great Xia Kingdom could retreat, I also hope that the Great Xia Kingdom will quickly send out divine soldiers. We in the Kai Kingdom are eagerly awaiting it. Good point. I'll inform our colonel right away. Yuan Hong unhurriedly took out a small square box and began to operate it. King Kai and his ministers looked at him and wondered what kind of strange thing this person from the Great Summer Kingdom was going to do. Because the bluebird can't fly over the big snowy mountains, it can't use a satellite phone. But there's radio waves. It's the kind of transmitter they always send out in spy movies. This one just has to have a receiver so the other side can pick it up. Of course Yuan Hong, this kind of otherworldly people do not understand what transmitter, not to mention know how to operate. So Odisha country's technicians to do a full-shaped, as long as the equipment to speak, can automatically be converted into a variety of airwave signals to pass out. Yuan Hong reported the situation to the small square box, asking the colonel to send reinforcements in a hurry. And then the small square box made a beeping or long or short sound. Then comes the wait. And the transmitter is this drawback, not being able to communicate in real time. King Kai and the others looked at Yuan Hong one by one, feeling that this one's every move was particularly new, and they didn't know what to ask him. Never mind, better not to be the ignorant one and just wait patiently. On the other side of Han Cheng's office, suddenly one came in with great strides and joy. Colonel, there's news from the Central Plains. Yuan Hong, he has signed an agreement with the forces there. It's just that the other side is not the largest country in the Central Plains, the Great Li State, but a small country, the Kai State. Han Cheng frowned. Where is Kaigua? Getting up and looking at the map of the otherworldly world, he searched for a while before spotting this Kai Kingdom on the edge of the Great Li Kingdom. To say it's small is true. It's about the same size as the country of Tsuchi, a county. However, it was connected to the Great Snow Mountain, and was sandwiched right between the Great Li State and the Great Snow Mountain. As a springboard for the Great Summer Kingdom to enter the Central Plains, this is a perfect location. Although Yuan Hong failed to sign an agreement with the Great Li Kingdom, the move was a good remedy. Han Cheng nodded slightly and pointed at the Great Snow Mountain. If we want to get a foothold in the Middle Kingdom, we're going to have to dig a tunnel here, and it looks like we're going to have to embark on another big project. Colonel, you're thinking far ahead. Kai is in trouble right now. The Great Li State is sending an army of 100,000 to attack the country. And they're requesting that we send troops to assist in breaking the enemy within 3 days. Oh, a heavyweight opponent for us right off the bat. Alright, sooner or later we're going to have to cross paths with the Great Li Kingdom. So let's touch it. Han Cheng didn't dwell on it much, but instead was filled with anticipation. The Great Summer Kingdom had advanced weapons and a whole set of methods to deal with Foundation Establishment stage cultivators. So what else did they need to be afraid of? And victory would definitely be on their side. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the task of opening up a new territory, upgrading the portal by 1 level. Portal system, host Han Cheng, level 13, height 11 meters, width 11 meters, number of people allowed to pass 18,000/21,000. Special skills, firearm specialization, toxicity resistance advanced, sword skill awakening intermediate, Vajra's body, auxiliary facilities. Oil pipelines, gas pipelines, power, 100, defense, 110, speed, 60, ding. At the same time, the upper limit of attributes has been opened, and now the host can gain a boost in his abilities by absorbing spiritual energy. Han Cheng immediately opened the drawer, which had long been prepared with large amounts of spirit stones. Ding, spirit stone found. Will you absorb it? Absorb. Absorbing all the way until the spirit stones were finished. He had number 1 get another batch and finish it off again. The stronger this strength, the more spirit stones needed. Han Cheng is considered to understand that this cultivation of immortality is also a money-burning thing. After keeping busy for half a day, and after spending a large amount of spirit stones, Han Cheng finally reached the upper limit once again. This absorption of spiritual energy is complete. A total of 200 attribute points have been gained. Please add your own points to the host. Add 100 each to strength and defense. Han Cheng thought of an offense and defense. As for the speed is not yet very necessary. The key is that the speed of the otherworldly cultivator cannot run fast enough to missiles is not. Wait to run through the missiles and then go back and make up for it hard. Ding! Detected an extreme imbalance in the host's point addition. The system balances it, and hereby awards an additional 40 points on speed. There's still this operation. This wave boost is awesome. Han Cheng was overjoyed, and with a sweep within his body, the new information was as follows. Strength, 200. Defense, 210. Speed, 100. This attribute should be the same as a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. Right? Han Cheng smiled himself. This is also considered a Foundation Establishment success. At this point he fished out a bottle of potion, which was given to him for his psychic powers. After thinking about it, Han Shang didn't drink it. It was full of energy and could be used to impact the bottleneck once. It's better to save it for when you need it, otherwise it's a waste. Okay, it's time to get down to business back there. How to go about helping Kai retreat. As Han Shang was thinking, another ding sounded in his head. Chapter 139, Divine Soldier from Heaven. Ding, detecting that the host is about to use troops in the Middle Kingdom. Triggering the system task, Heaven sent wonderful soldiers, asking the host to parachute into the enemy area to fight, and after completing the task will be able to obtain the skill Divine Mighty Hegemony. The Divine Mighty Overlord body allows the host to increase his strength tenfold in a short period of time, making it an excellent means of fighting at a higher level. This skill is not bad, if you use it together with the previous Vajra body. In a short period of time, your own strength and defense can be increased by 10 times. That is, you will be able to battle enemies 10 times stronger than you. It's just a little short on speed, and you have to be close to use this one. Then pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. And when the time comes, a surprise blow will ensure that no one can afford it. Han Shang turned back to his thoughts. He had to think of a way to go to Kai later. The fastest and best way was to directly airborne there, which was also in line with the system mission requirements. Then go airborne. Airplanes are a good solution too. Just a few days ago there happened to be 3 Carrier 9 shipped over from the Blue Star, which were old military horses in the Daxia Air Force, with a wingspan of 38 meters and a height of 11 meters. The load capacity can reach 60 tons. The range is 5,000 kilometers, and if you add fuel tanks in the fuselage you can easily fly 10,000 kilometers. This airplane just highlights a reliability that could not be better described as an old steed. Immediately to number 1. Set me up. We're parachuting a unit into Kai. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away to have the newly constructed Cthulhu commandos carry out this mission. Number 1 reported. Since the development of the Otherworld was in full swing, the original Tsang Wolf squad that protected Han Shang was also disbanded. And no, one were now Han Chang's deputies, while the others were assigned to other positions. This new Tsang Wolf squad were all new members, and they were also all spiritual warriors, who first went through Zhu Heng's training on Blue Star to reach 2 levels of Qi practicing before coming to the Otherworld. After that it was Shiman Ao Shui who taught them, so each member of this group was highly skilled in swordplay. Of course they still preferred to use hot weapons in real battles. Why bother with something that could be solved with a single shot? A few hours later, the 3 Carrier 9s were ready, and 32 members of the Kangwolf squad were transported onto the plane, along with 6 special operations vehicles. Han Shang followed along, and no one tried to stop it. Han Shang waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Not many people can hurt me in my condition. With the combination of the Vajra body and the Divine Mighty Overlord body, unless it is a Jindan stage cultivator, it is indeed difficult to hurt when Han Shang's side had just gotten on the plane when Shiman Aoshui came flying over in the distance. The kid's entire body aura exposed and fluorescent. Brother Han, I've advanced. I'm already a 9th level Qi practicing cultivator. Along the way Shiman Ao Shui waved her hands and shouted as if she was afraid that people wouldn't know. He was ecstatic. After all, as a former cultivation genius who had been stuck in a realm for many years, could he not be excited about a breakthrough? Hani looked at him like he was looking at a fool, then nodded very flatly. Congratulations, I have to go now. Then it's time to board the plane. Shiman Ao Shui looked at Han Chang's flat eyes and her heart sank. What's going on? He doesn't envy me at all? After I reached the 9th level of Qi cultivation, my overall strength is no longer inferior to his. He should be irritated by me. But why is he so flat? Shiman Ao Shui looked at Han Chang in astonishment, and suddenly he exclaimed with both eyes wide open. Brother Han, you're already at the foundation establishment stage. This will be difficult. Originally Simon Ao Shui also wanted to show a show in front of Han Chang, stimulate people. Han Chang, now that he saw that people were also working hard and had already succeeded in building their foundations long ago, in turn he was irritated. The tightness in her chest was unbearable, making Shiman Ao Shui somewhat doubt whether she was still a genius. Brother Han is usually busy with political affairs. Where would he find the time to cultivate? But now he's broken through to foundation establishment. How did he do it? It's marvelous. Could Brother Han be an even greater genius than me? Shiman Ao Shui instantly saw a halo on Han Chang. This man was too good, and was far beyond his own excellence. Han Chang nodded. He didn't need to cultivate himself at all. Since this strength was considered to be at the foundation establishment stage, it would be considered a successful foundation establishment. Shiman Ao Shui was slightly lost, but then said in a high-pitched voice, Brother Han, you are too good. Can you teach little brother a thing or two? By the way, where are you going with this? Take me with you. Han Chang frowned. This one is becoming his own little fan. It seems that he still can't drive away the kind of dead sticking. Forget it. You can follow if you want. It doesn't matter if there's one more of you anyway. Fine. Follow if you want to come. Thank you, Brother Han. Shimenaoshui also boarded the airplane. The three carrier nines started slowly, then flew high overhead, heading north, and soon they were above the great snowy mountains. All around were lofty peaks, snow-capped and imposing. Han Chang looked out the window and suddenly thought, when can I get a few of the Transport 20? Then it will be windy. The Yun-20 is the latest transport aircraft equipped by the Great Summer State, and its performance has made great strides, simply surpassing this Yun-9 by a generation. If not for the fuselage is too high to be 13 meters, the portal cannot pass, or this time is to take the Transport 20 to go over. Another 2 levels up on the portal should be enough, Han Chang thought, and without realizing it, he had already flown over the Kai Kingdom. Looking down, it was an ancient city, said the navigator's side, reporting to the colonel. Kai has arrived. Okay, find an open spot and we'll jump, Han Sung said, checking the parachute one last time. At this time Shimenaoshui, who was beside him, asked with a pale face, Brother Han, what is this parachute thing? This, Han Chang suddenly remembered the Shimenaoshui airsickness. Later parachute jump even more dizzy. What should he do? Whatever. As long as the parachute opens on its own after the jump, he won't die. He'll be scared at most. It's okay, just close your eyes, later nothing will happen. Just close your eyes, right? I know. Shimenaoshui really obediently closed her eyes. At that moment the hatch opened and a strong wind poured in from outside, and one of the fighters leapt forward, to the side of Shimenaoshui. He just wanted to open his eyes to see what was wrong. Suddenly Han Chang behind him was afoot. Go down you. Brother Han. Shimenaoshui screamed miserably and fell down, thinking, is this parachuting? Wah, this is killing me. This has to take the chute. By the way, just close your eyes and you'll be fine. I'll close my eyes. Eyes closed. Shimenaoshui closed her eyes tightly, never daring to open them again. Han Chang followed and jumped as well, followed by the chariot drop. At that moment a few soldiers on the citadel saw it and someone exclaimed, hey guys, look at the sky. What's that? One white like a cloud. Well, how can a cloud descend? What the hell is this thing? Nope, it looks like a human being. Can this person fall from that high? The crowd was stunned. Foundation stage cultivators fly a maximum of more than 100 meters. These people but from a few thousand meters high altitude down it. They are how to go up. This is unimaginable. Are they not gods and goddesses in the sky? Chapter 140, there are only 34 people here. The guards on the citadel watched as each of these men landed a short distance away, and then realized that they were all dressed strangely. There were also several iron wagons without horses. I say, what kind of people are these? And the contraptions held in their hands are strange. They don't seem simple. That's not true. And each one of them is mighty and domineering, as if they are not to be messed with. At this moment the city tower had long been filled with people. That former gate guard general who had been repaired by Yuan Hong was also present. He frowned and exclaimed, hey, don't just stand there. They're all on the ground. Hurry over and see what's all the fuss about. The city gates opened, and the 18 horsemen sped off, running straight toward Han Chang and the others. This side of Han Chang put away the parachute, looked at Shimenaoshui. Good guy, the still closed eyes witch. Hey, it's all the way to the floor. You can open your eyes now. Shimenaoshui opened her eyes, and once she saw that she was standing properly on the ground, her heart was finally solid, took a long breath, then vomited right back up. Brother Han, let me tell you something. I won't take airplanes from now on even if it kills me. I see. Beat to death and not multiply, right? So if you can't beat to death, keep multiplying. Shimenaoshui. Colonel, there's someone coming over there. Over here. The new Kangwolf squad leader Lone Wolf walked over and raised his hand to point at the 18 riders not far away. Get on alert and tell them to stop. Ask for information, Han Chang ordered. He didn't know if what came from the opposite side was enemy or friend. It was better to be careful. Before touching with Yuan Hong, he tentatively trusts no one. Soon, one by one, the members of the Tsong Wolf squad entered the battle state, setting up their weapons and aiming at the 18 riders. Looking at the group of people charging straight at them with no intention of stopping, Lone Wolf decisively shot. Suddenly a barrage of bullets hit the horse's forward path. The horse was frightened, and the 18 riders stopped. What's across the street? Lone Wolf bellowed. The former gate guard general pulled his restless horse's head and shouted back. We are soldiers of Kai. Who are you? Why did you fall from the sky? We're from the Great Summer Kingdom, and we're here at the invitation of your king, so go get your king to come and greet us in person. Lone Wolf replied loudly. Daxia? This group of people turned out to be from the Great Summer Country. The front gate guard general was instantly furious, with his face about to explode. Yesterday he was still humiliated by the envoy of the Great Summer Kingdom. This breath has not yet come out. Where? Don't be rude. My king is too busy with his official duties to pay attention to you small nations. Obediently come with me to meet my king. Han Chang couldn't listen anymore. Was this an invitation for reinforcements? Why is there no sincerity at all? You came all the way here, and this is how you're treated. You don't even give me a briefing. And you're not even greeted? Straightway he lifted his submachine gun and a barrage of bullets went out, striking all around the front gate guard general. And at once the horse became frightened and toppled him to the ground. Go back and tell your King Kai that if he doesn't come out to greet us in half an hour, then we're going back. Han Chang does not want a nag. You do not give face, I do not treat. The great summer country is not subject to this nuisance. Mad. What's so great about you small nations? Dare to beat up old me and you. The front gate guard general still wanted to curse, but his feet were entangled, and he was dragged by the startled horse, and his buttocks turned upside down and shattered into 8 pieces along the way, not to mention how difficult it was. General! The remaining 17 horsemen chased after them, trying to save their general. That horse has long dragged the steward into the city. Scurrying in the city, chicken flying dog jumping to make the front gate guard general extremely wretched. He ended up getting stripped by the horse into a pigsty, eating a mouthful of, with a chicken on his head and 2 hairs in his nostrils. The imagery is wonderful and the mindset is explosive. Marred. I'm not finished with the great Xia kingdom. Roaring out of the pigsty, the former doorman shouted at his arriving men. The group of people outside are Xia thieves. Pass on my order and follow me out to kill this group of thieves. But that crowd came from the sky. Some people are timid. Those who can come from the sky are certainly not ordinary people. And ordinary people can't go to the sky. The former gate guard general said angrily. So what if it came from the sky? Didn't you all see it just now? Apart from one Foundation 9 and one Foundation 1 cultivator, the rest of them are all low-level cultivators of 2 or 3 levels of chi practicing. So what are you afraid of? This general also has a cultivation of 9 levels of chi practicing. You're all mid-stage chi practitioner cultivators as well. We still can't handle this group of mortals with over 500 cavalrymen? The former general of the gate guards had never suffered from firearms at all, not to mention that they did not know the divine power of the Daxia kingdom, and thought that the Daxia people were easy to bully. He was also a front gate guard general in size, and the 500 iron horsemen under him could be considered the elite of the elite, with more than half of them being cultivators. How can such military might not be able to defeat those dozens of people? In fact, he also brain pump. Do not think that since they are all mortals can still go to heaven, that is not even more powerful, turning decay into a miracle but powerful and powerful. No way, the IQ is not enough. With that chicken on top of my head. Soon he assembled the troops under his command and went out of the city in a furious manner, vowing to trample down the army of the great summer kingdom. On the other hand, the matter of dozens of people descending from the sky flew to the royal palace. King Kai was deliberating with his ministers which, when he heard about this, one of his eyes showed astonishment. Falling from the sky and not dying. These people are strange people. It seems that this group of people is quite something. At this time, Yuan Hong was very proud and said, Your Majesty, these people are my great Xia kingdom's divine soldiers, and only my great Xia kingdom's divine soldiers can fall from 10,000 meters without dying. And now I ask Your Majesty to personally come out of the city to meet this group of divine soldiers. King Kai was overjoyed. The rescue troops of the great Xia kingdom had finally arrived, and it really didn't go back on its word. It seems that the great Xia kingdom is still very reliable. By the way, how many divine soldiers of the great summer kingdom have come? 10,000? 20,000? King Kai thought that the army of the great Li state has 100,000, and you have to come with 30,000 reinforcements at least, or else it is still a loss. The visitor said with a slight thought. I've counted. There are a total of 34 divine soldiers of the great summer kingdom. What? It's only 34. All of a sudden the people around him were dumbfounded. And King Kai, who was still excited, was also dumbfounded. What the hell? Just 34 men and you want to retreat 100,000 troops? That's not fooling anyone. Your Majesty, the old minister has always felt that the great summer kingdom is unreliable. And now you've seen that it's only a few dozen people that have come. It's clearly a perfunctory attempt to reap some benefits. Lu Bo took the opportunity to make a speech to show that he was wise enough to recognize the tricks of the Daxia kingdom. King Kai was angry as he glared at Yuan Hong and questioned. What do you think is going on here? Why did only 34 people come from the great summer kingdom? Where is your great army? Yuan Hong was bashful, seeing things as they were. Your Majesty, we Daxia people are all very capable of fighting. 34 men will be able to retreat. Just trust us. Believe you? If I believed you, you'd be prisoners. King Kai was furious and was just about to blow Yuan Hong away when someone came in and reported. Your Majesty, the general of the front gate guard has clashed with the great Xia kingdom, and has brought his headquarters to fight the great Xia kingdom's army. Kai Wang slightly contemplated. This is not an opportunity to see what is so great about this group of Daxia countrymen, and if they are really great then it is not too late to welcome them with courtesy. Thinking about it, he said, Pendulum, the 100 officials will go with me to the citadel to watch the battle.